You could easily take over the entire Yida company, yet you insist on delivering takeout. Not only do you use a supercar worth hundreds of millions for ride-hailing, but you also gather girls to study the origins of life. You even bought an entire building just to give to them, all because you awakened the 10,000-fold earning system. Detected a destined worker, binding to the 10,000-fold earning system. The rewards you earn will be refunded at a 10,000-fold rate. Just now, having lost my tutoring job and feeling down in the school dormitory while pondering what to do next for part-time work, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. The system detected that the host is a destined worker and bound to the 10,000-fold earning system. Every month, the work method refreshes, and your salary will be refunded at a 10,000-fold rate. The first month's part-time work is bound and completed. At this moment, you were so surprised that you nearly fell off your bed. I'm serious. You actually activated the system. As a driver, earning $3,000 a month means a 10,000-fold refund, which is 300 million. Excited, you jumped out of bed, threw on some clothes, and rushed out of the dorm. Your face was practically screaming, "I want to make money." The first step is to become a driver. The system won't directly provide job positions, so you have to find one yourself. You remember passing by a private dining restaurant a few days ago while going to a tutoring lesson, where there was a notice recruiting drivers, so you headed straight to that restaurant. Upon arriving, the owner was a bit surprised that a college student like you would be working as a driver, but didn't ask much and just had you fill out some information before keeping you. This type of driver service collaborates with the restaurant, providing customers with driving services while also securing a stable clientele for the restaurant. A win-win collaboration. The only cost for the driver is a 10 yuan commission to the restaurant per order, which is quite standard, and there are no complaints. Thus, you became a proud driver, and the restaurant had two other drivers, both around 40 years old. During the evening rush hour, the two other drivers arrived, surprised to find a newcomer so young. Typically, this hard work is done by middle-aged people. Young folks usually can't handle it, but they didn't engage you in much conversation. Around 8 p.m., guests who had been drinking began to leave, with Master Wang being the first to go, followed quickly by Master Li. You felt a surge of excitement, thinking that the next customer requesting a driver would be yours. Before long, a middle-aged man approached the front desk, needing a driver. "Good evening, sir. How may I assist you?" You greeted him with standard service language. He nodded, tossed you the keys, and led you outside to find his car. After giving the address, the middle-aged man settled into the back seat and squinted his eyes. Throughout the driving process, you were extremely cautious since it was your first time. Better safe than sorry. Upon reaching the destination, you couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "Sir, we have arrived at your designated location. Is there anything else you need?" The middle-aged man smiled and thanked you, not forgetting to hand you 50 yuan. This middle-aged man was the owner of the Li Ji private dining restaurant and knew the pricing standards for drivers here. 50 yuan for the first half of the night in the city, doubling for the latter half. You accepted the money and thanked him, but at that moment, a system notification suddenly rang in your mind, congratulating you for working hard and earning 40 yuan, with a 10,000-fold increase, rewarding you 4 million. You were stunned, momentarily frozen in place, realizing that the refund was real. The system couldn't handle it. As I looked at the text notification on my phone and saw the massive amount deposited into my bank account, everything felt surreal. It took a while for me to calm down, and I couldn't help but smile. I waved down a taxi, ready to head back to Li Ji private dining restaurant for the next job. With the system's 10,000-fold reward, I certainly didn't care about the taxi fare. Interestingly, when I returned to the restaurant, the other two drivers hadn't come back yet after dropping off their customers. Just then, a table of young girls finished their meal and approached the front desk looking for a driver. "Wow, the driver is so handsome. Why didn't I drive out today? If I had known there was such a cute driver, I would have come by car. This is too delightful. You must tell us tomorrow if anything happened tonight." A few young girls, already a bit tipsy from drinking, lit up when they saw you and began chattering excitedly. You maintained your professional smile and didn't pay much attention to them. The car belonged to a girl named Wei Wei, but she seemed quite drunk, needing her friends to help her walk. If it were someone else, they might have been tempted, but you felt nothing, especially since you have a girlfriend. What worried you was how she would pay for the driving service, given how drunk she was. It wasn't far. After about 10 minutes, you arrived at the girl's apartment complex. You turned to her. Just as you were about to speak, you noticed that the girl had already fallen asleep. You couldn't help but twitch your lips. Your worst fear had come true. The girl opened her eyes groggily, her gaze unfocused, clearly still not fully awake. You sighed, thought for a moment, and tried to ask, "Which building do you live in? Let me take you back." The girl took a while to respond, mumbling an unclear answer. This time, you breathed a sigh of relief, having a specific apartment number was good enough to get her home. You helped the girl out of the car, locked it up, and guided her toward her home. Upon reaching her floor, you pressed the doorbell, and it opened quickly. A middle-aged woman opened the door, chattering loudly, "Where have you been so late? You really worry me. Why aren't you finding a boyfriend? All you do is play around." However, when she saw her daughter being supported by a boy, her expression instantly changed. "Oh, come in quickly. Come in." The girl's mother instantly changed her expression, welcoming you with a smile and helping her daughter onto the sofa. Just as you were about to ask for your fee and leave, the girl's mother pulled you down onto the sofa, saying, "Sit down, young man. Let me get you a glass of water." The overly enthusiastic aunt made you feel a bit uncomfortable. Before you could finish your polite response, she handed you a glass of water. You could only say thank you as the girl's mother asked with concern, "How old are you, young man? Where are you from? How many people are in your family?" Your expression stiffened slightly as you thought, "I'm just a driver. Why all the questions?" But seeing her demeanor, you realized you wouldn't be able to leave without explaining yourself. So you could only answer honestly, "Auntie, I'm 23 this year, just a local. But there aren't many people at home, just my girlfriend, who is my current college classmate." However, to your surprise, upon hearing your answer, the girl's mother visibly flew into a rage. Suddenly standing up, she reaches out to unleash a flurry of lightning-fast slaps. If that hits, the sound will definitely be deafening. You react quickly, raising your hand to block just in time. Is she crazy? Starting a fight over a disagreement? This middle-aged woman must have some mental issues. What are you doing? You block the first blow and quickly step back, watching her warily, confused and angry. At this moment, the middle-aged woman is even more furious, hands on her hips, pointing at you and cursing, "You bastard. Even little kids have girlfriends, and here you are trying to hit on my daughter. Do you believe I could kill you?" Her furious expression makes it seem like she wants to swallow you whole. Hearing her words, you almost choke, thinking to yourself, "I knew she would start a fight over nothing." Seeing the middle-aged woman grab a cup from the coffee table, ready to throw it at you, you quickly wave your hands, "Don't throw it. I'm just a driver." At this moment, you can't help but laugh and cry. "If I really hurt your daughter, I deserve a beating. But I don't even know her name. I'm just about to get beaten up for no reason." The middle-aged woman seems taken aback for a moment, not immediately grasping what you mean. "What do you mean? You're not trying to deceive my daughter?" Seeing her confusion, you quickly explain, "Auntie, your daughter was drunk. I'm a designated driver from the restaurant, and I was just bringing her home. I don't even know her." You put on the most innocent expression, feeling utterly speechless in this situation. This time, the girl's mother seems to understand, looking a bit embarrassed. However, she glances at her daughter, who is completely out of it, then looks at you, tall and handsome, and you can almost see her regret and frustration. "What a handsome young man. Why isn't he my daughter's boyfriend?" "I'm sorry, young man, my aunt misunderstood. Are you okay?" You shake your head, amused but frustrated, just wanting to collect your payment and leave quickly. The girl's mother takes out 100 yuan and hands it to you, saying apologetically, "I think the fee for a designated driver is around 50 yuan, so just keep the 100. No need to give change." You take the money with a nod, not surprised. You had learned from chatting with other drivers that this job often comes with tips. Just as you're about to leave, the girl's mother asks with a hopeful tone, "Young man, how's your relationship with your girlfriend? Is there a chance you might break up? If so, could you consider my daughter? I tell you, she's amazing and a really good girl. Why don't you leave your number? Come by and visit us sometime," she says, her enthusiasm reminiscent of when she first mistook you for her daughter's boyfriend. In her eyes, a reliable and handsome guy like you is definitely a good match for her daughter. Opportunities are for those who are prepared, and if her daughter isn't interested, then as a mother, she needs to take action. You're feeling overwhelmed. "Goodbye, Auntie." You turn and run, almost getting caught. It's not easy to escape being a potential son-in-law. At this moment, a notification sounds in your mind. "Congratulations, host. You've worked hard, earning 90 yuan with a 100,000 times multiplier, rewarded with 9 million yuan. The 100 yuan income minus the restaurant's 10 yuan commission leaves you with a pure profit of 90 yuan, which after the multiplier becomes 9 million. After just one job, you've already earned 4 million. Faced with such astronomical earnings, you can't help but think, if I do this every day, I might just become a billionaire one day. Noticing that it's still early, you take a taxi back to the private dining restaurant. Picking up a couple more jobs shouldn't be an issue, as the restaurant is doing well today with plenty of business dinners. The other two drivers are also getting jobs and leaving one after another. Before long, you receive your third job. A young man who is clearly drunk slurs, "I'm not drunk. I can still drink. Do you believe me? I really haven't had too much. If you don't believe me, let's go to a bar and have another round." After a struggle, you finally help him into the car and, after much effort, learn where he lives. You can't help but wipe your sweat, reflecting on the challenges of being a designated driver. Once someone is drunk, alcohol affects their brain, and they might do things without even realizing it. Not to mention the communication difficulties, all sorts of bizarre situations can drive a designated driver crazy. Settling into the driver's seat and fastening your seatbelt, you take a deep breath. All you hope for now is to safely get this drunk young man home without any issues. The young man's car is nice, an entry-level sports car, likely bought by his parents. Sitting in the driver's seat, you feel excited. What young person doesn't like sports cars? However, you remind yourself of your responsibilities. Clearly, this isn't the right time to enjoy the thrill of driving a sports car, so you drive carefully and steadily the entire way. However, your cautious driving style is critiqued by the young man in the passenger seat. Can you drive any faster? You're driving this amazing car like a snail. Don't you dare speed up? Sorry, sir, but my job is to get you home safely. Safety first. You grip the steering wheel, remaining unfazed. Perhaps used to driving fast, the young man feels miserable watching cars continually overtake you. He's practically having a panic attack. Dude, please speed up. You're driving like a tortoise, and I'm feeling awful. You glance at the young man and see he truly looks distraught, so you slightly increase your speed. The young man perks up. Faster. Keep going. But this time, you refuse to increase your speed again. The young man gets anxious. Suddenly his eyes light up with an idea. Bro, how about we play a game? From now until we get to my house, I'll give you an extra 10 yuan for every car you overtake. But if you get overtaken, I'll deduct 10 yuan. Are you up for it? The young man looks at you eagerly. With such enticing words, 10 yuan for each car overtaken. Thankfully the distance isn't far, or I could end up bankrupt from overtaking cars. Do you believe that? You can't help but smirk. Then hold on tight. With that, you slam the accelerator, and the powerful car roars like a beast, surging forward. You finally understand why many young people love street racing. However, you stay rational. On an 80 km per hour highway, reaching nearly 90 km per hour feels like the limit. After all, there's an important principle in being a designated driver. You must not increase the risk of violations for customers. Overtaking is easy and doesn't require slowing down, especially on a relatively steady highway, where you can change lanes continuously. As you overtake car after car, the still drunk young man in the passenger seat is incredibly excited, seeming to enjoy this even more than racing himself. 16, 17, 18. He eagerly counts how many cars you've passed. Arriving at your destination, you finally ease off the accelerator and slowly brake. Nice driving, man. Fast and steady, and no violations for high-speed overtaking. You've got skills. The young man stumbles out of the car and walks over to you. As you take the keys, you can't hide your excitement. Without needing a reminder, he's already pulling out his wallet to pay you. The designated driver fee is 100, and I counted it for you. I overtook 35 cars on the way. I'm too drunk to count, so here's 500 yuan in total. He hands you several bills without any hesitation. In an instant, a notification sounds in your mind. Congratulations, host. You've worked hard and earned 490 yuan with a 100,000 times multiplier, rewarded with 49 million yuan. This number leaves you stunned, nearly 50 million. You're completely shocked. The young man notices your reaction and thinks you're unhappy with the amount. Is that not enough? Here's another 100. He shoves another bill into your hand. The system notification sounds again. Congratulations, host. You've worked hard and earned 100 yuan with a 100,000 times multiplier, rewarded with 10 million yuan. You can't help but twitch your mouth slightly, looking at the young man with a strange expression. Wow, please keep going. Don't stop. But you have your pride. There's no way you'd give that up for money. Tips are one thing, but you can't let a drunk guy keep pulling out cash like this. You wave your hand to stop the young man from continuing to shove money at you. You've already made nearly 60 million off him, which is unbelievable. Next time I drink, I'll definitely call you again as my driver. The young man grins at you. You can't help but brighten up and say, if you need me as your driver again, I'll gift you a supercar. The young man is taken aback for a moment, then scoffs with a sneer. You really talk big, don't you? A designated driver claiming to gift me a supercar? More like a toy model. He turns away, waving you off. However, he has no idea that you're not just boasting. A non-limited edition supercar can cost just a few million. After earning nearly 60 million from him, even a regular supercar is only around 10 million. It's nothing to you. You take another taxi back to the private dining restaurant. By now, it's past 11 o'clock, and only one table of guests remains, still drinking and chatting. The other two drivers are ahead of you, and you realize you probably won't get any more jobs tonight. On your way back to the dorm, you start calculating your earnings for the night. With 3 cash jobs totaling 720 yuan and after the system multiplier, your total income reaches an astonishing 72 million. This income feels like a dream, especially seeing the real numbers in your bank account. You're still in shock. At this earning rate, that's 70 million a day, 250 billion in a year. If you solely relied on driving, you could become the richest person in the country in less than 20 years. It's absurd. But you also know that typical part-time drivers only make about 5,000 a month, meaning your income with the system multiplier should be around 500 million. As you're tallying your earnings, the system notification sounds. To assist the host, the system can help you convert your financial assets into various forms. After a moment's thought, you understand that the system is worried you might not know how to spend it wisely, so it offers to help you spend. Now, how should you convert this 72 million? A mansion isn't out of the question, but in the big city, a 72 million house wouldn't even qualify as luxurious. It's better to wait until you have more funds and can make a more significant purchase. While being a designated driver today, you experienced the thrill of a sports car and admit you were captivated. What boy doesn't love sports cars? Your favorite supercar is the Koenigsegg one, of which only 6 are limited worldwide. Though its initial price is around 10 million, it has changed hands several times, driving the actual price up to 50 million. So why not get a supercar? Unable to contain your excitement, you decide to convert your cash directly into a Koenigsegg one. The system works efficiently, instantly completing the conversion. A Koenigsegg one quietly stands before you, while your bank balance decreases by 50 million, leaving you with 22 million. It's expensive, but your excitement overshadows everything. You sit in the driver's seat, start the supercar, and the massive mechanical roar feels as if it merges with your heartbeat. You speed back to the parking lot outside your dormitory apartment. You reflect on the allure of supercars. Once calm, you return to your dorm, where the other 3 roommates are already asleep. You quietly wash up and head to bed as well. In the morning, you call your girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, planning to grab lunch with her at the nearby art college. Lu Ruyan is a third-year student in the performing arts department. You two got together by chance last year, but recently, there have been some cracks in your relationship. Lu Ruyan has been indifferent toward you. She often complains that her friend's boyfriend buys her bags and phones, always surprising her with romantic gestures. For you, who works hard to earn tuition and living expenses, those things seem far too extravagant. However, now that you have a money-making system, all your problems will soon be resolved. Arriving at the art college, you find there are no parking spots left, so you decide to park a bit farther away. As you approach the dorm building, you see many boys hanging around, all eagerly waiting. You know they're all waiting for their girls. Just as Lu Ruyan hasn't come down yet, the roar of an engine grows louder, and a flashy red Porsche 718 pulls up arrogantly downstairs. As the young man steps out of the sports car, onlookers can't help but show envious expressions. After all, for students still on campus, sports cars hold immense allure. In the past, you might have felt the same envy as others, but now that you drive a Koenigsegg, you can't care less about an entry-level sports car. The young man stepping out of the car holds a bouquet, radiating confidence, even making the acne on his face seem unique. You smirk slightly, knowing he's surely trying to woo some girl from the art college. Just the sight of a sports car is irresistible to most girls. At that moment, Lu Ruyan walks out of the dorm. You smile and move toward her, but the young man in the sports car also makes his move. Lu Ruyan approaches with a bright smile and light steps, looking eager. Just as you prepare to hug your girlfriend, you're shocked to see her walk up to the young man in the sports car and shyly accept the bouquet from him. At that moment, you can't help but feel a surge of disbelief, flooded with thoughts. What does this mean? Why is Ruyan accepting someone else's flowers? Although there have been some gaps in your relationship recently, you refuse to believe that this is Lu Ruyan turning her back on you. Lu Ruyan and the young man turn to look at you, both wearing ambiguous smiles. However, Lu Ruyan's expression is filled with disdain while the young man looks down at you condescendingly. Lu Ruyan looks like she wants to say something, but the young man interrupts. As you can see, my name is Wang Hao, and I'm now Ruyan's boyfriend. You, a toad, have already had your taste of swan meat. You should be satisfied. Don't bother Ruyan anymore, or I'll make you regret it. Wang Hao warns you in a condescending tone. You squint slightly, your gaze growing cold. You didn't expect to feel so indifferent upon hearing such infuriating words. Perhaps, unconsciously, your feelings for Lu Ruyan have truly faded. However, today, being subjected to such humiliation from both of them, you find it hard to remain calm. Ruyan, can you explain this to me? You ask calmly. Lu Ruyan seems to feel guilty about her actions and wants to speak, but Wang Hao interrupts her. He doesn't owe you any explanation. Do you really think you, a toad, can keep eating swan meat for a lifetime? You're a broke loser who can't even afford to buy Ruyan an iPhone. Do you see this sports car? Saying this, Wang Hao slaps the sports car's hood, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You'll never be able to afford this car. What face do you have to stand here and complain? Without waiting for your response, he opens the car door for Lu Ruyan to get in. Lu Ruyan seems to quickly shake off her guilt, stepping into the car with joy. You squint at the departing sports car, surprisingly feeling little turmoil. You're relieved to see Lu Ruyan's true colors now, but the only thing that angers you is their almost humiliating attitude. You smirk coldly, a sarcastic curve at the corner of your mouth. Those two will get what's coming to them. You stroll leisurely toward where you parked your car, and at that moment, a Ferrari 718 pulls up next to the Koenigsegg one. After Wang Hao gets out of the car, he opens the door for Lu Ruyan with a look of excitement, saying, Ruyan, look, this supercar is my friend's Koenigsegg one. There are only 6 of these in the world, and this is the only one in the country. It's worth as much as a villa in the capital. One day, I'll borrow this car and take you for a spin. You'll definitely be the envy of all the women. Though Lu Ruyan isn't very knowledgeable about sports cars, she can tell this one far surpasses the 718, and her eyes light up. Seeing the almost starry-eyed look on Lu Ruyan's face, Wang Hao can't help but chuckle. In reality, the supercar isn't his friend's. Although he comes from a well-off family with assets worth tens of millions, his family wouldn't have bought him a sports car otherwise. However, this Koenigsegg one is already equivalent to the total assets of his family. He has no right to associate with such a super-rich kid, he's just boasting. No one can expose him, and even if Lu Ruyan brings it up later, he can easily brush it off with an excuse. At that moment, you walk over, frowning at the pair, and Wang Hao notices you too. He turns to face you with an expression that looks down on you as if you were an ant beneath a god. See this Koenigsegg one? Oh, right. You probably don't understand sports cars at all, you dirt dog. I won't go into details, but if my Ferrari is something you can't buy even after a lifetime of hard work, then this supercar is something you'd never be qualified to touch, even in 10 lifetimes. Being envious won't help you. You should think about which brand of electric car suits you best. With that, Wang Hao can't help but laugh loudly. You don't feel angry at Wang Hao's mockery. Instead, you look at him as if he's a clown. What does all of this have to do with you? Hearing your question, Wang Hao scoffs and wrinkles his nose. The car belongs to my friend. You feel speechless, not only speechless but also find it ridiculous. It's not even his car. What is he so smug about? You grunt in response, but Wang Hao looks at you with a condescending gaze, increasingly dismissive. You don't know anything. In this society, connections are a form of power. Even if you're a garbage collector, if you have a friend named Ma, no one will underestimate you. I have friends like that. That's my ability. You, on the other hand, wouldn't even be worthy enough to carry their shoes. This highlights the gap between you. Lu Ruyan wholeheartedly agrees with Wang Hao. After being with you for 2 years, she feels she hasn't gained anything, while just a few days with Wang Hao gives her the chance to ride in a 50 million supercar. The disparity is too great. He feels as if he's been living like a dog for the past year, and at this moment, he feels as though he owns the entire world. He has transformed. When Lu Ruyan turns her gaze back to you, it's filled with pride and disdain, even disgust. Don't bother me anymore. We're from completely different worlds. What I want, you can't provide. I hope you have the self-awareness to understand this. You can't help but smirk, your expression oddly mixed with amusement. Two people from different worlds, looks like we really are from two separate worlds now. The car belongs to your friend, but I don't recall you having any friends like that. With that, you pull out the car key from your pocket and press a button, causing the Koenigsegg to light up instantly. The headlights flickered twice, and the car door slid out and flipped up, automatically opening in an incredibly cool manner. This nearly dropped the jaws of Wang Hao and Wang Yingying, especially Wang Yingying, whose hand was still caressing the car body. At the moment the door moved, she almost jumped up like a startled cat. Then, under the two's incredulous gazes, Su Ning calmly got into the car and started the supercar. With a stomp on the accelerator, the explosive roar and massive shockwave made their hearts race. Su Ning rolled down the window and, seeing Wang Yingying's almost dazed expression, smiled nonchalantly. Maybe we really are from two different worlds. I definitely won't bother you, and likewise, you shouldn't bother me. This is better for everyone, don't you think? The same words were directed back at Wang Yingying. If Su Ning could only say this while riding an electric bike, it would be nothing short of self-humiliation. But now, with a supercar worth $500 million, the impact of those words was immense. After speaking, before either of them could react, Su Ning slammed the accelerator and sped away in the furious supercar. Wang Hao and Wang Yingying exchanged shocked glances, unable to believe what they were seeing. The scene before them seemed to shatter their understanding and crush their pride, especially Wang Yingying, who was left dumbfounded, losing her ability to think. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that poor kid Su Ning possibly drive a supercar? She knew how hard he worked to support himself. Is there any chance you got it wrong? This car isn't worth that much? Or maybe the car isn't even his, he just rented or borrowed it to show off? Didn't you say this car belongs to your friend? You should ask your friend if he lent the car to Suning. If your friend didn't lend it, then the car must be stolen by Suning. We should call the police and catch him. After a moment of shock, Wang Yingying couldn't hide her astonishment and hopeful thoughts as she asked Wang Hao. At that moment, however, Wang Hao was already extremely furious. Because of Wang Yingying, he had offended a young master who could afford top-tier supercars. Offending such a big shot might not even require the person to take action. Someone else would naturally come to make him unlucky. Thinking of this, Wang Hao couldn't help but shiver, and when he looked at Wang Yingying again, his expression was no longer friendly. Got it wrong? What the hell are you talking about? If you have no knowledge, just look it up online and see what kind of car it is and how much it's worth. This kind of globally limited supercar is basically a toy for top billionaires and young masters. How could they possibly rent it out? Even if he borrowed it, he has the connections. I can't afford to mess with him. Call the police to catch him? I see you're really heartless. I won't say anything more. I can't deal with someone like you, so I'm done playing. Goodbye. After saying that, he didn't give Wang Yingying a chance to respond and directly got into the car and left. Wang Yingying stood there, completely crushed. 5 minutes ago, she was still fantasizing about having the whole world. 5 minutes later, she lost everything. After leaving the art academy, Suning didn't feel sad or upset. On one hand, it might be because his feelings had already faded. On the other hand, it was because he had seen through Wang Yingying's true nature. The sooner he separated from such a woman, the better. Back in the dormitory, the three dorm mates were playing games, and Suning simply stripped off his clothes and got into bed, ready to catch up on some sleep. After all, driving for others usually happened at night, and not sleeping during the day meant he was definitely sleep-deprived. The three brothers exchanged glances and consciously lowered the volume. When Suning finally woke up, he found it was already afternoon. After doing a bit of graduation design work on the computer in the dormitory, Suning went to the cafeteria for dinner. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, during the dining peak, Suning arrived at Li Ji private kitchen. Master Li and Master Wang were idly hanging around near the front desk. After Suning joined them, the three of them were now idly waiting together. There was no way around it. Although it was the peak dining time, it wasn't the peak time for designated drivers. Often, the drinking tables lasted a long time, and it was likely that guests wouldn't start calling for designated drivers until after 8. Did everything go smoothly with those runs yesterday? Master Wang asked Suning with a smile. Thinking about what happened with the designated driving yesterday, Suning couldn't help but show a strange expression. If he said it didn't go smoothly, it was actually quite good. After all, he made over 70,000 in one night. But if he said it went smoothly, he almost got slapped, and he was also forced to overtake by a customer, which was quite absurd. Seeing Suning's strange expression, the other two designated drivers weren't surprised. After all, in this line of work, you really can encounter all kinds of people. You should buy a voice recorder when you have time, turn it on while you're working, so you can clarify things if something happens, Master Wang kindly reminded Suning. Suning nodded, feeling it made a lot of sense. Indeed, sometimes when encountering unreasonable customers, it would be really hard to explain without evidence. Once you've been a designated driver for a long time, you'll get used to it. We've been doing this for so long. We've seen all kinds of customers. Some stories are unbelievable. Once, I encountered a guy who was so drunk he got in the car and asked me to take him to find a lady. Another time, this guy was so drunk he sat in the back seat, and I don't know when he put on a wig to scare me. I almost had a heart attack. After I called the police, he actually admitted he did it to scare me off to save on the designated driver fee. Can you believe that? What a weirdo! Writing on the topic, Master Wang began to share some ridiculous stories he had encountered as a designated driver. However, before Master Wang could continue, Master Li eagerly took over the conversation. What's that compared to what I've encountered? What I ran into was truly bizarre. I once encountered a gay guy. I was just driving normally, and he reached over from the passenger seat to touch my leg. I was so startled I almost crashed. From then on, even if it's hot in summer, I don't wear shorts when I go out to work. Suning was already listening with great interest and couldn't help but burst out laughing. However, the laughter didn't last 3 seconds. His smile slowly faded, and his expression became slightly stiff. He felt increasingly anxious. He thought to himself, now that he was also a designated driver, would he also encounter such a gay guy? You have to know, the system had specifically warned that the probability of encountering bizarre situations would significantly increase. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and Suning couldn't help but shiver. If he got touched on the thigh by a gay guy, he might just die from fright. Goosebumps all over. Today's peak for designated driving came a bit later than usual, with customers starting to call for designated drivers around 8:30. Following the order, Master Wang left, then Master Li, and finally it was Su Ning's turn. The customer calling for a designated driver was a middle-aged man who hadn't drunk much, and Su Ning felt that even if he hadn't called for a designated driver, he could have driven home smoothly. This middle-aged man was quite self-disciplined. After all, the saying of not drinking and driving had become deeply ingrained in people's minds. Better safe than sorry. This unusually smooth run calmed Su Ning's previously anxious heart a lot. He earned 50 yuan. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 40 yuan, with a 100,000 times reward of 4 million yuan. Compared to the emotional turmoil of yesterday, Su Ning was much more composed today. Moreover, 4 million compared to yesterday's income of 72 million doesn't seem like such an exaggerated number, so there's no need to make a fuss about it. Back at the restaurant, Master Li was there, but Master Wang was not. Upon asking, I learned that he had gone to run a second order. Not long after, a beautiful woman came to the cash register calling for a designated driver. Master Li gave Su Ning a look that seemed to say, "Are you envious?" and then eagerly went to serve the beauty. Su Ning couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking that this old guy only had beautiful things on his mind all day. Su Ning understood Master Li's intention. The customer was a beauty, and she was drunk, so there might be a chance for something wonderful to happen. However, in the anecdotes circulating online, designated drivers who had the opportunity to have wonderful stories with beautiful customers were often young and handsome guys. Can't you look in the mirror and see what you look like? You're just a lecherous old man in his 50s. How desperate must a beauty be to be willing to play passionate games with you? He had almost wanted to warn Master Li, don't mess around. She can take the initiative, that's fine. But if you take the initiative, it can only end in violating a woman's will. I hope this old guy has some self-awareness. Just as he was thinking this, he also had a customer. A man around 40 years old was hugging a woman in her 20s as they walked over. The man wasn't particularly good-looking, slightly overweight but without a big belly. The woman was stunning, but her heavy makeup made her lose some of her uniqueness. They looked like father and daughter, but their behavior was intimate. Clearly not that kind of relationship. Su Ning speculated about their true relationship but remained expressionless on the surface, as it wasn't really his business. After getting in the car, Su Ning drove steadily in front, pretending not to hear the sounds coming from the back. Don't get the wrong idea, there was nothing that would make one blush in the back. It was just this couple chatting sweetly, although some topics were a bit explicit, but not to the point of being censored. Honey, you were amazing last night. I want it again today. Baby, not tonight. You behave, and wait until I have time. Didn't you have your eye on a bag last time? I'll buy it for you next time. Su Ning turned a deaf ear, pretending he heard nothing. Fortunately, the two in the back didn't start getting handsy, otherwise, he, who needed to check the rearview mirror often, would have been embarrassed. He thought this order would go as smoothly as the last one, but the system proved to throw him a curveball. Just as the trip was about to reach its destination, suddenly a figure darted out from the side of the road at the entrance of the community. Screech. Luckily, Su Ning was focused and quick to react, slamming on the brakes, otherwise, there would have been an accident. In that instant, he broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a wave of fear. The two in the back who weren't wearing seatbelts were thrown forward by the sudden stop, their heads hitting the front seat hard. Damn! Ah! The sounds of surprise and pain rang out simultaneously. Su Ning quickly turned to check on the two, and although this incident wasn't his fault, he didn't want his customers to get hurt. But just then, the figure that had suddenly appeared and almost got hit came right to the driver's side and yanked open the car door. So you know to come back. Where have you been messing around? You're never home. Do you think this is a hotel? The middle-aged woman, like a tigress, was yelling at Su Ning when she suddenly realized something was off. Who are you? Su Ning was a bit dazed and instinctively replied, designated driver. The middle-aged woman stopped cursing and went to pull open the back door. The next second, she was furious, jumping into the car and swinging her fist at the middle-aged man's head and face, hitting him fiercely. You bastard! Are you really looking for a mistress? You really have some nerve. I won't let this go today. The punches landed, and Su Ning felt his heart race beside them. The man was getting beaten to a pulp, but he knew he had to run. He couldn't just keep taking hits, so after enduring a few more blows, he squeezed out of the car. Perhaps feeling that just hitting the cheating husband wasn't enough, the middle-aged woman dove back into the car, reached in, and yanked the young woman's long hair in the back seat, pulling her out with force. Little slut! Shameless thing! Being a mistress, I bet your whole family is outselling themselves. I'll beat you to death today, you vixen! Stinking bitch! The middle-aged woman was ferocious, especially since the young woman couldn't escape with her hair being grabbed. It wasn't long before her face was bloodied. Su Ning didn't dare to intervene, fearing he might attract trouble. I'm just a designated driver, not the world's police. He wanted to leave, but he hadn't settled the driving fee yet. After the system calculated it, it was 4 million. He believed that even top billionaires wouldn't casually throw away that much money. The middle-aged man, knowing he was in the wrong, didn't dare to speak loudly and could only advise softly. Honey, stop hitting her. If you cause her any injury, it counts as intentional harm. The middle-aged woman took this to heart. It would be too much of a loss to get herself involved because of these two. If she ended up in prison sewing on a machine while those two were out enjoying themselves, it would be utterly unfair. However, she still had to say some harsh words. Intentional harm? You think that's a nice thought? I'll take you both out first, then I'll turn myself in. No one is leaving here alive today. Su Ning instantly took 2 steps back, raising his hands to his chest in a gesture of innocence. I haven't done anything. He had no idea that this tigress was just talking tough. If she really got angry and started swinging indiscriminately, he would be the one wronged. The middle-aged man certainly knew his wife's temperament. She clearly wouldn't act so impulsively. As long as he sincerely admitted his mistake and coaxed her a bit, things would settle down. But who would have thought that the lousy designated driver would still be so oblivious? Get out of here! What the hell are you doing watching the show? The middle-aged man yelled at Su Ning, feeling like he was venting all his anger on him. Su Ning immediately became displeased and huffed back. You think I want to watch your mess? I'm the one who's afraid of my eyes burning. The trip is over. Hurry up and pay me the driving fee. You're wasting my time. The man was furious and wanted to go find trouble with Su Ning. Su Ning grinned. Did he really think he wouldn't dare to fight back? If he dared to throw a punch, Su Ning would hit him until he was searching for his teeth. At worst, they would be labeled as mutual fighting and detained for a few days. I have a system. Sooner or later, I'll be the richest, and I won't take your nonsense. Originally, the middle-aged man wanted to vent his anger on Su Ning. After all, to him, Su Ning was just a designated driver, a small fry at the bottom of society, crushed by the pressures of life, not daring to do anything, only deserving to be bullied. But when he saw Su Ning's eager expression and the way he cracked his knuckles, he immediately backed down. In middle age, one often feels powerless, especially when facing a strong young man. The one likely to suffer would be himself. Just as he was looking for a way to back down, his wife also realized that family shame shouldn't be aired, and immediately pulled out 200 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Su Ning. This is the driving fee. You don't need to give me change. Su Ning took the money, nodding slightly in thanks. This tip felt really good. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 190 yuan, with 100,000 times reward of 19 million yuan. Just then, a taxi pulled up beside them, and Su Ning directly reached out to hail it, getting in and leaving. As for the remaining couple and the mistress, whether they continued the next round or went their separate ways was none of Su Ning's business. Better to avoid trouble. After all, it had nothing to do with him. He had enjoyed the spectacle, satisfied his curiosity, and conveniently earned 19 million. What more could he want? Back at the restaurant, he handed the cashier 10 yuan, which was the agreed commission for each order. Although he had to pay a commission, his earnings were still better than what he would make as a designated driver registered on several platforms, so Su Ning was more than willing. After a while, Masterly returned. Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle at the guy's displeased expression. It seemed that the wonderful encounter he had fantasized about had likely fallen through. He thought about teasing him a bit, but since they had only known each other for 2 days and weren't that familiar yet, he abandoned the idea. After waiting a bit longer, customers began to arrive for designated driving, and Su Ning received his third order of the day. 2 trendy young men, dressed casually yet flamboyantly, gave Su Ning an address to pick someone up before heading to a bar. Although the distance wasn't too far, this situation usually warranted a 100 yuan designated driving fee. Once in the car, the 2 young men chatted in the back seat, mostly discussing how to pick up girls at the bar, their own romantic escapades, and even sharing body retrieval experiences. Su Ning focused on driving, pretending he couldn't hear anything. He had been taken to a bar by a few buddies from his dorm before and wasn't particularly interested. As for the chaotic scenes in bars, he had heard some stories. As the saying goes, if it doesn't concern you, just let it be. Arriving at the pickup address, he turned off the engine and waited. After a few minutes with no sign of the person, the 2 young men grew impatient and started calling to hurry them along. Are you dead at home? Can you hurry up? If you don't come soon, there won't be any spots left. The quality ladies are already running to other tables. Clearly, they were waiting for a male friend, not a woman, otherwise, they wouldn't be so candid. After waiting for 10 minutes, Su Ning also felt a bit impatient. After all, the restaurant was doing well today, and so was the designated driving business. Typically, a designated driving order within the city could be completed in less than half an hour, and with the return trip, it would be wrapped up in under an hour. But if too much time was wasted, it would affect subsequent orders, meaning he would earn less, especially since the designated driving fee he earned was magnified 100,000 times by the system. That would be a significant loss. Waiting like this was fine, but it had to come with extra charges. It was similar to how taxis charge extra for waiting time. "Customer, the waiting time has exceeded 10 minutes, Suning said with a smile. "According to our regulations, for every additional 10 minutes, there will be an extra charge of 10 yuan, or you can urge your companion to hurry up." However, the two young men, already a bit impatient, were ignited by his words, their tempers flaring. "Can you shut your mouth? Is it annoying? All you think about is money, huh? Damn it, I have plenty of money. Come on, bark like a dog now, and I'll give you 200 for one bark, 200 for one bark. Let's see how many you can do." They yelled at Suning while pulling out money from their pockets. He was best at humiliating others with money. Suning was taken aback, and when he finally reacted, he almost laughed in anger. "Damn, you think you can humiliate me with money? You think you're worthy?" Without saying a word, he took out his handbag and pulled out 2 stacks of cash. This was the money he had withdrawn today to keep in his bag, just in case something happened. He never expected it would come in handy so soon. 200 for a bark? Come on, bark like a dog, and I'll give you 2,000 for each bark. Let's see how many barks you can do today. If you think the money isn't enough, I'll go to the bank right now. Perhaps 2 stacks of cash wouldn't shock anyone, but Suning's current demeanor had intimidated the 2 young men in the back row. They originally thought they could easily bully a local driver, which is why they acted so recklessly. Even if they really had 10 or 20,000 to spare, they wouldn't mind playing around with a driver barking like a dog. But they never expected this driver to be so tough, so bold. They dared to shout 200, and the driver actually had the guts to say something as harsh as bark for 2,000. They couldn't believe it. It was simply outrageous. How much could a driver possibly earn in a month, working hard for a few 2,000s? Thinking of this, the young men's anger and tempers flared. Damn it, how could a driver intimidate them? 2,000 for a bark? I'll make you go bankrupt today, and you'll have to sell your house. If you dare not pay, I'll call the police and have you locked up for a few years. After throwing out their threats, the young men actually glared at Suning and began to bark like dogs. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Suning laughed, watching the young men imitate dogs. Such a rare and ridiculous scene was worth enjoying. The young men barked for a full 5 minutes, and only when they felt out of breath did they finally stop. They glared fiercely at Suning and reached out their hands. "Pay up! I barked 200 times, that's a total of 400,000. Let's see if you dare not pay today. If you can't pay, I'll make you kneel here until dawn." They were all in, having drunk too much, and were willing to do anything outrageous. As for the shame of barking like a dog, it really didn't matter to them anymore. They believed they were already in an unbeatable position. If Suning didn't pay, they had plenty of ways to torment him. If Suning did pay, how could a driver possibly come up with that much money? In the end, wouldn't he just be at their mercy? Thinking about how they could easily squash and toy with this stubborn driver made them feel exhilarated. But at that moment, Suning chuckled and took out his phone. 400,000? That's really not much. Spending 400,000 to see something this entertaining is worth it. But the bank is closed, and the ATM doesn't have such a high withdrawal limit, so I'll just transfer it to you. The scene the 2 young men had imagined, where the driver would be so panicked he would kneel and beg for mercy, did not happen. Instead, Suning was so calm that for a moment, both of them were a bit stunned. After a long while, they finally snapped out of their shock. "I don't believe this. Come on, let's see how you transfer the money." After giving Suning their bank account number, one of the young men gritted his teeth and said fiercely. They truly believed Suning was just putting on a brave front, and they had to expose this annoying facade. However, not even a minute had passed when the young man's phone rang. A text message, a message from the bank. The content clearly stated that 400,000 had just been credited to his bank account. Scam message? Fake transfer? Until that moment, the young man still held on to a glimmer of hope, but when he logged into his mobile banking, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, completely losing his ability to think. His companion leaned over to take a look and was equally stunned. The 400,000 had really arrived. The impact this scene had on them was no less shocking than witnessing aliens armed with guns lining up to invade Earth. It was simply absurd, right? Although they could come up with 400,000, it was unreasonable to think that a designated driver could casually throw away 400,000 just for fun. If at this point they still didn't realize that 400,000 was merely a trivial amount to Suning, then they really had wasted their lives. Once they recovered from the shock and horror, the 2 young men couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed they wouldn't be able to recover from this. Did that mean they had learned to bark like dogs for nothing? Of course, it wasn't for nothing. After all, they had received 400,000. For them, 400,000 could allow them to enjoy a month of carefree fun at nightclubs. But the thought that this 400,000 was earned by barking like dogs filled them with a shame so profound they wished they could dig a hole and bury themselves. For a moment, the air in the car seemed to freeze, falling into silence. Su Ning snorted lightly and couldn't help but speak up. In society, you have to learn to respect people. Although designated driving is a service industry, that doesn't mean it's inferior. Honest people are indeed easy to bully, but honest people can risk their lives, and you can't afford that. If today it were another designated driver, and you humiliated them like this, that driver might just drive the car into the river, and you'd be waiting to become floating corpses. This was indeed the case, and he spoke from the heart. Although he had only been a designated driver for 2 days, he found that most car owners, to varying degrees, looked down on designated drivers, feeling superior and lacking respect. This was almost a universal phenomenon in the service industry. But in reality, how could the service industry be considered inferior? Customers pay for services, not for status. The two young men nodded seriously, realizing this issue. So this money. Su Ning chuckled and waved his hand. You keep it, otherwise, I might really be afraid you'd call the police. At that moment, their friend they had been waiting for finally arrived, albeit late. As soon as he got in the car, he sensed something was off about the atmosphere. He wanted to say something, but seeing his two friends with their heads down looking like unfortunate souls, he realized something must have happened to them. However, this was definitely not the right time to discuss it. It would be better to wait until they were at the bar and had a drink before talking about anything. About 10 minutes later, the car stopped in a parking space outside the bar. The normal designated driving fee is 100 yuan. You waited for 20 minutes, so there's an extra 20 yuan. A total of 120 yuan. Su Ning naturally collected the designated driving fee, but the two young men felt that the scene before them was incredibly discordant. They could throw away 400,000 without blinking, yet they had to pay 120. However, they still obediently paid the designated driving fee and watched Su Ning take a taxi away. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn 110 yuan, with a 10,000-fold reward of 11 million yuan. Another 11 million earned, and this crazy money-making system continued to provide dopamine, making it truly addictive. However, because this order took so long, after returning to the restaurant, he couldn't wait for new designated driving customers. After the last table settled their bill and left, the three designated driving managers on duty exchanged greetings and also left. Today was the same as yesterday, he had completed 3 orders. However, compared to yesterday's insane 72 million, today's income of 34 million was less than half. But Su Ning knew that today actually represented a normal income level, and it was even slightly high. If it weren't for that customer who loved overtaking in a sports car yesterday, his income might have been less than today. Adding the remaining 22 million from yesterday's purchase of a supercar, the number in Su Ning's account reached 56 million. This time he didn't plan to make a move. He wanted to save up and go straight for a grand mansion. During the day when he had nothing to do, he had searched online for several villas. Each one was quite appealing, as compared to the cramped dormitory, even an ordinary 2-bedroom apartment felt spacious, let alone a large villa. After selecting, Su Ning mainly focused on 2. One was the famous Longhu Yihiyuan near the capital, and the other was Yuanyan Levi. The former, as the name suggests, is next to the Summer Palace, designed entirely as a royal garden, with architectural styles reflecting classical royal designs, and even the classic layout of a large courtyard for royal relatives. One could say that living here would be almost indistinguishable from being a royal relative in ancient times. Of course, the price was also quite beautiful. The villa Su Ning had his eye on was 2,100 square meters, priced at a staggering 300 million, while Yuanyang Levi, although a villa of a different style, was equally renowned. The entire villa area was built around the Wenyu River, with the smallest villa occupying at least 7 acres, akin to a private island. The one Su Ning was interested in was 3,600 square meters, with a terrifying price of 600 million. Even though Su Ning now earned tens of millions daily, buying such a top-tier villa would likely take more than just a few days to arrange. Perhaps he would need to complete the money-making cycle of his driving profession to accumulate such wealth. Well, these 2 villas would be his targets. Su Ning felt he suddenly had a goal to strive for, eager to drive and earn money like crazy. He walked towards the Koenigsegg Park not far away, started the car, and headed straight for school. Driving his own sports car felt completely different from driving someone else's as a chauffeur. As a chauffeur, one had to be steady and smooth, while driving his own sports car allowed for freedom and speed. Lowering the window, he felt the strong wind rush past his face, as if his heart could soar with it. While waiting at a traffic light, a car slowly pulled up beside him. This car didn't catch Su Ning's attention, but when the light turned green, with a roar, the unparalleled acceleration made the Koenigsegg shoot forward like a rocket. At that moment, several people in the car next to him widened their eyes in shock, their jaws dropping. My God, he's driving a Koenigsegg 1? No wonder he doesn't care about 400,000. Wow, a top-tier young master driving low-key as a chauffeur. Is he playing a game of hiding his identity and pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Indeed, the people in the car were the two who had earned Suning 400,000 by barking like dogs. They never expected that the guy who had given them a profound lesson was actually driving the globally limited supercar, the Koenigsegg 1. The intense shock left them feeling almost crazy. After the unparalleled astonishment, the two of them coincidentally thought of something else. The young master definitely wouldn't take on the grueling job of a chauffeur for no reason. So what could the reason be? Could it be that there were benefits to being a chauffeur that they didn't know about? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in their heads, and they felt they had figured it out. The clients needing a chauffeur were all people who had been drinking, and they were likely very drunk. If it was a girl, wouldn't that mean the chauffeur could do as he pleased? This was akin to picking up bodies at the bar entrance. In fact, the chances were much higher. The two realized, no wonder the young master wanted to be a low-key chauffeur. It turned out it could be played this way. They exchanged glances, and a thought popped into their minds simultaneously: why not become chauffeurs too? Just hang out at the bar entrance, waiting for beautiful women to call for a chauffeur. We won't make money, we'll just have fun. The exquisite taste of this, only those who do it would know. Suning, of course, had no idea he was being misunderstood. Even if he did, he would just laugh it off. When Suning returned to the dormitory, it was almost midnight. The three brothers had already gone to bed. However, despite Suning's careful and quiet movements, he still woke up the fourth brother, Deng Zihao. Third brother, you came back too late this time. Deng Zihao mumbled sleepily, his voice tinged with concern. You need to take care of yourself. Even if you're a designated driver, you can't wear yourself out. Suning smiled. I know, I'll make sure to rest. Deng Zihao muttered something and then turned back to sleep. After a quick wash, Suning also got into bed, ready to rest. Lying there, he pondered whether he should stay in a hotel or simply rent a place. Working as a designated driver meant being out late, with work hours mostly at night, sometimes stretching into the early morning. If he kept coming back to the dorm this late, it would disturb the other brothers too much. Although he wanted to buy a house and could probably afford one soon, a purchased house might not be immediately livable. So during this transitional phase, it would be best to have a place to stay. Renting a room or staying in a hotel seemed like a good solution. However, the thought of encountering unpleasant landlords while renting, like those who nitpick over damages, was quite bothersome. Suning was someone who disliked trouble. The fewer issues, the better. Moreover, the job of a designated driver only required a month of experience, and perhaps his next money-making job wouldn't involve late nights. Weighing everything, staying in a hotel was the most convenient option, plus there would be cleaning services. The next morning, he woke up to find the three brothers already gathered in front of the computer, engrossed in a game. Third brother, awake? Let's go out for a drink later at noon. The eldest, Hua Xiefeng, called out without turning his head, controlling the character on the screen to charge towards the enemy's base. Suning responded, accustomed to it. The four of them often went out to eat, with the three taking care of him, and Suning paying the least. So he needed to treat these brothers better in the future. Deng Zihao, having just finished a game, turned around and looked at Suning with some curiosity. Third brother, did you break up with Wang Yingying? Suning smiled and shrugged, casually saying, yeah, we broke up. Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately dropped their computers and surrounded him, chattering away. Third brother, what's going on? Why did you break up with Wang Yingying? Didn't you two have a good relationship? Is it because you can't tutor anymore and feel like you don't have money, so you didn't want to hold her back? There's no need for that. College couples know each other well. Who knows how many men will pursue her once she enters society? Listening to their chatter, a question mark slowly appeared above Suning's head. Break up with her? Did they get it wrong? How did you know? Suning asked in surprise. Deng Zihao pointed to the phone on the table. Wang Yingying called me this morning, crying and saying you broke up with her yesterday. She feels wronged and sad and wants to talk to you again. She doesn't want to break up. If it weren't for Suning, based solely on Wang Yingying's sob story, they would have thought the man who proposed the breakup was a scumbag. But since it was Suning, they naturally wouldn't think that way. They knew Suning was a sentimental person and wouldn't just break up with Wang Yingying for no reason. They speculated that it was probably because Suning felt financially insecure and a bit inferior, which led him to propose the breakup, naively thinking it was for everyone's good. In that case, they had to persuade Suning. However, at that moment, Suning had a look of helpless amusement. Who would have thought? Wang Yingying really was a piece of work. Clearly, she was the one who latched onto a wealthy man, kicking herself out in the process. Yet now she pretends to be a wronged little flower, acting like a victim. How clever. After what happened yesterday morning, that Wang Hao who drives a Porsche 718 probably doesn't look at her favorably anymore, right? And now she wants to rekindle things with me? Does she really think that I love her so much that a mere flick of her finger could make me fall at her feet again? She really has a vivid imagination. Block her. When I went to find her yesterday, she left with some guy driving a Ferrari. Yeah, the Ferrari that I could never afford in my lifetime. I don't think I need to explain the rest. Su Ning briefly outlined the situation, not wanting to dwell on the matter. The three brothers were immediately filled with righteous indignation, itching to teach that scumbag a lesson. Goodness, what do we lack? We have height, looks, and good character. The only thing is our family background is average. But family background is just a reference. What's important is personal effort. They believed that with Su Ning's intelligence and his diligent work ethic, his future was bound to be limitless. But what about Wang Yingying? Right now, she seemed like a vain gold digger. Did she really think she could elevate her social status just by clinging to a rich man? Or that buying her a few bags would make her sell her soul? The sooner one separates from such a woman, the better. Otherwise, who knows how badly the third brother might get taken advantage of in the future. Third brother, don't be sad. We don't need such women. We never told you before, but we all thought you two weren't a good match. She doesn't deserve you. There are beautiful women everywhere. After the breakup, you'll find you have a whole forest. Come on, let's go out tonight and have some fun. Forget about this woman. Faced with the comfort and goodwill of his brothers, Su Ning felt warm inside, deeply moved. I'm really not sad. Maybe the feelings just faded. As you said, there are good girls everywhere, haha. He smiled and told them he was actually fine. By the way, I don't have financial pressure anymore. I just found out I have a great uncle overseas. He had no heirs, and after he passed away, he left all his inheritance to me. So I won't be short of money in the future. This was the explanation Su Ning had prepared. After all, it's better not to reveal the system. With a movie as a basis, such an absurd story was easier for people to accept. Sure enough, the three brothers' eyes widened in disbelief. Great uncle? Inheriting an estate? You must be joking. Such things were indeed a bit bizarre, but once they accepted this premise, many things became clear. At least Su Ning no longer had to struggle with how to tell them he would become a super rich man in the future. No matter how much money he had later, he could always say it was from his great uncle. Surprisingly, the three of them genuinely felt happy for Su Ning. Although they didn't know exactly how much he had, he certainly wouldn't have to worry about tuition and living expenses like before. To celebrate, the four of them had a small barbecue for lunch and drank to their heart's content. Of course, Su Ning only had a little, since he had to be a designated driver that night. The brothers found it strange. He had inherited an estate but was still being a designated driver? Su Ning explained that he loved his job and that being a designated driver was quite interesting. Hearing Su Ning's explanation, the three brothers nodded in unison, feeling that perhaps Su Ning needed to keep himself busy after the breakup and had no time to think about unnecessary things. The four of them drank happily next, but after all, it was midday, so they knew to stop at the right time. They returned to the dormitory a bit tipsy and took a nap, waking up to find the effects of the alcohol had worn off. After all, he hadn't drunk much, he still had a lot of self-control. If the designated driver was also drunk, that would be ridiculous. Such things had happened before and had been exposed online. Clearly, the car owner had been drinking but wanted to find a designated driver to get home safely, only for the designated driver to be drunk as well. When stopped by the traffic police for a breathalyzer test, they were all dumbfounded. When they arrived at the restaurant in the evening, the cashier gave Su Ning a knowing look. Su Ning blinked, indicating he didn't understand. At that moment, Master Li stood up, a bit displeased, and spoke to Su Ning. Xiao Su, I think we need to stick to some rules. The first customer you picked up yesterday was my regular. I always take him home. In situations like this, you shouldn't be snatching orders. If this happens again, you can take the order, but I want half of the designated driver fee. Seeing the other party's righteous demeanor, Su Ning couldn't help but frown. Regular customer? Snatching orders? Splitting the designated driver fee? What kind of rules were these? He realized that Master Li was taking advantage of his youth and inexperience. Master Li had been at the shop for a long time, making him the most senior, which allowed him to benefit the most among the designated drivers, sometimes even appearing overbearing. For instance, he was always the first to take orders. But don't underestimate the order-taking sequence. If there were 3 designated drivers and 6 orders that night, it was straightforward, each person would get 2 orders. However, if there were a total of 7 orders, the first one to take an order would get one more than the others. Moreover, he often picked and chose. For example, he wouldn't take a completely drunk man and would usually pass him off to others. If the person looking for a designated driver was a beautiful woman, he would rush to take the order. Master Wang probably didn't want to stir up trouble, so he generally let it go. But Su Ning didn't expect that this guy would come after him today. Did he really look that easy to bully? With a slight smirk, carrying a hint of mockery, Su Ning coldly snorted and spoke. Just because you say he's your customer, that makes him your customer? Did the customer sign an exclusive designated driver contract with you? Besides, even if he is your customer, you're not at the restaurant. Are you going to make him wait here for you to come back? And you want half of the designated driver fee? Dream on! He shot back directly, without any politeness. That's how society works. The kind are trampled upon. If you're weak, others will bully you. If you're tough, others naturally won't dare to provoke you. Master Li seemed taken aback that Su Ning not only wasn't afraid but also dared to stand up to him, becoming a bit flustered, pointing at Su Ning but unable to find the words. Su Ning swatted his hand away and huffed, "Stop pointing at me, or I'll break your finger." Just as it looked like the two were about to clash, the restaurant manager hurried over and separated them. "What's going on? Can't you guys keep it together? Do you want all the customers in the restaurant to see you fighting? If you can work, then work honestly. If you can't, I'll find someone else." Saying this, the manager shot a displeased glance at Master Li. Although he wasn't clear on what had happened, he knew Master Li's character and figured he was probably bullying the young Su Ning because of his seniority. If it weren't for the fact that Master Li had a distant familial relationship with the restaurant owner, he really wouldn't want to deal with this trouble. Just then, a customer came looking for a designated driver. Master Li shot Su Ning a glance and went to attend to the customer. After Master Li left, Master Wang sighed and began to console Su Ning. "Don't stoop to his level. It's not worth getting yourself worked up over him. He has some connections with the restaurant owner, so we usually let him have his way with things that aren't too outrageous. After all, we still have to make a living here. It's better to avoid trouble." Although Su Ning knew Master Wang meant well, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. It turned out he had connections at the restaurant. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that he was making things difficult for himself, he really wouldn't want to get entangled with this guy. For instance, when it came to the order of taking jobs or picking jobs, Su Ning couldn't be bothered to argue with him. But now he was even demanding half of the designated driver fee. What was the difference between that and outright robbery? For someone so shamelessly greedy, he needed to learn why flowers are so red. However, how to deal with him required some careful thought. Just beating him up would be too low and would change the nature of the situation. It had to hurt deeply enough to be unforgettable. While Su Ning was pondering this, someone came to the cash register asking for a designated driver, and he had to take the customer. As a designated driver, it had become Su Ning's instinct to observe customers. In this line of work, one must think like a practitioner of the industry. This could be considered his insight. If a customer looked like they would be difficult to deal with, one had to be extra cautious to avoid trouble. However, based on his 2 days of experience as a designated driver, the first job usually went smoothly, and the bizarre situations tended to come later. Indeed, today's first job went just as smoothly. The customer was a man in his early 30s, tall and upright, with a resolute face that exuded righteousness. If he had to guess, he would say he was either a civil servant or a recently discharged soldier. "Hello, sir, I'm here to serve you," Su Ning greeted him with standard service language. The man smiled and nodded, leaning back against the seat and headrest, looking somewhat tired as he closed his eyes to rest. Halfway through the journey, the man's phone rang. "What? Okay, I'll be there soon." After hanging up, the man showed a rather helpless expression and turned to Su Ning. "Brother, please turn around and head straight to the Hanjiang Road police station." Su Ning complied, slowing down to make a U-turn at the intersection, but he couldn't help but ask, "Did something happen?" The man forced a smile, sighed, and looked quite weary. "It's nothing serious. I'm just a police officer at the station. I was supposed to be the best man at my brother's wedding tomorrow, and I took 2 days off. But the station has an urgent case, so I have to rush back. No more talking. I need to call my buddy and see if I can still be the best man tomorrow." Su Ning couldn't help but shake his head. Being a grassroots police officer was no easy job. Long hours on duty, and even when at home resting, a call could pull you back in an instant. Wives can't be accompanied, children can't be cared for, and life becomes a muddle. But there's nothing to be done. In peaceful times, some people have to give a little more. "Thank you for your hard work," Su Ning sincerely said. The young officer smiled, as if that compliment made everything worthwhile. Upon arriving at the police station, Su Ning intended to waive the designated driver fee, but the officer insisted on paying him. "Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 40 yuan. With a 100,000 times reward of 4 million yuan, he also gave Su-ning a police civilian contact card with the station's phone number and his contact information. Be sure to stay safe while driving at night. If anything happens, call us immediately. Even if it's not in our precinct, we can contact other colleagues immediately. After saying this, he hurriedly entered the police station, probably to participate in an operation soon. Su-ning looked down at the police civilian contact card, then raised his head to glance at the officer's back, letting out a soft sigh. Taking a taxi back to the hotel, both Master Wang and Master Li were there. Master Wang waved to Su-ning, but Master Li snorted, not giving Su-ning a good look. Su-ning chuckled lightly. He had already thought of a solution on the way back. Today would be fine, but starting tomorrow, Master Li should find another job. At least he wouldn't be able to work as a driver for Li's private kitchen anymore. After waiting for a while, the second order of the day finally came. After helping the guest into the car and sitting in the driver's seat, Su-ning began to pray silently. He hoped this ride would go smoothly and that the system wouldn't throw any more surprises at him. Perhaps hearing Su-ning's prayer, an unexpected incident occurred. The first half of the journey went relatively smoothly, but when turning right at the intersection of Nanshan Road, a young man suddenly ran out from behind a parked car. Su-ning's pupils constricted sharply, and in a split second, he slammed on the brakes. Screeched just before hitting the person, the car came to a stop. The immense inertia caused Su-ning and the car owner to lurch forward. Fortunately, they were both wearing seatbelts, otherwise, the windshield would have likely shattered. But just as the car had stopped, the suddenly darting pedestrian let out a scream and then collapsed to the ground. Su-ning was taken aback and quickly got out to check the situation. He was certain he hadn't hit anyone, so why did this person fall? The car owner hadn't drunk much and was alert at this moment, panicking as he got out of the car. Ouch, that hurts. Ah! The young man lying on the ground clutched his leg, wailing in agony, sounding as if he was enduring unbearable pain. Seeing this, the car owner became even more flustered and hurriedly took out his phone to call 120. Su-ning didn't rush to help him. Instead, he squinted slightly, observing the young man on the ground. It was too strange. He gently nudged the car owner and lowered his voice. There should be a dashcam in the car, right? Check the footage. I feel something's off because I definitely didn't hit him. The car owner was taken aback, his expression changing slightly. Perhaps he had been panicking earlier, but now he was slowly calming down and also sensed something was wrong. Recalling the moment of the accident, he indeed hadn't heard any collision sound. As an experienced driver, he knew what that meant. Either they hadn't hit anyone at all, or it was a slight touch that wouldn't cause such a dramatic reaction from the person involved. Realizing this, the car owner immediately got back in the car to retrieve the dashcam footage. But a few minutes later, he got out with a grim expression and shook his head at Su-ning. The dashcam seems to be broken, there's no footage. Su-ning took a deep breath, feeling that things were getting a bit troublesome. He turned around, squatted down, and asked with a tone of concern, "Are you okay? Can you stand up?" The young man who had been hit, although not wailing as loudly as before, still looked pained and was groaning. Hearing Su-ning's question, he gritted his teeth as if enduring immense pain and spoke up. "How do you drive? Now that you've hit me, what do you say we do?" Su-ning narrowed his eyes. Hearing the tone of the other person, he had a firm judgment. This guy was trying to scam. But before he could say anything, the car owner spoke up anxiously. I'm sorry. We'll take you to the hospital first. I definitely won't evade my responsibility. Anyway, I have full insurance, so medical expenses and lost wages will all be covered." Hearing this, the young man lying on the ground struggled to stand up, slowly moving his legs and limping as he began to walk. Seeing that he could still walk, the car owner couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't anything serious. Otherwise, even if he had insurance, it would be quite troublesome. "How about this? You don't need to take me to the hospital. After all, you all are busy. I don't think this will be a big deal. Just give me some money, and I'll go get checked myself." The young man who was hit looked like he was resigned to his misfortune but still considerate of others. Su-ning couldn't help but sneer. Wasn't this the moment when the dagger was revealed? However, at that moment, to his surprise, the car owner actually agreed. "I only have 600 in cash, is that enough?" Just as Su-ning was about to intervene, the car owner gave him a knowing glance. The young man seemed to hesitate for a moment before putting on a "I'll let you off this time" expression. "Alright then, 600 it is. That should be enough for me to get checked. As for the rest, like compensation for nutrition and lost work, I'll just consider it my bad luck." Saying this, he quickly took the money the car owner handed over. The car owner and Su-ning silently watched him limp into the nearby community, and for a moment, both were a bit silent. "He's a scammer." Su-ning took a deep breath and spoke up. The car owner's expression was not surprised. How could he not know? "Whether he's a scammer or not, I guess it's my bad luck. Who told this road to have no surveillance? and my dashcam just happened to be broken. If there's no way to prove he's a scammer, then spending a little money to avoid trouble is the best option. Su-ning was puzzled. Then why not call the police? We can't let scammers be so arrogant. The car owner smiled at Su-ning, and at that moment, he felt Su-ning was a bit like his younger self when he had just entered society. So young, so naive. That's right, we can indeed call the police. But as long as he insists he's injured and needs to go to the hospital, the traffic police will definitely let him go. Even if nothing is found, as long as he says he has a headache, the doctor won't discharge him. Moreover, in a traffic accident with injuries, the traffic police need to impound the car and conduct an accident assessment. There will be a lot of subsequent troubles. An ordinary person really can't afford to deal with it. I have a business trip the day after tomorrow. I can't waste my time here. Listening to the car owner's explanation, Su-ning fell silent. It seemed to make sense. He had never dealt with such matters before, and the car owner must have had experience. In such a situation, spending a little money to avoid disaster really seemed to be the best approach. After all, his dashcam was unfortunately out of order. They drove in silence until they reached the designated location, and Su-ning received 100 yuan as a driving fee. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 90 yuan, with a 100,000 times reward of 9 million yuan on the way back to the hotel. Su-ning began to ponder. Just having a voice recorder on him didn't seem sufficient. He should also get something like a sports camera to record videos and attach it to himself. He never expected that in just a regular driving job, he would encounter such people. Back at the hotel, the annoying Master Li had left, and Master Wang was still there, so Su-ning started discussing the matter with Master Wang. After listening, Master Wang appeared calm and unbothered. After all, having worked as a driver for so many years, he had encountered far more bizarre situations than Su-ning. There are indeed some people who are professional scammers. Don't take it too seriously. Remember, if the car owner shifts the responsibility to you, just call the police. As long as the car owner doesn't push the responsibility onto you, that's all that matters. It's better to avoid trouble. Listening to Master Wan's comfort and reminders, Su-ning's eyes flashed. Professional scammers? That meant they wouldn't just act this once. Perhaps he would have a chance to deal with them after all. After waiting for a while, the third order of the night came in. As he was about to leave, Su-ning noticed that there were still 4 tables of customers left in the restaurant. He thought that if he hurried there and back, he might still have a chance to pick up a 4th order tonight. The previous 2 days had only seen 3 orders each night. The car owner was a middle-aged man nearing 50, exuding a strong presence, clearly a successful individual. His car, an Audi A8, likely testified to that fact. "Good evening, sir. I'm here to serve you. What's your destination?" After the polite exchange, Su-ning adjusted the seat while asking. The car owner sat in the back seat, cracked the window slightly, and gazed out, his expression deep and contemplative. "I don't have a destination, just drive wherever you like." Upon hearing this, Su-ning paused momentarily. Drive wherever? What a peculiar request. He turned slightly to look at the car owner, who didn't seem drunk at all. Why was he talking nonsense? "Sir, the car owner turned to Su-ning, revealing a faint smile. "There's no rush to get home, just consider it a drive to enjoy the breeze. I'll sober up while taking in the city's night view. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you on the driving fee." Hearing this, Su-ning suddenly understood, a vague realization dawning on him. It was as if the most relaxed moment for a middle-aged man was to park his car downstairs at home and sit quietly in it for a while. There were pressures at work and pressures at home, but this moment belonged solely to him. It seemed to be the same for the man in front of him. Even if he was a successful person, he still had worries and pressures. Didn't he also need to relieve stress by enjoying the city's night view in the stillness of the night? Men, after all, have it tough. "Then I'll take Riverside Road for a bit. The night view by the river is quite nice," Su-ning said as he started the car. He drove skillfully and effortlessly, maintaining the most suitable speed so the car owner could better enjoy the night scenery. They had to pass through an overpass, and after that, they would enter Riverside Road. However, at that moment, Su-ning squinted slightly. It was already late at night. Although there were still cars on the road, it was much quieter than the usual bustling streets. Even when there were cars, they sped by in a hurry. But at that moment, he noticed something was off. There was a car behind them, maintaining a steady distance, neither too close nor too far. When they first left the restaurant, Su-ning hadn't paid attention, but after a while, he noticed the car following them. They passed many intersections, and Su-ning even deliberately took a few turns. Yet that car kept following at a distance. After testing a few times, Su-ning finally confirmed it. There was no doubt, they were being tailed. It couldn't be aimed at him. It was definitely after the car owner. Su-ning glanced at the car owner, who still wore the deep expression, silently looking out the window, as if the wind passing by could carry away the effects of the alcohol and all his worries. Did he know he was being followed? They couldn't go onto Riverside Road, it was built along the river and wasn't a main road, so there would hardly be any cars at this time. In such a secluded place, wasn't it the best spot to make a move? So Su-Ning decided not to take Riverside Road. He couldn't put himself in danger. He couldn't even drop the car owner off at home now. What if the people behind acted as soon as he got out of the car? At that moment, Su-Ning even felt an impulse to call the police. "Sir, I need to tell you something, please stay calm. There's a car behind us that has been following us for a while. I've tried a few times to shake them off, but it's likely they're after you. For your safety, I'm going to drive to the nearest police station now. Or do you have a better idea?" Su-Ning took a deep breath and lowered his voice. The driver in the back turned around, looking at Su-Ning through the rearview mirror, a smile on his face. "I know someone is following us. He's not a bad person. Let's say he's a potential partner of mine. Right now, he's following me to ensure I get home safely. And I let you drive freely to test his sincerity. The longer he can keep up, the more sincere and reliable he is. A true partner isn't about how much money you can make, but about how dependable they are." Su-Ning felt relieved at his words. As long as it wasn't dangerous, that was good. Then he found himself at a loss for words, feeling absurd and inexplicable. Testing a partner's sincerity in this way? So if he didn't follow you to ensure your safety, you wouldn't cooperate with him? In the middle of the night, following for several hours, how humble was that? He couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Thankfully, he had the system. Otherwise, if he encountered a similar situation, he wouldn't have any qualifications to cooperate with him. Not wanting to say anything more, he just kept driving, casually navigating within the third ring road. He was getting tired. If it weren't for the fact that they were almost out of gas, the driver might have kept going until dawn. Su-Ning didn't know if the partner following him gained anything in the end, but he certainly did. No matter what methods successful people used to test their partners, at least he was generous with the chauffeur service. After nearly 4 hours of driving, he received 500 yuan for the service. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn 490 yuan, with a 10,000-fold reward of 49 million yuan. This money was hard-earned, but he couldn't hide his excitement when he received it. 400 plus 900 plus 4,900 is equal to 6,200. On the third day of being a chauffeur, he earned a total of 62 million. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the 72 million from the first day, it was almost double yesterday's earnings. At this time, the dormitory manager obviously wouldn't be able to let him in, so Su-Ning simply found the nearest hotel and booked a room. He collapsed into bed and fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already around noon, just in time for lunch. He went downstairs to check out and then found a fast food restaurant to fill his stomach first. While eating, Su-Ning began to act on the thoughts he had from yesterday. The system had a rather practical function. Whatever Su-Ning wanted to buy, he didn't need to operate it himself in reality. The system could handle it for him. For example, that Koenigsegg one. Otherwise, even if Su-Ning had enough money in reality, he might not be able to buy this top limited edition supercar. This time, Su-Ning had his eyes on Lee's private kitchen. Money in the bank card was just a number, spending it was what made it truly his. Now, he was working as a resident chauffeur at Lee's private kitchen, so he naturally knew how the business was doing. He couldn't say it was packed every day, but there were enough customers to support the operation, especially on weekends when there was definitely a wait. Even though Su-Ning couldn't get specific revenue data, he estimated that the monthly profit was definitely over 1 million. Converting asset numbers into stable income was quite nice. However, Su-Ning's interest in acquiring Lee's private kitchen wasn't solely from an investment perspective. After all, no investment could be as solid as the system. The key was that acquiring Lee's private kitchen would allow him to get rid of the annoying Master Lee. If not, this guy, relying on his distant familial ties to the boss, would keep causing trouble for him, making it impossible for him to focus on making money. Now that there was an opportunity to secure a stable income investment while also getting rid of Master Lee, Su-Ning naturally wouldn't let it slip by. He just needed to trouble the system a bit. Acquire Lee's private kitchen. Once the matter was confirmed in the system, 42 million was instantly deducted from the bank account. Su-Ning? 42 million? This number nearly left him dumbfounded. He had thought that having a little over 10 million would be enough, but he didn't expect to have nearly a day's worth of income wiped out. However, when he saw the acquisition details in the system, he finally understood what was going on. It turned out that not only had he acquired Lee's private kitchen, but he had also taken over the property of Lee's private kitchen. Lee's private kitchen was a standalone shop facing the street, covering an area of over 500 square meters, with a total of 4 floors, which meant there was actually over 2,000 square meters of space. Not only that, but there were also 50 independent parking spaces on the ground floor. This translated to about 20,000 per square meter. Su Ning was well aware that the price of commercial properties in the capital was far lower than that of residential properties. Knowing that he had bought the building as well, Su Ning no longer felt it was too expensive. After all, renting was ultimately unreliable, and it was better to own the property. All the paperwork and property certificates had already appeared in his system space, meaning that from this moment on, Li's private kitchen belonged to him. Just as he finished his meal, Su Ning headed straight to the restaurant. Outside the restaurant, his Koenigsegg one was still parked there. Su Ning manifested the property certificate and paperwork, placing them in the car. Upon entering the restaurant, a friendly-looking middle-aged man approached him. "Mr. Su, hello." Facing the outstretched hand, Su Ning smiled and shook it. Without a doubt, he was the restaurant owner, the actual proprietor. The manager and staff nearby watched this scene, a bit taken aback. It was already somewhat unexpected for the owner to come to the restaurant today, and to be so courteous to the on-site driver made it even more puzzling for them. "Mr. Su is truly young and accomplished. I'm in a hurry to immigrate, so I'm eager to sell the building and the restaurant. The current economic situation isn't great. I thought it would take a while to sell. Your purchase of Li's private kitchen has really helped me out." Listening to the other party's warm yet slightly grateful words, Su Ning was taken aback. He couldn't tell if the owner was genuinely looking to immigrate or if the system had used its power to facilitate the acquisition of the restaurant. After chatting with the owner for a few moments, they got down to business, the handover of the restaurant. The owner called over the restaurant manager. "Old Lu, from now on, I won't be the restaurant owner anymore. This Mr. Su is the new owner of the restaurant. From now on, the restaurant in this building belonged to him." Manager Lu was instantly shocked, his eyes wide open. Even after being a manager for so many years and having seen many ups and downs, he was still left speechless by this news. This was too outrageous. If he didn't know the owner's character, he might think the owner and the on-site driver were just playing a joke on him. How could it be? A driver had actually spent tens of millions to buy the restaurant and the building? It was completely absurd. Although he didn't know the exact amount of the transaction, he could estimate the scale of the funds involved. It had to be over 30 million, possibly even more. Bought by a driver? Do drivers make that much money? Even if he thought about it, he knew it had to be that Su Ning had the strength to do this, and it had nothing to do with him being a driver. It felt like one day the most inconspicuous employee in a company suddenly bought the company and became the boss. The absurdity of it was no less than if one day the world suddenly experienced a revival of spiritual energy. After being stunned for a long time, he finally regained his composure, though the expression on his face still couldn't hide his shock. Su Ning also knew that such matters had a strong impact on others' minds, so he gave him enough time to recover. "Manager Lu, I acquired the restaurant because I believe in its business potential. Although the boss has changed, I hope you can continue to stay on and take full responsibility for the restaurant's operations. As for your salary, it will remain unchanged for now, but at the end of the year, I can give you a bonus." Su Ning smiled at Manager Lu. The previous boss rarely came by, and the restaurant's operations were basically managed by Manager Lu. He was doing quite well, so Su Ning naturally had no reason to make a change. Besides, he couldn't always be in the restaurant. He needed a manager like Lu who could hold the place together. Manager Lu had recovered from his shock and nodded. This arrangement was good. He was worried that the new boss might not understand anything and just give orders blindly. "Oh, by the way, you don't need to tell anyone that I'm the new boss. You just need to be accountable to me. Also, fire the on-site driver, Master Li, and then hire another on-site driver." After sending off the previous boss, Su Ning seemed to suddenly remember something and instructed Manager Lu. "Understood, Su Zone." Manager Lu nodded, and his address for Su Ning changed to Su Zone. He had a vague, incredulous suspicion, if this guess was true, it would be too mind-boggling. Yesterday, Su Ning had a conflict with the driver, Master Li, and they almost got into a fight. Considering that Su Ning's almost sole request after acquiring the restaurant was to fire Master Li, the causal relationship was glaringly obvious. It was likely that Su Ning's acquisition of the restaurant was not because he had faith in its operations, but simply wanted to get rid of Master Li. No wonder people say the rich are capricious. They throw money around at the slightest disagreement. If Master Li knew that Su Ning spent 30 to 40 million just to make him lose this driving job, it would be hard to imagine whether he should feel devastated or honored. And when he heard Su Ning say he would continue to work as the on-site driver, Manager Lu was completely taken aback. "Is this for real? You bought the restaurant, and now you want to work as a driver here? This is no different from a beggar who, after getting rich, buys a skyscraper and continues to beg downstairs." Manager Lu found it really hard to understand the thoughts of these wealthy people. "Well, if you want to be a driver, then be a driver. It's better than those rich second-generation kids who shout about starting their own businesses." It's not the rich second-generation kids enjoying life that worries him, but those who invest in startups. He guessed that Su Ning's family must be like that. After chatting with manager Lu about the restaurant's operations, he lost interest and went upstairs to find a private room to rest, only coming down at dinner time to wait for work. Master Wang also arrived early, and the two chatted to pass the time, so it wasn't boring, especially when Su Ning told him about the bizarre car owner he encountered yesterday, which made Master Wang laugh uncontrollably. However, when he heard that the car owner finally paid Su Ning 500 yuan for the driving service, he instantly lost his amusement. What the hell, that much? That's almost 2 days' worth of my income. For that much money, don't say I have to drive him around, he can ride on me. Just as the two were chatting, the annoying Master Li arrived. Master Li first shot Su Ning a glare, then his eyes darted around, probably thinking about how to bully Su Ning. But before he could say anything, Manager Lu walked over. Master Li quickly approached him, forcing a smile on his face. Manager Lu, why is there a sign at the restaurant entrance looking for an on-site driver again? Are you planning to fire that kid Su Ning? I said long ago that young people are unstable and reckless. There are bound to be dissatisfied customers. However, Manager Lu looked at him with a cold gaze mixed with a hint of pity, leaving him utterly confused. Old Li, you can go. The restaurant will hire a new on-site driver to replace you. Hearing Manager Lu's words, a huge question mark appeared above Master Li's head. I walk? How is that possible? You know I'm related to the restaurant owner. I can't leave, no matter who goes. Knowing that Master Li couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it, Manager Lu said, this is the boss's decision. Master Li instantly jumped up. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Then, he pointed the finger at Manager Lu. Did you take benefits from that kid? Do you believe I'll tell the boss? Manager Lu looked at him expressionlessly, not saying a word, as if engaging in a standoff would lower his status. Although Master Li didn't know what had happened, he realized it would be difficult to get a result from Manager Lu, so he directly took out his phone and called the boss. What? You sold the restaurant? From the original owner's mouth, he received news that was hard to believe. He did have a distant relative relationship with the owner, but it was so far removed that the owner didn't even tell him about selling the restaurant. But even if the restaurant had a new owner, and he had never met the new owner, why would the new owner want to get rid of him, a mere insignificant on-site driver for the restaurant? Or was it that Manager Lu simply couldn't stand him and wanted him gone? Not believing in evil, he asked, who bought the restaurant? To this, the original owner had no need to hide anything. A young guy named Su Ning. This answer struck Master Li like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, the whole world felt crazy to him. He could never have imagined that the new owner was Su Ning, a young man who had been an on-site driver just like him yesterday. No wonder the restaurant wanted to fire him right after changing owners. This was blatant revenge. So this is how rich second-generation kids take revenge? To get rid of him, they would spend tens of millions to buy a restaurant just because of a disagreement. He didn't even know what to say. In the end, in a daze, he didn't even know how he walked out of the restaurant. On-site driving jobs were hard to find, as most restaurants didn't need on-site drivers. Although he could still register on a few driving platforms to take orders, the income from such driving was far less than that of being an on-site driver. Just thinking about his income dropping significantly made him regret it all. But it was too late to say anything now. Because there were only 2 drivers left, it might seem tight for the restaurant, but for Su Ning and Master Wang, it meant they might be able to run 1 or even 2 more orders that night. Su Ning didn't rush, letting Master Wang take the first order. Not long after, someone else came to call for a driver. Su Ning was not flustered at all. At least the first order of the day was stable, and there weren't that many complications. The fact was, his driving process itself had no surprises, but he still stopped midway. Sir, please wait a moment. I need to call the police, please understand. The car owner, who was originally a bit tipsy, couldn't quite process what Su Ning was saying about calling the police. I didn't drive, I called for a driver, didn't I? Is it now a new traffic regulation that you can't even take a ride after drinking? In fact, it wasn't the car owner's business at all. When Su Ning reached the intersection, he spotted a familiar figure. The guy who tried to scam him yesterday. Although the location was different and the guy was wearing different clothes, Su Ning remembered him very well and recognized him immediately. He had just witnessed a good show, just like yesterday, when the guy suddenly jumped out and successfully tricked a small car. Got you, kid. Su Ning had been very angry yesterday. Although it wasn't his fault, the car owner had lost 600 yuan, which made Su Ning, who was supposed to ensure the car owner's safety, quite unhappy. Just when I was worried about how to find this guy and catch him, he unexpectedly showed up himself. It makes sense, though. Habitual offenders don't take a day off, they just change locations and get to work. Su Ning didn't call the police directly but instead dialed the number of the officer who had given him a police civilian contact card yesterday. Officer Wang, I'm the designated driver from yesterday. I need to report something. As soon as the call connected, Su Ning got straight to the point. Officer Wang wasn't off duty today either, although he had taken some time during the day to attend a brother's wedding. He left in a hurry without even getting to eat at the banquet. After finally wrapping up a case in the afternoon, he still had to be on duty that night. Upon hearing Su Ning introduce himself, he immediately remembered. "Hello, what happened?" he asked, his tone curious. Su Ning quickly recounted the situation. "You wait there, I'll be right over." Officer Wang hung up and rushed out with his colleagues. Fortunately, the location wasn't far from the police station. Within 3 minutes, the police car arrived. Su Ning had just explained the situation to the car owner, who was equally indignant. After all, being a victim of staged accidents is a cancer on the road, a nightmare for all car owners, and he was definitely willing to cooperate to catch one of these scammers. At that moment, the unfortunate car owner who had been scammed was already resigned to his fate and was preparing to pay. "What's going on here?" Officer Wang asked loudly as he got out of the car. The scammer, seeing the police, became evasive. "He hit me, and we were going to settle privately. He's going to pay me some medical expenses." He had used this excuse to get past police patrols before. However, this time, he wouldn't get off so easily. Officer Wang looked at him with a half-smile and asked teasingly, "So how many times have you been hit recently?" The scammer's heart sank as he realized he was in trouble. The officer's question clearly indicated he had some information. It was then that he noticed Su Ning following the officer, recognizing him as the designated driver from yesterday. Isn't that the designated driver from yesterday? Could he be the one who reported it? He thought about running, but the idea vanished quickly. There was no way he could escape. "Come with us to the police station. Be honest when we get there, don't have any delusions. Once we identify you as a target, it'll be too easy to investigate you." Officer Wang's tone shifted to a serious one. He didn't take Su Ning to the police station, as Su Ning still had the designated driving order. He just asked him to come by tomorrow during the day to give a statement. He was an important witness, after all. On the way back from dropping off the customer, Su Ning felt quite pleased. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten one thing. When he had the chance to see the car owner who had been scammed again, he would make sure he went to the police station too, at least to get back that 600 yuan. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 100 yuan. With a 10,000-fold reward of 10 million yuan after dropping the car owner off at home, the system notification followed closely. Since the restaurant was all his, there was no need to give a cut to the restaurant. The entire designated driving fee was his. Earning 10 million was effortless, feeling even faster than robbing a bank. With a sigh of satisfaction, he felt he was one step closer to his dream villa. This 10 million was enough to buy a toilet. When he returned to Lee's private kitchen, Master Wang was not there. He had already gone out for a second order. With one less designated driver today, both he and Master Wang had to get busy. Before long, Su Ning received his second order. A middle-aged man was stumbling around, clearly drunk. Su Ning felt a bit anxious. According to the pattern of the past few days, after a calm first order, something strange was likely to happen next. "Hello, sir, I'm here to serve you." He greeted him with standard service language. "Hurry up and drive, stop wasting time." Regarding Su Ning's polite greeting, the other party seemed a bit impatient, waving his hand for Su Ning to hurry up and drive. Su Ning was used to it and didn't want to say much, so he drove straight to the destination. As long as he successfully delivered the person, he had no great expectations for the owner's attitude. The journey was relatively smooth, with no ups and downs. The unexpected incident Su Ning worried about did not occur, which relieved him, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, just as they were approaching the last intersection before reaching the destination community, the owner in the back seat suddenly spoke up. I need to use the bathroom." Su Ning slightly slowed down, observing the roadside, which didn't seem to have any public restrooms, so he patiently asked, "Sir, we are almost at the destination, and there are no restrooms nearby. Could you hold it a bit longer and wait until we get home?" If the owner agreed, he would speed up. If the owner disagreed, he would have to pull over and let the owner relieve himself behind a tree. It would just be quite uncivilized. Just then, something that nearly drove Su Ning to the brink of collapse happened. The owner, already drunk and dazed, gave Su Ning no signal and opened the car door to get out while the car was still moving. Su Ning slammed on the brakes in shock. Even so, the owner still fell to the roadside, nearly rolling over. Su Ning quickly got out of the car to check on the owner's condition, feeling like cursing. Indeed, a drunk person could do anything bizarre. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and had already slowed down, otherwise, this guy would have surely ended up dead right there. It's known that jumping out of a moving car is almost a death sentence. Su Ning was genuinely a bit scared, but just as he ran over to check on the owner struggled to get up, staggered to a tree, unzipped his pants, and started to relieve himself. Su Ning let out a long breath, feeling a sense of exhaustion as if he had survived a disaster. This was way too dangerous. If something had happened, he would have been in big trouble. Although it was unlikely he would be held criminally responsible, a death would mean he could end up in a detention center for 2 months during the investigation and trial. Su-ning was so angry he could hardly contain himself. He kicked the owner's backside as he was relieving himself. The owner was kicked and immediately hugged the big tree, but he was still relieving himself, soaking his pants. It was the bizarre owners and strange incidents he encountered during these days of being a designated driver that had him so worked up. Otherwise, Su-ning wouldn't have lost his temper. He kicked him, and at least he felt better. What's the worst that could happen? A few days in detention? Besides, even if this guy called the police, the officers would probably just criticize him. After all, who jumps out of a moving car for no reason? If he insisted he had a headache from being scared by the owner's ridiculous behavior, who knows who would end up in trouble? At least that kick had relieved his anger. He thought the drunk owner would be enraged, but unexpectedly, the owner seemed genuinely dazed, not even realizing someone had kicked him. Damn it! How can I not stand with this little bit of alcohol? I almost died. My pants are all wet. What bad luck! Grumbling to himself, he steadied himself against the tree and started to pull up his pants. Su-ning slightly opened his mouth, then the corners of his lips curled into a smile. He didn't know he had kicked him? That was great, saved him some trouble. Why aren't you driving? What are you waiting for? The owner mumbled as he walked back to the car, still with a not-so-good attitude. However, Su-ning had long stopped caring about him. After all, this guy's pants were still wet, and there was a very noticeable shoe print on his backside. After getting in the car and fastening the seatbelt again, he slowly drove forward. After passing an intersection, they arrived at their destination. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 50 yuan. With a 10,000-fold reward of 5 million yuan, he didn't expect any tips. Just getting the driving fee from the drunk was the best outcome. Su-ning even thought about not taking the driving fee, considering it as money for washing his pants. After taking a taxi back to Lee's private kitchen, he found that Master Wan was also there. With one less driver, when both of them were out driving, customers looking for a driver would have to find one through other channels. It seemed that having 3 resident drivers was indeed a reasonable configuration. Sitting near the cash register, Su-ning greeted Master Wang, only to find that Master Wang seemed quite pleased with himself. Nothing makes a driver happier than encountering a generous car owner who gives tips. How much tip did you get? Su-ning asked with a smile. Master Wang shook his head mysteriously, then extended his hand, his expression quite nostalgic, as if this hand had experienced some unforgettable beautiful memories. Seeing his expression, Su-ning became interested and leaned in, saying, "Come on, tell me." Master Wang chuckled, his face lighting up with an expression that belied his actual age. "I just picked up a woman, probably not even 30 years old. When we were almost at the destination, she actually said she didn't want to pay me and asked me to touch her a couple of times instead. I've long passed the age where I can't move when I see a pretty woman. I still have to earn money to pay off my mortgage for my kid. How could I just let it go for a couple of touches? But just as I parked the car, that woman grabbed my hand and shoved it into her clothes. Hiss. It was so damn soft." At this point, Master Wang's face was already showing an expression of longing. Su-ning couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "You're just pretending to be righteous. You promised not to touch for the driving fee. Where's your commitment? And what do you mean you've passed the age of being unable to move when you see a pretty woman? You're practically unable to move now." Perhaps seeing the disdain in Su-ning's expression, Master Wang quickly explained, "I wasn't being proactive, I was forced." Su-ning snorted with a smile. "Whether it was proactive or forced, your driving fee is gone." "Who said that?" Master Wang glared. "I got paid." Before Su-ning could respond, he continued explaining. "She wanted to get out of the car, but I didn't let her. I never agreed to touch and not get paid. That woman wanted to argue, so I just took out my recorder. Even if she called the police, I had evidence. In the end, didn't she obediently pay up?" His tone was triumphant, as if he had taken advantage of the whole world. Su-ning's mouth twitched a couple of times, unsure of what to say. This outcome was somewhat unexpected for him. He had touched her, whether it was proactive or passive, and his nostalgic and reminiscent expression was enough to indicate that he was quite satisfied with this benefit. Asking for money now felt a bit like trying to backtrack after pulling up his pants. Of course, Su-ning still understood Master Wang. After all, at this age, he still had to pay off his son's mortgage, and the economic pressure was self-evident. If he really didn't want the money for this benefit, Su-ning would actually look down on him and mentally call him an old lecher. Indeed, people who drink can do all sorts of outrageous things. Did that woman really care about the 50 or 100 yuan for the driving fee? Coming to such a high-end restaurant to eat and having a car, she shouldn't be short of that little money. After drinking, the mind is completely out of control. and the standards of public order and morality drop significantly, so naturally, anything can happen. Why haven't I encountered this? If I were in this situation, would I take the money or not? Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle. I'm only doing this for a month. I hope everything goes smoothly and I don't have to deal with so many bizarre situations. I can't handle it. After a while, a customer came to the counter asking for a designated driver, and Master Wang left. Less than 5 minutes later, Su Ning received a new order. This customer made Su Ning's eyes light up. Tall and fashionable, she exuded the charm of a modern urban woman, especially her curvy figure, which made Su Ning glance at her a couple more times. "Hello, ma'am, I'm here to serve you." Taking the car keys from the female driver, Su Ning followed her to the parking lot. As she pressed the key, a nearby Range Rover flashed its lights a few times. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. A girl driving a big Range Rover is certainly eye-catching. The female driver seemed a bit tipsy, swaying as she walked, and Su Ning had to help her into the car. I have to say, the softness of her body and the pleasant scent of her perfume made it hard for him to keep his thoughts in check. But Su Ning still had professional ethics and boundaries. He wouldn't take advantage of the female driver just because she was drunk. "Hey handsome, drive slowly, I feel a bit unwell." The female driver rolled down the window, seemingly feeling the alcohol rising in her stomach, causing nausea. Upon hearing this, Su Ning immediately slowed down, trying to keep the ride as smooth as possible to avoid making her feel worse with frequent acceleration and deceleration. After a while, the beauty finally felt a bit better and turned to smile at Su Ning. Alcohol doesn't intoxicate people, rather, it's the person who is truly drunk. Moreover, Su Ning was already handsome and sunny, the kind of guy who could easily be asked for his phone number by girls on the street. At that moment, the female driver found herself increasingly attracted to Su Ning and couldn't help but ask, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Su Ning didn't expect her to ask that, but it wasn't a difficult question, so he chuckled lightly, "No." The beauty's eyes sparkled, finding the driver even more appealing. After that, she didn't say much, occasionally turning her head to gaze at Su Ning as if she were infatuated. Unfortunately, the journey wasn't long, and they soon arrived at their destination. The beauty felt extremely regretful, wishing this trip would never end. Suddenly, she had an idea. "Oh no, I feel dizzy." As Su Ning got out of the car to open the passenger door for her, the beauty pressed her forehead, her brows slightly furrowed, looking weak and unable to stand. Su Ning quickly supported her. If she fell in front of him, it would be quite a scene. "Do you want me to call your family to come pick you up? There's no one at home." The beauty shook her head vigorously, her breath smelling of alcohol. "How about you give me a ride?" Hearing this, Su Ning took a deep breath, feeling he had taken on a less than ideal order. The ideal order would be to arrive at the destination smoothly, collect the payment, and have no complications with the driver. But that was just an ideal situation. In reality, it wasn't that easy to achieve. Just like now, the driver wanted him to give her a ride. What should he do? Although designated drivers aren't obligated to take you home, many people think that since they paid, they are like gods, and you must meet all their demands. If there's a disagreement, they might really refuse to pay you. Even if the designated driver calls the police and they come to mediate, in the end, it's just a matter of paying up. But the valuable time of the designated driver would be wasted, and in the end, it would be a loss for him. Although the beautiful woman in front of him didn't seem like that kind of person, Su Ning still felt uneasy about leaving her alone here. If someone were to find her, it would be hard to explain. Unable to help it, Su Ning hesitated for a moment and nodded. "All right, I'll take you home." The car stopped in a parking space outside the community, and Su Ning helped the staggering beauty into the complex. The woman leaned against him, her body light and soft. Even though most of her weight was on him, Su Ning didn't feel overwhelmed. "Handsome, you're so nice. Why did you think of being a designated driver? Is being a designated driver fun? Does being a designated driver pay well? Have you always been stationed at Lee's private kitchen? What time do designated drivers get to rest at night? You must catch up on sleep during the day, right? Do you have time to hang out?" All the way, Su Ning listened to the beauty chattering in his ear, as if she would be struck by lightning if she stopped talking. Su Ning could only smile and remain silent, truly unsure how to respond to the questions from this female Tangsang. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have bothered to take her into the community. Just leaving her by the roadside would probably have been enough. Even if there were bad people around, they might not be able to handle her incessant chatter. When they reached the door, the beauty unlocked it with her fingerprint, finally getting home. "I don't have any change on me, let me go inside and get some." "Handsome, don't wait outside, come in." The beauty smiled hazily at Su Ning and then walked into the coatroom next to the entrance. Su Ning, without suspicion, stepped onto the doormat and closed the door behind him to keep the mosquitoes out. While waiting, he took a moment to glance around the beauty's home. He wasn't sure if it was because she lived alone, but the decor was warm and lovely, and the space was large, just the living room alone must be over 30 square meters. The family conditions seemed good. She was likely a little wealthy woman. He couldn't help but marvel at the significant differences between people. Some are born into luxury, while others are born into hardship. If it weren't for his crazy money-making system, he might have ended up in a similar situation. Just as he was lost in thought, the beauty gracefully walked out of the coat-room. Su-Ning couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. The beauty had changed clothes in a short time and emerged in a very revealing home outfit. Before Su-Ning could react, the beauty, like a fledgling returning to its nest, embraced him and directly leaped into his arms. Su-Ning was stunned, even losing his ability to think for a moment. What was happening? The soft body of the beauty pressed against him made him uncontrollably think wild thoughts, his heart racing. The heat surged, almost making Su-Ning lose his ability to think, driven by primal impulses. But reason quickly returned, bringing him back to rationality and calm. A setup? The woman was seducing him, and once he was hooked, a few muscular men would suddenly jump out, claiming to be playing with his wife or girlfriend, demanding money from him. This kind of setup, while not new, was still common. Even if it wasn't a setup, the beauty's sudden affection for him might not be a good thing. Although Su-Ning was also a man with primal urges, in this situation, he had to restrain himself. He didn't want to attract any trouble. Just as Su-Ning's mind raced, the girl seemed to sense his surprise and hesitation, smiling as she tiptoed up, her pink lips coming closer. In that instant, Su-Ning felt as if his head had exploded. He couldn't control himself. Forget it. He would go wild. Like a bull panting heavily, he let loose. The beauty responded passionately, lightly moving her steps, leading Su-Ning toward the bedroom. This was destined to be a night so crazy that sleep was nearly impossible. At some point, the two exhausted individuals finally fell into a deep slumber. When the warm sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains and touched their bodies, Su-Ning felt a tickle in his nose and woke up. Blinking his sleepy eyes, he hazily saw a beautiful figure lying beside him. The girl was playfully scratching his nose with her hair tips while giggling softly. It was early morning, the time when everything was bursting with life, and Su-Ning suddenly felt an uncontrollable urge. The girl beside him immediately sensed the change in his body, but just as she opened her mouth to speak, Su-Ning covered her lips. Naturally, this led to a joyful morning workout, which only ended when both were panting for breath. "Handsome, my name is Ningbing, what's yours?" the girl asked with a happy smile, her voice melodious. Su-Ning felt a moment of speechlessness. They had gone through such absurd events yet didn't even know each other's names. Su-Ning. After exchanging names, they were finally no longer the most familiar strangers. Before long, Su-Ning's stomach began to rumble. They decided to go out for breakfast together, chatting about each other. It turned out that Ningbing had just graduated from university, and her well-off parents had bought her a house in the capital. She worked in a financial role at an investment company, and her income was decent. The absurdity of last night was partly due to the drunkenness and partly because Su-Ning was just too handsome. As for their future relationship, she hadn't thought that far ahead, which left her feeling quite troubled as she tugged at her hair. "I've talked about myself so much, now it's your turn," she said, still very curious about Su-Ning. "I'm still in university, and I do driving as a side job to support my studies." Su-Ning thought for a moment and replied honestly, "But I recently inherited my great-uncle's estate, so I guess I'm somewhat wealthy now." Hearing Su-Ning's completely unrelated statements, Ningbing burst into giggles. She could easily believe that he was still in university and doing driving as a side job. But what was this nonsense about inheriting his great-uncle's estate? Could the plot of a movie really seep into reality? Even if he did inherit something, why would he still be driving? It felt as absurd as buying a Rolls-Royce Phantom just to use it for ride-hailing. Was it possible he was fabricating this lie out of insecurity about his family background? Ningbing didn't confront Su-Ning. She still had a good impression of him, and at least she hadn't regretted her wild actions from the previous night. "Where are you headed?" Ningbing asked with a smile. "I'll give you a ride." Su-Ning didn't refuse. After all, it was the weekend, and Ningbing likely didn't have to work. "Take me back to Li Ji private kitchen. I left my car there." Upon hearing this, Ningbing's beautiful eyes sparkled. She hadn't expected Su-Ning to have a car. It couldn't be one of those foldable electric bikes for ride-hailing, could it? After having breakfast, they tidied up a bit before heading downstairs together. "Remember my place, don't get lost and end up at someone else's house next time," Ningbing teased. "I won't get lost, I can find your house just by following your scent," Su-Ning joked. Ningbing giggled, playfully punching him. "Are you a dog?" On the way, they chatted and laughed, the atmosphere joyful and enchanting. When they arrived at Li Ji private kitchen, Ningbing, who had already developed feelings for Su-Ning, reluctantly hugged him, not wanting to let go. After finally calming her down, Su Ning took out his car keys and walked towards his beloved vehicle. Ning Bing's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Su Ning climb into an incredibly stylish supercar, feeling as if she were dreaming. Although she didn't know the price of the car, she knew that even the most basic supercar would never be cheap. Su Ning actually had a car, and it was a supercar. Could it be that he wasn't lying? Did he really inherit something from his second granduncle? At that moment, Ning Bing felt a bit at a loss, as if her mind had crashed. Su Ning drove past in the sports car, lowered the window, waved at Ning Bing, smiled in the sunlight, and then roared away, leaving Ning Bing stunned in place, as if quietly feeling the absurdity of the world. The roar continued until he reached the school, parked the car, and Su Ning scratched his head as he entered the school. He felt like he had forgotten something important. As he walked, he suddenly widened his eyes, his pupils constricting sharply. Oh no! In his joy with Ning Bing, he completely forgot to ask her for the driving fee. He had impulsively stayed at Ning Bing's house yesterday and hadn't been able to take on more jobs afterward. If this job didn't get settled, wouldn't that mean he only completed 2 jobs last night? He would only earn 15 million. That was way too little. Although compared to the working class, this was probably wealth they could hardly earn in a lifetime. But for Su Ning, who was used to making tens of millions every night, 15 million was hard to satisfy him. No way! He had to ask Ning Bing for the driving fee, or he would really be at a loss. As he walked, he opened WeChat and sent a voice message to Ning Bing. Could you please settle the driving fee, beautiful? Ning Bing, upon receiving the message, was completely taken aback. I slept with you, and you asked me for the driving fee? You inherited your second granduncle's fortune and drive a supercar, and you still ask me for the driving fee? It felt like a billionaire haggling with a vegetable vendor at the market. After thinking for a moment, Ning Bing directly transferred 200 yuan to Su Ning via red envelope, noting it was for the driving fee. At the moment Su Ning received the red envelope, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 200 yuan, with a 100,000 times reward of 20 million yuan. Yes, Su Ning couldn't help but clench his fist, feeling very happy. With this 20 million, last night's money-making income finally didn't seem so disappointing. In his excitement, Su Ning directly transferred 200,000 yuan to Ning Bing on WeChat. The single transaction limit was 50,000, so Su Ning made 4 transfers. If it weren't for the daily limit of 200,000, he would have even considered sending her more. He earned 20 million from Ning Bing and returned her 200,000, still making a huge profit. After the transfer, Su Ning didn't forget to leave a message, buying you a bag. Ning Bing was driving when she heard her phone ringing several times in quick succession. When she opened WeChat and saw Su Ning's transfer, her CPU almost burned out. What the hell? You asked me for 100 or so yuan for the driving fee, and then you transfer me 200,000? It was hard for a normal person to understand his behavior. She couldn't comprehend what kind of bizarre thought process Su Ning had. However, upon careful consideration of Su Ning's character and comparing it to previous events, it didn't seem so hard to understand. After all, who in their right mind would inherit a huge fortune and still work as a driver? So, it seemed much more reasonable for such bizarre things to happen to Su Ning. Su Ning had no idea what Ning Bing was thinking about him. He just felt delighted inside. At that moment, his account balance once again broke the 100 million mark, exceeding 110 million. Although he couldn't buy the dream villa he longed for, it seemed that day wasn't too far off. Keep making money. Just keep making money. As soon as he walked into the dormitory building, Su Ning's phone rang in his pocket. He took it out to see it was the fixed line of Li's private kitchen. Checking the time, it was still not even 10 in the morning, not yet the restaurant's opening hours. Only the kitchen and procurement had just started work. Why would they call him at this time? Did something happen that needed to inform him, the boss? Mr. Su, this is Lu Yang. As soon as the call connected, Manager Lu's voice came through. Su Ning noncommittally responded with an then, slightly puzzled, asked, "Why are you calling me?" Mr. Su, we just received news from the Electric Power Bureau that the nearby power node will undergo maintenance, and it will likely take until around 8 or 9 in the evening to restore power. Do you think we should suspend operations today? Manager Lu succinctly reported to Su Ning. Su Ning squinted slightly. Power wouldn't be restored until 8 or 9? By then, they would almost miss dinner. In this situation, there was no need to operate today at all. Moreover, there was no need to consult him. Manager Lu could completely decide on such matters. Manager Lu, you can make decisions on such matters yourself in the future. Most of the time, I still want to be a hands-off manager, Su Ning said in a calm tone. Mr. Su, what I actually wanted to say is that you don't need to come to the store to be the designated driver tonight. Manager Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said quietly. Su Ning suddenly realized, so that was what he meant. Okay, I understand. After hanging up, he couldn't help but frown again. If the restaurant was closed due to a power outage, wouldn't he be wasting a whole day? After all, there was only a month to make money with the designated driving service. No one could guarantee that the subsequent ways to make money would be easier than designated driving. Therefore, Su-ning really didn't want to waste even a single day. While pondering, he pushed the door and walked into the dormitory. All three of his roommates were there, and unsurprisingly, they were gaming. As soon as they saw Su-ning return, the three of them screamed, almost ready to hang up. Don't run, third. Wait for us to finish this game. Hurry up and confess, did you spend the last 2 nights in a hotel with a girl? Su-ning felt embarrassed and wanted to say he didn't, but he didn't know how to refute them. If he said he had spent 2 nights with a girl, that would definitely be a lie. At least on the first night, he didn't return to the dorm because it was too late. But last night, he indeed slept with a girl. So, he simply remained silent. They could say whatever they wanted. After a while, the three brothers finished their game and came over with belts in hand. Their dorm had a fine tradition. Whenever someone concealed important information, like I have a girlfriend, the three of them would tie him to the bed with a belt and interrogate him. Of course, it was all in good fun. They wouldn't actually hit him. Our principle is to be lenient with those who confess and strict with those who resist. This doesn't need to be emphasized, right? Quickly confess honestly. Where did you go these past 2 nights? Faced with the tiger bench and chile water, Su-ning wanted to be strong and unyielding, but he couldn't hold out and confessed honestly. The three brothers were able to accept that he had just stayed in a hotel the first night because it was too late. But when they heard that last night, the beautiful woman who had called him for designated driving had actually made a move on him, they couldn't take it anymore. Are you kidding? Is there such a good thing? I say, third, how can you inherit the family fortune and still go to be a designated driver? Turns out being a designated driver has its perks. Third, you're too inconsiderate. How can you hog all the fun? No way, I want to be a designated driver too. The three of them were really excited, as what Su-ning had said had completely exceeded their understanding. Although they didn't look down on designated drivers, it was just an ordinary service industry. In other words, if you have money, who would be a designated driver? Would a beautiful woman driving a luxury car look up to a designated driver? But now that Su-ning mentioned it, they realized that the beautiful woman was indeed beautiful, but she was a drunk beauty. Under the influence of alcohol, a person's consciousness and judgment can become skewed, making it very likely for them to do things they would never normally consider. Encountering a beautiful woman while drunk opens up all sorts of possibilities. It was as if they had discovered a new world, and the three of them suddenly became interested. The leader, Huo Xiafeng, came from a wealthy family and had never had to worry about money, never considering the idea of working to support his studies. The second, Ding Zivue, and the fourth, Deng Zihao, also came from middle-class families. While they weren't rich, they had enough money to spend and had no concept of working their way through school. More importantly, none of them had girlfriends at the moment, so even if they had the chance to get involved with a beautiful woman, they felt no psychological burden. Watching the eager expressions on their faces, Su-ning felt a bit speechless. Were they thinking of being a designated driver? Bah! They were just lusting after the beautiful woman's body. How lowly! Let me tell you some data. On average, a designated driver encounters a beautiful woman once in 20 times. As for the probability of actually getting involved with her, you can figure that out for yourselves. It's very likely that you could work hard for several months without any opportunity. Su-ning was not exaggerating at all. After all, he was a designated driver at a restaurant, where most customers were business people. If it were a bar or nightclub, the chances of encountering a beautiful woman calling for a designated driver might be higher. But then, what would you be doing as a designated driver? You might as well just wait at the door to pick up the bodies, right? It felt like the chances of picking up bodies were higher than being a designated driver. After hearing Su-ning's analysis, the three felt disheartened. Just thinking about how the most common encounters for designated drivers were not beautiful women, but rather drunken fools and middle-aged greasy men, all their beautiful fantasies vanished. Are you still going to be a designated driver tonight? Huo Xiafeng asked. Su-ning shook his head, a bit regretfully saying, the restaurant has a power outage, so we're not open today. Huo Xiafeng's eyes lit up at this, and he excitedly suggested, then let's go to a bar tonight. We haven't been this semester. Since the other three in the dormitory had decent family backgrounds, going to a bar occasionally didn't put much financial pressure on them. Over nearly 4 years of college, they had collectively gone to a bar almost every semester. Of course, because Su-ning's financial situation was poor, they never expected him to pay. Su-ning naturally wouldn't feel comfortable letting his friends spend money, so he would always decline, but in the end, they would drag him into the car every time. Now that they had money, it seemed he would have to treat them this time. Hearing Hua Xiefeng's words, Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao both raised their hands and feet in agreement, eager to rush to the bar immediately. Speaking of which, bars were indeed a great place to have fun. As long as you weren't strapped for cash, after a bit of splurging, you were likely to find a girl to spend a wonderful night with. Su Ning was self-aware, so he always kept a distance from the girls who approached him. As for the other three, they had indeed had the carefree experience of leaving the bar with a girl and heading straight to a hotel room. The waiting time was hard to endure, and soon the few of them were fidgeting, even losing interest in games. However, the busiest time at the bar was after 10 o'clock, around 8 or 9, people were still eating or relaxing before heading out to have fun. During dinner, the four of them collectively went to the cafeteria, dreaming of their night out at the nightclub. Meanwhile, Su Ning was pondering how to expand his channels. First, he couldn't limit himself to being a designated driver at the restaurant anymore. On one hand, he needed to avoid situations like the restaurant's power outage that left him with nothing to do. On the other hand, the restaurant closed relatively early, wasting a lot of late-night hours that could be spent as a designated driver. Should he find another bar or nightclub to be a resident designated driver? It's not that it's impossible, but if I really get tied down there, I might have to endure an entire night every day. After all, bars and nightclubs are all about partying all night long. Although I want to make money crazily, I can't sacrifice my health just for that. If my health is poor, no matter how much money I have, I won't be able to enjoy it. After thinking it over, it seems there's only one way. That is to register on a ride-hailing platform. In fact, that's the most common way to get driving orders. For example, Didi Chauffeur, Gouda Chauffeur, eChauffeur, etc. are all big platforms. As for which of these platforms to choose, Su Ning didn't hesitate much and directly chose Didi Chauffeur, which has the largest traffic. After all, backed by WeChat, although it might look a bit unseemly, the order guarantee is still there. After downloading the Didi Chauffeur driver app, he quickly completed the registration as a chauffeur. Looking at the various terms and the main income methods, Su Ning couldn't help but exclaim, "So exploitative. It's really exploitative." On Didi Chauffeur, there are detailed charging standards for the Beijing area. Before 10 p.m., the starting price is 35 yuan. From 10 p.m. to 11 p.m., the starting price is 50 yuan. From 11 p.m. to 12 a.m., the starting price is 65 yuan. From 12 a.m. to 6 a.m., the starting price is 85 yuan. The starting price is based on within 8 kilometers, and for distances over 8 kilometers, an additional charge of 4 yuan per kilometer applies. After the driver arrives, they can wait for free for 10 minutes, and after that, a waiting fee of 1 yuan per minute is charged. For distances over 20 kilometers, an additional return fee of 13 yuan for every 10 kilometers applies. Additionally, if a car's trunk cannot fit the chauffeur's vehicle, they must choose a chauffeur who does not use a vehicle, which incurs an extra service fee of 4.9 yuan for not using a vehicle. With so many charging standards, it's quite troublesome to calculate, far less convenient than being a resident chauffeur. As for Su Ning saying the platform is exploitative, it's not that the chauffeur fees are high, but rather that the platform's cut from the chauffeurs is a bit harsh. Don't think that all the money calculated according to these standards goes directly into the chauffeur's pocket. The platform takes a cut, and the percentage is not low. For every order, the platform first deducts 2.35 yuan as an information fee. Officially called an information fee, in reality, it's an insurance fee. After all, chauffeurs can't completely guarantee that no accidents will happen, and this insurance fee is meant to protect the driver's interests in case of an accident. After deducting the information fee, the platform also takes 23% from the total. If the car owner pays 100 yuan for this order, the platform first deducts 2.35 yuan, then takes 23%, leaving only 64.65 yuan for the driver. It's hard to find a chauffeur who isn't pained by this, but there's nothing to be done. Since you're on their platform, you just have to endure it. Fortunately, Su Ning isn't relying solely on chauffeur income to support his family, and being a resident chauffeur is his main source of income. Registering for Didi Chauffeur is just a precaution and a way to increase income during free time. Of course, since he's going to the bar with his friends today, he doesn't plan to start working. After tomorrow, when there are no jobs at Li Ji Private Kitchen, he will definitely take a Didi Chauffeur order to try it out. After finally waiting until 9 p.m., a few of them set off from the dormitory, with Hua Xiefeng driving his BMW 5 Series straight to Gongdi. After all, his family is well off, and his parents bought him a car after he went to college, but he doesn't get to drive it much. Su Ning's Koenigsegg has never been driven to school, so until now, the three brothers still don't know he owns such a top-tier supercar. Of course, he certainly wouldn't show off casually. Hua Xiefeng had already made arrangements with a familiar marketing person and reserved a corner booth. The minimum consumption for this booth is 6,000 yuan, which is not low at all. In fact, they almost always spend just over 10,000 each time they come, and most of the time it's Hua Xiefeng who picks up the tab. Young Master Hua, you're here? Young Master Ding, Young Master Deng, and Young Master Su, you guys have such a good relationship. The marketing representative surnamed Li had long been waiting outside, greeting them with enthusiasm and courtesy. But don't think that it's normal for super-rich second-generation heirs to splurge hundreds of thousands in a night at a bar. In reality, it's people like Hua Xiefeng who are the main consumers at bars. Let's get a Martel XO package, Hua Xiefeng said while taking out his phone to prepare for payment. Boss, let me take care of it today, Su Ning said with a smile, also pulling out his phone. He had never settled a bill before when he was short on cash, so it was about time it was his turn. However, Hua Xiefeng stopped him, displaying a boss-like demeanor as he said, "Don't rush, wait for next time." Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao also intervened, not allowing Su Ning to pay. In fact, although they knew Su Ning had inherited a fortune from his overseas great-uncle, they didn't think it was a particularly large sum, so they still habitually took care of Su Ning. It was as if opening the tab was the boss's job, and when it came to ordering drinks later, it would be Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao who would pay. Su Ning shrugged. There was no point in fighting to pay in such a situation. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, and this time didn't matter. Once they reached the booth, drinks and snacks were quickly served. The so-called Martel XO package consisted of 2 700ml bottles of Martel XO paired with 8 soft drinks. If bought outside, the price for 2 bottles of Martel XO would only be around 4,000 yuan, and the soft drinks could be disregarded. Yet here, the price soared to 11,800 yuan, truly exorbitant. The fruit platter and snacks were considered marketing gifts, as this table had already fulfilled his performance requirements for the night. Young Master Hua, do you need us to call a few little bees for you? With real money spent, the marketing representative's attitude became increasingly warm and respectful. Hua Xiefeng shook his head and waved his hand, signaling that they didn't need any little bees. Little bees is a general term for the bar girls, which are divided into several categories. For instance, party girls, champagne girls, and flower girls, among others. Party girls are of a higher tier, with requirements for their figure, looks, and attire, equivalent to high-end atmosphere creators, and they might even have certain resources, like tens of thousands of followers on short video platforms. The job of a party girl is to wander around the venue, communicating with the marketing staff. Any table owner wanting a girl can find them, usually costing around 800 to 1,000 yuan. Champagne girls have lower requirements. When a customer has a demand for drinks, the marketing staff will call them over. Once you order champagne worth about 2,000 yuan, the girl will sit next to you. They can drink, play, or even cuddle. Flower girls are basically like KTV girls, all supported by the nightclub itself. Interestingly, there are also special atmosphere girls in nightclubs. To ensure the nightclub's ambience, they directly recruit university clubs, needing 100 girls every night. They don't have to do anything but dance in the dance floor, in front of the DJ, and in various aisles, just bouncing to the music. Hua Xiefeng never asks the marketing staff to bring girls when he brings them here. After all, he has a bit of a psychological cleanliness obsession. Buying companionship and flirting with someone are ultimately two different concepts. Anyway, with 2 bottles of Martel XO on the table, although not as eye-catching as the Ace of Spades, they could still attract some girls. Sure enough, before the venue got too lively, girls had already come over to join their table. 5 girls, whether in terms of figure or looks, were quite impressive, not losing out to the champagne girls at all. Long legs, super short skirts, and dressed in a hot and cool manner made it hard to look away. It was clear that they were here to dance at the bar, not to seek out wealthy patrons. Su Ning's booth was the best choice, being young, wealthy, and not lacking in looks. It was certainly better than accompanying those middle-aged, greasy uncles just to get a seat. Fortunately, the booth at the corner could accommodate 10 people, otherwise, the other booths wouldn't have fit. The men and women sat separately, which could be seen as a mutual selection. Before midnight, the bar was still warming up, a time for guests to trickle in, and the atmosphere was far from its peak. A group of people drank and played games, having a great time. "Just call me Jingjing," said a girl beside Su Ning, resting her hand on his shoulder with a smile. It was hard to say if that was her real name, given the old joke "I want to be quiet." Su Ning didn't mind. They were just out to have fun and weren't planning to develop any serious relationships. A man and a woman teamed up, with the guy reluctantly hugging 2 girls. They were playing a dice game where the person who rolled the lowest not only had to drink but also face a dare or truth. After a few rounds, everyone had lost at some point, drank, and faced not too outrageous dares. At this point, 2 bottles of Martel XO mixed with soft drinks were nearly finished. Since they were having so much fun, it was clear they couldn't stop halfway. Deng Zihao called for marketing, ready to order another round of drinks. He and Ding Zihui weren't as well off as Hua Xiefeng, but they could chip in together to order a Martell Blue Label set. The package included 3 bottles of Martell Blue Label and 8 soft drinks, costing a hefty 9,888 yuan. Su Ning was about to pay but was stopped, adamantly told he couldn't pay. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and helplessness, his expression strange and resigned. It seemed his friends still didn't understand their own strength. Since that was the case, he decided to let it go for today and plan a more honest gathering another time. Soon, the drinks arrived, and everyone continued to play. But at that moment, another marketing person led a few people to sit not far from them. Hua Xiefeng's expression darkened upon seeing them. What bad luck! Why is that jerk here today too? The 3 brothers followed Hua Xiefeng's gaze and frowned. Ji Lu. They all knew him. To be fair, Ji Lu didn't have much of a relationship with the 3 of them, but he had a deep-seated grudge with their leader, Hua Xiefeng. Their families were similar in background, having known each other since childhood, even being classmates in high school and attending the same university. However, due to personality and character differences, they never got along, and their conflicts only grew, making them true rivals. That guy was incredibly annoying and extremely arrogant at school. If it weren't for a bit of money, he would have been beaten to a pulp long ago. So seeing him put a damper on everyone's mood. At that moment, Ji Lu and his sycophants spotted Su Ning's group and immediately grinned. He swaggered over, his gaze casually sweeping the booth with a mocking tone. "Oh, isn't this our young master Hua? Out in disguise today, mingling with the common folk? But I see the drinks on the table don't quite match young master Hua's status? Not even a little dragon set? Ladies, I must remind you, young master Hua is usually low-key. You all are too dazzling here, easily exposing him. So why not come to our booth to play? I'll order a little dragon set later, it'll definitely set the mood." His arrogant demeanor was infuriating. Hua Xiefeng's face turned extremely ugly. The humiliation of being bullied like this made him want to punch that guy hard. Although their families were similar in wealth, their upbringing was worlds apart. Ji Lu was spoiled and pampered, given as much money as he wanted. In contrast, Hua Xiefeng had a strict upbringing, with his pocket money tightly controlled. This led to Ji Lu being able to order the little dragon set without any pressure, while Hua Xiefeng couldn't afford it. To put it into perspective, a little dragon set includes 3 bottles of Black Ace, priced at 41,999 yuan. What does it have to do with you? Get lost! Hua Xiefeng, not wanting to ruin the mood because of his personal grievances, shouted angrily at Ji Lu. Su Ning and the others also stood up, glaring at Ji Lu, ready to back their leader at the slightest provocation. However, the 4 people opposite them were equally unafraid, laughing and mocking Ji Lu, fully embodying the role of the villains. "Beautiful ladies, I'm ordering the little dragon set right now to liven things up. Going out to have fun is all about being happy." Saying this, Ji Lu directly called for the marketing staff and extended another invitation to the 5 girls. Perhaps he didn't truly care about these 5 girls. After all, flirting with girls in a bar was quite easy. What he cared about was stepping on Hua Xiefeng's face. Snatching Hua Xiefeng's girl away and embracing her while watching Hua Xiefeng's furious and gritted teeth expression was the real thrill. "Get the hell out! Do you believe I'll take you down?" Deng Zihao, the most hot-tempered among them, rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight. He had been holding back for too long. Just then, the drinks Ji Lu ordered arrived. The little dragon set, 3 bottles of Black Ace, was not just delivered quietly. 2 bar staff carried the little dragon set's equipment in front, followed by 4 curvy girls each holding a light sign, and finally, 2 others carrying celebratory cannons. They swaggered over to Ji Li's booth, and the celebratory cannons went off, almost attracting everyone's attention in the venue. Today wasn't a weekend, but the little dragon set was enough to make Ji Lu and his friends the most eye-catching group in the place. Ji Li's face was flushed, reveling in the attention of the crowd. This feeling was intoxicating and addictive. With his head held high, his nostrils almost pointed to the sky, he looked at Hua Xiefeng with an expression full of mockery and disdain. At that moment, not far away in another booth, 3 young men were secretly watching the situation unfold. "Isn't that the driver who gave us 400,000 the other day?" One squinted, speaking in disbelief. Another immediately retorted, "What driver? He's a super rich kid driving a Koenigsegg. He's here at the bar, and being flaunted by others? That can't be possible. A little dragon set isn't even worth a hair on a rich kid. I know the big guy is low-key, but this is too low-key. Could it be that he wants to play the pig to eat the tiger and then slap everyone in the face?" The 3 speculated, thinking this was the standard answer. "It seems a bit beneath the big guy to come out and slap faces himself. How about we get the big guy some drinks and help him slap some faces?" The 3 came up with an idea and called for marketing. Meanwhile, Hua Xiefeng suppressed his anger, stopping Deng Zihao and Ding Zhevue from clashing with Ji Lu. "Ignore that trash. We'll play our own game." Though he said that, there was no mood to play at all. They couldn't let this go. They either had to fight or order drinks to suppress them, but they could do neither. While young people are easily impulsive and eager to fight back, if a real fight broke out, it would be hard to stop, and they could easily end up in jail. As for ordering drinks, Hua Xiefeng's pocket money was far less than Ji Li's, and in a competition, he would definitely end up humiliated. So even if they couldn't swallow their anger, they had to force it down. Fortunately, the 5 girls weren't too vain and hadn't left, otherwise, they would have been utterly embarrassed. However, at this moment, the usually good-natured Su Ning could no longer hold back. A little dragon set can make you act so pretentious? Do you believe I can summon hundreds of little dragon sets and bury you with a wine bottle? Su Ning reached out to call for marketing. It was time to show off his family's wealth. On one hand, it was a confession to his brothers. On the other hand, it was to take care of Ji Lu and vent his anger, so that no random person would dare to act arrogantly in front of them. Just then, the scene suddenly became lively. The DJ on stage grabbed the microphone and passionately shouted, "Thanks to young Master Li at booth 105 for spending 159,999, opening the Frozen Platinum Dragon set for young Master Su at booth 112. On behalf of young Master Li and EGO Bar, I wish young Master Su and his brothers on stage smooth sailing and a long rainbow." As the DJ spoke, blessings also appeared on the big screen behind the stage. Immediately after, a long dragon began to wind and swirl near the bar booths. 6 bar staff each held up a laser wine set, 8 champagne girls waved light signs, and behind them were 6 Gatling cannons that could really stir up the atmosphere. If the little dragon set barely met the basic threshold for atmosphere, then this Frozen Platinum Dragon set undoubtedly reached the peak of it. Bars often create an atmosphere to get customers high, usually by doing some flashy but ultimately satisfying customers' vanity and pretentiousness. For example, the Dragon set, and even more so, the Frozen Dragon set. The so-called Dragon set consists of 6 different Ace of Spades champagnes, including the gold version, pink gold version, violet version, green gold version, platinum version, and black gold version. The prices of these 6 different champagnes vary from low to high. Among them, the black gold version is globally limited and hard to obtain, so most dragon sets only have the first 5 bottles. The little dragon set that Gila just ordered was simply a combination of the 3 cheapest Ace of Spades. The so-called Frozen Platinum Dragon set, on the other hand, was composed of 6 bottles of the platinum version of Ace of Spades, which were only slightly cheaper than the black gold version. In comparison, the little dragon set was simply a younger brother. The entire bar buzzed with excitement. After all, the 159,999 Frozen Platinum Dragon set was not something just anyone could order. Even though EGO Bar is one of the top bars in the capital, it's not every day that someone orders the Frozen Dragon set. When the DJ mentioned booth 112, Hua Xiefeng and his friends were already stunned, because their booth was indeed booth 112. And when the long line of drinks arrived at their booth and started to create a lively atmosphere, it felt unreal to the point of disbelief. Looking at the subtitles on the big screen, the group simultaneously glanced over at booth 105. Hua Xiefeng's expression was one of utter shock, as he realized he didn't know the 3 people at booth 105 who were raising their glasses to toast them from afar. What's going on? Did they deliver to the wrong place? Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he turned in surprise to Su Ning beside him. He finally realized that the DJ was sending the drinks to young Master Su. Su Ning? They are friends of the 3rd brother? Sure enough, just as Hua Xiefeng and the other 2 brothers were in disbelief, Su Ning had already raised his glass to thank the 3 people at booth 105. Indeed, Su Ning recognized them. It was a mix of laughter and tears, feeling how small the world was. Those 3 people were actually the car owners he had served when he was a designated driver. They were the ones who arrogantly shouted, "Bark like a dog and I'll give you $200, only to be countered by Su Ning with, "Bark like a dog and I'll give you 2,000. At that time, Su Ning had spent 400,000 to slap them in the face and teach them a good lesson. He never expected to run into them at the bar today. Moreover, they seemed to have been humbled and even took the initiative to send him drinks. "Third brother, do you know them?" Hua Xiefeng asked in a tone of disbelief. He truly couldn't believe it. Even some of his acquaintances wouldn't be so generous as to gift him an Icebound Platinum Divine Dragon set. To casually spend such a fortune in a bar, their family background must be better than his. How could Lao San have friends of this caliber? Su Ning smiled and nodded. You don't get to know someone without a bit of a tussle. They should be considered friends now, right? Not to mention, the exaggerated effect brought by a Super Icebound Platinum Divine Dragon set made their table the center of attention in the entire venue. Almost all the gazes directed at them were filled with desire and envy, especially the 5 beautiful girls, who couldn't hide their surprise. Their vanity was satisfied to the fullest. However, at that moment, the expressions of Ji Lu and his companions turned incredibly grim, as if they had just lost their father. Clearly, the small divine dragon set they ordered had already allowed them to show off, crushing their rivals, and they were enjoying the envy of everyone. But who would have thought that the suddenly appearing icebound platinum divine dragon set would steal all their thunder? What made it even more unbearable was that this icebound platinum divine dragon set was gifted to Huo Xiefeng's table by some unknown person. Gifted. This was even more humiliating than if Huo Xiefeng had bought the divine dragon set himself. You see, buying something for yourself and having someone else spend money to gift it to you are two completely different concepts. Only when one truly has the strength does it warrant such treatment from others. At least Jila didn't think his friends could casually gift him a large divine dragon set in a bar. Wasn't it equivalent to saying that Huo Xiefeng didn't even have to lift a finger, and someone was helping him clean up? Hence, his expression was as ugly as it could get, especially with Huo Xiefeng's teasing glances thrown his way. It made him want to explode. Don't think that just because you have an icebound divine dragon set, you're impressive. You can order it, so can I. In a fit of frustration, he directly called for marketing. Get me an icebound platinum divine dragon set too. Let's ramp up the atmosphere. It has to be even more exciting than before. Gatling and nitro guns, keep them blasting for half an hour. Ji-Lu was truly getting carried away. His mind heated and he started to go crazy. If the bar's drink consumption was all on the surface and seemed expensive, there was another type of consumption that could take a big chunk, and that was the atmosphere props. The atmosphere cannons used when delivering drinks were essentially gifts from the bar, but their actual price was 500 per blast. If he followed through with his plan to blast for half an hour, the final bill could end up being even higher than the divine dragon set. Seeing Ji-Lu getting carried away, the few people with him quickly stopped him from going through with it. It's fine to order drinks in a competitive spirit, but this kind of competition was truly unbearable. Stopped by his brothers, Ji-Lu regained a bit of calm. Ordering an icebound platinum divine dragon set would nearly wipe out the balance in his bank account. If the atmosphere cannons kept going and he ended up without money to pay the bill, that would be too embarrassing. How about this? Forget the divine dragon set, just get me a big 3 yuan. With a turn of his eyes, Ji-La came up with an idea and directly told marketing. Then Ji-La turned his head and, in a stubborn manner, began to mock Huo Xiefeng. Only those with no taste drink champagne, so low. Black Spade is just a mainland product, only you guys take it seriously. Those with real taste drink brandy. After saying that, he still looked at Huo Xiefeng with a disdainful gaze. However, compared to before, it gave off an even stronger impression of trying to act tough without the means. The so-called Big 3 Yuan is actually a set composed of 3 top-quality brandies: Remy Martin Louis XIII, Hennessy Richard, Martel Cordon Bleu. 3 bottles of top-tier brandy can sell for around 50,000 yuan in a bar, with the price of a single bottle exceeding that of the platinum version of Ace of Spades. The price for a Desan Yuan set is 149,999 yuan. In fact, Ji-La wasn't wrong. The Ace of Spades does have its prestige, but top-tier brandy is undoubtedly more upscale. However, when he said this, did he forget about the small dragon set he had ordered at his table? Although Ji-Li's statement was quite ridiculous, it felt more like he was trying to save face. Yet, one must admit that being able to order a Desan Yuan was enough to keep him at least on par with Huo Xiefeng's table in terms of prestige. Huo Xiefeng couldn't help but feel annoyed. He knew exactly what kind of person Ji-Lu was, yet he still felt very angry and uncomfortable at his words. But he couldn't overshadow Ji-Lu. After all, his bank card balance couldn't afford a Desan Yuan set. He couldn't expect the brothers at table 105 to send them drinks either. Damn it, I really want to beat him up. Deng Zihao couldn't help but pick up the empty Ace of Spades bottle from the table. Although they already had a complete set of frozen platinum dragon on their table, at that moment, Su Ning snatched the bottle from Deng Zihao's hand and laughed. It was indeed his turn to step in. He waved to call over the marketing staff and spoke up amidst the puzzled and astonished gazes of the 3 brothers. We'll also order a Desan Yuan. Bring us 2 sets for this table. Also, the brothers at table 105 just sent drinks. We can't be rude. Bring 2 sets of Desan Yuan for table 105 as well. Just say it's to wish the 3 brothers all the best. Go on, let's liven up the atmosphere. The marketing staff gaped in disbelief, looking as if he had been stunned. This wasn't the first time he had served Huo Xiefeng and his friends. He certainly knew that Huo Xiefeng was the boss among them and the wealthiest. Initially, when Su Ning waved to order drinks, he was courteous but didn't think Su Ning could order anything expensive. But he never expected that Su Ning, whom he hadn't regarded highly, would suddenly order such an exorbitant amount of drinks. 4 sets of Desan Yuan. 1 set costs 150,000, so 4 sets would be 600,000. Although this wasn't the single customer spending record at EGO Bar, it was the largest transaction he had ever handled. If he had known Su-Ning had such spending power, he would have been fawning over him long ago. The three brothers beside him also looked shocked, staring at Su-Ning in disbelief, feeling as if the whole world had gone mad. Ordering 4 sets of Desan Yuan at once? Do you know how much that costs? Forget 4 sets, even if it were just 1 set, the three of them couldn't scrape together enough money. Could it be that the inheritance the third brother received was more than they imagined? But even if it was, this wasn't how you spend it. Third brother, are you crazy? Huo Xiefeng was the first to react and tried to stop Su-Ning. But at that moment, Su-Ning had already paid through the marketing staff's POS machine. He really paid. Huo Xiefeng was dumbfounded. Did Su-Ning really have that much money in his bank card? Third brother, you can't do this. Even if your great-uncle left you a lot, are you saving it to buy a house later? Spending like this, no amount of money can withstand your extravagance. The second brother, Ding Zihui, said a bit angrily to Su-Ning. He didn't want Su-Ning to waste money just to compete with them. The fourth brother, Deng Zihao, was even more impatient, blocking the marketing staff from leaving and insisting that they must return the drinks. Su-Ning smiled brightly, fully aware that the three brothers were genuinely concerned for him. Is it possible that the inheritance I received is in the 9 figures? Su-Ning's words left the three of them stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. 9 figures? That's in the hundreds of millions. Even if it were just 100 million, that was a fortune beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Moreover, both 100 million and 900 million are 9-digit numbers. How do you know Su-Ning only has 100 million now? Third brother, you can't be joking, right? Huo Xiefeng felt it was utterly absurd because it was just too outrageous. Only movies would dare to portray something like this. Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao had the same expression, unable to believe it at all. Su-Ning shrugged, pulled out the key to a Koenigsegg, and tossed it to Huo Xiefeng. Koenigsegg, about 50 million, just bought it, didn't even have the chance to tell you guys. Huo Xiefeng instinctively caught the car key, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. This key didn't look fake. A 50 million Koenigsegg? Did third brother really have this thing? To dare buy a 50 million supercar, that meant Su-Ning definitely inherited more than just 100 million. It was very likely heading towards 1 billion. Insane. Too crazy. They couldn't even imagine that one day their brother would drive a supercar only top-tier rich kids could afford. Under the immense impact of the Koenigsegg, the 4 sets of big 3 dragons seemed trivial. Just a drop in the bucket. If it was spent, then so be it. At that moment, the drinks from Ji Li's table arrived. A set of big 3 dragons once again brought the atmosphere in the venue to a climax. However, the frustrated expression Ji Li had imagined on Huo Xiefeng did not appear. Instead, his arch-rival looked at him with a playful, mocking gaze, as if he were watching a clown. This made Ji Li feel very unbalanced, as if he couldn't maintain his facade, and it was completely unsatisfying. However, before he could provoke anyone, the venue erupted again, even more sensational than before. This time, it was a real dragon. Just the 4 sets of Divine Dragon sets required 12 bar staff to lift 12 bottles of top-tier champagne, not to mention needing more atmosphere crew to match. Thanks to young Master Su from booth 112 for spending 599,996 yuan to open 4 sets of big 3 dragons. 2 of these sets are gifts from young Master Su to the 3 brothers at booth 105. Young Master Su wishes the 3 brothers all the best. The DJ on stage ignited the entire venue with the most passionate shout. The 3 people at booth 105 were at a loss for how to express their surprise at that moment. The young master really knew how to treat people. He sent 1 set of frozen platinum Divine Dragon set, and the young master immediately returned 2 sets of big 3 dragons. It was equivalent to doubling their gift back. And this was not just about money, it was about face. Just think about it. Being gifted 2 sets of big 3 dragons at least meant you were far more important in their eyes than just 2 sets of big 3 dragons. The 3 of them were incredibly grateful they had just sent wine to Su-Ning. Now, having the chance to befriend the young master was truly a blessing from their past lives. Not to mention, just look at the envious gazes from everyone in the venue. Was there anyone not envious? Meanwhile, Ji Lu was going insane. He had just ordered drinks, and Huo Xiefeng had ordered drinks too? He had only ordered 1 set of big 3 dragons, and Huo Xiefeng had ordered 4 sets at once, and he even gifted 2 sets to others. This was simply a ruthless slap in the face, a blatant humiliation. A surge of anger shot from his feet to his head, twisting his face into a grimace. Unable to control his rage any longer, he grabbed a bottle of Ace of Spades and smashed it to the ground, shattering it, then turned and left. Tonight, he had been completely trampled down, unable to turn over. If he didn't leave now, would he stay here to continue being humiliated and laughed at? He didn't have that strong of a mental fortitude. Geely's brothers quickly followed him out, leaving one behind to store the wine. They hadn't even drunk yet, it couldn't go to waste. Store it away, and next time they came, they could take it out and still show off. With the annoying barking dog gone, Su Ning and the others could finally start to revel in their celebration. Third brother, this is just too damn refreshing. You know, watching that bastard Geela roll away with his tail between his legs feels like a bucket of ice water poured over my head on a scorching summer day, refreshing from head to toe. At that moment, the explosive music had already started, and almost everyone in the nightclub was standing up, dancing with abandon. Huo Xiefeng was shouting excitedly in Su Ning's ear. Su Ning wrapped his right arm around his boss without saying a word, while his left hand was raised high, swinging along with the DJ's raised hand. No need for words. What is there to say between brothers? In the past, he had no power, but now that he does, how could he let his brothers suffer any grievances? After a while of partying, Su Ning didn't forget to go to booth 105 to chat with those three friends. Although there had been a bit of unpleasantness during the designated driving, since they handled things openly today, Su Ning naturally had to give them face. Young Master Ning, from now on we're all friends, just let us know if you need anything. They had gotten to know each other, and after drinking for a while longer, they agreed to gather again next time before returning to their own booth. Because of Su Ning's extravagant spending, many girls who prided themselves on their looks and figures seized the opportunity to toast him. If they could stick around to have fun together, that would be even better. Even if they couldn't, just getting familiar this time might lead to opportunities next time. Meanwhile, the five girls were both incredibly relieved and on high alert, watching every girl who approached with wary eyes. Young Master Su, you're so handsome. You're simply mesmerizing. Jingjing quietly wrapped her arm around Su Ning's, pressing her ample chest against him, her soft pink lips close to his ear, breathing sweetly. She was being quite blatant, almost saying it outright. It was likely that even if Su Ning wanted to take her to the restroom right now, she would never refuse and would gladly accept. However, despite Jingjing being very beautiful, Su Ning had no further thoughts. Mainly, she had only shown such eagerness after he had spent money like water. Before that, she had been somewhat aloof. Even if it wasn't a case of being arrogant before and humble after, the contrast was so obvious that Su Ning understood what she wanted. This was a completely different concept from Ning Bing, who at most was just craving his body and thought he was merely a designated driver when they slept together. Thinking of this, Su Ning couldn't help but feel a bit disinterested. Nice to meet you, let's hang out again next time if we have the chance, Su Ning said with a calm smile to Jingjing, whose eyes widened in shock, her expression losing control, leaving her stunned. What does that mean? Hang out again next time? What about tonight? She had been eagerly looking forward to spending a wonderful night with Su Ning, but she never expected to hear such words from him. The meat was right there, and he wouldn't eat? Is he still a man? At that moment, the three brothers, each with a girl in their arms, were also a bit confused. None of them had girlfriends, so there was naturally no psychological burden in hunting for beauty at the bar. The opportunities to spend at a bar were already rare, and now they had the chance to explore the mysteries of the body with beautiful girls. They wished they could teleport straight to a hotel bed. But Su Ning actually rejected Jingjing. What was going on? Did he think Jingjing wasn't pretty enough? Huo Xiefeng pondered for a moment, then quietly pulled Su Ning aside and whispered, "Why not go for it? If you think she's not good-looking enough, we can switch." The girl beside him was indeed more attractive than Jingjing, by all accounts. As the boss, he felt he should take care of his brother, even if it meant he had to take a loss. And although Jingjing wasn't a top-tier beauty, she was still a pretty girl, just as carefree and lively when the lights were off. Listening to Huo Xiefeng's wolfish words, Su Ning couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "No need, boss, you guys go ahead and have fun. I have other things to do tomorrow, I can't be too tired." He could only find such an excuse, otherwise, he would definitely be mocked by his brothers for being pretentious. Once he said this, the three brothers understood. After all, Su Ning was very different from before. After inheriting the fortune, he might have various matters to worry about. "Then you should rest well, and next time we'll have a good time." Ding Zihui patted Su Ning on the shoulder and then took the girl straight to the hotel. Huo Xiefeng and Deng Zihao followed suit, greeting each other before heading to the hotel as well. The three of them were in pairs, leaving Jingjing standing there like a wooden chicken. She never expected that tonight she would be left alone and sleepless. If she still didn't realize that Su Ning wasn't interested in her at this point, she would truly be foolish. However, at this moment, she felt no resentment at all. Instead, she was incredibly excited and elated. Because at this moment, Su Ning had already called for a designated driver, driving a supercar Koenigsegg, to take her back to school first. After all, even if Su Ning wasn't interested in her, he couldn't just leave her here. A man's demeanor still had to be maintained. Since the Koenigsegg only had 2 seats, Su Ning let the designated driver take Jingjing home first before coming back for himself. For Jingjing, whether she could get close to the wealthy young man was no longer important. She had that self-awareness. What mattered was that she was fortunate enough to ride in a Koenigsegg. Along the way, she sat in the passenger seat, posing for photos, and even after getting out of the car, she took various pictures around the Koenigsegg. This would definitely become a source of vanity she could boast about for a lifetime. The designated driver waited there, unable to say anything, only able to wait for this young lady to finish her photo session before revving the engine to pick up Su Ning. Back in the empty dormitory, Su Ning quickly washed up and went to bed. When he woke up again, it was almost noon. At this time, the three brothers had not yet returned, which was within his expectations. After all, such an opportunity was rare, and they would surely have a wild night. Not to mention whether they were awake or not, even if they were, they would probably need to do some morning exercises. After getting up and getting ready, Su Ning went to the cafeteria for lunch and seized the free time to continue working on his graduation project. It wasn't until just before dinner that the three brothers finally returned. None of them seemed to have much energy, as if they had been drained by some dark force. Su Ning couldn't help but feel speechless. How many rounds had they gone through? How about I buy you guys some goji berries to soak in water today? Otherwise, I'm really afraid you'll die young from exhaustion. Su Ning joked with a chuckle. The three brothers exchanged glances, then rushed over and pinned Su Ning to the chair, starting a merciless torment. The sounds of his cries for mercy echoed throughout the dormitory and even in the hallway. After enough fun, Xie Feng went to the balcony and lit a cigarette, speaking with a hint of regret and lingering feelings. If I had known you had such skills, the girls from last night could have been on a whole different level. He wasn't lying. If they had ordered the Icebound Platinum Dragon set and the Grand 3 Yuan from the start last night, those girls probably wouldn't have caught their eye at all. Almost all the girls in the bar were available for them to choose from. Exactly. Why didn't you mention it earlier, third brother? Ding Zihui was feeling a bit unbalanced now. Based on their spending last night, they could have easily attracted higher-class girls. At this moment, he had already forgotten how he had called someone little sweetheart on the hotel bed last night. Men, after all, are all big clumsy oafs. Su Ning shrugged, looking speechless. I wanted to order drinks from the beginning. Who was it that stopped me from ordering? The three brothers blinked, recalling that it indeed seemed to be the case. Su Ning had said he would arrange things when they entered the bar, and then the eldest, Xie Feng, had firmly insisted that Su Ning would handle it next time. When the second penalty kick was about to happen, Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao blocked Su Ning again, and the two of them had pooled money for drinks. Good grief, so it's all their fault? For a moment, the three of them felt bitter and couldn't help but sigh. Su Ning looked at the awkward expressions of the three brothers and burst into laughter, completely carefree. Then, feeling overly pleased, he was once again pushed back into his chair by the three of them, and the atmosphere in the dormitory was incredibly cheerful. At around 7 in the evening, Su Ning arrived at Li Ji Private Kitchen, ready to continue his experience as a substitute driver to make money. When he reached the cash register, he found not only Master Wang was there, but also another person. Upon inquiry, he learned that this was the new in-house substitute driver, surnamed Jiang, looking to be under 40, filling in for Master Li. According to the old rules, Su Ning could now take orders second, while Master Jiang, who arrived last, would be at the end of the line. While waiting for work, Su Ning chatted with Master Jiang and found out that he had been taking orders on the substitute driving platform. As for why he stopped working on the platform, it was clearly due to dissatisfaction with the platform's high commission and its unfriendly policies towards drivers. Listening to him indignantly recount the dark side of the platform, Su Ning didn't dare to mention that he had just registered as a substitute driver on the Didi platform yesterday. Customers began to arrive at the restaurant looking for substitute drivers. After Master Wang left, it was soon Su Ning's turn. The first order went smoothly as usual, so smoothly that Su Ning thought to himself how nice it would be if every order were this easy. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 100 yuan, with a reward of 10 million yuan for 100,000 times the increase. What a delight! Who understands the joy of making money? Just as he took a taxi back to the restaurant, another order came in. Looking at the car owner, who was swaying with every step and had unfocused eyes, Su Ning felt quite helpless. He knew this order probably wouldn't go as smoothly. Sure enough, just as he helped the car owner, who could barely walk, into the car, the owner was already on the verge of losing consciousness. Fortunately, Su Ning had asked for the community address before getting in, so he just had to drive towards the destination. However, halfway there, the car owner, who was almost unconscious, suddenly started to act drunk in the back seat. I'm not going home. I'm definitely not going home. I want to find a lady. I want to go find a lady. Quick, take me to find a lady. Su Ning was startled, almost thinking the car owner had come back to life. At first, He misheard and thought the owner wanted him to contact Miss Xiao. But as he listened, he finally realized what the owner actually wanted. His mouth twitched a few times, and he couldn't help but start to spasm. It was utterly speechless to the point of helplessness. So this is what it means to expose one's true nature when drunk. How deeply ingrained is this obsession that, after getting drunk, finding a lady becomes the only demand? The key point is, in your current state of being completely wasted, you probably wouldn't be able to do anything even if you found a lady, right? Su Ning simply ignored him and drove straight to the destination. He was very curious to see if, when the car owner's wife picked him up, the owner would still be so assertive about wanting to find a lady. Fortunately, while the car owner was acting drunk, he was just talking. If he had really made a move that affected Su Ning, that would have been dangerous. Upon reaching the destination, Su Ning got out and helped the car owner open the back door. "Sir, we have arrived at your destination. I hope to serve you again. Finally, I sincerely wish you a pleasant life." While saying the polite phrases for the end of the substitute driving service, he prepared to assist the car owner. He was a bit worried that, given the owner was this drunk, would he still be able to collect the substitute driving fee? However, he soon realized that his worries were warranted. "I'm not getting out. I'm not getting out of the car. I want to find a lady. I just want to find a lady." The car owner pushed Su Ning's hand away, which was trying to help him, and started shouting loudly. Su Ning's forehead was lined with dark streaks, and he felt utterly defeated. Indeed, money was hard to earn in this world. Even making money wasn't that easy. Constantly encountering such oddballs was truly exhausting. "Sir, I don't know where to find a lady. Besides, looking for a lady is illegal. If I take you to find one, wouldn't that make me an accomplice? You should go home and rest well." Su Ning tried to persuade the driver to head home quickly, but it proved to be a futile effort. You can never wake someone who pretends to be asleep, nor can you reason with a drunkard. The lady is waiting for you at home. You should hurry back. In desperation, Su Ning could only deceive the driver. However, although the driver was drunk and mostly unclear in his thoughts, at that moment, he seemed remarkably lucid. "Nonsense! Where's the lady at home?" "At home, there's a tigress. Hurry up and take me to find a lady." Su Ning's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. "Are you kidding me?" Encountering such a driver left him speechless. He could forcibly take him home since the driver was too drunk to resist. But the key issue was, he had no idea which building or unit the driver lived in. He couldn't just leave the guy here unattended. Moreover, he hadn't received his driving fee yet. In his helplessness, Su Ning could only seek help from the police. "Just sit tight. I'll take you to find a lady." While saying this, Su Ning got back in the car and started the engine. As soon as the driver heard he was going to find a lady, he immediately quieted down and settled into the back seat. Su Ning drove straight to the nearest police station. If you want to find a lady so badly, then go look for one at the police station. Upon entering the small courtyard of the police station, he found his acquaintance, Officer Wang, still on duty at night. Having a familiar face made communication much easier. "Officer Wang, this is my client for the driving service. He's really drunk, and I don't know where he lives, so I can't take him home. The key point is, he keeps shouting about wanting to find a lady." At this point, as if to cooperate with him, the driver in the back seat started shouting again. "Hurry up! Didn't you say you'd take me to find a lady? Why aren't we there yet?" Officer Wang, having been a police officer for so many years, probably had never seen someone crying and shouting for a lady at the police station. He was momentarily at a loss. Officer Wang didn't say much and directly asked Su Ning to help get the driver into the inquiry room. If he were just drunk, he should be taken to the reception room to sleep it off. But this driver was so brazenly asking for a lady, he probably had a record, so he needed to be put in the inquiry room for a thorough questioning once he sobered up. Naturally, the car would be left at the police station. However, Su Ning didn't forget about his driving fee. 100 yuan was nothing, but after the system's reward, it could be 10 million. "Officer Wang, could you help me get my driving fee?" Su Ning smiled at Officer Wang. Officer Wang nodded. He understood Su Ning's difficulties. Staying up late to earn a few hard-earned bucks, it would be a huge loss if this trip was for nothing. Of course, he could never have imagined that Su Ning was asking for not 100 yuan, but 10 million. This job had indeed wasted a lot of time. After leaving the police station, Su Ning hurriedly took a taxi back to the hotel. After rushing, he finally received his third job at the hotel. The client for this job was a family, a husband and wife in their early 30s, along with a little boy who looked about 4 or 5 years old. A child. Su Ning couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. Wasn't this going to be another troublesome situation? Compared to a drunken driver, children were probably an even harder group to manage. However, even though he felt uneasy inside, since they had called for a designated driver, he couldn't refuse the job. It didn't make sense to leave money on the table. "Hello, I am here to serve you. After greeting them with standard service language, Su-ning circled the car to conduct a visual inspection. He had originally overlooked this step until he registered for Didi's designated driver service yesterday, as it was a requirement. It was quite understandable. After all, in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. It's hard to guarantee that no one has ulterior motives, asking you to drive a car that already has scratches, and then blaming you for the damage, making you pay for it. One must not harbor any false hopes. If you don't encounter any issues, that's fine, but if you do, it's just bad luck. Some things are hard to clarify, so Su-ning no longer ignored this matter and would take it seriously before getting in the car. This family's car was quite nice, a BMW 5 Series, just like his boss, Hua Xiafeng. On the road, Su-ning felt a bit anxious, unable to focus entirely on driving. Although it shouldn't be this way, he had to keep part of his attention on the peculiar situations that could arise at any moment. However, to his surprise, halfway through the trip, everything was still calm. The couple didn't seem overly intoxicated and were not drunk. The little boy, perhaps tired, had already fallen asleep leaning against his mother. If only it could continue this smoothly until they reached their destination. Just as Su-ning was praying for this, the child's mother suddenly spoke up. "You have a business trip tomorrow morning. What are we going to do with the child?" The child's father sighed and shook his head, seemingly at a loss. "I talked to my boss today to see if I could start work a bit later, but the project is at a critical stage. They can't do without me." Then the couple racked their brains to think of various solutions, but every time they proposed an idea, they ultimately found it unfeasible. Su-ning listened carefully and understood the general situation. Both of them were not from the capital and had no elderly relatives to help take care of the child. Coincidentally, the child's mother had to go on a business trip for a week starting tomorrow, while the child's father was also indispensable for the project at his company. Thus, the issue of picking up and dropping off the child at kindergarten became a problem. This might be the frustration of outsiders living in a big city. Living in Chang'an is expensive, and it's not easy. However, despite his sympathies, Su-ning couldn't help much, so he just focused on driving. How about hiring a temporary nanny, just to handle the pickup and drop off of the child every day? The child's father suggested at that moment. The child's mother shook her head and sighed. "Such short-term jobs are not taken by housekeeping services, and even if they were willing, I still feel a bit uneasy. After all, there have been so many cases of nannies abusing the elderly and children." Then, the two of them sighed together. Just then, the child's mother inadvertently glanced at Su-ning, who was focused on driving, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She nudged her husband beside her and quietly pointed at Su-ning in the driver's seat, giving him a knowing look. Sure enough, the couple had a tacit understanding, and the child's father instantly grasped his wife's meaning. They could ask the designated driver for help. This designated driver drove steadily, indicating he was a reliable and sincere person. He looked to be in his early 20s, the age when one hasn't yet been tainted by society, likely still having a sunny disposition. Moreover, this designated driver wasn't just some random person on the street. He was affiliated with Lee's Private Kitchen, a restaurant with a good reputation, so he should be trustworthy. He was indeed a very suitable candidate. Thinking of this, the child's father spoke up. "Brother, what's your surname?" Su-ning didn't turn around but smiled and replied, "My surname is Su, no need for formalities. You look to be in your early 20s. How did you come to be a designated driver at such a young age?" The child's father continued to ask. Su-ning still did not look back, focusing most of his attention on driving, and casually replied, "My family conditions were not good before, so I did driving as a part-time job to support my studies, but now that I'm about to graduate from university, I probably won't be able to do it for much longer." The young couple was instantly delighted to hear that Su-ning was a university student. University students are great, innocent and naive, definitely trustworthy. After organizing his words a bit, the child's father spoke up. "Brother, I want to discuss something with you. My wife is going on a business trip next week, and my work schedule is very tight, so it's not convenient for me to pick up and drop off the child. What I was thinking is, could I ask you to help us with picking up and dropping off the child? Don't worry, we definitely won't delay your work and studies, and we won't let you work for nothing. 5 days a week, morning and evening pickup, we'll give you 1,000 yuan. How does that sound?" Su-ning was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this couple to be so desperate that they turned to him. Picking up and dropping off the child, wouldn't that mean he was living the life of a stay-at-home dad ahead of time? Also, do you really trust a stranger like me that much? However, Su-ning did understand their difficulties. Moreover, the pay was not low. He had just inquired within the system, and although this money technically wasn't considered a driving fee, it was still related to driving work, so the system would still grant a reward of 100,000 times. After the reward, it would be 100 million. Just picking up and dropping off the child in the morning for only a week could earn him 100 million. Only a fool wouldn't do it. Since you trust me, I'll help you pick up the child next week. Su Ning nodded with a smile and agreed. Seeing Su Ning agree, the young couple was very happy and explained the situation to him in more detail. The little boy's name was Xiaodong, and he was in kindergarten. Since Xiaodong's father had to leave home by 6 every day, Su Ning needed to arrive at their house before 6. After Xiaodong woke up, he could supervise him to wash up and get dressed, which Xiaodong could do by himself. Then he could let Xiaodong play for a while, and at 7:30, he would take him to kindergarten. In the evening, he would pick up the child at 4 and play with Xiaodong in the community until his father returned around 6. It took a bit more time than Su Ning had imagined, but it was still within an acceptable range and wouldn't affect his driving work. Moreover, Xiaodong was very obedient and not too mischievous, which was also a reason why Su Ning agreed. If the child were naughty and unpleasant, Su Ning would never have agreed. Once everything was settled, Su Ning took the family of 3 to their destination and went upstairs with them to get acquainted. Xiaodong had a very good impression of Su Ning, the handsome big brother. "Brother, sleep with me tonight?" Xiaodong tugged at his arm, his little face full of expectation. Xiaodong's mother coaxed him. "Aren't you supposed to sleep with me tonight?" After hearing his mother's words, Xiaodong thought for a moment and said something surprising. "Then Mom, you and I can sleep with brother." Instantly, the 3 adults present felt extremely awkward. The child's innocent words were truly unpredictable. "Xiaodong, see you tomorrow." Su Ning hurriedly said his goodbyes, otherwise, if he stayed any longer, who knows what kind of outrageous words might come out. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 600 yuan. With 100,000 times reward of 60 million yuan, the driving fee was 100, and the remaining 500 was the couple's half of the payment to Su Ning, with another 500 to be paid a week later. 60 million. This was definitely the largest amount Su Ning had earned so far. Although he had earned 600 yuan from overtaking before, he had to give 10 yuan to the restaurant, so the final amount was 59 million. Looking at the more than 180 million in his bank account, Su Ning felt he was very close to his dream mansion. Keep it up. Work hard. At this moment, Su Ning was filled with energy. Seeing that it was still early, Su Ning decided to head back to Li's private kitchen to take another order. However, just as he stepped out of the small community, his phone suddenly rang. "Mr. Su, has your designated driving trip ended? The restaurant is about to close, and I've asked the remaining tables, none of them need a designated driver. You don't need to rush back to the restaurant." After answering the call, Manager Lu reported respectfully. Su Ning couldn't help but nod, feeling that Manager Lu was very thorough in his work. He even thought to ask the customers if they needed a designated driver. If not, the boss could just go back and rest. What a talent. "Okay, I understand. Thank you for your hard work," Su Ning said with a smile, offering a compliment. After hanging up, Su Ning didn't head straight back to his dorm but instead opened the DD Designated Driving Driver app on his phone. He had long wanted to try taking orders from the designated driving platform. This was a key channel for him to expand his income. Once online, he began waiting for the system to assign a designated driving order. It was just like waiting at the restaurant's cash register for someone to call for a designated driver. Patience was required. However, whether it was because there were too many designated drivers on the platform or because there were few orders nearby, Su Ning waited for almost 20 minutes without receiving any orders from the system. The competition was too fierce. Su Ning couldn't help but sigh. Relying on this to support a family would indeed be very difficult. Waiting in place wasn't a solution, so Su Ning simply took a taxi back to Li's private kitchen. His Koenigsegg was still parked at the restaurant, but after driving for a while, the platform suddenly assigned an order. Su Ning quickly swiped right to accept the order, feeling a surge of excitement. After all, it was his first order, which wasn't easy to come by. Looking at the relevant information of the designated driving order, he couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect the starting point to be not far from Li's private kitchen, where there were several good restaurants nearby, naturally creating a demand for designated drivers. At this moment, the starting point was less than 3 kilometers away, just within the range for ordinary designated driving orders. 3 minutes later, the fast-moving taxi arrived at the destination. After paying the fare and getting out of the car, Su Ning headed towards a restaurant called Huihua Building. Upon reaching the restaurant entrance, he saw someone there, so he directly marked the driver as arrived. "Hello, is this the designated driving service you called?" Su Ning smiled and asked the two people. One of them glanced at Su Ning and shook his head. "No." Su Ning expressed his apologies and looked around but didn't see anyone else, so he stepped slightly away from the entrance, took out his phone, and called the car owner who had requested the designated driver through the platform. "Hello, this is your driver, Xiao Su. I have now arrived at your designated starting point. May I ask if you are starting your trip right away, or do you need me to wait here? Su Ning asked in a service-oriented tone. He thought the car owner who called for the designated driver might still be inside the restaurant drinking, but at that moment, a confused voice came from the other end of the line. I'm right at the restaurant entrance. I don't see you. Su Ning looked in surprise at the restaurant entrance. Besides the person who had just been there was no one else, but he was shocked to find that the person was on the phone. Are you wearing jeans and a dark blue windbreaker? Su Ning asked according to his clothing description. Yes, did you see me? But how come I can't see you? The voice on the phone sounded quite puzzled. Su Ning couldn't help but feel speechless, not wanting to talk anymore. Sure enough, he always encountered these odd situations. I clearly asked you just now if you called for the designated driver, and you said no. Are you just messing with me? Well, it's hard to judge what someone who has drunk too much is really thinking. Or maybe he just misheard earlier. Su Ning could only comfort himself this way. Once again, he walked to the entrance of the restaurant and waved at the person. Hello, I'm glad to serve you. Su Ning still smiled. However, at that moment, the person looked at Su Ning with a very strange expression, as if his face was filled with question marks. Then, words came out of his mouth that Su Ning found hard to understand. Where's your car? Su Ning raised an eyebrow and squinted, feeling it was absurd. Shouldn't that question be mine to ask you? Sir, where's your car? Su Ning took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm. The man was taken aback by Su Ning's question, unable to respond for a long time. Su Ning was also a bit confused. What was wrong with this person? He seemed not very bright. The two of them looked at each other, and for a moment, it felt like the air was filled with a bit of confusion and awkwardness. After a long while, the man spoke in an incredulous tone. I called a Didi. You didn't drive here. Are you planning to carry me? Su Ning was completely thrown off. You called a Didi? Usually, when someone says they called a Didi, it's highly likely they mean a ride-hailing service, not a designated driver, as the two services are not even comparable in scale. You called a Didi Express? Su Ning's tone still held a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the driver was just someone who liked to joke. However, the driver's assertive response shattered Su Ning's fantasy completely. What else could it be? Su Ning took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down and remain composed. Sir, you can check your order. Did you call for a Didi ride-hailing service or a Didi designated driver? The man was stunned, his face filled with surprise and disbelief. Muttering, how could I possibly have called the wrong one? He opened the app on his phone. The next second, he stood there in shock. When he looked up again, his face was visibly embarrassed. It seems I called the wrong one. I should have called a Didi Express. How did I end up calling a Didi designated driver? What should I do now? Bro, I'm really sorry for making you come out for nothing. Knowing it was his own mistake, the man repeatedly apologized to Su Ning. Su Ning sighed helplessly, feeling both amused and exasperated. Was this how the first order on the Didi designated driver platform would go? He had no doubt this was definitely the influence of the system's might. Otherwise, how could every order encounter such bizarre situations? According to the platform's rules, if the driver arrives at the designated location and waits for more than 10 minutes before the order is cancelled, they can charge a cancellation fee of 1 yuan per minute for the excess time. If it doesn't meet this standard, there is no cancellation fee. And from the time Su Ning called the driver to now, it hadn't even been 10 minutes. This meant it was all for nothing, with no compensation at all. This was probably direct proof that the platform favored users and treated drivers like cattle. There was no way around it. He could only accept his bad luck. What else could he do? Bro, I'm really sorry for delaying your matters. How about I give you some compensation? The man truly felt bad, thinking about how designated drivers relied on this little work at night to support their families. He felt he should make some amends. No need, you can just cancel the order. Su Ning smiled and waved his hand. Since this was the platform's rule, whether reasonable or not, it had to be followed. Otherwise, if the driver complained later, it would be troublesome for him. Just as he turned to leave, a sudden thought struck him like a flash of inspiration. The driver didn't have a car, but I do. I can just drive my own car to take him back. This idea made Su Ning want to applaud himself. Turning back, he smiled at the man and said, my car is nearby. How about I just drive you back? The man was taken aback by Su Ning's suggestion, feeling a bit at a loss. You're asking me to drive my own car to take you home? What's going on here? Su Ning noticed that the man was a bit dazed from the alcohol, his mind slow to react, so she smiled and said, just think of it as calling a designated driver, and pay me the fee directly. You'll even save on gas. The man thought about Su Ning's words and realized it made sense. What was there to hesitate about? After all, his goal was to get home. Plus, if he calculated roughly, it wouldn't cost much more. In the capital, the starting fare for a taxi is 13 yuan, with a distance fee of 2. 3 yuan, and an additional 20% charge after 11 p.m. The distance from here to his home was about 8 kilometers, which usually cost 25 yuan for a taxi, and 30 yuan at night. The starting fee for a designated driver is 35 yuan for 8 kilometers, which is just an extra 5 yuan. He had said he would compensate the driver, so he even thought that 5 yuan was too little. Alright, go get your car, I'll wait for you here. The man smiled at Su Ning. Seeing how agreeable he was, Su Ning didn't delay and quickly went to the nearby parking lot of Li Ji Private Kitchen to bring out her Koenigsegg. The engine roared like a beast, and soon she was in front of the man. At that moment, he still didn't realize that this incredibly flashy supercar belonged to the designated driver. He just thought the car was too cool. His eyes were glued to the sports car, as if he couldn't look away. This was a Koenigsegg one, only 6 units in the world. He had only ever seen it on the internet, and now he was actually seeing it on the streets of the capital. A wealthy young master out for a ride? He fantasized about how great it would be if he could have such a stylish supercar. At the very least, he wished he could have the chance to drive or even just sit in one. But just then, the door of the supercar opened, and Su Ning stepped out from the driver's seat. "Sir, please get in." Su Ning smiled and gestured for him to enter. The man was taken aback, his eyes wide open, feeling breathless, his face turning red. Inside, it felt like a storm had erupted, a volcano erupting with intensity. How could this be? It must be a joke, right? How could a designated driver drive a Koenigsegg? The absurdity was comparable to an Arab prince begging on the street. However, the car was right in front of him, and despite his disbelief, he had to accept this ridiculous fact. Dazed, he got into the car, touching the seat, the door, and then the seemingly unremarkable but undoubtedly expensive interior. A strong sense of unreality surged within him. He was actually sitting in a supercar worth 50 million. If he told his colleagues about this incredible experience at work tomorrow, they would probably think he was drunk and dreaming. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to drive it himself. In fact, usually, Su Ning wouldn't mind letting him drive, but he had been drinking, so it was better to skip it. Soon, with the unparalleled acceleration of the supercar, they arrived at the destination the man had ordered. Su Ning swiped right on the order interface, ending the trip. At the same time, the man's phone also ended the trip and entered the payment interface. 35 yuan, neither more nor less, just the starting fare. The man hazily completed the payment and got out of the car in a daze. "This trip has ended. Please take your belongings and walk carefully. We hope to serve you again. Finally, we sincerely wish you a pleasant life." Su Ning also got out of the car and politely addressed the customer. Normally, a designated driver wouldn't need to say "take your belongings," since the car usually belongs to the owner. But who would have thought that she would receive a fast ride order today? "Goodbye. I'll look for you next time." The customer waved at Su Ning, his expression still not fully recovering from the shock. Su Ning got in the car and started it, driving away directly, leaving the customer standing in place with a wandering gaze, lost in thought. Su Ning drove straight back to the parking lot of Li Ji Private Kitchen, where the ride-hailing drivers were still quite bold. Just look at the earnings from earlier. The customer paid 35 yuan. Su Ning personally received 25. 14. So unfair. It's really unfair. From a 35 yuan order, nearly 10 yuan was taken away. It made Su Ning's heart ache to the point of breathlessness. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 14 yuan, with a 10,000-fold reward of 2,514,000 yuan. This income barely reached half of what he would earn running orders in the city as a resident driver at Li Ji Private Kitchen. The disparity left Su Ning feeling somewhat helpless. But there was no choice. During this time period, apart from accepting orders on the ride-hailing platform, there was almost no other option. Checking the time, it was already midnight. After waiting for a while, it seemed the platform had no intention of sending more orders. Su Ning simply decided to book a hotel room to rest instead of going back to the dormitory. He had to get up early the next morning to take Dong Dong to kindergarten. Lying on the bed in the room, Su Ning calculated today's earnings. First order as a resident driver, 10 million. Second order, also should be 10 million. But the car owner was taken to the police station, so whether he could get the money tomorrow was uncertain. Third order, including the tip, he had already received 60 million. The only order from the Didi ride-hailing platform, 514 million. Adding it all up, the total income was 514 million. At this moment, the balance in his bank card had already exceeded 183 million. The villa next to the summer palace that he had his eye on should not actually sell for less than 300 million. Anyway, buying a villa would likely not be a one-time transaction. He could first go see the house in person to have a better idea. Moreover, with his speed of making money, he might be able to pay in full within a week. So, after sending Dong Dong to kindergarten tomorrow morning, he would look for a real estate agent to see houses. He fell asleep happily, dreaming of already wandering in his grand villa mansion. At 5:30 in the morning, the alarm clock annoyingly woke him up. Groggy, he got out of bed and splashed cold water on his face, finally feeling much more awake. After a quick tidy up, he headed straight to Dongdong's house, as Dongdong's dad had to leave by 6, and he needed to arrive before then. "Dongdong, I'm here." Su Ning knocked on the door and found it was Dongdong who opened it, greeting him with a smile. "Brother, come in quickly. My dad is in the bathroom, it stinks." Dongdong was very lively and not shy at all, speaking childishly. Su Ning's mouth twitched slightly. Some things didn't need to be described so explicitly, right? But that's how kids are, they speak without a filter, and they have no taboos. Dongdong probably exposed his parents quite a bit at kindergarten too. Just imagine, when Dongdong goes to kindergarten today and the teacher jokes, "Dongdong, your poop smells so bad," would Dongdong respond with, "What's that? My dad's poop is the real stinky one." Then picture how the teacher would look at Dongdong's dad when he comes to pick him up in the evening. Dongdong was playing with building blocks, and Su Ning simply sat beside him, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. After a while, Dongdong's dad finally came out of the bathroom, smiling and greeting Su Ning. "You're here quite early, Xiao Su. I have to leave soon. I'll trouble you to take him to kindergarten in a bit." After saying that, he hurriedly put on his shoes and left the house. Working people really are like livestock. Fortunately, the kindergarten provided 3 meals a day. If they had to make breakfast for Dongdong in the morning, both of them would probably go crazy. Su Ning spent about an hour playing with Dongdong, and the lively Dongdong often shared the secrets of their family with Su Ning. For example, where Dad hid his stash of money, how Dad sometimes secretly watched beautiful older sisters dance on his phone, and how sometimes at night, while he was sleeping, Dad and Mom would fight, with Dad making Mom scream in pain. Su Ning quickly covered Dongdong's mouth, his expression a mix of laughter and tears. "This is not something to be said." Seeing that it was almost time, Su Ning took Dongdong, who was dressed, out the door. Although the kindergarten was less than 2 kilometers away, and they could walk, Su Ning decided to drive since he had an appointment with an agent later. When Dongdong saw Su Ning's flashy sports car, his already big eyes lit up even more. "Wow, what an awesome car. It's just like my toy. Brother's car is so beautiful." Although Dongdong might not understand these things or know the car's value, he could still tell if it was good looking or not. Su Ning laughed heartily, opened the car door, and helped Dongdong into the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt. "Let's go!" Dongdong shouted excitedly, as if he were not in a car but in a spaceship. Su Ning couldn't help but laugh. After encountering so many odd characters while driving these days, he suddenly felt much better. Indeed, children are needed to heal adults. When they arrived at the kindergarten, it was peak drop-off time. Parents stared wide-eyed at the eye-catching Koenigsegg, unable to tear their gaze away from the supercar. Even the teachers at the entrance, welcoming the children, almost forgot their duties. As the scissor doors opened, under the astonished and envious gazes of everyone, Su Ning helped Dongdong out of the car. "Dongdong, be good at kindergarten, and your brother will come to pick you up tonight." Su Ning squatted down at the entrance, stroking Dongdong's hair, and smiled. But unexpectedly, when Dongdong saw their class teacher, he turned his eyes and spoke softly. "Su Ning brother, do you have a girlfriend? If you don't have a girlfriend, how about letting Teacher Lu be your girlfriend? Last time I heard Teacher Wang talking to Teacher Lu, Teacher Wang said, 'With a chest like yours, your boyfriend must be so happy. Although I don't know what it means, I hope you are happy.'" Su Ning was taken aback by Dongdong's shocking words, nearly choking on his own saliva, and coughed a few times to suppress it. It was truly a mix of laughter and tears. He didn't even know what to say. "Thank you for thinking of me." However, that wasn't the most awkward part. The most awkward part was that just then, Teacher Lu walked over to welcome Dongdong into the kindergarten and heard what Dongdong had just said. Her pretty face instantly turned bright red, even her originally snow-white neck blushing pink. If it weren't for the occasion, she would have wanted to give Dongdong a few knocks on the head. This little rascal, why does he say everything? It's simply mortifying. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in, so embarrassed that she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment into the floor. However, looking at Su Ning's handsome and suave demeanor, along with the supercar that could make countless women swoon, Teacher Lu felt like she wanted to thank Dongdong. "Thank you for thinking of your Teacher Lu in such a good way. Teacher, I'm sorry, this child is talking nonsense." Although he wasn't Dongdong's parent, at that moment, saying he was a temporary guardian was completely fine, so he quickly apologized to the teacher. However, he had to admit that Dongdong wasn't lying. The beautiful female teacher in front of him really was stunning, top-notch, and her proud chest was simply captivating. It's hard to imagine how many male parents would be peeking over the fence during morning exercises at the kindergarten. As for whether they were watching their own children, that was up to interpretation. It's okay. It's okay, Teacher Lu shyly said, not knowing where to put her hands, subconsciously tucking her hair behind her ear. Are you Dongdong's brother? Su Ning shook his head. Dongdong's parents have something on this week and can't pick him up, so I'm helping out last minute. Then, he waved at Dongdong. Dongdong needs to behave in kindergarten. Your brother will come to pick you up in the evening. After that, he drove away amidst the indescribable envy of everyone around. While driving, Su Ning felt a mix of emotions. With Dongdong's candid and unfiltered nature, he couldn't imagine what kind of funny situations would arise from picking him up every day in the future. It was rush hour, and no matter how good the supercar's performance was, he could only drive slowly with the flow of traffic, which made him quite irritated. He decided to find a parking lot to rest and wait for the peak hour to pass before hitting the road again. Just then, Su Ning received a call from his dorm mate, Ding Zevawei. Third, come back for drinks at noon. He didn't even ask if Su Ning was busy, it was purely a notification. This made Su Ning realize that something must have happened. If they hadn't directly called him back but instead asked if he could return, it might have just been a few people craving drinks. But now, being so straightforward could only mean there was an issue. Okay, I got it, Su Ning replied, not asking further. There was no need to inquire, he would naturally find out everything during the drinks at noon. Plans had changed. He had originally planned to look at houses with an agent, but since he had to drink at noon, time would probably be tight. Fortunately, he hadn't scheduled an appointment with the agent, otherwise, he would have had to cancel. However, he couldn't waste the morning either, so he decided to buy a watch. Su Ning had previously loved watches, but due to financial constraints, it was like luxury cars, just looking was enough. He couldn't afford to buy one, but now, with such a crazy money-making system, buying a watch was no pressure at all. Even a highly praised Patek Philippe was just a matter of a chauffeur's bill. However, Su Ning's preference was definitely not Patek Philippe but rather Richard Mille, which he had liked more before. Although this brand had only been around for a little over 20 years, its rapidly rising brand value had already made Richard Mille a top luxury watch brand, hailed as the billionaire's entry ticket. Even the most basic models reached prices in the millions, truly a toy for the wealthy. Not to mention the retention of value, the key point was that many models were hard to come by, and even with money, you might not be able to buy one. Su Ning particularly liked one model, the RM27-04. This watch was designed by Richard Mille to commemorate the 10th anniversary of their collaboration with Spanish tennis superstar Nadal, with only 50 pieces released worldwide. Nadal never took off this watch during matches. Of course, the price was also stunning, with an official price of $9.25 million, close to $10 million. Additionally, Su Ning liked another model, the RM56-01 Sapphire Crystal. This watch's case was entirely made of clear, transparent sapphire, with all the intricate internal structures visible. This watch was limited to only 5 pieces worldwide, and it was said that East Coast rap mogul Jay-Z owned one. The price was even more outrageous, reaching $25 million. Of course, those who didn't recognize its value might mistake it for a cheap plastic watch. After barely getting through the morning rush, Su Ning drove straight to the Intai Center, where he found out there was a Richard Mille flagship store. Hello, esteemed guest. Welcome to the Richard Mille flagship store. Do you have an appointment? As Su Ning walked into the store, a beautiful saleswoman in a small suit immediately came to greet him. He couldn't help but marvel. After all, it was a top luxury brand, and the sales staff looked like supermodels. An odd thought suddenly crossed my mind. Could it be that not being selected as a Richard Mille sales associate led her to become a supermodel? Of course, it was just a joke, but I had to admit that the quality of Richard Mille's sales associates was astonishingly high. No appointment. Su Ning shook his head noncommittally, slightly furrowing his brow and asking, does that mean I can't come in without an appointment? It was his first time in such a luxury store, and he certainly didn't understand the rules here. However, if you couldn't enter without an appointment, it was practically driving potential customers away. Moreover, the idea that real wealthy people had to make appointments to enter your store was simply ridiculous. The female sales associate, with a warm smile, said, of course not. If you had an appointment, we would prepare in advance for your reception, that's all. Su Ning didn't know if this explanation was true. In any case, he wasn't concerned, so he nodded and followed the sales associate's guidance to the adjacent reception area. Although there were display cases for various collections, shopping here was not like casually wandering through a mall. You simply needed to sit in the reception area, state your needs, and the sales associate would bring watches that met your requirements right to you. This was the essence of sophistication. Esteemed guest, I am your dedicated sales associate, Jingjing. I will be at your service throughout your visit today. I hope to provide you with a satisfying shopping experience. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? The sales associate sat on a nearby single sofa, smiling brightly at Su Ning. Su Ning couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Another Jingjing? Are there really so many people named Jingjing these days? Just a couple of days ago, he had turned down a girl named Jingjing at a bar, and this Jingjing before him seemed even more pleasing to the eye than the one from that day. However, he wasn't here to flirt, this wasn't a bar, and naturally, business was the priority. My name is Su Ning, he replied in a calm tone. Would you like hand-brewed coffee or black tea? The sales associate asked with a professional smile. This was also part of the sophistication. After all, most of the time, customers sat in the reception area, and it was customary to offer them drinks. Su Ning gently shook his head, indicating he didn't need anything. However, even though he declined, the sales associate quickly had a bottle of Evian mineral water and a plate of exquisite little pastries brought over. I have something to attend to shortly, so let's skip these formalities, Su Ning said dismissively. The sales associate's smile remained unchanged, but inside, she couldn't help but feel a thrill. As a luxury brand sales associate, she had long honed her ability to read people, and her instincts were sharp. Despite Su Ning being dressed in ordinary brands rather than high-end or luxury ones, that calm demeanor was not something one could fake. This meant that Su Ning definitely had the means to buy a Richard Mille, even if it was just a basic model. If he didn't have enough money in his pocket, no matter how composed he tried to appear, he would inevitably show some signs of discomfort. That was the difference. So there was no doubt that Su Ning would be a prime customer for their store. I wonder if you, Mr. Su, are familiar with our Richard Mille brand? If you don't have a specific series you like, I can provide you with a detailed introduction. Or do you have a preferred series? The sales associate maintained the perfect service attitude, making it hard for anyone to feel dissatisfied. As for the RM56, the one with the sapphire crystal, can you get that? Su Ning nodded and asked with a smile. Although he knew it was unlikely, given that this model was limited to 5 pieces, what if? Upon hearing Su Ning's words, the smile on the sales associate's face momentarily froze, and her heart surged like a tidal wave. The RM56 sapphire crystal model? He was asking for Richard Mille's top series right off the bat? She had originally thought Su Ning had enough strength to buy a basic model worth millions. As long as the deal went through, her commission would be enough for her to make a small fortune. What she didn't expect was that she still underestimated the strength of the low-key young master in front of her. It's important to note that regardless of whether the RM56 is a limited edition, just the official price of over 20 million is something that not everyone can aspire to. This is enough to show that the young man before her is truly a wealthy heir. After all, without sufficient means, one cannot treat Richard Mille as a toy. However, after the initial shock, a bitter smile crept onto her face. The reason being, their store simply couldn't get the RM56, as there are only 5 pieces globally. Gritting her teeth, she vowed to keep Su Ning, this high-quality client, in the store. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, the RM56 is a global limited edition and has already sold out. Our store really can't find one. However, you can take a look at other series and styles. I believe we at Richard Mille will always have a watch that suits you. For example, the RM62, RM50, and RM88 series. As she spoke, she quickly operated her tablet, showing Su Ning pictures and 3D effects of several watches. Su Ning glanced at the images, frowning slightly, as these series of watches were far from the stunning impression the RM56 had given him, especially the RM88, with a very conspicuous yellow smiley face on the dial, which Su Ning found quite ridiculous. Although many people liked this watch, like young Master Wang, Su Ning genuinely did not. Pushing the tablet back to the saleswoman, he couldn't help but show a hint of impatience, which made the saleswoman's heart skip a beat. It seemed the young master did not like these watches. What to do? What to do? Just when the saleswoman was anxiously pondering how to keep Su Ning, he spoke up. I don't like any of these. Bring me the RM27 to have a look, the one with Nadal's name on it. Hearing that Su Ning wanted to see a watch, the saleswoman felt a surge of joy, her face flushed with excitement. Although the RM27 Nadal limited edition was also a global limited edition and they didn't have it in stock, there was a chance to request one from headquarters. If she could sell it, the official price plus the markup would still yield a good profit. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, we don't have the RM27 Nadal limited edition in stock. However, we can request it from headquarters. As long as you pay the full amount up front, we will do our best to communicate and coordinate. If the coordination is successful, the delivery time will be about 2 months. However, we cannot guarantee that it will definitely be coordinated successfully. One more thing I must tell you, since it will be requested from headquarters, there will inevitably be some cost issues involved. The price you will pay will be a bit higher than the official price. The saleswoman, unable to contain her excitement, still forced a smile as she spoke to Su Ning. However, Su Ning couldn't help but frown again. The issue of markup, while detestable, often requires one to pay more to take away something desirable due to its rarity. Moreover, in the automotive sales industry, some brands have long established markup as an unspoken rule. So while Su-Ning was displeased, he could accept it. But a delivery time of at least 2 months, and not guaranteeing coordination even with full payment upfront, was a bit outrageous, wasn't it? If it were something else, advance payment could be understood. After all, what if the customer changed their mind later? But the Richard Mille RM27 series would definitely sell well. If there were stock, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say people would be fighting to buy it. Was this just a case of a big store bullying the customer? Markup is fine. Advance payment is not. I will pay and pick up the watch when it arrives at the store. Su-Ning shook his head, his tone no longer as polite as before. Hearing Su-Ning's words, the saleswoman felt embarrassed and anxious. Although she knew their rules were unreasonable, almost all esteemed luxury brands operated this way. We're going with the take it or leave it approach. If you can accept it, then buy, if not, then leave. Anyway, we have no trouble selling our products. Even if she goes to find the manager, there's no chance of success. Su-Ning could guess the expression on the female sales assistant's face and couldn't help but sneer. Since he couldn't buy the watch he wanted, there was no need to stay any longer, so Su-Ning prepared to get up and leave. But just as he was about to stand, it felt like a lightning bolt struck his mind, suddenly waking him up. Right, how could I forget about the system? At that moment, Su-Ning felt a bit foolish for forgetting that the system had a very special function. Whatever he wanted, he could directly purchase through the system, just like the Koenigsegg one he bought through the system before. Otherwise, with only 6 units of the Koenigsegg one globally, even if Su-Ning had the money, he wouldn't be able to buy it. Since the system could buy it, there was even less reason to stay in the store. Since there's nothing I want, then that's it. The female sales assistant panicked, almost wanting to reach out and stop Su-Ning from leaving. However, before she could persuade him, a mocking female voice came from another sofa nearby. The Richard Mille style is no good either. Really, anyone can come in and pretend to be a customer. If I had known it would be like this, any Tom, Dick, or Harry could come in, we wouldn't have come. Darling, why are there so many thick-skinned people nowadays? Deliberately wanting the most expensive limited edition, then justifying it by saying the store doesn't have it, instead of admitting they can't afford it. It's just too funny. I think these people just come in to mooch. Don't you think so, honey? The affected tone of voice seemed to stretch out, making her sound delicate. This round of sarcastic remarks instantly filled the store with a strange atmosphere. The sales assistants didn't dare to speak because they knew that none of the customers in the store were people they could afford to offend. This was a conflict among customers. If they could mediate, that would be great, but if they couldn't, they certainly couldn't get involved. Su-Ning narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to look at the man and woman on the nearby sofa, his gaze sharp as a sword. Were they talking about me? He couldn't help but curve his lips into a slight smile, tinged with a bit of disdain and even self-mockery. He had originally thought that coming to a luxury brand store would lead to the cliché of sales assistants looking down on customers. However, although Richard Mille, like other luxury brands, had some unspoken rules, their attitude towards customers was commendable. This made Su-Ning inevitably think that the scenarios in novels and films were purely fanciful fabrications. But unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, the vulgar situation actually occurred. And it wasn't the sales assistants looking down on him, but rather the other customers in the store. I didn't provoke you, did I? Su-Ning smiled lightly, as if to confirm the other's claim of mooching, and took a sip of Evian mineral water. Hearing another snicker from beside him, Su-Ning's expression remained calm. The woman speaking was in her 20s, had a good figure, and was dressed fashionably, but her face had obvious signs of being altered. The man beside her was probably in his early 40s, seemed to have some wealth, but his aura was nowhere near that of a true rich person. True wealthy individuals are often low-key. Only those who have just crossed into wealth from the middle class would wear their arrogance on their faces all day. A middle-aged man and his mistress? Interesting. Then I'd like to know, what watch did you choose, if you're not here to mooch? Su-Ning spoke with a smile, as if chatting with friends, even making it hard to detect any hint of sarcasm in his tone. The woman with an internet celebrity face deliberately pinched her throat and giggled, a sound that made Su-Ning feel very uncomfortable, almost giving him goosebumps. RM011. Platinum with diamond version. Official price 1.49 million, will add 200,000. So, how about it? Are you envious? The woman picked up the watch and gestured towards Su-Ning, her face filled with mockery and derision. Su-Ning smiled faintly, struggling to suppress the corners of his mouth. After all that talk, he thought this couple was buying one of those classic models worth tens of millions. Unexpectedly, it was still just a basic model worth $1 million. Perhaps 1.7 million could buy a mid-range model at other luxury watch brands, but at Richard Mille, it was really just an entry-level piece. What are you laughing at? Can you even afford it? The woman, seeing Su Ning's smile that seemed to mock them for only being able to buy the basic model, felt offended and even yelled at Su Ning in a somewhat hysterical manner. The middle-aged man beside her pulled her down but also directed his ire at Su Ning. Little brother, although her tone is bad, it seems she's not wrong. Harsh words. At your age, you should be striving, not pretending to be a rich young master in a luxury brand store. People shouldn't be vain, they should be more down-to-earth. Don't you think so? His words, though slightly more pleasant than the woman's, still carried an air of superiority, looking down on Su Ning completely. Su Ning smiled, a bright smile. Since you've all put your faces in front of me, if I don't take a jab or two, wouldn't that be disrespectful to your antics? With that thought, Su Ning immediately engaged his mind into the system and directly purchased the RM56-01 Sapphire Crystal version. A dazzling RM56 quietly floated in the system space, ready to materialize into reality at any moment. However, the cash in his card did not decrease accordingly because Su Ning chose the in-store reality transaction method within the system. Just then, the flagship store manager quickly walked out from the office, and at the same time, several capable-looking individuals entered the store carrying a password box. Manager Hao, this is the quota from headquarters, please check it as soon as possible. The newcomer directly addressed the store manager. The flagship store manager immediately called over several salespeople and the store's watchmaker to inspect this batch of watches. After all, even the most entry-level Richard Mille is worth millions, so being cautious is never too much. This commotion drew the curiosity of several groups of customers. Many Richard Mille models are not in stock and require reservations, and headquarters will distribute quotas uniformly, so they clearly encountered this rare delivery. Manager Hao opened several password boxes and carefully checked each watch with utmost seriousness. But at that moment, Manager Hao suddenly exclaimed, his tone filled with disbelief. RM56? Sapphire version? How is this possible? Isn't this model limited to only 6 pieces worldwide? How could it be allocated to our store? We didn't even make a reservation. His exclamation attracted the attention of everyone in the store. Those who could buy Richard Mille must be familiar with several of its top series, and among them, the RM56 is a standout, highly sought after. Upon hearing that the RM56 Sapphire version had arrived in the store, the level of surprise was almost on par with that of Manager Hao. Unable to contain their shock and curiosity, everyone rushed over. They certainly didn't want to miss the chance to see a watch limited to only 6 pieces worldwide in reality. The couple from earlier was also very astonished, feeling as if just catching a glimpse of the RM56 was a privilege, making the trip worthwhile. So beautiful. The sapphire case is simply more dazzling than the crown of the Queen of England. I really don't know who was lucky enough to own such a top-tier watch. Dear, if only you could buy it. The woman with the influencer face looked at the RM56 with eyes that seemed to sparkle. The middle-aged man, hearing her words, nearly choked and coughed a few times before recovering. Buy it? You must be joking. Don't mess around. The RM56 is about to be auctioned for 30 million, and no one is going to sell it. This kind of top-tier limited edition watch isn't something you can just buy with money. In fact, the middle-aged man also found it strange and couldn't understand why the Richard Mille headquarters suddenly sent an RM56 to this flagship store. At this moment, Manager Hao was already on the phone with headquarters, confirming the situation and information about the RM56. After hanging up, the shock in his heart was beyond words. It turned out that this watch was ordered directly from the Richard Mille headquarters by a Mr. Su from the capital through a channel. That's why Richard Mille would deliver it to the Intai Center flagship store, where the transaction would take place. The problem is, with this method of purchasing, there is no so-called markup. What kind of power does one have to be able to order directly from headquarters? And it's a limited edition like the RM56. It's truly outrageous. After so many years in the industry, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. Since that's the case, he should quickly call Mr. Su to come to the store to pick up the watch. When the store manager was on the phone with headquarters, everyone heard it. Their reactions were similar. They all felt it was unbelievable. After all, being able to order directly from headquarters without needing a markup and having it delivered to the store speaks volumes about one's influence. Of course, anyone who can spend 20 million on a watch must be a big shot. To say they weren't envious would be a lie. To reach such a level in life is truly fulfilling. The store manager immediately began calling Mr. Su. At that moment, Su Ning's phone rang. Su Ning realized it was the store manager calling, so he raised the phone to signal the store manager. However, the store manager didn't notice and was still waiting for the call to connect. Others frowned as they listened to Su Ning's ringtone. Su Ning casually took a couple of steps forward, showing the phone to the store manager up close, and spoke calmly. My name is Su Ning. You must be calling me, right? Manager Hao looked at Su Ning in shock as his phone screen clearly displayed his own number. Realizing that this young man was indeed the Mr. Su he was trying to contact, he quickly hung up the phone and greeted him with a respectful and eager attitude. Hello, Mr. Su. It's a pleasure to meet such a talented young man. I've always wondered what kind of person could order limited edition Richard Mille watches directly from headquarters. You are much younger and more charismatic than I imagined. Indeed, you are the perfect elite for Richard Mille. Su Ning smiled slightly, although the compliment was almost flattery and not very sophisticated. Who doesn't like to hear good words? Alright, since the watch has arrived at the store, let's complete the transaction as soon as possible. Manager Hao immediately nodded in agreement, bowing slightly and inviting Su Ning to the reception area. At this moment, all the customers in the store were wide-eyed in shock, feeling an unbelievable astonishment. Just now, this young man, who seemed somewhat handsome but otherwise unremarkable, was actually the big shot who ordered the limited edition watch directly from Richard Mille headquarters? It was completely impossible to tell he was wealthy. Dressed in ordinary attire, even if it wasn't from a street vendor, it had nothing to do with big brands. He wasn't even wearing a watch that symbolized status. They really thought this young man was just like the couple had mocked, here to scam free food and drinks. But who could have imagined he actually bought a top-tier Richard Mille watch? That's the RM56. There are only 6 in the whole world. Forget about whether he could fork out over 20 million. This watch isn't something you can just buy with money. Is this young master really that low-key? Unlike the simple surprise of other customers, the couple looked as if they had swallowed a fly, feeling indescribably uncomfortable and restless. Even if they were foolish, they knew they had provoked someone they shouldn't have. They had kicked a steel plate. The middle-aged man, with just a modest fortune in fixed assets barely over 100 million, felt pained even at the thought of buying a basic Richard Mille. And someone who could casually spend 20 million on a Richard Mille is someone he can afford to provoke? Not to mention that during this process, Su Ning had already fully showcased his power. Just imagine, he needed to pay a premium even for a 1.5 million entry-level Richard Mille. Yet this young man didn't even need to pay a premium for the globally limited RM56, and it was delivered directly from headquarters. Just thinking about the couple's sarcastic and cutting remarks made him wish he could swallow his own tongue. At this level and age, he knew very well what was most important to survive in this society. It was likely that if someone wanted to deal with him, they wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Countless people would step up to take care of it for them. His small company would probably be crushed in an instant. Turning to the woman beside him, his eyes blazed with fury, as if he could kill. Damn it! This damn woman! She really deserved to have her mouth torn apart. Originally, a woman with a face like a social media influencer, with fake breasts to boot, was just someone to play around with. You serve me well, and it's only natural that I give you some benefits. But now you've actually brought me trouble, provoking someone I can't afford to mess with. Why don't you just go die? The thought of possibly going bankrupt or even ending up on the streets made the middle-aged man shiver. At this moment, the woman also looked pale, as if she had been dragged into a small grove by several scavengers, because she understood the terror of power even more than the middle-aged man. The man beside her wasn't the first she had been with. When she was first kept, that benefactor was a true big shot. Back then, a wealthy man she could only look up to had offended her benefactor, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone. From that moment on, she truly understood the power of authority. So when her benefactor grew tired of her and kicked her aside, she didn't dare to make a sound, fearing she wouldn't see the sun rise the next day. And now, she had actually provoked such a presence. Although Su Ning hadn't shown any power aside from that Richard Mille watch, wasn't that enough? She was genuinely scared. Even though Su Ning seemed to have no interest in them from the beginning, could you really guess the thoughts of such a big shot? Perhaps with just a flick of his finger, he could crush you hundreds of times. They truly had countless ways to make you wish you were dead but couldn't die. At this moment, she felt all her strength drained, nearly collapsing to the ground. However, the middle-aged man beside her was in even worse shape. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his chest, a strong sense of impending death washed over him, and he clutched his chest, his expression pained as he slowly fell to the ground. Help! Me! Even his cries for help were as faint as a whisper. The woman was terrified, but at a loss, only able to scream in shock. Manager Hao, who was about to personally attend to Su Ning, saw this scene and was furious, rushing over to provide first aid while also shouting for help. This person's life or death is none of his business, but please don't die in the store, thank you. The onlookers were buzzing with discussion, not necessarily with bad intentions, but watching the excitement was instinctual. Su Ning was among them, his expression strange. They couldn't possibly be scared by themselves, right? We're good citizens, at most we just slap a face. We definitely wouldn't do anything more extreme. What on earth have they imagined? After a while, the ambulance took the man and woman away, and it was uncertain whether the middle-aged man could be saved. At this moment, Su-ning felt no significant emotional turmoil, nor did he have any psychological burden. It was self-inflicted, he couldn't blame anyone else. It was just that the consequences were a bit serious. When Su-ning walked out of the Richard Mille flagship store, there was already an extremely dazzling watch on his left wrist, RM56-01 sapphire crystal model. The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. This saying still holds some truth. At least those who can afford watches at this price point would find any car trivial. After getting in the car, Su-ning didn't start it immediately. Instead, he played with the watch, unable to put it down, like a child with a beloved toy. Of course, he had bled a lot for this toy. 25 million, which had just been charged to his card by the flagship store. The bank account balance was still 163 million. Suddenly, Su-ning felt something was off. He had clearly planned to save money to buy a big villa. How did he suddenly buy a watch? Although 20 million might just be the cost of a night of a chauffeur, it didn't affect the big picture. But this whimsical spending behavior had to be curbed, otherwise, who knows what he might impulsively buy tomorrow. He must control himself. Looking at the time, it was already past 10 in the morning, so Su-ning simply drove back to school. He didn't know what was going on, but he would find out after drinking at noon. As usual, he parked the car outside the school to avoid being too high profile. With graduation approaching, there was really no need to leave any legends at school. Upon entering the dormitory, he found the atmosphere inside was very different from usual. Normally, at this time, about 3 people would be battling in front of their computers, lost in passion. But at this moment, the leader, Huo Xiafeng, was lying on the bed in a daze, his eyes vacant. The second, Ding Zevue, and the fourth, Deng Zihao, were pretentiously working on their graduation projects at the computer, but they kept sneaking glances at Huo Xiafeng, concern evident on their faces. It was needless to say that something must have happened to the leader. As Su-ning entered the room, he pondered silently. Had he broken up? He didn't even have a steady girlfriend. What kind of breakup was that? But aside from relationships, what could make a big boy so lost? Su-ning really couldn't imagine, so he turned his pleading gaze to the second and fourth. Why are you back so late? Third, we were waiting for you. Come on, let's go drink. Huo Xiafeng seemed to snap out of his stupor and jumped up from the bed. Su-ning glanced at the wall clock in the dormitory. It was only 10:40, and they were going to drink already? It seemed serious. However, whether he could help his brother with his troubles was another matter. If he couldn't even accompany him for a drink, that would be too unbrotherly. Let's go, let's go, let's go. The 3 of them almost spoke in unison. They exchanged glances and smiled, their thoughts were similar. The more composed Ding Zevue took the lead with Huo Xiafeng, while Deng Zihao pulled Su-ning along behind. It seems the leader's family real estate business has collapsed. If things go badly, they might go bankrupt and can't pay their debts. Deng Zihao quietly explained the situation to Su-ning. Su-ning couldn't help but frown, feeling a bit skeptical. Those big real estate companies said it was fine to have a sudden collapse, but the boss, Huo Xiafeng, had a small-scale real estate company limited to his hometown city. How could it have such a large scale? Although Huo Xiafeng hadn't gone into detail with them before, the 3 brothers generally understood the situation of the boss's real estate company. Huo Xiafeng's father was a veteran who started as a construction contractor and gradually developed into a real estate company. Due to his steady personality and cautious approach, he didn't operate as aggressively as other real estate companies, so the scale never really grew. At most, he would develop 2 projects at the same time, certainly taking out loans, but it never reached the point of being insolvent. How could it suddenly collapse? Perhaps even Deng Zihao couldn't explain it clearly. It was better to ask the boss directly later. When they arrived at the restaurant they often frequented, Huo Xiafeng shouted directly at the owner for drinks. After 4 years, the owner was familiar with them, and at that moment, he looked at Su-ning and the others with a strange expression, as if asking Huo Xiafeng what was going on. It's nothing, brother, just bring the drinks first. And for the dishes, the usual will do. Ding Zevue smiled at the owner and then pulled out a chair for the boss to sit down. The dishes were being stir-fried, and the drinks were served first. Young people certainly didn't have the habit of drinking strong liquor. When they went out to drink, they often just drank beer. After opening 4 bottles of beer, they didn't bother with cups and just drank straight from the bottles. Come on, let's drink. With that, Huo Xiafeng tilted his head back and gulped down the beer. The 3 didn't say anything, just accompanied him. It was evident that the boss felt helpless and troubled at that moment. His family's business was in trouble, and he couldn't help at all. For him, about to step into society, it was like a brutal display of reality right in front of him. Boss, what's going on? After finishing a bottle and putting it down, Su-ning continued to pour drinks while tentatively asking, Better to speak out than to keep it bottled up. However, just then, 3 people walked out of a small private room in the restaurant, each holding a glass, heading towards their table. "Well, boss, brothers, we just saw you guys came in from the private room. Come on, let's toast to Hua boss." They filled their glasses with a smile, genuinely in a toasting mood. These 3 were classmates from the same major but different classes. They had some interaction but weren't close, just acquaintances. Since they came to toast, as long as they weren't rivals, there was naturally no reason to ignore them. "Alright, brothers, let's drink together." Hua Xiefang also poured a glass and raised it cheerfully. With the drinks down, it was easier to talk, and the 3 of them took the opportunity to speak. "Hua boss, the 3 of us haven't signed suitable jobs. Graduation is just around the corner, and it's really worrying. How about we work at your family's real estate company?" The atmosphere at the table, which had been lively, suddenly turned cold with this statement. Not to mention that Hua Xiefeng's family company was in trouble. Even if it weren't, this request was a bit excessive. The job market for recent graduates was tough, with many people unable to find work. If your classmate's family had a company and you had a good relationship, of course, you could work there, but it had to be the classmate's initiative, not you bringing it up shamelessly. But the problem was, these 3 didn't have a particularly close relationship with Hua Xiefeng. They were merely acquaintances. How could they have the audacity to bring it up directly? The most impatient, Deng Zihao, suddenly stood up, unable to hold back his urge to confront them. However, the serious-looking Hua Xiefeng reached out to stop him. Then he turned to face the 3 people, forcing a smile and saying, "I'm sorry, my family's company is not doing well right now, so I'm afraid I can't help you." Hua Xiefeng had a somewhat chivalrous demeanor reminiscent of ancient heroes. When someone came to him for help, he usually wouldn't refuse within his capacity. If it weren't for this situation, he might have nodded and let the 3 classmates from his department work at his family's company. But now, with the company on the verge of collapse, whether they could even keep it afloat was uncertain, so how could he let his classmates work there? Thus, he could only awkwardly apologize. However, his words did not earn the understanding of the 3. "The company is not doing well? Can't work at your company? That's ridiculous. If you don't want to help us, just say so. Why make excuses?" The 3, who had initially been full of hope, now wore ugly expressions. Perhaps their expectations had been too high, and the harsh reality had created a significant gap, making them furious. "Your family has such a big enterprise. Do you really need to hire just 3 more people? If you can't do it, just say so. Why make such a fuss? I've always heard you are the most loyal. If there's a problem, you can definitely solve it. So it turns out you're just inflating your own importance. I've seen your true colors. You're just the most hypocritical little person. I won't ask you anymore. We don't care about your broken company. Who knows who will do well in the future? Just wait and see." The 3 had torn off their masks, their ugly faces making one want to smash them with a fist. "Shut the hell up!" The most hot-tempered, Deng Zihao, stood up with a beer bottle, ready to smash it over their heads. However, the more composed Deng Zivue quickly grabbed him tightly. If the beer bottle really hit someone, it would be a big deal. With the character of the 3, it would be strange if they didn't call the police. If it escalated to the police station, it would definitely end badly. Even if the injuries were not serious, hitting someone could still lead to administrative detention. With that stain, the school might even expel him directly. If he got expelled just before graduation, wouldn't that mean all 4 years of study were in vain? Therefore, there are many ways to deal with someone. Resorting to violence is the least effective. "Don't stop me. I'll kill them," Deng Zihao insisted, struggling to break free from Deng Zivue like an enraged beast. Just as Deng Zivue was about to lose his grip, Su Ning stepped forward to block Deng Zihao. He gave Deng Zihao a look that said, "Leave it to me," and when he turned back, the corners of his mouth had already curled into an almost imperceptible arc. These 3 clowns needed a lesson they would never forget. With the system as his backing, Su Ning had plenty of ways to deal with them. For instance, he immediately used the system to purchase a Richard Mille RM35 series watch. This was one of his preferred styles, a higher-end series compared to the basic model, with an official price of $2.1 million. However, this watch also required a markup, and the purchase price often exceeded $2.5 million. He directly transferred the RM56-01 from his wrist into the system, replacing it with the manifested RM35. Silently completing this series of actions, Su Ning coldly pointed his left hand at the 3 and angrily rebuked, "How dare you shamelessly ask for a job? Even a wild dog knows to wag its tail in gratitude when given a bone. If I don't give you a job, you turn your back on me? I find you really have no shame. Is Hua the boss something you deserve or owe you? Or do you think Hua is your father, and everything has to go your way? Whoever does well in the future, I don't know, but I know that with your kind of trash, you'll just be useless garbage living off others in society." Hurry up and roll as far away as you can. Su Ning cursed with satisfaction, which only angered the three people across from him. The guy in the middle, unable to contain his rage, reached out to swat Su Ning's hand away. Su Ning didn't dodge. At the moment their hands collided, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. At the same time, an unexpected incident occurred. The watch on Su Ning's wrist suddenly snapped, and the watch fell directly to the ground. This change, of course, was designed by Su Ning. When he manifested the watch, he hadn't fastened the strap tightly. When the other party's hand swiped over, it was bound to knock the watch off. Su Ning quickly pretended to be heartbroken, bending down to pick up the watch. It goes without saying that, with intent, it was dropped in a way that made it look completely ruined. You guys! Su Ning's acting skills exploded, his face a mix of shock and anger. However, the three people across from him clearly still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. They somewhat understood Su Ning, a guy from a family so poor he had to work and study to pay for his tuition. He definitely couldn't afford a good watch. It was probably just a cheap electronic one worth a few bucks. If it broke, so what? Get lost. Hurry up and go back to your job. Be careful you can't pay back your student loans, and then you won't graduate. Poor loser. You follow Huo Xiafeng around like a dog, wagging your tail for pity, and he hasn't given you anything good. You're just a big fool being played around. Ha ha ha. The three of them turned their guns on Su Ning, mocking him wildly. But at that moment, instead of the imagined fury, Su Ning actually smiled. Huo Xiafeng and the others were a bit confused, not knowing what Su Ning was up to. However, Su Ning was always the smartest in the dorm, so they chose to trust him. Meanwhile, the three across from him still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation until Su Ning pulled out his phone and called Officer Wang. Officer Wang, I want to report a crime. Someone deliberately damaged my watch. The watch is worth 1 million. I think this should qualify as intentional damage to public and private property, right? According to the filing standards, isn't it 3 to 7 years? Officer Wang, who answered the call, initially thought Su Ning was calling about the drunk driver from yesterday wanting to pay for a designated driver. But as he listened, he was completely stunned. What did you say? Your watch is worth 1 million, and someone deliberately broke it? If Su Ning's description was correct, then it indeed constituted intentional damage to public and private property, and the sentencing was indeed 3 to 7 years. But the problem was, do you really have a watch worth 1 million? That's absurd. If someone else said this, Officer Wang might believe it. But when Su Ning said it, he didn't believe it. Because Officer Wang knew Su Ning was a college student who had to work hard as a designated driver just to scrape together tuition. You tell me, how could a student from such a poor family wear a watch worth 1 million? He must be crazy. Although Officer Wang felt Su Ning had exaggerated the value of his watch, since a report had been made, he still had to respond. So he hung up the phone and brought 2 auxiliary officers with him. At this moment, as Su Ning hung up, the 3 people across from him couldn't help but burst into loud laughter, their laughter filled with endless mockery. Did you hear what he said? He said his broken watch is worth 1 million. Is he trying to make us die laughing? I thought he was a fool, but now it seems he's not just a fool, he's a lunatic. You guys say, should we hurry and keep our distance from him, so we don't get infected by the fool? Ha ha ha. Looking at the 3 of them laughing recklessly, Su Ning wore a faint sneer on his face, and aside from that, he had little reaction. You all seem to be having a great time? Just wait and see if you can still laugh later. Huo Xiafeng stood up, furrowing his brows as he walked over to Su Ning, taking the broken watch from his hand and examining it closely. The more he looked, the more shocked he became, his expression growing increasingly incredulous. Is this watch genuine? Huo Xiafeng asked Su Ning, his tone uncertain. He could certainly recognize what brand the watch was, but he couldn't determine its authenticity. In fact, Huo Xiafeng was the one who loved Richard Mille watches the most. Strictly speaking, Su Ning only liked them because of his influence. This was an RM35, with an official price of 1 million, and a market price of over 5 million. The third guy was actually wearing a Richard Mille that even he could only dare to dream of? Even though he had already accepted the fact that Su Ning had suddenly become wealthy over the past few days, he still couldn't believe it at this moment. Well, disbelief was no longer an option. After all, Su Ning even had a Koenigsegg one, so a Richard Mille RM35 was truly child's play. Of course it's genuine. Su Ning shrugged and answered the boss's question. Keep acting. Let's see how long you can keep this up. The 3 people across from him laughed uproariously again, emboldened and full of mockery. Su Ning couldn't help but snicker, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. I'll return those words to you with a different phrasing. Laugh. Keep laughing. Let's see how long you can keep laughing. After saying this, without waiting for their furious reaction, Su Ning went straight to find the restaurant owner. "Boss, adjust the surveillance footage and send it to me." He was familiar with the owner, so there was no need for him to beat around the bush. Retrieving the surveillance footage was to secure evidence, to prevent the other party from denying it. Moreover, keeping the evidence in his own hands could also avoid accidents. The owner looked at Su Ning deeply and then did as he was told. Once a segment of the surveillance video was saved on Su Ning's phone, he turned to give a thumbs-up gesture to his 3 dorm brothers. "Done." At that moment, Officer Wang also arrived. Upon seeing Su Ning, Officer Wang nodded as a greeting. Just as he was about to ask a question, he was interrupted. "Officer, they made a false report. Deliberate defamation. That should count as slander, right? And the amount involved is over $1 million. That should be enough for a sentence, right?" The 3 of them spoke up first, playing the victim. Whether they understood the law or not, they had at least heard of slander, so they decided to pin it on the other party first. Officer Wang immediately understood that the 3 in front of him were likely the ones who had damaged Su Ning's watch. He couldn't help but frown, feeling it was quite absurd. These college students really knew how to stir up trouble. On one hand, they insisted that the watch was worth over $1 million, trying to pin the other party with the crime of deliberately damaging public and private property. On the other hand, they insisted that the other party was exaggerating, trying to pin them with a slander charge. If you say they don't understand the law, they can accurately name a few offenses. If you say they do understand the law, then why are they talking such nonsense? You say your watch is worth. How much was it again? Do you have evidence? Officer Wang looked at Su Ning, asking somewhat helplessly. "The receipt for the watch is in my car. I'll go get it now." Su Ning nodded with a smile and turned to head out. No one carries the receipt for a watch with them, so he had just left it in the car park not far away. Officer Wang exchanged glances with the auxiliary officer beside him, and the auxiliary officer immediately followed Su Ning out. After a short while, Su Ning returned, holding a receipt in his hand. Meanwhile, the auxiliary police officer returned, but his expression was incredibly strange, as if he had seen a ghost. Officer Wang took the invoice from Su Ning's hand, examined it carefully, and immediately determined that the invoice was genuine. 1 million. The amount on the invoice was indeed 1 million. Could it be that this watch was authentic and worth as much as 1 million? He looked at Su Ning with an expression of utter astonishment, as if filled with indescribable confusion. A chauffeur wearing a 1 million watch, was the chauffeur making too much money, or was the currency depreciating too quickly? How could the absurdity of the situation feel comparable to encountering an alien? However, even more absurd things were about to unfold. The auxiliary officer's mouth twitched as he leaned closer to Officer Wang and whispered, "He just took the invoice from a Koenigsegg supercar." Officer Wang froze, his entire demeanor changing. "What did you say? Koenigsegg? This chauffeur owns a Koenigsegg? Are you kidding me? That's a Koenigsegg. Forget about limited editions, even the cheapest Koenigsegg CC costs over 10 million. This was simply outrageous." However, Officer Wang also knew that the auxiliary officer wouldn't joke about something like this. With the endorsement of a Koenigsegg, the Richard Mille watch in front of him became much easier to accept. If Officer Wang still didn't realize that Su Ning couldn't possibly just be an ordinary chauffeur at this moment, it would be too foolish. His expression towards Su Ning remained shocked, yet filled with an indescribable peculiarity. "You, a wealthy young master, are so bored that you become a chauffeur for excitement? Since the watch is authentic, this matter can't be taken lightly. Did you intentionally damage the watch?" Officer Wang turned around and asked the 3 of them in a serious tone. The 3 sensed something was off and didn't dare to brush it off, so they told the truth. "It wasn't intentional. He pointed at us, so I knocked his hand away. I didn't expect the watch to fall to the ground and break like that." Officer Wang looked around and spotted the camera, so he went to ask the owner for the surveillance footage. The video showed the entire process, even with sound. After watching the footage, Officer Wang began to feel a bit sympathetic towards the 3 individuals. Although it could be proven that they did not intentionally cause damage, their actions had indeed led to the watch falling and breaking, which was an undeniable fact. There was no criminal liability, but civil liability was unavoidable. This meant that they would have to compensate for the losses incurred. Given the current state of the watch, it would likely be difficult to repair. Even if it could be repaired, it would probably cost at least several $100,000, right? Although Officer Wang suspected that Su Ning might have some schemes in this, the outcome was clear. and it was likely enough to burden these 3 college students. The facts were clear, and no further investigation was needed, so after taking multiple angles of the watch to document the damage, he gave his conclusion on the spot. Since this does not involve a public security case or a criminal case, it is merely a civil dispute between you. You can choose to pursue legal action to claim compensation for your losses. The remaining matters are no longer related to our police station. After speaking to Su Ning, Officer Wang turned to the 3 individuals and kindly reminded them a few things. The invoice is genuine, which likely proves that the watch is authentic. Although it's just a civil dispute, the fact that you damaged the watch is undeniable, and I'm sure he won't give up on seeking compensation. You can either reach an agreement or prepare for a lawsuit, but the final outcome will likely still require you to compensate. Let's save some trouble if we can. With that, Officer Wang left the restaurant next to the school with the auxiliary officer. At this moment, the person who had smashed the watch was completely dumbfounded, staring at the watch in Su Ning's hand as if he had lost his soul. The watch is real? 1 million? It's broken like this. Whether it can be repaired is debatable, right? Does that mean I have to compensate him too? 1 million? Even if it can be fixed, the cost won't be small. It's a number that a student like me can't possibly afford. Thinking of this, his legs went weak, and he trembled uncontrollably. What was even more interesting was that the 2 people beside him took a step back in unison, waving their hands and shaking their heads, pointing the finger at their companion in the middle. It was him. We didn't do anything. Beautiful. When it came down to it, they immediately drew a clear line. What brotherhood? The real concern is not having to pay. The person in the middle widened his eyes, looking at his 2 companions in disbelief and terror, unable to fathom that they would sell him out at this moment. You guys. But before he could say anything, the 2 quickly spoke up to suppress him. You what? Just admit it was you. Did we lay a hand on it? If there's a grievance, the debt is owed to the right person. It has nothing to do with us. Su Ning, when you file a lawsuit, just sue him. After saying this, the 2 turned and left without looking back, and after a few steps, they broke into a run, fleeing in panic. Only that person remained, stunned as if the whole world had collapsed. Su Ning couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. It was a pity he couldn't drag them in too. However, this guy was the mastermind, and just moments ago, he had been mocking and insulting Su Ning in a strange tone. If he could take him down, it would still be a satisfying outcome. Without caring whether the other party had come to his senses, Su Ning sneered and spoke. Now I'm going to send the watch to the Richard Mill After-Sales Center for inspection. Once the results are out, I will send you the repair cost list or a proof of irreparable condition. If you don't accept the appraisal results, you can also find a national authoritative appraisal agency for inspection. At that time, just wait for the court summons. Fortunately, it's just a civil dispute. The school won't expel you. That's quite lucky, isn't it? After saying this, Su Ning shrugged, smiling in a way that made the other party's scalp tingle. The guy seemed to have left at some point, moving like a zombie, stumbling several times over a short distance, almost falling into a roadside tree. The 3 brothers looked at Su Ning with complex expressions, momentarily at a loss for words. Had they gone a bit too far? How could that guy come up with a loss of over $1 million? In an ordinary family, not everyone can casually pull out $1 million. However, it must be said, it was truly satisfying. If the 3rd brother hadn't been there, they would have definitely been unable to contain their anger at the other party's petty demeanor and would have fought. The consequences of fighting at this moment would undoubtedly be very serious. If things went wrong, they could be expelled and wouldn't even get their graduation and degree certificates. Su Ning's way of handling it was simply a dimensionality reduction attack, more torturous than killing. Well, such a petty person wasn't worth any sympathy. When you are in power, they bow and scrape before you. When you are down, they act arrogantly in front of you. When they can gain benefits, they flatter you in every way. When they can't, they immediately switch to the most venomous face. Such a petty person deserves the most painful lesson. After this not-so-small episode, the table returned to its lively atmosphere, and the 4 continued to drink. Of course, Su Ning still had to drink less, as he would be the designated driver later. Although he felt a bit embarrassed, once the month of being a designated driver was over, he would definitely treat his brothers to a good drink. The most important thing right now was to enlighten the eldest brother, Hua Xiefeng. Eldest brother, tell us what happened. Feeling that the atmosphere was about right, Su Ning raised his glass to Hua Xiefeng. Hua Xiefeng was already feeling tipsy and gradually opened up. The things he had been bottling up for the past 2 days finally came pouring out. After listening to his account, Su Ning gained a general understanding of the situation. His family's real estate company was developing a residential project, but during construction, due to inadequate supervision, the quality of the concrete that was brought in had issues. In fact, this wasn't particularly serious, it just required the relevant parties to redo the work. However, the local housing and construction department had issued a regulation stating, if the use of substandard building materials, components, and equipment leads to serious quality hazards in the main structure of the building, the project is not allowed to go on pre-sale. The pre-sale system was crucial for real estate companies to ensure healthy cash flow. If they couldn't pre-sell, they wouldn't be able to repay the bank loans in time, leading to a series of financial chain problems. Now, his family's real estate company was facing such a dilemma. Relying on selling houses to recover funds was simply not enough to repay the loans. The bank was pressing hard for repayment, and the suppliers and contractors below were also realizing the gravity of the situation, demanding payment. The project had even come to a halt, unable to continue. If there was truly no way out, they would have to transfer the project at a very low price. However, this would mean that the foundation they had built over the years would vanish. In fact, as long as they could secure some funds, they could weather this crisis. Huo Xiefeng's father had even considered borrowing money from a loan shark. But the risks were too great. If anything went wrong, it wouldn't just mean losing the family fortune, but potentially lives as well. Looking at the dejected older brother, Su Ning blinked and asked, somewhat lacking in confidence, "Big brother, how much does your company need to get through this crisis?" He had told his brothers that he had inherited billions. Yet, seeing his older brother in such a dire situation without asking him for help, it was likely that the funding gap was so large that a few billion wouldn't be enough to fill it. In that case, the more than 1 billion in his card probably wouldn't solve the problem. While feeling uncertain, he was also puzzled. He had always thought that his older brother's company was only at the billion level, but it seemed he had underestimated it. Huo Xiefeng couldn't help but sigh and said frankly, at least 200 million. He had considered asking Su Ning for help, but even he didn't believe Su Ning could solve the problem. Indeed, the third brother had mentioned inheriting a billion-level fortune, but everyone knew that assets often weren't in cash form, but rather in fixed assets. Even a few billion in inheritance definitely couldn't be casually turned into 200 million in cash. Since he couldn't solve the problem, why even ask? At that moment, upon hearing the 200 million from Huo Xiefeng's mouth, Su Ning straightened his back instantly. What did I think it would be? Turns out it's only 200 million. That's manageable. Although Su Ning certainly didn't have 200 million in his account right now, after just spending 1 million to buy a Richard Mille RM35, his balance still exceeded 160 million. 200 million was within reach. It wasn't an exaggeration. As long as the designated driver wasn't particularly unlucky, he could definitely sort it out in 2 nights. With the system in place, Su Ning had absolute confidence. If it could be solved with money, it wasn't a problem. My big brother, you really underestimated me. Didn't I say I inherited a few billion? Why didn't you say anything? You made me think I couldn't fill the hole. Wasting my feelings, you drink one. Saying this, Su Ning shot Huo Xiefeng an annoyed glance and began pouring him a drink. Huo Xiefeng's eyes widened in surprise as he stood up, his face full of disbelief. What? The third brother can fill this hole? Does that mean he can just take out 200 million? That's too exaggerated. Huo Xiefeng was overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions, rendered speechless by the shock. Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao reacted similarly, feeling an absurdity that was hard to believe. Knowing his brothers were skeptical, Su Ning didn't waste any more words. He took out his phone, opened the mobile banking app, and showed them the balance. 160,910,242. 00, a long string of numbers. After counting for a while, they confirmed it was 160 million. The three of them fell silent, exchanging glances, each seeing a near horrified shock reflected in the other's eyes. There was actually this much cash in the account. Did that mean gathering 200 million wasn't such a difficult task? Did that mean the crisis at the family company could be resolved? Probably no one expected that a seemingly hopeless situation would turn around so incredibly. Amidst the shock, the three were left with one lingering question: how much had the third brother inherited? They really wanted to go home and ask if they had an uncle who had fallen abroad. An uncle like that, they would want too. Third brother, no more talking. It's all in the wine. The eldest, Huo Xiefeng, felt a sudden lightness in his mental burden and downed a glass of beer. He didn't even doubt whether Su Ning would lend him money, even such an astronomical figure as 200 million. If it were him, if his brother needed money and he had it, he would lend it without hesitation. After a few clinks of glasses and hearty drinks, Su Ning directly transferred 160 million from his card to Huo Xiefeng. Don't ask how he could transfer such a large amount at once. Just know he was a VIP user. Eldest brother, I'll get the remaining 40 million sorted out in the next couple of days, and once I have enough, I'll give it to you, Su Ning said with a smile. The so-called sorting out was just an excuse. He needed to earn it through a driving service. Huo Xiefeng quickly called his father, and then the money was transferred. Hua Xiefeng's father had been so worried these past few days that he couldn't eat or sleep, losing clumps of hair. After so many years of hard work, everything was about to go up in smoke, and he even contemplated ending it all. But he never expected that his son would bring such good news. His son's dormitory brother could lend them 200 million. This felt utterly absurd to him. He could hardly believe it. What kind of miraculous brother was this? Over the years, he had his own brothers and friends. They would call each other brothers, eat, drink, and have fun together, but when it came to critical moments, they all vanished quickly, leaving him with no hope. Yet his son's brother, without a word, directly offered 200 million. How ridiculous that he had advised his son to be cautious in choosing friends. Just thinking about it made him feel like a failure. He was even worse off than his son. The matter was resolved, and the eldest, was Xiefeng, got drunk, coaxed back to the dormitory by his three brothers. Su Ning drank over a bottle of beer and took a nap in the dormitory to sober up. To be cautious, after waking up, he didn't drive immediately. Even though he didn't feel drunk, driving at that moment would still count as drunk driving. He first went to the police station to find Officer Wang. It wasn't about the watch, it was about the driving fee from yesterday. When Officer Wang saw Su Ning at the station, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What are you doing here? Didn't I say this matter no longer needed the police station?" Su Ning waved his hand and smiled. "It's not about the watch. I'm here for the car owner I delivered it to yesterday. You said you'd help me get the driving fee." Officer Wang's expression and gaze instantly turned incredibly strange upon hearing Su Ning's words. "What did you say? You came to ask for the driving fee? You're wearing a watch worth millions and driving at tens of millions Koenigsegg. Being a driver is already absurd enough. But now you're making a special trip for $100? Do rich people really have that much free time? Is the mindset of saving where it can be saved and spending where it should be so deeply ingrained? Is it because I don't have that kind of mindset that I'm not a wealthy person?" After a long pause, I finally snapped back to reality from the indescribable shock. After waking up this morning, we found out he had a record of hiring escorts, so he was detained. I also got your designated driver fee, 100 yuan. You can register it and take it. Su Ning was speechless. The money he earned from being a designated driver wasn't ill-gotten gains, so why did he have to register it? However, despite his inner complaints, he obediently filled out the registration and received the 100 yuan. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 100 yuan, with a reward of 10 million for a 100-fold increase. Better late than never. Another 10 million has arrived, leaving 30 million to give to the boss out of the 40 million needed. If I work hard tonight, I might be able to settle it all in one go. After leaving the police station, Su Ning took a taxi directly to Intai Center, leaving the broken RM35 watch at the store. Although he didn't know how the system operated, both the store manager and the sales staff recognized that this watch was purchased by Su Ning in the store. "Young Master Su, I will send this watch to the repair center immediately to determine the repair items. Just leave it to me. I will send you the results as soon as I have them." Manager Hao was extremely courteous. Being able to serve a big shot like Su Ning meant that any little favor he received would be enough to make him very happy. Connections are built this way. After leaving Intai, Su Ning took another taxi to Xiaodong's kindergarten. It was time to pick Dong Dong up. "Big brother, you're here?" Xiaodong ran out of the classroom and jumped into Su Ning's arms, who had already squatted down. "Say goodbye to the teacher," Su Ning said with a smile. "Goodbye, Teacher Lu." Xiaodong obediently turned back to wave goodbye to the teacher. Teacher Lu originally wanted to say a few words to Su Ning, but at that moment, other parents came to pick up their children. By the time she sent her child out, Su Ning had already walked far away with Xiaodong. "Big brother, why didn't you drive your cool car?" Xiaodong asked curiously as Su Ning held his hand walking towards his home. Su Ning patted Xiaodong's head and smiled. "I had a little drink at noon, so it's not suitable for me to drive now." Xiaodong nodded, somewhat understanding, and then looked up with a smile and asked, "Then can you drive me tomorrow? You want me to drive you?" Su Ning looked at Xiaodong's face and smiled. "Why? They all say your car is a transformer. We agreed today that if you let your car transform in front of them tomorrow, they will give me all their snacks." "Big brother, is that okay?" Hearing Xiaodong's simple request, Su Ning really wanted to give him a playful knock on the head. "Do I look like a transformer? Or should I transform for you?" Seeing Xiaodong visibly disappointed, Su Ning couldn't help but change his mind. "Alright, it is a transformer. But you have to know, even transformers can't just transform in public. They need to hide their identities. They only transform during special missions. At other times, they are just ordinary cars." Xiaodong nodded, somewhat understanding, and his mood finally brightened. When they arrived at Xiaodong's neighborhood, he started playing with his friends downstairs. At this point, Su Ning didn't need to do anything. He just had to keep an eye on him and make sure no bad people took Xiaodong away. Of course, there weren't that many bad people around. At 6 o'clock, Xiaodong's dad finally came back. Little brother, thank you for your trouble. Is Xiaodong a good boy? Su Ning smiled and nodded. Xiaodong is quite obedient. I didn't have to take care of him much, right, Xiaodong? He now had quite a bit of experience with kids. For a child this age, adult approval was more important than anything else. Yeah, I can be obedient now. Little Dong proudly lifted his chin, looking quite pleased with himself. After chatting for a while, Su Ning took his leave. At this time, he planned to head straight to a restaurant, find a lounge to rest, and wait for the evening rush of designated driving to begin. After he left, Little Dong looked at his dad with eager eyes and asked, "Dad, can we buy a Transformer car?" Little Dong's dad thought he was talking about a Transformer toy, and with a smile, he patted his head and said, "Come on, since we have nothing to do right now, I'll take you to buy one." Upon hearing this, Little Dong jumped up in joy. Yay! I can ride in a Transformer now. Little Dong's dad smiled, thinking that children are easily satisfied. However, when they arrived at the toy section of the mall, Little Dong looked at the Transformer toy his dad handed him with a confused expression. "Dad, I want a Transformer car." Little Dong's dad blinked. "Yes, isn't this a Transformer car?" "Dad, it's a car, a real car that can drive, not a toy." Little Dong felt his dad was fooling him, pouting and on the verge of tears. Little Dong's dad was baffled, not quite understanding what Little Dong meant. "Don't cry yet, Little Dong. Tell Dad clearly what you want." Little Dong waved his little hands, repeatedly emphasizing it was a Transformer car. "It's the car that the big brother drove when he took me this morning. It's a Transformer." Hearing this, Little Dong's dad suddenly had a realization. Little Dong was probably talking about Xiaosu's car, the one that drove him to school this morning, and it had caught Little Dong's attention? Perhaps the car's design was special, making the child think it was a Transformer? While comforting him, he led Little Dong out of the toy section and sat down in the middle of the mall. After pondering for a moment, he realized their BMW 5 Series had been bought for 5 or 6 years, and it was about time to change cars. He and his wife considered themselves open-minded parents, and since they had a child, they should respect the child's thoughts and opinions on family matters. Since the child had a favorite car, they could definitely take that into consideration. With this in mind, Little Dong's dad opened the car app on his phone and showed Little Dong the list of car models. "Which car do you like?" Little Dong took the phone and slowly scrolled down, but his expression grew increasingly anxious. "Why do all these cars look so much like Dad's car? I don't want this kind of car. I want the big brother's Transformer car." Little Dong's dad quickly switched the options from sedans to SUVs, but Little Dong still shook his head repeatedly. Could it be an MPV or a camper? But when he showed those models to Little Dong, he still denied them. No, Dad, why can't you understand? I'm talking about the Transformer car." Little Dong's dad was almost in tears. What was a Transformer car? It couldn't be an electric car, could it? Helpless, Little Dong could only call Su Ning. "Xiaosu, what car did you drive when you took Little Dong to kindergarten this morning? Little Dong has been shouting for me to buy him a Transformer car like yours." Hearing the helpless tone of the dad, Su Ning couldn't help but laugh. However, there was nothing to hide, so he answered truthfully. "Koenigsegg 1. I drove the Koenigsegg 1 to drop off Little Dong this morning. I don't know who told him that this car is a Transformer." Little Dong's dad wasn't a sports car enthusiast, but he vaguely remembered hearing about that brand of car, though he didn't know much about it. After hanging up, he immediately searched for it on the car app. The next second, his eyes nearly popped out, and he was in shock. Koenigsegg 1? A limited edition supercar? 50 million? Xiaosu drove a 50 million supercar to take Xiaodong to kindergarten? At that moment, it felt as absurd and unbelievable as witnessing an alien invasion of Earth. "Xiaodong, is this the car?" He hurriedly showed Xiaodong the photo on his phone, feeling incredulous. Yes, it's this car. Super Transformer. Everyone says it can turn into an Autobot. Dad, can we buy this car? Xiaodong was so excited he was jumping up and down, waving his hands. But his father was completely stunned, shocked to the point of being speechless. "We buy this car? How about I sell you instead?" It's no wonder Xiaodong's dad reacted this way. Although both he and his wife had decent incomes and owned a house in the capital, their total assets, including the house, barely added up to over 10 million. Even if they converted everything to cash, it wouldn't be enough to buy a Koenigsegg 1. Let alone the Koenigsegg 1, even the cheapest model from the Koenigsegg brand was still out of reach. It was truly ridiculous. Who would believe that the college student they hired for 1,000 yuan to help with their child's transportation was actually driving a limited edition supercar worth 50 million? It felt as absurd as if the cleaning lady in their building was actually the landlord of the entire building. However, now there was another dilemma at hand. How was he supposed to explain to Xiaodong that they couldn't afford a Transformer car? During the evening dining peak, the restaurant began to receive ride-hailing orders one after another. Su-ning's first order went smoothly as usual, earning him plus 50. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 50 yuan, with a 100,000 times reward of 5 million yuan. However, the second order immediately started to pose a challenge for Su-ning. First to Wozhou Garden, then to the nearby Yinggu. Two middle-aged men got in the car and directly told Su-ning the destinations. These were probably the names of two neighborhoods, which Su-ning was unfamiliar with, so he opened the navigation on his phone. The journey was relatively smooth, although the two seemed to have drunk quite a bit. At least they were coherent. About half an hour later, they arrived outside Wuzhou Garden. After parking the car, Su-ning got out to open the door for the passengers in the back. However, at that moment, both men got out and started to say their goodbyes. Su-ning didn't pay much attention. After all, most people tend to chat a lot after drinking, and if they really started to gossip, it could go on for the whole night. So he leaned against the car, waiting for the two to finish their farewells. However, as he waited, nearly 10 minutes passed, and he began to feel something was off. Where were they? Where did the two big guys go? Worried they might have had an accident, Su-ning quickly locked the car and ran towards where the two had been talking. Nothing. He searched nearby, looking in every possible hiding place. There was not a single trace of them. Su-ning was about to go crazy. What the hell was going on? How could two living people just vanish? If they hadn't been drinking, Su-ning wouldn't have worried. The key was that they had both been drinking, and quite a lot. If something really happened, Su-ning would be held responsible. Anxiously, Su-ning rushed to the entrance of the neighborhood to ask the security guard on duty, "Hey, did two drunk guys just come into the neighborhood?" The guard scratched his head, looking a bit puzzled. It seems there were indeed two drunk guys just now, but they split up at the entrance. One went into the neighborhood, and the other walked east. Su-ning followed the direction the guard pointed and saw it was another neighborhood. "Is that Yinggu?" The guard nodded. "Yes, that's Yinggu." Su-ning took a deep breath. He was feeling worse by the second. When the two got into the car, they mentioned their destinations. One was Wuzhou Garden, and the other was Yinggu. It was highly likely that they lived in those places. Now, it turned out well. Both of them went straight home without caring about the car. It was truly laughable and frustrating. He really encountered all sorts of bizarre situations. What to do now? There was no phone, and he had no idea which unit they lived in, so how could he deliver the keys to them? He tentatively asked the security guard, but the guard shook his head repeatedly, indicating that he also didn't know which unit the owners had just come from. Then, he refused Su-ning's request to check the surveillance footage to track their route. Surveillance footage can't be accessed casually. Our property management company has regulations. Only the police can access the footage. Su-ning felt a deep sense of helplessness. Besides the first order of the day, it was really too difficult to complete any other order smoothly. He couldn't just wait here for the next day for the two to come back after sobering up to pick up the car keys, could he? In desperation, Su-ning could only drive the car back to Li's private kitchen and hand the keys to manager Lu. The owner completely forgot about the car. "Just wait for them to come looking tomorrow. But when they do come, don't forget to help me collect the driving service fee. It can't be less," Su-ning reminded manager Lu. Manager Lu nodded in agreement, although he still found it hard to understand why Su-ning insisted on doing the driving service. The boss had given orders, so he would just carry them out. While waiting at the cash register for work, Su-ning still felt a wave of speechlessness. "What happened to you again?" Master Wang could tell from Su-ning's expression that something had gone wrong with the previous order, and he asked with a smile. Su-ning recounted the situation, venting his frustrations. Master Wang couldn't help but laugh heartily, and after laughing, he comforted Su-ning. "Once you've been a driver for a long time, you'll find that anything can happen. As the saying goes, there's nothing you can't think of, but there's nothing you won't encounter. By the way, let me tell you something interesting that will definitely surprise you." At this point, Master Wang's face even showed a somewhat lewd expression. Su-ning couldn't help but curve his lips. "You can't be talking about driving, can you?" Sure enough, it was indeed related to driving. We old drivers have a group. Yesterday, there was news in the group that the capital now has a driving service fast food. This fast food isn't about meals. You should know what I mean, right? Now there are female drivers dressed in black stockings and office attire. Once they get in the car, the drinking drivers can touch them freely. You can even ask her to find a place to park, and you can have a good time together. You can imagine, after drinking, most men can't control themselves and will definitely look for a secluded place to have a fling. However, their fees are much higher than regular drivers. You can't get them for less than 1,000 or 1,800. This is an alternative flesh trade. Su-ning blinked, feeling extremely shocked. It could be done this way? Goodness, people really can come up with ideas. It was essentially a safer way to buy and sell intimacy. The police could hardly catch them unless they caught them in the act. Otherwise, they could completely claim they were providing a driving service. He remembered that there had been discussions online about escorts delivering food, using this new type of transaction. He never expected that even driving services had been developed. Fortunately, they weren't in the same lane, otherwise, they would really be taking away the business from regular drivers. At that moment, a customer came to the cash register asking for a driving service, and Master Wang happily went to take the order. It wasn't long before Su Ning also received an order. Before going out, he silently prayed, hoping nothing strange would happen. Amatba, God above, may the Lord bless. Su Ning prayed to all the deities he could think of, but trouble still arrived as expected. Hello, I am here to serve you. He greeted them with standard service language. However, the response he received was an irritated scolding. Stop the nonsense, get in the car quickly, can't you see the child is tired? Su Ning was left speechless. Ugh, another self-proclaimed upper-class person who doesn't see service staff as human. The elderly couple brought their grandson out to eat. The old man had been drinking, and the old lady couldn't drive, so they called for a chauffeur. The grandson looked to be about 4 or 5 years old, similar to Xiaodong. But for some reason, Su Ning felt he was probably a little troublemaker. He didn't want to say anything and just wanted to finish this job quickly. But as soon as Su Ning sat in the driver's seat, the little troublemaker in the back started crying and making a fuss. Don't touch my family's car. I won't let you touch my family car. Grandpa, hurry up and get rid of him. Su Ning initially thought to ignore it, believing the child's grandparents could calm him down. But as soon as he stepped on the gas to start, the little troublemaker reached out from the back and grabbed his collar tightly. Startled, he quickly hit the brakes and shifted to park, feeling a wave of fear. Fortunately, he hadn't gained much speed. Otherwise, if something like that happened while driving, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, what Su Ning found unbelievable was that the elderly couple didn't even try to soothe the child, as if the earlier scene had never happened. Why are you stopping? Hurry up and drive. Can't you see the child is throwing a tantrum because he's tired? The old man had a stern face and spoke to Su Ning in a harsh tone. Su Ning felt a surge of anger and turned his head away, suppressing his rage. I am a chauffeur, and it's no problem to provide you with service. But I am not your servant. You have no right to order me around. If you think that paying for the chauffeur makes you the master, then I'm sorry, I won't serve you anymore. You can find another chauffeur. His tone was quite unpleasant. Since you don't respect me, I naturally have no need to respect you. Missing this one job won't affect my life. I'm done serving. After saying that, Su Ning unbuckled his seatbelt and intended to get out of the car. Hey, why are you so temperamental, young man? We've been in leadership positions for so long. That's just how we talk. Forget it, don't take it to heart, just drive. The old lady saw it was so late and realized finding another chauffeur would take time. The child was already this tired, so she said a few soft words to urge Su Ning to drive quickly. The old man didn't think he had done anything wrong and was about to speak when the old lady pressed him down. Su Ning really wanted to get out and ignore them, but thinking that since they had shown some attitude, it wouldn't be appropriate to leave them on the roadside in the middle of the night, he buckled his seatbelt again. Little friend, Uncle knows you're tired, but if you stay quiet, Uncle will be able to take you home soon. If you're good, Uncle has lollipops for you. Although he still had to drive, to prevent the little troublemaker from causing more chaos, Su Ning smiled and coaxed him. The lollipops were leftovers he had prepared for Xiaodong during the day. However, the little boy didn't respond to him. Instead, the old lady was unhappy again. Just drive. Do you need to coax the child? We don't care about your lollipops. Su Ning's nose almost crinkled in anger. What kind of people were they? They were simply clueless. Forget it. Just get you there quickly, out of sight, out of mind. With that thought, Su Ning pressed the gas pedal, speeding towards the destination while adhering to the city speed limit. But the more he wanted to get rid of such customers quickly, the more things went awry. While the car was in motion, the little boy started causing a ruckus again, suddenly jumping from the middle of the back seat to the front and yanking Su Ning's steering wheel. Although the little boy's strength was certainly no match for Su Ning's, when driving, Su Ning naturally wouldn't grip the steering wheel tightly. This caught him off guard, and the steering wheel was turned at a sharp angle. The car suddenly swerved and crashed into a roadside tree. Su Ning was taken aback, but in a flash, he reacted quickly and repeatedly pressed the brake. Fortunately, he didn't slam the brakes completely, which prevented the car from flipping over, but the stopping distance wasn't enough, and they still hit the tree. Thankfully, everyone in the car was fine. Su Ning and the elderly couple in the back seat had their seatbelts on, and the little boy was tightly held by his grandfather at that moment. After quickly checking their condition and finding no major issues, Su Ning got out to assess the car's damage. The front hood was severely dented, and it seemed that some internal components were damaged as well, it was likely undrivable. It looked like he would have to call a tow truck. Just then, the old man and woman, holding their grandson, got out of the car, already furious. How did you drive the car? Do you want to die? Someone like you thinks they can be a designated driver? Just wait, this isn't over. If anything happens to my grandson, I'll make you pay with your life. Looking at the almost unreasonable old man, Suning almost laughed in anger. A surge of unnamed fury rose within him, and his fists clenched uncontrollably. If it weren't for their old age, he would have shown them why flowers are so red. How did I drive the car? Can't you see the kid grabbed the steering wheel? Just because you're old, you can twist the truth? Old but not dead is a thief. I guess that's what you old fools are. I want to see how you make me pay with my life. Respect for the elderly comes with the condition that they deserve respect. With such nonsense, where is the need for respect? So, Suning no longer held back and directly retorted. You. The old man, burning with anger, pointed at Suning, his face contorted. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and call the insurance. If this isn't resolved, don't even think about sleeping. Suning snorted coldly and replied irritably. Only then did the old man remember they had to deal with the accident and instinctively reached for the insurance company's number. However, just as he dialed, a flash of realization struck him, and he hung up. His car only had mandatory insurance, not commercial insurance, which probably wouldn't cover the damages. So, he still needed to find a scapegoat to pay. You were driving the car. As the designated driver, you should ensure safe driving. Now that there's an accident, why should I file an insurance claim? You have to pay for the repairs, and also for our medical checkups, treatment, nursing fees, and so on. Listening to the old man's certain and shameless tone, Suning almost laughed in anger. Pay for you? And all these fees, it's clear they just want to extort money. It's ridiculous. I'll pay your grandmother's leg. Not wanting to waste more breath on such people, Suning directly dialed the accident hotline 122. After explaining the accident location and situation, he waited for the traffic police on the spot. Reporting to the police won't help. You were driving, so you have to pay. That's the rule, no matter who comes. The old man was somewhat blusterous but refused to back down verbally. Suning snorted and said sternly, if the traffic police determine I'm at fault, I won't argue, but for now, you shut up. The old woman seemed to have no idea what to do and quickly called her son. Before long, a police car with flashing lights arrived. A traffic officer and an auxiliary officer got out and walked over. Who was driving the car? Please explain the situation. Although there were hints of suspicion, they still had to follow the procedure to inquire and record. Just as Suning was about to answer, the old man interrupted. He was driving the car. He is the designated driver. Look at what he's driving. It scared us to death at the time. However, he hadn't finished speaking when the traffic police interrupted him. You can talk later, I'm asking him now. The traffic police were most annoyed by this kind of situation, where someone was waiting to speak without being asked, constantly interrupting and delaying the investigation process. The old man probably was used to being in charge. With a glare, he had no idea what it meant to hold back. Why can't I speak? I'm the victim. What's your badge number? I want to file a complaint against you. The traffic police were speechless. Handling accidents involving elderly people was always very troublesome, leaving them helpless. They couldn't be too harsh, yet the constant bickering made it impossible to proceed. All right, you can talk, the traffic police said helplessly. The old man seemed to feel victorious and proudly continued. I was drinking while eating, so I found a designated driver at the restaurant. But this designated driver was terrible, both in skill and character. If I hadn't already been in the car, I wouldn't have used him. But he was doing fine until he suddenly veered off and crashed into a tree. If you can't drive, then don't be a designated driver. Isn't that just endangering lives for money? You need to make him pay for the repairs and all the expenses for the three of us. The traffic police felt suspicious after hearing this. A designated driver should at least have decent skills. How could he crash into a tree while driving? Such a mistake shouldn't happen even to a novice. Looking at Suning, who stood calmly to the side, the officer began to have a guess. Are you the designated driver? Then you tell me what happened. The traffic police approached Suning, handling the matter formally. I was driving normally when the child in the back suddenly reached out and pulled the steering wheel, causing the car to change direction and resulting in the accident. He provided a complete description in one sentence. The traffic police speculated that if they ruled out the possibilities of fatigued driving and drunk driving, this might be the truth. However, the old man immediately protested. Don't listen to his nonsense. My grandson didn't grab the steering wheel at all. It's just that his driving skills are poor. Hurry up and make him pay. The traffic police felt a headache coming on. He was only responsible for determining the accident's liability, but whether it was due to the designated driver's poor skills or the owner's grandson grabbing the steering wheel, he couldn't intervene. Old man, I can't make a judgment on this. For now, let's call a tow truck to take the car away. It's getting late, and you should go home and rest. You can come back tomorrow or find another time to deal with it at the traffic police station. After recording the relevant information, the traffic police said to the old man, "That's not acceptable. What if he runs away again? Where will I find him? He must pay today." I just asked my nephew who runs a repair shop. In a situation like this, going to a forest shop would cost at least 30,000. And my wife, my grandson, and I all need to go to the hospital for checkups. No matter how much he wants, if he gives us 40,000, he can leave. The old man's attitude was incredibly firm, as if everyone had to follow his orders. The traffic police were very speechless. Just as he was about to say something, Su Ning stopped him. "Comrade traffic police, let me handle this?" After saying that, he turned around and smiled at the old man. "Are you sure your grandson didn't grab the steering wheel? Are you sure you want me to pay 40,000? His tone was not questioning, as if he were asking, "Did you eat breakfast this morning?" The old man hadn't reacted yet, but the traffic police already knew what Su Ning was up to. However, the subsequent events had nothing to do with him, so he wouldn't say anything. The old man didn't understand what Su Ning meant, but he knew Su Ning was definitely not up to any good. Yet, in his view, even the Monkey King couldn't escape the Buddha's palm. He didn't think Su Ning could stir up any trouble. "Yes, that's right." Su Ning smiled, a brilliant smile. Ignoring the old man, he took out his phone and dialed 110. "I want to report a crime. After the car accident, the other party committed perjury and extorted me for a huge amount. My current location is..." After reporting the crime, Su Ning sat down on the side of the road with a smile, waiting for the police to arrive. The traffic officer blinked, thinking to himself, as expected. He had guessed that this designated driver would indeed report the old man for extortion. Reporting the old man for extortion was not a foolish move. It could very well lead to the old man being sent to jail. For example, if two cars collide in an accident and one of the drivers is drunk, that driver would definitely try to settle privately without involving the police to avoid severe penalties. At that moment, if the other car owner actively and clearly proposes a compensation amount that significantly exceeds the actual loss, it would be considered extortion. Even if the drunk driver compensated at the time, they could later report the other party for extortion. In the current accident, even if it ultimately turns out to be the designated driver's responsibility, the compensation demanded by the old man clearly exceeds the actual loss, which strictly speaking could also be considered extortion. Not to mention, this designated driver likely has evidence proving that the accident was not his fault. At that point, the old man would be even more guilty of concealing facts and committing perjury. It's simply a case of not asking for trouble. After a while, another police car with flashing lights arrived. Su Ning looked and smiled. He recognized the officer who got out of the car, and they had interacted quite a bit recently. "Officer Wang, why are you the one responding? Is this also in your precinct?" Su Ning greeted Officer Wang with a smile. Officer Wang, seeing Su Ning, was a bit stunned, his expression quite strange. "Did you get into trouble again? Why do you feel like you have a Conan-like constitution?" After the greeting, they still had to follow the formal procedure for questioning. Soon, Officer Wang understood what was going on. He then asked Su Ning the same question he had just asked. "Are you sure your grandson didn't grab the steering wheel? Are you sure you want me to pay 40,000? Like the traffic officer, Officer Wang had basically assessed the situation and didn't want to escalate things beyond resolution. However, the old man still didn't catch the underlying meaning. "Su Ning, do you have evidence proving that his grandson grabbed the steering wheel?" Officer Wang walked up to Su Ning and inquired. Su Ning nodded, but he didn't want to show Officer Wang. He was still thinking of presenting this decisive evidence in court to directly lock in the old man's criminal facts. However, Officer Wang had guessed his thoughts and began to advise him. "I know you're angry and want to send him to jail, but it's not that easy, and even if it goes to court, it's highly unlikely to succeed. First of all, the 40,000 he wants, although definitely much more than the loss, he can also claim he doesn't know the specific prices for repairs and inspections. Then there's your evidence. Even if it comes out later, he and the old lady can claim they didn't see anything. So, in the end, they are unlikely to be held criminally responsible." Hearing Officer Wang's words, Su Ning couldn't help but frown slightly. Although reluctant, he had to admit that this analysis made sense. But to just let it go like that, he truly wasn't willing. "How about this, you release the evidence, and I'll try to mediate to get him to pay you a bit more money. How does that sound?" Officer Wang seemed to have found Su Ning's weakness and said with a smile. Su Ning's eyes lit up. If he couldn't do anything to the old man, getting a bit more money would be good. After all, with the system's amplification, 100 yuan could turn into 10 million. There was no need to be at odds with money. So Su Ning nodded and showed the video to Officer Wang. In fact, after learning a lesson before, Suning bought a mini camera similar to a GoPro and hung it on his chest. He didn't expect it would come in handy today. In this video, it clearly shows the child's hand reaching for the steering wheel. With this solid evidence, Officer Wang could easily handle the old man. He called the old man aside, laid out the facts, and quickly made him lose his ground for argument, especially with one of Officer Wang's statements being the most impactful. Since it's now clear that the responsibility lies with your grandson, as his guardian, you must bear all the losses. If this designated driver claims to have a headache and goes to the hospital won't discharge him. Just think about it, if he stays there, how much will you have to pay for medical expenses and lost wages? Anyway, I've made it clear to you, you decide. If the car had commercial insurance, the old man wouldn't have to worry, as all expenses would be covered by the insurance company. But with only basic liability insurance, he would likely have to pay out of pocket. So, no matter how reluctant he was, he could only negotiate a private settlement with Suning. 1,500 yuan. This wasn't proposed by Suning, but rather, after Officer Wang intimidated them, they voluntarily agreed to compensate. Of course, at first, the old man wanted to give Suning only 200, even thinking that 200 was too much. But Suning didn't indulge his bad habits, directly holding his head and claiming he had a headache, wanting to call an ambulance. The old man was so scared that he quickly raised the offer. After all, ambulances cost money, and a trip could easily run into hundreds. When he received the 1,500 yuan, a system notification sound echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn 1,500 yuan, with a 100,000 times reward of 150 million yuan. Compensation was also a gain. No problem. Meanwhile, the old man beside him was so distressed that he felt like he might have a heart attack. Not only did he have to pay for the car repairs, but he also had to compensate the designated driver 1,500 yuan. It was just bad luck. Seeing this scene, even though he had earned 150 million, Suning felt much better. But just then, a car sped down the road, heading straight for them. With a long screech of brakes, everyone was startled and quickly dodged. With a loud crash, the speeding car collided with the vehicle that had previously crashed into the roadside tree and was parked there. What a coincidence! A secondary accident. Fortunately, there had just been a break, so although it crashed, it wasn't serious. A man in his 30s got out of the car and immediately shouted, "Dad, Mom, where are you? I want to see which designated driver is so amazing." Hearing this, everyone realized that it was the old couple's son, coming to support his parents. Suning wasn't afraid at all. Even if the police weren't there, what could he do? He didn't want to cause trouble, but if someone else started it, he would defend himself. However, what struck Suning as odd was that this middle-aged man was swaying as he walked, and his speech was slurred. Was he drunk? The traffic police noticed this too and were amused. Here comes the fun. They immediately got in the car and took out the standard breathalyzer, then shoved it in front of the middle-aged man. Traffic police, checking for drunk driving, please cooperate and blow into this. The middle-aged man was taken aback, instinctively about to blow, but then realized he had been drinking and shook his head repeatedly. I won't blow. I wasn't driving, why should I blow? His words left the traffic police stunned, both amused and exasperated, feeling an urge to scold him. That's right, you indeed weren't driving now, but you just got out of the car. Please cooperate with my work. I need to conduct an alcohol test on you. Officer Wang saw the situation and walked over to assist, preventing the man from escaping. First warning, second warning, third warning. After 3 warnings, a traffic police officer and a civilian police officer worked together to pin the middle-aged man down. Hey, what are you doing? Can't we just talk nicely? Let him go. The old lady saw her son being pinned to the ground, her heart aching and her feet stomping in anxiety, almost rushing to hit the police. However, there were 2 auxiliary police officers on the scene who directly restrained the old lady to the side. I want to file a complaint against you. You all wait and see. None of you will have it easy. The old man was furious, nearly going mad. Suning, on the other hand, was happily watching the commotion. This was much more interesting than a TV drama. He could already imagine how the subsequent matters would be handled. The elderly couple's son was so drunk that he definitely met the standard for drunk driving. According to the latest regulations, he would face detention for 1 to 6 months. And since that guy not only drove drunk but also caused a traffic accident, he would surely be punished at the maximum limit. It was likely that for the next 6 months, the little kids who liked to grab the steering wheel wouldn't be able to see their dad. Not only would he be detained, but the family would also face a financial blow. Both cars were damaged to varying degrees, and the repair costs would not be a small number. The key point was that for the second accident caused by drunk driving, even if the car had commercial insurance, the insurance company would not compensate. This lesson would probably stick with the family for a lifetime. They deserved it. At this moment, Su-ning felt quite pleased, utterly satisfied. He waited for the two police officers to take this bizarre family away before he took a taxi back to Lee's private kitchen, waiting to accept the next driving order. Upon returning to Lee's private kitchen, he waited for a long time but did not receive another order. This left Su-ning feeling somewhat helpless. If it weren't for the time wasted on this bizarre family, he might have been able to take another order today. However, just thinking about the 150 million he had just earned instantly dispelled any unpleasant feelings, leaving only satisfaction. Yes, even if he took another order, he couldn't earn 150 million. A 1,500 yuan driving order would probably require a trip to Chilu. Don't forget to remind the car owner to give me the driving fee when he comes to pick up the car tomorrow. As he was leaving the restaurant, Su-ning made sure to remind manager Lu once more. Then he walked to his car, logged into the driver's side of the driving platform, and waited for an order. Although he didn't know what the platform's order dispatch logic was, it was clear that a driver like him, who logged in for a short time every day, would not be prioritized for orders. And indeed, after waiting for nearly half an hour, he finally received an order. He quickly swiped right to accept the order, glanced at the itinerary, and felt a surge of joy. It was quite far, nearly 20 kilometers, and the driving fee would definitely not be low. Silently praying for a smooth ride, he quickly started the car, preparing to head to the starting point 3 kilometers away. However, just as he started the engine, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Just after accepting the order, a call came in. Su-ning guessed it was the car owner wanting to confirm something with him. "Hello, is this the driver?" As soon as the call connected, the other side spoke before Su-ning could say anything. "Yes, I am the driver. I'm on my way to you now. I should arrive in about 5 minutes. Do you have any specific requests?" Su-ning asked politely. He initially thought the car owner just wanted to confirm the order or perhaps ask him to bring a bottle of water or something. But unexpectedly, the other party's next question left him completely baffled. "Can you drive a crane, Su-ning? What on earth is a crane?" Realizing that Su-ning was taken aback, the other side added, "It's a construction crane, a 500-ton one, the kind that can lift heavy objects." Su-ning was filled with suspicion, not understanding why the other party was asking such questions. "What exactly do you want to say?" "I want to say, I drive a crane. If you can drive, then come. If you can't drive, I'll cancel the order." Su-ning slightly opened his mouth but didn't make a sound, falling silent. He truly didn't know what to say. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world was absurd. A cry from the depths of his heart, "Can't I just run a job smoothly? What kind of bizarre situation is this? Are you kidding me? A crane? Is that something a normal person drives? Why not ask me to fly a fighter jet? With my C1 license, can I handle that thing? This is really out of line. Goodbye." After saying that, Su-ning hung up the phone directly. He then searched on his phone and finally reached a conclusion. Driving a crane requires a B2 license, and also a tower crane operations certificate, which is a special operations certificate. He didn't even know how to complain about this crane driver. What the hell are you drinking while driving a crane? Even if you've been drinking, why not find a designated driver? Can't that broken crane just sit there until tomorrow? Do you really believe that someone who drives a designated driver also has a B2 license and a tower crane operations certificate? If they really had those two certificates, why would they be running a designated driver service? They could just drive the crane directly. Driving a crane definitely pays more than being a designated driver. It was truly laughable. This crane driver looking for a designated driver had probably called several already, but none could drive a crane. If things went poorly, he might spend the entire night going back and forth between calling a designated driver and saying goodbye. Looking at the time, it was almost midnight. Su-ning decided to wait a little longer, until at most 12:10, and if there were still no orders, he would go back to sleep. Just at midnight, a new order suddenly popped up on the designated driver app's driver interface. Su-ning, who was already feeling drowsy, suddenly perked up and immediately swiped right to accept the order. He didn't even look at the details of the order. Anyway, it was the last one, and after finishing it, he would go to sleep. He started the car and headed towards the starting point. He silently prayed that this order would go smoothly. Then he added a thought, hoping the car owner wasn't driving a crane. Upon arriving near the starting point, he finally found a parking space to fit the Koenigsegg in, then got out to look for the car owner. The owner was a middle-aged man around 50 years old. Although he wasn't very tall, he had a strong presence, giving off the vibe of a successful person. Of course, the Rolls-Royce beside him also served as a good testament to that. "Hello, are you the designated driver I called?" Su-ning asked politely with a smile. The middle-aged man happily nodded and even enthusiastically put his arm around Su-ning's shoulder. Yes, I'm the one who called for the designated driver. After saying that, he handed the car keys to Su Ning and pointed to the Rolls-Royce behind him, saying, "This is my car, go ahead." Su Ning was a bit unaccustomed to the other party's enthusiasm and wanted to discreetly break free, but failed. The other party held onto him quite firmly, with a grip that was definitely abnormal. His heart began to race, and he suddenly felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship. Coercing himself? Could it be that he wanted him to drive to a remote area where many people were lying in wait, and once there, just take him out? It wasn't surprising he thought this way. After all, the system had long warned him that he would encounter many unexpected events. Danger, of course, was included in those unexpected events. Taking the keys, his mind was racing, and looking around, he found no one else, which made Su Ning even more puzzled. Could it be that this middle-aged man was exceptionally skilled and confident that he could handle Su Ning alone? Otherwise, how could he guarantee that Su Ning would definitely get in the car? While Su Ning was lost in thought, the middle-aged man took the initiative to open the door to the driver's seat, then released his hand from Su Ning's shoulder and climbed into the back seat, speaking up as he did. "Oh dear, this is really stressing me out. I called several designated drivers just now, and as soon as they saw it was a Rolls-Royce, they all said they were too scared to drive it, afraid of damaging it. I assured them repeatedly that as long as it wasn't intentional, they wouldn't have to compensate if there was an accident, but they still refused to do anything. I was really worried you might run off too. I'm exhausted and just want to get home and sleep." Su Ning couldn't help but laugh and cry at the situation. He never expected things to unfold this way, but upon reflection, it made sense. If he really had to rely on designated driving to make a living, facing a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce would likely make anyone nervous. Even if the owners said they wouldn't have to pay for unintentional damage, you know how wealthy people can be. If they wanted to make trouble for you, there would be no way to defend yourself. So, often, the safest choice is to just walk away from the job. Of course, this didn't matter much to Su Ning. Even if he had to pay for repairs after a crash, or even buy a new car, he wouldn't bat an eye. This was the confidence the system gave him. If the vehicle was a Rolls-Royce, it meant the owner was undoubtedly a very successful big boss. Otherwise, such ostentation wouldn't be a good thing. However, the big boss was quite down to earth, chatting with Su Ning along the way, without any sense of superiority. In contrast, those newly wealthy individuals often looked down on the average person, feeling superior. Indeed, there was a reason for their success. This was something he could learn from. One shouldn't become arrogant just because they suddenly have money. Of course, with such a crazy money-making system, in a sense, he could also be considered a wealthy person. He had no intention of provoking anyone, but he was certainly not afraid of anyone either. Perhaps the greatest function of the system was to allow him to act more freely. After dropping the Rolls-Royce owner off at his destination, Su Ning received the largest tip he had ever gotten since starting his job. "I really had no choice. It took me a long time to find a designated driver on the DD platform. I'm a bit older, and I don't understand some functions on my phone. How about this, you cancel that designated driver order, and I'll pay you in cash." Saying this, the Rolls-Royce owner took out several red 100 yuan bills from his wallet and handed them to Su Ning. "You've really helped me out today. You called several designated drivers who were too scared to drive. If it weren't for you, I might still be out there in the wind. Consider the extra money as your hard work fee." Su Ning didn't expect to receive a tip for using the platform, and he was pleasantly surprised. After thanking him a few times, Su Ning cancelled the designated driver order on the DD platform before accepting the money from the other man. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 500 yuan, with a 100,000 times reward of 50 million yuan. According to the billing on the designated driver platform, he only needed to pay 67 yuan. But unexpectedly, the other party handed him 500 yuan all at once. Although for a wealthy person who could drive a Rolls-Royce, 500 yuan might not mean much, for an ordinary designated driver, it could represent 2 nights of hard work. Giving a tip is a kindness, not giving one is the norm. This was the largest tip Su Ning had ever received. Although a young man who had him drive a sports car and overtake others had ultimately given him 600 yuan, that couldn't be considered a tip, it was merely a wager. Suddenly earning 50 million, without considering fluctuations in company valuation, probably not many people could make money so wildly. His bank card balance had astonishingly surpassed the historic 200 million mark. It should be noted that after lending 160 million to his boss, Hua Xiafeng, during the day, his account balance had nearly been emptied. Yet, after one night, not only had he earned back that 160 million, but he also had a surplus. After transferring 40 million to the boss tomorrow, there would still be 160 million left. Su-Ning truly didn't know how to express his feelings at this moment. Originally, after lending all the money to the boss, he felt a bit regretful that his grand villa plan would need to be postponed. But now it seemed that not only would it not need to be postponed, but it might even be completed ahead of schedule. It was late, and after thinking for a moment, Su-Ning decided not to return to the dormitory and instead found a nearby hotel to book a room. After a hasty wash-up, he fell asleep in a daze. Fortunately, the alarm clock woke him up in the morning, otherwise, he would have been late for Xiaodong's place. In a rush, he didn't even wash up and hurriedly made his way to Xiaodong's home. In the end, he managed to arrive just before Xiaodong's father was about to leave. However, at that moment, Xiaodong's father was looking at him with an incredibly strange and complex expression. It was hard for him to accept such an absurd fact. A young designated driver actually drove a limited edition supercar, the Koenigsegg one, worth over 50 million. It would be difficult for anyone to accept that easily. What he couldn't understand even more was, with so much money, why would he still be a designated driver? He remembered Su-Ning had mentioned working part-time to save money, but with this kind of wealth, it was clearly more like a secret visit to experience the hardships of the common people. Well, no matter what, at least he took good care of Xiaodong, and Xiaodong was very willing to play with this big brother, which was enough. After Xiaodong's father left, Su-Ning simply washed his face at Xiaodong's home to freshen up a bit. After all, he had several things to do during the day as per his arrangement. Big brother, why didn't you drive the transformer today? When he found out they were walking to kindergarten, Xiaodong immediately pouted, feeling that Su-Ning had broken his promise. Su-Ning slapped his forehead, he had forgotten about it. After finishing the last designated driving job yesterday, he had parked the car downstairs at the hotel and didn't want to drive it this morning, so he left it there. I forgot, brother. It's my fault. How about this? I'll definitely have the transformer come to pick you up tonight, okay? We can make a pinky promise. This time I won't forget. Su-Ning ruffled Xiaodong's hair and smiled as he extended his hand. Xiaodong happily made a pinky promise with Su-Ning and even stamped it. Then it's settled. He waved goodbye to Su-Ning and turned to enter the kindergarten. At that moment, he could feel many people's gazes lingering on him, filled with curiosity, envy, and even jealousy. It was needless to say, it was definitely the aftermath of him driving the supercar to drop off Xiaodong yesterday. Although this was the capital city, where everyone was wealthy, the value of a supercar was still something many had to acknowledge. After all, even if the houses in the capital were expensive, one Koenigsegg could easily be exchanged for several houses. Su-Ning ignored these gazes because he had long realized that with the crazy money-making system, he would have to get used to being in the spotlight. After dropping off Xiaodong, Su-Ning hurried back to his hotel room to rest for a while before driving to Intai Center after the morning rush hour. Young Master Su, welcome. Knowing Su-Ning was coming, Manager Hao had been waiting at the door and greeted him warmly and respectfully. After chatting for a bit, Su-Ning got straight to the point. Manager Hao, has the loss assessment and repair list come out? Manager Hao immediately handed Su-Ning a beautifully crafted envelope. It has been assessed. Inside, there are the loss assessment report, repair list, and related notification letters. All of them have the stamp of the Richard Mill After Sales Service Center and are legally valid. If there's anything else you need from us, we will definitely cooperate fully. Providing good service to wealthy clients is a necessity for luxury brands, and a young master like Su-Ning, who buys million-dollar watches without batting an eye, is undoubtedly a client they must cultivate well. Su-Ning nodded happily and thanked him before opening the document bag. The language on several documents was quite official, clearly in a formal format. The first document, a damage assessment, confirmed that the watch could be restored through repairs and would not be completely scrapped. The second document listed the parts that needed to be replaced and the associated costs. What Su-Ning was truly concerned about was this number, 740,000. The total cost for replacing parts and processing fees amounted to 740,000 yuan. Compared to the watch's selling price of 1 million yuan, it wasn't considered high. The repair of a watch is quite different from that of a car. Often, the cost of car parts can exceed 300%, and for luxury brands, it can even surpass 600%. It can be understood as dismantling all the parts of a car and selling them separately, with prices being more than 3 times that of the complete vehicle. However, watches do not have such a high parts-to-whole ratio. The prices of components are generally not much more than that of the finished watch. At least Su-Ning felt that the figure of 740,000 was very appropriate. It could give that guy a lesson he would never forget, without pushing him to the brink of ruin. After leaving the Intai Center, he went straight to the law firm he had made an appointment with yesterday. Indeed, he planned to hand over all subsequent claims to the lawyer. With money, there was no need to handle everything personally. it was better to leave some matters to professionals. "Hello, young Master Su, please take a seat." One of the partners at the law firm, a lawyer surnamed Hua, received Su Ning in the office. In fact, such a small case, especially a civil one, often does not require a big lawyer to step in. The reason a law firm partner was there to meet Su Ning was simply because the assistant lawyer had just seen Su Ning get out of a supercar. If an administrative vehicle was likely a show of wealth for business needs, a supercar was definitely a toy for a wealthy young master. Being able to drive a supercar meant there was definitely money in his pocket. Perhaps this case was small, but as long as a relationship was established, there might be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Sitting on the reception sofa in the office, Su Ning picked up the hand-ground coffee brought by the assistant lawyer and took a light sip, appearing very nonchalant. Although he had not experienced it, he still believed that matters that could be resolved with money were not real problems. After all, he did not care about the lawyer's fees, everything else was secondary. He handed the document bag to Lawyer Hua, and while Lawyer Hua was reviewing the documents, Su Ning casually spoke up. "There's a high probability he won't compensate directly, so we need a lawyer to step in. I'll send you the relevant video evidence shortly. He might argue that I intentionally lured him into damaging his watch, so how to refute that will be your concern. I think this shouldn't be too difficult for you, right?" After reading the documents and watching the video Su Ning sent him, Lawyer Hua showed a hint of surprise on his face, deep in thought. 1 million yuan Richard Mille watch, with a repair cost of 740,000. This charge was indeed not outrageous, and with the stamp from the Richard Mille After Sales Service Center, it was definitely legitimate. The issue did not lie here, but rather in the process of how the other party damaged the watch. Although it was true that the other party opened Su Ning's hand, causing the watch to fall, how could a watch that was worn on the wrist fall so easily? I'm afraid this matter cannot be further scrutinized, especially after Lawyer Hua inadvertently noticed the Richard Mille RM56 on Su Ning's wrist. He became even more certain. How ruthless! If he still didn't understand Su Ning's intentions at this point, all those years of being a lawyer would have been in vain. "Young Master Su, don't worry. This case will be handled by our law firm, absolutely no problem. As long as you sign an authorization letter, we will represent this case in its entirety, and you won't need to worry about a thing. As for the fees, for cases involving property relations, with amounts between 500,000 and 1 million, our charging standard is 4% to 8%. This time, we will charge at the minimum standard of 4%. What do you think?" Lawyer Hua put down the document bag, patted his chest to assure, and finally promised to charge at the lowest standard. Lawyer fees are often quite high. For example, a divorce lawyer might demand a 10% fee for property division. Now, if the lawyer's fee is charged at 4%, and if the other party really compensates 740,000, then Su Ning would have to pay the law firm 30,000. That's really not too high. It seems the other party is giving a special discount to maintain a good relationship. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Once the case is over, I'll treat you to a meal. Su Ning signed the authorization document and the agency agreement without hesitation, stood up, and shook hands with Lawyer Hua to say goodbye. He originally planned to go back to school to finish his graduation project, but halfway there, he received a call from Ning Bing. "I'm in a bad mood, take me for a drive." As soon as the call connected, Ning Bing's tired yet helpless voice came through. "Who upset our Miss Ning Bing? Tell me, I'll go vent for you." Su Ning pulled over and said with a smile, "It's that old witch of an investment director at the company. Relying on her connection with the LP, she's acting all high and mighty, especially has it in for me, always causing me trouble. I'm so annoyed." Ning Bing spoke through gritted teeth, clearly having endured a lot. Last time, Su Ning learned that Ning Bing worked in finance at an investment company. He had thought the finance industry was glamorous, but judging by Ning Bing's current state, it seemed it was just a shiny exterior. "What does LP mean?" As a good student, he asked when he didn't understand. Ning Bing realized Su Ning wasn't in the industry and briefly explained. "GP is general partner, equivalent to a partner running a company. LP is limited partner, equivalent to someone who puts money into the company for it to operate and waits for dividends, just providing funds without any effort." Su Ning understood, so that's what it meant. "Is that old witch your boss? If she really targets you, then just quit. Anyway, if you don't stay here, there are other places for you. We won't put up with that nonsense." Su Ning comforted her with a smile, but since he didn't know much about Ning Bing's company situation, he really couldn't offer good advice. Ning Bing rolled her eyes dramatically. "What kind of idea is that?" "Thanks, I feel comforted. If I quit, will you support me?" Su Ning laughed and joked, "If not, you can work as my designated driver, it's quite profitable." Ning Bing was speechless. Being a designated driver is indeed profitable, enough to drive a supercar. "Alright, hurry up and come pick me up. I need to relax today." After saying that, Ning Bing quickly hung up the phone. Su Ning smiled and turned the car around towards Ning Bing's home. Unlike those party girls, vain women, or fake socialites who always want to cling to rich men, Ning Bing is a very independent career woman. Although Su Ning hadn't figured out how to develop their relationship yet, he didn't reject the idea of getting to know her better. Let everything happen naturally. 20 minutes later, he arrived downstairs at Ning Bing's home. From a distance, he saw Ning Bing dressed very casually. She wore an orange short-sleeve shirt, proudly accentuating her chest, clearly wanting to attract attention. Her slim jeans made her legs look long and straight, and she wore a pair of trendy sports shoes. This outfit was indeed for relaxation. "Hey, beautiful, want to go for a drive together?" Su Ning parked the car in front of Ning Bing and joked with a mischievous look. Ning Bing made an angry face, revealing her cute little tiger teeth, and shook her small fist at Su Ning, looking as if she was ready to give him a good scolding. Unable to hold back, she burst into laughter as she helped Ning Bing open the car door. "Miss Ning, where do you want to go to relax?" Ning Bing clearly had a plan and blurted out, "First, let's grab a bite, then go watch a movie, and finally head to a hotel." However, as soon as she finished speaking, she felt something was off and her face flushed instantly. She was both embarrassed and annoyed. How could she have mentioned the hotel? Su Ning was also taken aback by Ning Bing's sudden outburst, and he laughed heartily, slapping the steering wheel in delight. "No laughing, no laughing, I said no laughing." Ning Bing was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, frantically shaking her little fists and hitting Su Ning. "What a lovely woman. Alright, stop messing around, I need to drive." Su Ning pleaded repeatedly. Although Ning Bing's hits didn't hurt, it made it impossible for him to drive properly. After a while, when Ning Bing stopped, Su Ning, feeling reckless, raised his eyebrows and said, "How about we skip ahead and go straight to the hotel?" Ning Bing swore that if Su Ning wasn't already driving, she would definitely take him down with her. How embarrassing. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. "Tell me about the investment company." Su Ning quickly changed the subject. Of course, he genuinely wanted to know. He already had a crazy money-making system at his disposal, and to him, no method of making money seemed as easy as the system's way. However, no matter how much money he had, if it just sat in a bank account, it was merely a number. It could astonish people but wouldn't give him more influence. Only by converting that money into investments or real businesses could it truly transform into a measurable influence. And indeed, that was the case. If you only have money, powerful people can still easily cause you trouble. But if your every move can affect the fate of countless families, then others would have to think twice before trying to mess with you. Although there was no rush, it was always good to start planning ahead. With Ning Bing, this insider, he could learn about financial investments. Ning Bing twisted open a bottle of mineral water and took a sip, finally easing her embarrassment and awkwardness. She asked, somewhat curiously, "You want to know about financial investments?" Her sharp mind quickly guessed Su Ning's thoughts. Su Ning nodded and gave Ning Bing a thumbs up. "Alright, then I'll give you a brief overview. The company I work for is called Lushong Capital, and we currently have 2 GPs and 6 LPs, controlling assets of about 600 million. Our company mainly focuses on angel investments and VC, which is venture capital aimed at early to mid-stage projects. After all, our company's strength isn't particularly strong, and we can't compete with those top investment firms on some good projects. In addition to capital investment, we also have trust-type wealth management, but that's not our main business." Su Ning listened while nodding, gaining a general understanding of Ning Bing's company. Controlling assets of 600 million was somewhat less than he had expected. He had thought such an investment company should at least have around $1 billion, right? So how much funding did the LP related to that old witch investment director inject? Su Ning asked with interest. Dingshire Financial is our company's largest LP, and they invested about 120 million. However, Dingshire Financial's overall scale is much larger than ours at Lushong Capital, and their investment channels are also diversified. Hearing the mention of the old witch, Ning Bing couldn't help but snort, clearly still furious. Su Ning pondered for a moment, and an interesting idea popped into his head, which he voiced in a tempting tone. "You said, if I also invest 120 million as an LP in your company, wouldn't you be able to sit in the position of investment director and not have to endure the old witch's bad temper anymore?" Ning Bing paused, her delicate body stiffening, and turned her head to look at Su Ning with an incredibly strange expression, her face filled with shock and confusion. "You have 120 million? Su Ning nodded. "More than that." Upon receiving this answer, Ning Bing took a deep breath, the absurdity in her heart growing stronger. However, thinking about the car she was currently sitting in, which was worth 50 million, it didn't seem so hard to accept anymore. She felt a mix of emotions, both wanting to laugh and cry. To be honest, she really didn't have any designs on Su Ning's money. How could she have imagined that a young and handsome chauffeur was actually a wealthy heir? These two identities were worlds apart. Taking a few deep breaths, she tried to calm herself down, and once her emotions settled, she slowly spoke. If you have 120 million, why bother being an LP? Just start an investment company directly, wouldn't that be better? As an LP, you only provide funds and have little say in investment decisions. Isn't it better to start your own investment company and make your own decisions? Her tone was somewhat exasperated, but thinking that Su Ning didn't understand any of this, she could only smile wryly. Su Ning pondered for a moment, feeling that this was indeed a direction to consider. However, he still wanted to settle his big villa first before thinking about anything else. The two watched a comedy movie, and Ningbing seemed to have a low threshold for laughter, giggling nonstop throughout. But after laughing, her mood improved significantly, and she almost forgot about her work troubles. Su Ning didn't need to ask anything. After the movie, he directly took Ningbing to a hotel to book a room. Naturally free-spirited, everything flowed smoothly, and the room was filled with the beauty of the world. Afterwards, Ningbing lay on Su Ning, her face flushed with shyness and satisfaction, still resonating with the afterglow. Oh, right. The money you transferred to me last time, I bought a bag, and I also got you a belt. Suddenly remembering something, Ningbing quickly got up from the bed to find her bag. Soon, she took out a beautifully packaged box with a very prominent logo on it. Although Su Ning wasn't interested in luxury brands, he at least had some understanding. A Hermes men's belt costs around 40 to 50,000, right? Su Ning really didn't expect that Ningbing would spend a lot of money to buy him a belt. This was not like those vain girls who would do anything to empty your pockets. The only thing that made Su Ning smile wryly was that he really didn't need a belt. He was still a student, mostly wearing sweatpants and casual pants. Such a belt was probably more suitable for elite business people. But since it was Ningbing's heartfelt gift, how could Su Ning spoil the mood by saying something unnecessary? Not bad, I really like it. Su Ning hugged Ningbing, smiling, while his right hand became a bit restless. Su Ning's actions drew a playful pout from Ningbing, full of charm. Needless to say, the next moment was naturally the peak of their passionate encounter once again. It must be said that such activities were quite physically demanding. Anyway, when Su Ning walked out of the hotel in the afternoon, his legs were still weak. He drove Ningbing home, and seeing that the time was about right, he directly drove to Xiaodong's kindergarten. He had promised Xiaodong in the morning that he would come in a transformer, and it wouldn't be good to go back on his word. When he picked up Xiaodong, the child was incredibly excited, bouncing around as if he were about to revert to a more primal state. Brother, you really came in a transformer. Hurry up and let it transform. I promised my friends, and they all want to see the transformer transform. Brother, can the transformer fly? Can we ride it and fly up to the sky for a round? Not just Xiaodong, even the few little friends around him showed expressions of hope, clearly wanting to sit in a transformer. Su Ning slightly opened his mouth, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. It was a situation that was both laughable and tearful. You can't reason with children. The world they see is fundamentally different from the world you see. However, he understood these kids' thoughts very well. After all, he had also fantasized about owning a transformer when he was young. It is cruel to shatter a child's innocence and imagination, so Su Ning decided to protect their childhood. Xiaodong, didn't I tell you before? The Autobots need to hide in human society and can't expose themselves casually. How could you forget? Do you still want it to transform? Do you really wish to see it transform and expose its identity, only to be captured by an evil organization? Su Ning deliberately spoke in a mysterious and serious tone. As soon as the kids heard this, they quickly covered their mouths, shaking their heads repeatedly, their expressions turning tense. No, no, no. I don't want it to be captured. Don't transform, don't transform. We will definitely keep this secret and never let the Autobots be exposed. We will defeat the evil organization together with the Autobots. Indeed, children only have justice in their hearts, leaving no room for evil. Su Ning gave them a thumbs up. You guys are amazing. Such praise left the kids completely defenseless, each puffing out their chests and raising their heads, as if they had just saved the earth. A few parents nearby couldn't help but chuckle. They hadn't expected the young man driving a supercar to be so good at charming children. After taking Xiaodong and playing with him downstairs for over an hour, they left only after Xiaodong's father returned. Su Ning first went back to the dormitory and transferred the remaining 40 million to the eldest, Hua Xiefeng. Don't count my investment. The money doesn't need to be returned urgently. We can talk about it when you're back on your feet. Anyway, I don't have many places to spend money. Seeing Hua Xiefeng wanting to say something, Su Ning quickly comforted him. He didn't want to hear any sentimental words from Hua Xiefeng. Between brothers, they shouldn't engage in that kind of thing. Deng Zihao and Ding Zihui naturally understood Su Ning's thoughts, so they deliberately started to joke around. Third brother, my family's company has run into some issues. Hurry up and transfer me 7 or 800 million for emergency use. Deng Zihao put his arm around Su Ning's shoulder, laughing. Deng Zihao was not to be outdone, adding, I have a great project recently, investing 400 million, and I'll pay you back 600 million in 6 months, with a 100% annualized return. Third brother, why don't you invest with me? The somewhat sentimental atmosphere was completely shattered by the two. Su Ning certainly knew their intentions, but he still laughed and teased them. Fourth brother, your family has a company? Isn't it just a broken restaurant, and you need 7 or 800 million for emergencies? Why don't you just say you're going public? Second brother, let me say thank you. This kind of project with a 100% return rate, you can play with it yourself. I can't enjoy such fortune. After joking for a while, Su Ning left the dormitory and headed straight to Li Ji private kitchen. It's great to have bought the restaurant. He didn't have to eat in the cafeteria at night anymore. Just let the kitchen cook a couple of dishes. As soon as he arrived at the restaurant, manager Lu came to report. Young Master Su, the customer who left the car yesterday has come to pick it up. He asked me to convey his apologies and left a 100 yuan driving fee. Saying this, he handed Su Ning a red 100 yuan bill. He knew very well what Su Ning wanted. Although he didn't understand, he still immediately gave the money to Su Ning. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 100 yuan. With a 100,000 times reward of 10 million yuan. The moment Su Ning took the money, the system's prompt sound immediately rang in his mind. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. The feeling of making money so crazily was truly wonderful. After chatting with manager Lu for a bit and receiving some encouragement, Su Ning went to the break room for a quick meal before returning to the cash register to prepare for work. Hey, Su, how about you take the first order starting today? Master Wang said with a smile as soon as he saw Su Ning. Although he couldn't grasp the specific situation, Master Wang could still sense something. At the very least, Manager Lu's respectful attitude towards Su Ning spoke volumes. Moreover, Old Li had been driven away. Even if he hadn't understood it at the time, upon reflection, Old Li had just been about to bully Su Ning before being chased off. It seemed that this unassuming young man had some connection with the new boss. Master Wang didn't want to follow in Old Li's footsteps, so he took a step back, seeking stability. Su Ning was slightly taken aback but, after thinking it through, admired Master Wang's cleverness. Sometimes, taking a step back really opens up a world of possibilities. Su Ning was certainly not someone who stirred up trouble. He was willing to abide by reasonable rules. So after he bought Li's private kitchen and became the boss, he still didn't change the order of the designated drivers. However, since Master Wang had brought it up voluntarily, regardless of his true intentions, Su Ning naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, being the first to take an order meant he could potentially run an extra job that night. Based on the average of running an extra job every 3 to 4 days, that could add up to 7 or 8 extra jobs in a month, which would increase his income by about 500 yuan. After the system's reward increase, that would directly turn into 50 million. Even though Su Ning was currently making money like crazy, he would never overlook 50 million. After all, that amount could buy a Koenigsegg one. However, while accepting this, Su Ning couldn't let the honest man suffer. Master Wang's income would drop by about 500, so he thought of a way to compensate him. With a quick turn of thought, Su Ning already had a plan. Based on an average of 3 jobs a day, that would be 150 jobs a month, and the restaurant's cut from Master Wang would be 1,500 yuan. He might as well waive Master Wang's cut altogether. Although the restaurant would take a slight loss, it was negligible compared to the scale of Li's private kitchen. With a decision made, Su Ning smiled and nodded. All right, then thank you, Master Wang. Seeing Su Ning agree so quickly, Master Wang felt a mix of emotions and also breathed a sigh of relief. By giving up this portion of profit, he could work more securely at Li's private kitchen, right? After all, the income from being a designated driver at this restaurant was much higher and more stable than taking orders on a designated driver platform. But losing a few hundred yuan this month still made him feel a bit pained. At that moment, Su Ning had already gone to find Manager Lu and made the arrangement directly. From now on, don't take a cut from Master Wang's designated driver fees. Manager Lu didn't know what had happened, but since the boss had spoken, what more was there to say? If it were an unreasonable arrangement, as a frontline manager, he would naturally voice his opinion. But waiving the cut for a designated driver was such a trivial matter that he would be foolish to contradict the boss. Manager Lu quickly called Master Wang over and explained the situation to him. Master Wang was instantly filled with surprise and joy. He hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. He could easily understand such simple accounts. What he gained would definitely outweigh what he lost. It went without saying that this must have been specially instructed by Su. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Su Ning really had a deep connection with the restaurant. Otherwise, how could he have the authority to waive his designated driver fees? Back near the cash register, Master Wang excitedly shook Su Ning's hand, conveying his gratitude through his eyes and expressions, but he didn't say anything. After all, there's a new designated driver, and he might not have been exempted from the commission on the driving fee, so it's better not to let anything slip. Su Ning smiled and nodded, saying, "It's a small matter, no need to worry about it." Just then, a customer called for a designated driver, allowing Su Ning to free his hands and escape the painful grip of the excited Master Wang. "Hello, sir, I'm here to serve you." The first order went surprisingly smoothly, so much so that it felt like a standard textbook example. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 50 yuan, with a 100,000 times reward of 5 million yuan. He couldn't help but sigh, wishing every order could be this smooth. However, Su Ning knew very well that this was simply impossible. Now that he could make money like crazy, if there weren't any small obstacles, it wouldn't make sense. Anyway, he had gradually gotten used to it. The more oddities he encountered, the more it became just that. After returning to the restaurant, perhaps due to the good business today, the other two designated drivers had gone out to work. After waiting for a short while, Su Ning received his second order of the day. Looking at the time, it was almost an hour earlier than usual for the second order. After a series of service procedures, Su Ning was now smoothly driving an Audi S6 on the road. As a designated driver, the service requirements of the Didi platform include a rule that aside from polite service language, if the customer isn't talking to you, you shouldn't speak up. Although there's no such constraint for in-house designated drivers, Su Ning still adhered to this rule, trying not to initiate conversation. Of course, since this was already the second order, it was easy for odd events to occur, so he still tried to be as honest as possible to avoid trouble. The car owner was a man around 40 years old, sitting in the back seat in a rather poor state. Su Ning had gained some insight and experience as a designated driver. He had just asked the waiter in the dining room about the man, and it turned out he had been drinking quite a bit. In this society, if you want to gain something, you probably have to give something in return. Who doesn't want to enjoy a leisurely drink with a few close friends? But in a business drinking session, especially when you're the one asking for favors, how you drink is not up to you. "Come, I'll toast you a drink. I'll finish mine, you do as you please. Thank you for your care, I'll toast you, I'll finish 3 cups. Drinking like this is truly helpless and humble. This man was like that, so he drank too much. Without this crazy money-making system, Su Ning would probably have to face such experiences and encounters in the future. He might not even have the chance to be this humble. Fortunately, with the system, he had the confidence to say no to many things. Just then, the car owner's phone rang. The owner answered the phone in a daze, his tone helpless and dejected. Mr. Wu still hasn't budged. In his words, their company has a basic principle for film investment, which is that the producer and director must have successful projects. Neither of us has independent experience in managing projects, not to mention Mr. Wu won't help. Even if he does, his company probably won't agree. Sigh, why is it so hard to make the movie we want to make? No way, the director must be you. This is our dream and pursuit as brothers. If you're replaced, what's the point of me being the producer? Just focus on polishing the script. Tomorrow I'll arrange to have a good talk with Mr. Zhang from Huahua Entertainment. Don't worry, we will definitely get this project off the ground. After he hung up the phone, Su Ning could clearly see the sense of powerlessness he had just disguised in the rearview mirror. However, he did get a general idea of the situation. The car owner is a producer, and his friend is a director. The two are preparing to put together a movie and are currently seeking investment. Although Su Ning doesn't understand the various rules of the entertainment industry, he knows that big directors have others seeking them out to make films, while small directors have a hard time finding opportunities, even if they beg. There's nothing unfair about it. After all, not everyone has a stage to showcase their talents. However, at this moment, Su Ning became interested. At least the car owner genuinely wants to make a good movie, rather than being the type of producer who only seeks investment and then exploits the crew for personal gain without caring about the quality of the film. Just as he was about to speak, the car owner suddenly said urgently, "Stop the car." Su Ning immediately slowed down and pulled over, ensuring safety before coming to a stop. Normally, the car owner wouldn't call for a stop without reason. He likely wanted to vomit or needed to use the restroom. Sure enough, once the car was stopped, the car owner quickly got out, bent over, and leaned against a tree, vomiting profusely and looking very uncomfortable. Su Ning took a bottle of mineral water from his bag, got out of the car, and patted the car owner's back, only handing him the water once he had stopped throwing up. "Rinse your mouth, wash up a bit." The car owner didn't hesitate, twisting open the bottle and gulping down a mouthful, rinsing and then spitting it out, before pouring water to wash his hands and face thoroughly. "Thank you. I really drank too much. My stomach feels like it's in turmoil." I really envy you for being so young. When I was your age, this amount of alcohol was nothing. But now that I'm middle-aged, some things really aren't the same. The car owner expressed his gratitude while lamenting. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was off and quickly clarified. Hey, I was talking about drinking, not anything else. Su Ning hadn't thought anything of it at first, but with the car owner's explanation, he found himself thinking in a different direction. Right. It was about drinking, not anything else. After getting back in the car, Su Ning tentatively spoke up. Are you a film producer? I'm quite interested in the entertainment industry. How about you tell me about your movie project? The car owner seemed surprised that Su Ning would ask, shaking his head vigorously. His hazy, drunken eyes looked at Su Ning. Not to mention, this young designated driver is actually quite handsome. Even among the countless good-looking men in the entertainment industry, he could still stand out. Perhaps if he signed with a talent agency and got some packaging, he could debut. Even though the era of traffic stars has passed, it's still relatively easy to make a living in the entertainment industry. However, for filmmakers, this kind of fresh meat is a cancer to the film industry. What movies need are actors, real good actors. My friend and I have been struggling in the film industry. I started as a production assistant, and now I'm basically fixed in the position of assistant producer, so it's unlikely I can independently manage a film. My brother also has experience as a deputy director on several films. This time he came up with a script, and I think it has the potential to be a box office hit. We just want to make the movie ourselves. But you might have heard, no one is willing to invest. We've put in all our money and even mortgaged our house, and we only managed to scrape together 20 million. Some idiots spend hundreds of millions making terrible films, yet no one wants to invest in our small project of just a few tens of millions. Sigh, the entertainment industry is really messed up. By the end, his tone was filled with indignation, unable to hold back a curse. Su Ning absorbed more information and fell into thought. A small budget? So it means it could be done with just a few tens of millions. And the car owner and his friend have already pooled together 20 million. This means that if he were to invest, even if he lost everything, it would only be a matter of a few tens of millions. For someone like me, who makes a fortune driving for others every day, losing 2 days' worth of earnings. Although I don't really know what this producer is like, I can feel from his words that he genuinely wants to make a good movie. I'm just a driver. Why would he need to put on a facade in front of me? After coming up with an idea, Su Ning slowly pulled the car over to the side of the road. The car owner, surprised, asked, "We're not at the destination yet. Why did you stop?" Su Ning turned around, looked at the car owner, and smiled. "How about I invest in your movie?" Seeing Su Ning's playful smile, the car owner thought he was joking, just messing with him. "You don't mean to say that you're counting your driving fee as an investment, do you? Just drive, I don't have time for jokes." The car owner leaned back in his seat, annoyed. "I'm not joking." Su Ning shrugged, rolled up his sleeve slightly, revealing a Richard Mille RM56. The car owner's vision was a bit blurry, but he could immediately recognize that the watch worn by the young driver was a Richard Mille. He sat up straight, leaning forward to examine the watch. At first, he thought it was a fake, but the more he looked, the more something felt off. Why does it look so real? Although he wasn't a watch expert, he had some knowledge, and since he had a friend who sold Richard Mille, he knew a bit more about it. "Where did you buy that watch?" "No way, it looks pretty authentic. But as far as I know, this RM56 is a global limited edition. It's not that easy to get." "Young man, let me tell you, even if it's a fake, it shouldn't be so obvious. I don't mean to look down on drivers, but if someone sees a driver wearing this watch, they won't even think twice. It must be a fake. Even if it looks real," as he said, "the identity of a driver makes it impossible to wear such a limited edition luxury watch. So, it must be fake." Su Ning was used to such skepticism, so he just smiled lightly and said, "I bought it at the Richard Mille flagship store in Intai Center." His words made the car owner burst into laughter. "I'll give you a chance. Change your story. I have a friend who works at the Richard Mille store in Intai." Right at the wrong moment, he didn't believe Su Ning wouldn't feel awkward. However, Su Ning just smiled lightly and shrugged, appearing indifferent. The car owner couldn't help but feel a bit angry. "Why can't you recognize a good opportunity? I even left you a way out. You could just get out. But you insist on holding your ground?" Normally, he wouldn't bother with such things with a driver, he would just laugh it off. But now, clearly a bit tipsy, he took out his phone and called his friend. "Old Hao, I met someone who's wearing a Richard Mille RM56, a limited edition with sapphire crystal. He insists he bought it from your store. What do you think?" Coincidentally, his friend was Manager Hao from the Richard Mille flagship store in Intai Center. As soon as Manager Hao heard RM56, he didn't need to think, it must be Su Ning, and he quickly replied, "Old Chen, you're not talking about young Master Su, are you? The RM56 Sapphire is indeed a limited edition, only one has left our store, and that's young Master Su. You're quite impressive, you've actually made connections with young Master Su. Aren't you trying to raise funds for your movie? As long as you can convince young Master Su, that little investment is nothing. The car owner was stunned, his heart stirred like a storm. Your last name is Su? He asked, somewhat incredulously. Su Ning nodded, directly taking the phone from his hand and greeting the other party. Manager Hao? This is Su Ning. Manager Hao was a bit surprised, his friend really had made connections with young Master Su. Hello, Mr. Su. I didn't expect such a coincidence, you know old Chen as well. This world is really too small. Su Ning and Manager Hao exchanged a few pleasantries when he suddenly remembered something. Manager Hao, please help me order 3 RM35s. Can they arrive within a month? He wanted to give the RM35s as graduation gifts to his 3 brothers. If they couldn't arrive in a month, it would be too late. Manager Hao felt a surge of joy. Indeed, having connections with the young master was beneficial. $1 million watch was as easy to order as a toy. Moreover, ordering 3 identical watches clearly indicated they were for gifts. Considering the graduation season, they must be for classmates. I want classmates like that too. Not a problem, Mr. Su, I guarantee they'll arrive within a month. Su Ning nodded. I'll find time to come by and pay in the next couple of days. I'll leave the rest to you. After saying this, he returned the phone to the car owner, who was still in shock and nearly lost his ability to think. Giving him a moment to digest the shock, Su Ning smiled and asked, shall we talk about investing in the movie? Bang! A muffled sound. The car owner, excited, tried to stand up but ended up hitting his head on the car roof. Su Ning proved his capabilities, and everything fell into place. The car owner introduced himself, his name was Chen Yi. He then began to detail the movie project. The script was titled The Nameless, revolving around a lost old gun, telling a series of absurd stories about a pair of low-tier robbers, a down-and-out security guard, and a sharp-tongued woman with a disability. These nameless individuals experienced a series of ridiculous events. Su Ning listened with great interest. Although it wasn't very professional, it at least sounded good. The film production budget is 50 million, with an additional 10 million for post-production and promotion. Old Sure and I have pooled together 20 million, leaving a gap of 40 million. Of course, 30 million would also work, but if we don't have a budget for promotion, it will be entirely up to the distributor. Mr. Su. Chenny looked at Su Ning with eager eyes. Although he didn't say it outright, his desperate desire for Su Ning's investment was palpable. Su Ning fell into a brief contemplation. 40 million? That really isn't much. One night wouldn't be enough, but 2 nights would definitely suffice. Even if he lost every penny, it wouldn't hurt too much. And if he succeeded in a big way, there was still a chance to make money. Even if it wasn't as fast as his usual money-making methods, who would complain about having too much money? Moreover, such an investment would, to some extent, increase his influence. Why not? I'll invest in this project. After making up his mind, Su Ning revealed a bright smile. Chenny instantly fell into a frenzy of joy, grabbing Su Ning's hand, overwhelmed with excitement. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. Old Sure and I will definitely make a great film, perfect in every way. You absolutely won't lose money, I guarantee it. He felt like crying. To get this project approved and attract investment, he had no idea how many docs he had bowed to, how many film companies he had approached, and how many times he had drowned in alcohol. But reality was incredibly harsh. Time and again, his humble requests were met with others' righteous refusals. It was so difficult. His dreams were being crushed by reality, yet at this moment, Su Ning appeared like a ray of light, illuminating the path ahead. No nonsense, no unreasonable demands, and certainly no messy issues. He invested so decisively. At this moment, Su Ning seemed like a god to Chen Yi. Looking at the middle-aged man who was on the verge of tears, Su Ning smiled understandingly and reassured him. All right, let me take you back. Let's exchange phone numbers, and we can discuss it in detail tomorrow when you have time. By the way, investment is investment, but the driving fee still needs to be paid. Su Ning said at the end, as if joking, but in reality, he was not joking at all. Investing 40 million, as long as the project isn't a total failure, it might not even lose 10 million. But if Chen Yi doesn't pay the driving fee, Su Ning would directly lose 10 million. Chen Yi nodded repeatedly, thinking Su Ning was just trying to lighten the mood. After all, he had invested 40 million without batting an eye. How could he be so concerned about a small driving fee? But it still needed to be paid. Perhaps this would please the young master. Upon reaching their destination, Chen Yi handed Su Ning the only 400 cash he had in the car. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 400 yuan. with a 100,000 times reward of 40 million yuan, Su-ning was taken aback, not expecting Chen-yi to give him 400 yuan for the driving fee. The 40 million hadn't even been invested yet, and he was already breaking even. It was like pulling a fast one. Even if the movie truly lost everything, Su-ning wouldn't be at a loss. It was truly absurd. Su-ning happily patted Chen-yi on the shoulder and shook hands to say goodbye. Although he didn't know if investing in the film industry was a good channel, he had room for trial and error, so the pressure wasn't too great. He took a taxi back to Lee's private kitchen, continuing to wait for the driving order at the cash register. Not long after, a group of girlfriends settled their bill, and a young woman holding a child came to the cash register to find a driver. The young woman was dressed like a professional, but perhaps due to her youthful face, if it weren't for the child in her arms, Su-ning might have thought she had just stepped out of campus. The child in her arms looked only a few months old, probably unable to walk yet, and could only be held. With a pacifier in her mouth, the big eyes curiously surveyed the surroundings, taking in this new and fascinating world. "Hello, ma'am, we are here to serve you." Su-ning greeted her with standard service language, then helped the young female driver open the back door. The woman smiled at Su-ning and began to play with the baby in her arms. During this trip, Su-ning drove very carefully. After all, the child was small, and there was no child seat in the car. The baby was being held by the mother. If there were a sudden stop or an accident, the child's safety couldn't be guaranteed at all. He silently prayed that nothing unusual would happen. Perhaps hearing his prayer, or maybe some deity intervened, Su-ning encountered no strange incidents along the way. Upon reaching the destination and parking the car, he felt it was unbelievable. Well, the system seems to lose its power in front of the adorable baby, Su-ning thought. He got out to help the mother and child in the back seat open the door, and the young mother got out with the baby. Just then, the young mother's phone rang. Holding the child in one arm, she fished her phone out of her bag with the other and answered. "Hello, husband? I'm just arriving. Getting ready to go upstairs. The document bag? It's in the trunk? Okay, I'll look for it." After hanging up, the young mother walked to the back of the car, opened the trunk, and prepared to find something. However, holding the child, she couldn't bend down to look for things. Could you help me find? Never mind, could you hold the baby for me?" The young mother initially wanted Su-ning to help find something, but seeing the trunk was a mess from being rummaged through by someone else, she simply handed the baby over to Su-ning for him to hold. Su-ning quickly and carefully took the baby into his arms, but he looked a bit flustered. The child was so soft that Su-ning was afraid of hurting him with even a little pressure, so he was extra cautious. But to his surprise, even though he was being careful, the child didn't seem to mind him at all. Su-ning suddenly felt warmth in his arms holding the baby, and then his shirt felt warm too, and it was damp. At first, he didn't even react to what had happened. At that moment, the baby suddenly started crying, and the pacifier that had been in his mouth fell out. The young mother heard the crying and quickly turned around, then called out in a mix of laughter and embarrassment, "Baby, why did you pee?" Su-ning froze for a moment before realizing what had happened. Pee all over himself? Good baby, you really are quite rude. The young mother hurriedly picked up the child, repeatedly apologizing to Su-ning. "I'm so sorry. He peed before getting in the car, so I didn't put a diaper on him. I didn't expect that just holding him for a moment would make him pee. You should clean up a bit." While apologizing, she took out tissues and wet wipes to hand to Su-ning. Su-ning felt the child's urine on his arm, and the shirt that was sticking to him because it was wet made him feel terrible. Am I a urinal? Do I have diuretic functions? After a smooth journey, I end up in this situation. The key point is that the one causing the trouble is a baby who can't even walk, leaving him with nowhere to vent his frustration. He took the tissues and quickly wiped himself, but it didn't seem to help much. After all, both his clothes and pants were wet, and a few wipes wouldn't dry them. Forget it, I'll just wash it when I get back." Looking at the young mother, who was full of apologies and embarrassment, Su-ning waved his hand helplessly. Could he really hold a grudge against a little baby? All he wanted now was to hurry back and change his clothes. Fortunately, the baby had only peed and hadn't made a bigger mess, otherwise, he would really go crazy. "I'm really so sorry. How about this? I'll give you an extra 200. Consider it a cleaning fee for your clothes." Saying this, the young mother took out 300 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Su-ning. After all, the driver in front of her was only wearing ordinary clothes, which could still be washed and worn again, so compensating 200 seemed reasonable. Su-ning naturally had no reason to refuse, and the helpless feeling of being soaked in urine finally eased a lot. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn 300 yuan, with a 100,000 times reward of 30 million yuan. 30 million is quite tempting. However, if he had to earn money in such a way, being soaked in baby urine, he would rather not. At that moment, Su-Ning suddenly had an absurd guess. The system's intention was to let him experience various professions and make money wildly in those jobs. For example, this month he was a driver. So, was it possible that one month he would be a nanny or a preschool teacher? That would be too embarrassing. He hoped the system wasn't that cruel. But Su-Ning didn't have much hope for the system. After all, even selling health products had shamelessly made it onto the candidate list, so the system probably had no bottom line. After finishing this job, Su-Ning didn't go back to the dorm to change clothes because at this time, he could get into the dorm. But once he went out, he wouldn't be able to come back in. So he took a taxi back to Lee's private kitchen. "Manager Lu, get me a set of waiter clothes," Su-Ning instructed as he caught Manager Lu. Although Manager Lu didn't know what this young boss was up to with his little disguise game, he immediately took action. After getting a waiter uniform in a similar size, Su-Ning went to a nearby hotel to book a room, rushed into the bathroom, and started cleaning himself. He washed over and over again, but Su-Ning always felt he wasn't clean enough. He felt dirty. Of course, it was probably more of a psychological effect. After taking a shower and putting on the waiter uniform, he returned to Lee's private kitchen to wait for work. However, perhaps because the back and forth had wasted too much time, by the time he arrived at the restaurant, there were only 2 tables of customers left. Moreover, the waitstaff had just asked, and neither of those tables needed a driver. Although it was disappointing, it wasn't too discouraging, as he had earned far more today than usual. The first order earned 50, the second order the producer directly gave himself 400, and the third order made 300 after getting urinated on. After the system's 100,000 times reward, it was already 75 million. What more could one want? With no work in the shop, he opened the Didi Driver app in the car to wait for orders. In less than 10 minutes, he unexpectedly received a job. He immediately swiped right to accept the order, and upon checking, the starting point was just on the next street. Su-Ning simply decided not to drive and walked briskly over. The person waiting for the ride was a young lady, beautiful and alluring, dressed very fashionably. If one had to pick a flaw, it might be that there were traces of cosmetic surgery on her face, but they weren't very obvious. Minor adjustments, those in the know would understand. The young lady was holding a selfie stick, leaning against a Jaguar car, seemingly talking to herself. But from her slightly affected voice and delicate tone, one could guess she was either video chatting with someone or live streaming, with the latter being more likely. Sure enough, when Su-Ning walked over, he found that the young lady was indeed live streaming. "Hello, miss, are you the one who called for the ride?" Su-Ning politely asked. The young lady turned her head, looked Su-Ning up and down, and couldn't help but show a delighted expression. "Family, I'm so lucky. Guess what kind of driver I got? Done done done. Quick, look, isn't this driver brother even more handsome than a star? This isn't scripted, I really didn't expect it." The girl made a very surprised expression while speaking in the live stream and handed the car keys to Su-Ning. After getting in the car and sitting in the passenger seat, the girl, without Su-Ning's consent, turned the camera to face him, capturing both of them in the frame. "I'm not lying, right? The driver brother is indeed handsome. If anyone wants his number, just type 1 in the comments. I, Zaya Fang Fang, guarantee I'll get you his number. But whether you can get a date with him depends on your skills." At this moment, the live stream was indeed very lively. Zaya Fang Fang isn't lying. The guy is really handsome. Isn't it a waste for such a handsome guy to be a driver? He should be a gigolo. Earning 100,000 a month is not a dream. Zaya Fang Fang, hurry and get the number. I want to date the guy too. Yeah, I want to ask too, but could you check if he minds dating a guy? Don't think Zaya Fang Fang is so kind-hearted. With such a good catch, she'll definitely keep him for herself. Who knows, they might go straight to a hotel later. Then please don't stop the live stream during that part. My friend loves to watch. Su-Ning, of course, didn't know any of this. He just felt a bit uncomfortable being on live stream. Please fasten your seatbelt. We are about to depart. Seeing the car owner focused on live streaming and not even fastening her seatbelt, Su-Ning frowned and reminded her. The internet celebrity named Zaya Fang Fang casually fastened her seatbelt but still pointed the camera at Su-Ning. The atmosphere in the live stream was also very lively. The guy is so aloof. Zaya Fang Fang, hurry and flirt, but I feel with your skills, you won't be able to. Let me take over. Zaya Fang Fang, quickly post the driver's information from the ride-hailing platform. I'll always ask for him from now on. Or let's just fast forward to the hotel part. Originally, Zaya Fang Fang was worried about the content of the live stream. If she couldn't capture the heat of the handsome driver, she would definitely regret it. So, she sweetly asked Su-Ning, does the handsome guy have a girlfriend? Su-Ning's mouth twitched. He really didn't want to answer her question. But after all, it was an order picked up from a ride-hailing platform. If the other party complained about him, even if he did nothing wrong, the platform might still punish him. So, Su Ning patiently said, "I don't have a girlfriend." Xiao Fangfang's eyes lit up, and she immediately started flirting. "Hey, have you heard of love at first sight?" While speaking, she blinked her big eyes and stared at Su Ning, deliberately pretending to be deeply attracted to him. Su Ning couldn't help but feel speechless. He just wanted to be a good driver and make some money. Why was it so difficult? So, when he answered again, his tone had become somewhat impatient. "In my opinion, love at first sight can be equated with lust." This statement not only stunned Xiao Fangfang but also sent the live stream into a frenzy. The guy is so funny. There's no such thing as love at first sight, it's just lust. This guy is so clear-headed. Xiao Fangfang, you're not on his level. Just stop embarrassing yourself. That look in your eyes, which is already so obvious, proves the guy is right. You really are just lusting after him. After being momentarily stunned, Xiao Fangfang, though somewhat unconvinced, felt a bit pleased. Regardless of her pride, the driver was clearly putting on a show, which was great for the live stream. How can you say that? There really is love at first sight in this world. Haven't you heard Shakespeare's famous line? When you see someone and your body temperature reaches 38.6 degrees, that's love at first sight. Quick to react, Xiao Fangfang immediately continued to flirt in a coy manner. Su Ning didn't let her down and quickly retorted without any good humor. "I haven't heard Shakespeare say that, but I have heard Lu Sun say something. If your body temperature reaches 38.6 degrees, you'd better go to the hospital immediately." At this point, Su Ning slightly turned his head and smiled. "Do you need me to turn around and take you to the nearest hospital?" Xiao Fangfang almost turned green with embarrassment, not expecting Su Ning to be so sharp-tongued. Even though this was the effect she wanted for the show, she still felt very ashamed. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was going wild with laughter. "Yes, Lu Sun said that, I can confirm. Xiao Fangfang, hurry up and back off. You really can't compete with the driver. You wanted to flirt. Look at you now. You can't even retort." I'm sure this isn't scripted because Xiao Fangfang has an image to maintain. She wouldn't design a script that makes her look so foolish. What a cute guy. I just want him to hold me while I sleep. At this moment, Xiao Fangfang was struggling to maintain her composure, realizing she was being outmatched by a driver, which sparked her competitive spirit. "Am I just being overly sentimental? You really are heartless. Am I not worthy of you, a big internet celebrity?" Her tone was filled with deep grievance, a mix of intentionality and some genuine feelings, as if Su Ning had abandoned her after a brief encounter. Su Ning slightly turned his head and asked with a smile, "You're an internet celebrity?" Xiao Fangfang puffed out her chest, playfully and proudly saying, "Aren't I an internet celebrity? I've been famous for over a week." Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle but still retorted without holding back. "Famous for a year makes you an internet celebrity. Famous for 10 years makes you a star. You've been famous for a week. Did you just get your period?" Xiao Fangfang was truly taken aback, not expecting Su Ning to be so sharp with his words. "Are you sure you're a driver?" An offensive comic has nothing on your retorts. The live stream was filled with laughter. "Well said, don't hold back, go all out against her. I kind of want this guy to roast me too. Am I a masochist? Are you trying to make me laugh to death, handsome? Who can refuse a charming and humorous driver? Who can lend me a car? I want to find that driver. Right, I can prove that Xia Fangfang is not an internet celebrity. She just got her period. Then it seems there won't be any hotel segment later." Xia Fangfang's face turned bright red, her hands flailing. The show was entertaining, but she really couldn't take it. Just then, as she pretended to be in a dramatic standoff with Su Ning, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, followed by a warm rush starting from her belly and moving downward. With 10 years of experience, she knew exactly what this feeling meant. Her period had come. Instantly, her face went pale, and she started to panic. "Stop the car. Pull over quickly." Her voice was filled with urgency, as if time was running out. Su Ning was speechless. He wanted to stop, but did she even realize where they were? "Sorry, you can't stop on the elevated road." Xia Fangfang was almost in tears because it had already started. However, Su Ning had no idea what was happening. He just curiously asked, "Do you need to stop for something?" "I got my period," Xia Fangfang said, her voice barely above a whisper, her face flushed. Su Ning thought she was just trying to be funny for the show. He instinctively looked over and saw Xia Fangfang busying herself, using tissues to cushion herself, and the tissues were actually stained red. Wow, this was real. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the livestream was about to explode. She really got her period? This is too outrageous. Did the handsome driver have his mouth blessed? You really speak things into existence. Driver, quickly say something to wish me success in my graduate exams. Driver, Can you tell me the winning numbers for the next lottery? Driver, quickly say something to wish me luck in finding a rich girlfriend, the kind that doesn't need a steel ball. Xia Fangfang isn't looking for a driver, she's clearly facing a trial. Xia Fangfang, you're going to trend, an internet celebrity live streaming her period. But at that moment, Xia Fangfang couldn't care less about the live stream. At this moment, she didn't want a lot of viewers, she just wanted fewer views. Seeing this, Su Ning took the initiative to speed up and quickly exited the elevated road, stopping next to a public restroom. Xia Fangfang didn't even wait for the car to come to a complete stop before she opened the door and rushed out. Su Ning could clearly see the stain on her jeans. Well, he felt like his mouth had been blessed too. Whatever he said seemed to come true. After a while, Xia Fangfang finally shyly got back into the car. Despite having streamed for so long, the situation still made her feel embarrassed. Su Ning started, wanting to suggest that they could leave now. But before he could finish, Xia Fangfang waved her hands repeatedly, looking anxious and scared. Don't say anything. Brother, is it okay if I admit I was wrong? From now on, I won't talk either. Can you stop arguing with me? If you keep talking, I'm afraid I'll bleed out. Su Ning couldn't help but laugh, so he decided to stay silent and just drive away. Meanwhile, the audience in the livestream was about to go crazy with laughter. Xia Fangfang, who usually plays with others during live streams, finally met her match today. If the handsome driver keeps talking, Xia Fangfang might really become the first person to get cancelled because of her period. The host is actually live streaming such a niche topic. I'm really afraid Xia Fangfang will be too embarrassed to continue streaming. How about you, handsome driver, stream too? I want to see. In the car, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Su Ning was indifferent, but Xiao Fangfang truly felt a bit embarrassed, hardly daring to look at Su Ning. After a while, they finally arrived at their destination. Xiao Fangfang quickly paid and completed the transaction on the platform. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 57.48 yuan, with a reward of 5,748,000 yuan for 100,000 times the increase just then. After paying, Xiao Fangfang jumped out of the car and ran away as if trying to skip out on the bill. Su Ning was puzzled, thinking to himself, "You've already paid, why are you running?" But when he opened the car door to get in, he froze in place, nearly losing his composure. "Don't run! Don't you want your car anymore?" Su Ning shouted after Xiao Fangfang's retreating figure, feeling anxious. "So you think I'm your ride-hailing driver, huh?" Su Ning certainly didn't want to drive the car to the police station. What if Officer Wang thought he was a plague god? Hearing Su Ning's shout, Xiao Fangfang suddenly remembered that the car was hers, and she wasn't in a ride-hailing service but had called for a designated driver. So, amidst the audience's wild laughter and mockery in the livestream, she blushed, lowered her head, and immediately returned to Su Ning to take the car keys. Su Ning had initially wanted to tease her a bit, but seeing her embarrassed state, he decided against it. Otherwise, what if she felt so humiliated in front of him that she did something drastic? After completing this ride, Su Ning checked the time and saw it was already midnight, so he logged off and prepared to go to sleep. Although making money was enjoyable, health was equally important. Besides, how much money was considered a lot? Su Ning had made over 80 million tonight. What more could he want? Finally, his account balance could be maintained above 200 million. It wasn't easy. He had reached 200 million before, but it quickly dropped below that due to various expenses. Now, even if he negotiated an investment of 40 million with that producer named Chen Yi tomorrow, he would still have 200 million and 3 million left in his account. He felt he could finally dream a little about his big villa. Compared to the dormitory, the hotel room was undoubtedly much better, so he slept very comfortably. If it weren't for cherishing the last moments of dorm life, Su Ning would have been impulsively ready to move out of the dormitory right away. The next day, he woke up early again, quickly tidied up, and headed straight to Xiaodong's house. Su Ning had to fulfill his promise and do the right thing for others. Although he had to wake up early after working late as a designated driver every day, the thought of earning 100 million in a week left no room for dissatisfaction. After dropping Xiaodong off at kindergarten, Su Ning soon received a call from Chen Yi. Su Xiao. Chen Yi's voice was filled with immense anxiety, as if he saw the dawn of hope but feared all expectations would fall through. Su Ning understood his mindset. He had felt similarly when he had just received the system but hadn't yet validated it. "Let's meet somewhere to talk," Su Ning said with a calm smile. "How about Starbucks on Fumin Road?" Although Starbucks couldn't be considered a high-end place, a cup of coffee costing over 20 yuan was something Su Ning would never have gone to in the past. However, now, he could go anywhere, no matter how expensive. But there simply weren't any suitable options at this time. Okay, I'll be there right away." Chen Yi was so excited that his voice trembled. After hanging up, Chen Yi and Shi Wenxiang nearly hugged in celebration. Old Shi, Su Xiao agreed to meet. The investment is secured. Once we sign the contract, you need to thoroughly perfect the script, and then we can start shooting. Let's not say anything else. We must live up to Su Xiao's trust. We have to succeed. We cannot fail. Chen Yi shook Shi Wenxiang's shoulders, tears even welling up in his eyes. However, at this moment, Shi Wenxiang was slightly calmer and expressed his concerns with some difficulty. Old Chen, do you think this Su Xiao might be like those coal bosses from the past, investing just to support his little mistress? What if he really specifies who should play the female lead? Shi Wenxiang's words plunged Chen Yi into thought. Clearly, he shared the same worries. After all, according to the script, this film had very high requirements for several main actors, especially the female lead. Not to mention inexperienced newcomers, even those little flower actresses who were praised to the heavens might not meet their standards. Unable to help shaking his head, Chen Yi seemed to be comforting his brother, yet also comforting himself. We don't need to think about so much for now. Su Xiao hasn't said anything yet, and there's no need for us to be overly anxious. Perhaps Su Xiao doesn't even have that idea. However, by the time he said this, even he felt uncertain inside. The two soon arrived at the agreed place, ordered coffee, and anxiously waited for Su Ning. After a while, Su Ning arrived. Sorry to keep you waiting. Su Ning greeted the two with a smile and shook hands with them one by one. Su Xiao, this is our film's director and screenwriter, Shi Wenxiang, Chen Yi quickly introduced. Su Xiao, it's a pleasure to meet you, Shi Wenxiang said, lacking the pride and poverty of a literati, greeting him respectfully. Su Ning shook Shi Wenxiang's hand firmly and praised, Director Shi can write and direct, truly a great talent. Seeing Su Ning so amiable, without any arrogance of a wealthy young master, they relaxed considerably. Next, the two handed the script to Su Ning and detailed the situation of the film project. Su Ning actually didn't understand much about how film projects operated. He had decided to invest partly to broaden his investment channels and partly because he felt that Chen Yi, as a producer, genuinely wanted to make a film. After reading the script today, he found himself genuinely interested. At least, the story told in the script captivated him. This project, I, Su Ning, will invest in. In fact, there weren't many details to negotiate regarding the investment. After all, this 40 million was also funneled through producer Chen Yi. Even if it ended up being a total loss, Su Ning wouldn't feel too heartbroken. As for whether the other party would invest all the funds into the film production, Su Ning could only say that a clear stream has no fish. Even if the producer and director had no ulterior motives, it was hard to guarantee that someone in the crew wouldn't line their own pockets. This was almost a well-known unspoken rule. As long as it wasn't too excessive, he could accept it. After the negotiations, Su Ning directly called lawyer Hua to help review the contract. He had chosen the Starbucks on Fumin Road precisely because it was close to lawyer Hua's firm. Lawyer Hua arrived quickly, genuinely a bit excited. Sure enough, as long as a wealthy young master like Su Ning established connections, subsequent business would surely flow in continuously. Just a day later, there was new business. Su Xiao, the contract has no issues, lawyer Hua said, nodding to Su Ning after carefully reviewing the contract. Su Ning thought for a moment and felt that this money shouldn't come from his personal account. After all, he was also preparing to establish an investment company, so he might as well start now. Lawyer Hua, I would like to hire your firm as my company's legal advisor. I wonder what your thoughts are. Su Ning said with a smile to lawyer Hua. Lawyer Hua nodded repeatedly in surprise, even agreeing without discussing more details with Su Ning. Rest assured, Su Xiao, our firm's strength will definitely protect your legal rights. Su Ning smiled lightly, then I'll leave the establishment of my investment company to you. I believe you should handle these matters easily, right? Lawyer Hua picked up his coffee and confidently said, Don't worry, young Master Su, I guarantee to handle it properly for you. After discussing this matter, lawyer Hua recalled another issue. Young Master Su, regarding the compensation for your Richard Mille watch, I initiated negotiations with the other party yesterday. However, judging by their attitude, it seems quite difficult to reach a compensation agreement. So I have prepared the lawsuit. If negotiations fail, we will immediately proceed with legal action. You don't need to worry about the follow-up. I assure you they will compensate you in full. Su Ning nodded. Since he had entrusted this matter to lawyer Hua, he didn't plan to inquire too much. He had agreed with Chen Yi to transfer money to the crew once the company was established, and the crew could now officially be formed. Young Master Su, I wonder what you think about some of the characters in the play. At this moment, Shi Wenxiang spoke with a hint of nervousness and concern. Su Ning didn't immediately react, but upon seeing the expressions of the two people opposite him, he realized the issue. He couldn't help but think it was amusing. Did they think I wanted to promote someone? This thought led him to Wang Yingying. This vain ex-girlfriend, who was a drama major, dreamed of making a name for herself in the entertainment industry. If she hadn't hastily broken up with him after getting close to a wealthy second generation, he might not have seen her true colors. In that case, how could he not push her into such a good opportunity? Indeed, it was fate. She probably never imagined what she had lost. Don't worry, I have no one I want to push into the crew, you can decide for yourselves. But just as he said this, he suddenly changed his tone. However, I hope I can have veto power over the roles. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Hearing Su Ning's words, Chenyi and Shi Wenxiang were slightly surprised but nodded without hesitation. The investors wanting to place people in the crew and having veto power over roles were two completely different matters. Perhaps young Master Su had stars he disliked or couldn't stand. This small request could certainly be accommodated. Moreover, the people they originally planned to invite were all low-key actors with real skills. These individuals shouldn't have any chance of offending young Master Su. After declining the two's invitation to drink that night, Su Ning hurried back to his dormitory to continue working on his graduation project. With graduation season approaching, he was genuinely afraid he wouldn't be able to graduate if he didn't finish his project soon. However, as soon as he arrived at the dormitory and played around with a few brothers for a while, before he could settle down to start on his graduation project, he received a call from his counselor asking him to come to the office. Su Ning's class counselor was named Yu Chang, responsible for the 3rd and 4th classes of their major, and he was 35 years old, just a year older than the students in their cohort. In fact, Yu Chang was a very responsible teacher, at least in Su Ning's eyes. When Su Ning first enrolled, Yu Chang learned about his family situation and immediately helped him apply for financial aid and scholarships. Even Su Ning's initial tutor was introduced by Yu Chang. Therefore, Su Ning was very grateful to and respected Yu Chang. When he was called to the office today, he naturally had no reason to delay and hurried to his office. "Teacher Yu, you called for me?" After knocking and entering the office, Su Ning greeted him respectfully yet warmly. This office was not exclusively for Teacher Yu but was shared with the counselors of the 1st and 2nd classes. However, before Yu Chang could say anything, the counselor of the 1st and 2nd classes, Wu Mingxian, spoke up in a sarcastic tone. "Oh, isn't this our exemplary student Su Ning, who works hard to earn his tuition? I find it puzzling. How can you afford to wear a watch worth over $1 million when you need financial aid just to pay your tuition? Could it be that your so-called poor family background is all a lie, just to get financial aid and scholarships? Teacher Yu, it seems you might not have done your due diligence. If the school really wanted to investigate, maybe both of you would face disciplinary action. Otherwise, the watch is fake, or Su Ning, where did you pick it up? Because you're pushing your classmates to the brink over a watch that doesn't even belong to you. Don't you think you're being unreasonable? You should know, our school protects its own. It will never let its students suffer. I advise you to let this go. Otherwise, if the school gets involved, you might not even get your graduation certificate or degree." The AI Wei he mentioned was the classmate who broke Su Ning's watch, from class 2, and Wu Mingxian was his advisor. Of course, they had a deeper relationship. Wu Mingxian seemed to be AI Wei's cousin. This guy was different from Yu Chang. He didn't care about his students at all and often skipped class, leaving everything to Yu Chang. So, it was no surprise that even the students from classes 1 and 2 didn't think much of this advisor. Looking at Wu Mingxian's face, which was a mix of entitlement and intimidation, Su Ning's expression remained unchanged, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, hinting at sarcasm. "Who do you think you are? So pretentious. Why would I bother with you?" Su Ning didn't speak, just looked at Wu Mingxian with a half-smile, as if watching a clown perform at a circus. At that moment, the protected Yu Chang couldn't help but frown. "Old Wu, don't scare him. What are you talking about? School this and that. AI Wei is a student of the school. How is Su Ning not one? The school won't meddle in disputes over personal property. If you keep this attitude, I'll just let Su Ning go." Su Ning couldn't help but give Yu Chang a thumbs up. Although Teacher Yu was always good-natured, he wouldn't tolerate anyone speaking ill of his students. Wu Mingxian was somewhat annoyed, took a sip from his teacup to calm down, but his gaze towards Su Ning seemed like he wanted to swallow him whole. Seeing that Wu Mingxian had fallen silent, Yu Chang turned to Su Ning. "Teacher Wu says you deliberately let AI Wei break your watch, and then you're trying to extort him for 700,000 or 800,000. What's going on?" Yu Chang had called Su Ning in because of this accusation from Wu Mingxian. Although he didn't believe it, Wu Mingxian's fervent claims had made him a bit uncertain. Wu Mingxian had clearly stated that if the matter couldn't be resolved, he would escalate it to the department and even the school, making Su Ning regret it. Left with no choice, Yu Chang could only call Su Ning in to inquire and understand the situation. Su Ning almost laughed when he heard this. He had guessed that Wu Mingxian would definitely twist the truth and spread rumors. "Teacher Yu, it's like this." Su Ning calmly recounted the entire incident to Yu Chang. When Yu Chang heard that AI Wei and his friends had insulted Hua Xiefang after failing to get a job from him, his anger flared up instantly. How shameless, to brazenly ask for a job and then show their ugliest side when they didn't get it. Producing such people was a disgrace to the school. That saying was indeed true, a degree only filters out academic failures, not moral failures. And when he heard that Su Ning had just inherited his great-uncle's fortune, Yu Chang was shocked, as if he were in a movie. It's true that AI Wei broke your watch. The repair cost of 780,000 is also true. Can you guarantee the truth of what you're saying? Yu Chang asked Su Ning seriously. Su Ning nodded, his demeanor calm and assured. I have the surveillance footage from the time of the incident, and I also have the repair list provided by Richard Mill. These are enough to prove the truth of my words. Yu Chang slammed the table, and a look of relief appeared on his face. Since you have proof, I guarantee the school won't interfere in your private dispute. And you just inherited your fortune, so applying for scholarships or grants isn't a violation. Some people make mistakes and must bear the consequences. Hearing Yu Chang's resolute words, Wu Mingxiang was furious, pointing at Yu Chang and Su Ning. You. Su Ning wore a mocking smile, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Are you pointing at me hoping I'll knock your hand away? But it seems you aren't wearing a watch on your wrist. Wu Mingxiang was extremely angry, but at this point, he could only suppress his rage and grit his teeth. Su Ning, Yu Chang's guarantee is useless. The school will definitely intervene in this matter. It can't just stand by and watch its students suffer. I'm not trying to scare you. If AI Wei decides to blow this up online, when public opinion escalates, the school won't be able to withstand the pressure. And remember, one should show mercy when possible. You've already inherited a fortune. I assume you won't miss this one watch? So let's put an end to this matter for everyone's sake. Listening to Wu Mingxiang's gritted teeth yet suppressed dialogue, Su Ning smiled brightly. I don't think this is good for everyone. I just want to ask, on what basis? If we just let this go, are you going to compensate for my loss? Don't say that I have money and don't care about a watch. That kind of reasoning is utterly ridiculous. There are so many wealthy people in the world, yet no one tells them, you're so rich, so give me this house, give me that car. No matter how rich I am, it's still mine, and I have the right to decide how to spend it. I'd rather burn it all than let you benefit from it. As for using the school to pressure me with such childish tricks, don't bother. Do you think I would worry? Does the school have nothing better to do than meddle in students' private affairs? You can certainly try to let AI Wei blow this up online, but then we'll see who ends up in a mess. Also, I think I need to remind you, Teacher Wu Mingxiang. Today, I stand here as a student, and you can speak to me in this manner. But once I graduate, you'll understand how easy it is for a wealthy person to deal with an ordinary one. Your cousin AI Wei is the best example. After saying this, Su Ning shrugged, his expression still calm. Wu Mingxiang's pupils constricted, and he was extremely shocked. He was indeed intimidated. Just as Su Ning said, it was incredibly easy for a wealthy person to ruin an ordinary one. Although he was a university counselor and seemed to have the school's backing, let's not forget that Su Ning was also a student of the school. The school couldn't show favoritism. Once the school was no longer a support, Su Ning could truly manipulate him however he wanted. He didn't believe for a second that the young man before him lacked cunning. His cousin was facing a compensation of 780,000. There had to be some trickery involved. Wu Mingxiang looked deeply at Su Ning and left the office without a word. After being thoroughly mocked and rebutted by Su Ning, he had no face to stay there. At that moment, Yu Chang looked at Su Ning with a sense of relief. He certainly didn't think Su Ning was in the wrong. One really shouldn't be too honest, otherwise, others will bully you. He had originally worried that his steady and honest student would suffer in society. But now he didn't have to worry at all. With the sharpness Su Ning displayed today, it would only be others who would suffer. Don't worry about him. Just continue to seek compensation in your way. Yu Chang patted Su Ning's shoulder. Su Ning nodded. I've fully entrusted it to the law firm. I don't need to worry. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a stack of documents on the innermost side of Yu Chang's desk, with the top document catching his attention. Notice regarding the preparation for the 60th anniversary school celebration. 60 years of school anniversary? Su Ning blinked, lost in memories. It seemed their school was indeed established 60 years ago. Compared to those century-old prestigious schools, their school's history was lacking, somewhat deficient in depth. However, the school had been working hard to improve its teaching and research, hoping that one day it could reach a higher level. Su Ning felt a strong sense of identity in belonging to a school with a good ethos, naturally wishing for his alma mater to thrive. Curiously, he picked up the document and began to skim through it. To his regret, the anniversary celebration was scheduled for the end of September next year, just before National Day, by which time he would have already graduated and left the school. Of course, as a well-known alumnus, he should have the opportunity to be invited to participate in the anniversary activities. However, although Su Ning now had a money-making system, his influence was nearly non-existent, hardly qualifying him as a notable alumnus. So, he feared it would be difficult for him to attend the anniversary celebration. Just then, the office door opened again, and Wu Mingxiang, who had just left, returned. "Yu Chang, I wonder how your fundraising efforts are going?" "Tisk tsk. It can't be that you only have a few tens of thousands, right? Those few peanuts, who would care? Among all the counselors, you might be at the bottom. Aren't you competing for the position of deputy director of the student office? Everyone's qualifications are similar, isn't it just about who can mobilize more donations? Don't get your hopes up. By the way, Su Ning is here, you can ask him. Didn't he just inherit a fortune? Who knows, he might actually cough up a few tens of thousands." As soon as the door opened, it was the same sarcastic demeanor in tone. Yu Chang couldn't help but frown, glaring at Wu Mingxiang in annoyance. In fact, in the document Su Ning was looking at, there were teachers and counselors actively calling on enterprises and successful alumni to donate to their alma mater. It wasn't that the school was so short on funds that it had to beg. After all, the annual budget of the Capital Industrial University was over 2 billion. The key point was that this was the school's reputation. Every year, relevant statistical agencies would compile a list of donations received by major universities from enterprises and alumni. Among them, the two top universities, Tsinghua and Beta, received donations exceeding 2 billion each year, almost equivalent to the budget of Capital Industrial University. Other universities were also not to be outdone, with donations in the billions, which was quite impressive. However, Capital Industrial University didn't even make the rankings, receiving less than 100 million in donations each year, and as a 211 university, it was still outperformed by many ordinary non-211 universities. On one hand, this was due to the school's slightly weaker foundation. On the other hand, the alumni had not produced many successful entrepreneurs. For this 60th anniversary celebration, the school had indeed put in considerable effort. It should be noted that last year, during the 80th anniversary celebration of the Capital University of Science and Technology, they received a total of 1.36 billion in donations from various sectors and alumni. Although it was a 985 university, while Capital Industrial was only a 211 university, the gap was significant. But if the difference in donation amounts was too large, it would be quite embarrassing. It would be as if to tell everyone that Capital Industrial University had not nurtured any successful talents. Therefore, this time, the school had almost issued an administrative order for all teachers and counselors to actively contact alumni, urging successful graduates to generously donate to the school. As a counselor, Yu Chang had indeed guided 2 graduating classes. But after all, these 2 graduating classes have only been out for a short time, and most of them are working like beasts in companies, with very few truly starting their own businesses. Moreover, even those who have started their own businesses are far from achieving great success. So after some mobilization, only one senior promised to donate 100,000 yuan. On the contrary, Wu Mingxiang gained quite a bit this time. One of his former students entered the cryptocurrency market after graduation and struck it rich with good luck. Perhaps because the cryptocurrency market has always had a bad reputation, this graduate is also planning to donate to improve his own reputation. He promised to donate 20 million yuan. Although he certainly won't be the graduate donating the most for this school anniversary, it is enough for Wu Mingxiang to stand out among all the counselors. After all, graduate donations are more often coordinated through mentors rather than through counselors who have no teaching responsibilities. Originally, Yu Chang wouldn't have cared much about this matter. But as Wu Mingxiang said, with the position of deputy director of the Student Affairs Office vacant and the school planning to hold internal competitions for the job, Yu Chang was originally on par with others, but failing to do this job well would significantly lower his score. Wu Mingxiang is also competing for the position, and that 20 million donation is his biggest bargaining chip. Whether I can compete for the position has nothing to do with you. You should hurry up and finalize your 20 million donation. Yu Chang suppressed his anger and scolded him irritably. Su Ning blinked, sensing some underlying meaning. He casually flipped through the documents and found the school's request for faculty and staff to mobilize graduates for donations. Teacher Yu, can he really mobilize a donation of 20 million? He couldn't help but feel puzzled and surprised because Wu Mingxiang, like Yu Chang, had also mentored 2 graduating classes, and strictly speaking, it would be difficult to achieve a large scale even if they started a business. 20 million is not a small amount. Some poorly managed listed companies might not even earn that much in a year. Yu Chang nodded, his expression somewhat unnatural. Su Ning couldn't help but smile slightly, looking at Wu Mingxiang's smug appearance, his smile growing brighter. This matter, I will take care of. If he didn't have the capability, he naturally wouldn't take the lead. But now, although his total assets can't compare to those capital tycoons, his daily cash income is enough to make most listed companies feel embarrassed. Still, the saying goes, if money can solve the problem, it's not a problem at all. Not to mention that he is more than willing to contribute to his alma mater. Just the opportunity to help Teacher You advance a step through the donation is worth it. After all, there are not many responsible teachers like Teacher You now, and if he has the chance to move up, it benefits both the school and the students. If someone like Wu Mingxiang were to take a leadership position, it would be too sad. Teacher You, since that's the case, then I will donate 40 million. Su Ning smiled calmly, casually stating something that left the two present dumbfounded. What? 40 million? Yu Chang's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at Su Ning with incredulity. That's 40 million, not 4,000. Such a joke cannot be made. Wu Mingxiang's reaction was even more intense. After his surprise, he couldn't help but laugh derisively. This bragging is deafening. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Donating 40 million? Do you know how much 40 million is? Donating 40 million? Do you know how much money 40 million is? This is simply ridiculous. Otherwise, I'll report this right now and let all the faculty and students see how hypocritical and ridiculous you two teachers and students are. Wu Mingxiang laughed heartily, as if he had heard the best joke in the world. Su Ning looked coldly at Wu Mingxiang, having already sentenced him to death in his heart. Such clowns from online novels are rarely seen in reality. If it were in a bar or similar setting, Su Ning wouldn't find it strange or abrupt. But in a university, where he held the position of a counselor, he acted just like a clown. It was simply a tragedy for the school. Such people, if not removed from the teaching staff, are irresponsible to both the school and the students. Su Ning, the teacher knows you might have inherited a fortune. But 40 million is definitely not a small amount. It ranks second among the confirmed donations, just below an alumnus who was the CEO of a listed company with a donation of 50 million. Don't act impulsively. Yu Chang understood Su Ning's character and knew he would never boast. Since he said he would donate 40 million, it must be because he had that amount. So he had to stop him. He couldn't let Su Ning be too impulsive. At that moment, Su Ning's eyes lit up slightly. The largest donation for the school anniversary was only 50 million? One had to admit that the industry in the capital was indeed inferior to the technology sector. He had seen the news. The largest donation during the anniversary of the Capital Institute of Technology was a staggering 600 million. Su Ning originally thought he had no chance with his small amount, but now the largest donation was only 50 million. Did that mean that as long as he donated 60 million, he would be the top donor of the school? This was too cost-effective. Those wealthy individuals who casually gave gifts to female streamers to become the top donor, how lowly. We have money. We can be the top donor of the university. Teacher You, I know my limits. Such a grand and glorious moment for the school's anniversary. How could we students not contribute? If I didn't have the ability, I naturally wouldn't bring it up. But the inheritance I received is quite substantial. Even donating to the school wouldn't be a significant burden. Teacher You, how about I make a big donation and directly secure the top spot for you? Su Ning's nonchalant demeanor stirred up a storm in Yu Chang's heart. Donating over 10 million wouldn't be a burden? And he wanted to help me secure the top donation? That would be over 50 million. How much inheritance did Su Ning actually receive? He had always thought movie plots were exaggerated, but now it seemed that compared to the more outrageous reality, movies were somewhat conservative. Really no significant impact? Yu Chang asked, somewhat incredulously. Su Ning shrugged, nodded, and gave him a definite answer. This time it was Yu Chang who shook his head in disbelief. Accepting such an absurd situation was quite difficult. Wu Mingxiang's face kept changing beside them, alternating between green and white. Are you addicted to bragging? Yu Chang, I see you must be crazy to want to be a leader. How can you believe such ridiculous things? Just be a good counselor and stop dreaming big. And you, Su Ning, don't you know your own worth? You still shamelessly want to be the top donor. Why don't you say you're the richest person in the world? Simply absurd. Su Ning smiled, looking at Wu Mingxiang, who seemed provoked, with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. I don't know my own worth? To be honest, I really don't. Just like I don't know if the designated driver can earn back the donation amount tonight. The richest person in the world? Who knows? Maybe I really can be one in the future. Not wanting to pay attention to the clownish Wu Mingxiang, Su Ning smiled and asked Yu Chang, Teacher You, now that we have time, let's go directly to handle the donation. Oh, okay. Yu Chang seemed to wake from a dream, his face still wearing an expression of disbelief as he led Su Ning out of the office. Along the way, Yu Chang repeatedly confirmed the matter with Su Ning, and finally felt relieved. When they arrived at the finance office to explain their purpose, everyone, including the finance director, was shocked. This inconspicuous counselor, Yu Chang, had actually mobilized a donation of 60 million for the school anniversary? Moreover, the donor was a student who was about to graduate. This was too outrageous. The previous alumnus who promised to donate 50 million was the founder of a listed company, worth 10 digits. And Su Ning, a student who hadn't even graduated yet, had suddenly donated 60 million? Was this a super rich second generation squandering their family's money? The more critical point was that the money had directly arrived in the school's account. It should be noted that such donations do not actually need to be in place immediately. A promise is sufficient for the school's publicity, and then the funds can be transferred to the school account within a specified time frame. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been cases where certain universities sued alumni for failing to fulfill their promised donations. Even the alumnus who promised to donate 50 million could only guarantee that the donation would be made within the year, not that it would be transferred immediately. However, regardless of anything, the money had indeed arrived, and even if the situation was absurd, they had to accept this fact. Soon, the news of a student donating 60 million for the school anniversary spread throughout the school. Just like the finance office staff, everyone found it extremely hard to believe. Especially since they, like the donor, were also students, it was truly difficult to accept. How could this be? Clearly, everyone else was asking their parents for money, so why could you donate 60 million? Wouldn't this make us look useless? They had never known that there was such a super-rich second generation hidden in the school. Perhaps only the three brothers in Su Ning's dormitory were certain that the donor was Su Ning. At this moment, the one whose mindset was probably the most shattered was Wu Mingxiang. How could he have imagined that Su Ning had really donated 60 million to the school? Just thinking about the cold mockery he had directed at Su Ning and Yu Chang made him feel like a clown. Moreover, the most critical point was that with such an achievement, Yu Chang's candidacy for the position of deputy director of the student office was probably a done deal. This was undoubtedly the most unacceptable thing for him. He probably needed to find a corner to lick his emotional wounds. While the school was buzzing with the donation news, Su Ning had already left the school to pick up Xiaodong from kindergarten. The same routine as always, he would wait until Xiaodong's father returned home before heading to Li Ji private kitchen, preparing to start his driving service for the night. Su Ning still prayed for a smooth driving experience, hoping for fewer surprises. But what made him both amused and exasperated was that he would have to trouble Officer Wang again tonight. The first ride went smoothly, which was probably the only consolation in Su Ning's bizarre driving job every day. If even the first ride had issues, he would probably really break down. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn 50 yuan. With a 100,000 times reward of 5 million yuan, successfully received 5 million, which slightly replenished his balance. After donating 60 million to the school in the afternoon, his balance had dropped below 200 million, leaving only 140 million. The dream of a big villa was once again far out of reach. After calculating carefully, since he got the system and started making money through driving, he had accumulated over 500 million. Not to mention the 300 million villa in Longhu Yihiyuan, even the 600 million villa in Yuanyan Levy was almost within reach. But the reality? He still had less than 200 million in his pocket. Supercar 50 million, restaurant 42 million, watch 20 million, lent 200 million to the boss, invested 40 million in a movie, donated 60 million to the school, plus other miscellaneous expenses. Not knowing is one thing, but once you calculate it, it's shocking. I used to be quite frugal, so how come I'm spending money now without even blinking? Well, it's just that making money has become too easy, making it hard for him to develop a sense of reverence for money. Isn't it true? A supercar that I wouldn't even dare to dream of before, and now the cost of a night's chauffeur service is nothing. It's hard to feel reverence for money. Indeed, after becoming wealthy, the first thing that needs to change is the mindset. After sending off the guests, he returned to Li Ji private kitchen, waiting for the next chauffeur order. Not long after, a man and a woman came to the cash register to settle the bill and also requested a chauffeur. The man looked to be under 40, exuding the aura of a successful person. The woman appeared to be under 30, embodying both the youth of a girl and the charm of a young woman at the most attractive age, and she was very well dressed, radiating glamour. The two were behaving intimately, with the woman linking her arm with the man's, giving off a somewhat coy vibe. It was obvious without guessing that they were not in a normal relationship. Of course, Su Ning didn't need to know so much. They were just customers. Safely delivering them home and receiving the chauffeur fee was all that mattered. The rest had nothing to do with him. Good evening, sir and madam. I'm here to serve you. Please fasten your seatbelt. I will safely and smoothly take you to your destination. After the polite phrases, Su Ning drove out of the parking lot and hit the road. However, not long after he started driving, something awkward happened that made Su Ning feel embarrassed. The couple in the back seat suddenly embraced each other and started kissing without a care in the world. Su Ning heard the commotion from behind and quickly glanced in the rearview mirror, only to witness the eye-watering scene. He swore they were really getting into it. Are they that desperate? I'm still in the car. The man had his hand inside the woman's clothes, kneading and squeezing, as if a battle could break out at any moment. Do you really think I, the chauffeur, don't exist? Ignoring the indecency, Su-ning quickly averted his gaze and focused on driving. As the noise from the back grew louder, Su-ning began to question his life choices. Do you really not care about me at all? Helpless, he could only slow down to avoid any bumps affecting their mood. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed the two had collapsed in the back seat, truly about to start their battle. Taking a deep breath, Su-ning quickly pulled over and said softly, "Sorry, I need to step out to use the restroom." He really couldn't stay in there any longer. Better to leave the space for two people who were like kindling in fire. Without waiting for the couple in the car to agree or disagree, Su-ning closed the door and stood under a nearby tree to smoke, watching the small car shake violently. Fortunately, this place was somewhat secluded, with not many passing vehicles. Otherwise, it would be interesting if someone discovered the oddity of this car. Shake, shake, shake. Time passed quite a while. After a good while, the man finally got out of the car, his clothes somewhat in order, and waved at Su-ning. "Thanks, brother." When Su-ning walked back over, the man patted Su-ning's shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. Su-ning smiled awkwardly, wanting to quickly take the two to their destination. Luckily, after one round, both seemed a bit tired. Although they were still being affectionate in the back seat, at least they had no intention of starting a second round immediately. Su-ning finally managed to safely deliver them to their location. "Brother, take this, don't be polite. If you can't hold back, just go to a bathhouse, this money is on me." The man pulled 4 red 100 yuan bills from his wallet and handed them to Su-ning, smiling as he said to him, 100 was for the driving service fee, and the other 300 was a tip, rewarding Su-ning for his perceptiveness. In his view, Su-ning, this hot-blooded young man, must have been stirred by their actions, and he was probably on the verge of losing his temper. So, giving an extra 300, he thought, go find a place to vent your anger. Su-ning's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. However, he didn't notice the other person's playful expression and naturally had no idea what the other was thinking. But even if he did know, he certainly wouldn't feel offended. Instead, he might sincerely ask, "Can you add a bit more? I want to order a high-quality one." Of course, jokes aside, the money received was real. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 400 yuan, with a 100,000-fold reward of 40 million yuan. Such a big order, bring me a dozen. Just this afternoon, he had donated 60 million to the school, and now he had recouped 2/3 of it with this order. If he worked hard tonight, he could really earn back the donation. He hurriedly took a taxi back to the restaurant, hoping to run a couple more orders. Even though the other two drivers were there when he returned, he was still first in line for orders, so there was a chance. Before long, a customer came to settle the bill and requested a driver. After receiving the keys and getting into the car, Su-ning still used the standard service language first. "Hello, sir, I am here to serve you." While praying that nothing would go wrong, he started the car and set off. However, at the same time, a middle-aged man stood frozen in place, staring at the departing car in shock, beginning to doubt his life. "That was my car. How did he just drive it away?" He stood there for a long time, his mouth twitching, before turning around and going back into the restaurant. "Your driver is quite something. He drove my car away before I even got in. Can I assume he stole my car?" the middle-aged man said to the cashier with a helpless expression. The cashier was also stunned and quickly called Manager Lu over. When Manager Lu understood the situation, he instantly felt a headache and took a long time to react. In Manager Lu's impression, Su-ning had always been a low-key young master, calm and composed, with a gentle personality. He rarely got angry or acted out. But unexpectedly, something so funny happened today. The car owner hadn't even gotten in yet, and you just sped off with the car? That's a bit too reckless. After calming the car owner, he quickly took out his phone to call Su-ning. Su-ning was driving steadily when he heard the phone ring. He took it out and saw it was Manager Lu calling, feeling puzzled. He had just left the restaurant. Why was he calling him so urgently? Did something happen at the restaurant? "Manager Lu, what's wrong?" Su-ning asked after answering the call. "Su Xiao, why don't you turn back and take a look?" Manager Lu said hesitantly. Su-ning's first reaction was that he might be followed, and he was startled, immediately checking the rearview mirror twice. But there were no cars behind him. "What do you mean?" Su-ning asked suspiciously. Manager Lu took a deep breath. "Look at the back seat." "The back seat?" Su-ning turned back again, and he was shocked. At that moment, the back seat was completely empty. Where is he? What happened to the big car owner? Su-ning panicked instantly, his mind racing with all sorts of imagined accidents. He thought he was driving so unsteadily that he had thrown the car owner out. "Su Xiao, you left the car owner behind." Fortunately, at that moment, Manager Lu's voice came through the phone. Otherwise, Su Ning would have been scared to death. Quickly help me apologize. I'll go back to pick up the car owner right away. After Su Ning shouted, he hung up the phone and began to turn around. He was a bit dazed, recalling the earlier events. Didn't it seem like the car owner had already gotten into the car? This was truly embarrassing. The designated driver had actually left the car owner behind and driven off by himself. If this got out, he would probably be laughed at. At that moment, Manager Lu also put away his phone and hurried to reassure the car owner. Although he didn't know why, he understood that Su Ning cared a lot about the designated driving fee. Now that such an unexpected situation had arisen, the car owner would surely be unhappy and might even refuse to pay the fee. To avoid this situation, Manager Lu quickly stepped in to resolve the issue for Su Ning. Sir, I sincerely apologize, this was an oversight on our part. As a gesture of our apology, please accept this 2,000 yuan voucher. Next time you dine at Li Ji Private Kitchen, you can use this no-threshold voucher. I believe you are not a petty person. After all, the designated driver relies on the fee for a living, so I hope you won't be too harsh on him. As he spoke, Manager Lu handed the car owner a voucher that the restaurant used for hospitality. The car owner instinctively took it, momentarily stunned. A 2,000 yuan voucher? That was no small amount, considering a meal at Li Ji Private Kitchen would cost about that much. To apologize for the designated driver, the restaurant was really putting in some effort. Moreover, they specifically reminded him of the designated driver's hard work, hoping he wouldn't deduct the fee from him. One had to say, the restaurant not only had compassion but also a sense of responsibility. Although the car owner had been a bit angry before, he truly wouldn't hold it against them now. Otherwise, wouldn't that make him seem petty? At this moment, Su Ning had already driven back to Li Ji Private Kitchen. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I truly apologize. I thought you had already gotten in the car, so I drove off. It was my oversight. I sincerely express my apologies again. Su Ning kept apologizing, knowing he had to take responsibility for his mistake. The car owner shook his head in a mix of amusement and exasperation. He wanted to say a few words, but in the end, he just waved his hand. Forget it, let's get in the car. Seeing that the car owner wasn't holding a grudge, Su Ning couldn't help but feel relieved, but he had already been thinking about waiving the designated driving fee on the way back. Although he might be losing out on 5 million or even 10 million, who could blame him for making a mistake? Just then, Manager Lu grabbed Su Ning's arm and quietly whispered in his ear, I've compensated him with a restaurant voucher, so you can collect the designated driving fee as usual. Su Ning was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Manager Lu to silently help him out. What a talent! He must get a raise. An employee who proactively solves problems like this must be retained. He nodded at Manager Lu, conveying his appreciation with a glance, before turning to get into the car. This time, he confirmed several times that the car owner was in the car before finally starting the engine and slowly driving out of the parking lot. Fortunately, this trip went smoothly without any further incidents, and he successfully delivered the car owner to the destination. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 100 yuan. With a 100,000 times reward of 10 million yuan, this 10 million was earned without any danger, almost slipping away. When he returned to the private kitchen, he found that there were only a few tables of customers left. Given the situation, there might still be designated driving requests, but there might not be any. Sure enough, after a while, Manager Lu had the waiter ask a few tables of customers if they needed designated driving, receiving negative responses. Today, the private kitchen had still run 3 trips, not more than usual, but the earnings were still decent. Although the 55 million income couldn't cover the 60 million donation to the school made in the afternoon, it was not far off. Seeing that it was still early, Su Ning opened the Didi ride-hailing driver app and waited for an order. After waiting for about 20 minutes in boredom, suddenly an order came in. Su Ning quickly swiped right and successfully accepted the order. However, when he saw that the starting point and destination of the ride were set in the same place, a question mark popped up above his head. What does it mean that the starting point and destination are the same? An experienced driver might understand, but Su Ning had only completed a few rides on the Didi platform and had no idea what this situation meant. He speculated, could it be that the car owner set the location like this to save money? But the driver accepting the order isn't a fool. If the distance is too far, the starting fare definitely wouldn't cover it. He couldn't make sense of it. Forget it, he thought. Su Ning took out his phone and called the car owner who requested the ride. Hello, Didi ride-hailing is at your service. I see that your location shows the starting point and destination are the same place. Was that a mistake on your part? Upon hearing Su Ning's question, a pleasant female voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, I called for the ride. The location is correct. The starting point and destination are indeed the same. My car is parked on a narrow road, with cars very close on both sides, and there's a car blocking the way in front. I'm not very skilled, and I can't get the car out. Could you please help me get the car out of this parking space? The woman's voice sounded a bit anxious, making one feel helpless. Su-ning was taken aback for a moment, a strange thought rising in his mind. In this situation, shouldn't your first choice be to call the owner of the car blocking yours to ask them to move it? Calling a driver to help you get your car out of the parking space is such an incomprehensible thought process. In fact, upon hearing such a simple request from the other party, Su-ning's first reaction was to suspect some kind of scheme. After all, no normal person would do something like this. But thinking about the bizarre situations he had encountered since getting the system, it seemed somewhat reasonable. Perhaps she really couldn't get out. So after hanging up the phone, Su-ning headed towards the starting point location. It wasn't far, about less than 2 kilometers, and he arrived quickly. When he got out of the car, he saw that, just as she had said on the phone, the car really couldn't get out. The so-called inability to get out was simply because the female car owner couldn't maneuver in the small space. A seasoned driver would probably just need to make a few turns. You finally made it. Look at how this broken car is parked, blocking me so closely. How am I supposed to get out? I called to have the car moved, but no one answered. What an inconsiderate person. If I didn't have urgent business, I would have called the traffic police to tow their car away. Upon seeing the driver arrive, the female car owner hurriedly vented her frustrations, looking genuinely anxious. Su-ning looked at the petite female car owner and then at the large and imposing Range Rover parked in the space, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He really wanted to ask the female car owner if she could actually see the road ahead from the driver's seat. Moreover, knowing her skills weren't great, why would she drive such a big car? Isn't that just asking for trouble parking and maneuvering? Couldn't she have chosen a smaller, more manageable car? To be fair, the car in front was indeed parked a bit too close, but it couldn't be said to have completely blocked the car in the parking space. It was just a coincidence that she happened to be a female driver with a large vehicle and insufficient skills. Forget it, he thought, no need to dwell on it. He should just help her get the car out quickly. Taking the keys, he got in, started the car, and with a couple of turns of the wheel, the Range Rover easily freed itself from the tight spot. Ma'am, do you need me to drive for you for the rest of the trip? Su-ning asked with a polite smile. The starting point and destination were simply too close. It had only been a minute since he got in the car, and he felt a bit embarrassed about how easily he was earning this driving fee. However, the female driver didn't share that sentiment. No need, I can drive myself. Don't worry, I haven't had any alcohol, and my driving skills are excellent. As she spoke, she completed the payment for the driving service on the app. Su-ning couldn't help but feel speechless. She really dared to say that. Doesn't she know how good her driving skills are? But arguing with a customer was completely pointless, so Su-ning just smiled and didn't respond. As long as she was happy. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 46 yuan, with 100,000 times reward of 404. 6 million yuan. This money was just too easy to earn. Su-ning looked at the details of this order and found it even harder to understand the female driver's thought process. The starting fare for this time slot was 50 yuan, which was straightforward. The key point was, since she only wanted the driver to help her get the car out of the parking space, why did she select the option for no vehicle service? The no vehicle service option was for some drivers who didn't want the driver to put an electric bicycle in their trunk, so they would select this option and pay an extra 9 yuan. This service was not the system's default and had to be selected by the driver themselves. Su-ning truly couldn't understand what this female driver was thinking. Well, no matter what, his income had increased, so he decided not to criticize the female driver anymore. No, not just any female driver, she was a goddess. After finishing this order, Su-ning strolled back to Li's private kitchen. Although the restaurant was nearing closing time and there wouldn't be any more orders, there were plenty of restaurants nearby, so the chances of receiving a driving order from the platform here were higher. However, he didn't know if it was because he had been online for a short time or if there were simply fewer driving orders today, but even after midnight, he hadn't received any new orders from the platform. Su-ning was feeling quite tired. He had to get up early tomorrow, so he decided to go home and sleep. He logged off from the driver's side of the driving platform and immediately ordered a driver for himself. He was tired and didn't want to drive, so calling a driver was quite reasonable, even though he himself was a driver. Soon, a driver accepted the order and rushed over. This driver seemed to be only a few years older than Su-ning, clearly still under 30. When he saw that Su-ning's car was a supercar, his eyes flickered slightly, though it was hardly noticeable. "Hello, sir, I'm here to serve you." The driver used the same polite language as Su-ning, but with a touch more humility. Moreover, he seemed to be even more professional than Su-ning. Not only did he help Su-ning open the door, but he also put on white gloves before getting in, as if he were afraid of dirtying the car. Su Ning silently observed his series of actions, thinking that these were all worth learning from. In fact, he didn't like driving with gloves, so he wouldn't wear them while driving. Fortunately, his driving career was probably only about 20 days away from ending. Some habits could be changed, and those that wouldn't matter much. He didn't know if it was because it was his first time driving a supercar, but the driver's driving was not smooth at all. In this regard, Su Ning was better than him. Although there were always various odd situations during driving, Su Ning had never had any issues with the smoothness of his driving. Just as they were approaching the hotel where he usually stayed, the driver suddenly picked up his phone and glanced at WeChat. "Oh no, something happened at home. I'm sorry, sir, I have to hurry back home." After checking his phone, the driver exclaimed, and without waiting for Su Ning's consent, he pulled over to the side of the road, unbuckled his seatbelt, and rushed out of the car in a hurry. Su Ning was left stunned, unable to react. What was going on? How can you just leave like that? It's simply baffling. If there was really something urgent at home, you would have called, so why choose to send a message instead? But the designated driver has already driven far away, and Su Ning has no chance to ask anything. Although this trip isn't over yet, seeing that the destination isn't far, Su Ning can't be bothered to argue and simply confirms his arrival, paying the designated driver fee. Then he gets out of the passenger seat, takes the driver's seat, fastens his seatbelt, and drives towards the hotel. However, just as the car moves less than 50 meters, it is suddenly stopped by a figure appearing ahead. This figure is the designated driver who had hurriedly left earlier. He is holding up his phone towards Su Ning, looking righteous as he loudly declares, "Do you have any awareness of driving safety? You're actually driving under the influence. Just wait, I'll report you." Su Ning looks at the designated driver, who seems determined to fight against social evils, squinting slightly and falling into a brief silence. This time, he truly understands what the other party is trying to do. So the sudden departure was just to let him drive after drinking. Then he was recording evidence of Su Ning's drunk driving to blackmail him? Su Ning really didn't expect the other party to have such twisted thoughts. Was this a premeditated plan, or did it come to mind when he saw Su Ning driving a supercar? Regardless of the reason, isn't he a bit too reckless? Doesn't he think that someone who can drive a 50 million supercar would have no way to deal with him? Even if he were to soften up and give him some hush money, later on, it would be as easy as squashing an ant to crush him. Moreover, what makes Su Ning want to laugh is that he hasn't even drunk any alcohol. He's just tired and doesn't want to drive. "Sorry, but today it seems you won't have an easy time." Su Ning's lips curl into a smirk as he turns off the engine, gets out of the car, and quietly stands there looking at the self-righteous designated driver. "Didn't you say there was something at home? Why are you back again?" Seeing that Su Ning isn't furious but rather calm, the designated driver immediately misunderstands that Su Ning doesn't want to escalate the matter. This aligns perfectly with his expectations. "There really is something at home, so I was eager to get back. But then I received a call saying there's no rush, so I plan to come back and continue driving for you. But I didn't expect you to completely ignore traffic rules and dare to drive under the influence. Even if I suddenly left earlier, you could have found another designated driver. Do you know the consequences of drunk driving? You're being irresponsible to yourself and to society. If an accident happens, it could lead to a family being torn apart. Let me tell you, if you're caught drunk driving, the fine is the least of your worries. The key is a 6-month suspension of your license. If you reach the level of intoxication, your license will be revoked, and you'll face criminal charges. Just think about it, how serious are the consequences? The designated driver has put down his phone and is scolding Su Ning, but it seems like he is also trying to educate him on the law. However, he no longer brings up the matter of calling the police, which makes Su Ning see through his intentions clearly. This guy won't mention the hush money because anyone with a bit of legal knowledge knows that's called extortion. Only a drunk driver would propose hush money to evade punishment, and if he accepts the money, there would be no consequences for him. Su Ning smiles lightly, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, I really didn't expect the penalties for drunk driving to be so severe. If you don't bring it up, then I won't either. I just won't let you have your way." The designated driver thinks Su Ning hasn't caught on to his subtext, feeling frustrated, and can only continue to speak vaguely. "I can see you're not someone who often drives under the influence. An occasional slip is worth forgiving. How about I don't call the police and let you off this time?" At this point, the designated driver paused, opened the driver app on his phone, and deliberately said in a drawn-out tone, "Oh dear, the orders tonight are not good. I haven't made much at all." He was just short of openly reminding him to pay a hush fee. Su Ning watched the other party's clumsy performance, nearly bursting into laughter. This subtle hint was just too obvious. However, Su-ning pretended not to understand. He wanted the other party to speak up. This guy wanted to extort him, and Su-ning certainly wouldn't let him off easily. Not sending him to jail would be an insult to this performance. Not calling the police? Then thank you for your mercy. Su-ning smiled, locked his car, and walked towards the hotel. The designated driver was taken aback, his expression immediately darkening. Did you not understand what I said? Do you really think I would let you off so easily? What a naive thought. Although he didn't know if Su-ning was pretending not to understand, if he just let Su-ning go, wouldn't all his plans for the night be wasted? So he quickly blocked Su-ning's path, his face turning fierce. Don't go. I haven't finished speaking. It's a fact that you were driving under the influence. Do you really think I would let you off so easily? Let me be direct. If you want me not to call the police, that's fine, but you need to give me a hush fee. I won't say how much, but since you're driving such a nice car, you surely won't mind a little money, right? Spending a little money to avoid the penalties for drunk driving, how could that not be a good deal? No more pretense, he laid it all out, openly asking for money. Su-ning couldn't help but laugh heartily. The fox's tail was finally showing, just waiting for you to ask for money. In front of the designated driver, he took out his phone and directly called Officer Wang, whom he was already very familiar with. Officer Wang, I'm calling the police. The designated driver I called is trying to extort me. My current location is. On the other end of the line, Officer Wang felt an intense sense of strangeness and incongruity. The designated driver you called? Aren't you the designated driver? Well, he really couldn't understand the thought process of this rich second generation, Su-ning. And is Su Xiao really like Conan? In just a week, how many times have you contacted me, a police officer? Who in their right mind has a good person dealing with the police every day? However, since Su-ning had called the police, he should hurry to respond. So without delay, he took 2 auxiliary officers and drove out of the police station. Strictly speaking, the incident location was still not under their jurisdiction, but they had to respond to such direct calls to the police. Moreover, they were willing to take on cases that didn't go through the 110 emergency call center because it would count as part of their work performance. While Su-ning waited for Officer Wang to arrive, the designated driver was a bit dazed. He didn't expect Su-ning to call the police so decisively. Indeed, this would be bad for him, but the problem was, wouldn't this mean he couldn't escape the drunk driving issue? Did he really not care about having his license revoked or even being detained and facing criminal charges? You can't be calling the police, right? I'm not extorting you. Don't try to scare me. Let me tell you, if you call the police, it won't be good for you. You won't be able to escape the drunk driving issue. He still clung to the last shred of hope, thinking Su-ning hadn't really made the call and was just trying to scare him. Su-ning looked at the clearly flustered designated driver with a half-smile, his laughter growing more and more joyful. The designated driver felt a chill from Su-ning's laughter, growing increasingly timid. He wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Su-ning. Is it possible that I didn't drink at all? Is it possible that I didn't drink at all? Su-ning's words left the designated driver momentarily stunned, his expression changing repeatedly. Didn't drink? What do you call a designated driver then? Especially since you're driving such a flashy supercar, shouldn't you be speeding through the quiet night? It's one thing if you don't want to enjoy the speed yourself, but to hire a designated driver, what are you thinking? Just as Su-ning couldn't understand the thought process of some people, the designated driver couldn't comprehend Su-ning's actions at that moment. Su-ning shrugged with a smile. I'm tired, I simply don't want to drive, so I called a designated driver. That's perfectly reasonable. Even if I'm a designated driver, so what? Just because I'm a chef doesn't mean I can't eat at a restaurant. Just because I'm a taxi driver doesn't mean I can't take a taxi. The same logic applies. Even if I'm a designated driver, it doesn't strip me of my right to call one. Well, since you didn't drink, then it's a misunderstanding. We've arrived at the destination, the trip is over, so I'll be leaving now. I hope to have the opportunity to serve you again next time. Once the designated driver realized the situation was not good, he tried to slip away. Su-ning couldn't help but sneer, you might as well wait until the police let you go. Seeing Su-ning's attitude, the designated driver knew things had escalated. Sir, it's my fault, I apologize. Let's not involve the police, okay? You haven't suffered any loss, and I haven't called the police, so just pretend nothing happened and let me go? I have elderly parents and young children to support. Life is hard enough, you don't need to go to such extremes. I'm begging you, or should I kneel down? As he spoke, the designated driver seemed ready to actually kneel before Su-ning. Su-ning sneered again, feeling little sympathy. Regardless of how genuine his feelings might be, his extortionate behavior was unforgivable. You have hands and feet, why can't you earn a living? Why resort to such unscrupulous acts? You have family to support, But what about the car owner? If you truly saw someone driving under the influence by accident, asking for a little hush money might be understandable. But you set a trap for the car owner and extorted them. Don't those car owners feel wronged? So don't try to elicit my sympathy here. It's useless. Su Ning wore a mocking smile but remained silent, showing no signs of being swayed. The designated driver's face turned ugly, and his mind raced. Should I just run? Maybe they won't catch me. But then he thought about how this car owner had called a designated driver through a platform. If the police issued a letter, the platform would definitely provide his detailed information. So running wouldn't help. Was there a chance he could just deny extorting? It seemed possible. He hadn't seen the car owner recording with a phone, so there should be no evidence of his extortion, right? There might be surveillance cameras by the roadside, but they usually only capture video without audio, so there was no way to prove he extorted. With that thought, the designated driver felt a wave of relief, as if he had survived a disaster. But the next second, he was completely frozen in place, nearly going insane. A voice recorder. He watched in shock as Su Ning pulled a voice recorder from his pocket. How is this possible? Why do you have a voice recorder? Who carries a voice recorder around like a good person? At that moment, he felt a chill from head to toe, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. With things reaching this point, he had no control over the situation anymore. In no time, Officer Wang arrived at the scene in his police car. Of course, just like the previous few times, the look he gave Su Ning was quite strange. He truly felt that this young man was so peculiar that normal people simply couldn't understand him. So wealthy, yet he enjoyed the experience of being a designated driver. If he was going to be a designated driver, then so be it. But he always seemed to encounter all sorts of bizarre situations. In just a week, he had interacted with this police officer several times. It was almost like they were in contact every day. He even thought about applying to the station chief for a dedicated police officer to serve him. After understanding this situation with Su Ning, he discovered that this designated driver might indeed be involved in extortion. Thus, Officer Wang took both Su Ning and the designated driver back to the police station, one to take a statement and the other to be interrogated. The evidence was conclusive. Not only was there Su Ning's recording pen, but there was also video footage from surveillance cameras showing the designated driver getting out of the car and recording in a corner. This completely shattered the excuse that the designated driver had something to attend to at home. It didn't take much effort. The designated driver confessed on his own. He wanted to use this method to get the drunk driver to drive, and then extort the driver. Moreover, this wasn't the first time he had done such a thing. He had succeeded several times before, and the income from extortion was far greater than that of being a designated driver. According to the current sentencing standards for extortion, he was likely facing a prison term of less than 3 years. If it weren't for Su Ning, he might have continued to evade the law. But how could he have predicted that there would be such a peculiar person like Su Ning, who called for a designated driver even though he hadn't been drinking? One could only say, it was fate. When leaving the police station, Officer Wang had a rather strange expression as he said, "Next time you encounter a similar illegal situation, ensure your own safety before calling the police." He had come to understand that with Su Ning's unique circumstances, similar incidents would likely not be rare in the future. Just like today, Su Ning could have simply paid the other party to satisfy them and then found an appropriate opportunity to call the police. After all, the other party was a legitimate designated driver from a platform, so they couldn't escape. If he called the police on the spot, what if the other party decided to fight back? His safety would not be guaranteed. Su Ning understood Officer Wang's meaning and nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll be careful next time." It was indeed very late, but Su Ning had no intention of calling for a designated driver again. He drove himself to the hotel. He really feared encountering any more bizarre situations. At another time, it might have been fine, but right now, he just wanted to lie on the big bed and sleep well. Although the hotel environment was average, he was too exhausted to care about that, and he fell asleep until his phone alarm rang in the morning. While groggily washing up, he pondered that he was now a wealthy individual earning tens of millions a day. He should at least stay in the most upscale hotel. When he had time, he would look around the area. At least before buying a big villa, he shouldn't shortchange himself. After dropping Xiaodong off at school in the morning, Su Ning had nothing else to worry about and planned to return to school to continue working on his graduation project. However, not long after arriving at the dormitory, he was called away by his counselor, Yu Chang. Thanks to securing Su Ning's 60 million donation, Yu Chang was enjoying a moment of glory. Unsurprisingly, his application for the position of deputy director of the Student Affairs Office was successfully confirmed, and after sending off the students from Su Ning's 2 classes, he would take office. Su Ning sincerely felt happy for Yu Chang. After all, such a good teacher deserved better development. However, this time Yu Chang called Su Ning mainly because the school leaders and department heads wanted to meet him. After all, donating such a large sum to the school all at once, and being a genuine student, it would be strange if the school remained indifferent. Good kid, you have not disappointed the school's nurturing. The school will surely take pride in you in the future. You should have graduated by the time of the school anniversary. Don't forget to come back and visit your alma mater. Principal Zhang warmly held Su Ning's hand, expressing his heartfelt sentiments. He was nearing retirement age, and his ambitions had long since faded. He was fully devoted to the school, hoping to elevate it further before his retirement. Su Ning's presence brought him great comfort. Now I take pride in the school, and in the future, the school will take pride in me. This was by no means an empty statement. If there wasn't a strong sense of belonging and deep affection for the school, how could one possibly donate 60 million at the first opportunity? This made Principal Zhang feel that the school's educational philosophy was successful and that it had not produced a group of ingrates. The other main school leaders and department heads also praised and encouraged Su Ning. Interestingly, several professors later approached Su Ning for sponsorship for their projects, which left him both amused and bewildered. By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was nearly noon. He brought back several meals from the cafeteria, saving the three brothers who were engrossed in their game. After lunch, Su Ning diligently began working on his graduation project. Although the department head had subtly indicated that his graduation project could easily be a formality, and even that he could be designated as an outstanding graduate, he still wanted to conclude his university life on a high note. He could not afford to be careless with his graduation project. After all, the system might offer him various ways to make money later, but once he left school, he would truly have no opportunity to work on his graduation project again. In the afternoon, Su Ning picked up Xiaodong from kindergarten and took him back to their residential community to wait for Xiaodong's parents to return. Today was the last day they had agreed upon, not only because tomorrow was the weekend but also because Xiaodong's mother was coming back from a business trip tonight. Little brother, you've worked hard this week. Xiaodong really likes you. He's a bit reluctant to let you go, Xiaodong's father said, pulling Xiaodong close with a sense of nostalgia. At that moment, Xiaodong also held Su Ning's hand, looking unwilling to part. Su Ning patted Xiaodong's head, squatted down, and smiled as he extended his hand. Remember our promise, you must keep the secret for the Autobots. Both brother and the Autobots believe you can do it. Xiaodong nodded seriously, his little face full of solemnity, and he reached out to make a pinky promise with Su Ning. Little brother, here's the remaining 500 yuan. Although I know you probably don't care, this is what we agreed upon at the start. Please take it. Xiaodong's father handed the money to Su Ning. Su Ning accepted it without hesitation and thanked him. Who said I don't care? I care a lot. What may seem like an insignificant 500 yuan to you is like a Koenigsegg one to me. Congratulations, host, for working hard to earn 500 yuan, with a 100,000 times reward of 50 million yuan. The system's prompt echoed in his mind at just the right moment, causing Su Ning to slightly curl his lips in a smile. It could be said that aside from the old man who compensated him 1,500 to earn 150 million, Xiaodong's parents had allowed him to earn the most. Taking care of Xiaodong for a week had yielded a return of 100 million. It was undoubtedly the most cost-effective way to make money, even more profitable than regular driving services. Although they might see him as a rich young master experiencing life by being a driver, they could not provide him with a return that matched his worth. But he had genuinely earned 100 million from them. So next month, when it was Xiaodong's birthday, he would have to give him a decent birthday gift. Moreover, Xiaodong's parents were good people, so it was fine to be friends with them. Besides, he still didn't know what other money-making methods lay ahead. Perhaps there would be opportunities to earn even more from them. After bidding farewell to Xiaodong's family, Su Ning felt too lazy to return to the dormitory and went to the restaurant early instead. Just in time, as the dinner rush had not yet started, Manager Lu took the opportunity to report to Su Ning about the recent week's operations of Li's private kitchen. It had been exactly a week since he bought Li's private kitchen. Although Su Ning was in the restaurant almost every day, he hadn't specifically inquired about it. Su Xiao, the revenue for this week is 647,860. Because there was a day without water and we couldn't operate, otherwise the revenue should have reached 750,000. Our restaurant's gross profit margin is around 65%. After deducting labor, utilities, and so on, the net profit can reach about 45%. Su Ning blinked, roughly calculating, and was surprised to find that the net profit for this week was nearly 300,000. And this was with the restaurant being closed for a day. If calculated this way, wouldn't the net profit for a month reach 1,350,000? For a year, that would be 16 million? Not knowing was one thing, but realizing it was shocking. Su Ning certainly knew that Li's private kitchen was profitable, but he didn't expect it to be this profitable. He had only spent 42 million to buy Lee's private kitchen, and at this rate of profit, he would break even in 3 years. Thinking back, if he hadn't purchased it through the system, he probably wouldn't have been able to buy such a cash cow from the previous owner. You can't compare high-end dining with fast-moving consumer goods. Franchising milk tea or something promises to break even in a year or two, which seems to have a higher profit margin. But those are small businesses, completely on a different level from traditional dining like Lee's private kitchen. Not to mention, when Su Ning bought Lee's private kitchen, he also bought the property, so breaking even would mean he earned back the property as well. It's just outrageous to think about. Keep up the good work, maintain it well. Perhaps I won't be in the restaurant next month, it will still rely on you and all the employees to work hard together. This month, take an extra 100,000 from the profits as a bonus, and distribute it to all employees according to their proportion. Then tell everyone that as long as they work hard, everyone will receive the highest standard bonus in the industry by the end of the year. Su Ning promised Manager Lu with a smile. Manager Lu didn't expect that his impromptu report would bring a 100,000 bonus to all employees. To know, there were only about 60 employees in the entire Lee's private kitchen. Distributed down, each person could receive nearly 2,000. For workers, this is not a small amount. Just as Manager Lu was excitedly preparing to thank Su Ning on behalf of all the employees, 2 youthful and beautiful girls walked in from the restaurant entrance. Su Ning recognized them at a glance. He knew both girls. One was his ex-girlfriend Wang Yingying, and the other was Wang Yingying's best friend, Jing Yunting, who studied acting at the same art academy. The 2 girls also saw Su Ning, their expressions changing constantly. Encountering his ex-girlfriend, Su Ning did not feel awkward. He smiled calmly and turned to wait near the cash register for the designated driver order. Wang Yingying, with a complex expression and a hint of avoidance, seemed to want to say something but was quietly pulled back by her friend Jing Yunting. "Don't move. Something's off. Didn't you say he inherited money? Why does he come to the restaurant now and not look like he's here to eat?" Wang Yingying seemed to realize the problem after her friend's reminder. While being guided to their seats by the waiter, Wang Yingying curiously asked the waiter, "What are those people next to the cash register doing?" The waiter answered without thinking, "Those 3 are our restaurant's designated drivers. If guests need a designated driver, they can call for the service at the cash register." Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting were immediately taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. Designated driver? Su Ning came to Lee's private kitchen to be a designated driver? If it were before, they wouldn't find it strange at all. After all, Su Ning had always been looking for ways to work and study. But hadn't he already inherited a fortune? He even drove a 50 million yuan supercar, the Koenigsegg one. How could he still come to be a chauffeur? Such a violation of common sense means there can only be one answer. Everything is fake. It's all a lie fabricated by Su Ning. What inheritance? It's all a scam. He can't continue with his tutoring, now he's just a lousy chauffeur. As for how he could drive a supercar like the Koenigsegg, it didn't make sense before, but now it does. He must have been hired by a drunk owner to drive, and then he found a way to show off. Thinking of this, Wang Yingying's heaving chest was almost about to explode with anger. Damn it! How dare he deceive me? Because of this, she had been dumped by the rich guy she had finally managed to get close to. Moreover, during those days, just thinking about losing the chance to become a socialite made her regret it deeply, to the point of wanting to die. When she tried to salvage things with Su Ning through a few of his brothers, her dignity was repeatedly rubbed into the ground. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and now her eyes were practically blazing with fire. "I didn't expect your ex-boyfriend to be such a weirdo. He actually came to be a chauffeur at a restaurant. Thank goodness you broke up, otherwise, when you become a big star, and people find out you had a boyfriend who was a chauffeur, that would be so embarrassing. But I really have to hand it to him. How could he have the nerve to pretend to be a rich second generation in front of you? Is he really that vain?" Jing Yunting said in an exaggerated tone, her face filled with disdain. Wang Yingying's expression darkened. Although she didn't like Jing Yunting's words, she had to admit this could become her dark history. "Forget it. I'll go find him later and make it clear." After the 2 women sat down, Jing Yunting blinked her big eyes and looked at Wang Yingying with a half-smile. "You'd better talk to him before Director Ma arrives. Otherwise, if he comes to mess things up while we're discussing, it could ruin everything." Wang Yingying's heart sank, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Director Ma Wenlong, wasn't a big shot in the entertainment industry, but he was a seasoned veteran who mingled in various film crews. Recently, Ma Wenlong had been working as an assistant director and casting director in a newly planned film crew, holding considerable power. The 2 of them had finally managed to establish a connection, hoping to get roles in the movie through Ma Wenlong. Even though this film project wasn't considered a big production, it was said to have ample funding, and the director was inviting capable actors, preparing to create a quality film. If they could participate, even if not in leading roles, it would be enough to boast about. Not to mention, if the movie became a hit, even supporting roles could lead to overnight fame. So they both valued this meeting with Ma Wanlong greatly. If Su Ning came to mess things up now, it would easily ruin their good fortune. Thinking of this possibility, Wang Yingying couldn't sit still any longer. She immediately stood up and left her seat with Jing Yunting, heading towards the cashier. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Being poor isn't scary. What's scary is that you can't even be grounded, only indulging in vanity and delusions. Being a chauffeur and driving the client's supercar to school, don't you feel ashamed? Breaking up with you was truly my wisest decision. Don't cling to me anymore. There's no possibility between us. And don't say you know me in the future. I can't afford to lose face. Do you understand? Su Ning was chatting idly with Master Wang when Wang Yingying stormed over and scolded him, leaving him completely bewildered. Are you perhaps suffering from some serious illness? Are you entangling me? Why is your face so big? However, Su Ning quickly caught the key information from a few words in Wang Yingying's speech. Designated driver, the guest's supercar, vanity. He couldn't help but smile. So you found out I'm working as a designated driver here and thought the Koenigsegg wasn't mine, that I was just driving someone else's car to school to show off? No wonder she has this attitude towards me. You have to know, when she was begging me to get back together, she was as humble as could be. Indeed, this kind of camellia girl is really quite shameless. At this moment, Jing Yunting, who was next to Wang Yingying, also spoke mockingly. Right, don't entangle with our Yingying anymore. Our Yingying is going to be a big star. You, a mere designated driver, aren't even worthy to hold our shoes. You better have some self-awareness. A toad shouldn't think about eating swan meat. After saying this, Jing Yunting waved her fair hand in front of her mouth and nose, as if she found Su Ning's smell unpleasant. With a cold snort, Su Ning looked at Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting, suddenly revealing a mocking smile. Interesting, really interesting. I've been called a toad again. Do you really feel that good about yourselves? He gently waved his hand, signaling the cashier who was about to stand up to speak not to move, and Su Ning said with a smile that was neither here nor there. Right, I think you're absolutely right. A toad shouldn't think about eating swan meat. This sentence, I return it to you intact. I mean what I say, I hope you do too. After saying this, he ignored the two girls whose faces turned red with anger and sat back down to continue chatting with Master Wang. The change in wealth brought about a change in mentality. Continuing to make a scene in public with them would be beneath him, so it was best to ignore them directly. The two girls seemed to feel that continuing to talk here was inappropriate and angrily returned to their seats. Unbeknownst to them, a guest outside had witnessed most of the process and wore a playful expression on his face. Director Ma, you're here? Please, take a seat. You're such a busy person, yet you still have the time to come and humor us. Yingying and I are so happy. When Ma Wanlong walked over, Jing Yunting and Wang Yingying both stood up to greet him, their faces blooming with smiles. Ma Wanlong looked to be just under 40, perhaps because he often mingled in the film crew. His skin appeared rough, giving him a rugged feel. His eyes were small, but at this moment, those small eyes seemed to squint even more as he looked at the two girls, Jing Yunting and Wang Yingying. Even though he concealed it well, the desire in his gaze was still easily detectable, and a sense of pride surged within him. Not bad. They could be considered two little beauties. Using two inconsequential supporting characters to have two little beauties serve him wholeheartedly, this kind of carefree enjoyment could probably only be found in the entertainment industry. No matter how busy I am, how could I miss the invitation from two big beauties? I have to say, your conditions are quite rare in the entertainment industry. Don't be fooled by those female stars who seem stunning on screen. It's all thanks to plastic surgery and makeup. Where can you find natural beauty like you two, pure as a lotus emerging from the water? After sitting down, Ma Wanlong smiled and spoke. Upon hearing Ma Wanlong praise them for their beauty, Jing Yunting and Wang Yingying immediately brightened, their faces flushed with excitement. This made Ma Wanlong unable to resist swallowing hard, growing increasingly impatient. He wished he could quickly embrace the two girls and enjoy the blessings of having both. However, he also knew he had to first win them over, so without waiting for them to ask, he proactively made a promise. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll get into the crew. Although you don't have much experience, if you come from a professional background, you can definitely play some substantial supporting roles. Once the crew is officially formed, you can join. Of course, before that, I still need to consider a few things. When he said the last sentence, it was as if the wolf grandmother had shed her final disguise, her eyes glinting with desire. Jing Yunting and Wang Yingying's eyes sparkled, their faces beaming with joy, their smiles as vibrant as blooming flowers. Great! I didn't expect this director Ma to be so easy to talk to. Although they hadn't officially entered the entertainment industry yet, they couldn't be unaware of the various rumors circulating within it. Many actresses sacrificed their bodies to land roles, and it was not uncommon for many to be completely used up without even getting a part. This time, they were prepared to make sacrifices, but what they feared most was that even with their sacrifices, they wouldn't gain any benefits. Director Ma, we toast to you. The two women raised their glasses simultaneously, their rosy faces smiling sweetly, making Ma Wenlong's heart itch even more. All right, if beautiful women are toasting, I must drink. After finishing his drink, Ma Wenlong recalled the scene he had just seen outside the restaurant and asked with a smirk, I saw you two seem to have a conflict with someone at the cash register. What happened? Do you need me to step in and resolve it? Wang Yingying's expression changed slightly, unsure of how to respond. However, Jing Yunting reacted quickly, giggling, oh, it's just because our Yingying is too beautiful. That designated driver is a student from the school next to our art academy, and he's been fawning over Yingying, a total sycophant. Yingying could never like him, but he has no self-awareness and keeps pestering her. Just now, he saw Yingying and wouldn't stop bothering her. It's really annoying. Hearing Jing Yunting's words, Ma Wenlong couldn't help but snort. He turned to look at Su Ning at the cash register with a disdainful gaze. What level are you at, eating the same dish as me? You're really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Today, let me show you how your aloof goddess flatters me. Young man, don't always think of love as something beautiful. Once you step into society, you'll know that power can buy everything. He's a designated driver? Then I'll give him a good lesson today. Let him know just how cruel society can be. Ma Wenlong sneered and waved to a waiter standing not far away. Hello, sir, how can I help you? The waiter immediately approached, polite and attentive. Go call that young designated driver at the cash register over here, Ma Wenlong instructed directly. The waiter thought he wanted to find a designated driver because he had been drinking, but first wanted to test the driver. There had been similar pretentious customers before, so she ran to the cash register to call Su Ning. Su Ning was slightly surprised but followed the waiter to that table. When he saw that it was Wang Yingying and the others at the table, he couldn't help but frown. Is this never ending? I didn't want to argue with you earlier, and now you're getting bold? Looking at Ma Wenlong sitting next to Jing Yunting and Wang Yingying, he didn't need to ask to know that it was this middle-aged man who had given them the confidence. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. I want to see just how confident you really are. So it's you who's been pestering Wang Yingying? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. You should take a good look at yourself. Do you think you deserve it? I don't want to waste more words. You see those 3 glasses of wine on the table, right? If you drink them all in one go, this matter will be settled. Otherwise, you'll be in for a show. Let me tell you, I'm good friends with the owner of Lee's private kitchen. With one word from me, I can make you leave. Ma Wenlong was infuriated by Su Ning's calm demeanor and stood up, shouting at him. Su Ning squinted slightly and glanced at the 3 glasses of liquor on the table. Those 3 glasses of white liquor added up to almost exactly a pound. Even someone with a good tolerance for alcohol would not feel well after downing them in one go, let alone someone like him with an average tolerance. If he really drank them, he might end up with alcohol poisoning and need to be rushed to the hospital. Drink to make amends? Or else I'll have to face the consequences? I want to see how you plan to make me face them. Especially that line of his, I'm good friends with the owner of Lee's private kitchen, made Su Ning laugh out loud. How could I forget that I have such a good brother like you? Under Ma Wenlong's smug gaze, Su Ning couldn't help but let out a disdainful sneer while gesturing for him to proceed. Then please hurry up and find the owner. If the owner tells me to scram, I'll leave immediately. At that moment, Su Ning's expression was playful, and his eyes clearly showed he was looking forward to the show. The waiter beside Su Ning almost burst out laughing. This customer is really full of himself, claiming to be the owner's good brother? Our boss is right in front of you. How come you don't recognize him? Then please hurry up and find the owner. If the owner tells me to scram, I'll leave immediately. Su Ning's casually sarcastic remarks stunned Ma Wenlong for a moment, then he became furious. He never expected that this young man would dare to retort him. This is simply outrageous. He thought that someone from the lower strata of society, burdened by the weight of life, would never dare to easily give up their job lest they face the embarrassment of not having food to eat tomorrow. That's why he felt emboldened to act so recklessly, trying to humiliate the other person and force them to bow down to him. But the reality was that the other person completely ignored him, filled with mockery and disdain. You, Ma Wenlong pointed at Su Ning, his hand trembling with anger. Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting both wore smug expressions, believing that Su Ning had angered Director Ma and would definitely face dire consequences. Is this how your restaurant treats its guests? Go get your boss. I want to ask him if he still wants to keep this job. Seeing that he seemed to have no good way to deal with Su Ning, but the guests in the hall were already looking over, making him feel somewhat embarrassed, he could only angrily scold the waiter. The waiter couldn't help but smirk, after so many years of being a server, what kind of people hadn't she seen? This guy in front of her was clearly just showing off. Then let me formally introduce him. This gentleman is not only our designated driver but also the owner of Lee's private kitchen. If you have any complaints, you can speak directly to our boss. Although the waiter's expression seemed official, the smirk at the corners of her mouth completely betrayed her current mood. Her words left everyone present stunned, utterly incredulous. What? This designated driver is the owner of Lee's private kitchen? How is that possible? This must be a joke. Lee's private kitchen? You don't even have the surname Lee. How could you possibly be the owner? Are you just casually claiming someone is the owner to fool me? You really don't take your customers seriously at Lee's private kitchen. Of course, Ma Wenlong didn't believe it and snorted coldly. But at that moment, Manager Lu heard the commotion and hurried over. This guest is indeed the owner of Lee's private kitchen. If you have something to discuss with the owner, you can do so now. This time, everyone was genuinely shocked. You may not believe the waiter, but regular customers all know that Manager Lu is the actual manager of Lee's private kitchen. He wouldn't casually tell such a lie. So, this handsome young man is really the owner of Lee's private kitchen? The owner is working as a chauffeur in his own restaurant? That's just too ridiculous. However, unlike the surprise of other guests, Ma Wenlong felt utterly embarrassed, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. You see, just a moment ago, he had confidently patted his chest and sworn that he was brothers with the restaurant owner. And now, the restaurant owner was right in front of him, and he didn't even recognize him. Is there anything more humiliating than this? Wang Yingying and Jing Yanting were both shocked and pale. They could never have imagined that Su Ning was actually the owner of Lee's private kitchen. It turns out he really inherited a fortune, rather than just driving someone else's luxury car to show off. As for why he was working as a chauffeur, it's his own restaurant, he can do whatever he wants. Thinking back to how they had presumptuously told Su Ning not to bother them, they felt so embarrassed they wished they could cover their faces and run away. At this moment, Su Ning no longer wanted to engage with them. If you want to eat, just eat quietly. If you don't want to eat, then get the hell out. Don't think too highly of yourselves. There are plenty of people who could crush you. Su Ning snorted coldly and turned to leave. Although, in a sense, the three of them were now customers of Lee's private kitchen, and as the god of customers, he shouldn't treat them this way. But did Su Ning really care? For those who wanted to humiliate him, not having the security throw them out was already generous of him. As for the other guests, they would definitely not empathize with them. Instead, they would give Su Ning a thumbs up. After all, they had just witnessed the little-eyed man show off by making the chauffeur drink 3 glasses of liquor. Ma Wenlong was red-faced from the scolding, and the two women were equally flushed, utterly embarrassed. Let's go. What's so great about a restaurant? It can't even break into high society. It doesn't count for anything. Wang Yingying, you're going to enter the entertainment industry to become a big star. I'll call Director Shi in a bit. Even if I have to swallow my pride, I'll definitely get you an important role in the Nameless Ones. Just wait for the movie to be released and for you to become a sensation. By then, with everyone chasing after you, you could easily buy this shabby restaurant just by acting in a movie. Having been humiliated like this, they naturally had no face to stay any longer. However, as they were about to leave, they still had to put on a brave front and say some harsh words to make themselves seem less embarrassed. Who would believe such superficial words, especially in this situation? But surprisingly, Wang Yingying believed it. Even though she was in a dire situation, she felt an immense joy inside. An important role. Her opportunity had come. In her mind, she was already envisioning her successful days in the entertainment industry, completely dispelling the embarrassment before her. But just then, Su Ning, who had turned to leave, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned back, his expression playful. What movie did you say? Ma Wenlong thought they had revealed their identities in the entertainment industry, making the owner of Lee's private kitchen wary, and couldn't help but snort. The Nameless Ones. This is a big production that's about to start filming. Let me tell you, I'm the assistant director of the movie. Just wait and see how I expose the ugly side of Lee's private kitchen through various channels. You can just wait for the restaurant to be ruined by fans. Ma Wenlong's words made Wang Yingying's eyes light up. Right. Once she became a star in the spotlight, she could expose the jerk Su Ning through various channels. At that time, not only would he be disgraced, but he would also be left destitute. Thinking of Su Ning being driven to the brink of suicide by those extreme fans, Wang Yingying felt her confidence return in an instant. But just then, Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Looking at the three people in front of him who had straightened up again, his face was already filled with mockery. If it were about other movies, he might really have no way to deal with it. But if you mention the Nameless, then I'm sorry, I really have something to say. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and in front of Ma Wenlong and the other two, he picked up the phone and dialed out. Su Xiao, why did you suddenly call me? Just right. I wanted to report to you about the progress of the crew's formation. We found the most suitable actors for several roles, and if you have no objections, we can officially start filming next week. At that time, you can. As soon as the call connected, producer Chen Yi started talking nonstop like a machine gun. Hold on. Su Ning quickly interrupted him, otherwise, he really didn't know when he would stop. It's like this, old Chen. Your crew has an assistant director, right? I really don't know his name, but his eyes are quite small. Get rid of this guy. Also, he should have introduced some actors to the crew, right? Get rid of those actors too. I hope this won't put you in a difficult position. Although Su Ning spoke with a smile and his tone seemed polite, it carried an undeniable assertiveness. Chen Yi was taken aback, not expecting Su Ning to specifically call him to discuss such matters. Although he didn't know the specifics, there was no doubt that this assistant director had offended Su Ning, making him unhappy. After all, from the few encounters he had with Su Ning, he was polite and warm, definitely not a domineering rich second generation. Assistant director? Small eyes? Chen Yi immediately thought of Ma Wenlong, as there were only 2 assistant directors in the crew, and the other one had big eyes. Ma Wenlong was brought in by Shi Wenxiang, and he knew a bit about him, but not much. It was obvious who was more important, the investor or an assistant director. Let alone if the assistant director offended the investor, even if he hadn't made a mistake, it was unnecessary to say how to choose sides. Not a problem. Not a problem. Su Xiao, I'll have him get lost right away, and have the actors he introduced to the crew get lost too. Chen Yi immediately promised loudly without any hesitation. After hanging up, Su Ning looked at the 3 people across from him with a half-smile, his gaze making them feel uneasy. Ma Wenlong felt a bit nervous but still refused to believe that the young man across from him could casually contact the producer and have the power to make him leave. Who do you think you are? Just because you have a bit of money, you don't know how to act properly, right? And you want us to leave the crew? That's simply ridiculous. Come on, I'm right here waiting. Let's see how you make me leave the crew. If you really can do it, I'll kneel down and call you Grandpa. Ma Wenlong felt a bit shaky inside, but in this situation, he couldn't show weakness, so he shouted at Su Ning with a fierce facade. Wang Yingying and Jing Yanting also seemed to think it was unlikely, but they didn't dare to speak up. After all, they had already been humiliated in front of Su Ning twice, and they didn't want to have any more memories of that embarrassing experience. Su Ning snorted coldly, his expression unchanged. Then just wait, you'll get your wish. But calling you Grandpa is out of the question. I don't want a grandson like you. Ma Wenlong was furious, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands, wishing he could punch Su Ning hard. You. However, at that moment, his phone rang. His heart sank, and he quickly took out the phone, but his expression changed drastically upon seeing the caller ID. Shi Wenxiang, the director of the Nameless. Although Shi Wenxiang would usually call him directly when he needed something, wasn't it a bit too coincidental for him to call now? His heart raced, pounding as if it were about to leap out of his chest. He didn't dare to answer. He looked up nervously at Su Ning, only to see the playful smile on Su Ning's face. Answer it. Ma Wenlong took a deep breath, his expression shifting, and finally gritted his teeth to answer the call. Hello, Director Shi. I don't know what you need? Ma Wenlong's tone was respectful, his attitude cautious, completely different from the arrogant demeanor he had at the beginning. It's nothing much, just to inform you to seek other opportunities. Our Nameless temple is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like you. I can't be bothered with your usual underhanded tactics. You've really got guts, provoking even our film's biggest investor, Su Xiao. I think you're like an old man eating arsenic, tired of living. Alright, I can't be bothered to say more. Just pack your things and get lost tomorrow. Shi Wenxiang's tone was cold, with an unyielding decisiveness, and he hung up without waiting for Ma Wenlong to respond. He had just received a call from his old buddy Chen Yi, who told him that the deputy director Ma Wenlong had actually angered Su Ning. At that moment, he wished he could fly over and tear Ma Wenlong apart. Although Shi Wenxiang didn't have as much contact with Su Ning as Chen Yi, he could sense that Su Ning was definitely not the kind of unreasonable rich kid. That bastard Ma Wenlong had actually provoked Su Ning. It was simply asking for death. What if Su Ning took it out on them and withdrew funding? Wouldn't the film be left unfinished again? So, he immediately called to tell Ma Wenlong to get lost. There are plenty of deputy directors, but only one investor. Listening to the busy tone in the receiver, Ma Wenlong stood there in shock, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He never expected that the purpose of Director Shi's call was indeed to tell him to get lost. Moreover, he had heard the most shocking news: Su Ning was actually the investor of this film. Even if he were foolish, how could he not realize that he had kicked a steel plate? In an instant, it felt as if he had been kicked off a cliff, plunging into an endless abyss. It was over for him. In the film and television production industry, reputation is crucial. Being expelled from the nameless crew would deal a fatal blow to his reputation. Just imagine, when other crews are being formed, what would they think if they heard that you had been expelled from another crew? They would definitely think you were either dirty or undisciplined, right? With such a reputation, which crew would dare to take him? This was no different from being blacklisted. The thought that he might never be able to make a living in the film and television industry again made Ma Wanlong want to slap himself hard. What the hell was I thinking? Provoking him? If there were a regret pill in the world, he would buy it no matter the cost. Damn it, it's all because of those two bitches. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this situation. At that moment, he looked at Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting with eyes that seemed like they could swallow them whole. Almost in despair, Ma Wanlong saw Su Ning, as if he had seen the last ray of hope. He rushed in front of Su Ning without a care for anything, and with a thud, he knelt there. Su Xiao, I was wrong. It's all their fault. I really didn't mean to provoke you. Can you talk to Director Shi and not kick me out of the crew? Please have mercy and forgive me just this once. Thinking of the 3 glasses of white wine he had just forced down for Su Ning, Ma Wanlong scrambled up and rushed to the table to grab a wine glass. Su Xiao, I will drink these 3 glasses. I will drink 3 glasses of white wine. Please forgive me. He spoke urgently, not waiting for Su Ning to react before he began pouring the wine into his mouth. Su Ning squinted slightly, watching Ma Wanlong, who was desperately gulping down the wine, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Some people are just inherently despicable. They look down on the lower class with an ugly face, yet bow and scrape to the upper class like a servant. Why be so humble in front and arrogant behind? Go ahead and drink. But I never said that drinking 3 glasses would earn your forgiveness. Do you think the wealthy treat things so lightly? At this moment, Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting's faces were pale, their expressions filled with terror. Although they still didn't know what was said on the other end of Ma Wanlong's call, his drastic change was enough to indicate the problem. The big shot in their eyes, the one who could completely determine their fate, was now groveling and flattering Su Ning like a clown, which left them utterly shocked. It's over. Ma Wanlong is finished. They are finished. They had originally dreamed of using this opportunity to break into the entertainment industry, but now it was all over. They clearly heard that even a seasoned deputy director like Ma Wanlong was kicked out of the crew by a single word from Su Ning. What kind of power is this? If things go wrong, a single word from him could mean they wouldn't even have a chance to enter the entertainment industry. Wang Yingying was trembling all over. If it weren't for Jing Yunting supporting her, she would have probably collapsed to the ground. The endless feeling of regret surged over her again, drowning her completely. If they hadn't broken up, the Koenigsegg one would have been hers. If they hadn't broken up, Li Ji's private kitchen would have been hers. If they hadn't broken up, how could she not be the girlfriend of a film investor, the female lead? If there weren't so many ifs. Now, she was just a toad, yet she didn't even have the courage to dream of eating swan meat. Su Ning, is there still a chance for us? Wang Yingying asked with hope and longing, as if she were asking with deep emotion. Su Ning laughed, a wild laugh. Do you want me to repeat what you said before? Actually, these few words are just right to return to you now. I'm very glad we broke up, otherwise, how could there be so much good drama to watch? Don't even say you know me. I can't afford to lose that face. Wang Yingying didn't know if it was out of shame or regret for not seizing Su Ning, this potential stock, but she was already crying uncontrollably, snot running down her face. You're a man. How can you be so petty, so heartless? Big scumbag. You won't have a good end. Perhaps feeling there was no chance left, she simply tore off the mask, crying and cursing Su Ning, as if that would earn her sympathy from those around her and align her with their stance. However, she seemed to have forgotten that Su Ning was no longer her boyfriend. How could he continue to tolerate and indulge her? I'm the scumbag? Then I want to ask, when you were driving a Ferrari and running off with someone else, why didn't you say I was a scumbag? When you said I was a toad wanting to eat swan meat, why didn't you say I was a scumbag? When you told me to have self-awareness and not to entangle you, why didn't you say I was a scumbag? Do you really think you're a noble princess, and the world should revolve around you? Excuse me, do you know what it means to be shameless? Fine, I'm a scumbag, then you're even worse than a whore. Su Ning stood there, his cold smile carrying a chilling intent, his words leaving no room for Wang Yingying. Wang Yingying was stunned, not expecting Su Ning to truly tear off the mask and disregard her. Don't say it. Don't say it. It felt as if everyone's gaze towards her was filled with the most blatant disdain and contempt, as if they were looking at the most shameless courtesan in an ancient brothel. Unable to stay any longer, she covered her face and ran out of Li's private kitchen, with Jing Yunting chasing after her. Su Ning smiled coldly, feeling no emotional turmoil, only a sense of satisfaction and relief. At that moment, Ma Wanlong, who had already downed 3 glasses of wine, had a flushed face, his gaze seeming to drift. Su Xiao, I finished 3 glasses of wine. Not a drop left. Su Xiao, please forgive me. From now on, I will follow your lead. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Su Xiao. Just as he was about to cling to her leg, Su Ning coldly threw out a sentence, Manager Lu, handle this, throw him out. After saying that, she turned and left without looking back. Ma Wenlong stared at Su Ning's retreating figure, his eyes wide with despair. Even when he was dragged out of the restaurant by the security like a dead dog, he had no awareness, as if he were a walking corpse. Su Ning returned to the cash register, where she was met with the two chauffeurs' eyes filled with awe. He was usually very amiable, showing no signs of anger, but when he truly displayed his authority, it made them look up to him. Master Wang was glad he had voluntarily given the first order to Su Ning. Otherwise, even if Su Ning didn't mention it, others would have come to find trouble with him. Su Ning, of course, wouldn't pay too much attention to others' thoughts. The small incident wouldn't affect his work as a chauffeur that night. Around 8 o'clock, the first driving order came in. Su Ning didn't hesitate, took the car owner's keys, and followed the owner out of the restaurant. The first order was as usual, very smooth, and the 50 yuan driving fee went straight into his pocket. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 50 yuan. With a 100,000 times reward of 5 million yuan. But Su Ning knew that unexpected events would eventually come, and oddities would inevitably appear. After returning to Li's private kitchen, it wasn't long before a middle-aged couple came to the cash register asking for chauffeur services. Hello, we are here to serve you. Su Ning greeted politely and then followed them to the parking lot. The journey was relatively smooth, and the distance wasn't too far, making it a very comfortable driving order. However, the more comfortable it was, it's fine if you crash into a utility pole while driving, but don't hit a pedestrian. Looking back, it seemed that this couple had indeed drunk quite a bit. He was really worried, but this was a ride-hailing order taken in the store, not through the ride-hailing platform, so he couldn't contact the couple at all. Seeing that they were not far from their destination, Su Ning simply hailed a taxi by the roadside and chased after them. Even if this incident couldn't be blamed on him, as a designated driver, he should still take care of the drunk owners as much as possible. However, the taxi hadn't even traveled 2 kilometers when, just as they were about to reach the destination, he saw police lights flashing ahead. With his experience as a designated driver, Su Ning immediately realized that the traffic police were conducting a drunk driving check. His heart sank. Following this route, that middle-aged couple was likely to get caught, right? He sighed deeply and shook his head helplessly. This was going to be a problem. Sure enough, as they got closer, he saw several traffic police surrounding the couple, with the woman passionately arguing with the officers, appearing very agitated. Driver, please pull over, I need to get out here. At this point, although he couldn't change anything, he still needed to explain. If the police saw that their drunk driving distance was very short, they might be lenient. However, as he approached, he heard the woman arguing with the police, her voice filled with indignation. I really didn't lie. We called a designated driver from the restaurant, but that designated driver just parked the car by the roadside and ran off. Who knows if he was in a hurry to get home for a funeral and just left us behind? What do you expect us to do at this late hour? If we don't get home soon, who knows if we'll fall asleep by the roadside and something bad will happen. I swear, I drove less than a kilometer myself. Officer, please be lenient. I have children to take to school and a paralyzed elder to care for. I really can't be detained. Su Ning listened to the woman's words and was instantly furious. I left you behind? You really know how to twist the truth. If it were just that, he wouldn't be so angry. To actually say she was in a hurry to get home for a funeral. Such a malicious tongue, she was practically losing all face. He had originally thought about helping them explain to see if they could reduce the punishment. But now, sorry, I'm definitely a witness against you. At this moment, the traffic police finished listening to her argument and frowned, feeling it was hard to handle. Based on his experience, he judged that the couple had indeed called a designated driver. During the inspection, the woman was driving while her husband sat in the back seat, which felt a bit off. Logically, if a couple was driving, one would likely sit in the passenger seat, not the back. Of course, the fact that they called a designated driver could be easily verified. A quick call to the restaurant or checking the surveillance along the way would suffice. If it turned out that the designated driver was unreliable and caused this situation, there might indeed be a chance for leniency. The key point was that they found on the police platform that the woman had a drunk driving record from 2 years ago. According to drunk driving regulations, first-time offenders are not detained but have their licenses suspended for 6 months. Only if caught drunk driving again would they be detained. This meant that if she was determined to be drunk driving this time, she would indeed be detained. Team Leader Luo, what should we do? The traffic police felt a pang of sympathy and went to consult the deputy squad leader in charge of the drunk driving check. The deputy squad leader thought for a moment and said, check the surveillance. If they really had a designated driver when they left the restaurant, proving they sought one, then let it go this time. The couple's faces brightened simultaneously, relieved to have escaped a disaster. However, their fleeting joy came to an abrupt halt the moment Su Ning suddenly appeared. "You!" The woman pointed at Su Ning, her face a mix of shock and anger. Su Ning couldn't help but let out a cold snort, his expression one of disdain. "Officer, he's the one who just abandoned us. With such a reckless disregard for the lives of his passengers, shouldn't you arrest him? This should count as an infringement on our personal rights, right?" The woman's eyes darted, and she immediately shouted at the traffic officer, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Yes, it's him. It's this scoundrel." The man quickly chimed in, accusing Su Ning. The traffic officer furrowed his brow and approached, his tone serious as he asked, "Are you their designated driver? Did you leave them stranded on the road?" Although he was asking, he had already come to believe the couple's claims, judging that Su Ning must be trying to swindle them. However, Su Ning shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. "I am indeed their designated driver. But things didn't happen the way they said. I can't be bothered to explain. Why don't you just watch the video?" With that, Su Ning took off his sports camera from his chest, fiddled with it, uploaded the video to his phone, and handed it to the traffic officer. The officer took it in surprise, not expecting this designated driver to have recorded the incident. Meanwhile, the middle-aged couple's faces turned ashen as they exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. How could this be? This damned designated driver actually recorded it? Didn't that mean the drunk driving they thought they could escape from would now catch up with them? Would she also be taken in for detention? Realizing the severity of the situation, the woman couldn't help but tremble all over, her face turning extremely pale. After a while, the traffic officer finished watching the video, his expression darkening. He had almost been deceived. "What do you mean the designated driver suddenly abandoned you? It was you who left the driver behind to save on the fare, and then you came here to play the victim. Absolutely shameless. Punish them. They must be heavily penalized." According to the penalty standards, those caught driving under the influence again would face detention of up to 10 days, a fine of 1,000 to 2,000 yuan, and revocation of their driver's license. Both detention and fines could be adjusted within the range. For example, just 3 days of detention, or a fine of 1,000 yuan. But now, this couple was not deserving of any sympathy. They would be punished to the fullest extent without negotiation. 10 days of detention, a fine of 2,000 yuan. Handing the phone back to Su Ning, the traffic officer smiled at him. "Thank you for providing the evidence." Then he turned to a few auxiliary officers and waved them over. The auxiliary officers understood his meaning and, without hesitation, moved forward to restrain the woman and shoved her into the police car. There was nothing more to say. Caught red-handed for drunk driving, with irrefutable evidence, combined with her previous attempts to evade punishment, was enough for her to receive the maximum penalty. She still struggled, still held on to fantasies, but the more she struggled, the more forcefully the traffic officer twisted her arm. In the end, all her protests turned into cries of pain. Her husband wanted to intervene, but thinking about the situation, if he acted out, he could easily be charged with obstructing justice, so he could only helplessly watch as his wife was taken into the police car. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my wife wouldn't be getting arrested. You poor excuse for a designated driver. You'll never be able to afford a decent meal in your life. You toad, don't you dare bother me. Just wait, I won't let this go." The man turned to see Su Ning and was instantly filled with rage, unable to unleash all his anger on the traffic officer, so he directed it all at Su Ning. Su Ning looked back coldly, his gaze carrying a chilling intensity. Selfish people always blame others for their mistakes without reflecting on their own issues. The root of the problem is that you wanted to avoid paying for the designated driver, right? Dressed impeccably and driving a decent car, yet you still try to evade even a small fee for the designated driver. It's clear how despicable your character is. If it weren't for the DUI checkpoint on this stretch of road, you would have gotten away with it today. Now you're shifting the blame for getting caught drunk driving onto me. It's truly laughable. Did I make you drive drunk? Despicable people are always vile, no matter the time. You better shut your mouth. Don't you have any sense of responsibility? Even trying to skip out on the designated driver fee shows just how low your character is. You have no shame. What's the difference between you and a beast? Come on, use whatever tricks you have. I'll stay here and deal with you today. I want to see how you plan to keep this going. Su Ning spoke coldly, his tone laced with a powerful aura. He was usually a patient person, but recently he had been pushed to the edge by various bizarre car owners, and this time he was genuinely angry. The man glared at Su Ning but found himself at a loss for words. He could talk tough, but when it came to taking real action, he had nothing to show for it. Even though Su Ning appeared to be just a powerless designated driver, a commoner, he had no way to deal with him. If it were a business owner, it would be easier. He could leverage connections to have various departments investigate him, and there would be ways to make him back down. But how could you make things difficult for a designated driver? The worst they could do is have a restaurant kick him out, right? But even if they did, he could just go to another restaurant or simply take orders from the designated driver platform. It felt like the barefoot had no fear of the shod. Of course, he himself wasn't exactly well off. After all, he barely managed to be part of the middle class, living comfortably in the capital with a house and a car. If it were a powerful figure, he wouldn't need to exert any effort. Just a glance would have someone step in to deal with Su-Ning. You'll regret this later. The man still tried to sound tough, feeling that not making threats would diminish his presence. Su-Ning disdainfully gave him the middle finger and said irritably, "You better settle the designated driver fee quickly, you embarrassing piece of work." The man was taken aback, probably not expecting Su-Ning to ask him for the fee. He couldn't help but scoff, looking down on Su-Ning even more. "I won't pay you, what can you do about it? Bite me? Ha ha ha. You poor loser, if you kneel down and beg me, I might give you the fee." His smug arrogance was just like a villain from a movie. Su-Ning couldn't help but snort coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. "Not paying? Then it's not just you and me, it's me and you." Su-Ning took out his phone and dialed Lawyer Hua. "Hello, young Master Su. Is there some trouble since you're calling at this hour?" Lawyer Hua's cheerful voice came through the line. "Lawyer Hua, I'm sorry to disturb you so late. I have a case I'd like to entrust to you. I just took a designated driver order. The fee is 100 yuan. Then the car owner skipped out on the payment. I want to entrust you to help me sue, not only to recover the fee but also to make those disgusting people pay a heavy price. You understand what I mean, right?" Su-Ning smiled as he explained briefly to Lawyer Hua. On the other end of the line, Lawyer Hua felt as if his brain had shriveled up. Young Master Su, designated driver? The combination of these two completely unrelated terms created an extreme sense of incongruity. If Su Xiao said he was driving a Koenigsegg as a ride-hailing driver, that would be somewhat acceptable. After all, when ride-hailing first started, there were some bored rich second-generation kids who did that for fun and to pick up girls. But Su-Ning, such a wealthy young man, actually worked hard as a designated driver late at night? No matter how he thought about it, it gave him a ridiculous sense of cognitive dissonance. However, as a top lawyer, he had seen and experienced countless bizarre things, so he quickly calmed down. A 100 yuan designated driving fee? The car owner skipped out? Su Xiao definitely wouldn't care about that 100 yuan. That meant Su Xiao wanted to make this disgusting person pay a price. Suddenly, he understood Su-Ning's intention. Of course, he only understood part of it, because Su-Ning indeed wanted him to pay a price, but at the same time, Su-Ning also cared about that 100 yuan. You see, with the system's amplification rewards, that would be 10 million. In Su-Ning's view, even if he spent a few $100,000 on lawyer fees to get that 10 million back, it would still be worth it. Su Xiao, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, leave this case to me. I guarantee I'll handle it beautifully. But now there's a problem. You must report it to the police first and get the other party's identity information before I can proceed with the lawsuit. If it's inconvenient for you, I can rush over right now. Lawyer Hua was very dedicated and immediately told Su-Ning what to do next. It's so late, you don't need to come over. Su-Ning smiled and said, calling the police, right? I'll call right now. After hanging up, he immediately dialed Officer Wang at the police station. At this moment, the car owner looked at Su-Ning with disdain and spoke in a mocking tone. This is really funny. You want to sue me with a lawyer? Why don't you just say you'll call the police to arrest me and have me shot? Have you watched too many TV dramas, you idiot? Do you know how much lawyer fees are? At least 10,000 to 20,000. To get back 100 yuan, you want to spend 10,000 to 20,000? Did a donkey kick your brain? I'm just waiting to see how you'll sue me. Su-Ning looked at him with a half-smile, the curve of his lips filled with mockery. Then just wait. I hope you can still be this spirited when you receive the court summons. After disdainfully finishing his words, he connected the call. Officer Wang had been on duty at night recently, and when he received Su-Ning's call, his heart sank. Conan is back. He knew Su-Ning would definitely call him. He was almost becoming Su-Ning's exclusive case officer. He just couldn't understand how Su-Ning, as a designated driver, always encountered such bizarre situations. After connecting the call, Officer Wang sighed and asked, "Brother, what's up this time?" Su-Ning didn't waste time and directly got to the point, explaining the situation. Then, Officer Wang felt his brain shrink. Although it was uncommon for a designated driver to skip out on a fare, it wasn't too surprising. The key was that for a 100 yuan designated driving fee, Su-Ning not only called the police but also wanted to sue the car owner. Didn't he know what suing meant? Hiring a lawyer, drafting a lawsuit, and then going through a series of pre-trial processes. Not to mention, just the lawyer's fees alone would be many times the designated driving fee. This was a classic case of losing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Su-ning, I can respond to the call, but you should reconsider the lawsuit. Since he was already familiar with Su-ning, Officer Wang kindly reminded him. Su-ning, however, smiled and cut him off. I've already found a lawyer. Officer Wang immediately felt a headache coming on. Goodness, your reaction is too quick. I'm afraid you only thought of calling the police after consulting a lawyer, right? This is just ridiculous. Alright, you stay put. I'll be on my way soon. Regardless of understanding or not, the police still have to respond. But before he could hang up, Su-ning quickly added, Officer Wang, you're working so hard. I'll donate 2 police cars to your station tomorrow. He wasn't joking, he was quite serious. The Hanjiang Road police station where Officer Wang worked only had 2 police cars, and they often struggled to respond to calls and patrol, sometimes even having to use private cars for cases. He had heard officers complain about this when he was at the station. After all, 2 police cars aren't worth much, and donating them could improve the station's efficiency in handling cases. More importantly, he would undoubtedly encounter more bizarre situations in the future, and having a good relationship with the police station would make it easier to resolve problems and troubles later on. It was a win-win situation. However, Officer Wang on the other end of the line was completely stunned by Su-ning's nonchalant words. What did I just hear? He wants to donate 2 police cars to the station? He can't be serious, can he? Although it's common for various sectors to donate police cars to the police department, it's usually done by companies or philanthropists. You, a designated driver, can earn only a little money in one night, and you're saying you want to donate police cars to the station? Can you be a bit more credible? Alright, I'll be waiting for your donation of police cars. Officer Wang replied irritably. If he weren't in a hurry to respond to the call, he would have wanted to have a serious talk with Su-ning. After hanging up, Su-ning looked at the car owner with a half-smile, his expression playful. At this moment, the car owner seemed to realize that this designated driver wasn't joking with him. However, even so, he still wouldn't let his guard down too much. Worst case, he could just sue. He could apply for legal aid, which would basically mean he wouldn't have to pay lawyer fees. Even if he lost the case, he would only have to pay the designated driver's fee that he was originally supposed to pay. There wouldn't be any worse outcome. So, he appeared completely unafraid. Little did he know, Su-ning had hired a top lawyer. With him involved, the case wouldn't be so simple. They were well versed in various legal statutes, walking the fine line of the law. There was nothing they couldn't do if you could think of it. Especially in this kind of case, the client didn't care about that 100 yuan. They just wanted to make things difficult for the defendant. Then he had countless ways to drag the defendant down in this case, making you exhaust all your energy, feeling worn out, yet unable to give up. You could only keep dragging it out. Soon, a police car arrived, and Officer Wang stepped out. He glanced at Su-ning with a look of disbelief, as if blaming him for the situation, but quickly turned to the car owner. I'm Officer Wang Sudong from the Hanjiang Road Police Station. He reported that you're unwilling to pay the designated driver fee. I'm here to mediate this civil matter. If it's just a small issue like the designated driver fee, there's no need to escalate it to a lawsuit, right? It was indeed a small matter. Even responding to the call felt like a waste of police resources, let alone the more precious judicial resources. From what he understood, the judges at the district court were already overwhelmed with tens of thousands of various cases, and they couldn't even hold all the hearings. However, the car owner completely ignored him, maintaining that defiant attitude. His designated driver service was poor. What can I do if I don't want to pay him? If he wants to sue, let him sue. Officer Wang couldn't help but feel speechless, realizing there was no need for mediation anymore. He simply took out the case receipt and began recording. Su-ning didn't waste any more words. After taking a picture of the receipt and sending it to Lawyer Hua, he didn't need to worry about the rest. I'm leaving. Don't forget about donating the police car tomorrow. Su-ning waved goodbye to Officer Wang and then hailed a taxi to leave. Officer Wang couldn't help but feel speechless. Is this joke never going to end? Well, I'll just wait and see how you plan to donate that police car tomorrow. Because he had just wasted so much time, it was already quite late when Su-ning returned to Li's private kitchen, and the drinking party had mostly dispersed. He couldn't help but resent that if it weren't for those shameless people, he might have been able to take another job that night. This meant they had cost him 100 yuan in driver fees and potentially lost him 5 million or even 10 million due to the missed job. Suing them was the right thing to do. He couldn't let them get away with it. He opened the ride-hailing platform for drivers and went online to wait for orders. Although the earnings from the platform were less than those from restaurants, a mosquito's leg is still meat, and besides, this couldn't just be a mosquito's leg. After waiting for about half an hour, an order finally came in. Su Ning quickly swiped right to accept the order and check the details. However, looking at the strangely familiar situation, Su Ning was speechless. Was there another inexperienced female driver who couldn't find a parking space? Indeed, this ride-hailing order was exactly the same as the one he had received last time, with the starting point and destination completely overlapping. Well, let's go take a look. The task of rescuing the female novice driver is up to me. In about 5 minutes, Su Ning arrived at the starting point of the ride-hailing order. It was indeed a female driver, and a young and beautiful one at that. However, what puzzled Su Ning was that her car was surrounded by an incredibly open space, with no obstructions at all. There was simply no situation where she couldn't get out. Could it be a wrong call, and the actual destination wasn't where it was supposed to be? Hello, DD Ride-Hailing at your service. May I ask where your destination is? I see that the starting point and destination are the same in the order details. Su Ning politely greeted her and then expressed his confusion. The female driver, probably in her early 20s, was very pretty and dressed more in casual sportswear than as a professional. She gave off the impression of someone who had just stepped out of the ivory tower of academia. I didn't call for a ride-hailing service. No, I didn't mean that I didn't call for a ride-hailing service. I meant I don't need a ride-hailing service. The girl seemed a bit embarrassed and smiled, wanting to explain, but it felt a bit off when she spoke. Su Ning's head was filled with big question marks. Are you calling for a ride or not? After the girl quickly explained, he finally understood. In fact, she really didn't need a ride-hailing service. She just wanted a practice partner. She had just gotten her driver's license not long ago, and after practicing for a few days, she was brave enough to drive during the day, but she still felt a bit anxious at night due to poor visibility. So she wanted to find an experienced driver to sit in the passenger seat and guide her. Although there were quite a few services specifically providing this kind of driving practice, it was a bit too late today, and she had called several places without getting an answer. Then she had a bright idea, thinking that ride-hailing drivers usually had good driving skills, so she simply called one over from the platform. Don't worry, I'll pay you the market price. 200 yuan for an hour and a half. How about that? The girl looked at Su Ning with hopeful eyes. This was indeed the normal price for a practice session. He had heard that it was 200 yuan for 2 hours during the day and 200 yuan for an hour and a half at night. Within that time frame, this was definitely more profitable than ride-hailing, so Su Ning had no reason to refuse. Cancel the ride-hailing order. I'll practice with you. Saying this, Su Ning walked around to the other side, opened the door, and sat in the passenger seat. The girl happily got in the car, first giving Su Ning a sweet smile, then starting the engine and driving off. Since she was being paid, Su Ning naturally had to be diligent and responsible, continuously explaining to the girl the precautions for night driving while correcting her mistakes. On city roads where the streetlights are bright, there's no need to use high beams. Otherwise, it will affect the vehicles ahead and those coming from the opposite direction. If you notice that the lights of an oncoming vehicle are too bright, it means they are using high beams. At that point, you can flash your high beams at them a couple of times to remind them to turn them off. If the car behind you is using high beams, you can turn on and off your hazard lights repeatedly to alert them. These are all common practices on the road. Everyone assumes this is how it should be. Look, the car behind you is flashing its high beams at you. What does that mean? This is a single-lane road, and your speed is too slow. They want to overtake. If you don't want to speed up, you can slightly veer to the right to give the car behind you space to pass. Yes, just like that. But if the car behind you doesn't overtake and keeps using high beams, and you remind them but they still don't turn them off, let me tell you what to do. You immediately slow down and pull over, let the car pass in front of you, and then you follow closely, using your high beams to blind them. There are always some people who only care about their own convenience, completely disregarding others' feelings. There's no need to be polite to such people. By this point, even if Su Ning wasn't gritting his teeth, he was definitely not calm. He wasn't road rage. Even if someone cut him off while driving, he wouldn't get too worked up. But he truly detested high beams, especially those who used them indiscriminately, as if no one could stop them. Whenever he encountered such drivers, Su Ning would transform into a road judge, using practical actions to teach them how to drive. The girl was multitasking, listening to Su Ning while carefully driving, looking somewhat flustered. There was no way around it. New drivers were like this. They needed time to transition from novices to experienced drivers. When passing an intersection, you can reduce your speed a bit to avoid being caught off guard by suddenly appearing pedestrians. Also, be sure to carefully observe electric bikes. They are the least likely to follow traffic rules. If you do encounter one, even if it's their fault, as a vulnerable group, they can leave you helpless. Just then, an electric bike suddenly darted out, causing the girl to slam on the brakes in a panic, confirming Su Ning's words. Su Ning was startled as well, unable to resist the urge to roll down the window and yell. Riding an electric bike, running a red light, and crossing the road, do you think your life is too long? You should really leave home earlier because an accident is bound to happen sooner or later. The girl, still shaken, pressed her hand to her chest, looking visibly frightened. However, her movement accentuated her pride, making Su-Ning, who caught a glimpse of the scene, feel a bit dry in the mouth. To ease the awkwardness, Su-Ning urged the girl to continue driving quickly to avoid wasting time. After a brief silence, he let her focus on driving and find her rhythm, only speaking up when there was a problem. Suddenly, Su-Ning noticed a bicycle in the right lane ahead, moving slowly. Looking at this somewhat out-of-place bicycle, Su-Ning couldn't help but frown slightly. There was a service road to the right of the green belt, and at that moment, there were no cars on the service road. The bicycle should have been riding there. It was quite strange for it to be so brazenly on the motor vehicle lane, and moving so slowly at that. He glanced at the right side mirror but, due to the angle, didn't see anything. Still, he remained very alert. Just as he was about to turn to look left, he saw the girl signaling left, intending to merge and overtake the bicycle. "Don't move! Don't merge!" Su-Ning shouted urgently, his tone rising significantly. The girl was startled and quickly corrected the steering, halting her merge. Before she could ask Su-Ning what was happening, he had already spoken up. "Take a look at the left rearview mirror. Is there a car trailing you in the left lane?" The girl didn't even need to check the mirror to answer, as she had certainly looked before changing lanes. "Yes, there is a car, but it's not going fast at all. I can easily change lanes," the girl replied, a bit confused. Su-Ning narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. At the current speed of that car, of course, you can change lanes. But what if he suddenly accelerates the moment you change lanes? You would definitely collide. The girl looked a bit dazed and innocently asked, "Why would he accelerate?" Su-Ning sighed. It was clear that the girl had just entered society and didn't yet have a clear understanding of the malice of some people out there. "Today, let me give you a lesson. Think about it, with the bicycle in front slowing you down, your speed is already so slow, yet that car hasn't passed you. Isn't that enough to explain this situation? Clearly, the bicycle and the car behind are in cahoots, waiting for you to take the bait. The bicycle is slowing you down, and just when you can't help but change lanes, the car that has been behind you suddenly accelerates and crashes into you. Such a collision, since it's you changing lanes, would definitely be your full responsibility. In the end, whether you report it to insurance or settle privately, you will always be the one at a loss." Hearing Su-Ning's words, the girl couldn't help but widen her eyes, feeling as if she was seeing the world anew. She was just naive, not foolish, and had clearly realized that what Su-Ning said was the truth. How can they do this? That's so wicked. What should I do now? Listening to the girl's somewhat panicked words, Su-Ning couldn't help but shrug and smiled. "Anyway, you're not in a hurry. Just follow the bicycle slowly. When you reach an intersection, just turn right to shake them off. If you're interested, you can even follow the bicycle and see who gets impatient first." After hearing Su-Ning's teasing tone, the girl felt less anxious. After all, having such an experienced driver in the car made her feel much more at ease. At that moment, she was secretly glad that she had called a driver to practice with, and it turned out to be a handsome and reliable one. If it had been someone else who didn't recognize this scammy road, she might have really been taken advantage of. The girl, no longer afraid, became playful and slowly followed behind the bicycle. After a while, it was clear that the other party was losing patience, turning around in the car and seemingly cursing. "Flash your high beams at him," Su-Ning snorted. The girl excitedly flicked the lever, turning on the high beams. The other party was caught off guard, flashed twice, feeling as if their eyes were about to be blinded. Furious, he jumped off the bicycle and blocked the car's path, not letting them pass. The car that had been trailing behind also stopped, and two people got out, approaching with unfriendly expressions. Seeing this, the girl felt a bit scared again, grabbing Su-Ning's arm, her face pale. "What should we do?" Su-Ning's expression remained unchanged, the slight curve of his lips showing obvious disdain. He gently pushed the girl's hand away and reassured her, "You stay in the car, lock the doors, and no matter what happens, don't open the door." After saying this, he directly opened the door and got out under the girl's worried gaze. "What? Want to block the road and rob us?" Su-Ning stood directly in front of the car, his expression playful yet mocking. "You want to blind me with your high beams? Do you want to die? Do you believe I'll hit you?" The middle-aged man on the bicycle had a fierce expression, cursing as he approached, one hand reaching to grab Su-Ning's collar while the other clenched into a fist, ready to strike Su-Ning's face. Su-Ning's pupils constricted slightly as he covered the other person's hand with his left, twisting it forcefully while pressing down heavily, pinning the person against the car's engine hood, effectively controlling him. "Hey, damn, let go of me. Ouch, ouch, it hurts." The middle-aged man attempted to resist and struggled, cursing under his breath, but as Su-Ning twisted his arm with increasing force, he began to shout in pain. "You better shut up, or it will hurt even more." Su-ning sneered coldly, feeling satisfied with his own skills. "I've trained for this." Back during military training in college, he had pestered the instructor to teach him some grappling and fighting techniques, and he practiced whenever he had the chance over the 4 years, never letting it go. There was even a time when he worked part-time as a sparring partner at a martial arts gym. Although he wasn't a master, a couple of ordinary people really couldn't do much against him. At that moment, 2 people rushed up from the back of the car. "What are you doing? Let him go. I'm calling the police." Seeing the situation, they were tempted to intervene but feared they couldn't take Su-ning down. The key was that Su-ning was holding their companion. Whether they could subdue Su-ning was uncertain, but the moment they acted, their friend's arm would likely be twisted. Su-ning looked at the two with a half-smile, teasingly saying, "What does this have to do with you?" "You." One person couldn't hold back and stepped forward to kick Su-ning, but his movement was too slow. In a flash, Su-ning released the person he was holding, raised his foot, and kicked, knocking the attacker to the ground. Even more surprising, Su-ning swiftly took advantage of the moment when the person he had just pinned down was still in shock and pinned him again, returning to the previous state. The girl hiding in the car was wide-eyed, nearly sparkling with excitement. "This is so cool. Although being able to fight is useless in modern society, it's just too handsome." If Su-ning hadn't told her not to go out, she might have jumped out of the car to cheer him on. At that moment, the only one still standing had an extremely serious expression, both shocked and angry. Should he also step in? He would probably be kicked away just like the last one. This guy can't match strength, he can only outsmart him. "Do you dare to hit someone? You're finished. I'm calling the police right now. If you have the guts, don't run." Saying this, he took out his phone and dialed the police. Su-ning couldn't help but chuckle because he knew this was still under the jurisdiction of the Hanjiang Road Police Station. If they called the police, wouldn't the officer who came be Wang Sudong? Sure enough, about 5 minutes later, a police car with flashing lights came roaring in. Stepping out from the passenger seat was none other than Officer Wang Sudong. The moment he saw Su-ning, especially noticing that Su-ning was still twisting someone's arm and pinning him to the hood, he was at a loss. "I say, brother, what's wrong with you? It's only been a little over an hour since we last parted. How did you get into trouble again? Even Conan only encounters a case every few days. You've had several in a single day. You let go of him first." Wang Sudong said to Su-ning with a hint of helplessness. After this time of contact, he believed Su-ning wasn't someone who caused trouble for no reason, but trouble just kept finding him. Su-ning grinned and released his grip. The middle-aged man quickly got up, moving his nearly immobile arm, and hurried to complain to Wang Sudong. "Officer, hurry and arrest him. Look what he did to me, my arm won't even move." The guy who had just been kicked down by Su-ning also came over, his face filled with righteous indignation. "Look at the footprint he left on me. I'm about to spit blood." The two individuals hurriedly complained to Wang Sudong, as if they were the victims, being ruthlessly bullied by the heinous Su-ning. However, it was clear that one-sided accounts were insufficient. Moreover, Wang Sudong had his own judgment, not to mention his understanding of Su-ning. The current situation seemed off. He knew Su-ning was a designated driver, and there was a girl in the car, presumably the owner of the vehicle Su-ning was serving. A bicycle lay fallen on the ground ahead, and another car was parked behind. Could it be that Su-ning had crashed into the bicycle, which led to the conflict? But the problem was, that had nothing to do with the car behind. So, there must be some hidden truth here. Then tell me the detailed account. Wang Sudong took the folder handed over by the auxiliary police officer, preparing to record. The middle-aged man who had just been riding the bicycle immediately spoke up. "I was riding my bike just fine, and when a car came from behind, I turned to take a look, and they shone their high beams at me, almost blinding me. Of course, I had to get off and reason with them, and then this guy twisted my arm and pinned me down. Officer, you must arrest him. People like this are a danger to society." Wang Sudong squinted slightly, his intuition telling him this person was not telling the truth. However, he turned to the other two individuals, inquiring with an official demeanor, "And you too? What does this have to do with you?" The two quickly put on innocent and indignant expressions, eager to speak. "We were just being righteous. We were driving by and saw an unlawful act happening here, so we hurriedly stopped to intervene. But he didn't ask for the situation and just hit me, kicking me away." Wang Sudong glanced at the car parked by the roadside behind them, unable to suppress a shake of his head in disbelief. There was no need to doubt this time, they were definitely lying. Their car was parked behind, indicating they had also been driving behind and hadn't passed this vehicle, so how could they have seen the fight? And what do they mean by unlawful act? Is that how this term is used? Alright, you all wait here. Wang Sudong gestured for them to stay put and turned to Su-ning. Without asking Su-ning for a detailed account, he directly extended his hand. Su Ning didn't immediately understand what the other meant and looked a bit dazed. "Give me the action camera." Wang Sudong pointed at the action camera on Su Ning's chest. Su Ning suddenly realized, quickly took down the camera, but didn't hand it over right away. Instead, he first copied the video to his phone. Then he handed the phone to Wang Sudong. Wang Sudong stood there watching the video. At the beginning, when the bicycle appeared, the police officer's keen intuition already told him there might be an issue with the bicycle. In the video, Su Ning noticed this and advised the car owner on what to do. Next, the bicycle rider turned around and started cursing, and this scene was clearly captured. Then Su Ning instructed the car owner to flash the high beams at the cyclist ahead. After that, the cyclist got off and blocked the way, and when Su Ning also got out, the cyclist actually attempted to attack Su Ning. It was at this moment that Su Ning took action to subdue him. Then, the other two individuals appeared, indeed urging Su Ning to let the person go, but there was no doubt they had rushed in to confront Su Ning first. While Su Ning was not harmed, the fact that the other party had attacked him was undeniable. In this situation, it couldn't even be considered mutual fighting. It could only be seen as Su Ning's legitimate self-defense. Because Su Ning only retaliated once against the two, without any further harm, this was a classic case of justifiable defense. However, now whether it was mutual fighting or self-defense was no longer important. What he cared about more was the possibility of a gang conspiracy among the three individuals. Just as Su Ning had speculated, these three people might be working together to set a trap and scam passers-by. Although the police station had not received any reports about this case, there were plenty of instances online. There was no need to say more. Bringing them back to the station for questioning would suffice. The people were right there, and as long as they had done something, it would definitely be clear as day. Now, let's all go back to the police station for further investigation. Wang Sudong didn't give anyone a chance to refute and directly ordered. Su Ning was completely unfazed. On one hand, he truly hadn't done anything illegal, and on the other hand, he was indeed quite familiar with Wang Sudong. However, when the three heard they were also going to the police station, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Normal people might not want to go to the police station, let alone those who had something to hide. Officer, he hit us, you can just arrest him, and we don't need to go to the police station, right? Yeah, it's so late, and we have to work tomorrow. I'm not going to the police station, my chest hurts from being kicked, I need to go to the hospital. The three of them spoke up in protest, clearly resistant to going to the police station. Wang Sudong couldn't help but snort coldly, I'm not discussing this with you. I have reason to suspect you are part of a scam, and you must come back with me for investigation. As soon as he said this, the three panicked, not expecting the police to see through their scheme so quickly. No, we didn't scam anyone. You're a police officer, you can't just say whatever you want. Alright, we won't report it. We'll just accept our bad luck, okay? One of them exchanged glances with the other two and turned to leave. But at that moment, it was already too late for them to leave. Don't move. Get down. Put your hands on your head. Wang Sudong shouted several commands and directly pulled out a shiny pair of handcuffs, gesturing towards the three. If they didn't cooperate, he would have to take more forceful measures. Su Ning gave Wang Sudong a thumbs up. To be honest, Wang Sudong was quite imposing in work mode. The three of them, dejected, got into the car, and a police assistant drove their vehicle directly to the police station. Wang Sudong turned around, looking at Su Ning with an expression that was hard to describe. You really know how to stir up trouble. Although it was others who committed the crime, Su Ning was technically a victim, but wasn't he playing the victim role a bit too often? However, Wang Sudong still had to thank him, because cases like this could be treated as typical, and there was a good chance of receiving commendation for writing a summary of the experience later. Don't just stand there, you all come back with me to give your statements, Wang Sudong said, looking at Su Ning, who seemed inexplicably excited, and sighed. Su Ning gave Wang Sudong an okay gesture and turned to get into the car. He pulled the car door but found it was locked. He knocked on the window, and after confirming the girl was looking at him, Su Ning shouted, "Open the door and let me in." However, to his astonishment, the girl shook her head firmly. Su Ning's mind momentarily short-circuited. What was going on? What did it mean not to open the door for him? Did he scare her when he acted? I'm not a bad person. Could you at least open the door? Su Ning spread his hands, expressing his confusion. The girl slightly lowered the window, just enough to create a small gap, not even allowing his hand to fit through. A big question mark popped up over Su Ning's head. I asked you to open the door. Why are you lowering the window? Didn't you tell me to lock the car and never open the door no matter what? The girl looked at Su Ning innocently, a bit proud, as if waiting for him to praise her for doing a great job. Su Ning couldn't help but twitch his lips, a sense of absurdity welling up inside him. You really are obedient. I told you not to open the car door under any circumstances, and now you won't even let me get in, right? Su Ning realized the girl was a bit naturally clueless. Alright, I'll tell you now, you can open the car door. Su Ning tried to align his frequency with her thought process as much as possible. Sure enough, the girl immediately unlocked the door, and Su Ning finally got in. Let's go, we're heading to the police station. You probably haven't given a statement or been a witness before, have you? Today, I'll let you experience it. Don't worry, this time won't cost you anything. Su Ning smiled, concerned that the girl might not cooperate. Upon hearing this, the girl actually seemed a bit excited and giddy. The police station? I've really never given a statement. Will the police treat me like a criminal right away, and then use all sorts of torture methods on me? Should I resist stubbornly or confess honestly? Oh, I'm so nervous. Su Ning slightly opened his mouth, bit his lip, and his gaze became a bit unfocused. You really are dramatic. It's just giving a statement and being a witness. Why act like you've committed a crime? What torture methods? Do you think this is one of the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty? Su Ning found it hard to understand her thought process, and after a long silence, he finally managed to say a few words. Just do your thing. Since the police station on Hanjing Road wasn't far away, even with the girl's snail-like driving speed, they quickly arrived at their destination. The statement took about an hour, and by the time Su Ning and the girl walked out of the police station, it was already late at night. The sleepy girl couldn't help but yawn, but suddenly remembered that yawning like this wasn't very ladylike, so she quickly covered her mouth with her delicate, fair hand, resulting in a yawn that felt unsatisfying. Su Ning was also a bit tired, so he softly asked, "Are you still practicing driving? If not, we can go our separate ways." The girl's big eyes seemed almost unable to open, and in a tired voice, she said, "I'm too sleepy. No more practice, but I want you to drive me home now. My eyelids are about to fight." Su Ning naturally wouldn't refuse a business that came to his door. At least he was still in better shape than the girl. Not long after they set off, he heard a sound next to him like a purring kitten. Su Ning turned his head in surprise, only to find the girl had already fallen asleep in the passenger seat, her head bobbing slightly, sleeping soundly. He shook his head helplessly, marveling at how the girl had no sense of caution at all. Upon arriving at the destination and exiting the underground parking lot, Su Ning saw a well-dressed middle-aged woman waiting there. Is this the girl's mother? Su Ning immediately became alert. It wasn't because he felt guilty about anything he had done with the girl on the way. It was just that his first experience as a driver had left a very deep impression on him. If he hadn't reacted quickly back then, a slap would have really landed on his face. The situation before him was similar. If this middle-aged woman suddenly turned violent, he would need to be prepared. "Mom, why are you still awake?" After getting out of the car, the girl rushed towards the middle-aged woman like a fledgling returning to its nest, acting all spoiled. The middle-aged woman affectionately patted the girl's head, but her gaze inadvertently lingered on Su Ning. Just as Su Ning's heart skipped a beat, the middle-aged woman spoke with a smile. "Are you trying to say he's a coach or a driver? Mom isn't an unopen-minded person. If you really have a boyfriend, I won't oppose it." The girl looked at her mother with a naive yet suspicious expression, completely unaware of what her mother was talking about. The middle-aged woman couldn't help but sigh, genuinely worried that her sheltered daughter would be deceived by a fickle man. "Just look at this young man, he doesn't resemble a driver or a coach at all. Forget it, it's late today, I'll just wait until tomorrow to have a good talk with the child. Hurry home and get some sleep." Saying this, she took the girl's arm and prepared to go upstairs. The girl didn't think much of it, turned her head to wave goodbye to Su Ning, and followed her mother. Su Ning watched their figures disappear, standing in place and starting to doubt life. They just left like that? Should we settle the practice fee? Su Ning said weakly. Although the time spent at the police station had delayed the girl quite a bit, normally Su Ning could completely waive the practice fee. However, thinking about how 200 yuan in practice fees could turn into 20 million after the system's reward amplification, Su Ning had no intention of waiving it. The girl and the middle-aged woman both stopped in their tracks and turned back. The middle-aged woman looked surprised, while the girl appeared a bit shy and embarrassed, cutely sticking out her tongue. I'm sorry, I forgot about this." The girl quickly jogged over, rummaged through her wallet, and handed Su Ning 250 yuan. 200 for the practice fee, 50 for the driving service, is that okay? Su Ning wanted to say not to worry about the driving fee, but that would be too disrespectful to the 5 million. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn 250 yuan, with 100,000 times reward amplification of 25 million yuan. Next time I want to practice driving, I'll come find you. The girl waved her hand and turned around, skipping along to follow the middle-aged woman. Okay, if you come to me again to practice driving, I'll bring you a gift. Su Ning replied with a smile. Having earned 25 million from the girl, he wouldn't feel a bit of pain even if he bought her the most expensive gift. Checking his balance, 232 million, he felt completely secure. He just hoped there wouldn't be any unexpected large expenses recently. He wanted to quickly save enough money to buy a big villa. After leaving the underground parking lot, Su-ning went straight to the nearest hotel and booked a room, lying down on the bed and falling asleep. He intended to sleep in, even if it was already late morning. As long as he got enough rest, that was fine. But around 5 in the morning, Su-ning was awakened by his phone alarm. Instinctively, he jumped up to wash up, but as soon as he got out of bed, he realized and couldn't help but laugh. This alarm was set for picking up Xiao Dong, and now that the task was over, he had completely forgotten to turn it off. He could only helplessly return to bed and continue to sleep. When Su-ning woke up again, it was already 9 in the morning. After getting ready, he went downstairs to check out, returned to Lee's private kitchen to pick up his car, and then drove straight to the auto trade city. He had promised Wang Sudong to donate a police car to the Hanjiang Road police station. Regardless of whether Wang Sudong believed it or not, he had to fulfill his promise. Moreover, he was also curious to see the surprised look on Wang Sudong's face when he swallowed an egg whole. However, upon arriving at the auto trade city, Su-ning was slightly dazed, unsure which brand's 4S shop to go to. He didn't know what brand or model of car to buy as a police car. Frowning, he recalled that Wang Sudong's car seemed to be an old model Hyundai, which was quite dated. He needed to check what models the police in the capital had recently purchased. He couldn't let the Hanjiang Road police station be too unconventional. After thinking for a moment, Su-ning directly pulled out his phone and called Wang Sudong. It was better to ask an insider about such matters. Wang Sudong was busy preparing the case file for the gang that had staged an accident yesterday. Hearing his phone ring, he quickly picked it up, ready to answer. But when he saw that it was Su-ning calling, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something happened again? Forcing down his shock, Wang Sudong quickly answered the call. With Su-ning's knack for getting into trouble, he was genuinely worried about something going wrong. He hoped that his delay wouldn't lead to more serious consequences. Officer Wang, I want to ask you something. What's the usual model of your police cars? Su-ning asked with a smile, completely unaware of the psychological turmoil Wang Sudong was experiencing. Wang Sudong? Su-ning's question left him utterly speechless. I'm so worried about you, and you called just to ask this? What? Are you really planning to donate police cars to our station? Alright, let me tell you. Currently, the grassroots police cars are mainly from Hyundai and Volkswagen, and the domestic Geely has also made it onto the procurement list. However, these are all basic models. The better ones include the Volkswagen Passat and so on. Additionally, there's a very powerful and imposing model, the BAIC BJ90, which has a presence comparable to the Mercedes GLS, but it's not cheap. Su-ning nodded in realization. He had indeed asked the right person, much more reliable than searching online. Okay, I got it. After saying that, without waiting for Wang Sudong to say anything else, Su-ning hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the line, Wang Sudong was left utterly speechless. Did you call just to mess with me? However, with a pile of tasks at hand, Wang Sudong had no time to complain and got back to work. Meanwhile, Su-ning, with a clear goal in mind, headed straight to the BAIC 4S dealership. Upon entering, Su-ning didn't immediately see the BJ90. After looking around, he walked to the back of the showroom and finally spotted the BJ90, which should have exuded power but appeared lackluster due to being tucked away in a corner. Hello, sir. What car would you like to see? A sales consultant approached politely. Su-ning pointed to the car at the back and smiled. BJ90. The sales consultant, who was supposed to manage her expression well, couldn't help but show surprise. She truly didn't expect anyone to come to see the BJ90. However, trained professionally, she quickly regained her formulaic smile and led Su-ning further inside. Have you done some research and want to see the actual car, or do you already have a purchasing intention? Sir, the BJ90 is BAIC's flagship model built on the Mercedes platform, directly competing with the Mercedes GLS. You should know that when the BJ90 was first launched, its price was in the million range. Now, to penetrate the family car market, the official price of the BJ90 has been significantly reduced. The 3.0T night version has a guide price of only $478,000. On top of that, there's a $100,000 discount, so the actual bare car price is only $378,000. If you like this rugged and imposing car, the BJ90 is definitely the best choice. The sales consultant's words made Su-ning raise an eyebrow. So it's in the million range? Who would actually buy a car for $1 million? Now it's down to around $500,000. Plus another $100,000 discount. Isn't that a huge markdown? Well, since it's not for personal use, the BJ90's sales strategy doesn't really concern him. As long as the car itself is of good quality, that's all that matters. Experiencing it up close, it indeed had a strong presence, giving off a sense of power perfectly suitable as a police car. Not wanting to look any longer, Su-Ning decisively pointed at the car to the sales consultant. "I want 2, full payment." The sales consultant was taken aback, even a bit slow to react. Is this really decided? And 2 cars? She had seen quick buyers before, but never this quick. "You really aren't even going to discuss the price? Alright, sir, please have a seat here while I calculate the price for you." The pleasantly surprised sales consultant immediately gestured for Su-Ning to follow her to the reception area. "The bare car price is 378,000, purchase tax 34,000, insurance 12,000. The actual price for one BJ90 comes to 425,000. For 2, that's 850,000. Sir, our car purchase package includes full vehicle film, chassis armor, full car mats, and a trunk mat. If you have any additional needs, you can let me know, and I will ask my supervisor for approval," the sales consultant said with great enthusiasm. This deal was too easy, almost as if the commission was being directly stuffed into her pocket. Su-Ning blinked and smiled, asking, "Can your store do police car paint jobs?" The previously cheerful sales consultant was instantly dumbfounded. "A police car paint job? Are you buying a car to impersonate a police vehicle? I mean, who would use a BJ90 for a normal family car, and buying 2 at once? Are you planning something?" She certainly didn't think Su-Ning was looking to purchase an official police car. As police car procurement requires government bidding, how could it be such a casual operation? "Sir, that's illegal." The sales consultant's mood was understandably affected, feeling like a duck had flown away from her mouth. However, she only dared to cautiously ask, her attitude not allowing for any mistakes. After all, this was someone who wanted to impersonate a police car. If she angered him, what good would come of it for her? Su-Ning was unaware of the sales consultant's many thoughts and assumed that police car paint jobs couldn't be done casually, so he just nodded and pretended he hadn't mentioned it. "Alright, then let's sign the contract and make the payment. By the way, I only handle the payment. Everything else, including picking up the car and registration, will be handled by the people from the Hanjiang Road Police Station." Su-Ning took a sip of the instant coffee the sales consultant had just brought and smiled. This statement left the sales consultant even more confused. The police station is coming to pick up the car and register it? Is this car being bought by the police station? But the police station has no authority to buy cars. Not even the substation can do that. This has to go through government unified procurement. It wasn't until Su-Ning explained that the sales consultant understood he was donating police cars to the police station. This was even more unreasonable. Usually, companies do this kind of thing. On one hand, they indeed contribute to society, and on the other, they earn a good reputation for themselves. But what kind of personal donation of police cars is this? And so low-key, it was as if he was doing a good deed anonymously. It was hard to comprehend. However, no matter how these wealthy people thought, it was none of her business. She just needed to sell the cars and earn her commission. So, they smoothly signed the contract, and Su-Ning even paid the full amount on the spot, a total of 850,000. Although the 4S store preferred customers to take out loans, there was no reason to refuse if the customer insisted on paying in full, especially since Bakey's sales didn't support them being too arrogant. After ordering 2 BJ90s, Su-Ning turned around and went to the Volkswagen 4S store, ordering 2 Passats. The Starry Sky Longyun version, with an official guide price of 219,900, had a discount of 45,000 for immediate delivery, equivalent to a bare car price of 174,900. Including purchase tax and insurance, it came to 197,000 per vehicle. For 2, that totaled 394,000, which was less than one BJ90. When he walked out of the Volkswagen 4S store, he didn't leave the Auto Trade City but instead went to the authorized store of Chunfeng Motor. Since he was going to donate, he might as well do it all at once. Not only donate police vehicles but also get a few police motorcycles. Chunfeng is a domestic brand and has a dedicated police motorcycle series, so Su-Ning didn't need to worry about choosing. In the end, Su-Ning ordered 4 Chunfeng 650 series police motorcycles at a price of 59,900 each, plus 10% purchase tax and compulsory insurance and vehicle tax, totaling 272,000. Seeing that Su-Ning was procuring for the police station, the savvy sales consultant immediately began to promote their police electric vehicles to him. Su-Ning curiously followed along and discovered that this police electric vehicle was actually not much different from a household electric vehicle, except that it was equipped with some police devices and had already been painted. According to the sales consultant, police motorcycles were used for quick responses, while police electric vehicles were more for community officers to ride when handling affairs in the community. Su-Ning nodded and decided to buy 5 police electric vehicles priced at 4,000 each, totaling 20,000. After a trip to the car trade center, he purchased 2 BJ90s, 2 Passats, 4 Chunfeng police motorcycles, and 5 Chunfeng police electric vehicles. In total, Su Ning spent 1.54 million. He didn't even blink. Although he wasn't completely indifferent to the 1.5 million, it was far from being heart-wrenching. After all, he casually made 5 million just for a single driving service at Lee's private kitchen. Not to mention the over 200 million balance in his bank account. The only thing that made him frown was that it felt too troublesome. After running through 3 stores, even though he had quickly placed his orders, the process was still cumbersome and consumed a lot of his time. At that moment, he realized he needed a personal assistant. If he had a personal assistant, there would be no need for him to personally handle these trivial matters at the car trade center. He could just delegate tasks to the assistant, who would take care of everything without him worrying. Although his current assets didn't qualify him as a super rich person, with the system continuously gaining momentum, his assets would inevitably increase linearly, and he would unavoidably invest in various industries. After investing, he couldn't really just be a hands-off manager, could he? Relying solely on himself would probably wear him out. Therefore, having a personal assistant or even a team of personal assistants was essential. It seemed he needed to pay attention to suitable candidates. Such an important role could not be taken lightly. After leaving the car trade center, Su Ning took out his phone and called Wang Sudong. In fact, Wang Sudong was on leave today. After working non-stop for several days, if he didn't take a break, he would be risking his life on the job. When he received Su Ning's call in the morning, he was already speechless. Now, seeing Su Ning's call again, he felt a jolt in his heart. Just like before, he inexplicably felt that Su Ning was in trouble again. However, as soon as the call connected, Su Ning's words left Wang Sudong momentarily stunned, feeling it was utterly absurd. Officer Wang, the cars are bought. You guys at the police station can go directly to the car trade center to pick them up. 2 at the BAIC store, 2 at the SAIC Volkswagen store, and also from the Chunfeng motorcycle dealer. You can handle the follow-up procedures yourselves. I really don't have the time, and I don't understand your internal processes. That's it. No need to thank me. After saying that, he hung up without giving Wang Sudong a chance to respond. Wang Sudong listened to the busy tone, shocked as if he had seen a ghost. The cars were bought? And several vehicles from different brands? This wasn't a joke. It was fine to joke around with him, but you couldn't make a joke out of the police station. From the beginning, he never believed that Su Ning would actually donate police cars to the station. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't believe it either. Wang Sudong was about to call Su Ning back, but then he stopped. Didn't he say the cars were bought? Then he would go check out the car trade center. After all, his family had recently won a number and needed to buy a vehicle for commuting, so he could just treat it as going to look at cars. So, he skipped lunch and headed straight to the car trade center. After all, Forest stores usually had meals around noon, so he could just grab a bite. Half an hour later, Wang Sudong arrived at the car trade center and entered the BAIC Forest store first. Hello, sir, are you here to look at cars? Have you made an appointment or are you familiar with any sales consultants? The receptionist at the front desk immediately greeted and began to assist. I'm not here to look at cars. I want to ask if there's someone named Su Ning who ordered a police car here. Wang Sudong asked, slightly awkward. The receptionist quickly realized that it must be someone from the Hanjiang Road police station coming to pick up a car, so she hurried to call the sales consultant who was attending to Su Ning. Hello, you must be from the Hanjiang Road police station? Mr. Su Ning indeed ordered 2 BJ90s from our store, and all the fees have been paid. We are just waiting for you to handle the paperwork and pick up the cars. The sales consultant was having lunch upstairs, and upon hearing the news, she rushed down to greet them with great enthusiasm. Hearing her words, Wang Sudong felt as if the ground had shifted beneath him, nearly stumbling. They really bought them? How could this be possible? At that moment, his heart felt like it was being tossed by a tremendous wave, leaving him almost incapable of thought. As a police officer, he was naturally very familiar with the BJ90, a model often procured for police use. The substation had 3 of them, which were usually used as escort vehicles during major events. He never expected that Su Ning would order 2 BJ90s for their police station. That was a car worth over 400,000. How could a chauffeur earn that much? Wang Sudong felt as if his worldview was being completely overturned. It was as if the trajectory of the world had completely transcended his understanding. He felt dazed, and even the sales consultant's words barely registered with him. After leaving the BAIC 4S store, he naturally went to the Volkswagen 4S store. Since they had already bought such an expensive BJ90, what was the hesitation in buying a few cheaper Volkswagens? Thus, at the Volkswagen 4S store, Wang Sudong learned that Su Ning had also bought them 2 Passats. Well, even though the Passat seemed insignificant compared to the BJ90, it was still a proper B-class car, far superior to the few Santana and old Hyundais at the police station. Finally, he made a trip to the Chuncheon dealership and found out that the police station had also acquired 4 police motorcycles and 5 police electric vehicles. At that moment, his heart was completely numb, devoid of any reaction. He took out his phone and directly called the station chief. "Chief Fan, first I must say I'm not joking with you, so no matter how absurd it sounds, you have to let me finish. In the past week, I got to know a chauffeur while handling a case, and we became somewhat familiar. Then he donated 2 BJ90s, 2 Passats, and police motorcycles and electric vehicles to our police station. It sounds ridiculous, right? But this is the truth because I'm currently at the Auto Trade City and just confirmed it. Chief Fan, I'm not clear on the related procedures, how about you come and take a look?" Wang Sudong understood Chief Fan's personality well, so he prepared him mentally before succinctly explaining the situation without any unnecessary chatter. However, Chief Fan hung up the phone directly, cursing in his office. "That little brat, and he says he's not joking. Isn't he just making a fool of me? A chauffeur donating several cars to the police station? Why don't you say this chauffeur is an alien?" There had almost never been a precedent for a private individual donating police cars to a police station. Even if there were, it should be something only a wealthy person could do. Being a chauffeur means earning hard-earned money. It's not easy to support a family, and then you tell me he donated police cars? If your brain isn't working, just donate it. At that moment, the phone rang again. It was definitely Wang Sudong. "Chief Fan, I'm really not joking. I swear on my honor as a police officer that everything I said is true." Wang Sudong was anxious, and as soon as the call connected, he kept swearing. Swearing an oath on police honor is no joke. Director Fan believes that Wang Sudong wouldn't be so unreliable. Could what he said be true? But who would believe such nonsense? Forget it. I might as well go take a look. If it's not true, he'll have to face the consequences. Accompanied by 2 officers who had no tasks at hand, he headed straight to the Auto Trade City, soon encountering Wang Sudong, who still wore an expression of disbelief. 5 minutes later, just like Wang Sudong before, Director Fan and the 2 officers he brought felt an absurdity that nearly robbed them of their ability to think. "Are you sure he's just a designated driver?" Director Fan asked, his expression a mix of incredulity and doubt. Wang Sudong nodded, also somewhat incredulous as he replied, "Anyway, in several cases I've encountered him, he was always the designated driver. But now, who would believe he was just a designated driver? It was probably just a rich kid experiencing life." After a long moment of shock, Director Fan immediately reported to the sub-bureau, as there were still matters like household registration and license issuance that their precinct couldn't handle alone. Of course, there was no need to worry about the sub-bureau robbing them, as Su Ning had made a directed donation specifically to their precinct. In any case, the Hanjiang Road precinct had upgraded significantly this time. 4 police cars were more than enough for their daily case handling, and the old cars could be directly eliminated. Not to mention there were police motorcycles and electric vehicles. Even community officers had new equipment. "You should get in touch and see if you can invite Su Ning to our precinct. We need to thank him properly. Also, this matter might require a donation ceremony. It would be good for publicity." Director Fan, being relatively experienced, instructed Wang Sudong. Wang Sudong nodded, realizing he really needed to contact Su Ning. Not to mention the donation ceremony, just the fact that he donated police cars worth over 1.5 million to the Hanjiang Road precinct meant they had to express their gratitude. At that moment, Su Ning received a call from Li Sile. Li Sile was the young man who had a bit of a conflict with Su Ning when he was a designated driver, ultimately barking like a dog. They had become acquainted through that incident, and he even helped Su Ning save face at the bar. "Su Xiao, I'm getting married this weekend. Do you have time to attend?" Li Sile asked with a smile, though his tone was cautious and hopeful. Although his family was well off, he felt he couldn't compare to someone like Su Ning. If Su Ning could grace his wedding with his presence, it would be a huge honor for him. Su Ning was taken aback for a moment, then asked with a slightly strange expression, "You're getting married? You seem to be about my age, just a few years out of school. How come you're getting married so early?" Hearing Su Ning's question, Li Sile couldn't help but chuckle. "It's about matching social status, you know." Su Ning suddenly understood. This marriage was probably arranged by their families, either because the 2 families had a good relationship or had business cooperation, a strong alliance. In such a feudal-style marriage, it was hard to say how much affection the couple actually had. "Should I express my sympathy for you then?" Su Ning joked. Li Sile immediately countered, "No need for sympathy. Xiaotong and I have a great relationship. Even without our family's arrangements, we would still end up together. Heh. Su Ning was left speechless. Then why mention an arranged marriage at all? "Alright then, I guess I should congratulate you? A wedding this weekend? No problem, I'll definitely go. I want to share in the joy. Su Ning replied with a smile, as weddings are a communal celebration, and relationships should be nurtured. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly asked, "Have you booked the wedding car?" Li Sil, not thinking too much, assumed Su Ning was just curious about the process, and casually replied, "Yes, it's booked. The lead car is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and the convoy is made up of Mercedes-Benz S-Class. You know, I have a Koenigsegg, pretty flashy. How about you use it as your wedding car?" Su Ning said with a smile. Li Sil was taken aback, not expecting Su Ning to actually lend him the Koenigsegg for his wedding. A Rolls-Royce Phantom is impressive enough, right? The pinnacle of executive cars, with a price tag in the millions, it's definitely a super luxury car that everyone dreams of. But compared to the globally limited 6 units of the Koenigsegg one, priced over 50 million, it really pales in comparison. If he could actually use the Koenigsegg one as a wedding car, what could be more impressive than that? However, Li Sil shook his head with great regret. Although the Koenigsegg is amazing, it really isn't suitable as a lead car for a wedding. It's not just because it only has 2 seats. After all, the groom can drive. The problem is that the interior space is very small, and a bride in a wedding dress simply can't fit inside. Su Xiao, you're such a good friend. I appreciate it, buddy. But the bride probably can't fit in the Koenigsegg, so it can't be the wedding car. Hearing Li Sil's words, Su Ning nodded in realization, also aware of the issue. If it can't be the lead car, I can drive it to escort you, Su Ning said with a smile. Li Sil was almost in tears. Su Xiao is just too down-to-earth, right? A super rich kid driving a 50 million supercar to escort his wedding car convoy. What kind of merit does he have to deserve that? Although he was touched, he really couldn't refuse. He was afraid that refusing would upset Su Ning. Then thank you, Su Xiao. With your Koenigsegg escorting, my father-in-law will probably look at me differently. Ha ha ha. The two agreed to meet again on Friday to discuss the specific details of the wedding process before ending the call. After hanging up, Su Ning couldn't help but frown. The Koenigsegg one is indeed impressive, but there are many occasions where it really isn't suitable. Especially when the novelty wears off, driving it all the time can be tiring. This kind of sports car is far less comfortable to drive than a sedan or an SUV. Should he get another car for commuting? After all, with the speed at which he's making money now, no matter how expensive a car is, it wouldn't be a burden for him. It's just a matter of getting a chauffeur service. He should take some time to choose a car properly. By evening, Su Ning, full of energy, arrived at Li's private kitchen, as usual, sitting near the cash register waiting for work. Around 9 o'clock, he started receiving chauffeur service orders one after another. And just like before, the first order went smoothly without any issues, and he successfully earned 5 million. Su Ning loved this kind of guaranteed income. But as usual, the second order started to have problems. "I have a friend coming over, can you help pick him up?" A young man, drunk and slurring his words, approached Su Ning. Su Ning didn't think much of it and took the keys, ready to head out. But Master Wang frowned slightly and quietly pulled Su Ning aside. "Boss, you need to be careful with this order. You might have less experience with chauffeur services. A situation like this, where you're driving alone without anyone following, could lead to problems." Su Ning felt a bit alert upon hearing this. The car owner was still in the shop, and it seemed normal to drive the owner's car to pick someone up for dinner. But why couldn't the person being picked up just take a taxi? Wouldn't that be faster? However, he couldn't quite figure out the oddities in this situation and didn't understand what the other party was really up to. In this case, he couldn't refuse the order. After all, it would affect the restaurant's reputation. After thinking for a moment, Su Ning saw the car owner entering a private room, so he returned to the cash register. "If the car owner wants to settle the bill and leave before I get back, just stop him. If he insists on leaving, just get the security to move and then call the police," Su Ning instructed the cashier. In his mind, as long as the car owner could be found, any problems or traps could be easily resolved. The cashier, Zhang, nodded earnestly, clearly taking the boss's instructions to heart. After giving Master Wang a reassuring glance, Su Ning left the restaurant, found the car owner's vehicle, and got in, heading straight for the destination. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at a storefront outside a residential community. The car owner had just told him that the person waiting to be picked up was already there and would get in once the car arrived. However, at that moment, he saw no one waiting nearby, which only deepened his sense of suspicion and confusion. He turned off the engine and decided to wait by the car. Just as he got out, 3 people suddenly rushed out from a nearby shop and quickly approached Su Ning. His pupils constricted in an instant, and he became alert. If they meant him harm, he could retaliate immediately, so he was not caught off guard. "Why did you take so long to return the car? I don't want to waste time with you. Just pay the rental fee. 20 days, a total of 8,000 yuan. The 3 men reached him, and one immediately opened the passenger door and got in. while the other two blocked Su Ning from both sides. The one in front spoke to Su Ning with irritation. Su Ning squinted slightly, glancing at the shop the three had just come from. It turned out to be a car rental agency. What did this mean? Was this Audi S6 a rental? He vaguely sensed the oddity and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Some people really had a knack for clever schemes. They rented a car, enjoyed themselves, and then sent a driver to return it without showing up themselves, escaping the rental fee. Is there some misunderstanding here? I didn't rent the car, I'm just a driver. For the rental fee or any other charges, you should go find the person who rented it. Also, I can't even confirm if this car belongs to your rental agency. Whoever I got the keys from, I must return the car to them. If you want to find him, you can come with me. Facing the three seemingly tough individuals, Su Ning remained calm and spoke nonchalantly. After finishing, he reached for the car door to get in, but they blocked the door, preventing him from entering. Trying to leave? Do you believe I'll call the police and say you stole the car? I'm telling you, this car belongs to our rental agency, and we have all the paperwork for it. I don't care if you're a driver, just pay the money. Who knows if you're in cahoots with that guy? If I let you go and can't find him, who do we ask for the money? So hurry up and pay, or you won't be leaving. The person in front snorted, his expression a mix of menace and threat. However, this attitude didn't intimidate Su Ning. In fact, it almost made him laugh. But before he could say anything, his phone rang, and he answered it without a care, completely disregarding the three men. Boss, that person is indeed trying to run. Now he's been stopped by our security and hasn't gotten away. Should we call the police? The caller was the cashier, her voice tinged with a bit of tension and excitement, likely surprised that the boss had anticipated this. Su Ning chuckled softly and replied, just don't let him leave. Say there's a financial dispute, but don't get physical. A financial dispute and not letting a customer leave didn't really constitute a restriction of personal freedom, especially without any violence. Even if the police were called, it would be the other party calling. Of course, whether they dared to call the police was another matter entirely. Putting down the phone, Su Ning turned his head, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Three choices. Either I drive away, or I drive away, and you come with me, or I call the police right now. You choose. His tone was playful with a hint of sarcasm, completely disregarding the three men. The three from the car rental agency exchanged serious glances, all sensing something was off. The call they just received seemed to indicate that someone was being stopped from leaving. Although they didn't know who was being stopped, the next steps couldn't be executed. After all, the person was present, and it was impossible to deny that. Moreover, if it were a normal person facing three intimidating adults, they would probably be trembling in fear by now, right? How could this young man in front of them not care at all, even exuding a sense of eagerness? Little did they know, taking down that scam group yesterday had truly exhilarated Su Ning. Normally, he couldn't act so boldly. If he had the chance for legitimate self-defense, he wouldn't let it slip by. Forget it, consider us unlucky. You better leave quickly. Don't let me see you again. The three from the car rental agency, feeling helpless, cursed and turned to leave. But this action confirmed for Su Ning that this was likely a trap specifically targeting ride-hailing drivers. Otherwise, how could the car rental agency allow him to drive away with the car? With this thought, Su Ning directly pulled out his phone and called Wang Sudong. Wang Sudong had already fallen into a deep sleep, but the ringing phone jolted him awake. Su Ning was calling? It was so late, and he was a ride-hailing driver, so it was clear something had happened. He quickly answered, anxious, what happened? Where are you now? Su Ning squinted at the three men walking into the car rental agency, smiling as he said, Officer Wang, I'm bringing you more business. The nature of police work was self-evident. Hearing Su Ning say this, Wang Sudong realized Su Ning was not in immediate danger and breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. How did you get into trouble again? For others, ride-hailing mishaps were rare occurrences, but you seem to have accidents every night? The money you earn from this ride-hailing is truly hard-earned. After Su Ning recounted the situation, Wang Sudong, being a police officer, quickly grasped the complete scheme. However, one aspect surprised him, and he asked in astonishment, Lee's private kitchen stopped someone? How could a restaurant offend a customer at your behest? Does Lee's private kitchen really protect your ride-hailing service like that? Su Ning's response was casual, because Lee's private kitchen is mine. Can they not listen to the boss? Wang Sudong was instantly dumbfounded, feeling his brain short-circuiting in segments. Lee's private kitchen is yours? Then why are you even a ride-hailing driver? At that moment, the absurdity he felt was off the charts. However, since Su Ning was the owner of Lee's private kitchen, it made sense that he had donated police cars to the precinct. At a loss for how to describe his complex feelings, Wang Sudong asked for Su Ning's location and quickly called the station to send someone. Tonight, it just so happened that Director Fan was on duty, and upon receiving Wang Sudong's call, he immediately took people out on patrol. They had just donated police cars worth over 1.5 million to the precinct, so while it wouldn't mean favoritism in handling the situation, they could certainly speed up a bit on the road. You must be Su Ning? Thank you for your donation to our Hanjiang Road Police Station. On behalf of all the officers at the station, I express our gratitude to you. Upon meeting, Director Fan immediately shook Su Ning's hand warmly, expressing his thanks. After exchanging a few pleasantries and sharing contact information, Su Ning recounted the situation to Director Fan once more. The remaining matters were simple. Officer Fan directly summoned 3 people and also brought back the car owner who was left at Lee's private kitchen to the police station. Su Ning, as the party involved, could even be called a victim, naturally had to accompany them to the police station to give a statement. Soon, the case was investigated clearly. It was indeed a trap. One person called for a designated driver to deliver a car, and then the rental company wanted the designated driver to pay the rental fee. Unable to find the actual renter, the designated driver had no choice but to suffer in silence under threat. Reporting to the police couldn't effectively resolve the issue, and to avoid endless troubles later, they could only suffer a financial loss to avert disaster. However, this time, the actual renter couldn't escape, so the evidence was locked in. Now that the case was clear, Officer Fan couldn't help but feel emotional. Su Ning not only delivered performance results one after another but also generously donated police cars, making him practically the benefactor of the Hanjiang Road Police Station. When Su Ning left the police station, he wished all the on-duty officers would line up to send him off, making him feel both amused and helpless. However, this commotion wasted quite a bit of time, and it was already close to midnight. He couldn't help but frown, feeling that this time he had lost both the lady and the soldiers. Not only did he not receive the designated driver fee, but he also delayed the time for subsequent orders, which was a huge loss. However, he wouldn't regret it. After all, by taking down this gang, he could prevent more people from being harmed. He had this awareness. He simply decided not to return to Lee's private kitchen and opened the DD designated driver app outside the police station to wait for an order. After waiting for about an hour, just as Su Ning was about to go offline to sleep, an order came in. He jolted and quickly swiped right to accept the order. Then, looking at the details of the designated driver order, Su Ning was completely stunned. The destination of the designated driver order was actually to the Magic City. The estimated total cost for the trip was 5,063 yuan, and the expected income for the driver was 37.97, 25 yuan. What the hell was this? Only a madman would call for a designated driver from Beijing to the Magic City, that was a distance of 1,200 kilometers. But he just happened to receive this designated driver order. What kind of bizarre order was this? Was someone playing a prank? After being dumbfounded for a while, Su Ning finally called the car owner. Hello, DD designated driver at your service. I see you've placed a designated driver order from the imperial capital to the Magic City. May I ask if you really need this or if it was an accidental operation? Upon hearing Su Ning's words, a capable female voice came from the other end of the line. We do indeed have this designated driver need. It is not a mistake. Originally, our company's driver was supposed to drive back to the Magic City, but the driver couldn't drive due to personal reasons, and our chairman is in a hurry, so we temporarily arranged for a designated driver. May I ask, can you take this order? If not, I will cancel the designated driver order immediately. Su Ning couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. It didn't sound fake. After all, there are often such news online, not to mention long-distance designated drivers, even long-distance taxis exist. Moreover, this was an order he received through the DD platform. Even if the car owner maliciously refused to pay later, the driver could apply for an advance payment from the platform, and how the platform would collect the money from the car owner would be the platform's business. Even if the amount was large, as long as Su Ning could provide relevant proof, the application for an advance payment would likely be approved. It should be noted that the estimated income for the driver was over 3,700 yuan, and with the system's increase, that would be 3.7 billion. If he missed such a large order, it would be strange not to lose sleep for a few nights. Even with such a crazy money-making system, he wouldn't look down on this 3.7 billion. The journey of over 1,200 kilometers, if done entirely on the highway, would probably take more than 10 hours. Adding in rest time along the way, arriving in the Magic City by tomorrow night would be considered fast. Although it would be tiring, it would definitely be worth it. No problem, I can drive to the Magic City. Without hesitation, Su Ning immediately responded. On the other end of the phone, there seemed to be a sigh of relief. probably because the few designated drivers they had just contacted had all declined. You have 1 hour to prepare. Depart on time from the starting point of the order in 1 hour. Any questions? Su Ning naturally had no issues. After agreeing, he didn't need to prepare much since he had all the necessary documents with him. When he arrived at the starting point, he saw a Maybach S650 parked by the roadside, with a professionally dressed woman standing beside the car. Hello, I am the designated driver from Didi. Is this car going to the Magic City? Su Ning approached and politely asked with a smile. The professional woman nodded, somewhat surprised by Su Ning's youth, but she didn't doubt him. After all, it's common for young people to have side jobs nowadays, so there was nothing to question. She pointed to a spot not far away, indicating for him to come over to talk. Su Ning, not understanding, followed her. The person in the car is our group's chairman, Mr. Wang. If Mr. Wang doesn't speak to you during the trip, try not to initiate conversation. I'll tell you the route plan now, and you must adhere to it. From now until morning, you need to keep driving. Then, we'll stop at the Chuanqing service area for breakfast and continue driving. After that, you can take another break at the Jingyi service area or the Guanling service area, and finally head straight to the destination. When you arrive, there will be a driver to take over the car. Just hand it over to him. After the trip, call me, and I'll pay the designated driver fee on the platform. Also, you can give me your identity information, and I'll have the company administration book a flight for you from the Magic City back to the imperial capital. If you have any questions on the road, you can call me directly. As she spoke, she handed Su Ning a business card. Su Ning couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking there were indeed many rules. However, since the other party had already arranged everything, he didn't need to think too much. He just had to drive according to the plan. But when she asked for his identity information to book the ticket, Su Ning became cautious. He couldn't give it. If the other party had ulterior motives, and he was helping them while they held his identity information, it could be very dangerous. Besides, he didn't need to worry about the cost of a plane ticket. There was no reason to put himself in a potentially risky situation. I won't need the return ticket. I should be playing around in the imperial capital for a couple of days. Su Ning smiled and declined. The professional woman didn't think much of it and casually replied, "That's fine. When we settle the designated driver fee, I'll convert the ticket cost into cash and tip you." With that, Su Ning felt completely at ease. This was probably an unusual long-distance designated driving order, and there shouldn't be any surprises. Of course, a designated driving order from the imperial capital to the Magic City was already quite peculiar. After the professional woman's various reminders, Su Ning took the driver's seat. Although she told him not to speak up, it was still necessary to greet once he got in the car. "Sir, hello, I am Su Ning, the designated driver from Didi. I will safely and smoothly take you to the Magic City this time. If you have any needs, feel free to speak up at any time. Now, I will start the trip." While speaking, Su Ning observed Mr. Wang sitting in the back seat. He looked to be around 60 years old, with half-white hair, but still exuded a strong presence. However, perhaps due to the late hour, he appeared somewhat tired, as if he could hardly keep his eyes open. "Then I'll trouble you, young man. Drive slowly, no rush, just arrive safely." He smiled at Su Ning, his voice lacking in authority, appearing very amiable. "All right, I will be very careful and drive as smoothly as possible, so please rest assured," Su Ning assured. It goes without saying that after a while, Director Wang would definitely be sleeping in the back seat. If the ride was bumpy and there were sudden breaks, it would be surprising if he could sleep soundly. The journey began. Su Ning drove steadily towards the highway entrance. Normally, at this time, he would probably be too sleepy to function, but the thrill of 370 million had him quite excited, and he felt no drowsiness at all. Most of his attention was on the road and driving, but a small part of his thoughts seemed to have left his body, drifting towards the grand villa he longed for. With 230 million in his bank account, plus this 370 million, wouldn't that make exactly 600 million? His original plan was to gather 300 million first and then look at the Longhu Yihiyuan villas next to Beijing University, where the villas were all over 300 million. But if he had 600 million, wouldn't that mean he could go straight for the villa he was more fond of, the Ocean La Vie Villa? After all, the Longhu Yihiyuan villas were located in a prime area, luxurious and grand, but the land area was still a bit smaller. In contrast, the Ocean La Vie Villa, not to mention the main building, had nearly 7 acres of land, which was simply irresistible. There's a saying that only children make choices, adults want both. But the problem is, even with a crazy money spending system, he still needed time to accumulate capital. So, being able to buy the Ocean La Vie Villa outright would undoubtedly be the best choice. Then, he wouldn't have to think about any housing issues for a while. Perhaps he would only consider buying a house in Longhu Yihiyuan after getting married and having children. Being close to Beijing University and Huqing University, his children would experience the cultural and academic atmosphere of top universities from a young age, and they would surely become top students in the future. The journey from the starting point to the highway was smooth, with no unexpected incidents. Even after getting on the highway, Su Ning maintained a speed of 110 miles per hour, neither fast nor slow, and didn't even make any overtaking maneuvers. Of course, if he were driving his Koenigsegg 1 on the highway, he would probably have already sped up to 180. Director Wang in the back was sleeping the whole time, which didn't bother Su Ning at all. 7 hours later, they arrived smoothly at the Chuanqing service area. At this point, Director Wang also woke up, rubbing his eyes and surveying the situation outside the car. Director Wang, we have arrived at the Chuanqing service area. According to your assistant's arrangement, we will have breakfast here and rest for a while. Shall we depart half an hour after breakfast? Does that sound good? Su Ning turned around and asked with a smile. Director Wang rubbed his eyes, nodded, and smiled. Thank you for your hard work, young man. When the two of them got out of the car, they both felt a bit weak in the legs, especially Su Ning, who had been driving with high tension for such a long time and was quite tired. The breakfast at the service area was good, and after Su Ning had eaten his fill, he went to wash his face with cold water, as he was starting to feel a bit drowsy. How about I drive for a bit, and you take a short nap? Director Wang could see Su Ning's fatigue and said with a friendly smile. Su Ning quickly waved his hands. No way. As a professional driver, I can't let the client drive. Don't worry, I can handle it. I guarantee to get you to your destination safely. Su Ning patted his chest and assured him. Director Wang smiled and didn't say anything more. After chatting for a while, the two prepared to return to the service area parking lot and continue their journey. They found the car, and Wang Dong had already opened the rear door and gotten in. However, Su Ning, who was habitually circling the car to check its condition, suddenly noticed a problem. The tires were flat. Both rear tires were deflated. Su Ning was taken aback and quickly squatted down to check the specifics, while a bad premonition arose in his heart. It could be intentional sabotage. After all, they had been on the highway for quite a while, and there generally wouldn't be sharp objects like nails that could puncture tires on the highway. Even if they were punctured, one wouldn't be enough. What were the odds that both tires would be punctured at the same time? Sure enough, after examining for a long time, Su Ning found no signs of punctures. That meant someone had deliberately let the air out of the tires. Wang Dong, our tires have been deflated. Su Ning opened the rear door and shook his head at Wang Dong. Wang Dong got out, somewhat incredulous, and indeed found that, just as Su Ning said, both rear tires were flat. With more social experience than Su Ning, he quickly understood what had happened. There are always people in society who make money through underhanded means. While such small tricks may not be considered heinous, they can be quite annoying. Let's find someone to pump them up. It's just a matter of spending a little more money, Wang Dong said disinterestedly. At his status, it wasn't worth the trouble to nitpick. His time was far more valuable than this little bit of money. Since he didn't say anything further, Su Ning naturally didn't want to overstep and went to the service area to get contact information to find someone to pump the tires. It was so dark. If it were a car repair shop in the city, pumping air would only cost about 5 yuan, and regular customers might not even be charged. But here, a sprightly young man came and immediately asked for 200. Su Ning really wanted to slap him. There was no doubt that the air had been let out by their people, and then they came to pump it up at a high price. If it weren't for Wang Dong's intervention, he would never have let it go so easily. Young man, you need to broaden your horizons. It's not worth it to argue with these people. It's certainly frustrating, but this isn't a place you're familiar with. Even if you call the police, it might not go as you wish, and it would waste a lot of your time and energy. So it's better to quickly send them away, out of sight, out of mind. Of course, I'm not saying you have to suffer. If you're confident you can deal with them decisively, then that's best. Perhaps worried that Su Ning was feeling uncomfortable, after they got back on the road, Wang Dong cheerfully began to counsel Su Ning, sharing his life insights. Su Ning gained something from it. Just as Wang Dong said, some things should be handled more decisively. If you're confident, then go for it. If you're not confident, then don't waste your time. Of course, you also need the tenacity of youth. If you're not confident now, then I'll leave. When I'm confident in the future, just wait for my crazy revenge. Finally feeling relieved, Su Ning repeatedly expressed his gratitude for Wang Dong's guidance. He thought the next part of the journey would go smoothly, but he underestimated the unexpected. From a distance, he saw that the road ahead was blocked by a barrier, with several traffic police standing there, on high alert. A major traffic accident has occurred ahead, and the area is currently being sealed off. All vehicles must exit the highway immediately. After the car in front stopped, they heard the traffic police shouting through a loudspeaker. There was no choice but to follow the instructions and exit the highway. After checking the navigation on his phone, Su-ning found that this was just a small county town, and the nearest place to re-enter the highway was a full 50 kilometers away. Wang Dong, we can only take a provincial road for a while. It'll take about an hour to get back on the highway, Su-ning said, looking at his phone. Wang Dong, though helpless, had no other choice and felt a certain comedic absurdity about the situation. Xiao Su, you must have seen the comedy movie Lost on Journey, right? Don't you think we resemble each other a bit? Su-ning laughed as he said this. There was indeed some truth to it. But comparing like this, wouldn't that mean he had turned into Nyo Gung? Just as he was thinking this, his brow suddenly furrowed, and he had an instinctive bad feeling. At that moment, they were waiting at a red light, with a Tesla in front of them. This was quite normal, but perhaps because it had just crossed the stop line, the Tesla rolled back a little. If it were just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that after rolling back, the Tesla's reverse lights were still on. You can't be. Just as Su-ning had this thought, the red light turned green. The Tesla in front hit the accelerator, and then they heard a loud bang. Their car was solidly hit by the Tesla that had just started reversing. The force was so great that even Su-ning, who was wearing a seatbelt, was jolted heavily, not to mention Director Wang, who had just unbuckled his seatbelt after getting off the highway. Damn it! Director Wang's head hit the back of the front seat, and he couldn't help but curse in pain. Su-ning quickly shifted to park, pressed the electronic handbrake, and opened the door to help Director Wang out of the car. What happened? The car in front reversed? Director Wang was both shocked and angry. Being hit like this was unacceptable for anyone. Su-ning didn't answer but rubbed his neck, which had just been jolted, and walked toward the front car. At that moment, the driver's door of the front car opened, and a young woman stepped out. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to do it. I just rolled back a bit, and then I forgot I was still in reverse when I started. Seeing her panicked expression, it was clear she was also quite shaken by the accident. A female driver. Su-ning had nothing more to say. It was actually quite interesting. Although many people criticize female drivers, statistically, the probability of traffic accidents involving female drivers is lower than that of male drivers. Most male drivers tend to drive aggressively, which naturally increases the likelihood of accidents. In contrast, most female drivers drive more steadily, resulting in a lower accident rate. But why are female drivers often teased? It's simply because they are more likely to make basic mistakes while driving, and many bizarre accidents involve female drivers. Just like now, starting to reverse at a red light, such a ridiculous mistake is not something just anyone would make. Su-ning didn't even know how to express his speechless feelings at that moment. Forget it, let's check the car damage. When the front and rear of the cars collide, the front usually suffers more damage, and this time was no exception. The Tesla only had a broken rear bumper and a dented rear fender. However, the front of the Maybach was significantly damaged, probably making it undrivable. Director Wang also came over to take a look and couldn't help but frown. The damage to the car was minor, but the delay to his schedule and time was very annoying. Su-ning sighed and turned to the young woman driving the Tesla, saying, "You admit full responsibility, right?" The woman nodded eagerly. Although her driving skills were average, she wasn't unreasonable. "I'll report it to the insurance. I have 3 million in third-party liability, so even for the Maybach, it should be enough to cover the damages." After saying this, she called the insurance company. About 20 minutes later, the insurance adjuster arrived. There was no issue with determining fault, and the insurance company wouldn't evade compensation. However, a practical problem lay before Su-ning and Director Wang. The car was definitely undrivable and needed repairs. But where to repair it? Should they find a local Mercedes 4S shop? But repairs wouldn't be done in a day or two. They couldn't just wait here, could they? Moreover, even if they found another way to leave, they would still need someone to pick up the car once it was repaired, which was very troublesome. Either find a tow truck to take the car back to the Magic City for repairs, but that would be a bit expensive. Fortunately, at Wang Dong's level, he wouldn't care about such a small expense, so he had the insurance agent help contact a tow truck. After handling all this, Wang Dong and Su-ning exchanged a glance, both wearing expressions of helpless laughter. They had just said they were in a predicament, and now they really were in one. The car was gone. What to do now? Take the high-speed train or a plane to the Magic City? But the problem was, Wang Dong rejected both modes of transportation, otherwise, he wouldn't have had the driver drive from the Magic City to the capital. After thinking for a moment, Su-ning forced a smile and said, "Wang Dong, how about we rent a car here and drive to the Magic City?" Upon hearing this, Wang Dong's eyes lit up. Good. Let's rent a car." So the two wandered around the county town and finally found a car rental shop. They had only gotten off the highway a little after 8 o'clock, but after dealing with the accident and renting a car, it was already noon. Let's go, Xiaosu, we should eat first. We'll get back on the highway after lunch. Wang Dong's good mood returned, and he cheerfully said to Su Ning. Su Ning had no objections, so they found a restaurant that looked decent for lunch. They didn't take too long to eat, and soon they were back on the road, passing through the county town to get back on the highway. Driving on the highway again, Su Ning smiled self-deprecatingly. This trip had certainly been full of twists and turns. Surely, there wouldn't be any more mishaps, right? But reality proved he was too naive. After driving for about another hour on the highway, he suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable in his stomach. Not just any discomfort, but the urgent need to use the restroom. Su Ning quickly assessed the situation and began looking for the nearest service area on the signs. Just then, he heard a gurgling sound from the back seat. Oh no, this is bad. Xiaosu, my stomach doesn't feel good. Hurry and find a service area or an exit, Wang Dong said, clutching his stomach and frowning. Su Ning couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Wang Dong, my stomach doesn't feel good either. Could it be that the food we had for lunch wasn't clean? Wang Dong chuckled at this. Alright, I guess we are the real-life version of Lost on a Journey. The nearest exit was ahead, so Su Ning took it and quickly booked 2 rooms at a nearby hotel. After all, it would be a bit much to have someone as important as Wang Dong, the chairman of such a large group, relieve himself by the roadside. Not to mention, Su Ning himself wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. As for why they booked 2 rooms instead of 1, it was obviously because 1 bathroom wouldn't be enough. Although there's a saying that good brothers can share a bathroom even when they both have diarrhea, Su Ning and Wang Dong couldn't be that close. Who would go first was a problem. Su Ning wasn't Wang Dong's employee, so he had no intention of sacrificing himself for Wang Dong, and it was even less realistic to expect Wang Dong to give up the bathroom for Su Ning. So it was better to have 1 room each, and no one would fight over it. After taking off his pants and sitting on the toilet, Su Ning finally let out a sigh of relief. What a relief! Luckily, the highway exit was close, otherwise, it would have been a real danger of losing control. Damn those unscrupulous merchants, that lunch wasn't cheap, yet it still made them both sick. What a lack of integrity! After sitting in the bathroom for a long time, he got up only to feel the urge again, so he rushed back in. After what felt like several trips, Su Ning felt like he was about to dehydrate. Suddenly, he jolted awake. How was Wang Dong doing? If he was struggling at such a young age, it must be worse for someone as old as Wang Dong. After all this time without any movement, could something have happened? Hurry to the next room, without any hesitation, and opened the bathroom door. To his shock, he found Director Wang collapsed inside. In a panic, he quickly called for an ambulance and also contacted the hotel front desk for assistance. After a long ordeal, the ambulance finally took them to the hospital. On the ambulance, Su Ning felt a strange sense of detachment. Why did this trip feel harder than going to the west to fetch scriptures? Could it get any more absurd? In the 2-person ward of the county hospital, Su Ning and Director Wang lay on separate beds, exchanging bitter smiles as they looked at each other. Director Wang's diarrhea was more severe, leaving him utterly weak. Su Ning was slightly better off, at least he still had some mobility. After regaining a bit of energy, Director Wang called his assistant. Given the situation, it was clear they wouldn't make it to Magic City tonight, so he needed to inform the company, otherwise, they might think something had happened to him. Upon hearing that Director Wang was hospitalized, the assistant was so frightened that she immediately wanted to take a flight over. However, Director Wang didn't allow it. By the time the assistant arrived, he would likely be discharged. After hanging up, the assistant immediately called Su Ning, repeatedly urging him to take good care of Director Wang, promising that she would definitely reward him later. Whether or not there would be a reward didn't matter to Su Ning. Even without her saying it, he wouldn't just abandon an old man. The 4-drip continued into the night, and seeing that Director Wang's condition had improved significantly, a weary Su Ning hired a night nurse and finally fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already 8 a.m. the next day. The nurse came to set up the 4 for both of them again, and then the doctor said that once the 4 was finished, if there were no special circumstances, they could be discharged. So, the 2 bored patients in their beds watched a movie on the hospital TV, Lost on a Journey. It was almost a true reflection of their trip. Xiaosu, we can be considered friends through adversity now. If you encounter any issues in the future, just speak up, Director Wang said with a smile as they completed the discharge procedures and got back in the car to set off again. Su Ning felt a bit guilty because he knew that this trip's misfortunes were likely related to him. With the system in place, bizarre events would never cease. Director Wang had been dragged into this mess because of him, an undeserved disaster. Okay, Director Wang, I'll remember your words. I feel the same way. If you need anything from me, please don't hesitate to ask. And who knows, I might be able to help with many things, Su Ning said sincerely. Director Wang was a good person, He didn't feel superior because of his wealth, and his words and actions had the demeanor of an elder, which made Su Ning quite fond of him. Although he wasn't clear about Director Wang's exact wealth, it was likely in the tens of billions. Despite the current disparity between them, who could say what the future held? With the global economy on a downturn, perhaps one day Director Wang's corporate group would face operational difficulties. Meanwhile, with his crazy money-making system, Su Ning's wealth would continue to grow at a terrifying speed. By then, he might really be able to help save Director Wang's corporate group. Hearing Su Ning's sincere words, Director Wang couldn't help but laugh heartily. All right, then it's settled. If I need help, I will definitely seek you out. But you mustn't refuse when the time comes. For the rest of the journey, Su Ning remained anxious, fearing any further mishaps. However, they ultimately arrived in Magic City without any more incidents. Someone was already there to pick up the car, and Su Ning's task was complete. Young man, I won't say thank you. We'll meet again, Director Wang said with a smile, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture, exuding the charm of a cultured gentleman. Su Ning mimicked him, until we meet again. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Su Ning felt quite emotional. At that moment, another assistant who had just stayed behind walked over and handed Su Ning a hefty bag. This is a Huawei gift package from Director Zhao's assistant. She specifically instructed me to make sure you accept it. Additionally, the regular driving fee will be settled through the platform, and this is an extra 3,000 yuan for accommodation and transportation. You have her business card, right? If you need anything else, you can call her directly. Meanwhile, two system notification sounds echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for working hard and earning 2,000 yuan, with a 100,000 times reward multiplier of 200 million. Congratulations, host, for working hard and earning 42.98, 5 yuan, with a 100,000 times reward multiplier of 2,985 billion. Su Ning's pupils dilated in shock. This exaggerated income was driving him crazy. The 2,000 yuan was the subsidy given to him by the career woman, Director Zhao's assistant, during their meeting, which, after the system's multiplier, reached 200 million. The 4,298, 5 yuan was the driver's earnings from this ride-hailing order, which exceeded the original estimate by several hundred, likely due to the extended driving time. This income, after the system's multiplier, reached an unbelievable 4 billion. Su Ning stood there in a daze, unable to recover from the overwhelming shock for a long time. There was simply too much money. It had caused his brain to start malfunctioning. This ride-hailing journey from the capital to the Magic City, regardless of the hardships faced along the way, had yielded tangible rewards. 200 million plus 4,2985 billion, that's nearly 630 million, equivalent to earning enough for a large villa covering 7 acres in the overseas luxury market. Even a top-tier supercar like a Koenigsegg 1 or a Bugatti Veyron could be bought in dozens. As for the much-talked-about symbol of wealth, the Thompson Riviera in the Magic City, Su Ning felt it was already a lesser option. Adding to the balance in his bank account, he now had over 800 million. Why spend any more money? He even felt an impulse to retire right away. His excitement was hard to calm down, lasting until the female assistant left. Oh right, he was still holding a Huawei gift package. Upon opening it, Su Ning couldn't help but marvel. After all, it was from the director's assistant, who knew how to treat people well. Inside was a Huawei Mate 60RS Extraordinary Master Phone, a MatePad Pro tablet, a Watch 4 Pro smartwatch, and a pair of FreeBuds Pro 3 wireless Bluetooth earbuds. The total value of these 4 items was already close to 20,000 yuan. If he added a Huawei laptop, it would become the standard setup for a college freshman. For an ordinary ride-hailing driver, this gift was indeed generous. After nearly 2 days of travel, not only was the platform's driving fee covered, but there was also an extra 2,000 yuan subsidy, and now a Huawei gift package as a thank you. They really went all out. Yet at this moment, Su Ning didn't know how to express his immense regret. If only they had exchanged the gift package for cash, how wonderful would that be? Nearly 20,000 yuan, after the system's multiplier, would be 2 billion. Perhaps their group's assets weren't even 2 billion, but he could only bitterly swallow his thoughts, unable to say anything. After all, it was their goodwill. Who could have guessed he had such a crazy money spending system? Regardless, this trip was incredibly rewarding, feeling like he earned more than he would in 2 weeks of driving in the capital. Checking the time, even if he rushed to catch the evening flight back to the capital, he wouldn't be able to drive tonight. So Su Ning decided to stay in the Magic City for a night and fly back to the capital tomorrow. It was his first time in the Magic City, and checking the time, he thought he could stroll through the famous pedestrian street and enjoy the riverside view of the Bund. He had plenty of time. It was rare for Su Ning to not have to ponder over ride-hailing orders at night, nor to engage in a battle of wits with various eccentric car owners. Strolling along the bustling pedestrian street, walking by the riverside, feeling the gentle breeze, Su Ning's mood was exceptionally relaxed and pleasant at this moment. Since his gastrointestinal function had not fully recovered, he did not plan to indulge in a lavish meal. It was time to find a place to stay. Looking up, he was surprised to see the Peninsula Hotel directly across the street, a top-tier hotel renowned in the magical city. Perhaps in the past, before he had the system, Su Ning would have taken a detour. But now, with over 800 million in his bank account, he felt confident enough. With that much money, not only could he afford a night's stay, but he could easily buy the Peninsula Hotel. So, with a slight smile, he crossed the street and entered the Peninsula Hotel. "Hello, esteemed guest. Welcome to the Peninsula Hotel." A well-dressed young woman in a professional suit approached him, hands clasped in front of her, slightly bowing to greet him. Su Ning nodded and followed her to the service desk. "Hello, may I ask what type of room you require, esteemed guest?" The front desk staff was equally polite, her voice carrying a pleasant warmth. "What types of suites do you have?" Su Ning asked casually with a faint smile. Previously, he often stayed in hotels in the capital simply because he was too tired after driving, so he hadn't been picky about the rooms. But today, as he had the rare opportunity to relax for a night, Su Ning wanted to experience top-notch service. "Sir, we have a total of 10 types of suites at the Peninsula Hotel, ranging from 5,200 yuan per night for the executive suite to 140,000 yuan per night for the Peninsula suite, with varying prices and layouts. You can take a look at the tablet to see if there's a suite type you like." As she spoke, the front desk staff handed Su Ning a tablet. Surprised, Su Ning took it and swiped through the screen, going straight to the end. He really didn't expect that the Peninsula Hotel would have rooms costing 140,000 a night. Could this be the legendary presidential suite? He felt a rush of excitement. "I'll take the Peninsula suite," Su Ning said without any hesitation, returning the tablet with a slight smile. This time, it was the front desk staff who was taken aback. She never expected this young guest would choose the Peninsula suite. It's worth noting that such a top-tier presidential suite isn't something just anyone can afford. Even some high-ranking executives from large companies might hesitate. Only those billionaires worth hundreds of millions or even tens of billions would check in without a frown. Yet, looking at the young man's ordinary attire, he didn't seem like a top-tier heir at all. However, the well-trained front desk staff quickly regained her professional smile, covering up the momentary shock. "All right, sir, please show me your ID. Please wait a moment, the suite butler will be here to welcome you shortly. You can leave all matters related to your stay at the hotel to the butler. Additionally, here is our Peninsula Group VIP membership card. You are now one of our esteemed VIP members." As the front desk handed Su Ning his ID and room card, she also gave him a black card. Su Ning played with this so-called VIP membership card with interest, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't stay in hotels. Once he bought his grand villa, he definitely wouldn't. So, this membership card didn't hold much practical significance. Before long, a woman in a suit and short skirt walked over gracefully, slightly bowing to Su Ning. "Hello, esteemed guest. I am the butler for the Peninsula Suite, Xiaoyu. All matters regarding your Peninsula Suite will be handled by me. I am at your service and hope you have a pleasant night at the Peninsula Hotel." Su Ning discreetly assessed the exquisite beauty before him, who almost had a model's figure, and couldn't help but feel a slight sense of admiration. Indeed, this was the presidential suite of a top luxury hotel, and even the butler was a beauty of this caliber. If she were just a couple of years younger or dressed more innocently, she would surely be the campus belle. Following the butler, Xiaoyu, they took the elevator directly to the top floor of the hotel. At the Peninsula Hotel, the higher the floor, the more upscale and refined the rooms. On the top floor, there were actually only 4 suites. The only Peninsula suite in the entire hotel, the only Huizhong suite, and 2 Dahua suites. The Huizhong suite costs 123,000 yuan per night, while the Dahua suite costs 108,000 yuan per night. Upon opening the door, the first thing that came into view was a long corridor. Because we are located at the Bund, our Peninsula suite is not as large as presidential suites in other hotels, but in terms of decor and luxury, it is top-notch. This presidential suite often hosts international dignitaries and social elites, receiving widespread acclaim. As the butler Xiaoyu introduced the suite, she guided Su Ning through each space in a whirlwind tour. The opulence of the room left Su Ning speechless. To him, a 400 square meter suite was already quite spacious. After all, their dormitory was only 24 square meters, which was even smaller than the bathroom here. 2 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a dining room, a study, 3 walk-in closets, 2 bathrooms, a makeup room, and a large bathroom. For a moment, Su Ning felt as if he were shopping. It was the first time he felt tired walking around a house. We provide 24-hour room service for the Peninsula Suite. If you need anything, just let me know. I am right next door in the butler's room, always at your service. To be honest, Su Ning did feel a bit hungry. He hadn't eaten properly since morning due to his diarrhea. Just in time, I'm hungry. Please bring me some light meals, he said, pointing to the 4 drip on his arm that he hadn't removed yet. The butler immediately nodded in agreement and went to prepare. Su Ning sat alone on the large sofa in the living room, comfortably crossing his legs. Before him lay the wide yet gently flowing Huangpu River, and the excellent view allowed him to appreciate a different kind of beauty. No wonder wealthy people never skimp on their basic needs. At whatever level one reaches, one should enjoy that level of life. It was only at this moment that Su Ning came to this realization. Just as Su Ning sat on the sofa admiring the tranquil and beautiful riverside night scene, directors Wang and Zhao had already arrived at the Peninsula Hotel. If I had known, I would have booked the Peninsula Suite earlier. It's not your fault. Who would have thought that the Peninsula Suite, which is mostly vacant, would actually have someone staying in it today? It just so happens that Mr. Smith stayed in the Peninsula Suite during his last visit with the dignitaries and found it very suitable for his taste, so this time he specifically requested to stay in the Peninsula Suite. We should see if we can negotiate with the Peninsula Hotel, or perhaps ask the current occupant of our suite if they would be willing to switch rooms. Director Wang frowned, looking troubled, clearly stressed by the dilemma at hand. Smith was the largest buyer for the wine group in Europe, and over half of the group's business and more than 75% of its profits came from there. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Smith was the wine group's biggest financial benefactor. This time, Smith flew from Europe to the Magic City specifically to discuss the next cooperation framework. Therefore, the Wang Group certainly wanted to make Smith feel at home. However, what they didn't expect was that they couldn't fulfill Smith's first small request. Smith specifically requested to stay in the Peninsula Hotel's Peninsula Suite because he had really enjoyed sitting on the sofa and watching the beautiful night view of the Huangpu River during his last stay. This request should have been raised in the previous communications between both parties, but there was a mistake on the European side. Smith's plane was about to land when the Wang Group received the request. Assistant Zhao quickly called to book the room, only to be told that the Peninsula Suite was already occupied. With no other options, Assistant Zhao had to come to the Peninsula Hotel with Director Wang to see if they could negotiate. Director Wang was also very helpless. In fact, there were hotels in the Magic City that were on par with or even more upscale than the Peninsula Hotel. Not to mention, not far away was the famous Peace Hotel. The presidential suite of the Oriental Culture Hotel boasted an astonishing area of 788 square meters, even more luxurious and extravagant. But Smith was adamant about staying at the Peninsula Hotel. What could they do? When the two arrived, the general manager of the Peninsula Hotel was already waiting in the hotel lobby. The wine group was very powerful in the Magic City and was one of the major clients of the Peninsula Hotel, not to mention the immense influence that Director Wang himself held, which was why he couldn't afford to be negligent. Director Wang, hello, I didn't expect you to come in person. Upon seeing Director Wang, he quickly stepped forward to shake hands. Director Wang also extended his hand to shake his. General Chen, I really have to trouble you this time. General Chen's face showed a bitter expression. He had his own difficulties. While he wanted to help and didn't want to lose the Wang Group as a major client, he had to consider many other aspects. The guests in the Peninsula Suite were enjoying their stay. How could they just ask them to change rooms? That wouldn't be proper. If they were to operate so directly, the reputation of the Peninsula Hotel would be ruined. Moreover, the fact that the guests could stay in the presidential suite indicated that they were not ordinary people. If they were someone they couldn't afford to offend, how could they expect to benefit? Therefore, the Peninsula Hotel simply couldn't operate this matter directly. He couldn't even provide the contact information of the esteemed guest staying in the Peninsula Suite to the wine group. What he could do was have the butler approach the situation with the most humble and sincere attitude, to see if the guest would be willing to meet with the wine group to discuss. If the guest was moved by the wine group, that would be ideal. If the guest refused, there was nothing he could do. Director Wang, I hope you can understand my predicament. Let's wait in the meeting room for a while. I've already asked the suite butler to speak with the esteemed guest in the Peninsula Suite about this matter. I hope everything goes smoothly, General Chen said while leading Director Wang toward the meeting room with a smile. Director Wang understood and naturally didn't want to force the issue, so he could only wait helplessly for the result. At this moment, the butler, Xiaoyu, dialed the phone in the suite, asking if she could enter. Su Ning thought she was there to deliver a meal and opened the door for her. Xiaoyu slightly bowed, her voice pleasant and her tone respectful. Young Master Su, I need to report something to you. The European client of the Wang Group specifically requested to stay in our Peninsula Hotel's presidential suite, which is this Peninsula suite. Our hotel certainly wouldn't ask you to change rooms. However, the chairman of the Wang Group has personally come to the Peninsula Hotel and hopes to discuss this with you in person. It seems this European client is quite important to them, otherwise, their chairman wouldn't have come in person. I wonder if you would be willing to meet with them to discuss. If you are willing, we will arrange it immediately. If you are unwilling, we will also refuse the Wang Group. Su Ning couldn't help but frown slightly. How did he end up in such a situation? He wasn't even technically a chauffeur right now, was he? How could there be unexpected issues even when staying in a presidential suite? He wasn't exactly angry, but it was certainly uncomfortable. In such a big city like Magic City, can't we find another presidential suite besides the Peninsula Hotel? I've already checked in, so there's no reason to vacate for others. You can go tell the Wang Group. There's nothing to discuss. Su Ning waved his hand to the butler, Xiaoyu, signaling her to leave. Of course, he was well aware that the Wang Group must have some business connection with the Peninsula Hotel, otherwise, the hotel wouldn't have relayed this message. Xiaoyu maintained a pleasant smile, nodded in acknowledgement, and gracefully turned to leave. But just then, Su Ning suddenly called out to her, "Wait a moment. The Wang Group? Which Wang Group?" He wasn't very familiar with Magic City, let alone the local businesses. However, he had just endured a tough journey from the capital to Magic City as a chauffeur, and it had been quite a struggle. The person he had driven was also surnamed Wang. Was it possible that Director Wang had some connection to the Wang Group? With this thought, Su Ning called the butler back. They might as well meet and talk. If not, it didn't matter. But if it really was Director Wang, how could Su Ning not give him face? Not to mention the camaraderie they had built during the journey. Just the fact that Su Ning had earned over 600 million from Director Wang made it impossible for him to refuse. "Alright, young Master Su, please wait a moment. Can I arrange for the other party to come to the suite for a chat?" Su Ning nodded and then said, "Prepare some tea and snacks." After Xiaoyu left, Su Ning returned to the large sofa, watching the shimmering waves on the Huangpu River at night. Meanwhile, when the reception area received the news that the guest in the Peninsula suite agreed to meet, Director Wang and Assistant Zhao couldn't contain their excitement, repeatedly saying good. Soon, Director Wang and Assistant Zhao followed the suite butler Xiaoyu up to the top floor in the elevator, arriving outside the Peninsula suite. Only after receiving Su Ning's permission did Xiaoyu open the door and lead them into the suite, arriving at the conference room on the right. Although Director Wang had considerable influence in Magic City, he understood the saying that there are always greater people beyond the horizon, so he slightly lowered his posture. Perhaps the person staying in the Peninsula suite was a true big shot. However, when he saw Su Ning walking over with a smile, he was completely stunned. What was going on? The one staying in the Peninsula suite was Xiao Su, the chauffeur who had driven him from the capital to Magic City? At that moment, he felt his brain was a bit overwhelmed. If Director Wang was like this, Assistant Zhao beside him was even more shocked. She recognized Su Ning instantly, her mouth agape in surprise. She was well aware of the price of the presidential suite at the Peninsula Hotel. Even if the Wang Group had a negotiated rate, it would still be over 100,000. This chauffeur had actually checked into the presidential suite? At that moment, an extremely absurd thought crossed her mind. Was the subsidy she gave this chauffeur not 2,000 but 20 million? Regardless, the reality before them had far exceeded their understanding, leaving both of them speechless in shock. Director Wang and Assistant Zhao, good evening. I was just thinking if the person coming would be you, and it really is. Please, have a seat, please. Su Ning could guess the shock in their hearts at that moment, so he smiled and spoke first. Director Wang's expression still bore disbelief as he asked, "Xiao Su, you?" Su Ning shrugged. He had experienced too much of this kind of confusion lately and had grown accustomed to it. "Director Wang, I know what you want to ask. I am indeed a chauffeur, but I don't do it to make a living. I do it to experience life. Actually, I can barely consider myself a wealthy person. Of course, I can't compare to you." He didn't explain much. As long as Wang understood, that was enough. Even though Wang had seen a lot, he couldn't help but twitch his lips at that moment. If you can stay in a presidential suite, you must be rich. Are young people nowadays really this individualistic? With a good family business to inherit, why run out to be a chauffeur to experience life? He really couldn't understand. If his son did that, he would break his son's legs. "Mr. Wang, do you want to book this suite?" It's hard to say with others, but if you want it, then there's no question. Seeing that Wang and Zhao's assistant were still in shock and hadn't come to their senses, and were slow to get to the point, Su Ning simply smiled and brought it up. Wang suddenly realized and remembered his purpose for coming to the Peninsula Hotel. He couldn't help but feel a bit excited and emotional, standing up to shake Su Ning's hand. "Xiao Su, I'm ashamed. In the end, I still have to trouble you. I really feel a bit bad about it. I won't say thank you. I'll remember this favor in my heart. If you need anything in the future, just say the word, and within my ability, I will never refuse. After saying this, Wang immediately turned to instruct Zhao's assistant. Reimburse Xiao Su for the cost of the Peninsula Suite, and then give him a Huizhong Suite. The Huizhong Suite is the only room type in the Peninsula Hotel that is just below the Peninsula Suite in terms of quality. In a sense, it can also be considered a presidential suite. Su Ning didn't refuse Wang's kindness. After all, for them, a room fee of around 100,000 was nothing to mention. The two didn't chat for long. After agreeing to meet again when Wang visited the capital, Su Ning went to the adjacent Huizhong Suite. The bed in the presidential suite gave him an extreme sense of comfort, making him feel like he never wanted to get up. He decided that once he bought a villa, he must arrange for a bed and mattress just like this one. After a night without conversation, the next morning, after enjoying a rich buffet breakfast at the hotel, he took the Peninsula Hotel's concierge car straight to the airport. By around noon, he had already landed in the capital. When he returned to the dormitory, the three brothers were not too surprised. Due to Su Ning's work as a chauffeur at night, it was common for him not to return to the dormitory. After some commotion, Su Ning seized the time to work on his graduation project and write his thesis, staying busy until after 4 in the afternoon. Let's go eat. The eldest, Huo Xiefeng, waved his hand. The three naturally had no objections and got up to prepare to leave the dormitory. Just then, Su Ning's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from Ning Bing. After connecting, Su Ning wanted to tease her a bit, but was abruptly interrupted by Ning Bing. Don't say anything. Hurry to Li Ji private kitchen. Then the call was disconnected. Listening to the busy tone, Su Ning was puzzled. What was going on? So urgent? Did Ning Bing encounter some trouble at Li Ji private kitchen? Looking at the suspicious gazes from his three brothers, Su Ning smiled and said, "A beauty has summoned me, so I won't be eating with you guys. Goodbye." The response he got was 3 middle fingers raised in unison. He couldn't help but laugh heartily, waving his hand as he left the dormitory. Meanwhile, at a window seat in the hall of Li Ji private kitchen, Ning Bing was sitting with a middle-aged man in a suit and black-rimmed glasses. Both of them looked anxious, even feeling a bit restless. About 10 minutes later, a Koenigsegg pulled up in the parking lot of Li Ji private kitchen, and Su Ning got out of the car. "You're here. That's Su Ning." Ning Bing stood up, slightly excited, pointing at Su Ning. The middle-aged man across from her looked even more excited. Ning Bing said she might bring in an LP, but he didn't really believe it at the time. However, the strong impact brought by the Koenigsegg one made him have to believe it. "You're here." Ning Bing didn't hesitate, directly walking over to link arms with Su Ning, leading him to their table. Su Ning smiled and asked in confusion, "Why the rush? Is something wrong? Let me introduce you. This is our investment director at Leptong Capital, Zheng Xinjie. This is my friend, Su Ning." Ning Bing didn't answer but first introduced the two. "Hello, Director Zhang." Although Su Ning didn't know what Ning Bing was up to, he still politely extended his hand. Zheng Xinjie looked to be about 35, tall and thin, exuding the aura of a high-end financial professional. "Hello, Su Xiao, it's a pleasure to meet you." Zheng Xinjie shook Su Ning's hand, excited yet composed. Su Ning and Ning Bing sat on one side, while Zheng Xinjie sat opposite them, each taking their seats. "Have you ordered yet?" Su Ning asked with a smile. Zheng Xinjie had no mind for eating, but since he was already there was no need to rush into business. Su Ning waved to the waiter, asking him to bring the menu to Ning Bing and Zheng Xinjie. "Order whatever you like, no need to be polite. Let's eat first, I'm starving." In fact, he had already roughly deduced that their eagerness to find him was definitely related to some investment project. But no matter what the investment was, he had to eat first. Even an emperor wouldn't starve his soldiers. Ning Bing couldn't help but pinch Su Ning under the table, thinking to herself, "Why are you only thinking about eating?" However, Zheng Xinjie thought that perhaps a more relaxed atmosphere at the dinner table would make discussing investments easier, so after ordering, he smiled and asked, "Su Xiao, is it alright if you drink red wine?" "Drink?" Su Ning shook his head repeatedly. "Sorry, I have to drive later, so I can't indulge." Zheng Xinjie's brain short-circuited at that moment. What the heck? Drive later? Why not say you're rummaging through trash cans for bottles? Many people reacted similarly when they heard Su Ning was driving. They were shocked and bewildered. It wasn't that they necessarily looked down on driving, but the disparity in levels made it hard for others not to be confused. You have a net worth of hundreds of millions, driving a 50 million supercar, yet you work tirelessly every night as a driver to make money? Can you even earn back the gas money for your supercar? It just felt completely out of touch. Ning Bing beside him also facepalmed. She was already used to it. Oh, then no wine. After a while, Zheng Qianjie finally regained his composure and chuckled a few times. It wasn't until the waiter brought the dishes that he returned to his original aura and demeanor as a financial elite. Su Ning, let me speak. Ning Bing took a sip of fresh orange juice, glanced at Zheng Qianjie, and eagerly began. Director Zhang is our investment director at Latong Capital, but he just left for certain reasons. It's not convenient to elaborate on those reasons right now, but I assure you that Director Zhang's character and professional ethics are beyond question. The reason for this meeting is that he plans to start his own investment company and wants to invite you to be a GP, a partner. And, at this point, Zheng Qianjie pressed his hand down and smiled at Ning Bing, saying, "Let me explain." He then turned to Su Ning, speaking in as calm a tone as possible. "I plan to start my own investment company, but my funds are limited. The typical funding model for investment companies is founder plus several GPs plus a variable number of LPs to ensure the capital operation of the investment company. I can personally invest 80 million. At the same time, I hope to bring in 2 to 3 GPs to jointly invest 200 to 300 million. Once the funds reach the scale, the initial investment won't be tight. Once the reputation is established, the LP's investment can reach a scale of 1 billion. By then, the investment company will have a certain status in the industry. I wonder if Su Xiao is interested in becoming a GP." After briefly explaining the situation, Zheng Qianjie looked at Su Ning with an eager and hopeful gaze. Su Ning's expression didn't change much. He smiled calmly and turned to Ning Bing, because he couldn't understand. Even though Ning Bing had once explained it to him, he was still vague about it. Moreover, whether the other party was trustworthy also required Ning Bing to provide him with an answer. Ning Bing understood Su Ning's meaning and nodded seriously. "I don't care if you were joking about investing 120 million before, but President Zhang's ability to manage an investment acumen are very well known in the industry. And you can completely trust President Zhang's character, he has a great reputation. If you have a lot of idle funds, I suggest you cooperate with President Zhang. After all, wealthy people often don't let their funds sit idle. They either enter the stock and futures markets or invest in private equity funds. President Zhang needs a scale of funds, and you need investment channels. Your cooperation would be a win-win." Ning Bing's words made Su Ning nod involuntarily. He had considered the issue of funds before. Once he bought the large villa and with the crazy money-making system in place, the scale of funds would increase day by day. How to handle these funds would become a real problem in front of him. At that time, he was considering private equity, as it was the easiest way to accommodate his funds. However, private equity carries certain risks, and once the money is with the other party, you have no say. So, he had always been hesitant. But today, Ning Bing presented an investment method that suited him very well. "How much funding do you need?" Su Ning turned to Zheng Qianjie and asked calmly. Although his attitude was indifferent, his words contained information that excited Zheng Qianjie. "In my plan, it's best for a GP's capital injection to be above 100 million. 2 to 3 companies would be enough." 100 million? This number, while simple, is probably an unimaginable wealth for the vast majority of people. However, at this moment, it was hard for Su Ning to feel much turmoil inside. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled how Ning Bing had once complained to him about a small leader at Latong Capital who had made things difficult for her regarding GPs. "How about this? You don't need to find other GP partners. Whatever funding gap you have in your plan, I'll cover it all. And I won't participate in the company's daily operations or project investments. But there's one condition: Ning Bing, as my full representative, needs to hold a senior management position in the investment company and has the authority to oversee the company's investment activities." Su Ning's firm words left Zheng Qianjie and Ning Bing stunned, their faces filled with incredulity. Ning Bing almost lost her ability to think, shocked to the point of questioning her life. Is Su Ning really that wealthy? Zheng Qianjie needed at least 200 to 300 million for fund operations, and Su Ning casually said he would cover it all. To casually pull out 2 or 300 million, one would need assets of at least a billion or more. Even getting many billionaires to pull out 2 or 300 million in cash would be difficult. What moved her even more amidst the shock was that Su Ning would let her be the full representative. What a level of trust this is. She had initially only had a passionate night with Su Ning because she had drunk too much, never thinking it would lead to this. But who would have thought that this designated driver was actually a super wealthy young man? She later indeed learned that Su Ning was rich, but she never expected him to be this wealthy. What a fantastical encounter this was. At this moment, Su Ning, who appeared calm but exuded an undeniable aura of dominance, made Ning Bing unable to resist. Her gaze towards him was filled with tenderness, and she couldn't help but squeeze her legs together. Opposite her, Zheng Qianjie was completely dumbfounded, utterly at a loss because of Su Ning. Such a bold claim, directly wanting to cover the funding gap? You need 300 million, and you can really just pull it out without batting an eye? When Ning Bing mentioned introducing him to a possibly wealthy friend, he didn't take it seriously. So what if someone was rich? Could they casually take out 100 million? But the reality proved that the fool was actually him. What possibly wealthy? This person was clearly a super rich young man. He had seen big shots before. He often met executives from top investment banks or investment firms. But Su Ning's nonchalant attitude towards several hundred million was something they could never compare to. Looking at the young man's demeanor, it was clear he didn't care about investment returns at all. It was as if he was just spending a few $100 million to win a smile from a beauty. It was likely that even if this investment lost money, he wouldn't even furrow his brow. But the more this was the case, the more Zhang Qingjie felt he had to be more cautious with his upcoming investments. Even if it was just to earn a little pocket money for the young man, building a good relationship with him would be an immeasurable boost to his future development. Not to mention that most wealthy young men were capricious. If he really lost money and upset the young man, would he still have a good outcome? Unknowingly, Zhang Qingjie, who had initially been very humble in front of Su Ning, had become increasingly submissive, almost as if he had turned into Su Ning's subordinate. The establishment of the investment company was also settled in just a few words. The two partnered to establish an investment company named Houting Capital. Zhang Qingjie invested 80 million, holding 25% of the shares, and served as the president of the investment company, fully responsible for its operations. Su Ning invested 240 million, holding 75% of the shares, not responsible for company management but having veto power over investment projects. Ning Bing, as Su Ning's full representative, served as the vice president of the investment company, assisting Zhang Qingjie in operating investment projects while also bearing supervisory responsibilities. As for the investment company's operational direction and future LP recruitment, Su Ning would not inquire about it either. After discussing business, Su Ning had eaten enough and stood up with a smile. From now on, we are all on the same side, so I won't be polite with you. You all take your time eating. I need to go wait for the designated driver order. Saying this, he stood up, shook hands with the dazed Zhang Qingjie, then gave him a kiss before leaving the table and walking towards the cashier. Ning Bing was used to it. After all, her first encounter with Su Ning was when he drove her home as a designated driver. Although it felt quite strange, it was normal for someone to have some unusual quirks. Perhaps Su Ning just liked the feeling of being a designated driver. But Zhang Qingjie was different. What? Did I hear that wrong? Just finished discussing an investment of over 200 million, and now you say you're going to be a designated driver? This is absurd. Why don't you drive your 50 million Koenigsegg to do ride-hailing instead? Is this a quirky hobby or performance art? Zhang Qingjie felt that he had experienced more brain short circuits in this half of his life than he had tonight. However, looking at Su Ning's back as he walked towards the cashier, Zhang Qingjie suddenly remembered that they still had to settle the bill. He couldn't let Su Ning pay. Although the young man definitely wouldn't mind the cost of this meal, he had to show some attitude. So he hurriedly ran to the cashier, calling out to the cashier to settle the bill before Su Ning could. The cashier looked at Su Ning, then gave Zhang Qingjie a strange look, as if to say, "What are you trying to do? Having dinner with the boss, and then you run over to settle the bill?" Zhang Qingjie was afraid that Su Ning would pay, and seeing that the cashier was unresponsive, he urged, "Hurry up and check out." The cashier looked a bit speechless and turned to Su Ning. "Boss, he wants to pay. Should I take it or not?" Zhang Qingjie was taken aback, looking at Su Ning in shock. What does this mean? Su Ning is the owner of this restaurant? Instinctively glancing around the hall, his keen investment eye quickly assessed the restaurant's investment costs and profitability. Just the prime location of this shop alone must be worth over 30 million. As for profitability, judging by the restaurant's consumption level and the fact that there were already people waiting for tables, the monthly revenue must be over 3 million. This is a cash cow. Alright, he was overreacting. After all, he was a super rich heir. What's the big deal about having a few more businesses? At this moment, the still uninformed Ning Bing was also quite surprised. She had just heard that Li Ji Private Kitchen was actually owned by Su Ning. You really have creativity, acting as a designated driver in your own restaurant. Zhang Qingjie and Ning Bing watched in astonishment as Su Ning put on a reflective vest with the restaurant's name on it and sat on a small stool next to the cashier waiting for a driving order. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of incongruity hit them, leaving them speechless. Even though they already knew Su Ning was going to be a designated driver, this scene was really hard to accept calmly. "You guys have been drinking. How about I be your designated driver and take you back?" At that moment, Su Ning suddenly had a bright idea and blurted out. Since they didn't know how long they would have to wait, it was better to seize the opportunity and run a job first. "But I have to say up front, I'm a designated driver, and you need to respect my labor and pay me the driving fee." As if recalling something, Su Ning changed his tone. Ning Bing couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, then she couldn't help but laugh. Just now, you were discussing a business worth hundreds of millions without batting an eye, and now, when it comes to 100 or so for the driving fee, you're so calculative. The contradiction makes it hard to imagine this is the same person. Are you suffering from a split personality? As for Zheng Qinjie, he was gradually catching up with Su Ning's train of thought. So carefree, truly carefree. The young master was simply playing the game of life, unrestrained, doing whatever he wanted. To reach such a state of being is truly not in vain for walking this world. Alright, then I'll trouble you, designated driver. Drive safely. If you drive well, not only will I pay you the driving fee, but I'll also give you a tip. Zheng Qinjie first made a face at Su Ning, then pretended to be serious. Ning Bing couldn't help but roll her eyes at her old boss, thinking he was also being ridiculous. But Su Ning gave Zheng Qinjie a thumbs up. Indeed, someone who could make a name in the investment circle has a good eye. Of course, Su Ning couldn't just demand a tip because the system wouldn't recognize it. Otherwise, if he asked Ning Bing for a few million in driving fees and tips, wouldn't he instantly become the world's richest man? Zheng Qinjie's car was a Range Rover, and Su Ning had driven it many times as a designated driver, so he was quite familiar with it. However, this brand of car generally had quality control issues, often encountering various problems. Otherwise, how could there be that saying, since buying a Land Rover, you're either repairing it or on the way to repair it? Recently, Su Ning was considering buying a car for himself, but he had never thought about a Land Rover. Ning Bing also had a Range Rover, but the interior style was completely different from this one. Su Ning thought about giving Ning Bing a car when he bought one for himself. After all, he didn't really like this car. After dropping off Ning Bing, he then took Zheng Qinjie home. When getting out of the car, Zheng Qinjie handed over more than 100 yuan in cash from the armrest compartment to Su Ning. Su Xiao, your designated driver fee. Su Ning cheerfully accepted it, then patted Zheng Qinjie on the shoulder to say goodbye. At the same time, a familiar system notification sound echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 148 yuan, with 100,000 times reward of 14.8 million yuan. Another 10 million in hand. This money was enough for him to buy a car for himself and Ning Bing. After taking a taxi back to Li's private kitchen, Master Wang had already gone out for a designated driving job, while another new driver was still waiting for work. Su Ning still followed the rules and stood behind him. However, for some reason, the designated driving business was not good tonight. The other driver had been out for a long time. Master Wang had returned, but Su Ning still hadn't received a second driving order. Just as he was waiting in boredom, a middle-aged man stormed into Li's private kitchen. Ignoring the greeting from the host, the middle-aged man looked around and headed straight for Su Ning. It's you! You were the one who drove me home a few days ago, right? He approached Su Ning, glaring at him. Su Ning recognized him after a moment. This was indeed a car owner he had served a few days ago. That had been the first driving order of the day, and it had gone very smoothly. But why was he now angrily confronting him? Confused, he nodded and smiled. Yes, I drove you home that day. Upon hearing Su Ning's acknowledgement, the middle-aged car owner became even more assertive, speaking in a stern tone mixed with reproach. That's good to hear. Let me ask you, as a designated driver, shouldn't you ensure that I arrive at my destination safely? You, on the other hand, not only scratched my car but didn't even tell me. If I hadn't checked my car before driving today, I would have been kept in the dark. How can you be so unprofessional? The barrage of accusations left Su Ning both angry and bewildered. Speak properly. If there's a problem, just say it. If you can't talk like a human, then shut up. Su Ning didn't indulge his bad behavior and frowned as he retorted. If there's a problem, solve it. Why start by cursing? Designated driving is indeed a service industry, but for such a small fee, does he have to kneel to serve? After being confronted by Su Ning, the middle-aged man became even more furious, reaching out to hit Su Ning. You dare to talk back? You don't admit it, do you? I swear I'll hit you. However, this was Li's private kitchen, Su Ning's territory. He didn't even need to take action himself. Two security guards at the entrance rushed over and restrained the man, not giving him a chance to get close to Su Ning. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Let me go. Are you protecting your designated driver? Fine, this matter isn't over. If I don't make you pay today, I'll take your surname. The restrained middle-aged man struggled and cursed, but he couldn't break free. Taking a deep breath, he shouted loudly in the restaurant. Everyone come and see. Li's private kitchen is hitting people. In a place that randomly hits people, do you still dare to eat here? Maybe the next one to get hit is you. This kind of lousy restaurant should be shut down. Everyone come and look. They're hitting people. The customers in the dining hall looked over in surprise, realizing that someone was indeed being restrained, and they were momentarily confused. Lee's private kitchen hitting people? That shouldn't be the case. Some of them were regulars at Lee's private kitchen and knew very well that not only was the food good, but the service was also excellent. How could they hit someone for no reason? However, there were also first-time customers who were skeptical. Su Ning looked at the middle-aged man's shameless expression and almost laughed in anger. Although he still didn't understand why this guy had come to cause trouble, it had already affected the reputation and normal operation of Li Ji private kitchen, so there was no need to be polite anymore. Get out, and then call the police. I will hire a lawyer to sue you for the damage to the restaurant's reputation. Not to mention losing everything. I will make sure you remember this for a lifetime. Su Ning said coldly. The security guard responded and escorted the disdainful middle-aged man out of the restaurant. Just as the middle-aged man tried to barge back in, the security guard grabbed him and continued to push him out, secretly giving him a few hits. After all, even if the police came later, they could argue that it was an accident during his struggle. The middle-aged man was furious after being hit a few times, but he knew he couldn't get into the restaurant now, so he gritted his teeth and started making phone calls. He called the police too. Before long, a police car arrived, a brand new BJ-90, imposing and powerful. The two BJ-90s donated by Su Ning to the Hanjiang Road Police Station had been assigned to the frontline duty team specifically for emergency response. Wang Sudong got out of the police car and saw the standoff, frowning. Let's not talk about your conflict for now. Affecting their business like this makes it too easy for them to find trouble with you. He stepped forward, addressing the middle-aged man with an official tone. They had just received 2 consecutive reports. One was from Li Ji Private Kitchen, reporting someone causing trouble and disrupting their business. The other was likely the person in front of him, claiming that Li Ji Private Kitchen had assaulted him. Although it was still unclear what exactly had happened, seeing the guy cursing and the 2 security guards blocking him, they had already made some guesses. In this day and age, who dares to hit someone casually? Especially in the service industry, if you really hit a customer, would you still want to work in the future? However, since they were already on the scene, they had to resolve the issue. Officer, they hit me. The middle-aged man's excited accusations were interrupted by Wang Sudong. Let's go, find a place in the restaurant to sit down. I need to understand the situation. He then led the way into Li Ji Private Kitchen. Upon entering, he saw Su Ning sitting on a small stool next to the cash register, his lips twitching uncontrollably. For some reason, he felt that this matter must be related to Su Ning. Su Ning also saw Officer Wang and waved with a smile as a greeting. Manager Lu stepped forward and said, Officer Wang, this person was causing a scene in our restaurant, which is why we called the police. Officer Wang didn't listen to the middle-aged man's one-sided account and certainly wouldn't take Manager Lu's word for it either. He waved his hand and said, Find a quiet room. I need to question both sides. Manager Lu understood the procedure and quickly arranged a private room. Once inside, Officer Wang sat in the middle, with the middle-aged car owner on one side and Su Ning and Manager Lu on the other. Before speaking, Wang Sudong glanced at Su Ning with a somewhat strange expression, feeling a bit speechless. After finally having 2 quiet days, they ended up meeting again today because of a police report. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Did they really have to deal with each other every day? It was almost surreal. Of course, after so many days and encounters, he also understood Su Ning's character. Very rule-abiding. Even if he had the strength to break the rules, he wouldn't do it. If there was a conflict with others, it was most likely the other party's problem. So, tell me, what exactly happened? Wang Sudong said to the middle-aged car owner, You go first. The car owner slammed the table and indignantly began, A few days ago, I was eating at this restaurant, and since I had been drinking, I called for a designated driver, and it was him. Since then, I haven't used the car until today when I wanted to use it, only to find it scratched. In the parking spot, there's a pillar on this side. Other cars couldn't possibly have hit it, so there's only one possibility, that it was scratched while he was driving it. I came to the restaurant to find him, and he wouldn't admit it, but the restaurant even covered for him. I paid a high price for a chauffeur at your restaurant, wasn't it to have peace of mind? But when something happened, you all just pushed the blame around. What's worse is that they even hit me and kicked me out of the restaurant. Officer, you don't need to mediate this today. I definitely won't settle. Whoever laid hands on me just now should be locked up for 15 days, and they must compensate me for my losses. Su Ning coldly looked at the car owner, who thought he was the victim, and couldn't help but let out a sneer. To be honest, this guy had quite a way with words. His passionate accusations could easily make one think he was a pitiful victim. However, some things can't just be said. At this moment, Wang Sudong was also somewhat speechless. Regardless of the truth of the matter, who do you think you are, saying someone should be locked up for 15 days? Turning to Su Ning and Manager Lu, he said seriously, you two should also explain the situation. Just as Manager Lu was about to speak, Su Ning pressed his hand down, stopping him. Officer Wang, my lawyer is on his way. I'll explain in detail when he arrives. Wang Sudong's expression immediately stiffened. He was thrown off by Su Ning. You really called a lawyer over such a trivial matter? Is that how wealthy people are, so willful? However, he could see that the middle-aged car owner had clearly angered Su Ning, and Su Ning intended to pursue this matter to the end. Otherwise, there would be no need to have a lawyer present. At this moment, the car owner across from them also had a question mark over his head, looking puzzled. A lawyer? Regardless of the size of the matter, is it worth hiring a lawyer? You, a chauffeur, hiring a lawyer, don't you think that's ridiculous? The money for a lawyer could cover several months of your chauffeur fees. However, the term lawyer still carried some weight, and the car owner felt that the development of the situation was somewhat ominous. For a moment, the atmosphere in the private room was extremely strange. After a while, there was a knock on the door of the private room, and a waiter led in two well-dressed men. Su Xiao, I'm here, Lawyer Hua said with a smile. Su Ning stood up, shook hands with Lawyer Hua, and thought, I'm really sorry to trouble you to come over so late. Lawyer Hua blinked. Su Xiao, don't say that. It's my honor that you sought me out. After releasing his hand, Lawyer Hua pointed to the person beside him and introduced him to Su Ning. Su Xiao, let me introduce you. This is our firm's elite lawyer Lu Qiming. From now on, he will be your exclusive legal advisor, and all your cases will be handled by him. To win Su Ning over, Lawyer Hua discussed with his partners and specifically arranged for an exclusive legal advisor for Su Ning. Of course, there was another reason behind this. After all, Lawyer Hua was a well-known lawyer, while Su Ning often dealt with small cases, so it was a waste to always have Lawyer Hua handle them. Having an exclusive lawyer not only freed up Lawyer Hua but also provided Su Ning with better and more comprehensive service, killing two birds with one stone. Of course, if there was a major case that required Lawyer Hua's involvement, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Su Ning smiled and shook hands with Lu Qiming. Hello, Lawyer Lu, I look forward to your guidance in the future. It's you who should guide me, Su Xiao. Lu Qiming quickly shook hands, placing himself in a very humble position. My phone is on 24 hours a day. As long as you need me, I'll be there at your call. Wang Sudong was not particularly surprised, but the car owner was a bit dumbfounded. Not only had a lawyer come, but also two lawyers who looked very imposing. The key point was that the lawyer referred to the designated driver as Young Master Su. What does this mean? Could it be that this designated driver is someone of high status? But if he had status, who would work as a designated driver? Watching this scene, he felt it was utterly absurd. On this side, after Su Ning and the others got to know each other, they took their seats, and the atmosphere in the room became even stranger. Wang Sudong, as the police officer, sat in the middle, while the car owner faced off against two people from the restaurant. However, the car owner was still alone, while the restaurant side had a row of 4 people, an exceptionally strong lineup. Just the pressure alone made the car owner feel a bit overwhelmed. Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle softly and slowly began to speak. Let me explain the situation. That day, during the designated driving, everything went smoothly, and there were no scratches on the way. I have video evidence from my action camera to prove this. But that's not the point. Regardless of what the car owner was thinking, he could have come to me to inquire or negotiate, rather than barging in and cursing without understanding the situation. I didn't even know why he came to find me and started yelling at me. Of course, I would have the security throw him out. At that moment, he was causing a scene in the restaurant, maliciously attacking us and causing extremely serious damage to the restaurant's reputation. Lawyer Lu, I may need your help with the next steps. You will represent me fully, suing him for publicly insulting others and compensating me for the damage to my reputation, as well as the compensation for the damage to the restaurant's reputation caused by his disturbance. I want to ask, is it possible to make him go bankrupt? By the end, Su Ning's words were already filled with coldness. He felt he had been too kind before, always thinking to spare others. But he gradually realized that some people admit their mistakes not because they know they are wrong, but because they are afraid. There is no need to show mercy to such people. Some violations have very low costs, such as insulting others in a non-public setting, which generally wouldn't lead to detention. But if it escalates to a public setting, then administrative penalties must be accepted. If no settlement is reached, a 5-day detention is normal. When the car owner rushed in to find Su Ning, he claimed it was just the two of them, or that it was a public setting, making it difficult to control the scale. Fortunately, Su Ning did not intend to make much of this. He had Lawyer Lu file a lawsuit just to annoy the car owner. In fact, his real trump card was aimed at the negative impact the car owner had caused to Li Ji Private Kitchen. After all, there were so many customers in the restaurant at that time, and there were also customers waiting for a table. His malicious slander against Lee Ji Private Kitchen was damaging to its reputation. It should be noted that Lee Ji Private Kitchen has a monthly profit of at least $1 million. If this were pursued, it would definitely be enough to make him suffer. Although the losses are also not easy to define, at least the restaurant can provide accurate data on reduced revenue, which the court would generally accept. If Su Ning were really ruthless, he could sell the restaurant cheaply to someone else, leaving the car owner with nowhere to cry. Imagine, Su Ning had only bought the restaurant a few days ago, and prior to that, the restaurant had not reported a significant decline in revenue. Now that Su Ning sold the restaurant cheaply, how did the price difference arise? It can be clearly stated that it was caused by your malicious slander against the restaurant. It doesn't take much. As long as the price difference is a few million, you can pay for it. Not to mention going bankrupt, even causing you some serious pain would be no problem. But don't think that in the capital, everyone is wealthy, only real estate is worth something, and most families are burdened with mortgages that make it hard for them to breathe. Su Ning was not going to be soft-hearted now, because he knew that some people simply did not deserve sympathy. At least it was hard to say what kind of malice this car owner was harboring. He had been the designated driver for 3 days, and now he found the car had been scratched, then came to him demanding an explanation. Just thinking about it made it clear there was something fishy going on. If it had been another designated driver, and they happened to have no video evidence, it would have been hard to argue, and he might have really been at the mercy of this person. Su Ning would not let him off the hook. It could be considered a service to the public. Lawyer Lu nodded at Su Ning's words. He could completely follow Su Ning's lead on this small case, wearing the other party down until they were exhausted, and then take a hefty bite out of them. The middle-aged car owner across from them was now panicking, utterly flustered. On one hand, the fact that the other side had even called in 2 lawyers was indeed intimidating. On the other hand, he truly hadn't expected that the designated driver would have a sports camera recording. How had he not noticed that at the time? In fact, just as Su Ning had said, the designated driving went smoothly, and there had been no scratches or bumps at all. The reason he came to find Su Ning was that this morning, when his wife was about to drive out, she carelessly crashed into a wall. Unfortunately, the car's commercial insurance had expired last month, and he hadn't renewed it. The car only had basic liability insurance left. The left front headlight needed replacing, and with the bumper and bodywork needing paint, it would cost over 20,000 yuan. He really didn't want to shell out that kind of money. While he was frowning in distress, he suddenly remembered the designated driver from a few days ago, and a wicked idea popped into his head. After all, there were no surveillance cameras in that parking spot, and the designated driver wouldn't be able to clarify anything. Even if the police got involved later, and both sides shared some of the losses, he could still minimize his own losses. Thus, the scene of him coming to Lee's private kitchen to find Su Ning unfolded. But he never expected that this designated driver would actually have video evidence. If it were just that, he wouldn't have suffered much loss. At most, he would have to pay for the repairs. But the problem was, the restaurant had brought in 2 lawyers, clinging to the matter of him tarnishing the restaurant's reputation, and they wanted to sue him. If the court ultimately ruled that he had to compensate the restaurant for defamation, who knew how much he would have to pay? Thinking of this, the car owner not only felt panicked, but his body also began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing his state, Su Ning was even more convinced that he had come to extort him, and he felt no psychological burden at all. When Wang Sudong looked at him, Su Ning gestured towards the car owner with a smirk, his face full of mockery. Wang Sudong understood. After years of handling cases at the grassroots level, he had seen more of this kind of thing than Su Ning. Clearing his throat, he looked back and forth between the 2 parties and slowly spoke. Regarding the matter of the vehicle scratch, responsibility needs to be determined by the traffic police. This is not within our police station's scope of work. I will mediate the situation that occurred at the restaurant. I believe I don't need to request the restaurant's surveillance footage, right? If you indeed came to insult Su Ning, then apologize and seek understanding. Similarly, you caused a disturbance in the restaurant that affected its normal operations, and you also need to apologize and seek understanding. As for Lee's private kitchen, if you laid hands on the car owner, then you also need to apologize. As soon as Wang Sudong finished speaking, the car owner immediately stood up, his tone flustered. I apologize. I'm sorry, I was impulsive. I deeply apologize to you and Lee's private kitchen. However, both Su Ning and manager Lu remained expressionless, showing no reaction. Previously so arrogant, wishing for the restaurant to close down, now he thought a simple apology would make everything alright? He was truly being overly optimistic. Officer Wang, we do not accept the apology. We will take legal action to protect our legitimate rights. Let's end the mediation here. Su Ning stood up and smiled at Wang Sudong. After saying this, he turned coldly to the car owner and dropped a parting shot. Just wait for the court summons. Wang Sudong felt somewhat helpless, Although he found the other party truly detestable, it would be troublesome for Su Ning to pursue the matter to the end. However, he couldn't interfere with Su Ning's decision. At this moment, the car owner, realizing the situation was beyond repair, turned pale with anger and gritted his teeth. Then I'll just wait. You can hire a lawyer, can't I? I don't believe it. Let's see what you can do to me then. Lawyer Lu couldn't help but scoff. He probably thought lawyer fees were cheap. Let me tell you, even for the most ordinary defamation case arising from insults, the lawyer's fee starts at 50,000. Not to mention the reputational damage to the restaurant. For a case worth millions, no lawyer would even look at you without at least 200,000 in fees. However, as an elite lawyer, he knew exactly what to do to satisfy Su Ning. So, he turned to Wang Sudong and spoke in a businesslike manner. Officer Wang, right? I am now representing my client to file a report. I seriously suspect that the car owner intentionally framed my client to evade responsibility after damaging his own vehicle. If the facts are established, this will involve extortion. Extortion is a public prosecution case that requires police investigation. Officer Wang, are you accepting the case now? Or do we need to report it ourselves at the police station? Lawyer Lu was unaware of the relationship between Wang Sudong and Su Ning, so his attitude remained strictly professional. Wang Sudong sighed. Indeed, lawyers were the hardest to deal with. However, since the lawyer was reporting on behalf of Su Ning, he had no reason not to accept it. As for the outcome, that was beyond his control. Su Ning blinked, not quite understanding. Lawyer Hua quickly covered his mouth and whispered an explanation in his ear. Su Xiao, just like Lawyer Lu said, we suspect he damaged his own car and falsely accused you to make you pay for the damages. In this case, it involves extortion. According to the law, extortion of public or private property in large amounts can result in imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or control. In short, once evidence is found, he won't have a good outcome. Su Ning nodded in realization, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, lawyers were the most professional in handling these matters. Initially, he thought it was just a minor defamation case, but now, it had escalated into a criminal case. Although it might not be guaranteed to find evidence, there was still hope, right? According to the law of conservation of mass, as long as a crime occurs, there must be a process of material exchange. This means there must be evidence. Even if there are no surveillance cameras at the scene, the police have various scientific methods to extract evidence. Who knows, they might really be able to send the other party to prison. Su Ning felt no psychological burden about this. After all, the other party showed no mercy when trying to extort him. If it were another driver, he might have to pay a hefty repair bill. Drivers work hard day and night to support their families, earning every penny through sweat. Such people should not be shown any sympathy. Moreover, the law is the law. One must pay the price for their illegal actions. At this moment, the car owner was frozen in fear. What? I am suspected of extortion? I might face criminal liability, with imprisonment for up to 3 years? Is there a mistake? I just wanted to reduce my losses a little. How did it get so serious? Just the thought of possibly being locked up in prison and forced to work on a sewing machine made him tremble uncontrollably. I don't want the car repair fee anymore. Otherwise, let's just forget about it today. There's no need to waste energy over such a trivial matter. Officer Wang, look, I've sincerely apologized to them. The car owner's voice trembled as he repeatedly expressed his stance. However, a few people from the restaurant couldn't help but snicker in unison. Forget it? It's not that simple. It was just like the news he saw a couple of days ago, where a young man was speeding and killed a family of 3. During the case review stage, the perpetrator's family shamelessly claimed that the victim's family not only refused to accept their apology but also wouldn't issue a letter of understanding, making it seem like they were the ones wronged. You killed 3 people. Why should they forgive you? Even at this point, they still didn't think killing 3 people was a big mistake. They probably weren't even sincere in their apology, just hoping for a lighter sentence in court. This was so similar to the scene before him. It seemed this guy didn't think he did anything wrong either. His apology was merely a way to avoid prison. You don't want to go, but I'll make sure you do. Su Ning calmly said to Wang Sudong, Officer Wang, since you've accepted the report, we will wait for the investigation results from the police station. As for the related mediation, don't waste your time and energy, we won't be reconciling. Wang Sudong nodded and handed Su Ning the case receipt he had just written. Then it's settled, we will conduct the investigation as soon as possible. After saying this, he nodded to both parties and was about to leave. But the car owner, who was completely panicked, grabbed him as if holding onto a lifeline. Officer Wang, you can't leave. You haven't finished mediating. I've already apologized, and I don't want him to compensate me anymore. Why is there still a case filed? Officer Wang, this might just be a misunderstanding. Can we not file a case? Wang Sudong couldn't help but feel speechless. Did you think the decision to file a case was up to you? With that time, you might as well hurry home and pray we don't find any evidence." He didn't bother to explain further and said sternly, "I'm just following the procedure. If you have questions, you can go to the police station for more details." Wang Sudong left, and the car owner sat in the chair, looking lost, like a walking corpse. At this point, he could no longer decide his own fate. Su Ning smiled faintly, a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, and turned to call over two lawyers. "Lawyer Hua, Lawyer Lu, shall we grab a late-night snack together?" Lawyer Hua and Lawyer Lu glanced at the time. Although they wanted to chat more with Su Ning, this time was really not suitable. "Young Master Su, it's too late. We won't take up your rest. Let's gather again when you have time." After saying this, the two took their leave. After seeing them off and noticing there were still about 10 tables of customers in the restaurant, Su Ning simply returned to the area near the cash register, sitting on his small stool waiting for a driving order. Master Wang and another driver had already completed 2 orders today, so any new driving order would go to Su Ning first. Not long after, a woman in her 30s came to request a driver. "Hello, I'm here to serve you." Su Ning greeted her with standard service language. The woman nodded indifferently, and after getting in the car, she didn't say much, opening her laptop to start working while sitting in the passenger seat. Su Ning drove while reflecting on how hard she was working. After socializing and drinking, she still had to handle work on the way home. What was the difference from a 996 work schedule? The car was a new energy electric vehicle. Although Su Ning didn't know the brand, it felt luxurious and very high-tech. Why not buy an electric car for himself? He originally wanted to ask about the brand, but seeing the woman completely focused on her work, he wisely chose not to disturb her. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at their destination smoothly. This surprised Su Ning, who had been somewhat anxious during the ride. What was going on? This was the second order of the day, and there hadn't been any unexpected incidents? Could it be that the system had been modified? Lost in thought, he reached for the car door, but after a few attempts, he stopped. Su Ning realized he was getting ahead of himself. The car door wouldn't open. The inside handle could be pulled, but the door didn't respond. At first, Su Ning thought it was a special setting after the electric car had turned off, so he restarted the vehicle. But to his surprise, the door still wouldn't open. Recently, there had been much discussion online about the bizarre ways some new electric vehicles opened their doors. Could it be that this car also had a special door opening mechanism? Not understanding was nothing to be ashamed of. "Excuse me, ma'am, how do you open the door?" Su Ning asked, a bit embarrassed. The female owner had just put away her laptop and instinctively replied, "Just pull the handle." At the same time, she reached out her right hand to pull the handle. "Pull harder." No response. "Pull even harder." Still no response. The female owner froze, turning to Su Ning with an expression of utter disbelief, as if murmuring, "Why won't it open?" Su Ning shrugged, spreading his hands, his expression a mix of laughter and tears. "What did you think I was asking about? Are you sure pulling the handle will open the door?" Su Ning asked while continuing to tug at the handle, but it was still ineffective. It was as if a massive stone was blocking the door from the outside, rendering it immovable. The female owner was getting anxious too, pulling at the door repeatedly, seemingly putting in more effort than Su Ning. "What's going on? Why won't the door open?" The more anxious she became, the more she babbled. For a while, Su Ning tried various methods. He attempted to open the back door from the rear seat, tried to find a way from the trunk, and even pulled out the vehicle's manual to look for more ways to open the door. But whether it was a mechanical failure or an electrical issue, the result was that they remained trapped inside the car. Su Ning was truly bewildered. The car could start and drive away, could stop and turn off, and he had tried various functions without any problems. The only issue was that the door wouldn't open, and the windows couldn't be lowered. This was probably a bizarre malfunction that one might not encounter in hundreds of years. And yet, here he was. If he were to say there was no system interference involved, he wouldn't believe it. "Let's call the manufacturer's 400 hotline," Su Ning said helplessly to the female owner. At the same time, he wanted to turn on the air conditioning for ventilation. But after completing the operation and feeling the airflow, his expression suddenly turned serious. No air was coming in. The ventilation function had also failed. The car was starting to become stuffy, and with 2 people breathing in the enclosed space, it wouldn't take long before they began to suffocate. This meant they couldn't last much longer. In a situation where they couldn't ventilate, being trapped in the car posed a risk of suffocation. Feeling the crisis, Su Ning's earlier calmness gradually faded, replaced by urgency and seriousness. "Quick, call. If we can't get out soon, we're both in danger." His voice was somewhat hurried, and his tone was much higher than before. However, the female owner might not have understood his meaning, her thought process completely at odds with Su Ning's. "Yeah, if my husband finds out I was stuck in the car with a handsome guy, I wouldn't be able to explain it. As he spoke, he quietly assessed Su-Ning's handsome face, which was tinged with a bashful blush, as if he were thinking that this wasn't so bad after all. Su-Ning was at a loss for words, a dark line appearing above his head. What do you mean by looking at me like that? He couldn't help but take a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and spoke in a serious tone. This is not the time for jokes. The car door won't open, and the ventilation system has failed. If we stay trapped in here, we risk suffocating. Don't think I'm trying to scare you. We've all been to school, you should understand this. Hearing Su-Ning's serious words, the female driver finally realized the danger of their situation and panicked. What should we do? I don't want to die. You need to think of a way out. As she spoke, she grabbed Su-Ning's arm and shook it vigorously. Su-Ning knew that at this moment, he couldn't rely on the woman, so he took out his phone and called the car manufacturer's customer service line. After being transferred to a representative, he was connected almost immediately. Hello, employee number 9527 greets you. How can I assist you? A pleasant, sweet female voice came through to Su-Ning's ears. However, at that moment, Su-Ning had no mood to consider how sweet the voice was. He just wanted to save his life. After explaining the situation with the car, Su-Ning urgently asked, "What can I do to get out?" There was a pause on the other end before the representative finally spoke again. "I'm sorry, sir, this situation has never occurred before, and I don't know how to operate it to open the car door. I will report the situation to the technical department, and once there is a solution, they will contact you directly. Is there anything else I can help you with?" Su-Ning, so what should I do now? Su-Ning raised his voice. Am I supposed to just sit here and wait to die until you find a solution? The customer service representative paused again. You can go to the nearest authorized experience store, but at this time, there probably won't be any technicians available to solve your problem. Su-Ning took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, but his anger was still bubbling up. So you're saying your advice is to just wait to die? The representative hesitated for a moment, her voice still sweet as she said, No, I didn't mean that. But I really can't provide you with a solution right now. Su-Ning finally understood the helplessness and frustration many people feel when dealing with customer service. He really wanted to smash the phone in his hand. Is there anything else I can help you with? The representative, seeing that he had gone silent, continued to smile. Su-Ning weakly grunted, No. Then please rate my service. I look forward to your 5-star review. Her already sweet voice had a playful and cute lilt at the end. In that moment, Su-Ning admitted he couldn't hold back any longer and slammed his hands down hard on the steering wheel. When he had watched funny videos of Lao Luo slapping himself on short video platforms, he had thought such a situation could never happen in real life. But now he truly wished he could slap himself a few times. After hanging up, Su-Ning looked at the female driver, whose eyes were filled with hope directed at him, and felt utterly helpless. Is there a window-breaking tool in the car? In this situation, breaking a window was the only way out. After all, compared to life, the loss of a car window was trivial. The female driver blinked her big eyes innocently at Su-Ning. No. This time, Su-Ning felt no surprise at all, not even a ripple in his heart. It would have been strange if there had been a window-breaking tool at this point, right? There was no choice but to seek help. Opening the phone map, I looked for the nearest fire station and police station, only to find that the closest one was the Hanjiang Road Police Station. Well, let's just go to the Hanjiang Road Police Station. We're all old acquaintances here, no need to be polite. The car started and headed straight for the Hanjiang Road Police Station. At this moment, although it was already late at night, the police station was still brightly lit, with all the duty officers on duty. Wang Sudong was also busy. The case he was handling was precisely the dispute between Su-Ning and the middle-aged car owner that had just occurred. He retrieved the surveillance footage along the way, needing to confirm whether Su-Ning had any scrapes during the driving process. Just then, a car drove into the yard, catching the attention of all the officers, including him. Here comes some action. While the people who came to the police station during the day might not necessarily be reporting a case, those who arrived at this hour definitely had something serious going on. However, what surprised Wang Sudong was that after the car parked in the yard, no one got out. What was going on? A police officer walked over and peered through the car window, discovering a man and a woman inside, their hands moving animatedly, looking quite excited. But the soundproofing of the car was too good. He couldn't hear what they were shouting inside. For a moment, this officer even ran through all the possible offenses the two could be committing in his mind, yet he was still completely baffled. At this time, Wang Sudong also stepped out, but when he looked through the car window and saw Su-Ning, he instantly felt unwell. How old are you? Why is it always you? They had just parted ways from Lee's private kitchen less than 2 hours ago. Why are you here again? And you came straight to the police station? He was truly impressed by Su-Ning's special knack for stirring up trouble. He approached to pull open the car door, but after several attempts, it wouldn't budge, causing him to frown. But at that moment, Su-Ning had already taken out her phone and gestured to him from inside the car. Soon, the phone rang, and Wang Sudong reluctantly answered. "The car door won't open, hurry and think of a way to help me." Su-Ning got straight to the point, succinctly explaining the situation. Wang Sudong saw that Su-Ning didn't look like she was joking, and since he indeed couldn't open the car door, he was convinced this was the truth. "You really are. Is there ever a moment of peace? How come you run into everything?" Wang Sudong thought of a solution while somewhat speechlessly complaining. Su-Ning shrugged inside the car, indicating her innocence. She didn't want this either, but what could she do? "You all get ready for protection, I'll just smash the window." Wang Sudong signaled an auxiliary officer to get a wrench, then spoke to Su-Ning. Su-Ning nodded. She had come to the police station precisely to have the officers break the glass. Although the female car owner felt a bit pained for her car, her life was more important, so she could only nod in agreement. Bang! With a swing of the wrench, the glass shattered. After clearing the window, Su-Ning first helped the female car owner climb out, supporting her from behind. With their combined effort, the female car owner finally escaped. Su-Ning then crawled out as well, regaining her freedom. "Thank you for your hard work, officer." Su-Ning joked with Wang Sudong with a smile. Wang Sudong's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He really wanted to send Su-Ning to a special department for dissection. Although he was a police officer and shouldn't be involved in superstitious matters, he couldn't help but speak up. "Why don't you find a master to take a look? You must have something on you." Su-Ning couldn't help but chuckle. She indeed had something on her. Wasn't it just the system? Is this another case of a runaway designated driver? "If you keep talking like Conan, I think we should assign a dedicated officer to you at our police station. That way, we could probably prevent many accidents, and even if something happens, we could resolve it immediately. How about I apply to the boss?" Wang Sudong teased Su-Ning with a wink. Su-Ning pouted and shot back. "Then I'll tell Director Fan tomorrow to assign you to me, and you can be my designated driver from now on." "You guy." Wang Sudong was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Since he had already escaped the predicament, the remaining matters were really not much of his concern anymore. He was even less interested in how the female car owner would go about causing trouble for the car brand and sales store tomorrow. "Sorry, car owner, could you please settle the designated driving fee?" Su-Ning stepped forward and smiled at the female car owner. She had just finished a call with her husband to report her safety and casually pulled out 100 yuan from her pocket to hand to Su-Ning, thanking him with a smile. "Thank you so much today, otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do." Facing her gratitude, Su-Ning waved his hand, feeling somewhat guilty. It was probably the system controlling things behind the scenes. If it had been another designated driver, perhaps this problem wouldn't have arisen. Maybe she was also a victim. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 100 yuan. With a reward of 10 million yuan for 100,000 times the increase, Su-Ning had long since become unfazed by the system's crazy money notifications. He was used to it. He couldn't spend it all. There was simply no way to spend it all. Even after just investing 240 million to partner with Zhang Qinjie to start a capital investment company, he still had over 600 million left in his bank account. Buying the villa he had been dreaming of was more than enough. Seeing that it was already quite late, and having wasted a lot of time earlier, he had only completed 2 rides that night. He quietly washed up and got into bed, afraid of waking his 3 roommates. The next morning, he woke up dazed and still felt very sleepy. He must have been lacking sleep from driving every night. He couldn't help but think that once this month of designated driving for money was over, he definitely wouldn't choose such a tiring job next time. It would be best to earn money comfortably while lying down. "Hey, Lao-san, you free today? Later, the 2 of them are going with me to the computer city to buy a computer. You should come too." Lao-Si, Deng Zihao, saw Su-Ning awake and leaned against the edge of the upper bunk, brushing his teeth while mumbling to Su-Ning. "Buy a computer?" Su-Ning blinked in confusion. "Isn't it better to buy it online? Why go to the computer city specifically?" Deng Zihao seemed a bit shy, as if he had something difficult to say. Lao-Er, Deng Zihao, was laughing beside him. Lao-Si just met a girl recently. Her computer is broken, and Lao-Si volunteered to help her pick one out. Su-Ning suddenly understood but was even more puzzled. Lao-Si had a bit of a peculiar preference. While others were drooling over innocent schoolgirls, he had a soft spot for mature older sisters. Most of the girlfriends he had during college were sexy upperclassmen, but now they were already in their 4th year. Where were there any upperclassmen left to pursue? That was what puzzled Su-Ning. Ding Zivawei, having noticed Su-Ning's confusion, quickly clarified, "It's an upperclassman in her 2nd year of graduate school." So that was it. That made sense. Otherwise, Su-Ning would have thought Lao-Si had changed his taste. Compared to many people's fickle views on love, Lao Si could definitely be considered loyal, he just liked older women. However, Su Ning was slightly troubled because he had already made an appointment with a real estate agent to look at houses today. Yes, to look at a villa. Lao Si, how about I skip today? I have an appointment with the agent to look at a house. It wouldn't be good to break the appointment. But as soon as he finished speaking, the other three in the dormitory widened their eyes and stared at him in shock. Lao San, you want to buy a house? It was no wonder they were surprised. After all, the capital city was not like other places, and housing prices were the ceiling in the country. There's no need to mention the areas with good locations. Even the corners and edges are priced at around 40 to 50,000 per square meter. Without a few million, don't even think about it. However, I soon felt relieved. After all, one cannot view Su Ning with old eyes. The third brother, who inherited the second uncle's fortune, is already the richest in the dorm. Lending the eldest brother 200 million without batting an eye, what's the big deal about buying a house? Suddenly, all three of them became interested, and Hua Xiefeng said enthusiastically, when can't we buy a computer? Buying a house is the big deal. Fourth, hurry up and call your senior sister. We're not going to accompany her to buy a computer today. We're going with the third brother to look at houses. As the saying goes, 3 zhuge liangs are worth 1 useless carpenter. We can help the third brother come up with some ideas. Deng Zihao clearly thought the same way. Although the senior sister was attractive, where could she compare to brothers? He immediately took out his phone and went to the balcony to call her. 2 minutes later, Deng Zihao returned from the balcony to the dormitory, his face beaming with excitement. The senior sister said she just happens to be free and can come along to look at houses. And she's bringing a friend, a sexy and pure girl. Her friend has been having a hard time finding a job lately, so it's a good chance for her to relax. The senior sister said if you guys are a bit more warm-hearted, there might be a chance. Ding Zihui's eyes lit up. Sexy and pure was exactly his type. He quickly turned to Hua Xiefeng and Su Ning, warning them vigilantly, "Don't you dare compete with me." Su Ning and Hua Xiefeng couldn't help but burst into laughter. "It's all yours, all yours." After joking around for a while, they went to the cafeteria for breakfast and then prepared to set off. Ding Zihui eagerly grabbed Hua Xiefeng's BMW 5 Series to pick up the others, even showing more enthusiasm than Deng Zihao. Hua Xiefeng had no choice but to drive the Koenigsegg, with Su Ning in the passenger seat, heading straight for their destination. The distant ocean levee is not far from the capital's airport. Due to its unique geographical location, the villa area is scattered like stars, making it one of the most livable areas in the capital. After parking nearby, they waited in the cool shade for Deng Zihao and the agent to arrive. It wasn't long before the agent arrived. 2 people came, 1 man and 1 woman. "Hello, Mr. Su, I am your sales consultant Wang Bo, you can just call me Xiao Wang. Let me introduce you, this is our company's property consultant Chen Feifei, and we will be serving you today." The male agent quickly greeted them while introducing his colleague beside him. For a true wealthy client like Su Ning, they had to treat him with the utmost reverence and attentiveness, as if he were a god. If it weren't for the crowd, the sales director would have personally come. After all, this was a super luxury house priced at hundreds of millions, and in the current real estate environment, to still dare to make such a big investment speaks volumes about their confidence. As for whether they would doubt Su Ning's ability to buy the villa, they might have had some doubts before arriving, but once on site, any extra thoughts would vanish. A globally limited supercar, the Koenigsegg one, was parked there. Wasn't that enough to speak for itself? This kind of car can only be owned personally. Whether you want to borrow or rent it, it's impossible. If you can afford a supercar worth 50 million, then a villa worth a few hundred million is naturally not a problem. Before long, Deng Zihao and the others arrived. Su Ning and Hua Xiefeng saw Deng Zihao walking ahead with a tall girl with long black hair, joking and making the senior sister laugh with her hand over her mouth. Behind Deng Zihao and the senior sister were the relatively awkward Ding Zihui and the senior sister's friend. The senior sister's friend wore a white dress paired with an orange shawl, simple yet fresh and lively. However, this pure outfit could not hide her hot figure, which exuded a sexy charm. 2 styles that are hard to reconcile harmoniously coexist in her, not to mention her exquisitely charming appearance that captivates at first glance. Su Ning and Hua Xiefeng couldn't help but exclaim. They initially thought Deng Zihao was talking nonsense, only to find that the phrase sexy pure desire style was somewhat conservative and insufficient to describe their beautiful senior sister. What puzzled the two was that Ding Zihui did not fawn over the girl as they had imagined. Instead, he chatted casually. If it weren't for the fear of awkwardness, he might have remained completely silent. "Let me introduce, this is our senior sister, Xin Xiaoan. This is the senior sister's best friend, Su Jiafei." Deng Zihao introduced the 2 senior sisters and then introduced Su Ning and Hua Xiefeng. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group prepared to enter the villa area. Su Ning quietly fell behind, moving closer to Ding Zihui, and curiously asked, "What's up? No thoughts about the senior sister's best friend? Does it even matter if I have thoughts?" Ding Zihui couldn't help but smile bitterly. "The first time the senior sister saw me, she told me not to waste my energy. I'm not her type, not her dish." Su Ning couldn't help but click his tongue but had nothing to say. If it came down to it, Ding Zihui was probably just a tearful figure. Among the four in the dormitory, Su Ning was undoubtedly the most handsome. Next was Deng Zihao, who was also a sunny handsome guy. Hua Xiefeng had thick eyebrows and big eyes with a decent temperament, and could hold his own. Ding Zihui, while not ugly, couldn't be called handsome either, just an ordinary appearance. This led to the fact that whenever the guys went out together, girls' gazes hardly lingered on him. A goddess like Su Jiafei, who was both pure and desirable, had probably grown up being confessed to, and upon seeing Ding Zihui for the first time, she understood his intentions immediately. So, to avoid more awkwardness and trouble later, it was better to be clear about it. However, while Su Ning sympathized with his brother, he couldn't help but think a bit higher of Su Jiafei. At least she wasn't a green tea bitch. After all, many girls, relying on their looks, were quite adept at turning every devoted admirer into a fool, and that was a high level of skill. While Su Ning and Ding Zihui were talking, Qin Shaohan and Su Jiafei, the pair of best friends, were also whispering to each other. Deng Zihao only said he was accompanying the third roommate to look at houses. I really didn't expect it to be a villa. That guy named Su Ning is quite capable. The key is, he's also very handsome. Jiafei, why don't you consider it? Qin Shaohan tugged at Su Jiafei's sleeve and whispered. Su Jiafei bit her lip and shook her head. You know me, if I were to rely on a man, would I still be waiting until today? I didn't say you should rely on a man. Mainly, Su Ning is really handsome. As Qin Shaohan spoke, she cast a glance at Su Ning. Su Jiafei followed Qin Shaohan's gaze towards Su Ning and had to admit that Su Ning was more handsome than Deng Zihao, who was pursuing her best friend. But I'm really not in the mood right now. Work is driving me crazy. With her brows slightly furrowed, she felt irritated just thinking about the troubles of interning at a big company. She was about to graduate from her master's program and had successfully signed with a big company, already starting her internship. However, her direct supervisor was a middle-aged sleazy man. Even without overt harassment, the daily subtle hints were enough to make her feel disgusted. Moreover, because she was too beautiful, she was also neglected and ostracized in the department, making it impossible for her to carry out any work smoothly. She thought about quitting, but good jobs were hard to find, so she felt very hesitant and troubled. If it weren't for her best friend inviting her out to relax today, she would have definitely stayed cooped up in the dormitory all day. Alright, I'm fine. If it doesn't work out, I just won't serve anymore. What can happen? Seeing her best friend's concerned expression, Su Jiafei couldn't help but smile. I heard from Deng Zihao that their dormitory leader seems to have a sizable real estate company. If it doesn't work out, let Deng Zihao say something. You can go work at their family's company. Anyway, you're doing planning work, and real estate companies need project planners too. Qin Shaohan pondered for a moment, and suddenly her eyes lit up as she exclaimed with joy. Without waiting for her best friend to respond, she hurried off to find Deng Zihao. Hey! Su Jiafei wanted to pull her friend back, but it was too late, and she anxiously said, Shaohan, don't. Deng Zihao, ask your dorm leader if our Jiafei can work at his family's company. Jiafei can definitely get an offer from a big company. Her abilities are absolutely fine. It's just that because she's too beautiful, she faces harassment from her boss and exclusion from colleagues, making work difficult. Just ask, okay? Deng Zihao looked at the somewhat anxious and embarrassed Su Jiafei and pondered for a moment. Normally, he shouldn't bring this up with his brother, but as the senior said, her best friend can get an offer from a big company, so she counts as a talent. Recommending a talent to his brother's family business shouldn't be a problem. So Deng Zihao smiled and nodded, pulling Hua Xiefeng over to explain the situation. However, Hua Xiefeng found himself in a bit of a dilemma. It wasn't that he was angry about his brother casually recommending someone, it was just that his family's real estate company didn't need planning talent. To be honest, I'm not trying to dodge the issue. Mainly, my family's company has outsourced advertising, planning, and sales. My dad is indeed looking for a general manager assistant, but you're so beautiful that I don't trust my dad with you. Hua Xiefeng couldn't help but smile wryly. If he really helped his dad find such a beautiful female assistant, his mom would kill him. It's fine. We shouldn't have brought it up in the first place, Su Jiafei quickly said, feeling a bit embarrassed. At this moment, Su Ning was resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He needed an assistant. Previously, due to various trivial matters, he had wanted to find a personal assistant. However, he hadn't encountered anyone suitable and hadn't been able to specifically recruit, so it had been delayed. Since Su Jiafei could enter a big company, she must be exceptionally capable and definitely qualified. But he didn't know if she would be willing, and he also needed to assess whether she was suitable. Just then, they arrived at the main entrance of Yuanyan Levy, and everyone tacitly skipped this topic, starting to talk about the villas. I believe you are familiar with Yuanyan Levy. The overall architectural and landscape design of the community incorporates European style, and of course, the most famous feature is the unique lake island design. Each villa is built along the lake, with its own water area, and boasts unimaginable gardens and lawns. In comparison, perhaps other famous villa communities in the capital have noteworthy points, but the villas in Yuanyan Levy are still what all the wealthy dream of. You probably know that several big stars live in the community as well. The property consultant was detailing the situation of the community, and the sales pitch indeed made you feel that missing out on such a property would be a lifelong regret. At this time, the sales consultant was already registering at the gate. Such a top-tier villa community naturally wouldn't allow just anyone to enter, even if you were an agent commissioned by an owner. Moreover, even if allowed in, you couldn't drive your own car. Instead, property staff would take you into the community in a shuttle. The purpose of this is also to avoid idle people lingering in the community. Surely, if you were an owner, you wouldn't want a bunch of random people in the neighborhood. After waiting for a while, they noticed that the sales consultant seemed to be having a dispute with the property staff. Our Anning Real Estate has already registered with your property management, and we have also presented the owner's authorization letter. Why are we still not allowed to bring clients in to view the house? Do you expect the owner to call you personally? The sales consultant argued with a property staff member who looked like a butler in a suit. However, the property staff remained unmoved, speaking with a tone that carried a hint of mockery. Sorry, I couldn't find your company's registration information, and I don't believe the people you brought have the ability to buy a villa here. So I have reason to suspect that your entry into the community has ulterior motives. The sales consultant was furious, pointing at the other person, even feeling the urge to curse. You. Su Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. Were they looking down on them? As a property staff member, his first statement was responsible, which was fine. But what did the next two statements mean? Looking down on others? Just because you work in the villa community, do you really think you are the same as the owners living inside the villas? Just then, a Rolls-Royce entered the community, and the guy immediately changed his demeanor, nodding and bowing to the Rolls-Royce, completely servile. Truly a sycophant, looking down on others. Just as Su Ning was about to speak after a cold snort, Su Jiafei couldn't help but stand up with her brows furrowed. Zhang Xiang, what do you mean? Zhang Xiang, what do you mean? Su Jiafei pointed at the man in the suit who looked like a petty person reveling in his small triumph, angrily rebuking him. This statement left Su Ning and the others a bit confused. Did they know him? What do you mean? I just doubt that you can afford a villa here. Zhang Xiang snorted, dismissively. Su Jiafei's pretty face flushed with anger. Qin Shaohan, unable to stand it any longer, pointed at him and angrily scolded, Zhang Xiang, are you holding a grudge just because Jiafei rejected you? What? The person you like must be with you? If she doesn't agree to your pursuit, you keep causing trouble for Jiafei? You have a smaller heart than a woman. Are you even a man? I say, Jiafei not being with you is the best decision. You're hypocritical. Petty face is simply disgusting. Qin Shaohan ruthlessly pierced through his disguise, making him furious. Bullshit. I don't hold a grudge. Humph. Thinking back, I must have been blind to like you. I thought you were some pure girl, now you shamelessly hang out with so many men? Like a whore. Come on, which one is your lover? Anyway, you all shut up. No matter what you want to do today, you can't enter the community. Get lost. If you keep causing trouble here, I'll call security to deal with you. An enraged Zhang Xian completely tore off the facade, speaking extremely unpleasantly. After all, he didn't think these people looked like wealthy young masters who could afford a villa, so he felt fearless, even if a registered agent was leading them. So what? Recently, many internet celebrities had been trying to sneak into the top villa community of Yuanyan Levy to live stream, in order to attract traffic. Some agents even secretly brought group-buying socialites into the villas to take photos. Refusing a group of people who clearly couldn't afford a villa was not a problem, right? Who knew if they had colluded with the agent to enter the community for photos or live streaming? Watching the few people across from him getting exasperated by his difficulties brought him immense satisfaction. Just as Qin Shaohan said, during college, he had pursued Su Jiafei very diligently, but Su Jiafei was focused solely on her studies, and just as she rejected other suitors, she straightforwardly turned him down. Undeterred, Zhang Xiang continued to fawn over her like a lovesick puppy every day. Any girl with a hint of charm could easily reel him in. However, all of this was in vain before Su Jiafei. Zhang Xiang, who seemed sunny on the outside but harbored dark thoughts, held a grudge and spread rumors to tarnish Su Jiafei's reputation during their school years. After graduation, Su Jiafei continued her studies, while Zhang Xiang got a job at a property management company, quickly rising to the position of property manager within 2 years through flattery. He fantasized about the day he would rise above her, perhaps just like a scene from a TV drama, where Su Jiafei would find herself in dire straits and come begging to him. He imagined how he would humiliate that despicable and shameless woman. Little did he expect that day would come so soon. Although he couldn't yet humiliate Su Jiafei to his satisfaction, he could still make her life difficult within his authority, and that would allow him to vent the resentment he had bottled up for so many years. It felt exhilarating. What could they do to him? After delivering his insults, Zhang Xiang looked at the 4 people from Su Ning's dormitory with a mocking gaze. This time, the 4 of them were not having it. If it were just cold sarcasm, they could endure it. But this bastard dared to insult a woman, and that was something they couldn't tolerate. Go to hell. The most impulsive of them, Deng Zihao, kicked Zhang Xiang, sending him tumbling. Ouch! Zhang Xiang fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and struggling to get up. That kick had hurt him quite a bit. Su Ning and the others were slightly slower than Deng Zihao, and when they tried to step in, they were blocked by several security guards. Seeing that the security guards were eager to intervene, Su Ning coldly spoke up. This is a personal grudge. Stay out of it if it doesn't concern you, or think about the consequences. Upon hearing Su Ning's words, the security guards immediately calmed down. Not to mention that they earned only a few thousand a month. Was it worth it to risk their jobs? It was clearly a personal matter. If they helped manager Zhang, wouldn't that be considered fighting? If they got detained, the property management company probably wouldn't care about them. Moreover, there might be some big shots involved. If things escalated, they wouldn't be able to handle the fallout. So the security guards dropped the idea of intervening, but they still had to maintain order, or it would be hard to explain. Damn it! You all wait for me. Today, I won't let this go. Zhang Xiang clumsily got up, his face filled with shame and anger, cursing as he pulled out his phone to call the police. Deng Zihao glared and was about to strike again, but was stopped by Qin Shaohan and Su Jiafei. Don't get into it with him. It will be troublesome if he calls the police. Su Ning didn't care for himself, but if Deng Zihao got detained for a few days, that was unacceptable. Plus, just kicking him was too lenient for that bastard. If he said today he wouldn't let it go, how convenient. I won't let it go either. Throwing the keys to the Koenigsegg to Deng Zihao, he said, "Second, bring the car over and block the entrance." Deng Zihao immediately understood that Su Ning intended to escalate the situation and went to get the car. Su Ning turned to the sales consultant with a stern expression and said, "I won't be looking at the house anymore. Can you contact the owner? Call him right now and have him come over to sign the contract." The sales consultant had never seen such a domineering way of buying a house and was momentarily taken aback. After a jolt, he quickly called the sales director to report the situation. Upon hearing about the conflict and that a client was ready to buy a house without even seeing it, the sales director immediately stated he would rush over and then called the owner. On this side, Zhang Xiang had already reported the incident to the police. Hearing Su Ning's words, he couldn't help but shiver. Even the cheapest villa in the park was worth no less than 100 million. Buying a house without even looking at it? What kind of power did one need to be so reckless? Could it be that he had kicked a hard wall? No, absolutely not. They must be just putting on a show, lacking any real strength. Zhang Xiang kept comforting himself in his heart, but unknowingly, his face had turned pale. All he could do was pray in his heart for the police to arrive quickly, to expose the disguises of these guys and detain them. Before the police car arrived, a supercar that was so flashy it was impossible to look away had already shown up. It parked directly in front of the main entrance of the Yuanyan Levy Park. Although the entrance was grand and spacious enough, the Koenigsegg parked there still blocked a significant portion of it. The car door opened, and Deng Zihao stepped out of the car with flair, his gaze towards the property management side filled with amusement. Although Su Ning felt it was sad that sometimes people had to prove their strength through external means, there were times when it was indeed very useful. Just like now, when Zhang Xiang saw one of the group from across stepping down from the Koenigsegg, his face instantly turned ashen. Koenigsegg 1. Limited edition worldwide, worth 50 million. Any label associated with it meant it was a toy only super rich young men could own. His heart sank. He knew he had kicked a hard wall. No matter how today's situation ended, even if the police took the other party away, they would definitely retaliate against him crazily afterward. For those who truly had power and influence, there were countless ways to deal with you without breaking the law. It was over, completely over. At that moment, Zhang Xiang seemed to foresee his incredibly tragic fate. His entire being felt drained of soul, turning into a walking corpse. A few security guards were also dumbfounded. Even if they had limited knowledge, they might not know the value of this sports car, but at least they knew that the flashier the car, the more valuable it might be. They couldn't help but secretly rejoice that they hadn't acted earlier, otherwise, it would have ended badly. However, now another problem arose. This supercar was parked right at the entrance of the community, blocking the way for other owners to enter. One of their jobs as security was to ensure the roads in and out of the community were clear. What to do? Clearly, the owner had parked the car here without any intention of being polite. Could they really foolishly approach to drive it away? Normally, it would be the property manager who would coordinate and communicate in such situations, but this mess was caused by the property manager himself. The security captain quickly called the regional manager of the property group to report the situation. At that moment, the sales director of the real estate agency hurriedly arrived and immediately noticed the flashy Koenigsegg blocking the road. After confirming who Su Ning was with the sales consultant, he quickly jogged over to Su Ning. Mr. Su, hello, I am Wang Ning, the sales director of the agency. The homeowner is not in the capital, but the homeowner's assistant will be here shortly with the authorization letter to sign the contract with you. Su Ning nodded. Having a villa worth hundreds of millions in Yuanyan Levy was a sign of wealth, and it was perfectly normal for busy people to be away from the capital. Weren't you here to look at the house? Since your agency has a record, please come in. Xiao Lu, hurry and bring the shuttle car to escort our distinguished guests. Today was just a misunderstanding. There have been too many people trying to sneak into the park recently, so we must be vigilant. It's all my fault. I apologize to everyone. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Coming back to his senses, Zhang Xiang seemed to want to grasp the last straw of salvation, rushing in front of Su Ning and bowing deeply. When it came to the end, he even bent down at a 90-degree angle to bow. If it weren't for the crowd, he might have actually knelt down before Su Ning. Zhang Xiang managed to climb to the position of property manager in such a short time, relying on flattery, naturally familiar with the process. Such a sycophant, if born in wartime, would undoubtedly be rare, the type to bow and lead the enemy. Faced with the shamelessness of someone who was arrogant before and humble now, Su Ning couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Now you know fear? Where were you earlier? And you only bow to power, not even realizing what mistake you made. Do I need your apology? The one who should kneel and apologize is Su Jiafei, whom you just humiliated with your words. Just then, a Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan stopped not far away, and a woman in professional attire got out of the car. Su Ning was taken aback. Wasn't this Zhao Dong's assistant, Wang Dong's assistant? Could it be that the villa belongs to Wang Dong? What a coincidence! Zhao Dong's assistant headed straight for the sales director of the real estate agency, but at that moment, she also spotted the exceptionally eye-catching Su Ning in the crowd, and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Why is this driver here too? Although Wang Dong had mentioned Su Ning to her after their last conversation, knowing that Su Ning was not an ordinary driver, but probably came from a wealthy family, the label of driver left a deep impression on her, and her first reaction upon seeing Su Ning was still that of a driver. Zhao Dong's assistant, you're here? Let me introduce you, this is Mr. Su, who is looking to buy a house. The sales director smiled and greeted her, then immediately introduced Su Ning. Su Ning couldn't help but smile, he had guessed correctly. However, Zhao Dong's assistant was shocked. She never expected that the one wanting to buy Wang Dong's villa was Su Ning. Others might not know the price of Wang Dong's villa, but she was very clear about it, as she handled all the paperwork when buying the house. Su Ning is actually this wealthy? This is too absurd. Zhao Dong's assistant, nice to see you again. Seeing Zhao Dong's assistant slightly dazed from the shock, Su Ning smiled and greeted her first. Oh, nice to see you again. She responded almost instinctively, still overwhelmed with shock. But at that moment, the sales director of the real estate agency was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the two parties to know each other. If they knew each other, it meant they could completely bypass the agency and deal directly, which would mean the agency had nothing to do with it. The commission for this villa could be negotiated at 8 million when the agreement was signed, which is not a small amount for anyone. This house is Wang Dong's? Su Ning gave Zhao Dong's assistant a moment to digest her shock before calmly asking. Yes, the house belongs to Wang Dong. Zhao Dong's assistant took a deep breath, slowly regaining her composure. Since you want to buy the house, I need to call Wang Dong to report the situation. After saying that, she took out her phone and called Wang Dong, explaining the situation in an orderly manner once connected. Okay, Wang Dong. Zhao Dong's assistant seemed to have received instructions and handed the phone to Su Ning. Wang Dong wants to speak with you. Su Ning took the phone, held it to his ear, and smiled. Hello, Wang Dong. Xiao Su, you really surprised me. When Xiao Jiao told me just now, I couldn't believe it. What a coincidence that you want to buy my house. If it were someone else, I wouldn't be prepared to budge on the price. But since it's you, let's skip the formalities and I'll give you the bottom price. However, it's agreed that next time I go to the capital, you have to treat me to a meal. Wang Dong's hearty voice came through the phone, sounding in a good mood. Su Ning couldn't help but laugh, but after laughing, he still asked his question. Wang Dong, how come you're buying a house here? You hardly come to the capital even a few days a year. Wouldn't it be enough to stay in a presidential suite at a top hotel? Su Ning's question made Wang Dong pause for a moment, but he quickly provided an answer. Originally, this house was for my youngest daughter. At that time, she was studying in the capital, and I thought she would stay here after graduation. But unexpectedly, she went straight to work in Tianfu after graduating. This house has been vacant ever since, and I thought it was useless to keep it, so I might as well sell it. Su Ning couldn't help but feel a bit taken aback. Wang Dong had mentioned his daughter during their journey from the capital to the Magic City. He couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. After all, in a wealthy family, the child was already prepared with a villa worth several hundred million before even graduating. How could those who have worked in the capital for over a decade and still can't afford a home feel about that? Oh, by the way, if you can afford such an expensive villa, your financial situation must be better than I imagined. I'm currently planning a chain of large theme park projects. I wonder if you're interested? How about this? Investment matters can't be explained in just a few words. When I get to the capital, let's meet and discuss it in detail. Wang Dong seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke with great interest. Upon hearing this, Su Ning's thoughts stirred, and he became interested. A chain of large theme parks? Similar to Disney and Universal Studios? Nowadays, everyone loves to travel, and the tourism industry has become one of the fastest growing sectors, with a scale beyond imagination. During peak times, a project at Disney or Universal Studios might require hours of waiting, raking in profits. Although second-tier theme parks may not be as popular as Disney and Universal Studios, they are still quietly making a fortune. At the very least, Su Ning knew that under the siphoning effect of Universal Studios, large theme parks like Happy Valley in the capital are always packed, with astonishing revenue capabilities. If they also developed a chain of large theme parks like Fantawild or Happy Valley, if managed well, it could definitely create miracles continuously. Unable to resist, he nodded. He was worried about where to use the money he had just earned, and this theme park project would definitely be a money-consuming beast, capable of absorbing a large amount of funds. Alright, Wang Dong, I look forward to your arrival, Su Ning said with a smile. After chatting a bit more with Wang Dong, he returned the phone to Zhao Dong's assistant. Clearly, Wang Dong had instructed Zhao Dong's assistant about something over the phone, and the assistant nodded repeatedly in response. Mr. Su, Wang Dong said we can sign the contract at any time. The total price of the house is 550 million, and we will cover all expenses on our side. When saying this, although Zhao Dong's assistant appeared calm, she was actually shocked inside. You see, she was the one who handled the purchase of this super luxury home, and she had also been authorized to handle the sale, so she was well aware of the price. The house was listed at 600 million, which was not inflated at all. Even though the real estate market is currently sluggish, that only applies to the ordinary property market. Super luxury homes are not affected at all. Perhaps the buyer would negotiate a bit, and a concession of 20 million or even 30 million would be about right, but it was almost impossible to drop it to 550 million. Although Wang Dong wouldn't lose money, that's not how business is done. It seemed that Wang Dong truly regarded Su Ning as a friend across generations. Su Ning was clear about this in his heart. He had no need to refuse Wang Dong's goodwill, he understood it well enough. Alright, let's sign the contract now, Su Ning said decisively. Zhao Dong's assistant had worked alongside Wang Dong for many years and was also decisive. She immediately took out the contract and completed the signing on the spot. Everyone around felt it was so absurd, so childish. This wasn't 55,000, but 550 million. A super luxury home worth 550 million was really bought just like that, without even blinking an eye? Do the rich really not treat money as money? Indeed, they have deeply experienced the disparities of this world. At this moment, the one who finds it hardest to accept is Zhang Xiang, who initially appeared to be a small person reveling in his success. If he was just lost and dejected a moment ago, now he seems to have fallen into an endless abyss of hell. The last shred of hope has been completely shattered. Even someone who can only take out 50 million is a big shot he can only look up to. Not to mention someone who can spend over 500 million to buy a super luxury mansion. He has offended someone he absolutely cannot afford to offend, and having done so, he is truly not far from ruin. Just as he felt like a walking corpse, the regional director of the property management arrived in a hurry. The property management for the Ocean Levy community is handled by a large property management group called Shuncheng Property. The regional director is responsible for managing all ocean properties in the capital. Among all the properties he manages, the one he cares about the most is definitely the Ocean Levy community. After all, the owners living here are either rich or noble, and if he can establish a good relationship with one of these big shots, perhaps a little favor from them would be enough for him to live comfortably. So when he heard that Zhang Xiang had a conflict with someone driving a super sports car who came to view a property, he quickly dropped what he was doing and rushed over. Upon arrival, he happened to see Su Ning and Director Zhao signing a contract. He recognized Director Zhao, the assistant to the super-rich Wang Dong, who often handled matters related to property. He also knew that Wang Dong's house had recently been put up for sale, priced at 600 million. He thought such a super luxury mansion could not possibly sell in a short time, but unexpectedly, this young man signed the contract so casually. Even though the formal procedures at the Property Transaction Center had not yet been completed, in essence, this young man was already the owner of the super luxury mansion and a distinguished owner of Ocean Levy. A young master. A super young master. There was no doubt about it. The regional director wore a flattering smile and quickly approached to greet him. "Hello, esteemed owner. Welcome to Ocean Levy. I am Chen, the regional director of Shuncheng Property Group in the capital. We at Shuncheng Property will wholeheartedly provide the most attentive service to all owners." Su Ning turned his head, looking at the regional director of the property company with a half-smile, the corners of his mouth curling up in a mocking arc. "The most attentive service? I don't think so. Your manager Zhang looks down on us. Not only did he refuse us entry to the community, but he also arrogantly insulted us with his words. Why does it feel like your property management is not here to serve the owners, but rather to manage them? I won't waste more words. Today I need an explanation. If I'm not satisfied, believe me, I will make sure Shuncheng Property is kicked out of Ocean Levy, even out of the entire capital." Su Ning said coldly, expressionless. "Is it exaggerated? Not at all." Su Ning's mindset has gradually shifted from that of an ordinary citizen to that of the wealthy class. Some people are just despicable. If you treat them kindly, they might think you are easy to bully and take advantage of you. But if you turn your kindness into authority and severity, they will instead develop a sense of awe towards you. As expected, Director Qian was scolded by Su Ning and felt terrified, not daring to retort. Perhaps in Director Qian's view, Su Ning's attitude was indeed warranted. He wouldn't think Su Ning was just boasting. Shuncheng Property is indeed considered a large property group, with some influence, but such influence is completely insignificant in front of true top-tier wealthy individuals. Not to mention anything else, the owner of Shuncheng Property can't even afford a 600 million villa, which is enough to illustrate the problem. They have their ways, and it might even just take a single word for Shuncheng Property to roll away from the Ocean Levy Park in disgrace. Being kicked out of the capital doesn't seem impossible either. In that case, not to mention how much the company would lose, my position as the regional director would also come to an end. I'm afraid the boss would kill my whole family. Mr. Su, please calm down. I'll look into the matter and definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Director Qian nodded and bowed, becoming even more humble under Su Ning's powerful aura. Turning his head, he looked at Zhang Xiang with eyes that seemed like they wanted to devour him whole, as if he could tear him apart and still not feel satisfied. He initially thought that Zhang Xiang, being a young man, would know how to handle things, which is why he promoted him to property manager, considering him one of his own. But he never expected this bastard would cause him such a huge mess. Don't you even look at where this is? Who here can you afford to provoke? You want to die, but I don't want to die. At that moment, he even had the urge to kill Zhang Xiang, saying he would look into the situation? What the hell is there to look into? No need to even ask. Not to mention that Zhang Xiang must have caused trouble. Even if he hadn't, having a conflict with a wealthy young master is still your problem. Are you looking for death? I'm not going to waste my breath with you. Hurry up and apologize. If you don't get forgiveness, then get the hell out. Director Qian's eyes were blazing with anger as he sternly reprimanded Zhang Xiang. Zhang Xiang's expression was as if he had just lost his father. He really wanted to grab Director Qian by the collar and loudly question this idiot. Did you think I didn't apologize just now? If apologies worked, would there be so many problems afterward? But reality forced him to lower his head, suppressing the endless rage in his eyes, and he walked over to Su Ning with his head down. This time, he truly intended to kneel and beg for mercy. However, before he could act, Su Ning spoke first. Director Qian, I don't want to waste more words. I say, you do. Fire him, let him get lost. If other property companies in the capital come to do due diligence later, just say he was fired. Can you do that? Usually, when you join a big company, the HR department will call your previous company to inquire about your work situation and conduct, which is called due diligence. If your due diligence results are not ideal, for example, if you have done something that harmed your previous company's interests, then the new employer naturally won't want you. Su Ning's meaning was very clear. He wanted to make it impossible for Zhang Xiang to stand in the property industry in the capital. You have to know, Zhang Xiang has been working in property since graduation, and he has long forgotten what he learned in college, with no relevant experience. If he can't continue working in property, he is very likely to find himself unemployed. Su Ning isn't cruel, he just doesn't have a saintly heart. For someone like Zhang Xiang, he needs to be given a lesson he will never forget. Su Ning's words carried an irresistible powerful aura, leaving Director Qian with no room to argue. All right, Mr. Su, I will do as you say. Director Qian didn't hesitate at all and immediately nodded in agreement. Just then, a police car whizzed over. Needless to say, it was definitely responding to Zhang Xiang's call to the police. Watching unfamiliar officers get out of the police car, Su Ning felt a bit out of place. There was no way around it. The Ocean Levy area is not under the jurisdiction of the Hanjian Road Police Station, so it wouldn't be Wang Sudong responding. Of course, he also felt a bit unable to smile. After all, Deng Zihao had just made a move. If Zhang Xiang insisted on not letting go, Deng Zihao might end up being detained. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ning slightly tilted his head and said to Director Qian, "You handle it. It's best to make him shut up." Director Qian has already realized that it was probably Su Ning who made the first move. After nodding at Su Ning, he walked over to Zhang Xiang. "Let's pretend nothing happened. Unless you want the company's integrity department to conduct a detailed investigation into the procurement process of Yuanyan Levy properties, I think you should understand what I mean, right?" Director Chen wasted no time, directly pointing out the key issue that could pin Zhang Xiang down. Zhang Xiang's pupils constricted, and then his eyes completely lost their luster. How could there be no tricks in property procurement? As the property manager of Yuanyan Levy Park, he had certainly had his hands dirty in the procurement process. It was fine if no one looked closely, but once they did, it would be a sure thing. Don't think that taking kickbacks in a private enterprise would go unpunished. There is a crime called bribery of non-state personnel, specifically targeting people like him. Of course, he could hold on to the fact that the other party hit him, but the most that would happen to them is a few days of detention. But if he were truly convicted, it wouldn't be as simple as detention, it would be a prison sentence of up to 3 years. So, he had no courage to resist at all. When the police officer came over, Zhang Xiang, in a daze, stepped forward and directly stated that he was too angry when the conflict occurred, which is why he called the police to say he was hit, but in reality, there was no real fight. Upon hearing this, the police officer immediately scolded him and then drove away. Deng Zihao also breathed a sigh of relief. Although it felt good to take action, the follow-up was indeed troublesome. "Let's go, take a look at the house. I haven't seen the house in detail yet." Su Ning smiled and called everyone. The situation had developed to this extent, which was quite unexpected for everyone, especially Qin Shaohan and Su Jiafei, who were filled with shock. While Deng Zihao looked impressive when he acted, kicking Zhang Xiang was very satisfying. But that was just the most basic form of revenge. It was people like Su Ning, who could manipulate every aspect with ease, that was truly difficult to achieve. Zhang Xiang lost the job he was proud of and had to endure humiliation in silence. This was definitely a greater blow to him than being beaten. This was true vindication. The group entered the park, chatting and laughing, while Zhang Xiang, who was now like a dead dog, was no longer a concern for anyone. In fact, the villas in Yuanyan Levy Park vary in size. Chairman Wang's mansion covers an area of 7 acres, making it one of the 4 largest villas in the park. Due to the gentle slope, the villa's architectural design is 2 stories in the front and 3 in the back, with a building area exceeding 2,000 square meters. No wonder, just the building area is almost close to 2 acres. Having a yard of 5 acres wouldn't be excessive at all. Everyone present was truly amazed by such an extravagant mansion. Even Su Ning couldn't help but gasp. The yard and lawn were so large they could almost serve as a football field. The only regret was that the mansion was still in its rough state. Not long after it was purchased, Assistant Zhao had already contacted an interior design studio to prepare for renovations, but Chairman Wang's daughter passed away during that time, so the renovation plans fell through. Actually, this is also good. Not to mention a super mansion, even when buying an ordinary villa, people prefer to design and decorate it themselves rather than using someone else's decor. As for needing to spend tens of millions to renovate the mansion, it was really not worth mentioning for Su Ning. It was just a matter of running a few more days as a chauffeur. "Third brother, from now on, this will be our base in the capital. Although after graduation everyone goes their separate ways, it's not easy to gather together, but as long as we return to the capital, you must host us here. Second brother, fourth brother, don't you agree? The eldest, Hua Xiefeng, couldn't help but embrace Su Ning with emotion. Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao looked at Hua Xiefeng with strange expressions, leaving Hua Xiefeng utterly confused. Boss, it seems like after graduation, you're the only one not in the capital. Old 3 has already bought a luxury apartment, so that's a given. Old 4 and I are both staying in the capital to hustle. So, we can come to Old 3's luxury apartment whenever we want, but you can't. Ding Zihui's words made Hua Xiefeng feel completely shut down. Qin Shaohan and Su Jiafei couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle, while also feeling quite emotional about the bond between the 4 brothers. Su Xiao, let me know when it's convenient for you to handle the relevant procedures, just give me a call. I'll take my leave now. Director Zhao's assistant spoke up at the right moment. Su Ning nodded. Since the contract was signed and the house was still in its raw state, there was really nothing to stay for, so he left with the brothers. Boss, you guys go eat? I have someone else to meet, so I won't join you. Remembering that he had an appointment with Li Sile, he casually tossed the car keys to Hua Xiefeng. However, before leaving, Su Ning had one more thing to do. That was to ask Su Jiafei if she was interested in being his assistant. It must be said that sometimes a good personal assistant is incredibly important, especially after his recent interactions with Director Zhao's assistant. The other party's competence left a deep impression on him. Having such a capable assistant could save him a lot of trouble. If it weren't for feeling guilty towards Director Wang, he would have been tempted to poach Director Zhao's assistant directly. Of course, Su Jiafei was also quite good. Not to mention her abilities, she was at least easy on the eyes. The key was that Su Jiafei's character was definitely not lacking. One could tell from the fact that she wasn't a bad girl or a green tea type. As for her abilities, she probably wouldn't be too bad either. After all, she was a graduate student with strong learning capabilities, and her growth would surely be rapid. So he turned around and smiled as he asked Su Jiafei, Sister Jiafei, what's your monthly salary at the big company? Although Su Jiafei was puzzled as to why Su Ning would ask this question, she didn't hide it. 18k a month, 12 plus 4. A monthly salary of 18k means 18,000, and 12 plus 4 means there are 4 months of year-end bonuses at the end of the year. Calculating it, that's 288,000 a year, nearly 300,000 in annual income. It's not too high, not too low. It's about the base salary level for planning positions in big companies, but it's considered a high salary in other industries. After a brief pause, Su Ning smiled and asked, I'm looking for an assistant. I wonder if you're interested? I can offer you a 300,000 annual salary, along with bonuses based on your performance. What do you think? This statement left everyone present stunned, all looking at Su Ning in disbelief. The 3 brothers had a remarkably unified thought. They all believed that Su Ning was just using the search for an assistant as a pretext to get closer to girls. Otherwise, why would he need an assistant at all? Su Jiafei furrowed her brows slightly, her beautiful eyes looking at Su Ning as if trying to discern his true intentions. A personal assistant sounded too easy to misinterpret. Although the pay was good, she would never sell herself out for a bit of money. Hurry up and agree. Qin Shaohan was anxious for Su Jiafei from the side. With more money and less work, and the client being a handsome guy like Su Ning, what was there to be dissatisfied with? Who knows, being close to him might even give her a chance to marry into a wealthy family. Su Ning looked at everyone's reactions and couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking to himself, are you all thinking too far off? You all should have felt Director Zhao's competence just now. What I need is exactly this kind of assistant. I already have some businesses on hand and will gradually take over more, but these businesses are all chaotic and unrelated. If I have to manage each one, I would be exhausted to death. So I need one or even several capable assistants to help me. It's that simple. Upon hearing Su Ning's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. Perhaps Qin Shaohan and Su Jiafei were unaware, but the 3 brothers had heard Su Ning talk about it before. Even now, Su Ning had a high-end restaurant in the capital, invested in a movie, and co-founded an investment company with others. If there were more industries in the future, it would indeed be difficult for one person to manage everything. Su Jiafei could sense Su Ning's sincerity, so after a slight hesitation, she nodded. Then I'll have to call you Su Zong from now on. Su Jiafei said with a smile, you don't need to call me Jiafei Shuaji anymore, just call me Jiafei. Su Ning nodded noncommittally. Privately, he had no problem calling her Shuaji, but in public, it wouldn't be appropriate to refer to his assistant that way. Then I'll give you your first task now. As I mentioned earlier, my industries are all over the place. Think about how to effectively integrate them. As they walked outside together, Su Ning said to Su Jiafei with a smile. Su Jiafei was slightly taken aback, not expecting Su Ning to assign her a task right away. But the moment of surprise was brief, and she quickly provided an answer. In that case, we can establish a group company as the headquarters. Each industry can be considered a subsidiary. For example, Suzone, you mentioned you invested in a movie, so we can set up a film and television company under the group to handle future film and television business. The same goes for the restaurant industry. We can establish a restaurant company and place Li Ji Private Kitchen under it. In the future, whether opening chain stores or acquiring other hotels and restaurants, it can all be done under the restaurant company's name. As for the investment company you co-founded, similar operations can be conducted. We can establish an investment company under the group, transferring your shares in the partnership investment company to the group investment company, so all future investment activities can be conducted through the group investment company. This is the typical structure of a large group. Perhaps your industries aren't that vast yet, but the structure can definitely be set up first. Listening to the confident Su Jiafei elaborate on the structure of the headquarters, Su Ning couldn't help but nod. She was indeed capable, even the planning felt like a waste of her talents. Being an assistant suited her better. Then it's up to you. Go rent a floor in a high-end office building in the CBD as the group headquarters. You can also set up the framework for the rest. Those who can do more work, if you do well, I'll give you a bonus, Su Ning said with a hearty laugh. Su Jiafei felt no dissatisfaction at being assigned so many tasks before officially starting. On the contrary, she was already excited about having such a broad space to showcase her talents. Don't be fooled by her innocent appearance. She was a true career-oriented woman. Okay, Suzone. Su Jiafei immediately got into character and replied decisively. Qin Shaohan looked at her best friend's change in demeanor with a strange expression, unsure of what to say. Just like that, she was recruited? And listening to Su Ning's rhetoric, it felt so much like workplace PUA, didn't it? He paints a big picture, and you just believe it? A bonus too? The bigger the boss, the stingier they are. It sounds grand, but in the end, maybe a month's extra salary at the end of the year would count as a bonus. Qin Shaohan silently complained in her heart but couldn't say much, only quietly tugging at Su Jiafei's sleeve, giving her a cautious look. But just then, Su Ning seemed oblivious and continued speaking. By the way, you can drive, right? Go pick out a car. Director Zhao drives a Mercedes E-Class, so just use that as a standard for now. Of course, if you perform excellently in the future, getting a Bentley won't be a problem. Upon hearing Su Ning's words, not only Su Jiafei was stunned, but even Qin Shaohan was taken aback. Was this a slap in the face? I had just said that the big boss was stingy, possibly PUAing my friend, and the next moment the big boss was pairing my friend with a Bentley? Although saying that a Bentley was also like painting a big pie, it seemed that it wasn't impossible to achieve based on the idea of getting a Bentley. The three brothers were slightly surprised, but considering Su Ning's current wealth, they naturally wouldn't be overly shocked. Deng Zihao pretended to be shy, tugging at Su Ning's arm like a little girl, and jokingly said in a high-pitched voice, "Brother Su Ning, I also want to be your assistant, and I want a Mercedes too." Su Ning couldn't help but shiver, shaking off Deng Zihao as if avoiding an infection. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter. After leaving the park, Su Ning took a taxi straight to the restaurant that Li Sile had booked. "Young Master Su, did you just negotiate a business deal worth several $100 million? When Su Ning got out of the taxi, Li Sile was already waiting outside, jokingly approaching him. He was a bit puzzled, not understanding why Su Ning had taken a taxi. Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle. "I really did negotiate a deal worth $550 million. Was he bragging? No. He had just spent $550 million on a super luxury mansion, so it could be considered a business deal." Li Sile was taken aback, not expecting Su Ning to actually go negotiate a deal. However, he naturally wouldn't think Su Ning was bragging. After all, with a Koenigsegg 1 driving around, what was so strange about negotiating a deal worth several $100 million? Not long after Li Sile welcomed Su Ning into the private room, his two brothers arrived, panting. Su Ning had seen his two brothers before. They had just been assigned some work by Li Sile. Eating and chatting, the atmosphere was quite lively. Since he had already promised to lead the wedding car convoy with the Koenigsegg, Su Ning naturally wouldn't go back on his word. The wedding car convoy was like this. The Koenigsegg led the way, serving as the guide. Following it was a camera car, a big G. Next was the lead Rolls-Royce, followed by a line of Mercedes S-Class cars, and finally, a Land Rover Range Rover at the back for support. Even in the capital, such a high-class wedding car convoy would be enough to make most people envious. Su Ning was unfamiliar with the roads, so tomorrow a brother of Li Sile's would accompany him in the car. He asked Su Ning to call him Old Wu. After finishing the meal and discussing the details, Su Ning smiled and said goodbye, preparing to return to his dormitory for a nap. After all, he had to be a designated driver at night and needed to get up early the next day. If he didn't take advantage of the afternoon to rest well, he might not be able to hold up tomorrow. When he woke up, it was already 5 in the evening. After tidying up a bit, he headed straight to Lee Ji private kitchen. He had long treated his own restaurant like a canteen, and it was just right to have dinner there before being a designated driver at night. He thought today would be another day full of oddities. Even if it wasn't thrilling, it would definitely not be calm. However, by midnight, the 3 completed designated driving orders left Su-Ning feeling incredulous. There were no hiccups at all. This seemed to defy the laws of the universe. If the first order went smoothly, Su-Ning could understand. But the second and third orders also ended very smoothly under Su-Ning's extremely cautious driving, which made him feel extremely unbelievable. It didn't make sense. Su-Ning leaned against a tree by the roadside, frowning as he pondered the last 2 designated driving orders, wondering if there was something he had overlooked. But after thinking for a while, he still found nothing. The second order was for a man in his 40s, asking Su-Ning to take him to a certain bathhouse. Although he seemed to be pointing out the world to Su-Ning in the way of his predecessors along the way, like mentioning which number technician at a certain bathhouse was good, Su-Ning pretended not to understand anything he said. Even if the police took action tonight, raiding the place and catching him red-handed, it had nothing to do with Su-Ning, right? He was just a designated driver, not a pimp. The third ride was a couple. Once they got in the car, they were all over each other in the back, and Su-Ning could only pretend not to see. After dropping them off at the hotel, that counted as finishing the ride. What was wrong with a couple going to a hotel? The police wouldn't arrest them, right? It had even less to do with Su-Ning. Finally, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself, realizing he had been made paranoid by the system. He found a nearby hotel to spend the night, woke up early the next day, and drove the Koenigsegg straight to Lee Seil's house. By the time he arrived, the wedding procession was almost ready to go. Su-Ning got in the car, and Lao Wu took the passenger seat, starting to lead the wedding car convoy. Su Xiao, let me tell you, there are several stunning beauties among the bridesmaids. If you see someone you like, just have the bride introduce you. Of course, you can tell me too. My girlfriend is also a bridesmaid, and she knows a few beauties. Lao Wu couldn't help but chuckle as he spoke to Su-Ning. Su-Ning wanted to laugh a little. Was he subtly showing off that his girlfriend was also a beauty? When they arrived at the bride's house, the groomsmen fought their way through various challenges and finally brought Lee Seil before the bride. Su-Ning's attention wasn't on the bride but rather on the bridesmaids. To be honest, Lao Wu wasn't lying. All 5 bridesmaids were stunning. If Lao Wu hadn't said they were the bride's close friends, Su-Ning might have thought they were hired professional bridesmaids. Ning Xiao, the second one on the left is my girlfriend. Lao Wu nudged Su-Ning with his elbow and whispered. On one hand, it was probably a boast, and on the other, it was likely a declaration of ownership to prevent Su-Ning from seeing his girlfriend as a target. Su-Ning turned to look at the second bridesmaid on the left but gradually squinted his eyes. Familiar. He felt like he had seen her somewhere. As he recalled, images flashed through his mind, and suddenly his pupils constricted. He remembered. This bridesmaid was the girl from the couple he had driven for yesterday. If he remembered correctly, he had dropped them off at the hotel. But the man from yesterday wasn't Lao Wu. Su-Ning's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he turned to Lao Wu with eyes full of sympathy and pity. Lao Wu's hair, styled with wax, shone under the lights, but for some reason, Su-Ning felt the light had a greenish tint. Su-Ning was confident he hadn't made a mistake. The bridesmaid Lao Wu mentioned was definitely the same woman from yesterday, but the man from yesterday was not Lao Wu. Su-Ning quietly shifted his feet, creating a little distance from Lao Wu. He was afraid the green light would infect him. After a few simple games, the wedding ceremony concluded. As everyone went downstairs to get in the car, several bridesmaids immediately noticed the Koenigsegg at the front of the wedding car convoy. There was no helping it. This supercar was just too eye-catching, especially when they saw Su-Ning and Lao Wu getting into the supercar. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. One bridesmaid nudged another. Tang Yao, how did your Lao Wu get into a sports car? Is that handsome guy a friend of Lao Wu? Tang Yao was Lao Wu's girlfriend and also the woman from the couple Su-Ning had driven yesterday. She scratched her head, racking her brain but couldn't remember, concluding that she really hadn't seen Su-Ning before. I don't know him, but he must be a friend of Lee Seil. Lao Wu probably knows him too. Tang Yao thought for a moment and said. The bridesmaid who had just asked the question couldn't help but giggle. Hee, this handsome guy is my type, so no one should try to steal him from me. Tang Yao couldn't help but curl her lips, her expression dismissive. What handsome guy is your type? I think supercars are more your style. The bridesmaid, while pulling out a small mirror to touch up her makeup, casually replied. So what? Anyway, you have no chance. Who says I have no chance? Maybe he doesn't even know old Wu. If I just wiggle my little finger, even the most handsome guy will be within my reach. Tang Yao said somewhat defiantly. The bridesmaid turned her head, looking quite speechless, and said, I beg you to give it a rest. You're hanging out with old Wu and still trying to flirt with handsome guys. Isn't that enough to keep you busy? Shut up. Tang Yao glanced nervously at the driver in front, knowing he was a professional wedding driver and not a friend of the bride, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Glaring at the bridesmaid, she said irritably, "Can you just shut your mouth and stop talking nonsense?" The bridesmaid, a bit unconvinced, muttered, "You can't even talk about the mess you made?" Tang Yao couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You think your mess is any less than mine? Alright, I won't argue with you, but just so you know, you can't steal this handsome guy from me." The bridesmaid huffed. The wedding ceremony proceeded smoothly, the only issue being that Su Ning didn't know how to bring up the matter with old Wu. At the banquet, a few of Li Xiao's groomsmen and Su Ning were seated at the same table. Just as Su Ning was pondering how to start the conversation, old Wu's girlfriend, Tang Yao, and the bridesmaid walked over. "Darling, the groom will definitely be too busy to pay attention to us tonight, so let's go to the workers' stadium." As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently swept over Su Ning, and she asked casually, "Is this your new friend? Come along tonight." This was a plan she had discussed with her best friend. She would tell old Wu they were going out to play and invite Su Ning along, so it wouldn't seem too abrupt. Her best friend looked at her with eager anticipation, almost drooling. Old Wu didn't think much of it and looked at Su Ning with a questioning gaze. Su Ning couldn't help but smile slightly, saying calmly, "I won't be going. I have to drive for someone tonight." Old Wu, of course, knew about Su Ning's special hobby, so he nodded without much thought. But to the two girls, this sounded completely different. Driving for someone? Is it what they think it is? But what about the Koenigsegg? Did he rent it? Could it be that this handsome guy isn't a super rich second generation driving a Koenigsegg, but just a lousy driver? Then forget it. I won't delay you from your work. The bridesmaid's face had already unconsciously taken on a hint of disdain. Old Wu couldn't help but twitch his lips, really not knowing what to say. He had some understanding of his girlfriend's best friend. Even if she wasn't a complete gold digger, she definitely favored the rich and was extremely vain. So when she heard that Su Xiao was a driver, she would show such an impatient and contemptuous attitude. But did she really think of Su Xiao as just a driver? This young master was playing the pig to eat the tiger, and she really took him for a pig? Well, if you can't see the truth, then it's not someone else's fault. After the two girls left, old Wu awkwardly smiled at Su Ning. "Don't mind them, Sao will come over to toast in a bit." Su Ning blinked, thought for a moment, and smiled as he asked, "Old Wu, I have a friend whose girlfriend cheated on him, but he doesn't know yet. Should I tell him?" Old Wu was the type who was thick-skinned and didn't think too much, nor would he relate it to himself, and without hesitation said, "You have to tell him." "But if I tell him, isn't that ruining their relationship? What if he blames me in the end?" Su Ning asked, seemingly very conflicted, as if he was genuinely seeking advice from old Wu. Old Wu couldn't help but chuckle. "Su Xiao, you don't have to be so direct. Can't you just hint at him?" Su Ning suddenly realized and nodded, pondering how to hint at him. The wedding banquet was lavish, with only one vegetarian dish, stir-fried lily and celery. Just then, this dish was served right in front of Su Ning. He thoughtfully picked up a piece and placed it in old Wu's plate, saying with concern, "Old Wu, eat more green vegetables. It's good for your health." However, his subtle reminder had no effect whatsoever. Old Wu was very touched and immediately shoved it into his mouth, swallowing it without chewing much. "Thank you, Su Xiao." After all, a super-rich young man like Su Ning could still be so approachable as to serve him food. How could he not be moved? Su Ning was left speechless and served him a few more pieces. For this single-celled creature, hints were useless. "Forget it. I'll just edit the video from the action camera and send it to him later." After the wedding banquet ended and the ceremony went smoothly, guests began to leave, and Su Ning greeted Li Xiao before departing. After Su Ning left, Tang Yao and another bridesmaid changed their clothes and walked over to old Wu. "Old Wu, why do you have a designated driver friend with Li Xiao? What, do you rich second-generation kids like to play down-to-earth now? Or do you need a low-key friend around to make your show-off even more exciting?" Tang Yao said with a hint of disdain, her tone somewhat sarcastic. The other bridesmaid immediately chimed in, her tone even more contemptuous. "Could it be that you just found a designated driver to be your chauffeur? You guys are something else. You rent a supercar like a Koenigsegg and let a designated driver drive it. Aren't you afraid the driver will damage the car? If something really goes wrong, even if your family is rich, it would still hurt to pay for it, right?" Watching his girlfriend and her friend sneer at Su Xiao, old Wu's expression turned extremely ugly. "Shut up, what do you know? Su Xiao said he was a designated driver, and you really believe it? He's a super rich young man, the Koenigsegg is his. Driving as a designated driver is just Su Xiao's special hobby, just like some people like fishing and others like photography. I was even planning to help set up a few single bridesmaids with him, if it worked out, they could marry into a wealthy family and become a phoenix. But you guys really treated him like an ordinary designated driver. With this kind of sarcasm, you deserve to miss your chance. Old Wu spoke his mind, leaving the two girls dumbfounded. What? He's not a real designated driver but a super rich young man? The Koenigsegg isn't rented but belongs to the super rich young man? This. Tang Yao was fine since she had a boyfriend, but her friend felt regret wash over her at that moment. Their group was somewhat like fake socialites, mostly aiming to latch onto wealthy men or rich young masters, and someone like Su Ning, a super rich young man, had slipped past her unnoticed. Just thinking about the luxurious mansions, fancy cars, and a lifetime of wealth and glory she might have missed made her feel like she could die. Old Wu, how about you invite your friend out to sit with us? Let everyone get to know each other and chat. I was just feeling a bit uncomfortable earlier and didn't say anything out of line. Look, I'm single, he's single, and you're our mutual friend, isn't this a chance to play matchmaker? She was a bit unwilling to give up, biting her lip and pleading with Old Wu. Old Wu couldn't help but curl his lip, completely ignoring her. Help you play matchmaker? Don't be ridiculous. Su Xiao treats me like a brother, even serving me food. Introducing a gold digger like you to Su Xiao is simply not treating him as a brother. Old Wu, may not be the smartest, but I absolutely value loyalty. At this moment, Su Ning has already gone back to the car to get the action camera and copied the video of last night's designated driving. High definition, no censorship. There are clips of the couple getting in the car, as well as clips of them getting out, and finally, the couple entering the hotel. I just wonder how Old Wu will feel when he sees the video. Anyway, I have to send it. I can't pretend nothing happened. After all, Old Wu is a friend. How can I just stand by and watch my friend be played by a woman? As for whether Tang Yao will get so angry that she reports me for invading her privacy, Su Ning doesn't care. It's not a criminal case, just a civil one. The worst outcome is just paying money and apologizing. He clicked send and then turned off his phone, not turning it back on until the evening. He wasn't afraid of anything, he just didn't want to waste his breath. Fortunately, Old Wu didn't contact him either, and it wasn't until many days later that Su Ning heard Li Xiao mention this incident. Old Wu almost went crazy at the time. If they hadn't stopped him, he might have killed Tang Yao. After that, there's no need to mention the breakup. After all, a rich second generation like Old Wu definitely doesn't have to worry about finding a partner. He was just upset about being cheated on. As for Tang Yao, her loss was too great. She was relying on her looks, and now that she's lost a money bag like Old Wu, she can't even afford cosmetics, let alone her pampered lifestyle. More importantly, her reputation in the circle is ruined. She can't survive in it anymore. Of course, Su Ning doesn't care about these things. After buying a super luxury mansion, he is now focused on making money. Not to mention, the renovation of the villa is going to cost nearly 100 million, otherwise, it won't have the desired effect. Also, it seems that director Wang wants to find him to collaborate on some project. If the project is good, he definitely can't miss out. He has to get a share. This could be a significant amount. Time flies, and after Su Ning diligently worked as a designated driver for another half month, his first month's money-making experience came to an end. Although it wasn't earth-shattering, it was still thrilling. Just like before, there were bizarre people and events every day, which left him quite exhausted. Some car owners would get in and shout for Su Ning to take them to find their mistress, wanting the whole world to know they were keeping a mistress. Some would ask Su Ning to sing while he drove to entertain them. There were guests who would vomit in the car and then accuse Su Ning of being the one who threw up. And there was a guy who insisted on making Su Ning his sworn brother, even wanting to give his car to Su Ning to prove his loyalty. Su Ning also encountered rude foreigners who babbled in some unknown language, actually just trying to avoid paying the designated driving fee. He faced danger too, with a drunk car owner trying to rob him, and the most frustrating encounter was with a crossdresser who asked Su Ning if he was interested in a male-male relationship. Well, making money is really not easy. However, even though his body was tired and his heart even more so, the rewards were surprisingly satisfying. After buying the super luxury mansion, with only 100 million left in his bank account, he managed to earn another 400 million in the next half month. Although it wasn't as much as the first half month, that was because he had a few big clients in the earlier period. For example, Xiaodong's parents, Director Wang, and the uncle who compensated him for his mental distress. But Su Ning was already very satisfied. To summarize the gains of this month, he earned over 1.7 billion in cash, which is terrifying. But after investments and expenses, he still has a cash balance of 500 million in his bank account. The expenses and investments, when calculated, are quite astonishing. The villa cost 550 million, the investment company, 240 million, lent to the boss, 200 million, donated to the school, 60 million, bought a supercar, 50 million, purchased lease private kitchen, 42 million, invested in a movie, 40 million, bought a watch, 20 million, The remaining donations, like for police cars, are just small change and not worth mentioning. After a month with the system, Suning's life has undergone a tremendous change compared to before. Even if the system were to disappear now, he could still live well off his current assets. But clearly, the system is eager to let Suning experience the next money-making project. So, right after the driving service money-making ended, the system promptly sent a notification. The first money-making experience has ended. Please host start the second money-making experience as soon as possible. The selection range for the second money-making experience is limited to graduate school tutor, marriage intermediary, fitness coach. Please host make a choice as soon as possible. Looking at the three options provided by the system, Suning's expression suddenly became a bit strange and helpless. He originally thought the range of career choices for the first money-making experience was ridiculous enough, but he didn't expect the second round to be even more absurd. How was he supposed to choose? The three options from the first time were already outrageous, and the system even wanted him to deceive retired old men and women. But unexpectedly, the three options for the second time were even more exaggerated. Not to mention, just the graduate school tutor. He wasn't even a graduate student himself. How could he be a tutor for someone else? It was simply outrageous to the extreme. What about the marriage intermediary? He was still single himself. How could he play matchmaker for others? And as for the fitness coach, that was even more ridiculous. Although Suning had a decent physique, he had never trained before, and he truly had little muscle and knew nothing about fitness. Other jobs could be managed casually, but fitness had certain risks. What if he injured a client? A wave of despair washed over him, feeling as if the system was toying with him. If the money he earned wasn't real, he would have long suspected the system had ill intentions. Of course, Suning didn't ponder the three options for too long and quickly chose the marriage intermediary, abbreviated as marriage agency. It wasn't that the marriage agency industry was particularly good, but he had to pick the best option among the bad ones. He couldn't be a graduate school tutor, nor a fitness coach. Even though he wasn't keen on being a marriage intermediary, he had no other choice. Plus, he was curious about how to make money as a marriage intermediary. Could it be that the rewards also multiplied by hundreds of thousands? Host has chosen the money-making method as marriage intermediary. Host's money-making method will be rewarded based on marriage progress. If both parties are willing to continue contact after the blind date led by the host, reward of 2 million. If both parties become a couple after the blind date led by the host, reward of 10 million. If both parties reach a marriage agreement after the blind date led by the host, reward of 50 million. If both parties become legal spouses after the blind date led by the host, reward of 200 million. Reminder: the marriage situation must be real and valid. False relationships will not be rewarded. Suning pondered for a while and finally understood the money-making model of the marriage agency. First, he had to act as a matchmaker, whether by opening his own marriage agency or finding a job at a marriage introduction office. The system's rewards were divided into 4 stages, progressing step by step, with rewards varying greatly. Generally speaking, if both parties didn't like each other after the blind date, they would just go their separate ways, nothing more to say. If both parties didn't dislike each other and were willing to continue contacting, they would meet a few more times. And when they got to know each other better and felt suitable for each other, that would count as being together. Continuing on, with the idea of starting a family, one can meet parents and friends and get engaged. Ultimately, it leads to obtaining a marriage certificate and becoming a couple. The rewards from the system at each stage are quite generous. Suning even felt that if he continued for a long time, his income might surpass that of a chauffeur. But the problem arose: the system only allowed a month for money-making, which felt too short during the dating process. Not to mention, who gets married after just a month of blind dates? Even if there are exceptions, they are extremely rare. Even getting engaged isn't easy. So, in Suning's view, the stages of continuing to interact and becoming a couple were the main focus for making money. It was estimated that the efficiency of making money would be lower than that of being a chauffeur. However, he wasn't too discouraged. After all, it was better than being a graduate school tutor or a fitness coach. As for the system's final reminder, Suning understood that it didn't want him to exploit loopholes. Without this restriction, spending money to hire someone for blind dates or even marriage would make the money-making limitless. Well, since he had already made a choice, he would strive to stick with it. He believed that one day there would be rewards. The system was relatively humane. As long as Suning ensured he had more than 3 money-making experiences each year, it didn't require seamless connections every time. So, although Suning had made a choice, he didn't start immediately. On one hand, he had to face his graduation project defense, and on the other, he needed to prepare for a marriage agency. After about half a month, he managed to get these 2 things done, and then he could officially start the second wave of money-making. "Jaffe, I'm planning to open a marriage agency. Help me find a prime storefront. preferably one that is simply decorated and can open quickly. Also, could you handle the business registration as well? Of course, but your most important task is to familiarize yourself with the marriage agency market and processes, and be ready to act as a matchmaker. Su Ning called Su Jiafei and got straight to the point. Su Jiafei? On the other end of the line, she couldn't help but have question marks popping up above her head. What? Su Ning wants to open a marriage agency? Is this super rich second generation really that unconventional? What kind of bizarre boss have I followed? Other rich second generation entrepreneurs either go into high tech or finance, talking about high-end rounds and B-rounds. But here he is, not satisfied with being a chauffeur, and now he wants to open a marriage agency. Do you even hear what you're saying? The key point is, I have to follow you to the marriage agency and be a matchmaker? At that moment, Su Jiafei felt an absurd sense of despair. A terrifying thought even crossed her mind one day. Would Su Ning take her to rummage through trash bins for bottles? That image was too abstract. Just thinking about it sent chills down her spine. Well, at least a marriage agency is a legitimate profession, much better than picking up bottles. Alright, President Su. Su Jiafei gritted her teeth and said with great effort. After hanging up the phone, Su Ning strolled back to his dorm. After running as a chauffeur for a month, he hadn't spent much time in the dorm, and now he could finally spend more time with his three brothers. Facing graduation, the paths for the three brothers had already been chosen. The eldest, was Xiefeng, would naturally return home to work at the family company, gradually taking over the overall business. The second, Ding Zihui, was dragged by Su Ning to join his soon-to-be established group, responsible for financial matters. After all, Su Ning still needed to make money, and he couldn't invest too much energy in the group company, so he needed someone trustworthy. Ding Zihui didn't have any negative feelings about relying on his brother for support. After all, he knew Su Ning's character all too well. Moreover, even if he worked at Su Ning's company, their relationship wouldn't change. As for the fourth brother, Ding Ziho, being a little rich second generation, he took the 5 million his father gave him and prepared to start a gaming business in the capital. Of course, 5 million probably wouldn't be enough, so Su Ning invested another 5 million, making Ding Ziho so excited that he called him dad on the spot. I'm planning to open a marriage agency. Once the defense is over, I'll open for business right away, and you all come to support me, okay? Su Ning chuckled at the three brothers. Hua Xiefeng, Din Zihui, Den Ziheo. Just like Su Jiafei, who had just heard the news, the three brothers were also taken aback. Even if you continue to be a chauffeur, that's fine. But opening a marriage agency? What the heck is that? It's no wonder the three brothers looked as if they had encountered aliens. Su Ning was just too out of touch. Although they knew Su Ning was used to working hard and saving money, doing tutoring or driving was normal. But what on earth is a marriage agency? This thing has nothing to do with their work and life at all. As for the third brother, we just want to say, if you're really bored, why not learn to fish? They really couldn't understand Su Ning's thought process. What's worse, Su Ning actually wanted them to help at the marriage agency. It felt a bit like he was asking them to be marriage props. So-called marriage props are high-quality men and women specially packaged by marriage websites or agencies to attract clients. If Su Ning really made them meet various older women for blind dates, that would be too funny. Third brother, I just want to know, what are you thinking? Hua Xiefeng took a deep breath and asked. Of course, Su Ning had long prepared an excuse for this. The country is now encouraging marriage and childbirth, and the marriage market will definitely be a hotspot for a long time in the future. If I open a marriage agency now and gradually figure out this industry, I might enter it on a large scale in the future. Hearing Su Ning say this, Hua Xiefeng and Deng Ziheo nodded in realization. Only Ding Zihui's eyes flickered, deep in thought. Su Ning's words sounded familiar to him. He remembered that when he first became a chauffeur, Su Ning had said he was personally investigating this industry and that he might invest in it in the future. Now he was talking about investigating the marriage market. This was completely untrustworthy. However, Ding Zihui didn't say anything, just considered it a little quirk of his brother. In the following days, the four brothers were making the final preparations for their graduation defense. Even though Su Jiafei had already found a shop and started setting it up, Su Ning didn't have time to check it out. Finally, a week later, the four brothers successfully passed their graduation defense and received their diplomas and degree certificates. Interestingly, the school hoped Su Ning would pursue further studies, and several leaders took turns trying to persuade him. However, considering that he was busy making money and didn't have much time to study, he could only apologize to the leaders. While other dormitories were filled with feelings of separation, Su Ning's dormitory showed no signs of sorrow. After all, the three of them would stay in the capital, and they could meet any time. Even the eldest, Hua Xiefeng, lived close to the capital, and it would only take a little over an hour to drive back. Whenever he wanted to drink, he could just make a call in the afternoon, and they could gather in the evening. What was there to be melancholic about? Let's go, check out my marriage agency. Su Ning waved his hand and chuckled. He was too lazy to drive, so the four of them got into Huo Xiefeng's car and headed straight for the marriage agency. Su Jiafei was very capable. Without Su Ning's involvement, she had basically completed the preliminary preparations for the marriage agency. The chosen location was quite particular, situated in the middle of the old city, covering a large residential area. Moreover, within the coverage area, there was a large park, which had a blind date corner, making it very advantageous for expanding the client base. At the same time, the marriage agency is also located within the jurisdiction of the Hanjiang Road Police Station, so if any trouble arises, they can quickly call on familiar faces to resolve issues. The shop covers an area of 240 square meters, divided into several zones. There is an elegant reception hall, for separate meeting rooms, and a large conference room. The meeting rooms, needless to say, can be used for detailed communication with clients or for arranging blind dates between men and women. However, the large conference room is not intended for meetings. After all, the common morning and evening meetings in the industry can be held in the reception hall. The large conference room is set up as a board game room. The marriage center often hosts various small or large group blind date events. Large events aside, small group blind date activities can easily take the form of board games, allowing a dozen people to get to know each other while playing, perhaps leading to mutual attraction. For Su Ning, the marriage agency itself does not need to make a profit, so he is not interested in trivial earnings. What matters is that he can bring single men and women together through the agency. That is his way of making money. Mr. Su, is there anything else that needs to be arranged? Su Jiafei has fully embraced her role as an assistant, and even if Su Ning's requests are quite abstract, she strives to do her best. After all, a 300,000 annual salary is real, and the Mercedes E300 she drives is also real. With little work and good pay, Su Jiafei tells herself to cherish this job. Su Ning took a tour of the marriage agency with a few brothers and nodded in satisfaction. The hall not only has a reception desk but also 5 workstations, clearly intended for the matchmaker and the matchmaker's assistant. In addition, the hall still has a large area, appearing clean and spacious. Su Jiafei has arranged quite a few green plants, making the entire space feel lively rather than overly solemn. Although the meeting rooms are not large, they have unique decorations that do not feel oppressive. As for the large conference room, it is almost set up like a murder mystery game venue, which is sure to appeal to young single men and women. Very well prepared. I'll give you credit for this. Su Ning nodded and smiled at Su Jiafei. He then called a few people to the large conference room. Boss, you're not in a hurry to go back home, right? Stay and help me as a matchmaker for a month. You don't need to say anything. Second brother, since the group company hasn't set up yet, you can also be a matchmaker here. Fourth brother, although you and Qin Shaohan are busy preparing for the game company, you should have some time, right? Come over and be a part-time matchmaker. Jiafei, you don't need to say anything. You have to be a matchmaker here too. Also, didn't you recruit a receptionist for the group company? Since there's not much business now, bring her over here to be a receptionist for a month. Su Ning sat confidently in the middle, starting to assign tasks. The few people present couldn't help but twitch their lips, unsure of what to say. This is too childish, right? How can they just stay here as matchmakers? It sounds nice to call them matchmakers, but frankly, aren't they just matchmakers? Speaking of matchmakers, it's not a good title. The image of Wang Mama immediately comes to mind. Of course, Wang Mama had a rather tragic fate. Didn't she get killed by Wu Song? The few of them were at a loss, never having thought they would one day be in this line of work. However, since they are all brothers, they can only indulge it. As for Su Jiafei, with Su Ning as her boss, she had even less ground to resist. Su Ning is the boss and chief matchmaker, Huo Xifeng is the matchmaker and driver, Ding Zevui is the matchmaker and accountant, Su Jiafei is the matchmaker and chief steward, the newly recruited receptionist from the group company, by Roland, is the receptionist, Deng Zihao and Qin Shaohan are part-time matchmakers, and thus, the makeshift team of the marriage agency was formed. The first general meeting of the Jinshenjiwen marriage agency officially convened. Jinshenjiwen is the name of the agency, coined by Su Jiafei, while Su Ning couldn't be bothered to care much. After all, it would only be in operation for a month, so the name didn't really matter. Su Ning sat in the center, speaking confidently. Let's start with our business goals. The operational period is set for 1 month. The marriage and dating process can be divided into 4 key stages, and our goals will be based on achieving the numbers for these 4 stages. First, after the initial meeting, if both parties are willing to continue getting to know each other, we will call this stage the acquaintance point. I hope to reach a number of over 300 men and women at the acquaintance point within this month. After continuing to interact, if they officially become a couple, we will call this stage the dating point. I hope to have over 40 couples reach the dating point within this month. Once they develop into a couple, if they start discussing marriage and establish a formal engagement, we will call this stage the engagement point. I hope to have at least 4 couples reach the engagement point within this month. The ultimate goal of dating is, of course, to obtain a marriage certificate and become legal spouses. However, a month is too short a time, so it might be difficult to set a goal for that. Of course, if we can facilitate both parties becoming legal spouses in a short time, that would be even better. Do you have any questions or anything to add regarding the business goals? Regarding the business goals, he had actually calculated them carefully. If he could achieve them, he would be able to generate 1.2 billion in just 1 month. Although it wasn't as much as a driving service, it was still a vast fortune that countless people could only dream of, real money. At this moment, after listening to Su Ning's presentation, the 3 brothers were fine, as they had no idea what the marriage and dating market was really like. But Su Jiafei was different. She had conducted prior research on the marriage and dating market. Regarding Su Ning's goals, she could only say it was wishful thinking, and refrained from calling it delusional out of respect for the boss. In a typical marriage agency, achieving even 1/5 of what Su Ning just mentioned would not be an easy task. Not to mention, reaching what Su Ning referred to as the acquaintance point actually meant completing a precise match between a man and a woman. Completing 300 matches in a month? That averages to 10 a day. Such an exaggerated goal was no different from nonsense. Boss, why not just go back to driving? However, despite her inner thoughts, Su Jiafei wouldn't actually voice any objections. Even without professional experience, she had some emotional intelligence. When a leader asks for your opinion, do you really give it? That would be a bit out of place. Alright, since there are no issues, I'll continue discussing the business strategy I've been formulating. After all, this venture into the marriage and dating market is not for profit, but rather to gain a deeper understanding of the industry's operational rules and insider information. Therefore, regarding fees, I've decided to make it free initially, with clients paying whatever they wish after a successful introduction. Some convenience stores or tea shops operate on this model, allowing customers to pay whatever they want. We will adopt the same strategy, otherwise, if it's completely free, it could easily be seen as a scam. Additionally, I plan to implement an incentive strategy. Anyone introduced by our marriage agency who completes an engagement within a month will receive a 3,000 yuan dating fund. If they obtain a marriage certificate within a month, they will receive a direct reward of 10,000 yuan for wedding expenses. What do you think? Su Ning had also considered this thoroughly. Charging fees initially would face the challenge of customer acquisition, needing to compete with other marriage agencies and dating websites. In the early stages, offering free services can lower the threshold for acquiring customers and quickly accumulate a client base. As for the later stages of monetary rewards, Su Ning truly doesn't care whether or not to give money. The rewards for the subsequent 2 phases will neither be too little to be insignificant nor too much to attract people who would fake engagements or marriages to scam money. At least, he hasn't thought of a better business strategy. The other few people at this moment scratched their heads, feeling that it was somewhat childish. It was one thing if the matchmaking service wasn't profitable, but there was no need to throw money around, right? However, with Su Ning's wealth, let him be reckless, it was harmless. Thus, everyone unanimously raised their hands to vote in favor of Su Ning's business strategy. The opening time was set for Saturday noon. What we urgently need now is a lot of information on single men and women. Jiafei, run around the park's matchmaking corner more. I believe those grandparents who are worried sick about their sons' and daughters' marriages will definitely want to take advantage of the free offer. Also, look for any matchmaking agencies that have just closed down or are about to close. Try to buy some client information from them. Anyway, with an assistant, these trivial tasks could be handed over to her. Su Jiafei couldn't help but smile bitterly, but she had no choice but to do the work assigned by her boss. After the final 2 days of preparation, the destined for each other matchmaking studio officially opened. Since fireworks were not allowed in the urban area, they used firecrackers for the opening ceremony. Wishing you great success in your business. As everyone shouted in unison, the red cloth hanging on the shop sign was pulled down, revealing the true face of the storefront. Naturally, many people gathered to watch, and Su Ning and the others stepped forward to distribute flyers, focusing on promoting their matchmaking studio's free offers and reward policies. After the opening ceremony, everyone eagerly awaited clients to walk in. Sure enough, not long after, a woman in her 30s walked in. She was decent looking. Although she seemed well-maintained, the marks of time could not be completely erased. Su Ning and the others felt a hint of excitement, sensing that they were about to start their business. So, your matchmaking studio really doesn't require any fees up front. and I can pay whatever I want after a successful introduction? The woman seemed skeptical about such a windfall and asked suspiciously as she entered. Hello, ma'am, please have a seat. Our promotion is absolutely truthful. You don't need to pay anything before a successful introduction, and how much you pay afterward is entirely up to your mood. If you don't believe it, here is our contract. You can take a look. Su Ning quickly invited the woman to sit down, explaining while signaling the temporary receptionist, by Roland, to pour her some water. The woman took the contract Su Ning handed her, glanced at it briefly, and tossed it onto the table. Before Su Ning could guide her into the main topic, she confidently spoke first. Let me state my requirements for a partner. My demands aren't high. I hope the other party has a car and a house, and they must not have any loans. The type of job is not limited, but the annual salary must be over 400,000. They can't be more than 3 years older than me. The most important point is, I want to find someone who is infertile. The woman casually stated her requirements, as if they were very ordinary and easily achievable conditions. But at this moment, Su Ning and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes, feeling increasingly incredulous. Here it comes. Here comes the oddball. After more than a week without running a designated driver service and not encountering any oddities, Su Ning was almost forgetting the most outrageous aspects of the system. As a result, the very first client to walk into the matchmaking studio right after it opened immediately brought back that long-lost feeling. Don't be fooled by how casually this woman spoke about her requirements, as if they were simple conditions. But let's not forget, this is the capital. Having a house, a car, and no loans, most men of marriageable age probably can't achieve that. Those who meet such conditions are almost like diamond bachelors. But that's not the main point. It's just a higher requirement. What shocked Su Ning and the others present was that she actually wanted to find someone infertile. What does that mean? Even if you don't want to have children and want to be child-free with your future partner, can't you just agree not to have kids? Why insist on finding someone infertile? Su Ning took a deep breath, gulped down a large sip of water to calm his nerves, and slowly asked, Sorry, I didn't hear clearly. Did you say you want to find someone infertile? The woman seemed dissatisfied with Su Ning interrupting her, responding in a tone that sounded quite pretentious, because I've already given birth once, and I don't want to go through the pain of childbirth again. Su Ning suddenly realized that she just didn't want to have more children. Then there's no need to find someone infertile, you could just find someone who's also divorced with a child, Su Ning said, a bit puzzled. However, the woman's next words left him utterly speechless. That's not acceptable. I don't want to be a stepmother. If he has children from before, he won't be able to fully invest in our little family. People are selfish. I have to consider my child and our future family. That's reasonable, right? She spoke as if she were stating a universal truth. Su Ning almost choked on his own breath from the frustration. He swore he had never wanted to hit someone as much as he did at that moment. He even felt an uncontrollable urge to smash his computer to vent. His expression changed repeatedly, and after silently repeating "don't get angry" 100 times in his mind, he finally calmed down a bit. Standing up, Su Ning gestured for her to leave. I'm sorry, ma'am, but I'm afraid I can't meet your requirements here. Why don't you check out the marriage agency on the next street? The woman looked at Su Ning with a critical eye and curled her lip. I knew your newly opened marriage agency wouldn't be reliable. Pretending to be free, who knows what tricks you're up to? There are plenty of quality single men on those dating websites. I might as well get a membership to avoid being scammed by unreliable agencies like yours. After saying that, she stood up and dramatically twisted her body as she walked out the door. The few people left in the hall exchanged glances, feeling an extreme sense of absurdity. Is this person too bad? Where's the basic kindness in being human? So now that someone else is raising your child, you don't deserve to have your own? I've never seen such a warped worldview in my life. I bet that once she raises the child and finds it useless, she'll just say, Big brother, it's time for your medicine. Xin Xiaohan bit her lip, unable to contain her anger. Ding Zhevue glanced at Su Ning and sighed, Old 3, if all the clients coming to your marriage agency are like this, I'm really worried you won't be able to handle it. Su Jiafei had a similar reaction. After all, the first one to walk in was such a malicious person. Who knows how many more clients like this the agency would have to deal with in the coming month. It's exhausting. It might even affect one's own worldview. Su Ning also realized the severity of the situation, but now that it had come to this, he could only grit his teeth and carry on. Alright, let's stay positive. I believe such oddballs are ultimately in the minority. Let's get moving and aim to successfully match a few couples today. He couldn't help but clap his hands to boost everyone's morale. Deng Zihao took Qin Xiaohan to distribute flyers, while Huo Xiafeng and Ding Zhevue went to the park's blind date corner to gather information, proving to be very diligent employees. Only Su Ning and Su Jiafei, along with the young lady at the front desk, remained in the store to receive incoming clients. By 4 in the afternoon, the 4 who had been out returned, each bringing back information about some single men and women. During this time, some clients who entered the store also left their personal information and dating preferences. Everyone hurried to organize the data to see if they could match suitable conditions across the board. However, half an hour later, as they looked at each other, there was a sense of existential doubt among them. They discovered a significant problem. If this issue couldn't be resolved, there was no way to proceed with matching, not to mention those hoping to achieve a leap in social class through marriage. The single women seeking partners often had requirements that were a step above their own conditions. Some even aimed for several steps up. For example, a woman earning $10,000 a month wanted to find a man with an annual salary of $500,000. Someone without a house wanted to find someone with a house. A woman with a college diploma wanted to find someone with a bachelor's degree. A woman who was 1.60 m wanted to find a man who was 1.80 m. It was almost impossible to find single women whose requirements matched their own conditions. And some girls with relatively normal standards actually had conditions that predetermined they wouldn't be popular in the dating market. For instance, age, appearance, and so on. As for the single young men, some did propose requirements based on their own conditions, but these didn't match the conditions of the single women. For example, a single woman earning $10,000 a month wanted to find a man with an annual salary of $500,000, but a man who met that condition would expect his partner to earn $40,000 to $50,000 a year as well. This was clearly unmatchable. Even if some men were open to lower standards, they would still have other requirements, such as wanting a woman to be beautiful or young. Not to mention that some single men also harbored the idea of becoming Phoenix men and proposed partner standards that exceeded their own conditions. It was really hard to make it work. In short, after matching for a long time, they completely failed to find any matches. Tomorrow, let's call each one and ask if they can lower their standards. If the standards don't drop, not only can we not help them, but I fear no matchmaking agency can help, Su Ning said with some helplessness. He truly hadn't expected that on the first day of opening a matchmaking agency, they would encounter such a setback. It was a heavy blow. If they couldn't find a way to solve this problem, they might be wasting a whole month. However, he didn't expect that a turnaround would occur that very night. At 8 o'clock in the evening, seeing that no clients had entered the store for a long time, they simply decided to close and take a break. Since not a single match had been successful today, let alone arranging meetings for blind dates, everyone's mood was quite low. Just then, Su Jiafei suddenly spoke up. Although the short video trend has passed its wild development phase, it is still a hot topic. Many physical business operators have to change their attitudes to embrace short video platforms and cater to short video users. Not to mention those big streamers, even a random barbershop or pancake shop is likely to be live streaming. This not only has the chance to attract users, but if the live streaming effect is good, it might even carve out a new path. In fact, when I did research earlier, I found that some physical matchmaking agencies were live streaming on platforms. I think we can also do live streaming. While doing online matchmaking, we can also attract clients to our store. Of course, I might not be right, Mr. Su, you decide. Su Ning was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Yes, they could live stream. How had he overlooked this? In fact, it wasn't just about the matchmaking agency's money-making experience. He had been pondering this issue even when he was working as a driver before. It's hard to gauge the system's pulse, making it difficult to say what career options it will provide him each month. He should first create an account on a short video platform. There will definitely be a time when it comes in handy. However, due to various delays, he had set it aside for now. Little did he expect that he would soon need to use it for the second money-making experience. After all, the system only mentioned making money through the profession of a marriage agency, without specifying that it had to be offline. Connecting people online can also lead to a crazy amount of money. He definitely couldn't miss out on that. Jiafei, that's a good suggestion. I'll give you credit for it. I'll start live streaming tomorrow. Su Ning couldn't help but laugh heartily. Su Jiafei smiled serenely, feeling very happy and proud that Su Ning valued her opinion so much. However, Qin Shaohan beside her couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Credit for it? You've already given Jiafei credit before, what's the use? These capitalists only know how to PUA, there's no real reward at all. My silly best friend, Su Ning's grand plans have her stuffed to the brim. However, just as she was grumbling, she heard Su Ning continue speaking the next moment. Jiafei, you've performed so well, what reward do you want? Su Jiafei was slightly taken aback, a bit slow to react. Su Ning thought that Su Jiafei might be too shy to ask, so he directly continued. Forget it. Asking you probably wouldn't yield much. How about this, a salary increase of 100,000. Also, keep track of it yourself, the year-end bonus will be an additional 3 months' salary. When the year-end bonus is distributed, Just summarize it and let me know. At this point, not only was Su Jiafei stunned, but Qin Shaohan was even more bewildered. So the fool was actually me? Su Ning wasn't PUA, he was genuinely willing to pay. Originally, Su Jiafei's annual salary was set at 300,000, which is definitely considered a high salary even in the capital. But unexpectedly, just half a month into the job, her salary was raised. And just like that, it increased by 100,000. An annual salary of 400,000 was simply enviable to the point of being mind-blowing. Even more exaggerated was the casual addition of 3 months' salary as a year-end bonus. Doing the math, that's 125,000. Goodness! With that, her annual income exceeded 500,000. She had just signed an agreement with her employer for a monthly salary of 14,000, totaling an annual income of 168,000. That was barely one-third of her best friend Su Jiafei's. Indeed, comparing people can be infuriating. At that moment, Qin Shaohan looked at Su Ning with a different expression. Boss, let me be your assistant too. Forget about PUA, it's all to encourage us to improve. And don't talk about whether it's a grand plan or not, as long as I can eat my fill, that's enough. Of course, Su Ning was unaware of Qin Shaohan's change in mindset. He was already pondering tomorrow's livestream. Back in the dormitory, he started searching on the short video platform and indeed found several matchmakers who were live streaming. They all had offline stores, and their purpose for live streaming online was actually to gather popularity. People's behavior is quite strange. If you watch a streamer's short videos and live streams for a long time, when faced with a related issue, you're likely to think of that streamer first. Su Ning wasn't studying psychology, so he couldn't articulate the principle, but he could genuinely feel it. For example, he used to watch a tour guide short videos, so when he wanted to join a group tour, he would definitely think of booking through the travel agency that the tour guide worked for. Therefore, Su Ning felt he needed to study hard. He watched live streams until late, not knowing when he finally dozed off. The next day, he didn't wake up early. After a quick wash with his buddies, he hurried off to the marriage agency studio. When Su Jiafei and Qin Shaohan arrived at the studio, they were already tidying up. I brought you breakfast, let's eat first, Su Jiafei said with a smile while wiping the table. Su Ning picked up a cup of water, found it was mung bean juice, and silently put it back down. Jiafei, there's no need for you to do the cleaning yourself. You should find a cleaning lady when you have the time. After breakfast, Deng Zihao pulled Qin Shaohan out to distribute flyers. Of course, whether the two wanted a private date or were genuinely going to distribute flyers was unknown. Similarly, Huo Xiefeng and Ding Zihue also went to the park to continue collecting client information. Meanwhile, after some mental preparation, Su Ning started the livestream. The livestream was titled All Career Experience, this episode, Experiencing the Career of a Marriage Agency. The platform required 1,000 followers to go live, but under the influence of his abilities, this was hardly a limitation. Su Ning had decisively purchased 1,000 followers beforehand, successfully qualifying for the livestream. At the beginning of the livestream, there were no viewers at all, making it incredibly quiet. Su Ning felt as if he was about to be ensnared in a spider web in front of the camera. What to do? Accumulate viewers slowly and methodically? Su Ning didn't have that much time. By the time he cultivated a sufficient fan base, the opportunity for the marriage agency to make money would have long passed. Gritting his teeth, Su Ning decided to recharge a large amount on the platform and invest heavily in traffic. This meant spending money to buy traffic on the platform, allowing it to push his stream to users who were browsing short videos. As for how precise it was, that was hard to say. After investing 1,000 yuan in traffic, viewers began to trickle into the live stream. Although some came in and immediately left, a portion of the audience stayed. After all, a handsome guy on the screen was quite eye-catching. Welcome everyone to the live stream. The host is the matchmaker from a physical marriage agency. In my spare time, I live stream to answer your emotional questions and help you navigate the blind date journey more smoothly. At the same time, I will also help connect you based on your needs during the live stream. As I mentioned in the introduction, as long as there's a successful match in the live stream, the host will present a 3,000 yuan gift package. I'm now sending out a lucky bag, which contains 10,000 platform coins. You can follow and watch the live stream for a chance to win the lucky bag. At this moment, with Su Ning's explanation, the public screen was filled with viewers' comments. Wow, why is the host so handsome? Is it true that you get a 3,000 yuan gift package for a successful blind date in the live stream? Is the host helping people with blind dates, or is it you who needs a blind date? I just need a match with a host as handsome as you. Host, I'm taking you away. You all better watch out. Wow. You're really just giving away a 1,000 yuan lucky bag? Does the marriage agency make that much money? I didn't believe it before, but but now seeing you give away such a big lucky bag, I believe you can give a 3,000 yuan gift package. Let me go on a blind date. For your 3,000 yuan gift package, I wouldn't even mind dating an ant. The remaining viewers fell into 4 categories. Some were there for Su Ning's handsome face, some to grab the 1,000 yuan lucky bag, some for the 3,000 yuan gift package, and only a very few genuinely needed a blind date. Not to mention, just this lucky bag was enough to attract attention. Compared to other live streams that often only had small lucky bags worth 100 platform coins, Su Ning's lucky bag worth 10,000 platform coins was shockingly generous. With 100 slots, each person could draw 100 platform coins. Some people were already rubbing their hands together, eager to use the platform coins to reward the beautiful ladies. As for that 3,000 yuan gift package, some had already started to feel tempted, and their thoughts were not entirely pure. No matter what, as long as I can stay in the live broadcast room, Su Ning's goal has been achieved. Take it slow. If anyone has questions, feel free to speak up. If you want to be matched in the live broadcast room, please send your personal information to the backend. Please ensure that the information is accurate. If there are any matching criteria, we will connect you immediately. Just then, a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, walked into the store. The receptionist, by Roland, immediately began to assist him. "Hello, sir." Su Ning smiled at the live camera and said, "Here comes a client, and I can also show you how a matchmaking studio works in reality." Holding the phone in one hand, he stood up and walked to the reception area, politely saying to the middle-aged man, "Hello, sir. I am the chief matchmaker of the studio. My surname is Su. May I ask how to address you?" The middle-aged man glanced over and nodded. "My surname is Zhang the Longbow." Su Ning set the phone down and sat across from him, continuing to smile politely. "Mr. Zhang, I am currently live streaming. Would you be comfortable appearing on camera? This might help you find a suitable match faster." The middle-aged man glanced at the phone, seemingly uninterested, but did not refuse. "Let me share my situation first. I am single and unmarried, 39 years old this year, and I am 172 meters tall. I have a bachelor's degree and currently work at a private company in the capital, with an annual income of around 200,000. I own an apartment in the 6th ring, with a mortgage." Su Ning recorded while shaking his head and smiling bitterly in his heart. Indeed, people tend to package themselves, especially in such situations, often presenting what sounds good, and there is even a lot of exaggeration. Even though he didn't have much experience, he could roughly judge some things. At 39 years old, there isn't much to fake, but who knows if he will turn 40 next month. 40 sounds completely different from being in your 30s. An annual income of around 200,000 is likely overstated. Apartments in the capital are mostly small units, around 50 square meters, and if it's in the 6th ring, it probably wouldn't cost more than 1.5 million to buy. The mortgage policy for apartments in the capital requires a minimum down payment of 50%, so he probably only paid 50% as a down payment. What made Su Ning feel most helpless was definitely the height the middle-aged man reported. 172? He probably isn't even 170. You have to know that when preparing the studio, Su Jiafei had secretly posted height measurement stickers at the entrance. When the middle-aged man walked in, Su Ning had already estimated his height. Wearing shoes, he was probably around 175. The key point is that his shoes clearly had height-increasing features, which was obvious at a glance. There really wasn't a single honest word. While Su Ning was observing the middle-aged man from all angles, the live broadcast room was very lively. Is there anyone from the capital who can share their thoughts on this uncle's qualifications? Thanks for the invite. In terms of looks and height, you can judge for yourselves. Other aspects are actually quite good. Income exceeds the average level, and even with a mortgaged apartment, it counts as having a house. The only downside is that he is a bit older. Looks are average, but not balding, which adds some points. To be honest, his height is a bit short, not reaching the national average for men. I think he's okay. As long as the requirements aren't too high, he can still find a suitable match. However, what happened next left all the viewers in the live broadcast room stunned, and even Su Ning almost couldn't hold it together. "Mr. Liu, please share your criteria for a partner," Su Ning asked with a smile. The middle-aged man confidently replied, "With my conditions, I want to find a beautiful girl under 25. That shouldn't be too difficult, right?" After saying this, his gaze darted towards Su Jiafei beside him. Su Ning. As soon as these words were spoken, several people on site, including Su Ning, were momentarily stunned, and even the live broadcast room fell into a brief silence. Then, the live broadcast room exploded. What the hell? How does he have the courage to say such things? He's almost 40 and still wants to find a young and beautiful girl under 25? Can he be any more outrageous? Host, Are you just using a plant for the live broadcast effect? Can't he take a good look at himself? If that's the case, I could also find a young and beautiful girl under 25. Su Ning ignored the situation in the live broadcast room, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Mr. Liu, why do you think it's not difficult?" The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback, probably not expecting Su Ning to ask this, but he still appeared extremely confident. "Don't young girls like uncles now? Aren't I the uncle type? And my conditions aren't bad, it shouldn't be difficult to find a young and beautiful girl." Su Ning fell silent. He found himself at a loss for words and could only respond with silence. "System, come out. I see you don't want me to spend any money, do you? What kind of monsters are these?" If all clients were like this, he even felt he wouldn't be able to spend a single cent in a month. This is simply too outrageous. "This uncle, I feel that young and beautiful girls are not worthy of you. You should go to the heavens to find a fairy." At this moment, those watching the live broadcast were also shocked, and the crowd surged with emotions. "Heaven, please open your eyes. I beg you to take this monster away. I just wanted to grab a lucky bag. Why do I have to suffer this kind of blow? If I have sinned, let the law punish me, not let me be disgusted to death by this weirdo. From now on, the word uncle is unbearable to look at. Host, if you don't match him with an ant, I'll hate you for a lifetime." While Su Ning was constantly recalling the beautiful moments in life to drive away negative emotions, the middle-aged man confidently set his sights on Su Jiafei. "Little sister, do you have a boyfriend?" Su Jiafei instantly got goosebumps all over and couldn't help but shiver. Su Ning's mouth twitched uncontrollably, unable to stop. "This is no ordinary toad. This is simply the Toad King. Mr. Liu, she has an annual salary of 400,000 and drives a Mercedes E300. Su Ning scoffed, directly using the most devastating way to obliterate the middle-aged man's beautiful illusions. The middle-aged man indeed paused for a moment. He never expected that this seemingly just out-of-college beautiful girl would have such good conditions. However, this only fueled his imagination. If this beautiful little sister also liked uncle types, wouldn't he be gaining both wealth and love? He firmly believed that these little sisters all liked uncles like him. Aren't dramas always portrayed this way? Seeing him still daydreaming, Su Ning didn't intend to spare him even the slightest dignity. He couldn't help but snort coldly and spoke with a forced smile. "Mr. Liu, first of all, you are not wrong. Many young girls do indeed like uncle types. But do you know what their standard for an uncle is? Not every man older than them can be called an uncle. In the hearts of young girls, they think that a man under 35, who can pamper them like a daughter and provide them with enough sense of security, can be called an uncle. Or someone who is talented, witty, humorous, handsome, and has masculine charm, that's what an uncle is. You only have the age of an uncle, and you're already over the limit. How are you like an uncle? I'm here at the matchmaking studio, serving those who are genuinely looking for a partner. I'm not responsible for helping delusional toads eat swan meat." After saying this, Su Ning let out a mocking laugh, then completely ignored the middle-aged man and picked up a glass of water to drink. Such a blunt and merciless rebuke caused a wave of applause in the live stream. "Well said, well said. Besides being old, you really nailed that uncle comment. It's so powerful. Ha ha, the host is really impressive, love it. So satisfying. For these toads, they need to face reality. It feels scripted, but it's still so refreshing to watch." The middle-aged man turned red with anger, his face alternating between blue and white, glaring at Su Ning before turning and leaving in a huff. Su Ning couldn't help but snort. If this guy didn't leave, she would have to kick him out herself. She had seen delusional people before, but never to such an exaggerated extent. Why not say you want to find a fairy sister? No, there are too many oddballs. She needed to take a breather. Su Ning sighed and bitterly complained to the camera. "What a bad luck. Brothers, if all the customers from the matchmaking agency are like this, it's probably going to go bankrupt. God bless, let's get a normal customer. I'm just an ordinary matchmaker. Can't you stop throwing me curveballs?" Walking to the reception desk, she couldn't help but speak to Bai Roland with a bit of exasperation. "From now on, you handle the incoming guests first, ask about their basic conditions and partner preferences. If they're as outrageous as this one, don't let them in." Clearly, if Bai Roland screened them first, she could filter out quite a few oddballs, and she wouldn't feel so mentally exhausted. Bai Roland nodded, showing no resistance to Su Ning's request. Back in the reception area, Su Ning returned to the live stream to see if there were any matching opportunities online. However, at that moment, a comment on the public screen caught her attention. "Host, take a look at this video and give your thoughts." The comment was followed by a link. "Alright, since a fan left a message, let's watch the video together." Just to be clear, if the video content makes anyone uncomfortable, don't blame me, go find trouble with him. Without thinking too much, Su Ning chuckled and clicked on the video. In the video, a woman with her face blurred was speaking confidently to the camera. Divorced women are simply irresistible. I'm a divorced woman, so what? I even found a guy who has never been married, stands 188 meters tall, is very handsome, and a 3-time national Sanda champion. He has his own boxing gym, and it's doing very well. The key is, he not only loves me but also adores my child. I'm sharing my real-life experience to tell everyone, divorced women should have no psychological pressure. We divorced women have a very clear understanding of our future lives. I know what kind of person I want in my next marriage. The key is, we have experience everywhere because we know how to educate our children and how to let them grow up in a loving environment. We also know how to get along with family and manage the household better. We will live very happily. At first, Su Ning had a smile on her face, but as the video progressed, her smile gradually faded, then turned strange, and finally became indescribable. It was more than just being shocked, it was like the sky was falling. Biting her lip, she wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. For a moment, she fell into a long silence. The reactions in the livestream were similar. Everyone seemed to have their eyes open today, shocked into silence. After an unknown amount of time, Su Ning finally forced a smile and spoke to the camera. To the brother who left the message, "You've gone a bit too far. I was full of expectations thinking it was a marriage-seeking video, but instead, I got this. Are you saying my matchmaking studio isn't quirky enough? Do you want to scare me to death and then inherit my matchmaking business? Alright, since we've finished watching, let's analyze what this divorced woman said in the video. According to her, a second marriage is more experienced than a first marriage, so by that logic, wouldn't a third marriage be more experienced than a second, and a fourth more experienced than a third? So if you find someone who's been married 6, 7, or even 8 times, that would be quite appealing, right? In her view, the more marriages, the better, huh? I don't deny that some people might not care about this, but to impose your values and expect this to become a universal perspective is just absurd. It's simply outrageous, like opening the door to outrageousness, it's outrageous to the core. I refuse to believe that most people would choose someone who has been married multiple times over someone who was single when given the choice. What's even funnier is that she claims her second husband is a 3-time national Sanda champion. So today, I must look it up and see who this 3-time national Sanda champion really is. Saying this, Su Ning took out another phone and began searching. After a while, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a thought-provoking arc. She turned the phone in her hand towards the camera. Everyone take a look. The most recent national games was the 14th, right? Note down the names of the champions in the 3 categories of Sanda. Now look, here are the names of the champions from the 13th national games in Sanda, and indeed, there are 2 athletes who have won consecutively. However, keep watching, in the 12th national games, 3 different people won the 3 categories. This means that in the last 3 national games, there definitely isn't a 3-time national Sanda champion as she mentioned. Some viewers might say, could it be from earlier national games? No problem, today we'll dig deeper. Look here, this is the list of gold medalists in Sanda from the 11th national games. Although there are 6 categories, none of these champions are repeated in the following games. Continuing to search, the 10th national games also had 6 categories, but there are no matching names with the 11th. Going further back, the 9th national games indeed had an athlete who won the championship in the 10th, specifically in the over 90 kilograms category, but we won't mention names in the live stream. But looking back further, you can see that the 8th national games didn't even have individual Sanda events, only team events. At this point, we won't look any further. Even if earlier national games had individual Sanda events and there was indeed an athlete who won 3 championships in a row, that person would be nearly 60 years old by now. The woman in the video looks so proud and happy. She can't possibly have found a nearly 60-year-old man, right? This means she's just talking nonsense in the video. Creating a story about a divorced woman marrying a 3-time national Sanda champion is either extreme vanity, delusion, or just a desperate attempt to gain attention in traffic. Don't pull the "I'm doing this to boost my sister's confidence" line. You just want to make money off the traffic. It's just like that influencer who fabricated a story about a primary school student losing their winter break homework abroad. Wasn't that just to attract followers and traffic too? The internet celebrity seems to have been detained due to the negative impact caused by the widespread dissemination of false videos. This divorced woman, it's perfectly fine to call the police and have her arrested. It's even questionable whether she's really a divorced woman. By the end of the conversation, Su Ning shook his head in speechless dismay, truly detesting such people. For the sake of a little traffic, they have completely abandoned their bottom line. In the live broadcast room, the atmosphere was shattered by this video, especially after Su Ning meticulously analyzed it, causing an uproar. How can some people be so shameless? I've reported it to the police. I'll return to the live broadcast room to update everyone once I receive a response. And a 3-time national Sanda champion? Why not just beat you 3 times a day? The online environment is corrupted by people like this. I feel there must be quite a few divorced women who have been misled by her, starting to have unrealistic fantasies. I've realized that it's too difficult to find women with similar values nowadays. They've all been led astray by these scoundrels. As a matchmaker, Suning certainly couldn't forget his duty to educate everyone about marriage and relationships at this time. First of all, I want to clarify that I do not discriminate against divorced women. After all, marriage and love are free. If one feels they cannot spend their life together, divorce is normal. But I must say that according to statistics in the marriage market, divorced women with children are the hardest to find partners. Let me explain a simple principle for you to understand. When a woman gets divorced and has a son, she should generally be prepared not to remarry. If she insists on getting married again, what is the high probability reason? It's either a desire to provide better living conditions for her child or that she cannot independently raise the child. Thus, the partner she seeks often plays the role of a provider. To ensure he supports her and the child, women often endure and compromise, doing many things they do not want to do. As a result, the boy grows up very sensitive. He can feel his mother's grievances and may harbor rejection or even hatred towards his stepfather. Once he achieves success in the future, he will definitely kick the stepfather aside. Men inherently understand this in their genes or subconscious. Therefore, unless it's true love, most men are unwilling to be that provider. I advise all female friends to confirm before marriage whether they can truly spend their lives with their partner. If not, don't rush into marriage out of impulse. If after marriage it really doesn't work out and you must divorce, either let your ex-husband raise the son, or be mentally prepared to never remarry. Although my words may not be pleasant and are not absolute, they are certainly a common phenomenon. Like the woman in the video who claims she can be treated like a princess in a second marriage, it's not to say it's impossible, but if you think about it, you know how low the probability is. How can you be so sure that such a pie-in-the-sky situation will happen to you? So, do not hold on to such fantasies. It's better to be more grounded. Suning shook his head, speaking earnestly. He wasn't just rambling. He was sharing some industry data and insights he had gathered while preparing for the matchmaking agency. In fact, just in the past few days, their matchmaking studio had collected client information and partner selection criteria, and there were indeed many divorced women with children who were completely unrealistic and filled with delusions. Marriage and love rely on mutual willingness. You have something that attracts me, and I have something that attracts you, which creates the possibility of coming together. Yet, many people fail to understand this. Just like in the past few days, they have attracted clients, including divorced women with children. Then, the requirements for a partner were simply hard to look at. A 30-year-old with a 4-year-old son, her appearance was indeed decent, but her job was average, with an annual income of only $80,000. If she could recognize reality and earnestly look for a partner, it wasn't to say there were no opportunities. For example, she could find someone who was also divorced, or someone slightly older, and not demand such a high income. But she refused to do that. She wanted to find a 30-year-old unmarried man, who must have a house and a car, and also a high income. Suning was speechless. If there were single men with those conditions, why would they seek her out? Her conditions might attract them, but what did she have to attract them back? Just because she looked a bit better than average? It was simply absurd. Suning's words resonated with many in the live stream. Someone who clearly had similar matchmaking experiences immediately started to complain. A shameless marriage agency near my home introduced me to a divorced woman with a child not long ago. I'm only 27, haven't even been married yet, and now I'm supposed to support someone else's child? The key is, she feels good about herself, saying that the house and car must be in her name, and my salary should be handed over to her for safekeeping. I feel like I've become a eunuch, just serving this pair of queens and princes. Sigh, I just hope she never lowers her standards. Whoever wants to be the fool can go ahead. I just can't stand it. Seeing his complaints, others immediately started to join in with jokes. Yes, they must never lower their standards. In our village, there's a 48-year-old princess who has been divorced twice, and just married a 28-year-old rich second generation. Tall and handsome. Goodness, the betrothal gift was $88 million, a villa, and 2 large apartments in the city center, all in her name. Plus several top-tier Bentleys. Honestly, I can't even be bothered to mention everything. So they must never lower their standards. You will eventually find your happiness. TCH, ladies, don't listen to their nonsense. Marriage is a serious matter, never settle. In our village, there's a woman who looks average, has a rural household registration and no money, and she never settled until she died at over 80. One day, a Taoist passed by her grave and suddenly found her appealing. Guess what happened? That Taoist was a supreme master. He directly dug her up and fed her a great elixir to revive her. The betrothal gift was over 20 pounds of heavenly elixir, plus 2 nine-tailed phoenixes, and he even helped her break through to the foundation building stage. Now they are living quite well together. So never settle. You deserve better. Watching the lively banter in the livestream, Suning couldn't help but be amused. You all are so talented. Alright, let's not discuss this topic anymore, lest it truly affects some people's worldview. Just then, a girl walked in through the door, and Suning stopped speaking. He gave Bai Roland a glance, signaling her to screen the candidates first. He didn't want to deal with any more strange characters. After about 5 minutes, Bai Roland came over and placed a folder in front of Suning. The conditions are decent, and the requirements aren't high. Suning was surprised to pick up the folder and found that she was indeed a normal person. Her conditions weren't particularly good, but her partner requirements were truly reasonable. Hello, Ms. Fong, let's discuss in the meeting room, Suning said with a smile, gesturing for her to go ahead, while asking, do you mind that I'm currently live streaming? The woman named Feng Shui seemed a bit absent-minded, nodding vaguely without speaking. Suning couldn't help but squint, feeling that she might have some story behind her. However, she soon felt relieved. After all, it was impossible for everything in life to go as one wishes. Who doesn't have a story to tell? Although Feng Shui's appearance wasn't stunning, she had a type of beauty that grew on you, and her tall, slender figure made her at least above average in terms of looks. Ms. Feng, let me double-check your information and your expectations for a partner. You are 28 years old, have a college diploma, and currently work as a counseling consultant at a chain early education institution, with an annual income of around 150,000. Your expectations for a partner are someone with at least a university degree, over 175 centimeters tall, under 35 years old, and a healthy man whose income is not lower than yours? With your requirements, we can immediately match you with many suitable blind date candidates. But to speak frankly, given your conditions, your expectations for a partner could actually be raised a bit. Suning wasn't lying. After seeing so many unrealistic and fanciful expectations in the past few days, he had never encountered such low marriage requirements before. No demands for a house, no demands for a car, and even no requirements regarding income. It felt as if she was eager to find someone to marry. Suddenly, an inappropriate thought popped into Suning's mind. She couldn't be looking for a backup, could she? At this thought, Suning's gaze instinctively shifted to Feng Shui's belly. It wasn't obvious, at least he couldn't tell, but who could say for sure? At that moment, many people in the livestream shared Suning's suspicions. These conditions are practically non-existent. You could grab a handful on the street. This isn't reasonable. Be careful of scams. No need to doubt, if they get the certificate tomorrow, she'll definitely be a surprise mother in 7 months. I wonder which honest man will become the backup. Host, don't ask anymore, just hurry and get her out of here. She seems worse than that divorced woman from before. Suning had no time to read the comments in the livestream. He was still observing Feng Shui to determine if his guess was accurate. At that moment, Feng Shui slightly raised her head, biting her lip as she spoke, seemingly confirming everyone's suspicions. I don't know if my goals are low, but right now, I just want to find someone I can marry quickly. Suning couldn't help but frown, feeling a wave of discomfort in his heart, and his voice turned somewhat indifferent as he spoke. Why do you want to get married so quickly? You're not even 30, in the capital, that's not even considered late marriage. Could it be? However, when Feng Shui mustered the courage to look up at Suning, her eyes were already red, leaving Suning somewhat at a loss. Had he been too harsh in his tone? But Feng Shui's subsequent explanations, which could even be described as a cry for help, filled Suning with righteous indignation, making him unable to hold back his frustration. I broke up with my boyfriend last month. We were together for 6 years, almost my entire youth. Now I'm 28, and my friends back home are already having kids ready to start school. If I can't find a marriage partner soon, once I turn 30, I won't even have the advantage of age. I just need to find a man who isn't too bad and has ambition. No house? We can save for a down payment together. No car? We can take the bus and subway together. As long as we work hard, we can make a good life. As Feng Shui spoke while biting her lip, Suning clearly saw her already rosy eyes nearly welling up with tears. Unconsciously rubbing the teacup on the table, his doubts deepened. If a couple could be together for 6 years, they must have been heading towards marriage. Without any special reasons or unexpected circumstances, how could they just break up? During this time, as he learned about the industry's ins and outs, Suning came across a piece of news that made him connect the dots. Could it be that the woman's family was demanding an exorbitant bride price, and the man's family couldn't afford it, leading to the breakup? Taking a deep breath, Suning gently asked, I'd like to know, since you've been together for 6 years, why are you breaking up? Upon hearing his question, Feng Shui finally lost control and buried her face in her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Su Ning couldn't stand to see a woman cry. He hurriedly tried to comfort her and asked Bai Roland and Su Jiafei to take care of Feng Shui. In the live stream, this sudden turn of events left the viewers puzzled. Why did she just start crying? Could it be that her boyfriend cheated on her? Forgive me for thinking she was looking for a backup, but it seems she's the one who's been hurt in this relationship. Host, hurry up and ask what's going on. Gradually, Feng Shui stopped crying and managed a faint smile at Su Ning. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. I met him in college. He was an undergraduate at a medical university. He's tall, handsome, and humorous, very charming. But his family situation was poor. His parents went into debt for their business and couldn't even afford to send him to school. After we got together, I had just graduated from a vocational school, started working, and saved every penny to support him through his master's and doctoral studies. After he graduated with his PhD, he got a job at a big hospital, apparently as a contracted employee. Although he didn't have a formal position, his future looked bright. Then he started to look down on me, saying our educational backgrounds were mismatched, that our thoughts and ways of thinking were no longer on the same level, and that we couldn't be soulmates anymore. He even said there were many girls better than me pursuing him, and he wanted to find someone who could match him in every way. The most ironic part is that he said he would pay me back for all the money I spent on his education over the years because he didn't want to owe me anything. Now I realize he always knew what he wanted, and I was just a complete fool, an idiot. I was blind. I deserved this. Ha ha ha. By the end, Feng Shui was almost in a manic state. It was only at this moment that Su Ning finally understood her entire story. He slammed his hand on the table in anger and cursed, "Scum! How could her ex-boyfriend do something so despicable, even worse than an animal?" He thought a divorced woman was already a rare case, but he didn't expect there to be something even more disgusting. He had thought such absurdities only existed in movies, but now he realized that films are also drawn from life, and sometimes life is even more exciting. He always believed that the reason people pursue higher education is not only to learn professional skills but also to gain wisdom and understand gratitude. Just because you studied for a few more years, do you think you're superior? When you comfortably accept the money someone else saved to support your education, why don't you say that? So you're with someone just to have her pay for your tuition and living expenses? How shameless. And to say he wants to pay her back, that he doesn't want to owe her? She gave 6 years of her youth and love. What do you have to repay her with? Even animals know gratitude. If you feed a stray dog, it knows to wag its tail at you. You're even worse than a pig or a dog. Su Ning's anger was completely ignited, feeling as if his chest was about to explode. This scum's ugly behavior may not be illegal, but it was a challenge to everyone's moral bottom line. If he continued to live so freely, Su Ning would never be at peace. At this moment, all the netizens in the live broadcast room were about to explode with anger. Isn't this just too shameless? How can there be such a despicable person? Miss, don't be sad. Just think about it. It's a good thing you broke up. Otherwise, your whole life would be ruined. Why doesn't he just die? Streamer, hurry up and ask where that bastard is in the hospital. Letting someone with such low character, even worse than an animal, be a doctor is a disgrace to the profession. Right, he can't be allowed to be a doctor. Doesn't he think he's so high and mighty now? Let's make sure he never rises again. At this moment, Su Ning noticed the barrage of comments in the live stream and clenched his fists. Yes, for someone like him to be a doctor is simply an insult to the profession. Miss Phone, our matchmaking studio will arrange the most suitable blind date for you based on your criteria. Also, please tell me your ex-boyfriend's name and workplace. I can't trust someone like him to treat me in the future. Consider it a warning for everyone. Su Ning didn't directly say he would find a way to deal with that guy, he just found an excuse. However, before the girl could speak, a young man rushed into the studio. Bai Roland was about to attend to him when he introduced himself. Hello, streamer. I was just watching the live stream and came over since it wasn't far. Hearing his words, Su Ning smiled slightly. It seemed the live stream was indeed effective. However, the young man wasn't there to find a date as he had imagined, but rather to stand up for the poor girl. I have someone in the health system at home. I just heard how your ex-boyfriend, who is worse than an animal, treated you. For someone like him, we must deal with him harshly so he can never rise again. Give me his information, and you won't have to worry about anything else. I guarantee he'll regret it for a lifetime. Feng Shui looked at the young man who suddenly rushed over in surprise, not expecting him to come to defend her. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, filled with gratitude and comfort as she looked at him. Su Ning, standing nearby, couldn't help but scratch his head, secretly giving a thumbs up to the young man. Although it seemed he was stealing his thunder, since the young man had the heart and the ability to do it, there was no need for him to take action. After all, he just wanted the final result. In the live broadcast room, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Awesome! Young man, help us teach that inhuman thing a good lesson. Young people should be so passionate. This is what youth is. If it weren't too far away, I'd definitely go help. Suddenly, I have a bold idea. I feel this young man and the young lady are a great match. Yes, I also feel they are a good match. Su Ning noticed the comments on the public screen and his eyes lit up. Yes, Feng Shui was quite good looking and a very down-to-earth girl, truly capable of giving for love. And although this young man seemed a bit younger than Feng Shui, he definitely had a good character. At least he wasn't scum. If he didn't have a girlfriend, Su Ning might really try to set them up. However, for now, let's handle the main business first. After receiving the scum's information, the young man's face immediately brightened. My uncle is the deputy director of that hospital. I'll call my uncle right now. Seeing the young man's eagerness, Su Ning couldn't help but be a bit stunned. Earlier, he said he had someone in the health system at home, but now it seemed it was more than that. It was practically a network throughout the health system. With so many large hospitals in the capital, just casually mentioning one and finding a relative there surprised Su Ning. The young man called to inform his uncle about the situation, but his uncle did not immediately agree. Instead, he said he needed to report to the director first. However, he smiled and assured his nephew not to worry, as the hospital was strictly enforcing medical ethics and conduct. Although character does not equate to medical skill, a person with poor character would definitely not make a good doctor. Especially someone like this, who is not fit to be a doctor. Who knows how many patients might suffer in the future if he were to become one? Unless something unexpected happens, after careful verification, if the situation is confirmed, the hospital will definitely dismiss him. Furthermore, he would gain a bad reputation in the industry, and no hospital would want him. It's important to know that there is a lot of communication within the medical field. Even if one is a renowned doctor in the capital and the other is a small-town doctor in a remote area, a connection can be established through just one or two doctors. If someone is expelled from a hospital due to poor character, their bad reputation can spread throughout the medical community in just a few days. For a scoundrel who has studied medicine for 10 years and has just started working in a hospital, not being able to be a doctor would be the most devastating blow. How satisfying! Su Ning couldn't help but want to applaud the young man. In fact, if it were him taking action, he definitely wouldn't achieve such a thunderous effect. Originally, he planned to hand it over to a lawyer to file a lawsuit and then create a public opinion environment online to slowly ruin the scoundrel. About half an hour later, the young man received a call from the hospital, asking Feng Shui to come to the hospital as soon as possible to verify the truth of the matter. Feng Shui was so overwhelmed with emotion that she could hardly speak, as if all her suppressed feelings were released at that moment. Thank you. She was a bit flustered, not knowing how to thank the young man. She wanted to say something but couldn't find the words, and turned to run out of the matchmaking studio. The young man seemed to be touched by something, standing there in a daze. Su Ning couldn't help but feel speechless, walking over to poke the young man. What are you still standing there for? Go after her. The young man snapped out of his daze, nodded at Su Ning, and ran outside. Su Ning quickly shouted after his retreating figure, "Come back and sit down after you two are done." The young man didn't look back, just raised his hand to signal that he heard Su Ning. This incident had a strong after-effect. When Su Ning returned to the live broadcast screen, neither he nor the viewers in the live room had quite recovered. Sigh, I hope there are fewer scoundrels in the world. Sometimes I really wish the country would legislate on a moral level. For scoundrels like this, not sending them to work on a sewing machine is really letting them off easy. Alright, let's continue the live broadcast. If anyone has questions about love and marriage, feel free to leave a message. Just as he was speaking, a request to connect came in. Su Ning clicked to accept, and the screen immediately split in half, revealing a young girl on the other side. Hello, are you looking to find a partner online? Su Ning asked with a smile. Hello, host. Yes, I am looking to find a partner online. I see there are quite a few people in your live room. The girl replied straightforwardly. The girl was quite good looking, with fair skin, shoulder-length hair, and delicate features, appearing very fashionable. However, this was the internet, and who knows how much she had enhanced her appearance. Please introduce yourself and what you expect from your partner. I hope to match with a suitable partner in the live room. Su Ning was very pleased. This was the first time someone was looking for a partner online in the live room. The girl tossed her hair and smiled brightly as she began to speak. I currently work in the capital, and I'm 29 years old this year. You can see my height and appearance, and I'm quite confident about that. In terms of income, my annual salary is around 300,000, but I have never met a suitable partner, and my family keeps urging me to get married, which puts a lot of pressure on me. Now let me talk about my expectations for my future other half. First, the height must be no less than 180 centimeters. Second, they should be emotionally stable, have high emotional intelligence, be humorous, and know how to make people happy. I don't want a steal straight man. Third, the job should be decent, preferably a civil servant, or a managerial position in a state-owned enterprise. Of course, if they are an entrepreneur and their own boss, that works too. Fourth, in terms of appearance, they must be easy on the eyes, at least of average level, not too ugly, otherwise it won't match. Fifth, they must have a house in the capital. Sixth, at least a bachelor's degree, preferably from a key university, like 985 or 211. Seventh, they should know how to cook and do housework. I'm quite lazy myself, so I can't find someone lazier than me. Eighth, they must not smoke or drink, should be ambitious, and cannot be content with the status quo. In summary, that's about it. Oh, I'm just an ordinary person, not a particularly outstanding girl, so finding an ordinary person who meets these requirements is fine. The girl was very talkative, speaking in a logical and organized manner. From the first point to the eighth, she laid it all out clearly. Su Ning fell silent. Su Jiafei fell silent. The netizens in the livestream also fell silent. For a moment, the atmosphere became strangely quiet. Su Ning scratched his head, then scratched his head again, unable to stop scratching, because the absurdity in his heart left him at a loss for words, especially the girl's last statement, that she was just an ordinary girl, so finding an ordinary person would suffice. This made Su Ning question life itself. Do you even hear what you're saying? The key was that he saw the girl's face, which was genuinely calm, as if the conditions she listed were really quite ordinary. Su Ning finally understood why so many eligible young men were still single. Certainly, part of it was due to the men themselves. But on the women's side, sometimes it was truly outrageous. Some fantasized about changing their fate through marriage, like those women who proposed many ridiculous criteria for a partner. And another part was girls like the one in front of him. She might really be unclear about her own perceptions. She might genuinely think that her conditions were ordinary. She completely did not understand that those who could meet her ordinary criteria were rare gems, absolutely sought after in the marriage market. They might not even be available in the marriage market, having long been snatched up by some discerning girls. In the live stream, the netizens, having regained their composure, couldn't help but react. Wow, these requirements are really ordinary. Ordinary to the point that I don't meet a single one. I thought I had decent conditions, but here with this girl, I'm far from ordinary. I just want to know, how many people in the capital can meet all of her conditions? Looking at how confident she is, I feel like she might really believe this, and isn't intentionally setting such outrageous criteria. Whether intentional or not, she's destined to be single for life, becoming a spinster. No wonder I can't find a partner. If everyone thinks like her, humanity might go extinct. Perhaps Su Ning's reaction made the girl notice something, as she looked at him with wide, puzzled eyes. What's wrong? Is it because you just opened for business, so you don't have many resources? It's okay, I'm not in a hurry, I can wait. She was quite understanding. Su Ning couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He felt it was his duty to correct this girl's bizarre perception. Well, miss, without discussing anything else, let me help you filter through the data calculations first. Firstly, the current permanent population of the capital city is 22 million, with males making up half, which is 11 million. Since you didn't specify the age of the partner, let's choose a range based on your age, 28 to 38 years old. The population ratio for this age group is about 17% to 18%, so we'll calculate it at 18%, which gives us around 2 million. The average height of adult males in the capital is 175 centimeters. If you require a height of over 180, calculating that 15% of males are over 180, we exclude 1.7 million, leaving us with 300,000. Next, if we calculate for an annual income exceeding 300,000, even if we exaggerate and say 20% meet that, we're down to 60,000. According to national statistics, less than 25% of adult males do not smoke or drink, which leaves us with 15,000. Out of these 15,000, how many are civil servants or in management positions at state-owned enterprises? Not to mention you also require them to own property in the capital, have a good personality, and be able to do housework. After filtering through all your conditions, there are probably only a few dozen people in the entire capital that meet your criteria. Although the calculations may not be entirely accurate, they won't be far off. Let alone the luck it would take to meet these few dozen people. Even if you did, they would undoubtedly be the most sought after in the marriage market. Are you sure you can compete with those girls who are outstanding in every aspect? If you don't change your perception of the ordinary, our matchmaking studio definitely can't help you. In fact, I can say that any dating website or matchmaking agency won't be able to meet your requirements. No matter how grand their promises are, they are only trying to deceive you out of your money, nothing more." After saying all this, Suning felt dry in the mouth and quickly took a sip of tea to ease himself. The girl, however, was left stunned by Suning's words. She probably had never considered how terrifyingly isolating her 8 standards combined could be. Although she lacked awareness, she wasn't foolish. Even if Suning's calculations weren't entirely reliable, as he said, the discrepancies wouldn't be too large. If there are only a few hundred or even dozens of males in the entire capital that meet her standards, she knew how difficult it would be to find a partner. So what should I do? The girl asked anxiously, her face pale. You can only lower your standards. There's no other way. Suning shrugged and joked, or you could choose to stay single forever. In fact, the girl's own conditions were quite good, and having more requirements in a relationship isn't unreasonable. But one cannot be blind and lack awareness. Your 8 standards, you can list them in order of importance in your heart. For example, if the most important is being over 180, then that should be your first priority. Consider whether some conditions can be removed or moderately relaxed. That's for you to think about. Hearing Suning's words, the girl fell into deep thought, clearly contemplating which of her conditions she could relax a bit. The live stream chat was now buzzing with discussion. This girl is really different from those frogs wishing to eat swan meat. I think she can drop the civil servant requirement and the height of 180, those two are too limiting. Dropping the civil servant requirement makes sense, but why drop the height? Does being under 180 hurt her pride? I meet all the other conditions except not being a civil servant and not owning property in the capital. Miss, would you consider me? At that moment, another request to join the live stream came in. Suning accepted the request and saw a young man's sunny face appear on the screen. Hello, host. Hello, sister. The young man greeted politely with a smile. Suning asked with some suspicion, do you also want to find a partner online? Or, I'm a bit attracted to you, sister, and my conditions are decent. Although I can't fully meet your requirements, I can still hold my own. So, I came to try my luck. The young man was quite confident. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the courage to join the stream after the girl listed her 8 major conditions. At this moment, Suning could clearly see that the girl, who had just appeared anxious, was now showing an interested expression. Yes, in the process of finding a partner, one needs to be a bit bolder. So, tell us about yourself. Suning began to cue the process as if he were the host of a matchmaking show. I'm 29 years old and currently in the capital. Of course, I don't meet all of your conditions, but I'm not too far off. For example, I'm 179 centimeters tall, just 1 centimeter short of 180. I'm a civil servant, but my annual salary doesn't reach 300,000, so there's nothing I can do about that. I have a bachelor's degree from a 985 university. I own a not-so-large apartment in the capital, which my parents helped me buy by paying the down payment. I pay the mortgage every month. I don't smoke, and I only drink a little when I'm out with friends. I don't drink excessively. In terms of personality, I'm quite sunny and cheerful, definitely not a typical straight man. That's about my situation. The boy's self-introduction left the viewers in the live stream astonished. It wasn't that he was just okay, he was quite impressive. Unless someone came from a wealthy family, he was hard to beat. But this basically reached the ceiling for ordinary people or the working class. How did such a catch end up in the matchmaking market? Suning's expression became excited. Perfect. So perfect. Ignoring the girl's 8 ordinary standards, just based on their conditions, they really matched well. First, they were about the same age, which provided a basis for common language. Secondly, in terms of income, although the boy couldn't reach an annual salary of 300,000, that was limited by his job as a civil servant. Coincidentally, the girl had a decent income herself, which complemented him. Moreover, the boy had already paid the down payment for the apartment, and after marriage, they could just pay the mortgage together. Surely no one would insist that the man must buy the house outright, right? Just paying the down payment was already quite good. In terms of personality, although deeper interaction was needed for a specific understanding, at least the boy seemed to have a good character. As for being 1 centimeter shorter, was that really a problem? Even if that part was short by a centimeter, it wasn't a big deal. Excellent. With your conditions, you're definitely a hot commodity in the matchmaking market. I can guarantee that if you go to any park's matchmaking corner, those anxious mothers worrying about their daughters' marriages might even fight each other for your contact information. Suning couldn't help but laugh. The boy felt a bit embarrassed by Suning's words. Just thinking about such a scene was too awkward. At this moment, the girl clearly felt a spark and had to admit that the boy was really good. The key was that she also believed in chemistry, At least this boy gave her a very good first impression. Su-ning noticed the girl's expression and knew she had to be a bit reserved and couldn't speak up first. So, he truly took on the role of a matchmaker. You two should add each other as friends. If you are close to me, we can schedule a time to meet at the studio. If you think it's unnecessary, you can choose a place to meet on your own. Anyway, I hope you can have a good development. Oh, by the way, if you really end up together later, don't forget to come to me to collect the marriage fund. Hearing Su-ning's words, both the boy and the girl clearly felt a bit shy, but their actions of operating their phones had already said it all. The live broadcast room was also very lively at this moment. So envious. I didn't expect that a successful blind date could really happen through a live stream. It's all scripted. I don't believe it. Unless you introduce me to a girl like that. Host, I'm 42 this year, selling pancakes, no car, no house. Can I join the blind date? Host, I just graduated from elementary school this year. Can I join the blind date? Host, I'm a guy and I like guys. Can I join the blind date? Host, I think you're great. Can I join the blind date with you? In an instant, various jokes flooded the public screen. But just then, a long-lost system notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for outstanding work. Both parties are willing to continue contact after the blind date. Reward 2 million. Clearly, both sides had agreed to meet again. An indescribable excitement surged in his heart, making him incredibly thrilled. Although 2 million didn't mean much to Su-ning at the moment, it was still a good start. It should be noted that yesterday was the first day of experiencing the matchmaking agency's money-making, and there hadn't been a single income. Moreover, compared to being a driver, this job as a matchmaker was clearly more fulfilling. Finally, I see the light of dawn. Everyone, get energized and let's try to successfully match a few more couples. Tonight, we're going out for a big meal. You can choose the place. Su-ning said happily, waving his hand. A few people in the shop couldn't help but feel speechless. They hadn't made a single penny from this successful matchmaking through live streaming, so why was he so excited? Even the audience in the live broadcast room didn't understand Su-ning's feelings and mindset at that moment. But just then, an aunt walked into the shop, attracting everyone's attention. Hello, Auntie. Roland greeted her while leading her to the reception area, pouring a cup of warm water, and then hurried back to the front desk. It was difficult to serve someone of this age, and Roland didn't want to get herself into trouble. Su-ning picked up the phone for the live stream, smiled, and walked over to sit opposite the aunt. The aunt didn't have a particularly kind appearance, but she didn't seem harsh either. It was just that the worry between her brows couldn't be dispelled. The live broadcast room became lively, filled with jokes. The show has started. The show has started. I bet this aunt is definitely a character. The host's matchmaking studio is simply a shelter for oddities. This one shouldn't be an exception. Don't say that about my mother-in-law. Yeah, I think the aunt looks quite elegant. Definitely not an oddity. Wow, while people are studying the aunt's daughter, you're eyeing the aunt? Auntie, are you here to find a partner for your son or daughter? Su-ning had just seen the jokes in the live broadcast room, and while it was amusing, he also realized he had overlooked something. Who said elderly people were only here to find partners for their children? Could it not be that they also wanted to find a companion? The elderly are also an important part of the marriage market. So, he asked this question. The aunt nodded, wearing a look of dissatisfaction, and said, I'm here to find a partner for my daughter. Just think about it, she's over 30, why can't she get married? Hurry up and find a partner to settle down, then I can worry less. Seeing the aunt was about to continue her complaints, Su-ning quickly interrupted. Auntie, why don't you start by telling me about your daughter's situation? And also, what are your daughter's criteria for a partner? Or what kind of son-in-law are you looking for? I'll quickly match her with some options to see if there's a suitable one. The aunt was interrupted, but she wasn't unhappy, as Su-ning had already opened the computer, ready to filter potential matches for her. My daughter just turned 30, she's 163 meters tall and weighs 100 kg, quite standard. She has a bachelor's degree and is currently working at a private company, earning 15Q. When Su-ning heard the salary, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This aunt was quite amusing. Nowadays, many companies refer to salaries in K, meaning thousands. For example, 12K means 12,000. It seemed the aunt knew her daughter's salary was 15,000 and had heard of the term 15K, but thought it was in pinyin, resulting in her saying 15 quetzales. However, Su-ning didn't interrupt her and let her continue. I just want her to find someone under 33, with a stable job, preferably a decent one. No need to buy a house outright, just being able to put down a down payment is fine, and the couple can pay off the mortgage themselves later. As for the car, the man doesn't need to have one, we can provide a car as a dowry. Regarding the bride price, it all depends on the man's family's intentions, and when the time comes, My daughter will take everything with her, we won't keep a cent. Young man, hurry up and find us someone suitable. Finally, she changed the subject and looked at Su Ning, asking, Young man, do you have a girlfriend? Su Ning couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. How did this turn back to him? However, he had to admit that the aunt's daughter's conditions were indeed quite good. Especially after seeing the photos of her daughter on the aunt's phone, he felt even more so. Moreover, the requirements for the man were genuinely not high. Having a stable job wasn't even a condition. How could one earn a living without it, right? As for the house, she didn't ask for it to be paid in full, just a down payment would suffice. Although housing prices in the capital are high, the man couldn't really expect to bring home a wife without contributing anything, could he? So, the requirement for a down payment was completely reasonable. The key point was that she didn't want a bride price and was even offering a car as a dowry, which was very reasonable. Such a family background was hard to find. But at that moment, Su Ning felt something was off. Since the conditions were good and the requirements were low, why was she still single at 30? Many people in the live stream began to share the same doubts. Isn't this a bit suspicious? If she really had such conditions, she'd probably have a second child by now. I feel like this aunt is hiding something. The woman doesn't want a bride price and is giving a dowry. Could it be that her daughter has some issues? Host, ask her if her daughter is infertile. Su Ning was drinking water while looking at the screen and almost spat it out. Goodness, infertility was brought up. Auntie, I actually think your daughter's conditions are quite good, and the requirements aren't high. Can you guarantee that everything you've said is true? Su Ning asked with a smile. The aunt seemed displeased at being doubted, thumping her chest and declaring loudly, May lightning strike me if I lie. Su Ning found it hard to keep a straight face. There's no need to make such a grand oath. He began searching for information in the computer software and soon found a suitable match. Auntie, how about this one? The man is 32 this year, 177 meters tall. He has a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and is now a first-class constructor, with a good income. He has bought a house in the capital with a mortgage and also has a car. These conditions match your daughter very well. Su Ning spoke while observing the aunt's reaction. However, the aunt kept frowning, especially after hearing about the man's job. Civil engineering? Builder? That's not acceptable. My daughter can't marry a bricklayer. Find someone else. Find someone else. As soon as Su Ning finished speaking, the aunt waved her hands repeatedly, not even considering looking at the man's photo. A bricklayer? That word really made Su Ning a bit lose his composure. The guy is a first-class builder. So in the aunt's eyes, a builder is just a mason? He immediately understood where the problem lay. With the aunt's understanding, would she think that the internet is just about fixing computers, that fashion design is just about selling clothes, that landscape design is just about planting trees? It would be a miracle if she could help her daughter find a suitable partner. The live stream was buzzing with similar strange expressions as Su Ning's. That's right, I'm in civil engineering. I'm just a bricklayer. The aunt really hit the nail on the head about the essence of the profession. No wonder the aunt's daughter has a hard time finding a partner. Does she know her mother's understanding? Everything was normal until the last bizarre moment. Auntie, a builder is not a bricklayer. It's a very impressive profession. Su Ning still patiently explained to her, hoping to change her strange perception. However, at the aunt's age, people are often stubborn, set in their ways, and impossible to convince. Young man, you don't need to beautify them. I've lived so many years. What don't I know? You should hurry and see if there are any other suitable ones. This one won't do. Su Ning was somewhat speechless, thinking to himself that she had indeed lived for so many years, but had no idea whose life she had lived. However, he didn't want to argue with the aunt about this anymore, so he dug out several candidates that met all her requirements. But the aunt still felt their professions weren't good enough. At this point, Su Ning was really sure about this matter, so he thought of something. Auntie, let me suggest a profession. See if this one works for you. Senior engineer of shared computer networks. How about this? The aunt was a bit taken aback. This job title was so long, it sounded so impressive. This is good, this is good. The aunt said happily, I want this one, I want this one. Su Ning couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. He had just changed network administrator to a more sophisticated term, and the aunt really fell for it. What about surface morphology division and high thermal control technology engineer? The aunt was again impressed, nodding repeatedly, feeling it was even more high-end than the previous one. In fact, what Su Ning mentioned was just the fryer for KFC fries. In the live stream, the netizens had already figured out what was going on and were almost laughing themselves silly. I'm a bath attendant, but I say I'm studying the science of human epidermal dirt. I'm a security guard. I say I'm a front-end lift engineer for security systems. I'm a scrap collector. I describe myself as a useless packaging circulation management engineer. I'm a cashier. I think I can be a financial measurement actuary. Auntie, let me introduce another one. The man is 32 years old this year, 177 centimeters tall. He bought a house in the capital with a loan, and he also has a car. His job is in all-terrain spatial facility science and technology, and his income is pretty good. This kind of high-end professional talent should meet your requirements, right? Su Ning said with a squint and a smile. In reality, this was just the civil engineering job. He had merely changed the wording. Alright, young man, let's go with this. Quickly arrange a time for my daughter to meet him. Su Jiafei, sitting next to Su Ning, had a face full of questions because she really didn't understand what this so-called all-terrain spatial facility technology was. Could it be that I am so ignorant? But why did the conditions Su Ning just mentioned sound so much like those of a civil engineering guy? Could it be that Su Ning is just fooling the aunties? How dare you provoke the auntie group? Aren't you afraid they'll settle the score later? However, seeing Su Jiafei's puzzled yet anxious expression, Su Ning couldn't help but smile smugly. He was almost certain that the auntie's daughter probably didn't have that many professional requirements. It was likely all concocted by the auntie herself. As long as the two young people met, everything else wouldn't be a problem. How about this, auntie, let's meet at our studio tomorrow night. On one hand, there's no need to meet in a high-end place for a blind date. On the other hand, we are experienced matchmakers, and our presence can help the young people get familiar and communicate more quickly. What do you think? The auntie nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 just follow your arrangements. After sending the auntie away, when Su Ning returned to the live stream camera, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. The live stream room was filled with sighs. The host is really impressive. After going around, he introduced the civil engineering guy. Although the auntie group is strong, they are really easy to fool. No wonder so many medicine sellers are targeting the aunties. They just believe anything that sounds grand. I bet when the auntie goes home and tells her daughter about this, her daughter will be dumbfounded, wondering what all-terrain spatial facility technology even means. After facing so many oddballs, the host has become quite adaptable. Just then, another request to connect appeared in the live stream. After connecting, the split screen revealed a woman. She looked to be in her early 30s, slightly plump but still decent looking. The live stream room was already used to the commotion and began to shout, "Wow, a beautiful lady." The host is in action. Host, hurry and ask, I think I might meet the lady's conditions. Who would have thought I'd spend almost a whole day in a matchmaking live stream? I have a strong premonition that this lady might be another oddball. Hello, are you looking to find a partner online? Su Ning adjusted his mindset and smiled. The woman on the screen nodded and began to share her situation. I'm not from the capital. I'm currently in a third-tier city in Qilu. I'm 31 years old, 6 meters tall, weighing 130 pounds, and I look pretty decent, as you can see. I'm single and divorced, with 2 lovely children, a 7-year-old boy and a 4-year-old girl. I just want to find a suitable local person to live with. As for requirements, the annual salary must be over 200,000, the betrothal gift is 288,000, and the house must have my name added. I can accept that the man is also divorced, but it's very important that he cannot have children, and he must not have any more after marrying me. If he insists on having more children, then if the living pressure is too high, his annual salary must be over 300,000. Host, could you make a short video of this segment? Maybe there's someone suitable locally who can see it. Her own conditions and a series of demands left the live stream room in stunned silence. Even Su Ning was slightly agape, unsure of what to say. Thunderous shock. So are your requirements for real? How dare you even bring these conditions up? Have all the other women in your area disappeared? Otherwise, why would those single men be looking for you? Well, my livestream still has a bit of a low turnout. How about you sign up at a local matchmaking agency? I think that could help you find someone faster. Su Ning forced a smile, struggling to maintain a polite demeanor. What he really wanted to say was, my temple is small and can't accommodate such a big Buddha like you. You should seek someone more capable. But the woman seemed not to have heard him at all and replied directly, I've already paid to register at our local matchmaking agency. They have more resources, so I'm sure they'll find someone suitable for me. But having another channel could give you a better chance of finding someone faster. That's why I came to connect with you. Hearing her words, Su Ning was even more stunned. Are the matchmaking agencies in Qilu really this bold? Taking on such outrageous cases? They must be desperate for money. Su Ning didn't even need to search through the collected profiles of single men to know that there was no way they could match. This woman's own conditions were already at the bottom of the marriage market, even worse than those menopausal aunties. Her looks were passable, but her weight was somewhat above average, which was a significant drawback. The key point was, she also had 2 children. Just like Su Ning mentioned in the live stream yesterday, a divorced woman with kids should be prepared not to remarry. Well, life isn't always so absolute. Perhaps with your conditions, you might still find true love. But are your conditions not a bit too outrageous? Many unmarried young girls wouldn't dare to propose such things. If the man had those conditions, why wouldn't he just look for a young and beautiful woman? In the live stream, everyone couldn't help but start cursing and complaining. I take back what I just said. This woman is not my type. I'm done. Does she really think she's 18 and single with 2 kids? This is just ridiculous. What kind of monsters are these? After watching the host's live stream for 2 days, the marriage market is truly terrifying. I advise young people to find a good partner while still in school. Once you enter society, it really gets tough. Sorry, I really don't have the resources from Chilu here. If no one applies to connect online, then it probably means there's no match. So, goodbye. After saying that, Su Ning didn't give her a chance to speak again and directly ended the connection. He exaggeratedly wiped the sweat from his forehead and faced the camera with a struggling expression, saying, "This is a marriage live stream, not a wishing well. Please take your wishes to the temple and don't come here." Just as Su Ning mentioned the wishing well, Qin Shaoan playfully pulled out a few coins and tossed them in front of Su Ning. The crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter, and even Su Ning couldn't hold back and laughed as well. Laughing, he said, "You really think I'm a turtle in a wishing well?" At that moment, another connection request appeared in the livestream. Once connected, a beautiful young girl's face appeared on the screen. "Hello, host." The girl greeted with a sweet smile. Su Ning responded with a smile, "Hello, beautiful." This time, the livestream exploded with excitement, as if a pack of wolves had gone wild. "What a beautiful girl. I want her. I want her." After watching so many bizarre cases, I finally got what I was waiting for. How great would it be if the livestream was filled with beautiful girls with sweet voices? Host, hurry up and cue the process. I want all the girls' information. Host, do you dare to ask her measurements? Dog host, the title has changed. Why didn't you call the others beautiful just now? Are you here to find a partner online too, beautiful? Su Ning asked with some confusion. Because he saw that the background behind the girl was a bunk bed, it was obvious that it was the arrangement of a university dormitory, and the girl did indeed look like a college student. Still in school, and already looking for a marriage partner? Of course, it's not impossible, but with so many choices in school, why go out into society to sift through the sands? The girl smiled and nodded, saying, "I'm in my 2nd year of graduate school, and I'll be graduating soon. Thinking about entering society, it might not be easy to find a marriage partner, so it's better to prepare early. Let me explain my situation. I'm the only child in my family. Both my parents are teachers, so there's no burden. In the future, I want to work and live in the capital, and the man should have a house there, preferably paid in full. Of course, the man shouldn't be too old, ideally not over 30. Additionally, he should have a stable job, with an annual income of 300,000 to 400,000. I'm 166 centimeters tall, and the man should be at least 180 centimeters, with looks at least above average. Is my requirement too much, host? Su Ning nodded, genuinely feeling it wasn't excessive. After all, the girl was beautiful. Many times, beauty is a girl's greatest asset. Even if your other conditions are quite average, as long as you are pretty, countless men will revolve around you. With the girl's looks, let alone these conditions, if a rich second generation took a liking to her, she might even have a chance to marry into a wealthy family. At this moment, the live stream was also buzzing with excitement. Not excessive, really not excessive. The young lady is simply a living bodhisattva. With such a beautiful young lady, even doubling the requirements wouldn't be excessive. I meet the conditions. Host, connect me quickly. Calm down, everyone calm down. Let's all line up. I'll go first. I'm a demolition household, with several houses. Let me go first. Some eager netizens had already rushed to the girl's profile to search for her daily videos. Then they discovered that apart from some food-related content, the girl had previously posted a video with a boy, looking quite intimate, probably an ex-boyfriend. As for why she hadn't deleted the video after the breakup, that remained unknown. Su Ning was also quite busy at this moment, as several connection requests had already come in. It seemed that for a beautiful girl, men had no resistance. The first connection request was accepted, and a fairly good-looking young man entered the frame. Hello, host. Hello, young lady. Su Ning and the girl both smiled in response. Let me state my conditions. I'm from the capital, 28 years old this year, graduated with a bachelor's degree, currently working at an internet company with an annual salary of 350,000. My family has already bought me a house, although it's not a new building, it's a 3-bedroom, so there's enough living space. My conditions basically meet your requirements, young lady. As the young man introduced himself, Su Ning couldn't help but nod. He indeed matched the conditions the girl had proposed. Even many people in the livestream were getting anxious, wanting to be the first, as after that, it would be none of their business. But at that moment, the girl couldn't help but shake her head. "I'm sorry, young man, I still want to find someone I feel a connection with." Directly shot down. Su Ning didn't think too much. What was wrong with wanting to find someone you feel a connection with? The second connection was quickly established. This was a young man who was even more handsome than the previous one. His conditions also met the girl's requirements. But surprisingly, the girl still shyly refused, citing a lack of connection. Following that, several boys with good conditions failed to make the girl's heart flutter. Su Ning couldn't help but squint slightly, feeling something was off. The concept of connection is hard to explain. After all, everyone's appreciation levels and perspectives are different. Just now, there were several types of boys, but none caught your eye. What kind are you looking for? Do you have to have Dahua or Yinzu? Another connection request came in. Although this young man was somewhat handsome, he felt a bit lacking compared to the previous one, so Su Ning didn't hold much hope. However, after the boy stated his conditions, the girl didn't immediately refuse. Instead, she appeared slightly shy. Su Ning's eyes lit up. Could it be that the girl was into this type? There might be a chance. But just then, the live stream exploded with comments. "Host, they know each other. Host, go check their profiles. What's going on here? I have a bold guess. They must be eyeing the host's marriage fund." Exactly, there's no other possibility. Su Ning noticed the comments on the screen and frowned slightly. They knew each other? Clicking on the girl's profile, he indeed saw short videos of the two of them. Checking the boy's profile, there were similar videos. The latest one was just a few days ago. They were clearly a couple. They really went to great lengths for that 3,000 yuan marriage fund. If that's the case, the conditions and requirements the girl mentioned were probably all made up, right? Su Ning couldn't help but feel speechless. How could someone so beautiful do such a thing? The girl and the boy clearly saw the flood of comments in the live stream and immediately panicked. They didn't even wait for Su Ning to say anything before both disconnected and vanished. The viewers in the live stream were left utterly speechless by their actions. Caught red-handed, and they hurriedly ran away? Initially thought the 3,000 yuan marriage fund was just a gimmick, but it turned out someone was really after it. In fact, for two ordinary college students, that 3,000 yuan could allow them to live quite comfortably for a month. Well, let's just call it an accident. It wasted quite a bit of my time and everyone else's. I really didn't expect such a beautiful girl would team up with her boyfriend to scam for 3,000 yuan. However, from this perspective, I actually admire this girl. Even though it's a scam, it's not too harmful. At least she didn't go down the wrong path. You know, with her looks, she could easily earn any amount just by lying on a bed. And she's still with her boyfriend. She's really a good girl. Su Ning sighed and smiled. The viewers in the live stream laughed upon hearing this. It's true, after all. I agree, none of the top girls at the nearby KTV are as pretty as that girl. If she wanted to make money, it would be quite easy. I'd be willing to pay 100,000 a month. That's a bit excessive, isn't that price gouging? What about those of us who can only afford 30,000 a month? The girl is still great, having looks is enough. Host, are you really not considering giving the girl and her boyfriend a marriage fund? Even if they weren't introduced by you, only a fool would stir up trouble here. Those with intentions are already planning to steal her boyfriend's corner. Just as the atmosphere in the livestream was lively, suddenly a comment started flooding the screen, repeatedly posted by one person. You fools in the livestream, don't be fooled by that dog of a host. This kind of matchmaking is just to empty your wallets. You fools in the livestream, don't be fooled by that dog of a host. This kind of matchmaking is just to empty your wallets. You fools in the livestream, don't be fooled by that dog of a host. This kind of matchmaking is just to empty your wallets. To all the naive ones in the livestream, don't be fooled by that dog of a host. These matchmaking services are just here to empty your wallets. Su Ning frowned upon seeing this. Not to mention the foul language, the key issue was that this kind of rhythm could easily mislead the viewers watching the livestream. Hey, friend, stop spamming. Speak your mind, or I'll kick you out for spamming. Why do you say I'm fooling people? I haven't taken a single penny from anyone. Su Ning said coldly. The other party stopped spamming but immediately sent a request to connect. Without hesitation, Su Ning agreed, and a not-so-good-looking young man appeared on the screen. Do you dare to connect? You matchmaking people are heartless. I spent so much money on dating websites and offline matchmaking services, and it's all gone to waste. I saved that little money for my wedding, and it's all been taken by the matchmakers. Everyone, keep your eyes open, don't fall for these dog-like matchmakers. The young man had an expression of righteous indignation. His whole demeanor was one of barely contained anger. If someone scammed you, go find them. Su Ning narrowed his eyes and coldly shouted, I just opened 2 days ago. I haven't scammed you." The young man scoffed disdainfully. "You unscrupulous matchmakers are all the same. You haven't scammed me, but you'll definitely scam others in the future." Su Ning almost laughed in anger. "So, because you were scammed by a matchmaking service, all matchmaking services are bastards? By your logic, if you got scammed once while shopping online, then all online stores are frauds? Should we just abolish online shopping altogether? If you went to the hospital and didn't get better, does that mean all doctors are quacks? Should we just close all hospitals? If a teacher accidentally taught you a wrong word in school, does that mean all teachers are useless? Should we just shut down all schools? The point is, if someone scammed you, go find them to settle the score, instead of barking here ineffectively." Su Ning's sarcasm was quite satisfying, and the viewers in the live stream actually leaned towards Su Ning. After all, Su Ning's live stream was very effective, and he really hadn't taken any money. Even the clients who came to the store hadn't been charged. The young man's face turned red with anger, and he started cursing loudly in the live stream, using the most vulgar language possible. Su Ning's gaze turned cold, but he didn't stop him. Instead, he let him continue to curse. He took out his phone, preparing to call lawyer Lu Qiming, the elite lawyer assigned to him by the Hua law firm. But unexpectedly, just as he was about to dial, lawyer Lu called him first. "Su Xiao, you don't need to say anything. I'm watching your live stream. Is your live stream being recorded? Please keep it safe. This is evidence." His malicious behavior is equivalent to publicly degrading another person's character and damaging their reputation, which is a typical case of insult. There are over 10,000 viewers in the live stream, so it has reached a serious level. According to the law, he could face imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or control. Additionally, he fabricated facts to defame you, which constitutes defamation, also punishable by up to 3 years in prison. "Su Xiao, as long as you authorize me, I will immediately represent you to report to the Public Security Bureau, requesting an investigation into him for insult and defamation." "Leave it to me, you can rest assured," lawyer Lu guaranteed on the other end of the line, patting his chest. He didn't have much work on his hands at the moment, so he naturally wanted to maintain as many big clients as possible, especially someone like Su Ning. Coincidentally, he was watching Su Ning's live stream today, and unexpectedly, work came to him. Su Ning was also pleased to hear this. This lawyer Lu was quite sharp, even watching his live stream. "Alright, then I'll leave it to you." After a few simple words, Su Ning hung up the phone. Although his conversation with lawyer Lu was not on speaker, the volume was not low, so everyone in the live broadcast room heard it. The young man on the other end never expected that this streamer would directly contact a lawyer and even sue him for 2 charges. He was completely stunned. Wasn't he just cursing someone? How could that lead to a prison sentence of less than 3 years? Was he trying to scare him? The people in the live broadcast room were also a bit dazed. This streamer has some substance. He immediately called a lawyer over a disagreement, and it was even the lawyer who called first, eager to offer services. What does this indicate? It shows that the streamer is far more powerful than they imagined. After all, such exclusive lawyers are not something ordinary people can afford. Those who were originally watching the live stream felt that Su Ning didn't seem like someone who genuinely ran a matchmaking service, as he carried an air of cynicism. The facts proved their judgment was correct. As for whether sending someone to jail for a few insults was too harsh a punishment, no one really thought it was inappropriate. After all, if the insults weren't directed at you, it wouldn't hurt. So, let's not stand there and talk without feeling the pain. I don't want to say much more. Just wait for the police to contact you. Take care of yourself. Su Ning snorted coldly, not giving the other party a chance to plead for mercy, and directly ended the call. Why should cursing someone come without consequences? Perhaps because of a minor dispute, you get insulted and can only swallow your anger. After all, the cost of defending one's rights is often something ordinary people cannot bear. This leads to many people acting recklessly. But Su Ning, precisely, does not care about this cost of defending rights. The more you curse now, the more you will cry in the future. It's not that he lacks compassion, it's just that he won't abuse compassion. After ending the call, Su Ning sighed and said earnestly, "I advise everyone, a harmonious society should indeed be harmonious." However, he didn't elaborate on this issue but instead began to educate netizens about the chaos in the matchmaking industry. In fact, there are indeed many dark secrets and pitfalls in the matchmaking industry. If you're not careful, you might fall into a pit, losing money at best, and losing talent at worst. What do some unscrupulous matchmaking services do? Let me explain it to you now. No matter how they get your contact information, they will start incessantly calling you. They'll tell you they have a very suitable partner for you and invite you to their store to take a look. As long as they can get you to the store, it's practically half the success. Once you arrive, they'll take you to a small room and chat with you like a caring big sister. But during the conversation, your entire situation and emotional life will be unknowingly grasped by them. At this point, the matchmaking service will subtly amplify your anxiety about relationships. Then, they will start to tempt you with pictures of potential partners, fabricating facts and exaggerating claims, making verbal promises that cloud your judgment. By this time, you might already be brainwashed and ready to pay. Their fees have no standard, they completely tailor it to the individual, proportional to your income. Don't even mention not bringing money or cash, they have 1,000 ways to extract money from your pockets. If you say you have no money, they might even entice you to take out a loan to pay the matchmaking fee. A few thousand is nothing. There are many who have spent tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. At this point, it's just a loss from your wallet. And the contract contains many unfair clauses. For example, members cannot terminate the contract, and not a single cent of the service fee will be refunded. For instance, the matchmaking company can terminate the contract, but only a small portion of the service fee will be refunded. Moreover, the contract imposes almost no responsibilities on the matchmaking side. No matter how they promise you that they can help you find a partner, they will never write that into the contract. Once they have collected the money, you will find that you have been discarded like a worn-out shoe. When introducing potential partners, they are all kinds of perfunctory, making excuses to delay, and the photos of potential partners they send are also blurry, deliberately guiding you to lower your expectations. When providing information about potential partners, they embellish the details, downplay the negatives, and fabricate stories, introducing you to partners who do not meet your criteria, completely contradicting their earlier promises of precise matching, high quality, and abundant resources. They even use fake matchmakers to fill the gaps. Anyway, during the contract period, they will ensure you meet the agreed number of people, but the quality is absolutely not guaranteed. When the contract expires, you will realize that you have spent a hefty matchmaking fee, gone on blind dates in vain, and still ended up single. At that point, you will realize it's too late to know you've been scammed, because you have no way to deal with them and can only swallow your anger and accept your misfortune. From the moment you received their call, you fell into their trap. That guy just now was probably scammed out of a large sum of money by a shady matchmaking agency and is now taking his anger out on me. Of course, not all matchmaking agencies are shady. This is something everyone needs to be aware of. Su Ning's lengthy exposé revealed many dark secrets within the industry, leaving the viewers in the live stream astonished. Wow, is it really that dark? This is not matchmaking, it's clearly a scam. Speaking from experience, I was scammed by a shady matchmaking agency. 2 months' salary just vanished. Wow, yesterday a matchmaking agency called me to set up a meeting, and I was hesitating whether to go. Now I wouldn't go even if you killed me. Is there really no way to regulate these unscrupulous matchmaking agencies? Host, aren't you afraid of retaliation from shady matchmaking agencies for exposing the industry's secrets? Still, the host has a conscience. Even though no successful matches were made, at least there's no charge. Seeing the comment about not making a single successful match, Su Ning was almost in tears. It hit hard, my friend. The matchmaking studio had been open for 3 days, and in reality, only one couple had any intention of continuing to connect. Now he truly regretted choosing this money-burning method of matchmaking. If he had known this industry was so hard to navigate, he would have chosen to pursue a graduate advisor instead. At that moment, another comment about emotional confusion caught Su Ning's attention. Host, I want to ask, why do boys not pursue girls anymore? There were several boys who pursued me before, but they stopped halfway. What's going on? This comment made Su Ning raise an eyebrow, and he felt a sense of absurdity again. If he only looked at the first sentence, he wouldn't think there was a problem. But the second sentence really left him speechless. Why did they stop pursuing? You ask why they stopped pursuing. Many viewers in the live stream were also at a loss for words. Several boys pursued you? It seems you quite enjoy the feeling of being pursued. If it were me, I wouldn't pursue either. You said they were pursuing you, so I want to ask, did any of them succeed? Probably they saw no hope of success and just gave up. You only let them pursue you without giving any results. Aren't you just playing with them? Wow, do you really want to turn all the boys into fools? Su Ning looked at these comments and couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. Alright, on this issue, let me interpret it from the boy's perspective for everyone. First of all, pursuing a girl is really difficult, and everyone must admit this. I have a friend, just to clarify, he is indeed a friend, not me. He pursued a girl, being as attentive as a devoted admirer, taking her out for food and fun for a month, spending 3 months' salary. In the end, this girl told him it wasn't suitable, and they could just be friends. This is still a basic operation, and it's considered good. Some even keep you hanging, leaving you broke in the end. You say, after going through this once, you basically feel hopeless. Will you still pursue girls in the future? Su Ning's words clearly resonated with many men in the live stream. Yeah, after chasing around, you realize you're just a joke. The whole idea of pursuing someone is just the most ridiculous. It hurts both emotionally and financially. It's exhausting. If you want to be together, just agree. If you don't, then forget it. What's the point of keeping someone hanging? No way, I'm empathizing. I need to cry for a bit. The friend the host mentioned, could it be a fabricated friendship? Don't joke, the host is so handsome. He probably has a line of admirers. How could he chase after someone else? Just as they were discussing this topic, a man who looked to be around 30 walked in from outside the studio. Roland quickly went up to greet him. Hello, sir, do you have any marriage or dating needs? Su Ning had tasked her with pre-screening to send away those whose needs were clearly unrealistic. After a while, Roland came back to Su Ning with the registered information. Without her saying anything, Su Ning knew the man's requirements wouldn't be too outrageous, otherwise, Roland would have sent him away directly. After inviting the man to sit down, Su Ning began to review the information while asking more detailed questions. The man was exactly 30 years old this year, had a bachelor's degree, stood 178 centimeters tall, and looked quite decent. He currently worked in a private company as an accountant, earning just over $10,000 a month. Moreover, he was very ambitious. Besides his company job, he also took on some side work, helping small companies without dedicated accountants with their bookkeeping. This was how he managed to save up for a down payment to buy a small apartment in Yanjia. In fact, these were all his advantages, at least compared to many other men. However, some things cannot be concluded hastily. He also had a few points that could easily lead to being passed over in the dating market. His hometown was rural, and his parents did not have retirement insurance. Often, girls would not choose such men. After all, they would have to bear the additional pressure of supporting their parents in the future. It's not that they don't value filial piety, but why jump into a pit when there are better options available? Additionally, the man had a younger brother who was still in high school. If nothing unexpected happened, he would need to pay for his brother's high school and college education. However, this was not absolute. As long as his requirements weren't too high, he still had a good chance of finding someone. Let's verify the conditions you expect from your blind date. A girl aged 22 to 26, with a bachelor's degree or higher, stable job, and no bride price. Is that all? Su Ning asked with a smile, as these conditions couldn't be considered too high. Perhaps only the no bride price requirement would eliminate many girls, but indeed, there are many only children whose families do not ask for a bride price, so this isn't a big issue. The man nodded, seemingly hearing confidence from Su Ning. At this moment, the live stream also began discussing this man's conditions. A bachelor's degree or higher and a stable job. This almost doesn't filter anyone out. As for the bride price, it seems to vary by region. In some areas, the bride price requirements are simply astonishing. This really depends on the family background. Every family is different. My family doesn't ask for a bride price. Although men have a lot of pressure, as long as they can pay the down payment for a house, that's a solid foundation. I have a strange feeling that the streamer is about to start. Su Ning began searching in the system according to the listed criteria and quickly found 7 or 8 girls who basically met the requirements. What about this girl? 26 years old, bachelor's degree, works in a foreign company, no bride price, completely meets your requirements. He turned the computer screen towards the man to let him see the girl's conditions. However, the man didn't even look at the other conditions. He just glanced at the photo and shook his head. This won't do, she's not good looking. Su Ning was surprised and glanced at the photo, frowning. The girl in the photo wasn't particularly beautiful, but she was of average appearance. Calling her not good looking seemed a bit off, right? However, he thought it might be due to differing tastes, so he didn't dwell on it and moved on to the next one. This girl is 25 years old, just graduated with a master's degree, works in a state-owned enterprise, and also meets your criteria. The man similarly just looked at the photo and immediately shook his head. This one is too fat, no good. Su Ning frowned again, looking at the man in disbelief. This girl weighed 125 pounds, which could be considered slightly overweight, but she certainly wasn't too fat, right? The key issue was that when the man listed all his requirements, he only mentioned age, job, and no bride price, with no mention of looks or body type. Now that I've met your criteria, you're bringing up looks and body type? Taking a deep breath, he asked, so, you mean you also want the girl to be good looking and have a proportional figure, right? The man nodded, looking as if it were a matter of course. Isn't that expected? Su Ning couldn't help but feel speechless, but he patiently continued, so, are there any other conditions? Let's get them all out so I don't end up finding someone who doesn't meet your requirements. He initially just wanted to vent a little, but unexpectedly, the man really brought up new conditions, and they were quite outrageous. Are there any good-looking girls here? Or girls whose families are a bit wealthy? Second-generation officials are fine too. In short, I want someone with better conditions, so that after we get married, the girl's family can support me a bit and lighten my burden. Listening to the other party's almost wishful conditions, Su-ning couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Brother, are you here to find a partner? You're clearly here looking for targeted poverty alleviation. It's not even night, why are you daydreaming? Su-ning was almost laughing in anger at this bizarre situation. So your initial conditions were just a joke? Now that it's not working out, you're revealing your true thoughts. Just say you want someone from a wealthy and powerful family. Why go around in circles? You really think you're some kind of wishing well turtle? Want to be a successful man? You should at least see if you have the capital, either good looks, potential, or a suitable match. You don't have any of those. What makes you think you can attract a wealthy and powerful girl? Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself down and spoke with a sarcastic tone. We do have beautiful girls, and there are girls from wealthy families, and even second-generation officials. But I'm sorry, I can't introduce you to them, because you don't meet their partner selection criteria. Just like the two girls earlier didn't meet your criteria, you wouldn't meet their requirements either. The man probably didn't expect Su-ning to reject him so directly. The key was that upon hearing Su-ning had resources, he became a bit anxious. As long as you help me arrange a meeting, I'll pay you. Whether it's someone from a business family or a second-generation official, as long as you can get us to meet, I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the benefits. Don't be so rigid, you won't lose anything anyway. Isn't your job just to connect people? It doesn't matter who you connect with. Looking at this somewhat shameless demeanor, Su-ning hadn't said anything yet, but the live chat was already exploding. Another toad wanting to eat swan meat. This is too hypocritical, right? A typical Phoenix man. Ladies, be careful. Simply delusional. Which second-generation official would want someone like this? I thought he was a down-to-earth rural kid, but this is it? Indeed, there are many oddballs in the host's studio. I've really broadened my horizons. Su-ning couldn't help but chuckle, a laugh that was extremely perfunctory. Sorry, I won't take your money. I'm not short on cash. I have to be responsible for those who genuinely want to find love in my studio. So I advise you to be more down-to-earth and not hold on to unrealistic fantasies. Otherwise, you might as well try other matchmaking agencies. Maybe they have someone suitable for you. The man walked away somewhat angrily, muttering under his breath as he left. However, Su-ning was too lazy to pay him any more attention. He just hoped that the oddballs coming to his studio would decrease. But the reality was that oddballs kept coming in one after another. Before long, a seemingly young woman swayed into the studio. It seemed she had watched Su-ning's livestream. She didn't even need by Roland to greet her and directly sat down in front of Su-ning. Let's be efficient. I'll just state my conditions and requirements. The woman had a bit of a spirited demeanor, as if she had brought her work style into her personal life. Su-ning shrugged, smiling as he took out paper and pen, ready to take notes. Regardless of whether she was decisive, at least the woman's appearance was decent. As long as her demands weren't too outrageous, perhaps they could get started. I'm 32 years old, 167 meters tall, and weigh 100 pounds. I have a master's degree, work in HR at a foreign company, and earn $20,000 a month. I want to find a younger brother around 25 years old, with good looks and a great figure. Requirements, at least a bachelor's degree, and income must not be lower than mine. The most important thing is, he must have a house in the capital. These are my conditions. They're not too much, right? In the live chat, many young viewers had already started cheering. Sister is so cool. Sister, kill me. Mrs. Too Handsome. I love this vibe. Everyone step aside, let me through. But more viewers couldn't help but frown, much like Su-ning's reaction at that moment. Su-ning felt a strange sense of absurdity rising again. Although the woman acted like a strong, independent type, her requirements were completely another matter. Taking a deep breath, Su-ning tried to keep his tone calm. Why do you want to find a 25-year-old boy? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The woman shot Su-ning a look with her almond-shaped eyes, seemingly thinking his question was impolite. Is it wrong for me to like relationships with younger men? My previous boyfriends were all younger. They were all little wolf dogs. I just like that feeling. Who says women have to be delicate and dependent? Can't I find a younger boyfriend who relies on me? Her words were assertive, but they only made Su-ning frown even more. There's nothing wrong with relationships between older women and younger men, but your requirements, aside from age, don't resemble that at all. If you want to play the older woman-younger man dynamic, you have to be significantly stronger than the man in every aspect. Only then can he submit to you and willingly be your little puppy. But look at your requirements. Under 25, not only must your income not be lower than yours, but they also need to own a house in the capital. Think about it. Is that reasonable? Even if the guy can meet this standard, he already has everything he wants, so why would he want to play the game of a May-December romance with you? Wouldn't he prefer a delicate girl who can depend on him? Now, switch the genders and think about it. If you are 25 this year, with a decent job and a house in the capital, would you go looking for a woman in her 30s? I definitely wouldn't. Su Ning said bluntly, showing no mercy. Tired. Really tired. What kind of bizarre people am I dealing with every day? If this continues, the matchmaking studio will definitely go under. The woman seemed taken aback by Su Ning's sharp tone, momentarily speechless. Su Ning wasn't done yet. He didn't care about the woman's expression, took a sip of water, and continued. You want to be the queen, looking for a little puppy to play the May-December romance game, which simply means you want the other party to provide special and intense emotional value. In that case, don't set so many conditions. What income not lower than yours? What owning a house in the capital? That's just unrealistic. Just find a young and handsome guy to play with, as long as he provides you with emotional value while you provide him with economic value. Otherwise, why would he let you make a scene, let you hit and kick him? Also, if you want a little puppy, go to school. Everyone here genuinely wants to find a partner and get married. No one is here to play games with you. After finishing, Su Ning waved his hand, signaling by Roland to see the guest out. In the live broadcast room, many young people who had been shouting just moments ago suddenly realized the problem. Yes, I've already provided you with emotional value. Why do you still demand so much from me? You're wanting this and that. Why should all the good things be yours? The woman didn't know when she left, but at least she didn't leave with the same confidence she had when she arrived. Su Ning, exhausted from dealing with so many bizarre cases, had no mood to continue the live broadcast and ended it hastily. Having realized that the matchmaking agency was a wrong choice, he certainly wasn't as invested as he had been in the first 2 days. Just then, Director Wang arrived from the Magic City to discuss investment matters with Su Ning, so he simply took the opportunity to step away from the studio. As for the studio's business, he let Su Jiafei and Bai Roland handle it. After all, it would all count as his performance in the end. It wasn't until the month was up that Su Ning awkwardly summarized the results. In that month, the entire matchmaking studio only facilitated 12 pairs of singles to continue getting to know each other, and only one pair actually reached the boyfriend-girlfriend stage. As for engagements and marriages, those were out of the question. So, during this extremely unsuccessful money-making period, he managed to rake in 34 million. Although this number was nothing compared to the crazy income he had made driving, at least it was better than nothing. After all, the vast majority of people couldn't possibly earn 34 million in a month. The second money-making experience has ended. Please host start the third money-making experience as soon as possible. The range of choices for the third money-making experience is limited to escape room NPCs, property management, clowns. Please host make a choice as soon as possible. When Su Ning eagerly anticipated the third money-making experience but saw these three options, he couldn't help but have some question marks pop up in his mind. What on earth is an escape room NPC? Alright, maybe it really involves dressing up as a ghost. This job is somewhat abstract, but it should be interesting, so Su Ning didn't reject it. But the problem is, he couldn't figure out how the escape room NPC would make money. If it were like driving, rewarded based on income growth, that would be too fixed. Could it be that scaring a visitor earns a reward? In an unpredictable situation, he felt a bit uncertain. Now he needed money. After all, he had just discussed a large shopping mall project with Director Wang, and he was in urgent need of substantial funds. However, his second attempt at being a marriage agency had been a complete failure, leading to a shortfall in funds. Therefore, this choice had to be made with utmost caution. Besides the escape room NPC, what on earth was property management? Was it the security guard of the property? And was this clown the one he imagined? Was it the clown from the circus, or the villainous clown from the movies? Why did it feel even more abstract than the escape room NPC? He couldn't make sense of any of these three options, so he decided to leave it to fate. He rolled the dice, and the two numbers represented a profession, resulting in a 3. Property management. So it was decided. The host has chosen the method of earning money as property management. Due to the special nature of property services, the earning experience period has changed from 1 month to 1 year. At the same time, after reaching a 1-month experience period, the host can simultaneously unlock a 4th earning experience, allowing 2 earning methods to run in parallel. The host's earning rewards will be determined based on the satisfaction level of the property owners served by the property management. If the satisfaction level less than or equal to 60%, the monthly reward is 0. If 60% less than or equal to owner satisfaction less than or equal to 70%, the monthly reward is 1 billion multiplied by the actual owner satisfaction. If 70% less than or equal to owner satisfaction less than or equal to 80%, the monthly reward is 1 billion multiplied by 2 times the actual owner satisfaction. If 80% less than or equal to owner satisfaction less than or equal to 90%, the monthly reward is 1 billion multiplied by 3 times the actual owner satisfaction. If 90% less than or equal to owner satisfaction less than or equal to 100%, the monthly reward is 1 billion multiplied by 4 times the actual owner satisfaction. Please establish a property management company as soon as possible and select a community for property management. Looking at the earning rules for the third phase, Su Ning was quite surprised. It turned out he wasn't going to be a property security guard, but rather establish a company to manage property matters for a community. The key point was that the earning period had actually turned into a year. It made sense, considering the property industry was quite special, and it would be difficult to change people's negative perceptions in a short time. Su Ning couldn't help but think of the recent failure he had with the marriage agency experience. After all, shouldn't a marriage agency last for a year? He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, fearing that the system had learned from that experience. Interestingly, while the property earning would last a year, he could unlock a new earning experience after just 1 month. This meant that a month later, he could have 2 crazy earning methods simultaneously. Well, it was clear that the system was worried he would earn too little. As for the rewards based on owner satisfaction, there was nothing much to say. Working in property management was all about serving the owners. If the owners were not satisfied, what was the point of being in property management? So, it was time to get ready. Jia Fei, I need to trouble you a bit. First, establish a property service company, and then see if there are any communities looking to change their property management. Such trivial matters should definitely be left to the assistant. Su Jiafei received Su Ning's call, and especially upon hearing what he said, she was taken aback. What? Establish a property service company? Was the boss out of his mind? He actually wanted to get into property management. Su Jiafei swore she really couldn't understand Su Ning's thought process. The previous driving service was one thing, and she was too lazy to mention it. Now he had stopped the driving service and had hurriedly set up a marriage studio, only to get into marriage agency work. Everyone had been busy for a month, and they hadn't even managed to match a few couples. Now that the marriage studio had closed, just as they had secured a major collaboration with director Wang from Magic City, she thought Su Ning would be busy with that project, but she never expected the word property to come out of the boss's mouth. Don't tell me he wants to investigate the property industry and then make a grand entrance. Previously, when he was working in the marriage agency, he said the same thing. In the end, didn't he just close the door in defeat? Although there are many large property listing groups in the country, this really cannot be considered a promising industry, especially with the current poor reputation of property management. She really couldn't understand what Su Ning, this boss, was trying to do. However, she was just a small assistant, earning a high salary, so she had to follow the boss's orders. Thus, for the next few days, Su Jiafei was busy registering the company and collecting relevant information in this area. When she appeared in front of Su Ning again, she handed him an investigation report. To be fair, Su Jiafei's abilities were quite strong. In just a few days, she had selected several suitable communities. First, the community had to have a need for changing property management. That was a prerequisite. Then, the newer the community, the better, as this would mean a higher proportion of young homeowners. Young people tend to be less troublesome than the elderly, as many older folks can be quite difficult to deal with. Based on her understanding, she chose medium to large communities. After all, the larger the community, the greater the overall property fee scale. However, Su Ning didn't really need this last point. After all, he wasn't making money from the actual property fees. The total amount of property fees didn't affect his income. He just needed to make money by serving the homeowners well. Thus, among the several communities, the relatively smallest one caught his attention. Binjiang Century Community, which had its houses delivered 6 years ago, consisted of 10 villas, 6 mid-rise buildings, and 7 high-rise buildings, totaling 1,764 households. Originally, the community was managed by the developer's own property management, but due to the collapse of the real estate market and the developer's financial troubles, they could no longer maintain it. The property management company also had little interest in doing a good job, resulting in a mess of services, and the community homeowners were very dissatisfied. According to what Su Jiafei learned, the homeowners committee was negotiating with the property management company to withdraw, and if the negotiations failed, they were preparing to sue in court. Interestingly, lawyer Hua lived in this community and was also a member of the homeowners committee. His status as a senior lawyer would soon play a role in the lawsuit process. You go talk to Binjiang Property Management and let them withdraw. Our property company will take over. Even if we have to give them some money, consider it feeding the dogs. If it really went to court, the process would take too long. Getting in quickly was what mattered. After assigning the task to Su Jiafei, Su Ning directly called Lawyer Hua. Young Master Su, why the sudden call? Is there a big case? Lawyer Hua was a bit confused when he received Su Ning's call. He had already assigned a dedicated elite lawyer to Su Ning. For ordinary cases, they could just go to Lawyer Lu. Now that Su Ning was calling him directly, it probably meant the case was significant. Lawyer Hua, it's not about a case. Isn't your community discussing changing property management? You're still on the homeowners committee. I'm planning to get a property company to enter your community. What do you think? Don't worry, I'm definitely not in it for the money. Su Ning didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point with a smile. This left Lawyer Hua even more bewildered. Just like Su Jiafei, he had no idea what this super rich young man was thinking. Driving services, marriage agency, and now he suddenly wanted to get into property management. Is this how the young master plays with life? However, after a moment of doubt, Lawyer Hua quickly reacted. Since Su Ning wanted to get into property management, then let him do it. After all, with the young master's character, he wouldn't casually stir up trouble. Even if he was playing around, once he decided to do something, he wouldn't be half-hearted about it. If his property company really entered the community, property management might just take a leap forward. Moreover, he didn't need to embarrass Su Ning over such matters. Of course, that's great. Having Su Xiao's property management company manage our community's property would be a blessing for us homeowners. Don't worry, Su Xiao, I can still play a role in the homeowners committee. Leave this matter to me, Lawyer Hua assured from the other end of the phone, patting his chest. After hanging up, Su Ning drove straight to the Binjiang Century community, preparing to conduct an on-site inspection. The community was indeed very new, and compared to the surrounding old neighborhoods, the environment was on a completely different level. Since the east side was separated from the neighboring community by a wall, there were only entrances on the north, south, and west sides. The community had an underground parking lot, with separate pathways for vehicles and pedestrians, and there were no cars on the internal roads. In terms of greenery, although not all the trees were of precious species, there were plenty of them. The hardware was indeed impressive. However, the property management was truly lacking. Just look at the security guards at the entrance. They walked as if they were trembling, and together, the 4 guards had only 5 teeth. As for the homeowners, they didn't dare to speak loudly when passing the booth, fearing they might scare these old fellows, let alone talk about protecting the safety of the homeowners. If they really encountered a bad person, the homeowners would have to protect these old men first. There was no need to inquire. Just by thinking with his heels, Su Ning knew that these old men probably earned less than 2,000 a month. No wonder the homeowners were dissatisfied with the property management. Su Ning realized that the first step in taking over the property management was to improve the security work in the community. He would hire 100 security guards, all young men, preferably all veterans, each one more charismatic than the last, not to mention their fighting skills. Just by standing there, they should instill a strong sense of security in the homeowners. He would turn the community into a fortress, where not even a fly could enter. However, just as he thought of this, the system abruptly sent a warning reminder. Property management expenses cannot exceed 150% of the community's property fees. Su Ning was taken aback for a moment before understanding the issue. The system meant that he couldn't use too much money to subsidize the property management company, and he couldn't exceed the level of service that matched the current property fees. This was quite understandable. If Su Ning gave each household 20,000, who wouldn't be 100% satisfied? Swapping over 30 million for over 3 billion was simply too profitable. Therefore, the system directly eliminated this possibility. Back in the car, Su Ning took out the materials that Su Jiafei had previously investigated and organized, and began to calculate silently. How much property fee could the community collect each year? The property fee for Binjiang Century was 6 yuan per square meter per month, which was considered average in the capital. Based on the number of households and the area of the units, the property fee would exceed 18 million. Not exceeding 150% of the total property fee means it couldn't exceed 27 million, which is 25 million per month. Although some expenses couldn't be simply calculated monthly, he had a rough idea in mind. At this time, Lawyer Hua also began to play his role, persuading the other members of the homeowners committee. I found a property management company that will definitely satisfy all homeowners. The company is run by a super rich young man I know. I won't mention how much money he has. Anyway, his car is worth 50 million. He's not in it for the money. You understand, the life of a rich young man is quite boring. He just wants to find something to do. Not only is he not making money, but he might even subsidize the property management company himself. The members of the homeowners committee found this hard to believe, How could this sound so absurd? However, they all knew lawyer Hua well and understood that he wasn't someone who spoke without thinking. So, they quickly reached a consensus. Anyway, things can't get worse than they are now, can they? After reaching an agreement, the next step was to obtain the consent of the majority of the homeowners in the community. With their prestige, this was quite easy to accomplish. Meanwhile, Su Jiafei's negotiations with the original property management had also concluded. The original property company took the 2 million paid by the new property company and left. Although they could have held on, lawsuits would take a long time. The problem was that there were hidden talents among the homeowners. There might be someone capable. If they were really determined to investigate the property accounts, it would be troublesome for them, so it was better to just take the money and leave. Thus, in the presence of the street, community, and homeowners committee, the new and old property management signed an agreement, and the property was officially handed over 3 days later. Jiafei, you have a new title now. From now on, you are the manager of Houting Property Management, Su Ning said with a smile to Su Jiafei. Houting Property was their newly established property company. In fact, Houting was also the name of their group. Under Houting Group, there were already Houting Investment, Houting Film and Television, Houting Catering Services, and so on. Now, there was an additional Houting Property. Su Jiafei couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth, feeling an indescribable absurdity. Her role as an assistant was truly versatile. Last month, she was a matchmaker at the marriage agency run by her boss. This month, she was a manager at the property company run by her boss. She really wanted to ask Su Ning what he planned to do next month. But if she was going to be a property manager, then so be it. It didn't seem like it would last long anyway. Perhaps in just a few days, the young master would suddenly want to do something else. If one day she saw Su Ning wearing a yellow vest riding an electric bike delivering takeout, she certainly wouldn't be surprised, as long as she wasn't made to deliver takeout too. Manager Su, please sit down, let's talk about recruitment, Su Ning said with a smile, noticing that Su Jiafei seemed a bit dazed. Manager Su? Is he referring to me? Su Jiafei was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Jiafei and Su Ning began discussing some details of the property company's operations based on the research she had conducted earlier. First of all, property management is a typical labor-intensive industry, usually with labor costs reaching 70% or even 80%. Of course, the previous property company was doing well to have 30%, the rest of the money turned into their profit. If we compromise and calculate at 75%, out of the 18 million property fees, 5 million would be our labor costs. Considering that benefits like social insurance and housing fund account for about 28% of labor costs, our monthly salary line would be around 7 million, which translates to about 810,000 per month. According to the standard configuration for property management, we would need 19 housekeepers, 30 cleaners, 6 landscapers, 8 maintenance workers for receptionists, and 18 security personnel. With the above-average salary level in the industry in the capital, this would just cover our labor costs. Su Ning squinted as he listened to Su Jiafei's explanation, unable to help but nod. Given the scale of the century-old Binjiang community, this staffing configuration could be considered very ample. It should be noted that the previous property company didn't even have half of the service staff. However, Su Jiafei's calculations were based on standard property ratios and industry average salaries. In reality, Su Ning still had a 50% surplus. How about this? Let's increase the salaries of all positions by 10% based on your current salary estimates. We will use high salaries to encourage them to serve the homeowners better. For me, homeowners' satisfaction with the property management is the top priority, Su Ning said firmly to Su Jiafei. Su Jiafei shrugged. She had long anticipated that Su Ning would come up with something unexpected. Sure enough, he really wasn't short on money. The property management industry itself is a low-profit sector. According to the financial reports of several major listed property companies, the actual profit margin for property management is less than 10%. And now, with Su Ning's salary increase, she has directly donated all the profits away. After all, she is just a small assistant. Her boss can be as willful as he likes. Her next task is recruitment. Fortunately, there are many recruitment channels now, so she doesn't need to go to the labor market like before. She can handle everything through a few platforms. Cleaning and landscaping are relatively easy, usually done by middle-aged uncles and aunts. Property managers are mostly young people, with the oldest being in their 30s. As for security guards, Su Ning has set high standards. They must be young and strong, preferably veterans. He is determined to eliminate any tricks in this aspect of property management. Typically, when a property is first handed over, the security guards are usually energetic young men. After a year, they gradually become middle-aged men in their 40s. Another year later, they are all retired men around 60. After another year, they turn into elderly men in their 70s with missing teeth. It seems that time passes particularly quickly for property security guards. He even wants to benchmark against the security of the Ocean La Vie villas. To this end, he has indeed offered high salaries. Other property companies in the capital hire middle-aged security guards for salaries between 5,000 to 6,000, and a security team leader can earn up to 7,000, which is already quite good. Su-ning has directly raised the bar, starting young security guards at 8,000, and security team leaders at over 10,000. As the saying goes, with great rewards come brave men, and under such treatment, recruitment was successfully completed. To make the staff more spirited, he also had Su Jiafei order exclusive uniforms for the property service personnel. For example, the front desk and property managers all wear small suits, making them look like the lobby managers of high-end hotels. The cleaning and landscaping work uniforms are standard cleaning attire for star-rated hotels. The maintenance technicians' work uniforms are highly designed, making them look like they are installing and debugging satellite rockets rather than just changing light bulbs. As for the security uniforms, Su-ning places the most importance on them. He directly bought camouflage training uniforms from an outdoor sports specialty store, paired with high-top training boots, and with sunglasses on, they look incredibly stylish. The total cost of these work uniforms was quite substantial. On the day of the property handover, when all the staff from Houting Property gathered in the square outside the community's main gate, they stunned everyone present. Especially the owners' committee, including lawyer Hua, were all taken aback. No way? Such a grand setup? How many people has Su Xiao hired for this property company? Are all these people here to serve their community? What qualifications do they have? Being knowledgeable individuals, they could easily estimate that this already exceeds the standard of ordinary property management. Look at this. I told you Su Xiao is not just in it for the money. Our community is in for a treat now. After expressing his feelings, lawyer Hua excitedly spoke to the person next to him. The other onlooking owners also felt it was incredibly unbelievable. Regardless of whether the service quality will be good in the future, just this personnel configuration is something they never even dared to imagine before. It is worth noting that the original property company probably wouldn't even match a third of the current staff combined. At this moment, the former property manager looked at Su-ning as if he were a fool. As an industry insider, especially a property manager, he understood better than anyone what this meant. How can you do this and still make a profit? Of course, in his view, Su-ning was just putting on a show at the beginning. Gradually, he would be like other property companies, reducing staff little by little, replacing young people with elderly men and women, and ultimately filling his own pockets. Su-ning couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the thoughts of such people. At the moment of the property handover, real-time satisfaction statistics from the owners appeared in the system. What made him somewhat collapse was that the current satisfaction level was only 12.7%. Clearly, this was the fault of the previous property management's inaction. So, he looked at the former property manager with a gaze that seemed ready to devour him. If the settlement was based on such a low satisfaction level a month later, he wouldn't be able to earn a single cent. Therefore, the urgent task was to quickly raise the satisfaction level. The goal for this month was set at 60%. With the new property management in place, everything felt fresh. The residents of the community noticed that the old security guard, who could barely walk without a cane, had disappeared. In his place was a young man in a smart training uniform, looking energetic and spirited. The community environment had also become cleaner, with dozens of cleaners coming in for a thorough spring cleaning, finally restoring the community to its proper hygiene level. Even the underground garage, which hadn't been cleaned for a long time and had developed a smell, was given a thorough wash. The property manager added the residents on WeChat, patiently inquiring about what needed to be done in the community, with an attitude that was exceedingly courteous. This almost earth-shattering change left the residents, who had been tormented by the poor property management for years, feeling a bit unaccustomed. They were simply taken aback. Surely, we can't be dreaming? Su-ning, of course, had no idea what the residents were thinking at that moment. If he did, he would only smile lightly. You all really don't dare to dream a little bolder. However, he did know that the residents' perception of the property management was gradually changing. This was directly reflected in the satisfaction levels. A week later, the residents' satisfaction had risen from the initial 12.7% at the handover to 35.5%. The improvement speed was already quite fast. After all, they had been tormented by the poor property management for so long, and some were even like startled birds. Change was not something that could happen overnight. At least Su-ning was satisfied with this speed. After completing the basic work, Su-ning began to ponder what could be done to further improve the residents' satisfaction. Manager Sue, give the property managers a task to solicit opinions from the residents. Ask the residents what changes they most need from the property management, or what services they hope the property can provide. If he couldn't come up with ideas himself, he might as well let the residents suggest them. Sue Jaffe was a bit speechless, thinking to herself that this property management really treated the residents like gods. If all property management were like you. No, if they could just be 1/3 as attentive as you, the reputation of property management wouldn't be so poor. Anyway, she was already too exhausted to criticize Su Ning's actions. Once the work was arranged, feedback was received the next day. Su Ning held the feedback statistics, looking over them repeatedly, frowning more and more. The residents indeed had many suggestions, but in reality, they were all things that the property management had already done. For example, maintaining cleanliness in the community, increasing security patrols, clearing illegally parked vehicles outside the community. Were the current residents so easily satisfied? But if they were satisfied, why was the satisfaction level still so low? Could it be that property management was inherently their enemy? There was no choice. Su Ning could only rack his brain for countermeasures. In the morning, Su Ning stood outside the property office, smiling and greeting the residents as they left. At that moment, 3 elderly ladies came out with shopping carts, grumbling as they walked. That lousy supermarket should just close down. The shuttle bus has been stopped. We old folks have to struggle to buy groceries. We can't even stand steady at the bus stop. These young people don't know to give up their seats. Another elderly lady smiled and comforted her. Young people have a hard time going to work every day. You shouldn't complain. Su Ning perked up his ears, listened for a moment, and then asked suspiciously, "Auntie, what's this about the shuttle bus?" The old lady already knew that Su Ning was from the property management and thought he was just greeting her, so she explained. Walmart used to have a shuttle bus covering the surrounding area, picking people up and dropping them off on a schedule. It was very convenient for us to go shopping at the supermarket. But now, in order to save costs or whatever, Walmart has actually stopped the shuttle. Now, when we go to the supermarket, we can only squeeze onto the bus. Not only is it far, but it's also packed. If it weren't for the cheap prices at the supermarket, we really wouldn't go. Su Ning nodded thoughtfully at her words. Take care, Auntie. Don't tire yourself out. After bidding farewell to the 3 aunties, Su Ning turned back to the office, ready to carefully consider the idea that had just popped into his mind. Since the supermarket could provide a shuttle, could the property management also take a cue from that? In fact, he had always thought that elderly people were the hardest to serve. They were often more picky than the more easygoing young people. As long as he could take good care of the difficult old men and women, wouldn't their satisfaction levels rise? Now that the supermarket didn't have a shuttle, what if the property management provided one to take the residents to the supermarket and then brought them back after shopping? Wouldn't that make things easier for the elderly? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. So, Su Ning immediately went to the main entrance of the community and stopped an elderly lady who was also carrying a shopping cart. Auntie, can I ask you something? How many people from our community go to Walmart to shop each day? Or, how many times did the Walmart shuttle come before? Although the auntie was puzzled as to why Su Ning was asking this, it wasn't a sensitive issue, so she calculated a bit and gave him an answer. I really don't know the exact number of people, but I estimate it's about 60 or 70, not more than 100. When the supermarket had the shuttle, there were 4 trips a day, 2 in the morning, 1 at noon, and 1 in the afternoon. But the shuttle was a route bus, not just picking up people from our community, but also from other communities along the route. Anyway, every time I wait for the shuttle, there are usually a dozen people from our community waiting too. Su Ning squinted slightly, calculating in his mind. Based on a daily average of 100 people, if a bus made 4 trips a day, that would be more than enough. Buy a bus, just for the shuttle, to take the residents to the supermarket for shopping. He opened his phone and started searching, quickly finding the answer. There are only a few brands of buses in the country, with the best-selling ones being King Long and Yutong. A 45-seat bus from King Long costs around 300,000, while Yutong is about 350,000. Buy it. Su Ning was not someone who would fool the residents. Of course, buying a bus also involved the issue of hiring a driver. But if the bus was already bought, would he really be short on money to hire a driver? That was a small matter. Su Ning was about to go find Su Jiafei to hand over the bus purchase matter to him. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. In that moment, he felt his mind open up. Last night, he had seen many parents waiting outside the community to pick up their children from the school bus. From what Su Ning understood, the cost of taking the school bus was not low, about 500 a month. Since they could provide a shuttle to the supermarket, why couldn't they provide a school bus? Thinking of this, Su-ning quickly asked Su Jiafei to notify the housekeeper to continue sending out surveys to the residents to find out how many students lived in the community. Su Jiafei was already used to Su-ning's sudden bursts of inspiration and didn't even ask, just went to arrange the work. Soon, several large groups in the community began to show statistics on the number of students and those taking the school bus. The homeowners found it strange and wondered why the property management was conducting such statistics. However, the steward quickly provided an explanation, informing the homeowners that the property management was planning better services, which eased their doubts. The next day, Su-ning received the statistics. The kindergarten was first excluded. There was a kindergarten outside the community, and parents didn't even need to leave the community to send their children there, so there was no need for a school bus. The university was also excluded. Then came the high school, which was also excluded. After all, high school was not very unified. The high school students in the community were distributed across various high schools in the city, making it impossible to use a school bus for transportation. There were 108 elementary school students, with 64 taking the school bus. There were 72 middle school students, with 39 taking the school bus. The total number of students taking the bus was 103. One bus was not enough. Su-ning hesitated for about half a second before coming up with a solution. Since one bus was not enough, then 2 buses would do. Su Jiafei's efficiency in action was still very high. After receiving Su-ning's instructions, she contacted the Yutong bus dealer that same day to complete the purchase. Generally speaking, such large buses would not be available immediately and would require a certain delivery period. However, coincidentally, a company had previously breached a contract for a bus and could no longer pick it up, turning it into an available vehicle. After some price negotiation, they signed the contract and took the bus. Of course, having the buses alone was not enough. 2 dedicated drivers were also needed. Don't think that just having the security guards double as drivers would suffice. The license required for a large bus was not an ordinary C license, but an A1 license. However, this was not a challenge for Su Jiafei. After all, Su-ning could always offer salaries above the industry average, so there was no need to worry about finding drivers. Soon, 2 drivers were on duty. Their working hours were on weekdays, but on weekends, since the homeowners still needed to go shopping at the supermarket, the 2 drivers would take turns on weekends. Normally, the monthly salary for such drivers was around 8,000, but the 2 of them could earn 10,000 a month. Plus, they could at least have 2 weekends off each month, making it a very rare and good job. Their first task was to pick up the buses. Soon, 2 brand new Yutong buses parked in the newly marked spaces in the square outside the community gate. Speaking of which, this square was originally one of the activity spaces for the homeowners, and vehicles were not allowed to enter, let alone park. So when the property management marked parking spaces in the corner, the homeowners were not happy. A few elderly men directly stopped Su-ning, who was directing the painter to draw the lines. "What are you doing? This is the place for all homeowners, not a parking lot that you property management can change at will. You property management want to mark parking spaces and then rent them to homeowners, right? Using our space to make money off us, you really think beautifully. Let me tell you, there's no way. If you dare to mark parking spaces, we will call the police immediately." A few elderly men were indignant, feeling that if Su-ning dared to make a move, they would really take action against him. At their age, due to the bias in the law, they were not lawless but felt emboldened. Su-ning was a bit speechless and quickly began to explain. "Sir, we are not marking parking spaces to rent out for profit. Our property management has bought 2 buses specifically to transport students to and from school, as well as to take homeowners to the supermarket for shopping. This is a measure to serve the homeowners, free of charge. Having the buses parked here makes it very convenient for homeowners to get on and off. Although it occupies a bit of everyone's activity space, I think the benefits outweigh the drawbacks, right? The buses will be back soon, so please don't stop me." Hearing Su-ning's explanation, the elderly men were all taken aback. What? The property management bought buses specifically to serve the residents, acting as school buses and supermarket shuttles? And it's free? At that moment, they even thought they were getting old and hard of hearing, mishearing the news. How could there be such good property management? It's simply absurd. However, after a brief moment of shock, they really recalled what happened yesterday. During dinner yesterday, the kids had mentioned that the property management was counting the number of students in the community and their transportation methods to and from school. At that time, their son and daughter-in-law speculated that the property management might take some measures. For example, organizing the students and having the community security escort them. But now, it turns out that the property management is providing buses for free transportation. It's truly outrageous. Seeing the disbelief on the faces of several elderly men, Su-ning knew he had to quickly inform the residents. So he had the steward send out a notice to all the residents, and also printed the notice to post in each unit's bulletin board. To the esteemed residents, our housing property is committed to providing the highest quality and thoughtful service to all residents. Considering that primary and secondary school students in the community most commonly use school buses for transportation, this incurs additional monthly expenses. Additionally, the cancellation of the Walmart supermarket shuttle route has made shopping extremely inconvenient for residents. Therefore, Housing Property has decided to address the residents' practical issues in the most direct way. Housing Property has purchased 2 Yutong buses, 53 seats, and hired experienced drivers to serve all residents. The bus pickup and drop-off point is at the northwest corner of the community square. Residents can drop off students from Binjiang Primary School and No. 108 Middle School at the community square before 7:30 a.m., where property security will maintain order. In the evening, the bus will stop outside the school to pick up all students and escort them back into the community after they get off at the drop-off point. The supermarket shuttle departure times are as follows: morning, 8:30 a.m., 10:30 a.m., 12:30 p.m., 2:30 p.m. Return times for the supermarket shuttle are 10 a.m., 12 p.m., 2 p.m., 4 p.m. This is the arrangement we believe is suitable for the vast majority of residents after comprehensive consideration. If any residents have better suggestions, we welcome you to propose them, and we will take them seriously. Sincerely, all service staff of Housing Property. When the residents saw this notice, the group chat exploded. Oh my god, am I dreaming? The property management bought 2 buses, free as school buses and supermarket shuttles? Are they kidding me? This must be a scam message, everyone. Please don't believe it. Although it's hard to believe, it's really not a scam because the 2 buses are already in place, right in the community square. It's truly outrageous. Is this really the service that property management can provide? Now I finally understand why the residents committee said our community won the lottery when the new property management came in, so that's how it is. Many residents found it hard to believe and rushed downstairs to the community square to see the buses. Then, as more and more residents posted photos they took in the group, the authenticity of the news was confirmed. Some keen individuals immediately began to calculate silently. The temporary Yutong buses, they knew the model, and the price was easy to check. 1 bus costs 400,000, so 2 would be 800,000. This is a fixed investment, plus the monthly expenses. 2 drivers, each driver's monthly salary must be at least 8,000, totaling 16,000 a month, which is 200,000 a year in bonuses. The insurance for the 2 buses must be at least 20,000 a year, right? And then there's fuel. With so many trips every day, it must cost several thousand a month, adding up to tens of thousands a year. Calculating this way, along with buying cars, the property management will directly invest over $1 million in this service within a year. It's simply unimaginable. Which property management can provide such exaggerated services to homeowners? Could it be that Housing Property is the first in the country to offer school bus and supermarket shuttle services to homeowners? Some homeowners are more astute and will calculate the economic benefits. The property fee is fixed, and since the property company has invested so much in this additional service, other service items will inevitably be affected. But after just finishing the calculation, they felt they had done it in vain. The previous property management didn't have this service, but other aspects were still so terrible that it made one want to curse. At least Housing Property is genuinely providing a car service for homeowners, and that's enough. Next, let's calculate something interesting. The property fee at Binjiang Century is 6 yuan per square meter per month, which is just average in the capital. Their home is 110 square meters, so the annual property fee is 7,920 yuan. Their child's school bus fee is 500 yuan per month, and with 9 months of school each year, that's 4,500 yuan. If the property provides a school bus to take the child to school, they could save that 4,500 yuan each year. In another calculation, isn't it that they pay 7,920 yuan in property fees, and then the property company returns 4,500 yuan to them? The surprise came so suddenly that the homeowners still found it hard to believe. However, when the homeowners sent their children to the small square outside the community the next morning, still in doubt, the 2 buses that had already started completely dispelled their concerns. Since it was the first day, there were 6 young property security guards maintaining order and guiding the students onto the buses. Please keep order, do not crowd. Don't worry, there are seats for everyone. Watch your step, be careful. Once the children were mostly on the buses, and the time reached 7:30, the 2 buses drove out of the square one after the other, heading towards the school. Everyone, rest assured, each bus is accompanied by 2 security guards. When we arrive at the school, the guards will also guide them to line up to get off and escort the children to the school gate. Seeing that the parents didn't seem very reassured, Suning, who had come early to the community on this first day, smiled and shouted loudly to everyone. Now everyone had already recognized this young property manager, though they might not know that Su Ning was the owner of the property company. "Manager Su, your service is amazing." A young mother gave Su Ning a thumbs up. "I really didn't expect that your property could do something good. I'm not leaving. I'll just wait for the bus to come back and then go to the supermarket." "Manager Su, you are much better than the previous property." "Manager Su, do you have a partner? I have a beautiful niece. I can introduce you." Everyone was chattering, some praising, some expressing their feelings, and even those who wanted to introduce a partner to Su Ning. Su Ning repeatedly cupped his hands in thanks for everyone's compliments. Resisting the urge to check the real-time homeowner satisfaction, Su Ning still wanted to wait until the elderly residents boarded the shuttle bus to the supermarket before looking. At this moment, the drivers and staff on the 4 school buses parked by the roadside outside the community were dumbfounded. What did it mean that the children all boarded those 2 buses? They weren't taking the school bus to school anymore? In fact, it was because the parents had concerns yesterday, so they didn't inform the school bus side, thinking that if there were any issues with the property's vehicles, it wouldn't delay their use of the school bus. Now that the property's vehicles were fine, naturally, they wouldn't need the school bus. So it was only at this moment that the management on the school bus side received a lot of information, all telling them that the children would no longer be taking the school bus. Considering the situation at Binjiang Century, it was already very clear. Someone has stolen the business of the school bus for this community. At this moment, he still doesn't know that the 2 buses belong to the property management. He thinks they are suddenly appearing competitors. He can't help but feel furious. Isn't this too disrespectful? They didn't even say hello before stealing the business. This is breaking the rules. No way, this matter isn't over. They must be taught a lesson. However, when he investigated the truth, he was completely stunned. What? The property management spent money to buy buses and offers free transportation for the kids to and from school? This is simply ridiculous. It's a miracle if the property management doesn't rip people off. How could they possibly provide such exaggerated service? But even if he doesn't believe it, all the information he obtained from several channels says the same thing. He can't deny it. He really doesn't know what to say. Why is there such a miraculous property management? Thinking of his own community's property management, which is useless at everything, but number 1 in charging fees, he almost cried. Teach them a lesson? Although he has more than 20 school buses under his management, equivalent to more than 20 drivers, it's quite intimidating. But the property management probably has more than 20 security guards, right? If he brings his drivers to cause trouble, who knows who will end up in trouble? Damn it! He can only consider himself unlucky. Not long after sending the kids off, the 2 buses returned. With only half an hour left before departure to the supermarket, one driver stayed on the bus while the other returned to the property management's lounge. They could take turns running the 4 supermarket shuttles. Sure enough, by this time, several elderly people were already waiting here and directly boarded the bus. By 8:30, there were about 30 residents on the bus, mostly elderly. Departure. Straight to the supermarket. After sending off the shuttle, Su Ning turned around and called over Captain Zhao, the security guard. Bring all the carts over and place them here. When the shuttle returns, you need to arrange for someone to help the elderly residents get off the bus and assist them in putting their purchases into the carts. Remember, your attitude must be good. Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is our traditional virtue. Captain Zhao readily agreed to Su Ning's instructions. Having worked at Haoding property for a few days, Captain Zhao has gained a deep understanding of Su Ning. This young property manager truly thinks of the residents without any reservations. Other property management companies might claim that residents are their gods, but only they know what they really think. In any case, when it comes to property services, they just do the bare minimum to get by and maximize profits. But Su Ning is different. Completely different. What he says is exactly what he does. In his view, Su Ning treats the residents like family. If it were anyone else, they probably couldn't do this. With Su Ning leading the way, all the staff in the property management, even if they can't reach Su Ning's level, are still working hard. Like attracts like. That day, according to plan, they dispatched 4 supermarket shuttles, transporting over 110 residents for their shopping. By the evening school dismissal time, many parents were already waiting in the community square. Although Su Ning promised to have the security escort the children safely into the community, parents were still quite worried on the first day. As they anxiously waited, the 2 buses approached from a distance, entering the small square one after the other and stopping at the drop-off area. The first to get off the buses were the security guards assigned to each vehicle. After getting off, the middle school students, being older, didn't need their parents to pick them up, so they entered the community in small groups. However, the elementary school students, being younger, should not walk alone, so the security guards shouted slogans to line them up. Once the drivers carefully confirmed that no children were left behind on the bus, the security guards led the students into the community. The parents waiting there saw that everything was so orderly and safe, so they did not approach to disturb but instead followed into the community. The line dispersed, and the children finally reunited with their parents. The entire process was far smoother and more reasonable than the school bus, which meant that parents could completely wait in the community for their children to finish school tomorrow. In the evening, many homeowners in the community were discussing the community bus, and the homeowners group was filled with praise. It feels like the property management is getting better. Not only did we save on school bus fees, but it's also more convenient than before. It's simply fantastic. My mom took the bus to the supermarket today. It was indeed convenient, and the security even helped push the cart to the entrance of the building. I told my colleagues about this, and they were all envious. I hope this kind of service from the property management can be maintained. Su Ning, of course, did not know that the homeowners were discussing property management. He was only concerned about homeowner satisfaction. 35.5% has increased. It really has increased, and it was a significant rise. From the last time he saw 35.5%, it jumped to 62%. This number had already reached the minimum standard for the system's monthly rewards. But don't think this number is low. The homeowners had been tormented by the previous poor property management for so long, and their deeply rooted impressions were not so easily changed. Moreover, Su Ning's current supermarket and bus benefits could not cover all homeowners. For example, some families had no children, or their children were not in the primary or secondary school age group, and they did not need the elderly to go grocery shopping, so they naturally had no use for the property management's bus. It can only be said that this is a phased victory. The rest is to continuously exchange sincerity for sincerity and improve homeowner satisfaction with the highest quality service. In fact, Su Ning's next work focus was very clear: to promote the property management's benefits to all homeowners as much as possible, so that he could achieve higher satisfaction. That morning, the property front desk received a call from a homeowner saying that the water pipe valve in the underground parking lot was leaking. Since he had nothing else to do, Su Ning followed the maintenance worker to the underground parking lot. In fact, the water pipes were maintained and repaired by the water company, and the property management really couldn't just move things around. Their purpose was only to clear the surrounding vehicles, etc., to prevent the leak from causing property damage to the homeowners. Temporarily blocking the valve, they waited for the water company to come and repair or replace it. At this time, quite a few curious homeowners had come to watch. After all, the mentality of Chinese people enjoying a spectacle was the same everywhere. Manager Su, don't close the valve. Just right, my car is dirty. It would be great to drive over and rinse it off. Ha ha, one homeowner couldn't help but joke. The other homeowners were also amused. Such things had happened before. There were videos online of fire hydrants spraying water on the roadside, and passing vehicles naturally slowed down, effectively rinsing their cars. Some even made a round and came back again, and by the time they returned, the bubbles were already formed. Su Ning also laughed. To be honest, that idea was quite creative. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, as if he had grasped something. Where do you usually wash your car? How much does it cost for a wash? Su Ning leaned over to the homeowner who had just joked, casually asking. Usually, I wash it at that car wash across the street. A normal wash is 50, but if you recharge and get a card, it's 45. That price is acceptable, but thinking about washing twice a month, it's still quite painful. The car owner thought Su Ning was just asking casually, so he answered simply without thinking too much. Su Ning nodded thoughtfully, silently calculating in his heart. The Binjiang Century community has a total of 700 parking spaces in the underground garage, and most of the roadside parking spaces outside the north and south gates are also occupied by the owner's cars. This means that the number of cars owned by the residents of Binjiang Century is nearly 1,000. Although it's unlikely that everyone washes their car every 2 weeks like the owner just mentioned, on average, washing once a month is still necessary. Even with a membership, an owner would spend nearly 600 yuan a year on car washes. The amount isn't very large. In fact, for car owners, it's almost the smallest expense related to their vehicles. However, Su Ning now has a way to help them save that money. He just had a stroke of inspiration and thought of a great idea. The property management could completely purchase a set of fully automatic car wash equipment. It's the kind where you drive the car in, don't have to worry about anything. The car moves forward automatically, and then it sprays and cleans automatically. This kind of equipment isn't too expensive. It can definitely be done for under 100,000 yuan. Plus, there's space in the underground garage to place it, which is a prerequisite. With this thought, Su Ning's heart began to race. He immediately took out his phone and called Su Jiafei, urging her to hurry and order the fully automatic car wash machine. Su Jiafei was already used to Su Ning's sudden whims. Although the request was quite strange, she just needed to execute it. Her efficiency was as fast as ever. They signed the contract that day, and the next day, the delivery and installation were completed. The entire set of equipment cost 80,000 yuan, which included spare parts and commonly used accessories, making it quite a good deal. The equipment was installed in the northwest corner of the underground parking lot because there was enough space and it was close to the water source. Once installed, the property managers immediately sent several notifications in the owners group. Dear esteemed owners, we at Houting Property are committed to providing the highest quality and thoughtful service to all owners. Considering that owners have fixed expenses for car washes, and in the spirit of benefiting the owners, we have purchased a fully automatic car wash machine, which has been installed in the northwest corner of the underground parking lot. You can drive your car to the northwest corner of the underground parking lot at any time to complete the car wash. From now on, owners no longer need to spend money at outside car wash shops. Even if you haven't purchased an underground parking space, as long as you are a resident of the community, you can still enter the parking lot with a ticket to wash your car, as long as you leave immediately after washing. If any owners have better suggestions regarding this, we welcome you to propose them, and we will take them seriously. Sincerely, all service staff of Houting Property. Once this notification was sent out, it caused quite a stir. Those without cars might not consider this issue, but for car-owning residents, this news was simply unbelievable. The property management bought a fully automatic car wash machine? They could wash their cars for free in their own community's underground parking lot from now on? This couldn't be a joke, could it? For car owners, this news could only be described as a windfall. Washing cars at outside car wash shops not only costs money but also often requires long waits, making it both troublesome and expensive. Washing cars in their own community's underground parking lot is free, and even if they have to wait, they can just come at a time when there are fewer people. After all, it's just a matter of taking the elevator down one floor. The property management is so considerate. Setting up such equipment must cost around 100,000 yuan. Plus, with the water and electricity usage, it could easily add up to another 100,000 yuan a year. Are they really spending this money for the owners to enjoy? What does the property management company gain from this? This kind of service is completely groundbreaking and is not even within the scope of the property service contract. Not to mention that owners wouldn't say anything. Even if the property management didn't do this, the owners wouldn't have thought they could enjoy such benefits. It's truly outrageous. Soon, a car owner came downstairs to give it a try. Su Ning specifically arranged for a maintenance worker to be here. On one hand, the maintenance worker had undergone training from the manufacturer, so he could teach the owners how to operate the equipment in the early stages, and later provide maintenance for the car wash equipment nearby. Wow, there really is a car wash machine. Not bad. The property company is really going all out. The owners said this while giving Su Ning a thumbs up. Once the vehicle was driven to the designated spot, no further operation was needed. They just had to wait for the car wash machine to complete the washing process. In about 5 minutes, a car was cleaned. Unbeknownst to them, several cars were already lined up behind. Seeing such a lively scene, Su Ning couldn't help but smile. The small investment really wasn't much, but for the owners, it was convenient and cost-effective. Definitely a case of spending little to achieve great results. Li Cheng was a resident of the community with a car, but he hadn't purchased a parking space, so most of the time he parked his car outside the community. With the car exposed to the elements outside, it was bound to get dirty. He found it troublesome and often went a long time without washing his car, which, although white, looked more like a gray car. Upon hearing that the property company had set up a fully automatic car wash, he immediately went to the property front desk to get 2 car wash coupons. With the coupons, he could enter the underground parking lot to wash his car. The next day, he got up early, hoping to wash his car before work. When he drove into the underground parking lot, he found that 2 cars were already lined up waiting to be washed. He couldn't help but feel speechless. He had gotten up so early, yet there were people who had risen even earlier than him. He obediently queued up, and after 10 minutes, it was his turn to wash the car. When the washing was done, he could hardly recognize his own car. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but he even felt the car was cleaner than when he first picked it up from the dealership. It looked completely new. He hummed a tune while driving to work, parking in the company's parking lot. Coincidentally, a colleague was parking nearby and greeted Li Cheng with a smile. "Old Li, good morning." But when the colleague saw Li Cheng's car, he was a bit stunned and asked in confusion, "Did you get a new car?" Li Cheng's mouth twitched, and he replied irritably, "What new car? I just washed it. This left his colleague even more surprised. Washed your car? Goodness, is the sun rising from the west? I've known you for so long, but I've never seen you wash your car. Li Cheng said with a hint of pride. I used to avoid washing my car because I thought it was too expensive and troublesome, but now it's different. His colleague was even more astonished and asked in confusion, what's different now? Your relative runs a car wash, so you don't pay to wash your car? You'd be envious if I told you. The community I live in just changed property management, right? Goodness, the new property management is simply amazing. Yesterday, the property bought a fully automatic car wash machine and installed it in the underground garage, allowing all owners to wash their cars for free. With this convenient and cost-effective service, of course, I had to wash my car. Seeing Li Cheng's incredibly proud expression, his colleague was truly unable to handle it. In this day and age, how could there still be such a good property company? But that wasn't all. What Li Cheng shared next made him even more envious. You won't believe it, not only did they buy a fully automatic car wash machine, but the property management is incredibly thoughtful. Previously, the property purchased 2 buses specifically to serve as school buses for picking up and dropping off students, and they also run 4 trips to the supermarket every day, all for free. You probably wouldn't believe it if I told you, right? The colleague was indeed unwilling to accept this, and by this point, his mouth was agape in shock. They even bought 2 buses specifically to serve the residents? That was a bit excessive, wasn't it? His family also has children, who take the school bus to and from school every day, costing 500 yuan a month. Although it doesn't sound like much, that's almost 5,000 yuan a year. The property management of Li Cheng's community provides a free school bus, so wouldn't families with students save 5,000 yuan every year? It's simply unbelievable. In comparison, the dreadful property service in his own community is just unbearable. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Li Cheng couldn't help but laugh heartily. This bragging was truly satisfying. A similar scene has occurred in many places. The only slightly annoying thing right now is the car wash shop across the street from the community. This car wash mainly targets customers from the 2 surrounding communities, as the Binjiang Century community is large enough to account for more than half of the clientele. Since yesterday, the number of people coming to wash their cars has dropped by more than half. Initially, he thought it was just a bad business day yesterday, but to his surprise, today is still the same. Moreover, they also noticed that the customers coming to wash their cars are all from the other community, with almost no owners from the Binjiang Century community showing up. What on earth is going on? Did he inadvertently offend a certain owner from Binjiang Century, and that owner then slandered him in the community group, ruining his reputation, which is why the car owners from that community no longer come to his shop? Considering this possibility, the car wash owner quickly found a way to sneak into the owner group of Binjiang Century community to investigate. At this moment, the owner group was still discussing car washing. Free car washes are great, but sometimes the waiting time is a bit long. Yeah, especially in the morning and after work, the queue can take almost an hour. There's nothing you can do. After all, everyone is free during that time. If you come during the day, you won't have to wait. Since it's free, even if I have to wait, I still think it's great. You could suggest it to the property management and see if they have any solutions to this problem. The car wash owner was stunned. He finally understood what was going on. Damn it! The community's property management actually bought a fully automatic car wash machine and installed it in the underground garage, allowing owners to wash their cars for free. With free services available, who would still pay to wash their cars? This property management, are you trying to ruin me? It's not your competitors that defeat you, but cross-industry competition. The car wash owner originally thought this saying was a joke, but now he realizes he is the joke. How could he have imagined that one day his car wash would be on the verge of closing down due to a property management company? Perhaps there is a law of conservation of joy and sorrow in the world. Happiness does not disappear, it only shifts. At this moment, the joy shifted from the car wash owner to Su Ning. Why is Su Ning happy? Because the owner's satisfaction rate has increased again. After the fully automatic car wash equipment was installed and put into use, the overall satisfaction rate of the benefiting owners gradually rose from 62% to 64.3%. Although the increase is not exaggerated, it is visibly noticeable. Su Ning is very satisfied. As he always says, the improvement in owner satisfaction is not achieved overnight, but is a long-term effort. With half a month almost gone, Su Ning hopes to raise the owner's satisfaction rate to 70% by the end of the month. This way, he can receive the second tier of rewards. Calculating based on 70%, 1 billion multiplied by 2 and then by 70% would yield an income of 1.4 billion. After experiencing a setback with the marriage agency, Su Ning now urgently needs to regain his confidence through crazy money making. At least for the next year, the income from the property management can be considered his guaranteed income. Even if other money-making options are as awkward as choosing a marriage agency, at least he has the property management as a safety net. However, he has already started to consider candidates to replace himself and Su Jiafei as the property manager. Next month, I will definitely have to engage in other ways to make money simultaneously. It's impossible to put all my energy into the property management side. As Su Jiafei's assistant, she naturally cannot be solely responsible for property management work, so a qualified property manager is essential. By qualified, I do not mean someone who can help the property company make money. What I want is a property manager who, even if they do not understand, can wholeheartedly serve the owners according to my requirements. Whether the owner's satisfaction can be maintained at a high level over the next year will largely depend on this property manager's capabilities. If it really doesn't work out, should I just leave Su Jiafei here, and then find another assistant? There's still half a month left, so it's not an urgent matter. I still hope to lay a solid foundation while I'm in property management during this period. Let's avoid pitfalls, everyone. The convenience store by the west gate of the community is terrible. They always overcharge and sell expired food. I went to talk to them, and they wouldn't even admit it, insisting I was slandering them. It's infuriating. I urge all owners not to buy anything from that convenience store. In the owners group, one owner was furiously sending messages, complaining about the convenience store at the west gate of the community. Her complaints resonated with many others. Yeah, that convenience store really isn't good. The couple who run it always have such a sour attitude. They never have a good demeanor. Exactly, they even accused my son of stealing a pencil. Steal? What a joke. It would be best if everyone just stopped going there and let them go out of business. Su Ning noticed the messages in the group and pondered. To be honest, he did know about the Westgate convenience store and had been there. Just as some owners said, the couple running the store indeed had no service attitude and treated customers with indifference. The most bizarre thing was that even if you bought a bunch of items, they wouldn't give you a plastic bag. With such a business approach, it's a wonder they aren't losing money. However, the awkward part is that there is only this one convenience store around the Binjiang Century community, and it almost monopolizes the business of the two nearby communities. So even if the service attitude is poor, when the community owners really need something, they can only buy it from their convenience store. Otherwise, they would have to go to a relatively far place, which is very inconvenient. Su Ning was already somewhat displeased with this convenience store. If you want to make money, you need to have a money-making attitude. Just like me, I treat the owners like family to make money. You can't take advantage of people while trying to make a profit. No doubt, I have to give the owners a chance to vent. As for how to vent, Su Ning was already confident. Speaking of which, there are quite a few rooms and spaces in the community's public facilities, designed as activity rooms for the owners. However, the previous property management was inattentive and didn't clean them up, so these rooms have been left idle. Currently, only one table tennis room is still in use. If it weren't for Su Ning asking the cleaning staff to tidy up this room, the elderly gentlemen playing table tennis every day would have to clean it themselves first. These idle rooms could easily be turned into a convenience store. What? Su Ning wants to set up a convenience store in the community? It doesn't even have to be a full-fledged convenience store because Su Ning isn't looking to make a profit. His idea is to find suppliers to stock goods and then arrange them in the room in a convenience store format. Owners can take what they want, scan to pay, and the housekeeper will only be responsible for restocking regularly. As for the prices, of course, they will sell for the same price they bought them for. But don't underestimate the profit of a convenience store. The typical gross profit margin for convenience stores is around 40%. Take the best-selling red cola as an example. It usually sells for 3 yuan or even 5 yuan in convenience stores. And how much does the convenience store buy it for? Between 9 yuan and 2 yuan. It's easy to imagine how much profit there is in this. After all, when people go to convenience stores, they usually only buy cigarettes, alcohol, drinks, instant noodles, snacks, and so on. Su Ning didn't need to stock such a wide variety of goods. Many categories were unnecessary. Once he had the idea, he immediately put it into action. First, he had the cleaning staff clear out a large room, and the maintenance worker used materials to weld shelves. Then he contacted a supplier that specializes in providing goods to convenience stores, selected the categories, and had them deliver the products. As for the QR code payment system, it was easy to set up. The only slightly troublesome part was the tobacco license, which needed to be approved through the Tobacco Authority. Moreover, while other items could be sold at low prices, cigarettes could not be sold below the suggested retail price. Even if he didn't want to profit from it, there was no way around it. But that didn't matter. Smokers didn't care about these things. If he made a little extra money, Su Ning would give it as a bonus to the housekeeper who took turns restocking. Soon, the property's convenience store was ready. Upon entering, there were 3 large refrigerators on the left, chilling drinks and beer. Next to the refrigerators were 2 freezers filled with ice cream and frozen dumplings. On the right was the checkout counter with the cash register system and a cabinet for cigarettes. Speaking of which, the cigarette cabinet was specially designed to integrate with the facial recognition system at the entrance of the community. It required a facial scan to unlock the door and access the cigarettes. It wasn't out of fear of anything else, but rather a concern that some children might sneak in to grab cigarettes, so the facial recognition process would filter out minors, and the door wouldn't unlock for them. Walking further inside, there were 3 long rows of multi-layered shelves. One row held various room-temperature drinks and alcoholic beverages, another row stocked instant noodles, sausages, and bread and cookies, while the last row displayed various snacks. Although it didn't have as many categories as a regular convenience store, it was sufficient. After all, items like rice, flour, oil, salt, and various seasonings were still typically bought at large supermarkets, and convenience stores generally had low sales for those. Looking at the convenience store that was taking shape, Su Ning nodded in satisfaction. Send out the notice. As per the usual practice, the housekeeper sent out a notification in several large groups. To the esteemed owners, our housing property is committed to providing the highest quality and thoughtful service to all owners. In light of some owners expressing dissatisfaction with a certain convenience store service, our property will launch an owner's convenience store to facilitate shopping for everyone. The owner's convenience store is located in room 105 of the public building, and the products basically meet everyone's needs. We would like to reiterate that the property does not aim for profit. All products, except cigarettes, will be sold at cost price. If any owners have better suggestions, we welcome you to put them forward, and we will take them seriously. Sincerely, all service staff of Housing Property. Once the notice was sent out, the group chat buzzed with lively discussions. The property set up a convenience store? That's great. It'll be convenient for everyone to buy things. Selling at cost price? Not making a profit? Isn't that a scam? Ha, is the property opening a convenience store just outside the West Gate? Support. Just ran out of cigarettes. I'll go buy some soon. I'm going to check it out right now to see if they're really not making a profit. I still believe in the property's promises. After all, my parents have enjoyed the supermarket shuttle, my son has enjoyed the free school bus, and I've enjoyed free car washes. The person upstairs really hasn't missed out on any benefits. Soon, curious owners began to arrive at the convenience store one after another. Seeing Su Ning at the door, they greeted him cheerfully. Manager Su, are the things inside really cheap? Aren't you afraid that the couple at the Westgate convenience store will come after you? Ha, you really care about us owners being a little wronged. After chatting for a bit, everyone gradually entered the convenience store. The types of goods and their arrangement were nothing new. The key was that everyone was genuinely shocked when they saw the price tags. They originally thought that saying not making a profit meant the prices were relatively low. Perhaps they really weren't making any money. But now, looking at the prices, they knew the property management truly wasn't making a profit. A 500 milliliters bottle of cola was sold for 3.5 yuan in the supermarket, but here it was only 2 yuan. Braised beef noodles were 4.5 yuan in the supermarket, but here they were just 2.5 yuan. Pure draft beer was 6 yuan in the supermarket, but here it was only 3 yuan. And not just these few items, the prices of all goods in the store were almost half compared to convenience stores or supermarkets. Several homeowners were genuinely astonished. Once they regained their composure, they quickly took photos from various angles and shared them in their group chat, which caused quite a stir. Manager Su, what's your game here? One homeowner asked in confusion. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, unless it's from your parents. Su Ning shrugged, speaking in a tone that seemed almost joking. I just can't stand to see my homeowners being wronged. Since the convenience store doesn't treat us homeowners as their lifeline, I'll teach them a lesson. My homeowners, I must pamper them. Upon hearing this, the homeowners couldn't help but give Su Ning a thumbs up. When it came time to check out, everyone scanned their own codes, but for the first few days, there would be a steward nearby to show everyone how to use it. After that, it would be all self-service for the homeowners. When the first homeowner walked out of the convenience store with a bag of items, he still found it hard to believe, because he had just roughly calculated that this bag of items would have cost him over 30 yuan in other convenience stores, but he had only paid 18 yuan. He had never experienced such low prices before. The feeling of getting a bargain was exhilarating. At that moment, he began to mourn for the Westgate convenience store. Thinking about the dire situation of the Westgate convenience store, which was on the verge of closing due to lack of customers, he felt a wave of satisfaction. Serves them right. After the homeowner's convenience store opened, it quickly became the go-to shopping spot for the homeowners. After all, it was both convenient and cheap. Who would still buy overpriced items? Meanwhile, the Westgate convenience store began to sense something was off. Their sales had dropped by more than half. Moreover, compared to the car wash, they found it easier to identify the problem. Homeowners either entered the store to buy things when leaving the community or when returning to the community. In the past couple of days, hardly any homeowners from Binjung Century had entered their store. All the sales were coming from the opposite community. It shouldn't be like this. Why weren't the homeowners from Binjung Century coming to their store anymore? At first, the couple thought it was due to the new convenience store that had opened at the main entrance and the north gate, causing a diversion. But after taking a look around, they found no other competing convenience stores. Naturally, they attributed the reason to the supermarket shuttle service provided by the Binjung Century Property Management. With easy access to the supermarket for shopping, there was no need to go to the more expensive convenience store. This speculation made them very uncomfortable because they had no way to stop the property management. What the hell are you smoking? Aren't you going to think of a way? If no one comes into the store, the goods won't sell, and we'll be out of business soon. The boss's wife looked at her husband sitting at the store entrance, sighing and smoking, and she was furious. The boss couldn't help but glare at his wife and snapped, "What the hell can I do?" The boss's wife rolled her eyes and huffed, "Why don't you go find the property manager and see if you can persuade him? If that doesn't work, just slip him some money to stop the shuttle." The boss was taken aback, then his eyes lit up. Right, after all, the property manager was just an employee. Why not earn some extra cash? Besides, property management is about getting by. What? Do you really think you can serve the homeowners like they are gods? This kind of shuttle bus is just a gimmick just to earn some reputation for a couple of days. With an idea in mind, the convenience store owner went to find Su Ning. "Manager Su, hello. As soon as they met, he enthusiastically shook Su Ning's hand, leaving Su Ning momentarily taken aback. "You are?" Su Ning asked, somewhat puzzled, as he truly did not know who this middle-aged man was. "I am the owner of the convenience store near the Westgate. My surname is Bao." The man quickly introduced himself with a smile. Upon hearing that he was the owner of the Westgate convenience store, Su Ning couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. It seemed that his own convenience store had caused Bao's business to plummet, and now he couldn't sit still, so he came to find him? "Hello, so you came to find me for?" Su Ning smiled slightly, pretending to be unaware. Boss Bao cautiously looked around, leaned closer to Su Ning, and spoke in a low voice. "I have no other intentions. Didn't your property management open a few shuttle buses to the supermarket? I think this matter can be discussed. The homeowners all go shopping at the supermarket, and my convenience store has no business. Isn't everyone now advocating for supporting the real economy? My convenience store counts as part of the real economy too. My whole family relies on this income to live. Manager Su, could you possibly stop the shuttle bus to the supermarket? Otherwise, my convenience store really won't be able to continue." Listening to Boss Bao's seemingly pitiful words, Su Ning couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a slight arc. "Now you know you can't continue? Where were you before? When you casually took advantage of the homeowners, did you ever think that one day you would be unable to continue? Regretting now, isn't it a bit late? Moreover, you haven't grasped the main point. The reason your convenience store has no business is not because of our property management's supermarket shuttle bus. I'm sorry, this is a benefit for the homeowners from our property management, and it cannot be casually cancelled." Su Ning shrugged and stated with righteous indignation. Boss Bao frowned, thinking that perhaps selling his plight might earn him the sympathy of the young property manager, but it seemed he would have to bleed a little. "Manager Su, we won't let you work for nothing. As long as you stop the shuttle bus to the supermarket, I will give you 1,500 as a hardship fee every month. I know you have a lot of gray income, but 1,500 is not a small amount. After all, my convenience store doesn't earn much." Upon hearing this, Su Ning almost laughed out loud. Goodness, without even finding out anything, he boldly came over to bribe him? It's simply ridiculous. This guy must think he's dealing with a worker, right? His expression was already unknowingly filled with sarcasm as Su Ning calmly spoke. "First of all, the shuttle bus cannot be stopped. You don't need to say that again. Secondly, I think your convenience store's poor business is not because of the supermarket shuttle bus. How about you come with me to take a look?" After saying that, Su Ning didn't care whether Boss Bao could react in time and already strode ahead towards the convenience store for the 105 homeowners. Boss Bao followed behind in confusion, not knowing where Su Ning was taking him. When Su Ning stopped, Boss Bao was so shocked that he couldn't help but open his mouth wide, unable to close it. "A convenience store? there was actually a convenience store open near the community activity room. How could this be? Although he wasn't a homeowner of the Binjiang century, he had opened his convenience store here for 3 or 4 years and naturally knew that this row of rooms in the public building was all activity rooms, belonging to all homeowners. How could this property management be so arrogant as to occupy public space to open a convenience store? Don't the homeowners oppose this? No wonder the homeowners in the community no longer go to their convenience store. The property management company definitely wouldn't run a convenience store. Could it be that this convenience store was a gray little business secretly run by this young property manager? If that's the case, then it's troublesome. Trying to convince him to close this convenience store would be cutting off his source of income, right? It seems the only option left is to file a complaint up the chain. I must inform the owner of the property management company. Surely they will punish Manager Su for this abuse of power. With that decision made, Boss Bao felt a bit more relaxed. But once he stepped into the convenience store, he was instantly thrown into dismay. What on earth am I seeing? These prices, are they joking? Cola for 2 yuan a bottle? The wholesale price is 2 yuan. Is this convenience store selling counterfeit goods? That's a bit unethical, isn't it? Although I often take advantage of people, I only do it for small amounts, making a little profit. I've never dared to sell fake goods. This property manager is simply lawless. In his anger, he picked up a bottle of cola and examined it closely, only to furrow his brow in confusion. It doesn't look fake. This is clearly real. Not believing in bad luck, Boss Bao checked other products and became increasingly suspicious of life. They're all real, and they're all being sold at wholesale prices. The only thing in the entire convenience store that isn't at a low price is cigarettes. But the problem is, he must know that cigarettes can't be sold at a low price. What is going on here? At that moment, a few homeowners entered the convenience store to buy things, and upon seeing Boss Bao from the Westgate convenience store, they couldn't help but smile. Oh, isn't that Boss Bao? What's up? Business not going well? Coming here to learn from us? Boss Bao's expression darkened because he recognized that these two homeowners were regulars at his convenience store. Why would they come to his store when there are such cheap items available? Aren't they fools? He watched helplessly as the two homeowners picked out some items, then scanned their own payment, completing a purchase. His heart was bleeding. That money should have been his. Manager Su, what on earth is going on with this convenience store? He didn't even know where to start asking. Su Ning looked at the already disheartened Boss Bao, feeling quite pleased. Shrugging again, he spoke in a nonchalant tone. Homeowners complained that there's a convenience store not doing its job. As a property management company serving the homeowners, we certainly need to create convenient conditions for them. So, we set up this convenience store, selling everything at wholesale prices, not for profit, but to make homeowners comfortable. As for which convenience store isn't doing its job, I think there's no need to elaborate. Hearing Su Ning's words laced with undisguised sarcasm, even Boss Bao, no matter how foolish, knew he was the target. You! In an instant, his face turned extremely ugly, and the look he shot at Su Ning was filled with endless rage, as if he wished he could kill him. But Su Ning didn't care at all, still wearing a mocking expression. Such people will always blame others for their mistakes and never look for problems within themselves. If they hadn't gone too far, provoking the homeowner's deep resentment, how could Su Ning have gone against them? One could only say that everything was self-inflicted. Boss Bao clenched his fists, truly wanting to hit Su Ning a few times. But looking at the several security guards around him, who seemed eager to jump in like special forces, he couldn't help but back down. Not worth it. Not worth it. In the end, Boss Bao left in disgrace. The next day, although the Westgate convenience store didn't close, a large piece of paper was posted on the door, stating it was for lease and leaving a phone number. Can't keep it going. As long as the property management's convenience store remains open, this couple's convenience store will never make a profit. So, they could only grit their teeth and take the loss, looking for a new place to reopen. The homeowners applauded this, almost bursting with joy. They truly felt the happiness that a sincere property management company could bring to the homeowners. The owners experienced this incident and finally believed in what Manager Su had said. My owners, I will pamper them. No one can let my owners suffer. This was how Manager Su thought, and this was how he acted. And he succeeded. After this incident, everyone realized that the property management truly considered the feelings of the owners, so they began to actively offer suggestions. For example, the issue of clutter in the corridors, the problem of strangers entering the community, and so on. Of course, these were all long-standing issues. Moreover, unlike before, some could be considered conflicts between owners, which the property management could not unilaterally resolve. Therefore, Su Ning needed to refer to the practices of other property management companies to come up with a win-win solution. During the morning meeting that day, Su Ning, Su Jiafei, security captain Zhao, and several housekeepers began discussing the owner's demands. Regarding the issue of clutter in the corridors, does anyone have a good solution? Su Ning asked first. The others looked at each other, their expressions hard to describe. This was indeed a tough problem. There was a shoe rack at the entrance, a pair of shoes on the floor, and various other items nearby. The platform between the two floors was even worse, with some people even dumping trash there. Don't think that living in such a nice community means no one picks up trash. Some elderly people actually take pleasure in it, and no amount of persuasion from their children seems to work. If the children can't persuade them, what can the property management do? It's important to know that the clutter in the corridors affects fire safety. Don't underestimate this impact. Indeed, when there is no fire, it seems insignificant, but once a fire occurs, it becomes a matter of life and death. The property management wanted to clean it up, but every time they did, the owners who piled up the clutter complained loudly. Meanwhile, the owners who did not pile up clutter were also very dissatisfied. How about we regularly invite the fire department for inspections? Captain Zhao suggested quietly when he saw everyone else was silent. Fire inspections are indeed a good idea, but the fire department is so busy that they can't come often, making it unrealistic. Su Ning shook his head, lost in thought. He was gradually understanding human nature. In fact, many people's actions are tied to their own interests. And when interests are involved, solutions can be found through incentives. Let's do this. For the issue of privately installing shoe racks and randomly placing shoes in the corridors, we will send a survey to all owners. We can install uniform shoe cabinets in places that do not obstruct passage at each household's door. This way, it is both uniform and aesthetically pleasing, while maximizing safety. If over 95% of the owners agree, we will implement it officially. Additionally, for the issue of clutter in the corridors, here's my idea. We will conduct regular inspections of the clutter situation in the corridors, and those who pass the inspections each time can receive a 5% reduction in property fees. Although it's not a huge amount, it adds up to several hundred. For those elderly people who collect cardboard, this is definitely more profitable than collecting cardboard. I believe they can do the math. In this matter, the property management absolutely aligns with the interests of the vast majority of owners. As for the few stubborn ones, the property management can only forcibly clean up. They won't be able to make much of a fuss. Although this approach might lead to dissatisfaction among a small number of owners, it would relatively gain the approval of the vast majority. Moreover, for these self-interested owners, no matter how much you do, they may not genuinely appreciate it. Su Ning was clear about this calculation. Upon hearing Su Ning's thoughts, the others nodded. Indeed, from the current perspective, this was the most appropriate way to handle it. However, there was also the issue of affecting the property management's income. If over 90% of the owners followed the rules and received a 5% reduction in property fees, then the property management would likely lose hundreds of thousands in fees. Moreover, installing a shoe cabinet in each household is quite a significant investment. Even if it's not indoor furniture and doesn't require particularly good materials, it won't be dirt cheap. Assuming each shoe cabinet costs 300 yuan, with over 1,800 households in the entire community, that's more than 500,000 yuan. A large sum has already been invested in the bus service. If this continues, it's possible that Houting Property Management could become the first property company to incur losses. Other property companies are making a fortune, and here you are losing money? Wouldn't that turn into a joke in the industry, making people laugh their teeth out? Manager Su, this investment is not small, a steward boldly remarked. Su Ning nodded calmly. It indeed was a considerable investment, but he wasn't afraid of spending money. What mattered was the satisfaction of the homeowners. If homeowner satisfaction increased, everything else would be manageable. Alright, let's execute it this way, Su Ning said firmly. After all, he was the boss. Even if the plan seemed unreasonable to others, it had to be carried out. Just after the meeting, as he stepped out of the office, he heard someone calling from the front desk. Manager Su, someone is looking for you. Su Ning looked surprised at the front desk and noticed someone waiting there. Hello, you must be Manager Su? My surname is Zhang. You can just call me Old Zhang. Upon seeing Su Ning approach, the person greeted him warmly and introduced himself. Su Ning was puzzled but still shook his hand. Hello. He thought the person was there regarding a few advertising boards in the park. It's like this, Manager Su. I want to collaborate with the property management to place some children's rocking cars in the community. You know, the kind where you put in a 1 yuan coin, and the rocking car plays children's songs while rocking. Don't underestimate these things, they can be quite profitable. Each machine can earn dozens of yuan every day. I'll provide the machines, and your property management can provide the space and electricity, and then we'll split the profits 50-50. What do you think, Manager Su? The other party expressed his intentions with great anticipation, believing that Su Ning would not refuse such a deal, because this kind of income often becomes the private earnings of property managers. At that moment, Su Ning couldn't help but squint slightly, feeling a bit puzzled. This community has been around for 4 or 5 years. Why are you only thinking of placing them now? This question seemed to remind the other party of something unpleasant, and his expression darkened. Isn't it that guy surnamed Bao, the owner of the convenience store at Shiman? I had already placed them in the community, and they were making money every day. He got jealous and set up several machines right in front of his convenience store. If it were fair competition, that would be fine, but that guy actually sabotaged me. I had to repair those rocking cars every few days. I couldn't keep up with the hassle, so I simply withdrew. Now that his convenience store has gone under, I thought I'd come back and place them again. After all, it's not just about making money. Without the rocking cars, the kids in the community have nothing to play with. Su Ning couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect Boss Bao to be quite formidable, almost becoming a local tyrant. Intrigued, he asked, how much does one of these machines cost? How many do you plan to place? What do you expect to earn in a month? This wasn't exactly a trade secret. With a little effort, one could find it online, so old Zhang didn't hide anything. One machine costs about 500 yuan. I plan to place 6 machines in the community. That's about the optimal number for maximizing profits. Not too many to be idle and not too few to cause long lines. Calculating an average of 60 yuan per machine per day, that would yield over 10,000 yuan a month. After deducting some electricity costs on your side, we could still split over 5,000 each month. Su Ning blinked, but his heart stirred with some waves. Goodness, is it really this profitable? He could get over 5,000 for himself, and the other side could get over 5,000 too. The key is, if he deployed 6 machines, he would break even in a month and still have some left over. From then on, it would all be pure profit. Just these few machines could earn over 10,000 from the property owner every month? No way. Absolutely not. I don't think it's feasible. Our property management doesn't want to make this money, so you don't need to look for me anymore. That's it. Su Ning smiled indifferently, not bothering to pay attention to the other party's reaction, and turned to enter the office. Old Zhao's eyes flickered, his expression surprised but already tinged with a hint of anger. He misunderstood. He thought Su Ning was also interested in this business and wanted to cut him out and operate alone. Of course, it was just a matter of purchasing a few rocking cars. Su Ning could do it himself, and all the profits would be his. Why bother collaborating with someone else? It was a truly ugly sight. Old Zhao really didn't expect that this seemingly naive young man, Su Ning, could be so ruthless. He had already cursed Su Ning's ancestors in his heart but still felt unsatisfied, because he simply had no way to deal with Su Ning. Such matters cannot be deployed in the community without cooperation from the property management. Glaring at Su Ning's back with resentment, old Zhao turned and left, cursing in his heart. Su Ning, of course, had no idea about old Zhao's feelings, and even if he did, he wouldn't care at all. This time, he didn't even instruct Su Jiafei. He took out his phone and started searching for rocking cars on a shopping website. After selecting a company that offered a richer variety of rocking cars, complete with bubble spray and other features, he began chatting with them directly. I want to order a total of 6 machines, all with the most features. Also, the machines need some modifications. No need to set up coin operation, just a button to start is fine. He didn't plan to partner with old Zhao to make money, but old Zhao had reminded him that the little kids in the community really needed rocking cars. Since that was the case, what else was there to say? Just get it done. The property management would pay for the rocking cars, allowing the kids in the community to play for free. It was definitely a small investment for a big return. The cost of this was incredibly low, an initial investment of a few thousand to buy the rocking cars, and afterward, just a negligible amount for electricity. There were hardly any other costs. What they would gain, however, was the happiness of all the young children in the community. When the children were happy, the parents would naturally be happy too, and it would save them quite a bit of money. Don't underestimate this. A 1 yuan coin only allows for a song's worth of time, which is about 2 to 3 minutes. If a child keeps playing, it could easily add up to 10 yuan in no time. After ordering the rocking cars, Su Ning felt a bit unsatisfied, as if it wasn't enough. Suddenly, he remembered the little train in large shopping malls, which consists of a train engine followed by 5 or 6 carriages, each of which can seat small children. In the mall, riding this thing probably starts at 20 yuan. Since he wanted to bring joy to the children, why not make it even more fun? Buy! He immediately started searching online and quickly found what he wanted. The engine was in the shape of Thomas, and the carriages were all beautifully designed, giving off a very high-end feel. Of course, the price was also quite beautiful, totaling 25,000 for the set. In comparison, those 6 rocking cars were truly insignificant. Soon, after finalizing the order, the other party immediately shipped it, and it would arrive by tomorrow afternoon. The rocking cars needed no further explanation, they just had to be placed in a convenient spot in the community for power access, and the kids could use them anytime. As for the little train, it required a driver to operate. Even though driving such a thing didn't need a license, it still involved a matter of responsibility. If any parent could just drive it and hit someone in the community, it would be a troublesome matter. Moreover, the little train also needs to be charged. It can't run all day. So Suning's initial plan was to operate it every day from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., with the community security taking turns to drive the little train. The train would start from the main gate and make a loop around the community. Since there might be many children wanting to ride, the kids would line up to board, and after one round, they would get off. If they wanted to ride again, they would have to line up at the back. After all, this is the same rule at amusement parks, and it's something everyone can easily accept. Once this matter was settled, Su Jiafei informed Suning that the vast majority of homeowners gladly agreed to have the property management install shoe cabinets at the entrance. After all, getting a shoe cabinet for free and slightly utilizing the public space at the entrance without any fuss is undoubtedly a good thing. Suning then asked Su Jiafei to continue handling this matter and to contact furniture manufacturers to customize the shoe cabinets. Of course, quality and aesthetics were the top priorities. If the final product looked cheap and low-end, it would be a blow to the property management's reputation. It wouldn't do to spend money and not satisfy the homeowners. That would be too embarrassing. The next day, just before noon, Su Jiafei came to Suning with a preliminary contract from a furniture customization factory. Suning took a look at the contract and found no major issues. The shoe cabinet's dimensions were 80 by 35 by 100, made of fully eco-friendly materials, in an ivory white color, designed with 3 compartments in the middle. The key was the price, 300 per set, and based on an order of 1764 units, the furniture factory would deliver 1800 sets, allowing for immediate replacements in case of any issues. After rounding off the total, it came to 520,000, which was quite a significant expense. Of course, processing these materials would also take time, so delivery and installation couldn't happen in the near future. Let's finalize it, pay after signing the contract. Tell the furniture factory not to mess around, otherwise, they can forget about the final payment. Suning instructed Su Jiafei. After lunch, 2 batches of deliveries arrived. They weren't the shoe cabinets but the rocking cars and the little train he had purchased. Since Suning hadn't mentioned this to anyone beforehand, the property staff were quite surprised during the unloading. Who had brought these rocking cars into the community? And how did the little train arrive too? When everyone learned that these were all bought by Suning for the children in the community to play with, they were momentarily at a loss for words. This service was just too considerate, wasn't it? To be honest, it wasn't that expensive, at least compared to the customized shoe cabinets. But which community property management could achieve this? They probably wouldn't even think of it. Only by truly caring for the homeowners and treating them like family would one know what the family really wanted. After unloading, they began testing each item. The rocking cars were easy, just connect the power and check if they worked. As for the little train, the factory staff who came with it led Suning and several security guards around the community to confirm the train's route repeatedly. Then, he drove around to see if the route was reasonable. After all, the train was quite long. In some places, the front could pass, but the back might not make it through. Once everything was confirmed, they began training the security guards on how to operate it and shared some related experiences. For most of the security guards, who were mostly veterans, driving a small train was no big deal since they had driven trucks in the military. Watching the guards in action, the factory staff couldn't help but chat with Suning enviously. Our factory has been in this business for so many years, and we've only ever sold little trains to places like shopping malls and squares. You're the first property management to buy one. You property management must usually do quite well, otherwise how could the owners agree to let you set up a little train in the community? Brother, let me tell you, this little train is truly a goldmine. Don't be fooled by the initial cost, it guarantees a return in just over a month, and after that, making over 10,000 a month is a breeze. You just give a little less to the security guard running the train, and the rest goes straight into your own pocket. Beautiful. He thought this was something Suning had come up with to make money, relying on his position as property manager. Suning glanced at him, too lazy to explain. However, the security guard nearby couldn't stand it. You can say anything, but you can't say our manager Su is making money off the owners. Our property management does indeed have a good relationship with the owners, but this little train isn't for making money. We provide it for the children in the community to play for free. Don't think everyone is just out to make a quick buck. Hearing the security guard's words, the manufacturer's staff was dumbfounded. What is this? The property management bought it and is letting the kids in the community play for free? Are you guys living saints? What, the cost is free? The profits are too hot to handle? He expressed that he really couldn't understand, so when he left, he still wore a skeptical expression. At this moment, Su Ning had already instructed the stewards to send out a notice in the group. To our esteemed owners, our housing property is committed to providing the highest quality and thoughtful service to all owners. In light of the many young children in the community and the demand for recreational facilities, the property company has ordered 6 rocking cars and a little train for everyone to use for free. The rocking cars are placed in the empty space at the northeast corner of the community and are open for use all day. The little train starts running at 5 p.m. every day, with the starting point in the empty space inside the main gate, operating for 2 hours each day. We hope that all owners will take good care of their children, experience orderly queuing, and maintain order and hygiene. If owners have better suggestions, we welcome you to propose them, and we will take them seriously. All service staff of housing property. Once the news was released, the group chat erupted. Are there many children in the community? Yes. Since the community is only 3 or 4 years old, many owners actually bought their homes to get married, and at this time, their children are just 2 or 3 years old. Don't be fooled, there are over 100 elementary and middle school students in the area, and there are even more young children than them. Otherwise, how could the rocking cars at the Westgate convenience store have made so much money before? The parents never expected that the property management would buy rocking cars for the children to play with, and even a little train like the ones in shopping malls. This is so thoughtful. Not to mention how much these things cost. The key point is that they even thought of this, which is truly touching. Honey, our property management bought several rocking cars and a little train for the kids to play with. Hurry and take the baby downstairs to experience it. A mother was cooking soup when she saw the message and quickly called her husband to take the child to play. The husband also saw the message and quickly put on his clothes to take the child downstairs. It wasn't the little train's operating time yet, but the rocking cars were already powered up and waiting for the children to play. He was quick enough, so the child successfully got on the rocking car. He noticed that the rocking car really didn't have a coin slot. You just needed to press a button to start it. Music played, and the child sat on it, filled with joy. Soon, all 6 rocking cars were filled. A few parents couldn't help but chat. The property management is amazing. They even prepared rocking cars for the kids. It must have been manager Sue's idea. The Westgate convenience store used to always take advantage of us owners, but manager Sue got rid of them. In that case, the rocking cars at the convenience store are gone too. It must be that manager Sue noticed this, so he bought the rocking cars for the kids to play with. This speculation was met with unanimous agreement. At this moment, Su Ning walked over and found that the children were already playing, with some even waiting. After greeting the enthusiastic homeowners, Su Ning realized that 6 rocking cars might not be enough. Although there had been 5 rocking cars at the convenience store before, which seemed sufficient, that was not the case in reality. Many children were being taken care of by their grandparents, and the elderly were different from the younger generation. Parents might let their children sit on the rocking cars for as long as they wanted, only responsible for continuously inserting coins. However, the elderly might feel sorry for the money and wouldn't let the children play. Now that the rocking cars were free from the property management, the elderly wouldn't stop the children from playing, which made the number of rocking cars insufficient. No problem, just buy more. After all, compared to other investments, the cost of the rocking cars was indeed the lowest. Immediately, he took out his phone and ordered 9 more. Just imagine, 15 rocking cars lined up together. What a spectacular sight that would be. As it approached 5 in the evening, a small train was playing music in the open space at the community's main entrance, ready to set off at any moment. Parents were already lining up with their children, who were cheering and eagerly anticipating. Su Ning stood by, needing to maintain some order at first. Once everyone got familiar, there would naturally be no worries in that regard. At that moment, a college-aged girl saw the small train, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Manager Su, may I ask who can ride this small train? She asked Su Ning with a smile. Without thinking, Su Ning replied, all the children can ride. Then can my child, who is 4 years and 180 months old, ride? The girl asked playfully, genuinely wanting to ride. Then can my child, who is 4 years and 180 months old, ride? Looking at the girl's eager face, Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle. I wouldn't mind you riding, but do you really want to compete with so many little friends for a turn? The girl looked at the long line already formed and felt like crying. Even if the property management allowed her to go on, she would feel embarrassed. Miss, then I won't go on, you can sit with my daughter. A woman who looked to be about 30 said with a smile. She understood the girl's feelings, having been that age herself. The girl was delighted. Thank you, thank you. The small train tooted and set off, becoming a beautiful sight in the community. After about 10 minutes, the small train returned. Although the children on it were reluctant to get off, they eventually did so under their parents' persuasion. The other children, who had been waiting for ages, immediately climbed aboard, each one incredibly excited. The small train ran for a full 2 hours, with every trip fully packed, and even at the end, the children were still wanting more. That day, many parents shared photos on their social media, all featuring their children on the rocking cars and small train. The captions naturally praised the property management, full of boasting. They were genuinely showing off. It's important to note that in this era, where homeowners and property management are generally at odds, it is rare to find a harmonious relationship between them. Forget about any wholehearted service. As long as the property management could do less troublesome work, homeowners would be grateful. Even among the few listed property groups, homeowner satisfaction was not high. Yet, the century-old property management in Binjiang seemed like a refreshing stream in a murky world, elevating property management to a whole new level. Not to mention the previous issues, now they had even bought rocking cars and a small train for the children in the community to play with for free. Such property management that truly treats homeowners like family is indeed a rare treasure. Therefore, the homeowner's social media boasting naturally attracted envy from others. The comments under the post are all filled with envy and complaints about their own community's property management. So envious. Unlike our community's property management, they can't do anything right, but they're first in asking for money. For the same 6 yuan property fee, your property management is simply divine. Yesterday morning at 6, there was garbage in the elevator, and tonight at 6, the garbage is still there. This is our property management. Can I say that the security guard in our community is older than my grandfather? We also have a ride-on toy in our community, and damn it, it costs a yuan for a ride. Please, I really want our community to switch to your property management company. I suddenly have a bold idea. Why don't I buy a house in your Riverside Century community? Su Ning, of course, did not know that hoarding property was gradually gaining fame. He only knew that he had exchanged sincerity for sincerity. The owner's satisfaction rate had already risen to 73.4%. Previously, when the car wash equipment was installed, the owner's satisfaction rate was 64.3%. After setting up the convenience store for the owners, the satisfaction rate increased to 68.9%. Now, with a wave of ride-on toys and small trains, the children were well taken care of, and the satisfaction rate directly rose to 73.4%. He had completed the first month's target ahead of schedule and exceeded it. It is known that a satisfaction rate exceeding 70% qualifies for the second tier of rewards. With just 5 days left until the month was up, if no major accidents occurred, he would be able to rake in a substantial amount of money. After the Waterloo-like experience with the matchmaking agency, he could finally make money again. He was even a bit impatient now. As for the upcoming fourth money-making experience, he wasn't very interested. After all, just through property management, the results had already made him immensely satisfied. While he was thinking, the front desk phone suddenly rang. The property front desk received many calls every day, so everyone was already used to it. "Hello, Riverside Century Property Front Desk, how can I help you?" The front desk lady answered the call with her usual good attitude. "Quick, let the security guard at the west gate open the fire exit. The ambulance is coming in. Hurry!" An extremely urgent voice came from the phone. "Okay, I'll open the door right away." The lady replied promptly and then asked, "Is there anything else you need help with?" "My mom fell while cleaning the windows. I called an ambulance. I don't know if there are enough people in the ambulance to carry the stretcher. It would be great if your security could help." Hearing the request, the front desk lady quickly agreed, hung up the phone, and immediately called the West Gate security via intercom. Su Ning understood the situation and quickly rode the property's police-style electric vehicle toward the West Gate. When he arrived at the West Gate, the security guard had already opened the fire exit door to let the ambulance in. Su Ning followed the ambulance to the scene of the incident. At this point, many people had gathered in front of the building, but it was still relatively orderly. Su Ning could see an elderly lady lying against the wall, groaning in pain. Her son was squatting beside her, his face full of tension and anxiety, but he didn't dare to move. After all, such injuries shouldn't be moved hastily. Without first aid knowledge, it could lead to serious secondary injuries. Two paramedics got out of the ambulance, quickly checked her, and made a judgment. Left leg tibia fracture, needs to be sent to the hospital immediately. The son was sweating profusely, nodding repeatedly as he followed her into the ambulance. At this moment, Su Ning also breathed a sigh of relief. Although a fracture is painful and troublesome, and recovery is slow, at least there was no danger to life. The people nearby were discussing among themselves. "Ah, the old lady really wasn't careful. At her age, she still climbed out to clean the windows. Fortunately, it was only the second floor. If it were any higher, it wouldn't just be a leg fracture. Honestly, it would be better to spend money hiring a cleaning service to wash the windows. Sure, it costs money, but at least it saves us the hassle. Don't say that. If spending money could actually get them clean, it would be fine. The last cleaning service I hired did a terrible job. Su Ning listened to everyone's discussions and looked up at the tall buildings, deep in thought. Normally, when it comes to cleaning windows at home, you either do it yourself or hire a cleaning service. Doing it yourself is manageable inside, but outside is much harder. Not to mention the need for tools, it's primarily dangerous. And hiring a cleaning service? It probably starts at least at 300 per household, right? If spending money could get them clean, that would be fine. But if you pay and they still aren't clean, that would be too frustrating. So, since the homeowners have this need, couldn't the property management take on this task as well? With this thought, Su Ning felt a surge of excitement. Here was another opportunity to improve homeowner satisfaction. If this is done well, wouldn't homeowner satisfaction increase significantly? What a great opportunity! This task could be handled by the property management. However, it wasn't that simple. If every household needed their windows cleaned, it would definitely be a huge project. First of all, the property management's cleaning staff couldn't possibly finish this job alone. And if it's dangerous for homeowners to clean their windows, is it not dangerous for the property cleaning staff? Su Ning couldn't just disregard the safety of the cleaning staff for the sake of homeowner satisfaction. So, this task couldn't be done by the property management's own staff. Hire a cleaning service? At 300 per household, that would be the same price as a custom shoe cabinet. Plus, having a cleaning service go door to door, who knows how long that would take? Spending more money wouldn't necessarily mean better efficiency. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Ning: Spider-Man, the kind that specializes in cleaning the exterior glass of high-rise buildings. For homeowners, the hardest part of cleaning windows is the outside. They can manage the inside themselves. Su Ning could easily hire Spider-Man, have them suspended from the roof, and clean down layer by layer. This would be highly efficient. Feeling a rush of excitement, Su Ning immediately went online to search and quickly found the contact number for Spider-Man. After calling, he explained the needs and general situation. Upon hearing this, the other party said that this kind of work in a residential area is much easier than in skyscrapers, so they immediately came over to check the specific situation of the community. The work isn't too much. If we send 4 people, we can definitely finish it in 4 days. If you want to go ahead, just give us 30,000, and we'll buy the insurance ourselves and can sign a contract. The head of the Spider-Man team walked around the community and then directly told Su Ning, this kind of work is definitely dangerous, so the pay is higher. 4 people splitting 30,000 means they could earn 7,500 each for 4 days of work. Su Ning, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement without hesitation. Only 30,000. That's much cheaper than hiring a cleaning service. And the efficiency is high. How about this? We can sign a long-term cooperation agreement. We'll come twice a year, once in spring and once in autumn, according to the standards you just mentioned. How does that sound? Cleaning windows is usually done like this, once in April or May and once in September or October. If the property management spends 60,000 a year, it can keep the homeowners satisfied. Why not? The head of Spider-Man was also very pleased, not expecting to land a long-term job. Don't worry, we keep our mouths shut. We will never disclose the price to anyone. He wouldn't think that the money was coming from the property management. In this situation, the property management would definitely collect money from the homeowners uniformly, possibly charging a bit more, turning it into the property management's gray income. That's why he said they keep their mouths shut. Su Ning couldn't help but feel speechless and didn't bother to explain further. Let him think whatever he wanted. He then had the manager send a notice in the group. To our esteemed homeowners, our housing property is committed to providing all homeowners with the highest quality and thoughtful service. Given that the homeowners have a need for window cleaning, our property management intends to hire a window cleaner to wash all the exterior glass surfaces of the community's windows. The cleaning work will begin tomorrow, and if homeowners have privacy concerns, please be sure to draw the curtains. Additionally, we seriously remind all homeowners not to touch the window cleaner's safety ropes, as this could lead to very serious safety consequences. If any homeowners have better suggestions regarding this, we welcome you to put them forward, and we will take them seriously. All service staff of housing property management send their regards. As soon as the notice was issued, the group chat immediately became lively, even to the point of feeling like it was about to explode. What? The property management is hiring a window cleaner to wash our windows? This is so thoughtful. My wonderful property management. Even if it's just cleaning the outside, it saves us so much trouble. It turns out the property management was making us spend money, and now it's us homeowners making the property management spend. Today, an old lady fell and broke her leg while cleaning the windows. Could it be that the property management is worried about us getting hurt again, so they hired a window cleaner? Thank you, old lady. Wishing you a speedy recovery. Thank you, old lady. Wishing you a speedy recovery. Thank you, old lady. Wishing you a speedy recovery. Thank you, old lady. Wishing you a speedy recovery. I just moved in, and our property management is considering us homeowners so much. I have a strong feeling that the prices of our houses are going to rise. Just for the property management, 1,000 per square meter increase is no big deal. At this moment, the old lady who broke her leg had just finished surgery and was pushed back to her hospital room. Her son was by her bedside, looking at the messages in the group chat, wanting to cry but having no tears. Mom, do you know? Now the homeowners are all thanking you. The old lady looked confused, not understanding what her son was talking about. Isn't it because you fell and broke your leg while cleaning the windows? The property management saw this and thought, this can't do. So they immediately contacted a window cleaner to wash our windows. They'll start working tomorrow. Her son explained to the old lady, who suddenly felt unwell. What? Because I broke my leg, the homeowners hired a window cleaner? So only my injury led to this outcome? This feeling was so unbalanced. However, although she felt unbalanced, she had to admit that the property management was indeed doing an excellent job. There was nothing to criticize. She could only say she was unlucky. Fortunately, she had health insurance, so it was just a bit of suffering, and the expenses wouldn't be too much. Especially when Su Jiafei came to visit the old lady on behalf of the property management and even brought her 2,000 yuan as consolation money. The old lady forgot all about her feelings of imbalance. She held Su Jiafei's hand with great enthusiasm, wishing she could match Su Jiafei with her single son. Coincidentally, at that moment, something happened that made Houting Property Management stand out in the nearby area. On the same day the old lady broke her leg, a similar incident occurred in a nearby community. Also due to window cleaning, an old man accidentally fell and broke his leg, but this time the injured party was an old man instead of an old lady. When the ambulance arrived, however, it couldn't enter the community. The fire lane was blocked by illegally parked cars. And it wasn't the homeowners who parked randomly, it was the property manager's car. That guy had gone out drinking and was so tipsy that he didn't even answer his phone. In desperation, the rescue personnel had to get out of the car and carry the stretcher a long way, then carry the old man back. Not to mention how tiring it was, it mainly delayed saving a life. As a result, the property management company was severely criticized by the homeowners. But this still didn't stop them from doing their own thing. After all, a few complaints wouldn't cost them anything. Originally, a single incident wouldn't have caused much of an impact. But everything is most afraid of comparison. Without comparison, there is no harm. One person was busy running around with the ambulance, worrying afterward that the homeowner might have another accident, so the property management paid for a window cleaner to wash the homeowner's windows. Another, however, was unable to even let the ambulance into the community due to the property management's issues, and afterward, they acted like they were dead dogs. The same situation occurred, but the approach of Houting Property Management was like heaven and earth compared to that terrible property management. The next day, the window cleaning team arrived early at the Binjiang Century community, and under the guidance of the property management, they began to prepare. Curious homeowners gathered below, discussing among themselves. They really came to wash the windows. The property management is so impressive. Saved $300, feels like the property fee is really worth it. I told my colleagues how good our property management is, but they didn't believe me. I just hope Houting Property Management never leaves. It would be best if they could keep serving our community. If this goes well, our property prices might really go up. Soon, four window cleaners donned their gear and began to descend from the rooftop, working their way down floor by floor. For them, this was also a novel experience, as they had previously only cleaned the glass of office buildings and had never cleaned the windows of residential units. Outside the office buildings, they saw employees busy with their lives, while in the community, they looked through the glass and saw elderly people bustling about or children happily playing. Regardless, this job was indeed quite easy. After 4 full days, all the windows in the Binjiang Century community were sparkling clean, shining brightly under the sunlight. Su Ning's perception of homeowner satisfaction rose to 79.6% at that moment, just a little shy of reaching the 80% mark. This inevitably left Su Ning with a sense of regret. He knew that if homeowner satisfaction reached 80%, he would earn several hundred million more than he currently did. However, even so, he felt satisfied. At least compared to last month, he was finally back on track to making money. The 1-month trial period officially ended, and it was time for Su Ning to eagerly await the settlement. With a satisfaction rate of 79.6%, the settlement of 1 billion multiplied by double the satisfaction rate resulted in a total reward of 15.92 billion. Looking at the massive cash influx in his bank account, Su-ning couldn't help but feel exhilarated. He no longer had to worry about an empty wallet. Even if a major investment project came along, he could handle it. He was truly proud of his wise decision. If he hadn't chosen property management, he might have ended up with another month of nothing, not to mention a year of continuously making money. However, before he could revel in his excitement for long, the system notification sound echoed in his mind. The third money-making experience has completed 1 month. Please host start the fourth money-making experience as soon as possible. Note, the fourth money-making experience can run concurrently with the third. The selection range for the fourth money-making experience is limited to wedding host, extra, delivery person. Please host make a choice as soon as possible. Looking at the 3 newly refreshed money-making options, Su-ning fell into silence and contemplation once again. Another change, and it seemed there were no serious professions. However, compared to the previous chaotic jobs, these seemed somewhat acceptable. Being a wedding host is great. First of all, the working hours are excellent. It's all weekend work, which doesn't interfere with Su-ning's usual property management duties at all. However, being a wedding host requires quick wit and strong crowd control skills. Otherwise, the wedding process could turn into a mess, and the bride and groom would be furious. Moreover, to become a wedding host, one must build good relationships with wedding planning companies. Without a reputation, who would hire you? The key issue is that it's August, the hottest time of the year. There are fewer weddings this month, and most wedding hosts are idle. It's not that I can't do it, but if Su-ning chooses to be a wedding host, she must be prepared for a month without making any money. Since that's the case, she definitely has to pass on it. A crowd actor, is that the kind of crowd actor I understand? Director, where do I die? This profession in the film city, although a bit tough, doesn't seem too hard to find a crew. The problem is, you have to go to the film city. It's not easy to encounter a crew in the city. Su-ning also has to focus on property management, so she can't stay in the film city all the time. So she can only pass on that too. The only option left is being a delivery person, which has very flexible working hours. As long as you have a small electric bike, you can take orders anytime and anywhere. You can work when you want and not work when you don't want to. It's very free. With this in mind, Su-ning has made her choice. It's you, the glorious delivery person. Host chooses to make money as a delivery person. Host money making reward 1, delivery income multiplied by 100,000. Host money making reward 2, number of orders multiplied by 1 million. Su-ning was slightly surprised. She didn't expect there to be double rewards. She silently calculated in her heart, assuming she runs 500 orders in a month, earning 5,000 yuan. In that case, reward 1 would be 500 million, and reward 2 would also be 500 million. It seems quite easy to earn. She had heard that delivery people in the capital city could earn at least 10,000 yuan a month if they worked hard, and the number of orders would exceed 1,000. Calculating this way, the income would start at 2 billion. It's about the same efficiency as driving for others or property management. Unable to help but nod, if she worked hard to run orders and also improved customer satisfaction, blooming in both areas, wouldn't there be a chance to earn 5 billion a month? Goodness, earning 5 billion a month, apart from the giants at the front, probably even ordinary Fortune 500 companies can't match that. Thinking of this, Su-ning's spirits soared even higher. She couldn't wait to ride her beloved little motorcycle to deliver food. When the first month's property management income arrived, Su-ning immediately contacted Director Wang, and then transferred the funds to the business management company they co-founded for this project through Houting Investment Company. In fact, Director Wang had previously discussed a large shopping mall project with her, which was a development direction both of them agreed upon. Of course, it wasn't a shopping mall like Wanda that spreads across the country, but a more landmark commercial center. Coincidentally, there was a stalled project in the capital. The main building was almost completed, but due to the downturn in the real estate industry, the investors' funds had dried up, leading to the project being left unfinished. Director Wang and Su-ning planned to enter the market as soon as possible, starting with this stalled project. The entire project was auctioned for about 2.9 billion. After the auction was successful, because Su-ning didn't have the money yet, the business management company delayed the payment, causing the planned timeline to be pushed back by more than a week. Now that the cash has arrived, they must execute it immediately. Su-ning invested 2 billion, and Director Wang also invested 2 billion, ensuring that the subsequent project construction wouldn't lack funds, and they wouldn't even need to take out a bank loan. This stalled project was essentially a practice run for them. Once the model matures, it will quickly expand in first-tier and new first-tier cities across the country. Fortunately, Su-ning now has this stable money-making channel in property management, so she isn't worried about future capital investments. Director Won was quite emotional. Although he had already thought highly of Su-ning, she still exceeded his expectations. That was 2 billion in funds. He had prepared for a long time to scrape together that amount, and although Su-ning had delayed for more than a week, it was actually shorter than his preparation time. He now completely regarded Su-ning as the heir of some invisible wealthy family in the country. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain where she got so much money. Su-ning was ready to start delivering food. Before delivering takeout, he had to first sort out the property management work. With not much business of his own, he still decided to keep Su Jiafei on as the property manager. When Su-ning informed her of this arrangement, Su Jiafei was utterly speechless. She was Su-ning's assistant, yet she had to follow him into madness. First, she played matchmaker for a month, then worked as a property manager for another month. They had clearly agreed that the property manager role would only last a month, and now she was being asked to continue. When would this end? However, despite her grumbling, Su-ning's one sentence made her swallow all her complaints. Salary increase, monthly salary 50k. The only way to make employees loyal is to pay them well. Bonuses didn't count, as those were always uncertain. Su Jiafei's base salary was originally 30k, and now it had suddenly risen to 50k. Just the base salary alone would amount to 600,000 a year. This income level, even in the capital, could barely qualify as high income. Even many balding programmers couldn't reach this salary level. Mr. Su, what are you planning to do next? Su Jiafei asked cautiously. Since she met Su-ning, his identity had changed month by month. First, he was a chauffeur, then a matchmaker, and then a property manager. Now that he was no longer a property manager, what new idea did he have? She had no doubt that Su-ning could never sit still. He must have taken on a completely new identity again. I'm planning to deliver takeout, Su-ning replied confidently. Su Jiafei took a deep breath. She knew it. Now, even if Su-ning said he planned to rob a tomb, Su Jiafei wouldn't be surprised at all. Because Su-ning was just that unpredictable. She couldn't even imagine the pleasures of the wealthy. Just go ahead and indulge. If I order takeout and you happen to deliver it, would you be angry if I gave you a bad review? Su Jiafei joked with a smile. Su-ning shrugged. Of course I wouldn't be angry, but I would deduct your salary. Su Jiafei immediately stopped laughing, quickly closed her mouth, and made a zipping gesture. After sorting things out with Su Jiafei, Su-ning drove his Koenigsegg straight to the nearby takeout station. In fact, there were two major platforms for takeout, which truly dominated the market. The rest were just small players, the Yellow Knight and the Blue Knight, and Su-ning could only choose to become one of them. He had already done his homework. Most nearby restaurants and merchants were on both platforms, but some chose to be on only one. Comparatively, there were still more merchants on the Yellow Takeout platform. Of course, correspondingly, there were also slightly more Yellow Knights. Overall, the income difference was negligible. The reason Su-ning chose the Yellow Knight was quite simple. It was just closer. Oh, isn't this Manager Su? What brings you to my station? Is there something going on? Station Master Dong knew Su-ning. He had visited Su-ning when Howding Property had just entered the scene. Delivering takeout inevitably required dealing with property management. It wasn't that one had to maintain good relations, but just to ensure that the property management wouldn't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, if the security wouldn't let your delivery person in, it could cause a huge hassle and waste a lot of time. Harmony is key. At that time, Su-ning had also received him warmly, and to manage better, they had implemented a new plan together. That was to have all the delivery personnel at their station registered with the property management, entering their facial recognition information, so they could enter the community just like the residents by scanning their faces. Of course, this information was updated monthly. If you stopped being a delivery person, your information would be removed immediately, and you wouldn't be able to enter the community anymore. Recently, Director Dong heard quite a bit about Howding Property Management, and he was utterly shocked. Buying a bus for the owners as a shuttle, purchasing a car wash machine for the car owners, opening a convenience store at cost price, buying children's play equipment for free use, and just recently hiring a Spider-Man to help clean the windows of the entire community. At this rate, how could the property management still make any money? Not losing money would be a miracle. He just couldn't understand, after going this far in property management, what on earth was the point? Su-ning certainly wouldn't tell him what he was after. He just smiled and stated his purpose. Director Dong, I'm so broke I'm about to eat dirt. So here I am, coming to ask you to take me in. Su-ning laughed heartily. Director Dong looked at Su-ning's Koenigsegg parked not far away, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. You can't joke like that. The wheel of your supercar is enough for over 100 riders at my station to run for a month. Manager Su, you're joking, right? Director Dong forced a couple of laughs, but Su-ning looked completely serious, not at all like he was joking, which made Director Dong unable to laugh anymore. Manager Sue, are you serious? Su Ning nodded. I'm really here to deliver takeout. Director Dong looked skeptical. Which rich young master had come out to experience the hardships of life? I can probably only do it for a month, so I'll trouble Director Dong to take care of me. Su Ning maintained his smile and spoke honestly. Only then did Director Dong calm down a bit. If it was just for a month, then perhaps he really was here to experience life. He couldn't really refuse, so he thought he might as well make a good connection with this rich young master. Taking a deep breath, he nodded and then spoke with a still strange expression. Normal riders usually have to buy electric bikes in installments at the station. Since you're only running for a month, there's no need to buy an electric bike. We happen to have a few old ones at the station. You can pick one to use. As for the gear and the box, you won't need to pay for those either. The station has them ready. Mainly, you need to understand some rules. When things settle down in the evening, I'll go over them with you. For now, I'll help you register as a rider. To be honest, having a familiar face to take care of things was great. Su Ning didn't have to worry too much. A few minutes later, he officially became a proud rider. Director Dong told him a lot, but in reality, he didn't remember much. He was only concerned about how much money he would earn per delivery, as this related to his reward settlement for the entire month. What surprised Su Ning was that delivery workers actually had a base salary. Even if it was a responsibility-based salary, it was still quite good. As long as he completed 700 responsibility orders each month, he would receive a base salary of 6,120 yuan. For orders beyond 700, the price per order was 8. 1 yuan for 700 orders, 8. For yuan for 700, orders, 8. 6 yuan for 1,000 to 1,300 orders, and 8. 7 yuan for orders over 1,300. It was a tiered pricing system. The more orders he completed, the higher the price per order. In addition to the order price, there were various income items such as attendance bonuses, contribution awards, large order subsidies, distance subsidies, time period subsidies, special weather subsidies, weight subsidies, and so on. This truly surprised Su Ning. He originally thought being a delivery worker was tough, but he didn't expect the benefits to be quite good. Manager Su, since you want to experience life, I won't inundate you with my experience. At the beginning, don't take too many orders, just deliver one at a time first. Once you're familiar, you can gradually take a few orders at the same time. But remember one thing, if something happens, don't get into a conflict with the merchants or customers, just contact me. Director Dong earnestly reminded Su Ning. Su Ning nodded, naturally understanding his good intentions. Since he had finished registering as a delivery rider today, Su Ning decided to try running a delivery order. After saying goodbye to Director Dong, he put on his yellow vest, donned his helmet, and rode his little electric bike out the door. Of course, he had logged into the rider's backend, just waiting for the system to dispatch an order or for him to grab one himself. However, he missed several orders in a row due to slow reflexes. It was a bit unbelievable. He thought he was quick enough. Were those riders delivering takeout on electric bikes faster than him? In the end, the system took pity on him and assigned him an order. After receiving the order, Su Ning glanced at the details. Pick up milk tea from a shop 100 meters away and deliver it to a residential complex 800 meters away. It seemed quite simple, so Su Ning hopped on his electric bike and set off with enthusiasm. On the way, he couldn't help but reminisce about his days as a chauffeur. The first ride of the day would usually go very smoothly, and then various mishaps would follow. Now that he was delivering takeout, the first order would probably go smoothly too, right? Hello, I'm here for order number 18 from Huang Tuan, Su Ning said directly to the staff after entering the shop. No one had taught him this. He had seen riders pick up food like this when he bought milk tea before. The staff didn't find anything wrong with it and retrieved the milk tea with the number he requested from a pile of packed drinks, then handed it to him. Thank you, Su Ning said quickly as he exited, hopping back on his electric bike and heading straight for the destination. Hey, that delivery guy just now was pretty handsome, the staff member said cheerfully to a colleague nearby. Next time he comes, you should flirt with him, the colleague joked. Who knows, it might lead to a good relationship. Forget it, I was just making an observation. I don't want to date a delivery guy. After all, life is realistic. Being a milk tea maker doesn't pay much, and while delivery riders earn a bit more, it's not by much. She certainly wanted to find someone with better prospects. If it were a month ago when Su Ning was still a matchmaker, he would have advised her to be more grounded and not to have too many fantasies. But now, he just wanted to focus on delivering takeout. Soon, he arrived at the destination residential complex, and the security guard let him in without any obstruction. He entered the building according to the unit number, took the elevator upstairs, and knocked on the door, successfully delivering the milk tea to the customer. Thank you, the young girl said politely to Su Ning. Completing the first order smoothly put Su Ning in a great mood. This job wasn't difficult at all. He continued to prepare to grab more orders. However, he still missed several more orders, and finally, it seemed the system couldn't bear to watch him struggle and assigned him another one. It was also milk tea, but from a different shop than the previous one. With so many milk tea shops around, young people had plenty of choices and often had their favorite brands. Su Ning rode his electric bike toward the milk tea shop, and with plenty of time to spare, he wasn't in a hurry. After picking up the milk tea and heading to the destination, Su Ning wanted to confirm the exact address again, only to discover that there were additional notes on the order. Hey, you don't need to deliver the order. My buddy invited me out for drinks, but my wife is strict after I just got married and won't let me go out. Just pretend to be a client inviting me out for a business meeting. The more elaborate, the better. Thanks. The milk tea is yours to enjoy. Su Ning stood there, speechless, realizing he had run around for nothing. He often saw such jokes online but never expected to encounter one himself. Of course, he understood, some wives really are strict. Since he had accepted the order, he decided to provide the service properly. So, Su Ning dialed the phone number. However, he didn't notice that the number he dialed didn't show a series of digits but rather a name. The call connected. Su Xiao, why are you calling me? Li Sili's cheerful voice came from the other end. He got married last month, and Su Ning had helped him make quite the splash. He was planning to find an opportunity to get together with Su Ning. He didn't expect Su Ning to call him first, which genuinely surprised him. After all, he was well aware of the huge gap between him and Su Ning. Su Ning was stunned, a head full of question marks. He definitely recognized Li Sili's voice, but the problem was, how did the call end up with Li Sili? He took the phone away from his ear and checked again, realizing he had indeed dialed Li Sili's number. Could it be that this cup of milk tea was ordered by Li Sili? Li Sili had just gotten married, and yet his wife had already managed him like this? He couldn't help but want to laugh. He would definitely tease him about this when they met. Clearing his throat, Su Ning sighed and asked, "Did you order milk tea? Did you have the delivery guy pretend to be a client calling you?" This time, it was Li Sili's turn to be stunned. He had indeed ordered a cup of milk tea, intending for the delivery person to pretend to be a client to call him out. But how did Su Xiao know about this? This was not scientific. Su Xiao, how did you know? Li Sili asked, utterly astonished. Just tell your wife that I asked you out. She surely won't stop you from going out, right? As for how I know you ordered milk tea, it's because I'm the delivery guy bringing you the milk tea. Su Ning chuckled. Upon hearing Su Ning's words, Li Sili was completely dumbfounded, feeling like his brain was about to crash. What? Su Xiao became a delivery guy and took my order? Isn't this too absurd? He and Su Ning met because of a driving service. Then last month, Su Ning opened a matchmaking agency, and he even sent a flower basket for the opening. This month, it was said that Su Ning had transformed into a property manager. Now, he was a delivery guy? Dude, you are a super rich second generation. Why are you doing all these strange jobs every day? Could this be the training and testing that a big family puts their heirs through? Besides that, he really couldn't think of any other reason. Okay, Su Xiao, I'll be right out. Dazed and confused, after hanging up, he looked at his wife with a strange expression and said, Su Xiao asked me out. It seems like there's something going on. His wife naturally knew who Su Xiao was. Even though Li Sili was quite wealthy, Su Ning was still someone they couldn't reach. So, of course, she would support her husband hanging out with such a big shot. Go ahead. After quickly getting dressed, Li Sili hurried downstairs and saw Su Ning waiting there. At that moment, Su Ning was sipping milk tea, and when he saw Li Sili come down, he raised the milk tea in his hand. You said it, the milk tea is mine now. Huh? But when Li Sili saw Su Ning dressed in a yellow robe with a bamboo helicopter like Doraemon on his helmet, he really couldn't connect him to the super rich young master driving a Senna. Su Xiao, what is this? Su Ning waved his hand and said casually, just experiencing life, like being a driver. He couldn't explain much more. He could only go down this path to the end. Li Sili took a deep breath, his expression seeming to genuinely question life. I have plans with a few buddies tonight to have some fun, the ones who are my groomsmen. Do you want to join, Su Xiao? Finally suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Li Sili took the opportunity to invite Su Ning. Su Ning tugged at his yellow robe and chuckled, you guys have fun, I still have to deliver food. Li Sili. He was completely at a loss for words. After they parted ways, Su Ning simply waited at the intersection, his eyes glued to his phone, ready to grab an order. You should know that he had roughly calculated it just now. The delivery workers in the capital city average about 1,500 orders a month, and some who work hard can even exceed 2,000 orders. Since he was just starting and not familiar with the area, he definitely wouldn't reach the average level. But surely he could manage 900 orders in a month. right? That would mean he needed to complete about 30 orders a day. However, it had already been more than half an hour, and during the dinner rush, he had only completed 2 orders. Although everything was going smoothly without any hiccups, his efficiency was too low. If he continued at this low efficiency, he might not even finish 700 orders, which would be quite embarrassing. Therefore, he had to grab orders and couldn't rely solely on the system's assignments. Heaven rewards those who are diligent. Su-Ning finally had a moment of quick fingers and managed to grab a delivery order. At the same time, the system assigned him another order. Suddenly, he had 2 orders, and Su-Ning felt a bit flustered. He hurried to deliver. Fortunately, the assigned order was based on the one he had grabbed, and the destination was in the same neighborhood, so he didn't have to run to 2 different places. He first picked up a spicy hot pot, then waited a while at the rice noodle shop for the order to be ready. After placing both deliveries in his bag, Su-Ning rushed to the destination. It was his first time delivering 2 orders simultaneously, and he couldn't afford to make a mistake. Following the order of arrival, Su-Ning first delivered the hot pot to the first customer, then went to the back building to deliver the rice noodles. He found the customer's home based on the address, but when he knocked on the door, no one answered. At that moment, there were only 5 minutes left before he would be late, and Su-Ning felt a bit anxious. He could only call the customer. "Hello, your delivery has arrived, but no one is home?" Su-Ning asked politely. "Just leave it on the fire hydrant next to the wall," came an impatient male voice from the other end of the line. Su-Ning turned and saw the fire hydrant on the wall next door. The protective cover could indeed hold something. "Okay, please remember to pick it up soon. Goodbye." After hanging up, Su-Ning placed the delivery on the fire hydrant. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. No, he had to be cautious. He then raised his phone and took a picture of the fire hydrant with the delivery on top, sending it to the temporary group chat with the merchant and the other delivery riders. This was proof that he had placed the delivery at the designated location as requested by the customer. Only then did Su-Ning leave, feeling proud of his cleverness. While he was waiting for the next delivery order, his phone rang. He took it out to see that it was Su Jiafei calling. Was there a problem with the property management? Su-Ning quickly answered the call. What happened? "Su, these days the temperature has been quite high, and I was thinking if we could provide some benefits for the employees, like watermelons or herbal tea," Su Jiafei said with a calm tone and a smile. Su-Ning breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that nothing was wrong. "You can decide on this yourself. And don't be too stingy, make the benefits a bit more generous." Just as he was speaking, a light bulb went off in his head. A few days ago, he had seen in the news that the market price for watermelons was very high this year, but in the production area, the price was quite cheap. In that case, why not go to the production area and get a few truckloads of watermelons to distribute for free to the homeowners? Although a watermelon might not be considered a valuable item for the homeowners, it was still the property management's goodwill. "Okay, you wait a moment, I'll head back to the property management soon and let you know." After saying that, Su-Ning hung up the phone without giving Su Jiafei a chance to respond. Checking the time, he decided not to work anymore today, logged out of the delivery platform, and rode his electric bike back to the Binjiang Century community. It is worth mentioning that he had bought a house in the Binjiang Century community. After all, he would rely on the community property management to make money for at least the next year, so living here was very convenient. For him now, buying a house didn't even require a blink. Arriving at the community, he parked his electric bike near the property management office and called the security guard to help charge it. The guard, seeing Su-Ning in a yellow delivery uniform, didn't recognize him at first. He thought, "Who is this, speaking so arrogantly?" When he finally recognized Su-Ning, he was completely stunned. How did manager Su become a delivery rider? At that moment, not only the security guard but also several homeowners returning to the community recognized Su-Ning, quickly pulling out their phones to take pictures of him in this state and posting them in the group chat. "This is unbelievable. You all have to see this. Property staff Su is actually working as a delivery person. Is it because the property management has given us too many benefits lately, overspending, forcing Su to deliver food to subsidize the property?" Her comment, paired with the photo of Su-Ning in the yellow uniform, instantly set the group chat ablaze. "Oh my god, that photo isn't edited, right? No way? Su-Ning actually went to deliver food? No, I just started enjoying the best property service, and now the property is in financial trouble? I don't want to go back to the way things were. What are we going to do? Is it possible that Su-Ning was fired? Fired my foot. Su-Ning is the boss of the property, okay? So what's going on? Who's at the property? Hurry up and ask." Many homeowners, stirred by the chat, actually went to the property management to get to the bottom of things. After all, having enjoyed the incredibly sincere and thoughtful service of housing property, no one wanted to switch to a subpar management. Meanwhile, Su Ning was discussing the purchase of watermelons with Su Jiafei. Contact the watermelon production area. A truck can carry 22 tons of watermelons, so let's order 2 trucks directly. Get them delivered as soon as possible, 2 for each household, and the rest will be a benefit for the property staff. You arrange it right away. Based on an average of £10 per watermelon, a truckload of 22 tons would be over 4,000 watermelons. With less than 1,800 households in Binjiang Century, each household getting 2, there would still be several hundred watermelons left for the property staff's benefits. In the fruit supermarkets of the capital, watermelons cost 6 or 7 yuan per pound, with one watermelon over 60 yuan. But in the production area, it might only be a few dimes per pound. Even with shipping costs, the price would still be far below the retail price in the capital. Su Jiafei felt both speechless and relieved, her emotions quite complex. Speechless because Su Ning was once again finding ways to provide benefits for the homeowners. At this rate, the property would definitely lose money. But relieved because this young master actually knew how to save money. If it were in the past, he would have gone straight to the wholesale market in the capital to buy in bulk, never thinking of sourcing directly from the watermelon production area. The plan was set, and Su Jiafei began to find ways to contact the watermelon production area. Fortunately, she had a classmate whose hometown was there, and through her classmate, she quickly made arrangements. 1 truck of watermelons weighing 22 tons, priced at 0.6 yuan per pound, cost the farmers 26,000 yuan. The driver would get 10,000 for the trip, totaling 36,000 yuan. If they had purchased in the capital, it would have easily cost over 100,000. At this time, some homeowners had already arrived at the property management and indeed saw Su Ning, just like in the group photo, wearing the delivery uniform. Su, what's going on? Why are you delivering food instead of being a good property manager? Su, don't hide it from us. Is the property budget tight? If so, then don't give us extra benefits. Your service is already great. You can't let this conscientious property management go. Looking at the somewhat excited homeowners, Su Ning glanced at the yellow coat he was wearing and suddenly realized. So the homeowners thought that the property management was not making money, which was why he was delivering takeout? He couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Who said that property management and homeowners were natural enemies? Look, he treated the homeowners sincerely, and they treated him sincerely in return. This scene could almost move the whole of Huaxia, right? Of course, he still needed to offer some reassurance to prevent everyone from overthinking, which could affect homeowner satisfaction. Everyone misunderstood. The property management is doing well, and I am still the property manager. But you can definitely see that this property management is not making money. I still need to explore some profitable channels, so I wanted to try delivering takeout. Maybe in the future, I might even run a takeout platform. Hearing Su Ning's explanation, the homeowners were no longer in such a hurry. Although they might not fully understand, at least Su Ning didn't seem to be lying. Ha, I told you, little Su can't just abandon us. Then little Su, good luck. If by chance you deliver takeout to me, I promise to give you a good review. Takeout is so boring. Just go into the restaurant business. Not to mention anything else, if you open a restaurant outside the community, I guarantee the homeowners alone will fill it every day. Listening to the homeowners chattering away, Su Ning couldn't help but smile slightly. To be honest, he actually had a restaurant, he hadn't been there in a while and was almost forgetting he owned one. Well, it wasn't too far from here anyway. When the time comes, he could have the housekeepers send out a notice for the community homeowners to dine at Lee's private kitchen, and just give them a 20% discount. Just then, Su Ning received a phone call. Hello, where is your takeout? As soon as he answered, an impatient male voice came through. Takeout? He didn't have any orders at hand, he had just completed the last one. What was going on? Who are you? Su Ning asked calmly. Didn't I tell you to put it on the fire hydrant? Where's the takeout? Did you eat it? The other party's tone grew increasingly impatient, even carrying a stern questioning tone. Fire hydrant? Su Ning suddenly remembered the last order he delivered that night. The customer indeed asked him to place it on the fire hydrant. I put it on the fire hydrant. I even took a photo and sent it to the temporary group chat. You can take a look. Is the takeout missing now? Why don't you ask your family or neighbors if they've seen the takeout? Addressing the issue directly, Su Ning was quite annoyed by the other party's aggressive attitude, so his tone became a bit impatient as well. I've seen your photo, but what good is that photo? You could have taken the photo and then taken the takeout. I also posted a photo in the group. It was taken right when I got back, and there was no takeout in it at all. I've seen this kind of trick before. Stop talking nonsense, just compensate me. It's a total of 34. Hearing the other party firmly believe that he had taken the takeout, Su-ning couldn't help but furrow his brows. Wait a moment, let me check the photo. Ignoring what the other party was still complaining about, Su-ning opened the delivery platform's writer app and entered the temporary group chat. Sure enough, there was a photo posted by the customer, taken from a similar angle to the one Su-ning had just taken, aimed at the fire hydrant. There was indeed no takeout in it. But at that moment, an inadvertent discovery made Su-ning's gaze focus, and his pupils constricted. Enlarging the photo made it clearer. A smirk appeared on his lips, the sarcasm unmistakable. The protective casing of the fire hydrant was reflective. When the customer took the photo, the fire hydrant just happened to reflect his figure, which was also captured in the photo. The figure turned over, one hand holding a phone, the other carrying a bag. And that bag was unmistakably the takeout of rice noodles he had delivered. Not even capable of doing bad things, he was foolish beyond measure. Turning off the delivery app, Su-ning put the receiver back to his ear. What are you doing? Stop dragging your feet and hurry up and compensate me. Otherwise, be careful, I'll report you, and you'll never be able to deliver takeout again. The other party's attitude remained aggressive, as if they had Su-ning, this weaker delivery person, completely at their mercy. Su-ning couldn't help but snort coldly. Next time you pull such tricks, please don't expose yourself. And by the way, it's not easy being a delivery person. Don't you feel a shred of guilt for cheating them out of their money? Alright, no more talking. You better watch yourself. He was too lazy to say anything more to such a person and hung up the phone directly. While most places in the world are filled with sunshine, darkness also exists. For the sake of a meal, some people abandon even the most basic principles of being human. Such people are both pitiful and sad. If he doesn't want to settle this with me, then let him burn incense. Otherwise, I could have Lawyer Lou step in. That guy would definitely get nothing good out of it. Don't think this is a trivial matter that doesn't warrant involving a lawyer. In fact, many actions in life that you think are not a problem are actually illegal. Just like that guy just now. He had clearly received the takeout but still falsely accused the delivery person of not delivering it, thus making the delivery person pay. Su-ning could even imagine that after he paid, the guy would request a refund on the takeout platform claiming he hadn't received it. In that case, he not only got the takeout but also made an extra profit. What a clever scheme he had. But he might not know that such despicable behavior is actually against the law. Not to mention whether his refund request on the platform counts as fraud. At least in Su-ning's eyes, it was already extortion. Moreover, while the threshold for filing extortion cases is above 2,000 yuan, there is also a provision for repeated offenses. Just like theft, even if you steal just 1 yuan at a time, if you do it often enough, it still counts as theft. Su-ning didn't believe that guy only did this once. So, hiring a lawyer to handle it and directly reporting it might just land him in trouble. He thought it was over, but not long after, Su-ning received a call from the takeout platform's customer service. Hello, is this Mr. Su-ning? I'm Huang Tuan from customer service, employee number 8276. We've received a complaint from a customer saying you didn't deliver the takeout to the designated location as required, and that your attitude was poor. The customer has already requested a refund, so I'm here to verify this matter with you. Su-ning frowned, feeling displeased. He really was stubborn, wasn't he? Not turning back until he hit a wall, huh? Well then, let me tell you the whole story. The customer wasn't home and asked me to leave the rice noodles on the fire hydrant outside. I did as instructed, took a photo, and sent it to the group chat. Then I clicked delivered and left. Just now, I received a call from the customer saying the takeout wasn't delivered, and he sent a photo he took. In his photo, the cover of the fire hydrant reflected him, and in one hand, he was holding the takeout bag. So he was just trying to get the takeout for free and wanted to make some money off it too. You should be able to see the messages in the group chat. Go check the pictures yourself, and you'll understand everything. Hearing Su-ning's words, the customer service representative immediately accessed the 3-person group chat through the system backend and indeed found the customer's photo. Oh, I see the takeout he's holding. The matter is clear now. He was just trying to take advantage. I will cancel his complaint this time and also reject his refund request. Wishing you a pleasant day. The customer service representative said this and was about to end the call, but Su-ning immediately stopped him. Please wait a moment. So, only rejecting his refund request and no other measures? Isn't that too lenient on him? The customer service representative certainly understood Su-ning's feelings at that moment. He himself disliked such customers. But this was the only way to handle it. There was no better solution. Yes, Mr. Su, we can only handle it this way. Su-ning frowned, somewhat puzzled, and said, I believe this isn't the first time he's done this. If there have been multiple such incidents, strictly speaking, it could be considered extortion, right? Does your Huang group not have a legal department? In this situation, Aren't you going to sue him? Hearing Su Ning's words, the customer service representative was stunned. Should it really be this shocking? Just because of a 30-some yuan order, you want to send the customer to jail? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? This issue is not within my authority or work process. Before he could finish, Su Ning already understood his meaning and directly interrupted him. In that case, I'll have my lawyer send a letter to Huang Group to retrieve all the information on this customer. If he really has been involved in multiple such incidents, I'll just report it myself. Hearing Su Ning's words, the customer service representative couldn't help but widen his eyes, starting to question his life. What did I just hear? Your lawyer? What a niche term. At least for the delivery guy, is this something you should have? Even if you have a relative who is a lawyer, there's really no need to bother them with such matters. Moreover, you haven't suffered any loss. This issue is also outside my authority. Thank you, the customer service representative said, his mouth twitching. After hanging up, Su Ning directly called Lawyer Lu. Hello, Mr. Su. Lawyer Lu greeted cheerfully. Su Ning didn't waste time and directly explained the situation to Lawyer Lu. Lawyer Lu didn't waste any words either. Even though Su Ning couldn't see him, he was firmly patting his chest to assure him. Although like many of Su Ning's acquaintances, he was shocked to hear that Su Ning had started delivering food. He had seen enough of the world to understand the importance of appreciating someone's niche interests. Perhaps Mr. Su just wanted to experience the life of ordinary people. As for why Su Ning was making such a big deal out of such a small matter, Lawyer Lu wasn't too surprised. Isn't it trendy to have various judges now? Mr. Su is now the delivery judge. If you do something shady and run into Mr. Su, then that's just your bad luck. Moreover, the law is set by the Guo family. You really did break the law. Don't do evil just because it's small. After hanging up, Su Ning felt quite emotional. Ever since he started making money through various experiences and met all kinds of people, he found there were too many oddballs among them. He even thought to himself that he had begun to experience species diversity. This was true for ride-hailing, for matchmaking, and now even more so for delivery riders. The only time he felt at ease was when he was doing property management. In the coming month, he would probably have to deal with all sorts of oddballs every day, which would be exhausting. Indeed, every profession has its challenges. Of course, everything has two sides. There are oddball customers, and there are also oddball delivery workers. As long as he wasn't the oddball delivery worker, that was enough. After going home and getting a good night's sleep, he woke up the next day at 8:30 in the morning. He stretched and felt incredibly relaxed all over. Suddenly, Su Ning's expression changed as he realized he seemed to have forgotten something. In the morning, it was also the peak time for food delivery. The diligent riders had probably already completed over 10 orders by now. How could he have forgotten about this? Looking at the time, by the time he finished washing up and got on the road, the morning rush hour would probably be over. Forget it, today will just be like this. In the morning, he calculated the accounts at the property management office. The property fees were definitely overspent, but at least from the current ratio, it should still be under the 150% limit. The owner's satisfaction rate had already exceeded 80%, and the increase was slowly tapering off. It would be hard to raise it to the new milestone of 90% by the end of the month. So, what else could he do for the owners? There wasn't much to do at the property management office in the morning, so around 10 o'clock, Su Ning donned his delivery gear and hopped on his electric bike, ready to start delivering takeout. He had missed the morning rush, but he couldn't afford to miss the lunch peak. He was aiming for at least 30 orders a day. Sure enough, he had smoothly delivered 3 orders in a row. Moreover, the second and third orders were both in hand at the same time. He planned his route and completed both without exceeding the time limit. This was progress. Of course, skilled riders could handle 3 or 4 orders simultaneously without breaking a sweat, but Su Ning couldn't do that yet. One reason was that he wasn't familiar enough with the area, and the other was that he wasn't as driven as the other riders. He knew how hard the other riders worked and, while he admired them, he didn't dare to push himself that hard. Those riders on their electric bikes didn't care about red lights, they just charged through. They could even reach speeds faster than cars. It felt like they were constantly oscillating between hell and heaven on their electric bikes. Su Ning was still young, and he had a bright future ahead. He certainly wouldn't risk his safety just to save time. He would rather take it slow for the sake of safety. You run 100 orders a day, and I can still manage 30, right? Anyway, with the property management side providing a safety net, it didn't matter if he delivered a little less, the impact was minimal. While lost in thought, he managed to snag another order. Off he went. He quickly arrived at the merchant, a shop selling beef soup. Is the beef soup for order 23 ready? Su Ning didn't notice the designated area for takeout. Just a moment, coming right up. After waiting a bit, Su-Ning took the takeout and headed out the door, ready to deliver. But as soon as he got on his bike, his phone rang. "Hello? I just ordered beef soup. You're the one at the door, right?" Su-Ning turned to see someone waving at him from the roadside. "Is this the beef soup I ordered? Just give it to me." Su-Ning was surprised and double-checked the information with him. Indeed, it was the order he had placed. This left him a bit puzzled, so he asked, "You came to the shop. Why did you still order takeout? And even if you ordered takeout, you could have chosen a self-pickup order. Why still go for delivery?" The customer didn't seem in a hurry and began to explain to Su-Ning. "You must be new to delivery, right? I can use coupons for takeout, it's cheaper. But if I choose a self-pickup order, some coupons won't apply, so it's still more cost-effective to order takeout. I specifically set the destination close by, you just need to arrive and mark it as delivered. It's very convenient." After hearing his explanation, Su-Ning suddenly understood, so that's how it was. As a novice writer, he really didn't grasp the nuances of it all. It seemed he needed to have a good chat with Director Dong and the others to learn more. He hopped back on his electric bike and headed straight for the destination, arriving in a minute, marking it as delivered, and successfully completing the order. No need to enter the community, let alone deliver upstairs. This kind of order was very cost-effective. If all orders were this simple, he might end up racking up hundreds of millions in a month. While he was happily thinking about this, the platform automatically assigned him another order. The distance wasn't far, so he quickly hopped on his electric bike and headed straight for the fast food restaurant. When Su-Ning arrived at the fast food restaurant, the takeout order hadn't been prepared yet, so he simply waited inside the store. Just then, he noticed that the temporary group chat for the previous order had erupted into a heated discussion. A customer had posted a picture of the beef soup which only had a pitiful 2 slices of beef on top. Ironically, the customer had ordered an extra serving of beef. "Where's my beef? I can understand that a normal bowl of beef soup has 2 slices of beef, but I ordered an extra serving." Su-Ning couldn't help but laugh. It seemed the restaurant had forgotten to add it. But then the restaurant's reply made Su-Ning lose his composure. "We added beef for you, it must have been eaten by the delivery person." "Su-Ning, am I eating your sister?" If both sides were just joking around, Su-Ning wouldn't have minded. But the problem was that the customer was clearly furious, and instead of trying to resolve the issue, the restaurant was shifting the blame onto the delivery person? That was just ridiculous. However, before Su-Ning could refute in the group chat, the customer had already defended him. "I was watching the delivery person come out from the store, I took the meal from his hands, and you tell me it was eaten by the delivery person?" Su-Ning suddenly remembered that it was indeed the case. Fortunately, the customer was waiting right outside the store, otherwise, he might have had a hard time explaining. This restaurant was really something else. Running a business is like being a person, you need to be honest. If you can't even do that, what kind of business are you running? Mistakes happen, it's a normal part of life. Either refund the customer, or have a delivery person bring another order to the customer, and sincerely apologize. What's so hard about that? Instead, you don't take it seriously, and you even shift the blame onto the delivery person. That's just shameless. If you run your business like this, even if your beef soup is delicious, no one will come if your reputation is bad. In the group chat, the restaurant went silent. It was unclear whether they planned to play dead or had already communicated with the customer privately to resolve the issue. Although Su-Ning didn't suffer any losses, it was truly disgusting. However, this restaurant was within the delivery area he was assigned to, so he would likely have to deal with them again in the future. Therefore, he needed to be cautious when picking up orders to avoid any misunderstandings if they tried to play dirty. After picking up the meal from the fast food restaurant, Su-Ning immediately sped towards his destination. The little electric scooter was so slow that it made Su-Ning quite uncomfortable. After all, he was used to driving a Koenigsegg, and this little electric scooter, which barely reached 30 kilometers per hour, felt like a snail. The most frustrating part was how slow it accelerated. There was no pushback at all. His body didn't even feel the slightest jolt. After just finishing this delivery, Su-Ning planned to take a break and wait for new orders. But the system sent him another one right away, seamlessly connecting. What surprised him even more was that he managed to snag 2 orders while riding the electric scooter. 3 orders at once. This was the first time. God knows how he managed to grab orders while riding. He wasn't sure if his hand speed was fast, but it was definitely dangerous. He quickly went to pick up the meal. With 3 orders in hand, he couldn't afford to waste any time. Otherwise, he would definitely be late. But when he checked the detailed information of the takeout orders, he found that one of them was that beef soup. A wave of discomfort washed over him. He really didn't want to deal with such shameless people. But there was no choice, he had grabbed the order himself, so even if he was unhappy, he had to deliver it. Soon, Su-ning arrived outside the beef soup store and parked his scooter. Just then, his phone rang. Hello, hi. After answering the call, a somewhat anxious Su-ning asked directly, hello, you picked up my takeout order, right? I ordered beef soup. Su-ning immediately realized this was the order he was about to pick up. Yes, I picked up the order. Is there something you need? On the other end of the phone, the other party's voice came through immediately. It's like this, you don't need to deliver this order. I'm going to the store right away. I'll pick it up myself. Su-ning immediately thought that ordering takeout through the platform with a coupon might be cheaper than going to the store himself, and the other party probably intended to do the same. You're picking it up yourself? Then I'll mark it as ready for pickup and delivered. Su-ning confirmed with him again. With this phone recording, even if any issues arose later, he could prove he wasn't responsible. The other party reiterated that he didn't need Su-ning to deliver the meal, and then ended the call. Su-ning couldn't help but smile slightly. This was quite good. He didn't even have to go into that terrible beef soup shop to pick up the meal. He directly marked the order as ready for pickup at the store entrance, then immediately hopped on his electric bike to pick up the other 2 meals. He first planned the route and timing to deliver the other 2 meals, and only then went to the destination of the first order. After arriving downstairs, he marked the takeout as delivered. In an instant, Su-ning felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. It was the first time he delivered 3 orders simultaneously, and nothing went wrong. It was indeed something to be proud of. On one hand, he was still a novice, and on the other hand, the system occasionally threw curveballs, so completing 3 orders at once was no small feat. But before he could revel in his excitement for long, the phone rang again. Hello, hi. This time Su-ning wasn't in a hurry, so his tone was calm. But unexpectedly, while he was calm, the other party sounded very anxious. I'm from the beef soup shop. Did you just have an order where the customer wanted to pick it up themselves? Su-ning was slightly taken aback, then replied, yes, there was an order where the customer wanted to pick it up themselves. The other party immediately became angry, their already high-pitched voice rising even further. Then why did you still mark it as ready for pickup? And why did you mark it as delivered? Su-ning couldn't help but frown. Regardless of the situation, the other party's aggressive questioning was problematic. Is there a problem? His voice turned cold. The other party shouted directly at Su-ning, as if he had committed a grave mistake. What problem? You didn't deliver this order. Why did you mark it as ready for pickup and delivered? It's an order I accepted. Why shouldn't I mark it as ready for pickup and delivered? Su-ning replied irritably. He couldn't understand the other party's logic and didn't want to. You didn't deliver the meal, and we still incurred delivery costs. The other party shouted arrogantly, you hurry over and refund me the delivery fee. At that moment, hearing the other party's words, Su-ning was completely at a loss. Do you even hear what you're saying? This is a takeout order. What's wrong with you paying the delivery fee? The customer's choice to pick it up is their own business, and it has nothing to do with whether you pay the delivery fee. What, do you think that because the customer is picking it up, you can save on the delivery fee? It's simply ridiculous. The customer ordered takeout. You definitely have to incur the delivery fee. I don't want to talk much with you. If you don't understand, just search online what it means. If you can't even search online, just call the customer service of the delivery platform and ask. I don't have time to chat with you. And next time, try to speak with a better attitude. No one is going to indulge your bad habits. Su-ning directly said a few words without any good tone, then hung up the phone without waiting for the other party's reaction. After putting down the phone, he couldn't help but mutter a few complaints. It's simply insane. Their character is trash, and their brains don't work either. While waiting in a busy area of the restaurant to grab more orders, he was still thinking about taking advantage of the lunch rush to run a few more orders. But not long after, the phone rang again. It was Director Dong calling. Manager Su, what's going on over there? I just received a complaint from a customer. As soon as the call connected, Director Dong spoke with a mix of laughter and tears. Su-ning was taken aback. Shouldn't complaints be directed straight to the Huang Tuan? How could complaints be received from this side of the station? Besides, who would complain about themselves? He was just delivering food normally, not bothering anyone, so why would someone complain about him? No, there really might be someone who would complain about him. That would be the beef soup. With this thought, Su-ning asked somewhat speechlessly, it wouldn't be that beef soup place, would it? Yes, it's that beef soup place. Their boss just called me, spoke in a very aggressive tone, and was rambling so much that I barely understood. This beef soup place just opened not long ago. They probably don't understand much, so you don't need to pay them any mind. Station Master Dong didn't think Su-ning had any issues. To be honest, the tone of the person who called earlier probably indicated they weren't someone easy to deal with. So he just reminded Su-ning to avoid conflict with them. They're just crazy. I can't be bothered with them. Su Ning huffed. After hanging up, he still felt quite annoyed. He really doubted how people like that could live in society. Whether they were crazy or not, making such a fuss over a few bucks in delivery fees would make even Scrooge weep. Su Ning always felt that running a small business was tough. Even if the other party had some issues, he was reluctant to make a big deal out of it. Just don't stir up trouble again, or don't blame me for being rude. But just as he had this thought, the phone rang again. Huang Tuan customer service. Su Ning's anger flared up instantly. Damn, is this never ending? He didn't even have to think to know that it was definitely a complaint from the beef soup place. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with anger. Hello, what is it? Although he knew this had nothing to do with customer service, his anger was up, and Su Ning's attitude was certainly not going to be pleasant. Mr. Su Ning, we just received a complaint about you. This beef soup place is asking you to refund a delivery fee. Is there such a situation? The customer service representative was very professional and didn't change their tone despite Su Ning's impatience. Su Ning took a deep breath to calm himself down. I want to know what they said to you. Upon hearing Su Ning's question, the customer service representative immediately repeated the customer's complaint. This store clearly doesn't need you to deliver, but you still charged a delivery fee. Because he spoke unclearly, I didn't quite understand, so I'm here to verify with you. Su Ning was speechless. They couldn't even express themselves clearly, yet they were complaining? The Huangtuan customer service dealt with so many merchants, customers, and delivery riders every day. What kind of situations hadn't they encountered? If the customer service couldn't even understand what you were saying, you must be joking. Look at the delivery order, then check the coupon the customer used, and you'll understand. The customer ordered takeout because it was cheaper than going to the store, but they went to the store to pick it up themselves, so I wasn't the one delivering. For this kind of order, according to the normal process, I also need to mark it as picked up and then mark it as delivered at the customer's address, otherwise, the order can't be completed. Whether I deliver it or the customer picks it up themselves, the store still has to pay the delivery fee. In reality, it doesn't matter who takes the takeout. Do you understand? Su Ning explained the situation to the customer service. In fact, this kind of situation wasn't rare, especially since he had just been delivering for 2 days and had encountered it more than once. He believed the customer service had probably dealt with it many times as well. The customer service checked the details of the delivery order, and at least from the tracking, there was absolutely no problem. Su Ning had definitely made a trip for nothing. I understand, I will explain it to the customer, the customer service representative said directly to Su Ning. Many people online say that customer service staff favor merchants and customers, squeezing riders with various rules. But at least this customer service representative did not. After hanging up the phone, Su Ning took a deep breath, feeling quite frustrated. Do they really think riders are easy to bully? If it weren't for the system assigning him another order, he would have gone to reason with them. Damn it, when I get back, I'll make sure everyone at the property orders a bowl of beef soup and give you all bad reviews. He opened the takeout order and went to pick up the food. Interestingly, this order was right next to the beef soup shop. Su Ning didn't think too much and went straight to pick up the food. After parking his electric bike, he waited a while in the shop, picked up the food, and stepped outside, only to be stunned. What the hell? The electric bike was locked. Which idiot did this? Su Ning looked around but didn't see anyone nearby. Although many riders get their bikes locked for parking haphazardly in a rush, causing conflicts with shops or property security, he wasn't blocking anyone here. Turning back into the shop, Su Ning anxiously asked the staff, "Who locked my electric bike?" The staff looked a bit confused by his question. What do you mean, who locked it? Su Ning sighed, it seemed they didn't know either. With the order time pressing, Su Ning quickly scanned a shared bike and pedaled towards his destination. This matter isn't over. Just wait until I get back. He hurriedly delivered the takeout to the customer just before the deadline. Continuing on the shared bike to the delivery station, he needed to talk to Station Master Dong about this. Station Master Dong, my electric bike got locked, and I still don't know who did it, Su Ning said, a bit irritated. Station Master Dong was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Where did you park it to get locked?" "Right under the street tree outside the shop, quite a distance from the shop. It wasn't blocking anyone." "Do you have a bolt cutter? Give me one, and I'll cut the lock." Station Master Dong looked at the angry Su Ning, feeling a strange sense of amusement. Who did you mess with? Why provoke a young master experiencing life? Truly reckless. Let's go, Manager Su. I'll go with you. As the station master, he had the duty to resolve these issues, especially since it was Su Ning who was having the problem. Station Master Dong rode out on his electric bike, with Su Ning sitting behind, and they slowly made their way to the location. Upon arrival and seeing the locked electric bike, Station Master Dong was truly speechless. If Su Ning had parked haphazardly and blocked someone's business, then locking the bike would be somewhat understandable. But just as Su Ning said, this spot was truly not blocking anyone. What the hell are you locking the bike for? Not wanting to waste any more words, he picked up the bolt cutter, not even needing Su Ning to do it, and directly took action. Don't move, who told you to touch it? At that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out, trying to stop Station Master Dong's actions. Su Ning and Station Master Dong turned around simultaneously to see two people coming out of the beef soup shop, a man and a woman, both around 40 years old. Su Ning couldn't help but snort coldly. Upon hearing that voice, he immediately recognized it as the person who had called him earlier demanding a refund for the delivery fee. The owner of the beef soup shop? Did you lock the bike? Who told you to lock the bike? Are you crazy? Without Su Ning needing to say anything, Station Master Dong stepped forward, pointing at the two with a fierce expression. Station Master Dong had a somewhat intimidating appearance, and with a glare, he was indeed quite scary. However, the man and woman were not afraid at all, especially the woman, who shouted back at Station Master Dong and Su Ning. So what if I locked it? Not satisfied? Don't think I don't know, it's because you want my delivery fee. If you don't refund me today, don't even think about getting your bike back. Let's see who dares to cut the lock. Su Ning squinted slightly, his face showing little change in expression, but inside he was already grinding his teeth in anger. Who the hell are these people? Since he got the money-making experience system, he had indeed encountered all sorts of oddities, but this was the first time someone had made him so furious he was ready to bite down. Fine. He hadn't wanted to argue with them, but they brought this on themselves. This shop can just close down. Stopping Director Dong, who wanted to continue the argument, Su Ning took out his phone and called Lawyer Lu. Hello, young Master Su. Are you inquiring about yesterday's case? Lawyer Lu answered as soon as the call connected. I'm not asking about yesterday's case. I want to consult you about something. If the other party locks my car, and I lock their shop in return, is that illegal? Su Ning's words were laced with coldness. Lawyer Lu listened clearly, his expression becoming quite strange. After such a long time of contact, he knew Su Ning was generally a very kind person. Who on earth had angered our young Master Su to this extent? Young Master Su, I don't recommend you retaliate in this way. First of all, whether locking a car or a shop, both are illegal acts. Lightly, it could lead to a public security fine or warning. Heavily, it could result in administrative detention. There's no need for us to suffer losses together. Since the other party locked your car, you can definitely call the police and let them handle it. Once the matter is resolved, you can deal with the other party's shop. Although Su Ning felt a sense of relief from the idea of retaliating by locking the shop, it really wasn't necessary. He had to be persuaded, otherwise, if he really got detained, it would be too much of a loss. If he truly wanted to ruin the other party, there were plenty of ways to do it. Su Ning gradually calmed down and snorted sarcastically a few times. Fine, then let's play it a different way. Calling the police is so boring. The police would just have the other party unlock the door and give a few criticisms, nothing serious. He directly pulled out his phone, typed a message, and sent it to the community group for the residents of the Binjiang Century neighborhood. He owned a property there, so he was naturally a member of the community. Everyone, beware of this beef soup shop. As a delivery rider, I can personally say the service is extremely terrible. The customer ordered extra beef, and not only did they refuse to add it, but they also accused the rider of eating it. They don't have the right to do this and forcibly locked the rider's electric bike. A shameless and unreasonable shop. Everyone, keep your eyes open. As soon as Su Ning's message was sent, the group became incredibly active, even nearing a boiling point. You have to know, after doing so many practical things for the community, Su Ning's influence among the residents was unparalleled. What? They actually bullied our little Su? We must ruin them. Our little Su is such a good person, and he's been made this angry. I declare that this shop has no reason to exist anymore. I know that shop, regardless of whether the food is good or not, the service attitude is really poor. Everyone, let's boycott it. I'll tell a few friends right now, they're from the surrounding neighborhoods, and I'll have them post in their community groups to call for a boycott of this shop. I have a bold idea, let's all order takeout from them, and after placing the order, immediately cancel it. Let's see if we can't ruin them. Come on, let's go. It's time to show our unity as residents of Binjiang Century. Everyone was excited, and after speaking, they all took action. After all, they could clearly tell who truly treated them well. Some started posting on social media, while others directly contacted friends to have them post in their community groups. Some left negative reviews on various rating platforms for the beef soup shop. Others had already begun ordering takeout and then canceling it after a while, using their own methods to torment them. And some were even more ruthless, reporting through official channels, citing issues like food safety and fire safety. It feels as if someone has exposed the most shameless behavior of a shop online, and then the netizens spontaneously punish this shop. The news is still spreading and intensifying. If the nearby residents received warnings about this shop through various channels, then the shop's revenue is also gradually decreasing, at least not immediately visible. But other forms of attack are having an immediate effect. At this moment, the beef soup shop is in complete chaos. Takeout receipts are spewing out of the machine non-stop. The boss and the boss's wife are so stunned with joy that they can't believe it. In just a short time, over 100 takeout orders have been placed. Did their beef soup get featured in some food recommendation? Hurry up, and pack. The two of them, along with a few hired hands, start working frantically. But their speed in preparing meals simply cannot keep up with the explosion of takeout orders, and the unfulfilled orders are piling up. At this time, cancellations also start to appear, and they are increasing. More than half of the packed beef soup has already been cancelled. If they still don't realize something is wrong at this point, that would be too foolish. Honey, what's going on? The boss's wife is sweating profusely, though it could also be from exhaustion. How the hell should I know? The boss glares at the boss's wife, cursing. At this moment, several delivery riders have entered the shop, ready to pick up their orders. They finally manage to sift through the packed takeout, but before they can even step out the door, the orders are cancelled. What the hell? Did you offend someone? One rider asks, somewhat bewildered. Such a situation is indeed rare. The boss and the boss's wife look extremely grim. Whether they offended someone is no longer important. What matters is how to resolve this. Takeout receipts keep pouring out of the printer, mixed with cancellations. Regardless of whether they are fulfilling orders or not, in less than 2 minutes, an entire roll of thermal paper is used up. As they load another roll, the receipts immediately start spewing out again. The boss can't take it anymore and directly stops accepting orders on 2 delivery platforms, then calls customer service. What's going on? We are being maliciously ordered. Can't your system filter this out? You're quick to take a cut. Why don't you help me solve the problem? Customer service staff are used to dealing with such rude bosses and don't argue back. Sir, we do see that there are many intentional orders and cancellations. We can indeed filter out these accounts that are placing intentional orders and lock them from ordering from your shop. But I would recommend that you temporarily stop accepting orders. After all, from my perspective, these customers who are placing orders often have addresses near your shop. They are actually your potential customers. If you really lock them out, they won't be able to order from your shop anymore. The boss is extremely furious and can't help but slam a packed bowl of beef soup to the ground. Given the current situation, they can only listen to customer service and stop takeout for now. Taking advantage of the fact that there are no customers in the shop, the boss and the boss's wife pour the packed beef soup back into the pot. Oh no, it's over. Why is our rating on the review app so low? Honey, look, the boss's wife suddenly exclaims, her voice trembling. The boss rushes over and finds that it is indeed as the boss's wife said, and he panics. You must know that while this rating may not represent everything, it will definitely leave a very bad impression. The vast majority of people will not choose to eat at a place with such a low rating. What the hell is going on? Who is targeting us? Don't let me catch you, otherwise, I'll kill you. The boss grits his teeth, his face filled with rage. Unknowingly, the lunch rush was almost over. But at this moment, they noticed something even more off. Normally, at this time, although the dozen or so tables in the restaurant wouldn't be full, at least half of them would be occupied. But now, there was only one person sitting in the corner, sipping soup. Thinking it might be an illusion, they quickly checked the cash register system. Usually, the lunchtime revenue would be around 2,000, give or take. But today, the total revenue for lunch was only 230 yuan. It's important to know that fast food relies on the lunch period. There aren't many customers in the morning or evening. This isn't right. What went wrong? If takeout was being targeted, how could the number of customers dining in drop so drastically? The old owner simply couldn't figure out what was going on. Meanwhile, the instigator, Su Ning, was happily watching the group chat as the owners reported their achievements with pride. I just placed the order 3 times in a row. Huh? I placed 2 orders and then cancelled them both. I even waited 10 minutes before cancelling. They must have already prepared the food. I've already notified the 2 neighboring communities. Their owner groups are also buzzing about it. They're all planning to boycott this restaurant. You guys are too quick. You've already taken down their takeout. Look at my results. Their rating on review sites is about to drop. I bet the Health Inspection Bureau will be checking in soon. Just as the group was in high spirits, several box trucks gradually parked outside the Binhai Century community. Since large trucks weren't allowed into the capital, the watermelon trucks switched to box trucks with capital plates in the suburbs. The property management received the news and immediately arranged for people to unload the watermelons. Owners coming in and out noticed and were curious about what was going on with the watermelons. At that moment, the property manager sent a notification in the group. Dear esteemed owners, our housing property is committed to providing the highest quality service to all owners. Due to the hot weather, we have procured a batch of watermelons from the original source to give away for free to help everyone cool off. Each household will receive 2 watermelons. Since they are randomly distributed, we hope no one feels imbalanced because some watermelons are larger and others smaller. There's no need for owners to pick them up. We will send people to deliver the watermelons to each door. If no one is home, please leave a message for the manager to arrange another delivery time. If any owners have better suggestions, we welcome you to propose them, and we will take them seriously. Sincerely, all service staff of housing property. The atmosphere in the group was already lively, and this announcement sent it into a frenzy. The property management is amazing. Watermelons. I want watermelons. I'm right at the entrance. I can already see the watermelons being unloaded. Wow, is the property management planning to turn us all into watermelon munchers? Ha ha ha. Watermelons aren't cheap these days, they're 5 or 6 yuan a pound. 2 watermelons must cost over 100. Just thinking that these watermelons might have been delivered by manager Sue running orders makes it hard for me to eat them. Slurp. Last autumn, some properties gave out green onions, and that was only about 10 yuan per household. That was praised to the heavens. Did we save the galaxy in our past lives to encounter such a divine property management? If we tell others about this, it'll probably be a day everyone envies us. Because there were quite a few watermelons, the security guards were exhausted and still hadn't finished unloading. Some enthusiastic owners came forward to help, and for a moment, it became quite a lively scene. The property management had prepared a dozen supermarket-style carts at the entrances of the 3 communities to make it easier for owners to transport their items. Now, all these little carts have been requisitioned, loaded with watermelons, and the security staff has started delivering them from door to door. Of course, some homeowners are helping out, otherwise, they might not finish until nightfall. Anyway, by dinner time, the homeowners at home have already started munching on watermelons. Sweet, really sweet. Just thinking about how the watermelons didn't cost anything makes them even more delicious. While the homeowners are happily eating their watermelons, Su Ning has already hopped back on his electric bike, ready to deliver takeout. He hasn't forgotten to check the homeowner's satisfaction level. This wave of watermelon deliveries has truly won hearts, pushing the satisfaction level up to 84%. Although the speed of increasing satisfaction is slowing down, he is confident that he can raise it to 90% within 2 months. If that happens, the property management could rake in 3.6 billion every month, a solid income at the level of a billionaire. After a year of property management, he could even make it into the top 100 richest people in the country. It's just absurd. He waited on a street with many restaurants, and within 2 minutes, he snagged an order. But after grabbing it, he realized it wasn't a regular takeout order, but a shopping request. It's when a customer wants to buy something but doesn't want to go out, so they ask the writer to buy it and deliver it, then pay the writer. Although shopping requests are far less common than takeout orders, they are still fairly usual. However, this was Su Ning's first time receiving one, so he felt quite curious. But when he saw the customer's request, he was taken aback. The shopping request clearly stated, "Go to the bank ATM and withdraw 5,000 yuan to lend me. I'll pay you back next month." What the hell is this? Borrowing money from a stranger writer you've never met? What are you thinking? Have you gone crazy from being poor? It's true that in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. The earth is so vast that all sorts of oddities come out. He couldn't be bothered to complain anymore and directly reported the order as abnormal, ignoring it afterward. He needed to keep his nerves as thick-skinned as possible, otherwise, he would go crazy sooner or later. During the time he was handling the abnormal order, Su Ning managed to grab 3 more orders, and he successfully delivered them all. At this point, the abnormal order had also been processed, and Su Ning didn't need to do anything extra. I have to say, the customer service capability of the Huang Tuan has improved significantly. If it were before, the customer service staff might have really made Su Ning withdraw money to deliver to the other party, or else they would have deemed him in violation. After finishing these few orders, Su Ning found an open space to wait for new orders, and there were several other writers waiting nearby. They were all from the same station, and Su Ning, being a new face, piqued their curiosity. "You're so young and good-looking, you'd be great as a star. Why are you here delivering takeout? Is it now a requirement to be good-looking to deliver takeout? Then what about us? Are we going to starve?" A big brother joked, asking Su Ning. Su Ning found it hard to explain why he wanted to be a writer delivering takeout, so he changed the subject. Bro, I really just started delivering takeout. Do you have any experiences or lessons to share with us to help me avoid some detours? But before this big brother could speak, another one nearby started talking first. You're so handsome, I bet customers treat you really well when you deliver takeout. Let me tell you, some lonely women like to find takeout guys. They order takeout, and when the writer delivers it, they pull the writer into the house, and then, I've encountered that several times myself. Although those women weren't really my type, free fast food is free food. With your looks, you might end up being devoured without a trace. Ha ha ha. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was all innuendo. Su Ning couldn't help but feel speechless, his expression quite strange. He actually believed that such things could happen. After all, he had encountered similar situations when he was a designated driver. The difference wasn't that big. It seems that boys need to protect themselves outside as well. Oh, by the way, you should be careful too. There are some abnormal men out there who don't have good intentions towards us. If you really get dragged into a house by two men, that would be terrible. One older brother seemed to recall something, his expression turning somber. Su Ning couldn't help but shiver. He believed such things had happened, but he just hoped it wouldn't happen to him. He was starting to feel reluctant to communicate with these older brothers. The world they described was too frightening. Just then, the system sent over an order, and Su Ning laughed it off and hurried to pick up the food. This order was from a supermarket. The customer had ordered 4 cans of beer from a convenience store. After picking up the beer, Su Ning immediately turned around to deliver it, not wasting any time along the way. While searching for the building number in the community, he happened to encounter another delivery rider who was also delivering to the same building, and they walked side by side. Which building and unit are you delivering to? Su Ning asked with a smile. Building 12, Unit 3, Room 701. The writer, who was only a few years older than Su Ning, glanced at his order. Su Ning raised an eyebrow and quickly looked down at his own order. Sure enough, it was also Building 12, Unit 3, Room 701. Both deliveries were for the same person. Hey, I'm also delivering to that place. Just give me your order, and I'll deliver it together. Su Ning said without thinking too much, smiling. Since they were both from the same station, it was normal to help each other out. Then thank you, the writer said while handing the bag to Su Ning. But just as Su Ning took the bag, his movements suddenly froze. No way! The bag contained medicine. The packaging for Huangtuan medicine was distinctive and immediately recognizable. A bad premonition surged through him, and he quickly glanced at the order. Sure enough, the information confirmed his suspicion. Cephalosporin. The medicine inside was cephalosporin. Mixing cephalosporin with alcohol is a recipe for disaster, not to mention the risk of death. Now there were 2 possibilities. One was that the customer didn't know this almost universally known fact, but that was highly unlikely. The other was that the customer knew this fact but was deliberately seeking to harm himself. Regardless of which possibility it was, Su Ning had to intervene. Hey, wait a minute, he called out to the delivery rider. There might be a problem. The writer turned around, looking puzzled at Su Ning, unsure of what he meant. You're delivering cephalosporin, and I'm delivering beer, Su Ning stated succinctly, directly explaining the situation. He didn't even need to elaborate on the dangers of combining these 2 items. The writer's expression changed dramatically. No way? He hurried over and opened the delivery bag that Su Ning was holding. Inside was indeed the beer. He glanced at his own order, and it was also cephalosporin. His brain raced, and he realized the possibility Su Ning had just thought of. Could it be a suicide attempt? What should we do? The delivery rider, still young and inexperienced, didn't know how to handle it. Should we call the station manager? Su Ning sighed. What good would that do? Just call the police. He pulled out his phone and dialed the emergency number. After explaining the situation, the dispatch center took it very seriously and asked Su Ning to stay on the line. Soon, a police officer would contact him. Just 30 seconds after ending the call, sure enough, the phone rang. Hello, this is Officer Shen from the Binjiang Road Police Station. Did you just report that someone ordered takeout along with cephalosporin and beer? What is your current location? The officer was clearly anxious. After all, such matters must be taken seriously. Better to be wrong than to overlook something. Otherwise, it could mean a life lost. Hello, Officer Shen. Yes, I made the report. I am currently at the entrance of the west gate of Wutong Garden. Su Ning didn't waste any more words and directly explained the situation. Okay, just stay where you are and don't move. I'll be there soon. After saying that, without waiting for Su Ning to respond, the caller hurriedly hung up. Looking at the map, Su Ning found that the Binjiang Road Police Station wasn't too far from here, and he finally felt a bit relieved. In about 2 minutes, he could already hear the sound of police sirens. Soon, 3 uniformed police officers entered through the west gate and quickly walked towards Su-ning. After all, Su-ning and the delivery guy beside him were quite conspicuous, with only the 2 of them being writers in the vicinity. "Let me see." Officer Shin took the 2 delivery bags and examined them seriously, his expression becoming somewhat grave. He turned to discuss with his 2 colleagues, then spoke to Su-ning with a serious tone. "If he really has thoughts of ending it all, I'm worried that our identity as police officers might make him alert. I hope you can cooperate with us. I assure you, you won't be in any personal danger. Just knock on the door normally, as long as you can get it opened." Faced with the police's request, Su-ning certainly wouldn't refuse. After all, this situation wasn't dangerous, and cooperating with the police is a civic duty. "Okay, I'll knock on the door," Su-ning nodded. The delivery guy beside him also had a serious expression, though it was unclear if he was feeling anxious inside. The group briefly separated, with 2 police officers walking ahead to enter the building first. This was to prevent the customer upstairs from seeing and getting alarmed. Then Su-ning picked up the bag containing the beer and walked downstairs to enter the building. On the 7th floor, it didn't take long to arrive thanks to the elevator. 1 police officer hid to the side, while another completely concealed himself behind Su-ning. The 2 clearly had experience in making arrests. Of course, this time it wasn't about making an arrest, but the approach was similar. Bang bang bang. "Hello, delivery," Su-ning shouted while knocking on the door. A weak voice came from inside. "Stop knocking, I'm coming." In that moment, everyone's heart in the room tightened. The 5 or 6 seconds from the response inside to the door opening felt like an eternity, filled with extreme tension. The one who opened the door was a young man, but he only opened it a crack. Su-ning was quick-witted and wedged his foot between the door and the frame. This way, unless the other party was strong enough to break his leg, the door would definitely not close. The young man didn't see Su-ning's action, he just reached out to take the bag from Su-ning's hand. "Wait a minute." At that moment, the 2 police officers moved in perfect sync. One forcefully held the door, while the other tried to extend his foot to block it. But as he stretched out his foot, he realized Su-ning had already done what he intended, and he couldn't help but give Su-ning a strange look. "You're quite good at this." However, it was clearly not the time for jokes. The young man was taken aback by the scene and even felt a bit frightened. After all, this kind of experience of having someone break in was not something most people could relate to. "Don't be afraid, we are police officers from the Binjiang Road Police Station." Officer Shin quickly introduced themselves to avoid causing further panic. Hearing this, and seeing that the 2 uniformed officers did not take any further coercive measures, the young man calmed down a bit. What do you want?" he asked nervously, his face still showing suspicion. Officer Shin took the 2 delivery bags from Su-ning and displayed them in front of the young man. "Is this your delivery?" The young man looked at the beer, then at the cephalosporin, and nodded, but his heart grew increasingly uncertain. What was wrong with these 2 items? Didn't say you can't order beer for takeout, did they? Is the problem with the cephalosporin fake medicine? But even if it is fake medicine, shouldn't you check the seller or directly investigate the production of fake drugs? Why is it coming down on me as a consumer? How can I tell that the takeout ordered through the platform is fake medicine? The bewildered reaction of the customer was evident to both the police and Su-ning. In this state, how could he be contemplating suicide? Especially since he had just sniffled, looking like he had a cold. Being sick and taking cephalosporin makes sense. You have a cold, so you bought cephalosporin? Then what's the deal with the beer? The police officer squinted, observing the young man, not wanting to miss any clues. The young man still didn't understand what was going on, mumbling through his nose, "I have a cold, so I bought cephalosporin. And then there's a game tonight, so I thought I'd drink some beer while watching." This answer made both Su-ning and the police officer take a deep breath. Reasonable. Too reasonable. The only problem was that he had no common sense at all. Do you know that you absolutely cannot drink alcohol while taking cephalosporin? The ingredients in cephalosporin react with alcohol and can be fatal. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? The police officer raised his voice, sounding a bit serious in his reprimand. The young man was stunned and quickly took out his phone to search online. Soon, his face turned pale with fear. Fortunately, the police had come, otherwise, if he had taken cephalosporin and drunk alcohol alone in his rented apartment, his body would have gone cold and no one would have known. "Oh, thank you so much, officer. I really didn't know. I just graduated from college, I have no experience. Now that I think about it, I'm scared to death." The young man excitedly grabbed the police officer's hand and shook it vigorously. The officer pulled his hand away, unable to suppress a sigh, and pointed at Su-ning. "You should thank this delivery guy. It was he who noticed you ordered beer and cephalosporin and reported it. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." The young man turned to Su Ning, looking teary-eyed. Thank you. Su Ning smiled and waved his hand. Since he had thought of it, he would definitely take action. He couldn't really turn a blind eye to potential danger. No need to be polite. But I think since you've just started living independently, it's best to communicate more with your parents about life experiences. There are many things you don't know or have overlooked that could harm you, he kindly reminded. The young man nodded eagerly. This time he was genuinely scared and would have learned his lesson for the future. Hey, leave a phone number. I'll send a banner to the police station and your delivery point tomorrow. A banner? Su Ning pictured it in his mind and felt a bit awkward. No need for a banner, just give me a good review for this order. Su Ning smiled and waved his hand. Amidst the young man's endless thanks, Su Ning left with several police officers. Young man, you're really something. If it weren't for your attentiveness, the consequences could have been serious. If something similar happens next time, just call me directly. As he spoke, Officer Shin took out his phone to exchange numbers with Su Ning. But just then, his phone rang. Why is old Wang calling at this time? Officer Shin muttered as he answered the call. Old Shin, your sister-in-law is making dinner tonight. Come over to eat. The person on the other end had a loud voice, and Su Ning heard it clearly. He couldn't help but have a strange expression because he was very familiar with that voice. It was Officer Wang Sudong from the Hanjiang Road Police Station. Speaking of which, during that month of being a designated driver, I could almost see Wang Sudong every day, as if I were checking in with him. But now that I'm no longer a designated driver, it's been over a month since I last saw him. No way, I'm on duty tonight. Officer Shin said somewhat helplessly. I'm right in your neighborhood, just finished handling a case. As soon as Wang Sudong heard that Officer Shin was in his neighborhood, he quickly said, wait a moment, I'll bring you some crabs. Without waiting for Officer Shin to respond, he hung up the phone. Officer Shin listened to the busy tone in the receiver, feeling a bit speechless. This old Wang is always so fiery. And I'm on duty, what am I supposed to do with crabs? If I bring crabs back to the station, I'm afraid they'll be devoured in no time. But since old Wang is already coming down, I might as well wait a bit. I won't take the crabs, but chatting is still fine. Let's exchange numbers, and you go ahead with your business. I'm waiting for someone here, Officer Shin said, turning to Su Ning with a smile. Su Ning waved his hand with a smile. It's old Wang, right? I haven't seen him in a while. It's just right to chat a bit. To be honest, I didn't even know he lived in this neighborhood. Officer Shin's expression turned strange, and a hint of suspicion arose. First of all, isn't it a bit inappropriate to say old Wang and then add right? Also, I'm just taking a call, and you can tell who it is? And you know him? It's all a bit baffling. But before he could ponder too long, Wang Sudong had already come downstairs. I told you, you're missing out. Forget it, since you're on duty, I won't keep you. Take these crabs back and steam them yourself. You need to take care of yourself. At first, Wang Sudong hadn't noticed Su Ning, but while he was chattering away, he glanced over and nearly froze. Wow, isn't this young Master Su? What's with this golden robe? Ever since Su Ning stopped being a designated driver, they really hadn't had many chances to meet. Especially last month, when Su Ning was squatting at the Binjiang Century property every day, and Binjiang Century wasn't in the jurisdiction of the Hanjiang Road Police Station, so they had no chance to meet. Young Master Su, are you here to investigate public sentiment again? Wang Sudong asked in surprise, that familiar absurd feeling surging up again. Su Ning is really something. Designated driver, matchmaker, property management. Now he's a delivery rider. Can you be so willful just because you have money? Su Ning smiled at the astonished Wang Sudong. Long time no see, I didn't expect you to actually have time off. I remember you were on duty every day, busy to the point of exhaustion. Wang Sudong couldn't help but frown, thinking, don't you know why I'm busy? Just dealing with cases related to you every day has already kept him working overtime. To be honest, ever since Su Ning stopped being a designated driver, he really hasn't been that busy. Thanks to you. Wang Sudong couldn't help but twitch his lips and cupped his hands. Seeing Wang Sudong chatting with the delivery guy, it was now Officer Shin's turn to be surprised. You really know each other? He and Wang Sudong were old classmates, and after so many years, he hadn't heard that he had such a friend. If it's not a relative or friend, then they must have met while handling a case? Are you the victim or the suspect? Young Master Su, why are you delivering takeout again? Previously, when you were doing matchmaking, I was planning to introduce a few clients to you. Wang Sudong was really starting to lose it, and the most crucial part was that he had already anticipated this. When he learned that Su Ning, this designated driver, was actually the supermarket heir, the absurdity was beyond words. He was still thinking that if one day Su Ning went to deliver takeout, he wouldn't find it strange anymore. But when that day really came, he still found it hard to accept. Isn't it good to just live the life of a wealthy young master honestly? how about we switch places? As for Wang Sudong's question, Su Ning couldn't explain either, only chuckling, just bored. Wang Sudong silently nodded, thinking to himself that was right, he was indeed bored, and bored to the point of frustration. Old one, let me introduce you. This is Su Ning, the young Master Su. He used to frequent our Hanjiang Road police station, so we've had quite a bit of interaction. We're already familiar with each other. Do you remember the few cars we received as donations? They were donated by young Master Su. Wang Sudong noticed Old Shen's expression and helped with the introduction. Officer Shen's eyes widened instantly, more surprised than when encountering a sensational case. What? This delivery guy is the young master who donated cars to the Hanjiang Road police station? You have to know that during that time, the news of the Hanjiang Road police station receiving social donations of vehicles caused a huge stir internally. On one hand, there was shock, and on the other, envy. After all, every police station and even sub-bureau was short on vehicles, and for the Hanjiang Road police station to receive donations was like a pie falling from the sky. How could such a pie not fall on one's own head? And now, hearing that this delivery guy was the one who donated the cars, he couldn't hold back any longer. Those few cars were worth over 1.5 million. Can you really make that much money delivering food? Obviously not. So he must be very wealthy. But if you're that rich, why are you out here delivering food? Is this profession really that appealing to you? Just then, the platform sent Su Ning another order. After confirming the order, Su Ning couldn't chat with them any longer, so he just said goodbye and left the community. Only Wang Sudong and Officer Shen were left staring at each other in place. After a while, they finally managed to suppress the absurdity they felt. Old Shen, now that young Master Su is active in your jurisdiction, you better take care of him. He seems to have some kind of magical power, always surrounded by various unexpected events. If you serve him well, that might not be quite right to say, but just handle things quickly when he calls the police. Who knows, maybe young Master Su will donate a few cars to you guys too. Wang Sudong shared his experience. Every time he thought back to the times he had to respond to Su Ning's calls, he still felt it was absurd. Officer Shen wanted to say that they always responded quickly and treated everyone equally. But thinking of those new cars at the Hanjiang Road police station, he couldn't help but nod. It wasn't that they would give special treatment, but a little more attention wouldn't hurt. He just never expected that Su Ning's matters would come up so suddenly. Su Ning had just left for less than 5 minutes, and while Officer Shen was still talking to Wang Sudong downstairs, his phone rang. He picked it up to see it was Su Ning calling, the number he had saved just a few minutes ago. His expression instantly became quite strange, unsure of what Su Ning was calling for. At that moment, Wang Sudong saw the name on the caller ID and immediately reacted. Answer it quickly, young Master Su must be in trouble, he urged. He had no doubt about it. Su Ning had called him over and over before. Officer Shen immediately answered the phone. Officer Shen, I have a suspicious delivery order here. The customer ordered exactly 100 yuan worth of food and then tipped the writer 10 yuan. That adds up to 110 yuan. I suspect the customer is in some kind of danger but can't call the police, so they came up with this way to subtly ask for help. As soon as the call connected, Su Ning's slightly urgent voice came through. Hearing Su Ning's words, Officer Shen also realized something was off. The number 110 is clear to everyone what it represents. Although coincidences are possible, they cannot be truly ignored. Just like the person who just ordered a cephalosporin and alcohol, if they hadn't insisted on coming over, perhaps the person would be gone by now. Where's the address? I'm heading over right now, Officer Shen said quickly. It's in that neighborhood we just visited. If you're still on the way, just wait there, I'll be there soon. After Su Ning finished speaking, he hung up the phone and rode his electric bike back. Officer Shen was slightly taken aback, not expecting it to be the same neighborhood. Wang Sudong also realized something might have gone wrong, so he didn't go home and prepare to act together. Soon, Su Ning arrived carrying a large bag of food. Officer Shen, old Wang, take a look at this. Saying that, Su Ning handed over his phone to show them the details of the takeout order. Officer Shen and Wang Sudong's expressions turned serious as they confirmed what Su Ning had said. Su Xiao, you can't deliver this time. Take off your clothes and give them to me. I'll pretend to be the delivery guy. Officer Shen pressed his lips together, frowning as he spoke to Su Ning. The previous incident hadn't been dangerous. At most, it was a customer contemplating suicide, but it wouldn't harm others, so it was fine for Su Ning to deliver back then. But if this time, as they suspected, the person who ordered takeout was in danger, it wouldn't be appropriate to have Su Ning deliver it. They couldn't just put him in harm's way. Su Ning didn't insist, knowing that such matters were better handled by the police. If he insisted, he might end up making things worse. He took off his clothes, mainly the yellow jacket, and handed it to Officer Shen. Officer Shen took off his police uniform and tossed it to Wang Sudong, putting on Su-ning's clothes and the yellow jacket. The demeanor didn't quite match. Of course, Su-ning's demeanor was even less like that of a delivery rider. But at this point, there was no time to worry about that. As long as they could get the door open, the subsequent issues would be easier to resolve. Since they were unclear about the situation inside the house, Officer Shin had already called the station to request a thermal imaging camera, which could see through obstacles and determine how many people were inside and their specific locations. After a few minutes, the equipment arrived, along with several other officers. Su-ning didn't follow them up. After all, they weren't allowed to have him tag along. In less than 10 minutes, they saw the officers escorting a spirited young man out of the building, followed by a crying girl. Was this a successful rescue? Regardless, Su-ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Xiao, we need to trouble you to come back to the station with us. After all, you discovered the clues for this case, and we need to take a statement. Officer Shin walked up to Su-ning, smiling as he changed clothes with him. At that moment, he was in a great mood. In less than an hour, he had successfully handled 2 cases in a row, a remarkable achievement. Of course, he knew that the main credit for this was Su-ning's. He truly believed Wang's words now. Su-ning probably had some kind of luck about him. Su-ning was more than willing to cooperate, so he immediately logged out of the delivery rider app. Otherwise, if the platform suddenly assigned him an order, it would be awkward. On the way to the police station, Su-ning also learned what had happened. This spirited young man was the girl's boyfriend, but because he was not serious about life, the girl broke up with him. The young man, unwilling to accept this, pretended to seek reconciliation but was actually restricting the girl's personal freedom. Fortunately, the girl was clever and said she wanted to order takeout. The young man, fearing she would seek help, watched her order the food the whole time. But he never expected that the girl didn't directly ask for help. Instead, she cleverly arranged the total to be 110 yuan. Of course, this was thanks to Su-ning's quick thinking. If it had been another delivery rider, they might not have thought that much. The girl was endlessly grateful to Su-ning, especially when she looked at his handsome face, wishing she could repay him with her body. By the time he came out of the police station, it was already a bit late. But that's the nature of being a delivery rider. If you want to make money, you can't be afraid of hard work. It was peak late-night snack time, so Su-ning naturally had no reason to go home. He opened the rider app, went online, and prepared to accept orders. As soon as he went online, an order popped up immediately. Su-ning had practiced enough to have lightning-fast reflexes and quickly swiped left to accept the order. He got it. However, upon seeing the details of the delivery order, Su-ning couldn't help but grimace, feeling that he had been too hasty. Delivery orders really shouldn't be grabbed randomly because you never know what bizarre requests you might encounter. The note on this order read, "When the rider comes, please bring 2 boxes of beer from the supermarket downstairs." I know you riders can see the notes, so don't play dumb with me, or the consequences will be severe. He couldn't help but sigh, too lazy to say anything more, and directly reported the abnormal order. He had previously seen news about a customer asking a rider to carry 10 bags of cement upstairs, and at that time, he thought it was ridiculous. But now, it seemed that it might not be so far-fetched. If you want to drink, then you can wait for someone fated to help you bring it. Anyway, Su-ning felt that no rider would be that foolish. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from the customer service of Huangtuan. Su-ning thought it was about the order he had just reported, but after answering, he realized it wasn't. "Hello, Mr. Su, we have an order that needs you to verify. Do you remember the order number I just mentioned?" Hearing the customer service's words, Su-ning checked his back-end orders and recalled it. "I remember, it's that pizza. What's the matter?" Su-ning asked suspiciously. The order had gone smoothly, with no issues picking up or delivering. Was there a problem now? "It's like this, Mr. Su. After the customer received the delivery, they found that the pizza had no toppings, just a crust. When the customer reported this to the merchant said they have surveillance footage and it's absolutely impossible to only make a crust. Both the customer and the merchant are insisting on their claims, so the customer suspects that you ate the toppings during delivery and only brought them the crust. Because the customer has complained, I need to verify this with you." Upon hearing the customer service's words, Su-ning was silent for a long time. It wasn't that he was in the wrong. He just genuinely didn't know what to say. Could it get any more ridiculous? At that moment, he was almost laughing out of anger. "Do you want to hear what the customer is saying? I supposedly ate the toppings off the pizza and then delivered just the crust? Why not say I ate the whole pizza and then bought a naan to deliver to the customer?" It was utterly absurd. "Mr. Su, did you eat the toppings?" The customer service, seeing Su-ning's long silence, pressed on. Su Ning took a deep breath and replied in a not-so-friendly tone, "You should know that's impossible just by thinking with your toes, right? And you're seriously asking me about it? How ridiculous." He originally felt that customer service had a tough job, dealing with so many complaints every day, many of which were nonsensical, but now he felt they probably deserved it. Such things were obviously impossible. It was one thing to call to verify, but they seemed to genuinely believe it. "I won't waste any more time with you. Have the customer contact me." After saying that, without giving customer service a chance to respond, Su Ning hung up the phone. Surprisingly, customer service did give Su Ning's number to the customer to appease them. Within minutes, Su Ning's phone rang again after just accepting an order. "Are you the writer who delivered my pizza? This pizza I received only has a crust. What's going on?" The merchant said that what they made was definitely a normal pizza, and I want to believe them. "Of course, I also want to believe that you wouldn't eat it during the delivery. But now that the item is in my hands, it's just a flatbread. Who do I talk to about this?" The customer spoke in a relatively calm tone, not appearing unreasonable, just filled with grievance and helplessness. Su Ning sighed deeply, feeling somewhat helpless as well. If the other party had called with a bad attitude, Su Ning would have definitely fired back. But now, seeing the customer looking so wronged made him feel a bit embarrassed. "Alright, just wait a moment. I have a delivery order right in your community. Once I finish this order, I'll come over to take a look." Su Ning sighed. The issue had to be resolved. It was tough for the delivery person caught between the merchant and the customer. Soon, after finishing the current delivery, Su Ning went to another building in the same community. He found the specific door number and knocked. Someone quickly opened the door. It was the young man who had received the delivery earlier. "You're here. Come in and take a look." The young man had a face full of mixed emotions, gesturing for Su Ning to enter. Seeing the other person's expression, Su Ning felt a wave of suspicion rise in his heart. It didn't look like an act at all. This meant that what he said was very likely true. Could it be that he really only delivered a flatbread? He definitely hadn't touched the delivery, so the merchant must have lied? But this matter had surveillance. It would definitely be found out, so why would the merchant do that? For a moment, Su Ning felt like he had stumbled upon a mystery. He couldn't help but feel an urge to call Officer Shin to investigate which link had gone wrong. Following the young man into the dining room, Su Ning indeed saw an open pizza box on the table, and inside the pizza box, there was indeed a flatbread. Su Ning immediately felt unwell, finding it extremely absurd. The flatbread showed no signs of having any toppings. It must have never had any ingredients on it from the start, otherwise, there would definitely be some traces. This meant that the pizza shop really had sent out a pizza with only a flatbread? And the person who baked the pizza and packed it didn't notice any problems? Could it be any more ridiculous? Moreover, how could your pizza shop confidently claim that the pizza they made had no issues? Su Ning wished he could take the pizza and bring the customer to the pizza shop to ask them properly. But just then, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his expression became extremely strange. This flatbread was so strange. Why did it look so much like the bottom of a pizza? Taking a couple of steps forward, he closed the flat packaging box, flipped it over, and then opened it again. A brand new pizza, covered with toppings, appeared. The young man was dumbfounded. Su Ning was at a loss for words. Did I get it wrong? The young man finally realized the problem, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Su Ning felt very exhausted and didn't want to speak anymore. I'm sorry, no, thank you. The young man was incoherent, seemingly not knowing what to say. Su Ning sighed and looked at the young man with an almost sympathetic gaze, as if pitying someone with a mental disability. Of course, in his mind, his gaze was filled with love. The young man was on the verge of tears, fearing he was being treated like a fool. Alright, since the pizza is fine, I'll be leaving. Su Ning waved his hand and turned to leave. The young man waved at Su Ning's back, wanting to say goodbye, but was afraid Su Ning would look at him with that caring gaze again. After 2 bizarre orders in a row, Su Ning really had no mood to grab any more orders. He checked the back end and saw that he had delivered a total of 23 orders today. Although he didn't reach his expected goal of 30, it was still acceptable since he had wasted quite a bit of time going to the police station to make a statement. He decided to simply pack up and go home to rest well, planning to fight again tomorrow. Riding his electric bike back to Binjiang Century, he plugged it in to charge at the property management and went straight upstairs to sleep. When he woke up in the morning, it was already past 8. It seemed he really wasn't suited for the breakfast rush, and he was quite self-aware about it. As usual, he went to the property management office to keep watch. At least for this year, the property management was his mainstay. Even if the food delivery business wasn't profitable, as long as there were no issues with the property management, his life was still quite pleasant. Seeing that everything was running smoothly at the property management, Su Ning feeling bored, opened the suggestion book to see if there were any wishes. When he was a matchmaker before, he really disliked those single men and women who came to make wishes. But now that he was in property management, he found some of the owner's simple wishes to be quite meaningful. If it was within his capability to fulfill them, he didn't mind helping out at all. Just then, the owner group suddenly became lively. Su-Ning opened it up and found that everyone was discussing a question. It started when a newly moved-in owner asked where there were good gyms nearby. This seemed to hit a nerve with everyone. Don't even mention gyms, several have closed down around our community in recent years. Even the ones still open aren't great, and the trainers pester you every day to sign up for personal training sessions. It's so annoying. I think we should just set up some simple equipment at home and work out a bit. If not, we can make do with those colorful fitness machines in the community. I do know of a good gym, but it's a bit far, about 30 kilometers away. Goodness, am I really going to run that far just to work out? Su-Ning listened to the owner's complaints and couldn't help but ponder. Gyms were indeed a complicated matter. Although he had never signed up for a membership, he had heard enough. Gyms often make a quick profit from membership fees, then earn more from personal training, and many end up closing down. After all, once they make a bit of money, there's usually little income afterward, and it's hard for the owners to endure the silence. Even if they want to run it long term, various problems are inevitable. However, this gave Su-Ning an idea. He could set up a gym in the community. Of course, it wouldn't be a profit-driven gym, but rather a welfare gym for the community owners to exercise. Anyway, there were many empty rooms upstairs in the property management building, the same floor that used to host a small convenience store. Su-Ning could easily have the cleaning staff clear out a few rooms, tidy them up a bit, and buy some fitness equipment to put in. Wouldn't that be a gym? Here, the owners wouldn't have to worry about the gym closing down after signing up because there would be no membership fees. It would be completely free to use. They also wouldn't have to deal with trainers pushing personal training sessions because there wouldn't be any personal trainers at all. The only issue might be that there wouldn't be a place to shower after working out. But that wasn't a big deal. They could just go home to shower since it was their own community. After all, it was free, so they couldn't expect it to be like a boutique gym. In fact, Su-Ning could even find a personal trainer from another gym to come over for a couple of hours each day to mainly teach the owners about exercise techniques. Additionally, he could hire a part-time yoga instructor to come a few times a week to teach yoga classes for the female owners. It's settled then. Su-Ning immediately searched online for a complete set of gym equipment for transfer. Although he could easily buy brand new equipment, the difference between new and used items wasn't significant, and many gyms even used second-hand fitness machines when they opened. Moreover, there was a limit to property expenses, and the remaining amount could be saved. Soon, he found what he was looking for, a gym that was closing down, with all its fitness equipment up for transfer. Su-Ning called and then drove directly to check the equipment. By the time he arrived, the gym owner was already waiting there. According to the owner, his gym had been open for a year and a half but was already losing money, so he decided to close it. The fitness equipment was newly purchased when the gym opened, and it had cost a lot at that time. Of course, Su-Ning just listened to this. After all, it was already secondhand now. However, after looking around, he found that the equipment was in pretty good condition. Only one treadmill was broken. The rest were all in standard condition for a gym. After some haggling, Su-Ning bought all the equipment for 140,000. Treadmills, ellipticals, stair machines, exercise bikes, rowing machines. Some he recognized, some he didn't even know what they were for, but it was all very comprehensive. The owner, worried that Su-Ning wouldn't believe him, even specially found the receipts and invoices from when he purchased the fitness equipment. The original price was just over 300,000. After more than a year of use, the price had dropped by more than half, which was acceptable. After all, compared to other second-hand items, fitness equipment was still quite sellable, as many gyms were looking to buy used machines to save money. Just leave it here for now. I'll find a truck to pick it up this afternoon, Su-Ning said to the owner after signing the contract and paying. Then, he called Su Jiafei. Have the cleaners tidy up the 3 rooms next to the small convenience store. I bought a full set of second-hand fitness equipment from a gym, planning to set up a gym for the owners. Su Jiafei, who was already used to this, felt no surprise at all. If one day Su-Ning said he bought a supercar for every owner, she wouldn't be surprised either, because she believed that as long as Su-Ning had that much money, he could really do such things. For this, she was already incredibly envious of the owners at Binjiang Century. It was just that right now, the money wasn't enough, otherwise, she would have bought a house in this community. After the call, Su Jiafei mobilized several cleaners to start cleaning those big rooms. She decided to tidy up all the rooms to avoid Su Ning getting any sudden ideas in a few days. Meanwhile, after finishing his conversation with the former gym owner, Su Ning returned to the property side and had no time to do anything else before he had to hop on his electric bike to start delivering food. He missed the breakfast rush, but he couldn't miss the lunch rush. He was relying on the volume during lunch. Watching Su Ning hurriedly put on his yellow vest to deliver food, Su Jiafei felt an overwhelming sense of incongruity. For the owners, he spent hundreds of thousands without batting an eye, and then he was off delivering food himself. Wasn't he a fool? But as soon as she thought about how she was working for a fool, and the fool was paying her salary, she quickly changed her mind. The boss was impressive. As soon as Su Ning went online, he immediately grabbed 3 orders. It seemed to follow some strange principle that the start of each day was often very smooth, and these 3 orders were no exception. They were all from the same store, and the 3 customers were in the same community. Up the stairs, down the stairs, up the stairs, down the stairs, up the stairs, down the stairs, done. Including picking up the food from the store, the whole process took no more than 10 minutes. Now that was true efficiency. Even the most experienced writers probably couldn't do better. He felt delighted, with a sense of achievement that was off the charts. He now suspected that the system's purpose was to make him an elite in every industry while experiencing different ways to make money. Even if it's a designated driver, even if it's a delivery rider, one must strive to be the strongest. Well, regardless of whether that's true or not, he just pumped himself up like this. However, his confidence was soon about to be shattered. An order appeared on the screen, and Su Ning's fingers moved swiftly, sliding left to snatch the order. The next second, another order popped up, and he successfully grabbed it again. In the next moment, yet another order appeared, and he continued to seize it. No more. 3 orders in hand, any more and they wouldn't be able to deliver. But then, the scene before him left him wide-eyed in shock. It seemed as if some mechanism had been triggered, and the system began to ping and assign him orders, the commotion lasting nearly a full minute before it finally stopped. Su Ning stared incredulously at the 10 orders displayed in the back end, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Is the system malfunctioning? I grabbed 3 orders, and you still assign me 7 more. This is a rhythm that's going to kill me. He even thought the system was trying to trick him, waiting for the timeout to deduct his money. But at that moment, he noticed something that made question marks pop up over his head. The 10 orders, aside from the slight time intervals, had all the same information. They were all from the same customer, the store was the same convenience store, and crucially, the items ordered were identical, 4 bottles of soda. Did the customer order incorrectly and repeat the order? Regardless, since the orders were in hand, he might as well head to the convenience store to check it out. He hopped on his electric bike, and in less than 2 minutes, he arrived at the convenience store where the order was placed. At that moment, the store clerk was also packing up while looking bewildered. You're here to pick up those 10 identical takeout orders? The clerk asked Su Ning with a strange expression upon seeing him. Su Ning shrugged, nodded, and wore a similarly odd expression. Let me call the customer to confirm, just in case something goes wrong later, the clerk said after a moment of thought, stopping her packing. Su Ning had no objections, even if she didn't call, he would. Soon, the call connected. Hello, this is Xiaoma Convenience Store. Did you place 10 identical takeout orders? Yes, I placed 10 orders, no problem. Just have the writer deliver them, and by the way, it's best to be quick. The conversation ended quickly, although the tone on the other end seemed a bit anxious. It confirmed that the order was fine. Su Ning carried 6 bags, and the clerk helped him with 4 bags, loading them onto the electric bike together. A 500 milliliters bottle of soda weighs almost a pound, so 40 bottles would be 40 pounds. While not overly heavy, it was cumbersome to carry. The destination was a bit far, a full 6 kilometers away, and Su Ning even wondered how the customer had chosen this Xiaoma convenience store. The road was relatively smooth, and since he had a lot to carry and had plenty of time, he didn't ride too fast. When he finally arrived at the destination, he saw a young man in his 20s squatting by the roadside smoking. What surprised Su Ning was that not far behind the young man was a car with one tire stuck in the roadside drainage ditch. Had there been an accident, and was he waiting for the delivery during the process of handling it? Hello, you're the one who ordered the takeout, right? Su Ning parked the electric bike nearby and asked with a smile. The young man stood up, looking pleased. Yes, that's my takeout. But, before he could finish his sentence, Su Ning had already started handing him the takeout bags one by one. As he received one after another, the young man sensed something was off, dumbfounded, unable to finish his earlier statement. You received all 10 orders? After a long pause, the young man's expression turned absurd as he exclaimed in shock. Su Ning did not understand why the other party reacted so strongly, but still nodded and said honestly, yes, I took all of them. The young man let out a wail, feeling as if he had missed something important. Su-ning felt even more strange, thinking to himself, what is going on with you? The 10 orders of takeout are all here. I'm leaving now. Enjoy your meal. Seeing the young man still wearing that skeptical expression, Su-ning felt that things might get troublesome, so he wanted to slip away quickly. Wait a moment, delivery guy. The young man anxiously tried to stop him, but still seemed powerless. Su-ning couldn't help but take a deep breath. Indeed, there was something going on. Otherwise, who in their right mind would order 10 identical takeouts at once? He just didn't know what the young man was planning. He had already taken his phone in hand, ready to call the police at the first sign of danger. Of course, in a one-on-one situation, Su-ning, who was skilled in combat, was not afraid. Is there anything else? He asked, his tone somewhat cautious. The young man wore a bitter smile and began to explain his problem to Su-ning. You saw it too, my car wheel is stuck in the drainage ditch. I definitely want to get the car out. I think I saw a news story before where the car owner had the same problem. Then he ordered 10 takeouts, and 10 delivery guys came to help him lift the car out. But why did I order 10 takeouts and only you showed up? Listening to his complaints, Su-ning couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. You actually believe in such online jokes? Besides, even if there was a possibility, no one would order 10 of the same thing. According to the platform's order grabbing and dispatching algorithm, such identical orders would most likely be assigned to one delivery person. That's why Su-ning had 10 orders in hand at the same time. If you want 10 delivery guys to come, you should order from different restaurants. Of course, regardless of whether one person takes the order or 10, the fact that you called a delivery guy to help you lift the car is a bit ridiculous. Even if this place is somewhat remote and it's hard to find passers-by to help, you could still call for roadside assistance. Isn't roadside assistance more reliable than a delivery guy? I can't help you alone. Su-ning spread his hands, feeling somewhat helpless. The young man looked distressed, and his tone even carried a hint of pleading as he said, could you please wait a moment? I'll order a few more takeouts, and then wait for the delivery guys to come help me lift the car out. Su-ning's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He tried to control it but couldn't stop. So you're set on the delivery guy, huh? In your world, is it only delivery guys who have the ability to lift cars? Have you considered calling for roadside assistance? Su-ning tried to keep his tone calm. Roadside assistance? The young man sounded shocked. No way, roadside assistance is too expensive. Last time my friend called for roadside assistance, it cost him 2,000 yuan. Su-ning couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Your friend must be a giant baby with no social experience. Did you buy commercial insurance for your car? Now commercial insurance usually includes a few roadside assistance calls, and they are all free. Why don't you give it a try? Su-ning reminded him somewhat helplessly. The young man was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Free? He quickly pulled out his phone and started searching for the electronic policy of his car insurance. He didn't even need the electronic policy. The quote the insurance agent gave him had a detailed list. Sure enough, it clearly stated 3 roadside assistance calls per year, free of charge. Instantly, he felt like he was in disbelief. After all this fuss, it turns out he didn't need to spend any money at all? Fortunately, the 10 takeouts he ordered were all drinks, so after putting them in his car, he could drink them, which didn't count as wasting much money. Gratefully shaking Su-ning's hand, it was as if he were thanking a lifesaver. Thank you. If it weren't for your reminder, I really wouldn't know what to do. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a good review. 10 orders all with good reviews. Su-ning waved his hand, somewhat helplessly saying, there's really no need. These 10 orders were already quite abnormal. If he were to leave 10 good reviews, the platform might think it was a case of review manipulation. Alright, since everything is fine now, I'll be leaving. Once again, I wish you a pleasant meal. After saying this, Su-ning hopped on his electric bike and turned back. No matter how absurd the situation he encountered, at least the fact that he had completed 10 orders was solid. He had been out for less than an hour at noon and had already finished half of yesterday's total orders. Today's order volume would definitely set a new record. Indeed, the absurdity that accompanied him didn't necessarily mean exhaustion. It could very well be a beautiful day. However, as the old saying goes, it wasn't long before Su-ning went from joy to sorrow. Just as he returned to the station area, he snagged an order for skewers from a barbecue restaurant. When Su-ning hurried to the barbecue shop, he found 3 delivery guys from his station already gathered at the entrance. What's going on? Su-ning was surprised to ask, but soon realized he didn't need to. Inside the barbecue shop, it was a complete mess. A few people were fighting, tables and chairs overturned everywhere. Su-Ning's expression was helpless. He knew things wouldn't go that smoothly. The shop owner and the customer are fighting? Su-Ning poked a nearby delivery guy who was watching the commotion, smiling as he asked. Although the delivery guy answered Su-Ning's question, he didn't turn his head, still fixated on the scene inside. It's not the customer and the owner, it's the owner fighting with the skewer chef. I'm not sure of the details, but it seems the owner is upset because some skewers the chef made weren't cooked well. Su-Ning was even more speechless. What kind of situation was this? I just accepted an order from their place. What am I supposed to do now? He complained helplessly. At this, the three delivery guys turned to him simultaneously, their faces reflecting a shared sense of misery. Su-Ning couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. It was likely they all had orders from this barbecue shop too. Reported as an abnormal order. This is the shop's fault for not serving food. It has nothing to do with us. One delivery guy sighed. Su-Ning agreed that this was the right course of action. Otherwise, if they delayed any longer, the customer would probably start calling. But at that moment, one delivery guy had a pained expression, looking helpless. Don't mention it. I just saw that the order I grabbed is from my spendthrift wife. If I cancel the order, won't she kill me when I get back? Even if I record the fight, she'll just say I'm fooling her. Su-Ning and the other two delivery guys immediately showed deep sympathy. So what are you planning to do? Su-Ning asked with a smile. The delivery guy immediately struck a brave pose. I'll grill it myself. When I get back, I'll tell her that even if the shop owner and the skewer chef are fighting, for her to enjoy skewers, I'll go to the kitchen and grill them myself. The three of them instantly looked at him with deep admiration. You really know how to handle it. Su-Ning felt he had learned something new. When he eventually has a girlfriend, he would do the same. Baby, look how good I am to you. The barbecue shop you love the most had a fight between the owner and the skewer chef, and to make sure you can have skewers, I went to grill them myself. When there are difficulties, you tackle them. When there are none, you create them. After all, the owner and the skewer chef had to fight. Ha ha, it was a bit of a sycophant move. However, if he were to grill it himself, it would be a bit troublesome here. Reporting an anomaly might not get approved. After all, if the barbecue restaurant has served a meal and completed an order at the same time, why are you reporting an anomaly? Bro, since you're going to grill, could you please grill a bit more and also take care of the orders we have on hand? Su-Ning winked, thinking that whether it's one lamb or two, it doesn't matter, right? The delivery guy gave Su-Ning and the others an okay gesture and headed straight to the kitchen. Although it was a bit abstract, it was indeed interesting. The barbecue restaurant owner couldn't be bothered. In less than 20 minutes, the skewers were freshly grilled. The few of them packed their own orders and then dispersed to deliver to the customers. Of course, when delivering to the customers, they still had to explain. They showed the customers the video of the fight in the restaurant that had been recorded earlier, and then showed them the footage of the delivery guy in a yellow jacket grilling skewers in front of the grill. As you can see, the boss and the grill master were fighting, so we couldn't serve the food. To ensure the customers don't go hungry, we delivery guys had to step in ourselves. Although the taste might not match that of the grill master, it's filled with our sincerity. Su-Ning explained with a smile, applying what he had just learned. Sure enough, the customer gave Su-Ning a thumbs up. In fact, what Su-Ning wanted to say was, I'm just responsible for delivery. If it doesn't taste good, don't blame me. Just after finishing this order, he was about to enter the elevator to go downstairs when another order popped up in the background. Su-Ning's fingers moved quickly, swiping left to accept the order, and he actually managed to grab it. This order shouldn't have too many issues, right? Just as he was on his way to the milk tea shop, his phone rang. Hello, I just ordered milk tea. You're the one delivering it, right? As soon as he picked up, a boy's voice came through, slightly shy. Su-Ning couldn't help but frown, feeling that it wasn't a good sign. After all, customers usually don't casually call delivery guys for regular orders. Now he hadn't even picked up the food yet, and a call came in. Could it be nothing? Yes, I've picked up the milk tea and am on my way to you. Don't worry, I don't have any other orders, so I won't be late. Su-Ning replied truthfully, not like some delivery guys who brush off customers. However, what the boy said next made Su-Ning's expression turn strange. I'm not asking about being late. I'm a bit embarrassed to ask for a favor. I'm not in the capital. This cup of milk tea is for a girl I met online. We've known each other for a while, and I'm a bit eager to meet her in person, but I'm afraid she might be completely different in real life than online. So, could you take a look at her for me while delivering the milk tea? The boy's tone was filled with anticipation and nervousness, making Su-Ning feel like he was back in school. Well, it's not like it's trouble for him. Doing a good deed is still worthwhile. No problem. I've got it covered. But I can't take pictures, otherwise, it would be considered sneaky. How about this? You send her photo in the temporary group chat, and I'll compare it. No matter how big the difference is, I'll let you know. Also, if there's a chance, I'll try to gauge her in various aspects as much as possible. I'll definitely help you with this. Su Ning patted his chest and assured him. The boy was very happy and repeatedly expressed his thanks. Just a few seconds after hanging up, the boy's photo appeared in the group chat. Clicking to enlarge, he found a very stunning girl, with outstanding looks and a great aura. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He had to admit the boy had a good eye. But he also felt a bit like complaining. Why didn't you think about meeting her in person 2 months ago? Maybe I, the matchmaker, could have helped you out back then. Soon, Su Ning arrived at the delivery address. He gently knocked on the door, feeling a bit nervous. After all, he had a purpose and wasn't as calm as usual. Who is it? A rough voice came from inside. His pupils involuntarily constricted, sensing something was off. Delivery, your milk tea has arrived. Su Ning replied in a perfectly normal tone. The door opened slightly, revealing a sturdy middle-aged man in a tank top standing before Su Ning. Su Ning maintained a neutral expression, but his gaze slipped past the man into the room. Nothing was found. Handing the milk tea to the middle-aged man, Su Ning didn't linger and turned to head to the elevator. After going downstairs, he hopped onto his electric bike and called the young man who had just phoned him. How's it going? Does she look like her photos? As soon as the call connected, the boy's eager voice came through, tinged with anticipation. Su Ning felt a pang of reluctance to tell him the truth. However, it was also possible he had misunderstood. Well, brother, the person who opened the door was a middle-aged man. I didn't see your female friend. Su Ning answered honestly. He had done all he could. He couldn't just bypass the middle-aged man to go inside and take a look. Upon hearing Su Ning's words, the boy on the other end was stunned. No way. She said she rented the place by herself. How could there be a man? Su Ning was at a loss for how to comfort him and could only approach it from a possibility standpoint. Is it possible her brother came to see her? Of course, it could also be her father. After all, there are many father-daughter pairs that look like siblings these days. However, the boy didn't seem comforted. She's single parent. She only has a mom, no dad, and no brother. Su Ning shrugged, indicating he was at a loss. Either the girl had a boyfriend, or perhaps this girl didn't even exist and was just a fabrication to deceive him. Brother, take care. There are plenty of fish in the sea. You should broaden your horizons. When he hung up, Su Ning felt he had done a good deed. Regardless of which scenario belonged to his imagination, the boy had at least seen the girl's true colors. Otherwise, he might have continued to be left empty-handed. Online dating has its risks. Meeting in person requires caution. Suddenly, an absurd thought flashed through Su Ning's mind. In this system with no bottom line, was it possible that one day he could become a scammer? That would be ridiculous. Fortunately, the system's order interrupted Su Ning's wild thoughts. Otherwise, he might have felt a bit depressed. Checking the order, it was another milk tea delivery. Although not statistically verified, about half of the delivery orders were for milk tea. This might be related to the lifestyle of modern young people. Otherwise, there wouldn't be milk tea shops everywhere. Right, Su Ning suddenly remembered the advice he received while chatting with other delivery riders yesterday. Their pay-per-order was based on the volume of orders, following a tiered pricing system. If they found themselves unable to meet the tiered order volume by the end of the month, they could place orders for themselves. What did that mean? It meant the riders could become members of a discount club, receiving large coupons, and then place orders for milk tea for themselves. Including delivery fees, they wouldn't need to spend their own money, though they wouldn't make any profit either. The only goal was to increase order volume. Once familiar with the milk tea shop, they could even coordinate to inflate orders. There were many tricks involved in this. Additionally, the experienced rider had warned Su Ning to be prepared. In a couple of days, it would be the start of autumn, and the riders' electric bikes would run out of power that day. The power of the first milk tea of autumn would cause all the milk tea shops to be overwhelmed with orders, driving all the delivery riders crazy. Arriving at the milk tea shop, Su Ning walked in and called out to the milk tea master, Huang Tuan No. 59, is it ready? The milk tea master didn't even look up and simply pointed to a chubby guy nearby. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. What does this mean? At that moment, the chubby guy spoke up. Bro, the milk tea I ordered, I'll pick it up myself. Su Ning then understood, nodded, and turned to leave. Although the customer picked it up himself, he still had to run to the destination to complete the order. However, the chubby guy stopped him and grinned. Bro, since you have to make a trip anyway, could you take me along? Su Ning didn't immediately grasp his meaning. Take you along? I mean, I'll sit behind you on your electric bike, and you can take me there too. I'm really a bit too fat to walk. The chubby guy noticed Su Ning's confusion and explained with a hint of self-deprecation. Su Ning couldn't help but size him up, estimating his weight was definitely over 200 pounds, and at around 170 centimeters tall, he was indeed quite overweight. Chubby people tend to sweat a lot, and even though the milk tea shop had air conditioning, he was still dripping with sweat, his shirt half soaked. Well, since it's on the way, I might as well take him a bit. Su-ning always thought of himself as very easygoing, the type who responds well to kindness. If you're polite to me, I'll be polite back. But if you try to boss me around, then sorry, I'm not serving you. Alright, I'll take you. Su-ning waved his hand and led the chubby guy out. Fortunately, the electric bike lent to him by director Dong wasn't the smallest model. It was spacious enough, otherwise, they really wouldn't fit. However, even though it could accommodate them, the speed of the electric bike was affected, and Su-ning clearly felt the thrill of speed was gone. In less than 3 minutes, they arrived at the destination. If they had walked, it would have taken the chubby guy at least 20 minutes. Thanks, bro, I'll give you a good review. The chubby guy didn't forget to thank Su-ning before leaving. Su-ning waved his hand, not caring much about such a small favor. But not long after they got on the bike, he received continuous notifications from the app. 2 tips, each for 10 yuan. Surprised, he opened to take a look and found that the first was from the guy who had asked him to check on his online girlfriend, and the second was from the chubby guy just now. If the first tip was a gesture of thanks, the second tip left Su-ning a bit speechless. For such a short distance, even with a discount coupon, calling a ride-hailing service wouldn't cost more than 10 yuan. If you scanned a shared electric bike on the street, it would only be 2 or 3 yuan. I just took you a short distance, and you tipped me 10 yuan, that's quite generous. Customers like this, give me 100 of them. It's worth noting that such tip income would ultimately count towards his delivery earnings and would receive a 10,000-fold bonus. In other words, the 20 yuan they tipped was equivalent to tipping himself 200,000 yuan. Even though Su-ning didn't place much importance on 200,000 yuan right now, he certainly wouldn't complain about having too much money. Checking the time, it was almost 2 p.m., and the lunch rush was pretty much over. He decided to log off and prepare to pick up gym equipment. After finding the vehicle and labor, it took over an hour to load all the equipment onto the truck and transport it back to the Binjung Century community. Su Jiafei had already brought the cleaning staff to tidy up the room. When several trucks arrived at Binjung Century to unload, they were naturally seen by passing residents. However, no one thought too much about it. They only knew it was gym equipment and didn't realize how much there was, thinking it was for the property staff to use. After another hour, all the gym equipment was placed in its designated spots. The original owner of the gym also came along. He had to teach everyone how to use the equipment. This time, Su-ning simply decided to learn from him directly without anyone else. By 5 o'clock in the evening, after confirming that all the equipment was powered on and functioning properly, the handover was considered complete. As per the usual practice, Su-ning had the housekeeper send out a notification in the owners group. Dear esteemed owners, we at Houting Property are committed to providing the highest quality and thoughtful service to all owners. Currently, there are no affordable gyms nearby suitable for everyone to exercise. Therefore, the property management has taken over all the gym equipment from a recently closed gym and installed it on the second floor of the public building for owners to use for free. There are currently 2 equipment rooms, with a yoga room reserved next to it, but due to space limitations, there are no shower facilities. The equipment rooms are now available for use, and we welcome all owners to come and experience it. At the same time, we will also look for suitable yoga instructors as soon as possible, and we will notify you separately once we have news. A friendly reminder, please pay attention to safety while exercising, and do not bring underage children inside. If any owners have better suggestions, we welcome you to put them forward, and we will take them seriously. Sincerely, all the service staff at Houting Property. As soon as the notification was sent out, the group exploded with excitement. Great! Finally, there's a place to work out. The best part is it's free. I don't even know what to say. Property management is awesome. Wow, I just remember we were discussing the gym in the group, and the property management arranged it right away? Is it that whatever we wish for, the property management can help us achieve? In that case, I want a girlfriend. I want a boyfriend. How about you two up there just make do with each other? I've already changed and am heading out. Anyone want to join? Although fitness cannot be considered a universal need, how many young and middle-aged people have not signed up for a gym membership? They might have been persuaded by sales consultants or fitness trainers handing out flyers, excitedly signing up for a membership, and while they may have been highly motivated at first, gradually, the gym card ends up gathering dust somewhere. It's likely that a membership costing over 1,000 yuan was only used a few times. Of course, some people managed to stick with it, but the money spent on fitness over a year is not insignificant. Now, the property management has actually set up a free gym for the owners, which is truly a great thing. Although it may not be as well equipped as a professional gym, it emphasizes cost effectiveness. After all, those who work out every day don't really need a personal trainer. They can easily exercise in the property's gym. As for those who sign up for memberships but hardly went, it's even better since they didn't spend any money. Moreover, when they are approached by gym sales consultants on the street trying to sell memberships, they can proudly say, "Our community has its own gym. Why would I need a membership?" Although there are no shower facilities, it's just a few steps from home, so they can go home to wash up. The key point is that they can save over 1,000 yuan or even more in a year. Owners who frequently work out know very well how much investment a gym requires. Even second-hand gym equipment doesn't come cheap, and it's hard to find anything under 6 figures. This means the property management has invested over 100,000. Wow, they are really going all out to pamper the owners, aren't they? Just yesterday, an owner joked in the group that the watermelons provided by the property management were earned by manager Su delivering takeout to them. And today, they can joke again that manager Su earned a gym for the owners by delivering takeout. Soon, some regular gym-goers arrived at the property management office with their gym bags. Wow, this equipment is pretty good. Even though it's second-hand, it's all new models, it's clear it hasn't been used for long. Wow, what a huge place. It seems I underestimated it before. Come on, everyone, let's get to working out. The experience brought by the property gym, aside from lacking those flashy decorations, was essentially no different from a commercial gym. After more than an hour of grunting and exercising, I comfortably went home to take a shower. Truly, nothing was delayed. After showering, I posted the photos taken at the property gym on my social media. Unsurprisingly, it attracted quite a few likes and astonished comments from friends. The property provides a gym for you to work out for free? No way! What kind of amazing property do you have? I remember they did quite a few real things for you before, right? No need to get a gym membership anymore. That's a lot of money saved. Can you ask your property if the owners of your community can work out there? I really want to move to your community now. Compared to that, my community's property is just unbearable. While this owner was replying, they were also silently calculating in their mind. This time, based on an ordinary annual gym membership costing 1,000 yuan, they had saved 1,000 yuan. If you count the contributions from the property before, it seems they had earned back all the property fees. It might sound unbelievable at first, but upon careful calculation, it was indeed no exaggeration. The property fee was 6 yuan, and their home was 95 square meters, making the annual property fee 6,840 yuan. Then, the school bus for the child saved them 4,500 yuan. They used to wash their car every 2 weeks for 40 yuan each time, totaling 960 yuan a year, which they had saved since the property installed a complete car wash system in the garage. The property convenience store also saved them dozens of yuan each month, adding up to nearly 1,000 yuan a year. Plus, the property hired window cleaners, saving them the cost of hiring someone to clean their windows, which was 400 yuan a year. The 2 watermelons sent by the property yesterday would have cost nearly 200 yuan at a fruit supermarket. Adding it all up, what they received even exceeded the property fees they paid. It was truly outrageous. Even if the calculations shouldn't be made this way, the benefits the owners received were tangible. Not to mention, the property had already done an excellent job in security, landscaping, sanitation, and other areas, leaving the owners with no complaints. No wonder everyone says the property prices in the Binjiang century-old community are going to rise. With such an amazing property management, it would be strange if the prices didn't go up. While the fitness-loving owners were working out crazily, Su Ning was also busy, delivering takeout. The dinner rush had arrived. Although it might not be as busy as the lunch rush, it could last until late-night snacks, making it even more promising. Soon, after going online, orders started coming in. Su Ning managed to grab an order for grilled skewers, thankfully not from the place where the owner and the grill master had fought during the day. Logically, this order should have gone smoothly, and at least Su Ning felt that way after dinner. Upon arriving at the address, Su Ning knocked on the door while softly calling, "Your takeout is here." However, just as the words left their mouth, a loud cry from a baby pierced through from inside. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. Had the child been woken up? At that moment, the sound of an elderly woman soothing the child and an old man cursing came from inside, growing closer. The door opened. Before Su Ning could hand over the grilled skewers, the old man was already pointing and yelling at Su Ning. "Who told you to knock on the door? Are you sick? You delivery person must have had your brain pinched by the door. I finally got the baby to sleep, and you just had to knock and wake them up. The kid's head hit the crib. What are you going to do about it now? What a stupid idiot. Today, if you don't get the child to sleep, I won't let this go." Su Ning was stunned by the scolding, and it took him a moment to react. By the time he did, he was filled with rage. "Your child woke up because of the noise. What does that have to do with me? It's simply ridiculous. Clean up your mouth. If you don't want me to knock on the door, just leave a note on the order. You didn't write anything, So what's the problem with me knocking on the door to deliver food? How was I supposed to know you have a child sleeping at home? This is just absurd. Su Ning frowned tightly and said sharply. The old man probably didn't expect Su Ning, a delivery guy, to dare to retort, and he became even more aggressive. So what if I don't leave a note? Just because you didn't leave a note means you can knock on the door at will? You're just a damn toad that doesn't bite but annoys people. You little bastard. Are you trying to mess with me? Let me tell you, if this isn't resolved today, you can forget about leaving. Looking at the old man's self-righteous expression, Su Ning almost laughed in anger. You don't leave a note, and you still think you have a point? If you can't leave a note, then don't order takeout. I don't want to waste more breath with you. The food is here. Are you going to take it or not? If you're going to take it, hurry up and grab it. If not, I'm taking it back to the restaurant. I don't have time to chat with you. I'm just not going to argue with you too much. Don't think that just because you're old, no one can deal with you. Su Ning said coldly, his voice laced with a chill. The old man was getting more and more furious. If it weren't for the old lady holding the child stopping him at the door, he might have jumped up to hit Su Ning. Su Ning couldn't help but snort coldly, a smirk creeping onto his lips, clearly mocking. Indeed, some old folks take advantage of their age and act however they please. Do they really think no one can handle them? You little brat, don't you dare leave. Stinky delivery guy. Either you get the child to sleep, or you kneel and bow your head, otherwise, I'll slap you. The old man's face twisted with rage, becoming increasingly unrestrained. But at that moment, the old lady spoke up with a look of disgust. Why should he lull any child to sleep? He's just a stinky delivery guy, full of bacteria and viruses. What if he infects our child? The old man nodded repeatedly, right, full of stench. Then he turned back to Su Ning and continued to rage. You better kneel and bow your head, otherwise, you definitely won't be leaving today. What a damn misfortune. How did I end up with something like you? If you don't bow, I won't let this go. Otherwise, you can pay me 5,000 yuan. I'll use that money to hire a nanny. Anyway, the child was scared awake by you. You can't escape. Hearing the old man's words, Su Ning couldn't help but laugh. He was still thinking about how to deal with this old man, but now he handed the knife to me? He still had a sports camera hanging on him. He bought it when he was a designated driver, and now he's repurposing it for food delivery, just in case some things can't be clarified. So you mean, if I don't give you 5,000 yuan, you won't let me leave? Su Ning asked with a cold snort. This question was clearly asked for evidence, as Lu, the lawyer, had told him. The old man grunted and nodded. That's right, without 5,000 yuan, you can forget about leaving. Su Ning directly took out his phone and said to the old man, I'll scan you. The old man probably didn't expect Su Ning to be so straightforward, but once he realized it, he immediately took out his phone and opened his payment code. He was quite familiar with this. Su Ning didn't waste any words and directly scanned the code to transfer 5,000 over. Ding! A notification of the transfer made the old man's mouth curl into a grin. Although he felt that something was off, the money being transferred was what truly mattered. I'm telling you, this time you got off easy. Next time, be more careful. If you're in the business of serving people, lower your stance a bit. What the hell? The old man cursed as he turned to close the door. Su Ning ignored him completely and directly dialed the number of the newly acquainted Officer Shin. This neighborhood was also under the jurisdiction of the Binjiang Road Police Station. Hello, Officer Shin, I'm reporting a crime. I just delivered food and was extorted for 5,000 yuan. That should meet the criteria for filing a case, right? Hearing Su Ning's words at the door, the old man, who was about to close the door, suddenly trembled, and his whole demeanor changed. Report to the police? Extortion? Is he talking about me? Damn it! Can't young people have some martial ethics? How could he even call the police? But Su Ning paid no attention to the old man's reaction and continued to explain the situation to Officer Shin truthfully. At that moment, Officer Shin also felt it was extremely absurd. What? You were extorted by a man over 60? And he took 5,000 yuan from you all at once? When his old friend Wang Sudong told him that Su Ning was quite something, he didn't really believe it until Su Ning called the police again. But now, he felt he had underestimated Su Ning and truly understood Wang Sudong. This young man, Su Ning, probably had a special knack for attracting trouble. Otherwise, how could everything end up on his doorstep? If it were someone else, how could they be extorted for 5,000 yuan by an old man? Who would believe that? However, since Su Ning had already reported it, Officer Shin immediately took 2 auxiliary officers and got into the police car. After hanging up, Su Ning turned and went downstairs with a half-smile, leaving the old man at the door questioning his life choices. About 5 minutes later, Officer Shin arrived. At this point, not only was Su Ning downstairs, but the old man had also come down, and he was starting to panic. If he claimed he didn't understand the law, he certainly knew that he couldn't just kill someone, but if he said he understood the law, that would be overestimating him. He knew the terms extortion and blackmail, but he didn't know what crime those two words together constituted. The old man had just called his son to ask whether he was breaking the law. Upon hearing this, his son was instantly dumbfounded. "Dad, you can't be serious, right? Even if it were 2,000 yuan, that would be enough to file a case. For such a trivial matter, even if it was the writer's fault, you could just apologize. Now it's clearly your problem, and you dare to extort 5,000 yuan from him? Do you really want to end up in jail?" His son urged the old man to quickly apologize to the writer and, preferably, return the money before the police arrived to secure a good attitude. The old man also realized the seriousness of the situation, dressed quickly, and went downstairs to find Suning. However, he was still slow, and by this time, the police had already arrived. We were just joking, there's really nothing going on. I'll return the money to him right now. Really, it was just a joke. You don't need to trouble the police. Before Officer Shun or Suning could say anything, the old man had already stopped Officer Shin, wearing a fawning smile. Seeing the old man's state, Officer Shin knew there was probably something going on. He cast a suspicious glance at Suning, hoping to find answers from him. Since Suning had only given a rough outline when he reported the crime, he elaborated on the details of the incident. "Because he said if I didn't pay, he would never let me go, so I had no choice but to give him the money for now. Then I called the police, that's how it happened." Suning sat calmly, smiling nonchalantly. Officer Shin took a deep breath, looking at the old man with an expression of utter disbelief. It was as if the old man's son felt an urge to curse when he heard about his father's actions. How could he act so recklessly just because of his age? In the words of many young people, today he dares to extort, and tomorrow he might even kill. After all, being old means he can do whatever he wants without consequence. But the problem is, he looks to be only in his 60s, not even at the age of 75 where he could receive a lighter sentence. Isn't this just blatant extortion? Officer Shun's assistant was quickly jotting down information, feeling extremely speechless. This old guy is truly invincible. Was there anything wrong with what he just said? Or maybe you could explain the situation? Officer Shin addressed the old man with an official tone. The old man's eyes flickered, seemingly contemplating something, and he didn't respond immediately. It wasn't until Officer Shin asked again that he finally spoke. "I was very angry because the delivery guy woke the child. I didn't mean to extort him, I just wanted to vent my frustration. Can't I just return the money to him now? It's really just a misunderstanding. You guys don't need to be here. You're so busy, you should go handle other cases." Seeing the old man was now scared, Suning couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Where was this fear earlier? Officer Shin was also a bit speechless. Now that the money was already in his account, it wasn't up to him to decide what to do. "Now you both come with me to the station to give a statement. We need to conduct further investigation," Officer Shin directly told Suning and the old man. Suning didn't mind, locking his electric bike in the community's bike shelter before getting into the police car. The old man, however, refused to go, first pretending to be pitiful, and when that didn't work, he started to create a scene, even shouting the police are hitting people, as if he could incite the crowd. Suning was almost dying of laughter. This old man really didn't know when to quit. In the end, it was the assistant who had to push the old man into the police car. Suning was very familiar with the Hanjiang Road police station, but it was his first time at the Binjiang Road station. Well, it wasn't exactly novel, after all, they were all police stations, quite similar. "I have the video," Suning said, directly copying the footage from his action camera and handing it to Officer Shin. Officer Shin glanced at the action camera on Suning's chest and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed today's matter wouldn't end well. Suning noticed Officer Shin's expression and narrowed his eyes slightly. He couldn't possibly want to smooth things over, could he? If it were at the Hanjiang Road station, Wang Sudong would understand his character and know that things had escalated to a point where it touched on his principles, so he usually wouldn't try to smooth things over. But Officer Shin probably didn't know him well enough and might think of downplaying the situation. So Suning quickly added, "Do you need me to call a lawyer?" Officer Shin looked deeply at Suning, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. It was perfectly normal for someone like Suning to have a private lawyer. He wouldn't be surprised at all. Originally, Officer Shin thought the old man was at an age where he deserved some sympathy, and it would be best to seek Suning's understanding. But seeing Suning's attitude, he decided against it. He then sat down to watch the video footage, and as he watched, a surge of unnamed anger welled up inside him, making him feel an urge to curse. Damn it! Understanding my ass! No way! He wondered why Suning's attitude was so resolute. From the very beginning, the old man had hurled all sorts of insults and abuses at Suning, which was unbearable even for him, let alone for Suning. He totally deserved it. By the end, just as Suning had described, the old man indeed insisted on either bowing down or paying 5,000 yuan. Just because the child was awakened, and it was the old man's own fault, he demanded 5,000 right off the bat? Isn't this extortion? At this point, the case was already very clear, and Officer Shin directly issued a criminal detention notice. Su Ning, keep this receipt safe. If there are any further details you need to supplement later, we will call you. Also, if there is a court hearing, you may need to be present, but that will likely be more than a month from now. Forget it, it's nothing. Officer Shin could see that Su Ning was determined to send the old man to jail. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made that statement at the scene about locking in the other party's criminal intent. Officer Shin wanted to remind him that on the day of the hearing, the judge might rule that the extortion was not established due to insufficient threats from the old man. However, thinking about how Su Ning surely had a private lawyer or even a team of lawyers, he felt there was no need to say anything. The lawyer would definitely argue everything from Su Ning's perspective. As Su Ning walked out of the police station, he brushed past a hurried young man. The young man bore some resemblance to the old man inside. He was probably the old man's son. He must be anxious about his father's situation. But what did that have to do with him? People must pay the price for their actions. Otherwise, why should you benefit while others suffer? He initially thought the matter would end there. Whether the old man served a year or 6 months of detention, it wouldn't have much to do with Su Ning. However, he never expected that the old man's son was not planning to give in. Perhaps he thought that Su Ning, a powerless writer, was still someone he could manipulate. While at the police station, he first called Su Ning, hoping to discuss things, offer some compensation, and ask Su Ning to be lenient. Although extortion is a public prosecution case, since the amount of 5,000 yuan was not considered a huge sum, there was still room for negotiation. As long as Su Ning softened his stance and there was a letter of understanding, the prosecutor's office would likely decide not to prosecute. However, having come this far, how could Su Ning be so naive? So he directly refused him, with a very firm attitude, leaving no room for negotiation. The old man's son couldn't help but feel a bit angry. In his view, Su Ning was doing this on purpose, wanting to send the old man to jail. Fine, just wait. After leaving the police station, he went. If it were 10 years ago, he would have already punched him. The old man's son felt his anger surge, gritting his teeth. A threat, and it didn't work. But little did he know, his threat was indeed ineffective. Not to mention whether he had the ability to make all the employees of the insurance company order takeout and then give the delivery drivers bad reviews. Even if he could do that, it wouldn't affect the station at all. Such widespread negative reviews would be handled by the platform as long as Director Dong reported it. Using this kind of thing to threaten someone was just laughable. After the old man's son stormed off in a fit of rage, Director Dong curled his lip, looking disdainful. After thinking for a moment, he decided to call Su Ning. Su Xiao, did you deliver to an old man? His son just came to the station, wanted me to deal with you, but I scolded him away. But you should still be careful, he doesn't look like the type to give up easily. Su Ning's eyes flickered, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, he really wasn't giving up. But I enjoy watching you try every possible way yet find yourself helpless. I really don't believe you can still get the upper hand on me. After thanking Director Dong, Su Ning didn't take it too seriously and continued delivering takeout. Meanwhile, the old man's son, seeing that this route was a dead end, began to think of another way. To his surprise, he discovered a piece of information he had previously overlooked. Su Ning, the delivery rider, was just a part-timer. His main job was actually as a property manager for a property management company, currently managing the property of the Binjiang Century community. Finally, he found a breakthrough. In his mind, the relationship between property management and homeowners was definitely tense. All homeowners wished the property management would just leave. As long as he could blend into the homeowners group and incite them to trouble the property management, he couldn't believe they wouldn't yield. With this idea, he immediately executed it, joining the Binjiang Century homeowners group through various channels. At that moment, everyone in the homeowners group was chatting and joking around. Property management? Are you getting a bit too arrogant? Why didn't the security greet me when I went out today? Exactly, it's really a bit much. I found 3 leaves on the ground downstairs. Your cleaning is way too slow. You can't just send 1 watermelon, you have to send 2. We can't finish them at home. Pay attention next time. The main thing is not letting me play with the toy train. What's wrong with being 20? Am I not still a kid? I must criticize both Xiaosu and Xiaosu harshly. Why do you refuse every time I introduce someone to you? It's outrageous. It was obvious that everyone was just teasing and joking around. It was hardly a complaint against the property management. However, after the old man's son joined the group, he didn't pay much attention to the details and only noticed that everyone was wildly complaining about the property management. Unable to contain his growing delight, since everyone was dissatisfied with the property management, wouldn't his scheme be even easier to succeed? So, he began to speak in the group. This property management is absolutely terrible. We must get rid of the property management and replace them with one that can actually do something for us homeowners. Everyone must unite and act in an organized manner, otherwise, we won't be able to fight against the greedy property management. I suggest we first call the fire department to check our community's fire safety issues. Whoever has connections, whether it's industry and commerce, tax, or other departments, should report them too. Then, through the community and the street, demand the property management to withdraw. It would be best if we homeowners took turns holding banners at the entrance of the community, accusing the greedy property management, so everyone can see our determination to protect our rights. If that doesn't work, we can directly hire a lawyer and sue the property management. Our goal is to definitely drive them away. In any case, I will not pay the property management fees before that. I suggest you all don't pay either. They can't do anything to us. The owners group instantly fell silent, caught in a moment of stillness. At first, the owners thought the speaker was just joking around like them, but as they listened, they realized it was far from a joke. This was no light-hearted banter, it was clearly an attack on the property management. Who was this person intruding? Were they talking about their century-old Binjiang community? If Houding Property Management was a black-hearted company, then which property management wasn't? Such inflammatory remarks were utterly baffling, leaving everyone unsure of how to respond. Did you join the wrong group? This is the owners group for Binjiang Century. You must be mistaken. One owner said, speechless, as this seemed to be the only possibility. Surely, they couldn't be an undercover agent from another property management, right? They were too foolish to be an undercover. The old man's son, seeing the issue, quickly replied, how could that be? I am an owner of Binjiang Century. I just can't stand the inaction of black-hearted property management. They can't do anything right but are number one in collecting fees. Do you all want to continue living under the oppression of a property management worse than dogs? Join me in resisting. We must stand up and voice our interests, otherwise, no one will help us. He spoke passionately, as if he were standing on a moral high ground, ready to lead everyone to happiness. The group fell silent once more. Now there were only two possibilities, either he was foolish or he was malicious, either foolish or malicious. Although everyone had various grievances against the previous property management and held a poor impression of them, since Houding Property Management took over, the community's property services had improved dramatically. Security, sanitation, and landscaping were all top-notch. The key was that Houding Property Management provided the owners with numerous additional services, from shuttle buses to car washes, from kiddie rides to little trains, from convenience stores to gyms, and various benefits. The property management was genuinely spending money, while the owners enjoyed the comforts. If they were still dissatisfied with such property services, what more could they want? This blatant, brainless incitement could only be both foolish and malicious. Which building and unit do you live in? One owner asked directly, now doubting that the speaker was even a resident of the community. The old man's son realized that the owners were not responding to his incitement and felt a bit perplexed. Seeing someone ask for his specific address, he quickly took on the role of a victim to elicit sympathy. What's it to you, where I live? Are you planning to retaliate? Everyone, look, the black-hearted property management is coming to attack. Watching this self-directed performance, it felt like a case of persecution complex, and everyone found it utterly nauseating. How much money had he received to come into the owners group and stir up trouble for the property management? Moreover, while he might succeed in inciting trouble in other communities, in Binjiang Century, it was nothing short of a joke. Although at that moment, Suning's system showed that owner satisfaction had not yet reached 90%, the remaining percentage did not necessarily indicate dissatisfaction. It could simply mean they hoped for even better service. As for those truly dissatisfied with the property management, while they couldn't say there were none, they were certainly few and far between. Just think about it, with the property management performing at this level, how harsh would one have to be to remain unsatisfied? Did they really want the property management to serve them like eunuchs in ancient times? Therefore, the old man's son's clownish performance was destined to yield no good results, only a bad outcome. The property management treated the owners like family, empathizing with them. Now that someone was targeting the property management, they could not turn a blind eye. Everyone, quickly take screenshots. Preserve the evidence. I've already notified the property management. I'll call the police first. What bad luck. How did such a thing get into the group? Everyone sprang into action, not intending to let things slide. The property management front desk phone rang incessantly, and soon Su Jiafei received the news. Blackening the property management in the owner group? That's just ridiculous. It's not that it can't be done, but first, you have to ensure that the dirt on the property management is real, right? If an owner is truly dissatisfied with a particular service from the property management, they can definitely bring it up. After all, Su-ning has always been receptive to the opinions of the owners. Although Houting Property can't claim to do everything perfectly, they definitely have a clear conscience. Otherwise, if such a thing happened, the owners wouldn't firmly stand by the property management. She now suspected that the person who suddenly appeared in the owner group might not even be a real owner of Binjung Century. If that's the case, then this matter needs to be addressed. She initially thought about calling Su-ning to report the situation, but then realized that as a property manager herself, there was no need to bother her superior with every little thing. Su was busy delivering takeout, so she decided not to disturb him. With that thought, Su Jiafei went directly to the Binjiang Road police station to report the incident. For cases like this, calling the police can actually be troublesome, as the officers still have to return to the station to investigate after responding. Upon arriving at the Binjiang Road police station, Su Jiafei reported the case under the name of Houting Property. Originally, today was not Officer Shin's duty day, but since the duty police team was out on fieldwork, Officer Shin took the security guard's report first. Houting Property? That's the property company for Binjiang Century, right? Su-ning sent you? As soon as Officer Shin heard Su Jiafei introduce herself, Su-ning's figure immediately came to mind. Sure enough, Su-ning has a lot going on. This time, instead of reporting herself, she had the female property manager come to report? Although Su Jiafei was puzzled that Officer Shin knew Su-ning, she still recounted the events with a professional attitude. She had evidence sent by the owners, which was indisputable. Upon seeing the chat records in the group, Officer Shin was momentarily speechless. In nearby communities, almost everyone knew that the property service level of Binjiang Century was unparalleled in the capital and even the whole country. This was outright nonsense. No wonder Houting Property called the police. Officer Shin, I don't know who this person is, but I guess he is most likely not a real owner of our community. Someone who isn't an owner of our community but sneaks into the owner group to spread such defamatory and inciting messages is already suspected of provoking trouble, right? On behalf of Houting Property and the owners of Binjiang Century, I hope this matter will be officially investigated. Su Jiafei spoke firmly and assertively. After all, having followed Su-ning for some time, she had already developed a strong backbone. With Su-ning backing her, she truly wasn't afraid of anything. Officer Shin found it both amusing and exasperating, thinking to himself that she was indeed one of Su-ning's people, sharing the same temperament. This matter could be big or small. If handled lightly, it would merely be a civil dispute, and mediation would suffice. But if taken seriously, it could indeed involve provoking trouble. There were many examples of similar cases being classified as provoking trouble in the end. He vividly remembered a case last year during the heating season when someone spread rumors in the group causing a disturbance under the pretext of solving heating issues, and they were ultimately charged with provoking trouble. Of course, these were just administrative penalties and did not reach the level of criminal cases. Alright, based on the evidence you provided, it does indeed seem to involve provoking trouble. Keep the report receipt. I will initiate an investigation, and I will notify you immediately when there are results. After sending Su Jiafei off, Officer Shin immediately began the investigation. However, through the micro-message, it was immediately discovered that this person was none other than the son of the old man who had a conflict with Su-ning. Goodness, it was indeed intentional. They directly brought the old man's son back with the auxiliary police. The case was clear, and the evidence was clear. If the old man's case was a criminal case that needed to be transferred to the prosecutor's office for prosecution, his son could be administratively detained for 5 days directly by the police station. Holding the detention notice in his hand, the old man's son was dumbfounded. He never expected that by trying to stir things up, he would end up in this situation. But now, it was too late to say anything. Whether he was detained or not was beyond his control. He was only worried about whether his company would fire him after he got out. Although this wouldn't count as a criminal record, it wouldn't sound good if it got out. Given the current environment where layoffs were rampant, the company could very well use this as a reason to let him go. After all, he worked in HR and was well aware of the underlying issues. At this moment, Su-ning was busy delivering food when he received a call from Officer Shin. He initially thought it was about the old man's case, but Officer Shin's words left Su-ning in shock. The old man's son has already been detained by us. The matter can be considered settled. Su-ning couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. How did they end up detaining the old man's son? Although he had gone to the delivery station to find Director Dong to create trouble for himself, this was unethical, but it shouldn't have reached the level of detention, right? Su-ning even suspected that Officer Shin might be abusing his power. However, upon hearing that the guy had disguised himself as a homeowner to stir up trouble in the Binjiang Century homeowners group, Su-ning was truly speechless. For Su-ning, the property management was crucial. His income for the next year depended entirely on the property. If there were issues with the property, he might be in serious trouble. This guy was asking for it. He deserved it. Su Jiafei handled this matter very well, and Su Ning was quite satisfied. He took out his phone and sent a micro-message to Su Jiafei as encouragement. Good job. Your annual salary will increase by 100,000. He firmly believed that no matter how big the promises were, tangible benefits were more real. No matter how much was said, nothing made employees happier than a salary increase. Su Jiafei was dealing with the property accounts when she heard her phone ring and picked it up to check. The next second, she almost jumped for joy. President Su is mighty. President Su is domineering. President Su will unify the world for thousands of years. She loved Su Ning's style of casually increasing salaries. If there was something going on, he would raise her salary. If there wasn't, he would still raise her salary. Perhaps in a few years, she would become the legendary queen of workers. However, looking at the current situation, Su Jiafei feared that she would have to stay at Houting property for a while. At this time, Su Ning, who was diligently delivering food, also encountered a bit of trouble. He went to the store to pick up the meal, which was to be delivered to the Fuhua Mansion community, a bit far away. It was Su Ning's first time delivering to this community. When he arrived at the Fuhua Mansion community and was about to follow a homeowner using a magnetic card to enter, he was stopped by the security guard at the door. Since Su Ning had now somewhat rooted himself in the property management field, he often paid attention to the service provided by the property. The security guard was probably in his 40s, still relatively strong, at least better than many communities where old men guarded the gates. This meant that the property management of this community was somewhat conscientious. However, why was he stopping me? I'm delivering food. Do I need to register? Su Ning asked in confusion. The security guard had a blank expression and pointed to a shelf at the entrance. Delivery is not allowed inside. It must be placed on the shelf. Su Ning frowned slightly, not quite understanding. In an ordinary residential community, not a high-end villa area or a luxury office building, it didn't make sense to not allow deliveries inside. However, Su Ning definitely wouldn't argue with the security guard. These matters weren't up to the guard to decide. If they wouldn't let him deliver, then so be it. It would save him some time. He took out his phone and dialed the customer's number. Hello, is this the takeaway you ordered? The security guard won't let the rider in, so I've left the takeaway on the rack. Please remember to pick it up as soon as possible. Of course, he needed to inform the customer, otherwise, how would they know the food had arrived? He was already prepared to hang up and take a photo as evidence, but at that moment, the customer on the other end was dissatisfied. If the security guard won't let it be delivered, then it won't be delivered? What does the security guard count for? Just tell him it's Long Ji's takeaway from Building 11. Let's see if he dares to stop it. Hurry up and bring it to me. I'm starving. Listening to the other party's words, a sense of absurdity rose in Su Ning's heart without warning. Is this society like that? Your name can even scare the property security? With this strong sense of absurdity, Su Ning didn't hang up. He stepped forward a couple of paces and said to the security guard, "It's Long Ji's takeaway from Building 11. He asked me to mention his name." The security guard blinked, momentarily taken aback. Once he reacted, he immediately scoffed. "What Long Gu, Tiger Gu, just come down and get it yourself." Su Ning almost burst out laughing. It seems Long Ji's name isn't loud enough. He raised the phone back to his ear, suppressing a smile, and said, "The security guard still won't let me in. Damn! Which security guard is it today? This is just ridiculous. Forget it. You must deliver it to me today, or I'll refuse to accept it, and I'll give a bad review." The young man seemed a bit frantic, cursing and then turning his ire towards Su Ning. Su Ning? This truly left him speechless and amused. Long Gu, so you can't do anything to the security guard, and you're threatening me with a bad review, huh? What a reasonable person. He sighed in exasperation and said, "Right now, it's the security guard not letting me in. It's not that I'm refusing to deliver to you. If you're angry, go take it out on the security guard. Now, I can either leave the takeaway on the rack or take it back to the store. You choose." The Long Gu on the other end seemed not to expect that Su Ning, this writer, would be so tough, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. "You've got guts. I'm calling to complain about you right now. Let's see if they deduct your pay in the end." At this moment, Su Ning could almost see the furious and helpless figure on the other end of the line. He couldn't help but sneer and directly hung up the phone, no longer giving the other party a chance to keep rambling. He clicked delivered on the takeaway order interface, then placed the takeaway bag on the rack and took another photo. The whole process was already very familiar. "Anyway, I've delivered it. You can pick it up or not." However, he didn't leave immediately because Su Ning knew that Long Gu would definitely contact the business or file a complaint, and he might end up having to return the takeaway to the store. Sure enough, Just over a minute later, his phone rang. It was the restaurant calling, clearly because Long-gu had just called them, probably giving them an earful. The security guard won't let you in. He only allows you to leave it on the rack. What can I do if the customer insists I deliver it? Before the restaurant staff could speak, Su-ning spoke up first. The cashier couldn't help but sigh. This kind of situation had happened before, and it was indeed quite annoying. You're still there, right? The customer has applied for a refund, and the platform has already agreed. Please help us return the meal. Su-ning knew that this was likely how it would end, so he agreed and took the takeaway off the rack to head back. Before he even reached the restaurant, his phone rang again. No need to ask, it was definitely the customer service from Huangtuan calling. A customer just complained that you falsely marked it as delivered. I'm here to verify with you. After the call was connected, the customer service representative immediately explained the purpose of the call. Although he had only been delivering food for a few days, Su-ning was already quite familiar with the process. Send me the link, and I'll upload the evidence. The previous call recordings and photos were the best proof. Customer service had dealt with countless such matters, so they could naturally guess what had happened. Without further ado, after ending the call, they sent Su-ning the link. Once Su-ning sorted everything out, it wasn't long before customer service called him again to inform him that there would be no penalties this time. Although it had taken some time, it was much better than before when Huangtuan always favored customers and neglected the riders. On his way back to the restaurant with the food, Su-ning noticed another order pop up on his screen. This was quite unfortunate because his electric bike was fast, but his skills weren't sufficient to both speed along and grab the order at the same time. By the time he slowed down to stop, that order would likely have been snatched away. However, just as he was feeling regretful, he was surprised to find that several seconds had passed, and the order still hadn't been taken. So he quickly stopped, swiped left, and actually managed to grab it. When he secured the order, he couldn't help but feel a bit pleased, but also somewhat puzzled. Logically, food delivery orders should disappear in an instant, especially since competition among writers was fierce. Yet from the moment Su-ning noticed the order to when he grabbed it, it might have taken more than 10 seconds, and he still managed to get it. This was quite illogical. Su-ning opened the order details and finally discovered the problem. There was a note on the order, and the note was very unusual. The more abnormal the food delivery order, the more likely it was to cause problems. This was probably why other writers didn't grab it when they saw it. Other notes: please help me bring a pack of huazi. I'll give you 100 yuan tip. If you don't want to bring it, don't take the order, thank you. Su-ning couldn't help but frown, secretly blaming himself for getting a bit carried away. Such an order should not be accepted. It was definitely a trap. Not to mention anything else, the 100 yuan tip was already absurd. Who in their right mind would give 100 yuan tip for a food delivery? It had to be a trap. Where could there be such good fortune? The key point was that he had to bring huazi. Even if he thought about it with his heel, he knew there must be something going on. Although he hadn't heard other writers talk about similar food delivery orders, he estimated that it wouldn't exceed a few possible scenarios. Forget it, let's call and see. Su-ning dialed the customer's number from the system. Hello, I'm the writer taking the order. I see you want me to bring a pack of huazi, right? He deliberately referred to it as a pack instead of a stick, just to test the waters. The other end immediately retorted, not a pack, it's a stick of huazi. Su-ning remained calm and said, can you transfer the money to me first? First of all, a stick of huazi is too expensive for me to front, and secondly, I don't have enough money in my account. The other end immediately sounded a bit impatient. Can't you just front it a little? I don't have time to transfer money to you right now. What if I front it and then can't find you later? Su-ning continued calmly, this stuff can't be returned, right? That's not acceptable. It's written very clearly. What can't you bring for me? Hurry up and front it for me, stop dawdling. If you can't do it, then get another writer. A stick of cigarettes isn't that big of a deal. Hurry up. The voice on the other end grew increasingly impatient, as if once he took the food delivery order, he would have to take care of him for a lifetime, sounding very self-righteous. Su-ning's lips curled slightly. Let's put it this way. We writers are not obligated to bring things for customers. Then just cancel it. The person on the other end sounded very angry and shouted. Su-ning's tone became increasingly playful. I can't cancel it, but you can. You can get a refund. Just then, he heard two people whispering on the other end of the phone. Although he couldn't make out what they were saying, it was likely not anything good. You can't do it like this. You've had it for half a day and still haven't delivered. What do you suggest we do? There was a voice on the line, and the other party was still holding on, showing no intention of canceling the order. This made Su-ning even more certain that there was a trap involved. I can deliver the meal to you normally, that's not a problem, but if you don't pay me in advance, I definitely won't bring you the cigarettes. Su-ning became interested instead. wanting to see what trick the other party was trying to play. Experience is sometimes gained this way. He wanted to broaden his horizons. The other side seemed to ponder for a moment before speaking. If that doesn't work, can you go buy it at the place I specify? A specified place? Su Ning's pupils constricted, feeling he had caught on to something important. This is getting interesting. If I go to your specified place, I won't need to pay in advance, right? Su Ning asked, pretending not to understand anything. Go buy it at my specified place, and mention my name. I often buy there, and they'll give you a discount. You pay first, and after that, I'll give you a 100 yuan tip. How about that? The other side seemed to be patiently trying to persuade Su Ning. Su Ning couldn't help but snort coldly, not wanting to play along any longer. Didn't I make myself clear? I won't pay in advance. Either pretend this never happened, and I'll deliver the takeout to you, or you transfer the money to me first. The other party seemed to be losing patience as well, speaking in a bad mood, their words unclean. That's impossible. I've already arranged a 100 yuan tip for you. You can't earn that much running around delivering. Are you out of your mind? Why wouldn't you want to make money? Su Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He checked the details of the takeout order and confirmed the address, finding it indeed vague, only listing a few building numbers in the community. At this point, he felt he had seen through the trick the other party was trying to play. They wanted the delivery person to buy cigarettes at a specified place, but the cigarettes the delivery person would get would definitely be fake. When the delivery person went to deliver to the customer, they would likely be unable to contact the customer anymore. The helpless delivery person would have to return to refund the cigarettes, but the customer would never give a refund. In the end, it would mean the delivery person spent the money for a pack of fake cigarettes, with no place to argue about it. To trick even the delivery person, who works hard to earn a living, is truly despicable. Alright then, where do you want me to buy it? Su Ning smiled slightly, already having a plan in mind. When it's time to act, one must act. Getting rid of a nuisance will save many people from suffering in the future. The person on the other end seemed very pleased and quickly gave Su Ning an address to buy cigarettes. Don't worry, when you get there, I'll give you a tip. I won't cheat you. Su Ning snorted, thinking to himself that it would be strange if they didn't cheat him. After ending the call, Su Ning didn't put away his phone but directly dialed Officer Shin's number. At that moment, Officer Shin was organizing case files. Not to mention, just in the past few days, Su Ning alone had given him several more cases to handle. When the phone rang, Officer Shin picked it up and instantly jolted awake. Su Ning! Again, it was Su Ning. Why was he calling again? Had something happened again? At that moment, he felt that his old friend Wang Sudong's warnings were becoming more and more significant. This Su Ning was just as Wang Sudong had said, constantly contacting him every day, as if he had a magnet that attracted all matters towards him. Although he was a police officer and an absolute materialist, at this moment he was somewhat shaken. Why not find a master to take a look? There must be something on you. Su Xiao, what trouble have you gotten into this time? Officer Shin eased his mood and asked with a mix of laughter and tears. Su Ning's response was bold and confident. I want to report it. Su Ning recounted the situation to Officer Shin, including his suspicions. In any case, something was definitely off, and even if his guess was wrong, there had to be something else going on. Officer Shin's instincts about certain matters were certainly sharper than Su Ning's, and he quickly realized that there might indeed be something to it. However, if it was fake cigarettes as Su Ning suspected, then it wasn't a matter for the police station. Su Xiao, if it's fake cigarettes, this matter should be handled by the Tobacco Bureau. Of course, we still need to handle other matters at our police station. How about this? I'll contact the people from the Tobacco Bureau, and I'll go out on the case too. Let's see what kind of tricks they are playing. Su Ning responded nonchalantly. It didn't matter who it was, as long as someone was handling it. After hanging up, he hopped on his electric bike and headed straight for the address provided. Since he was nearby, he arrived before Officer Shin and the Tobacco Bureau personnel. After a few more minutes, he saw a police car approaching from a distance, stopping a bit further away. Officer Shin got out of the police car, followed by an auxiliary officer, and then a person in plain clothes. Just as he was about to go over to greet them, his phone rang. It was Officer Shin calling. Su Xiao, we see you. The comrades from the Tobacco Bureau came with me. We won't go over to avoid alerting the snake. You don't need to meet up with us. Just go buy the cigarettes. Once you get the cigarettes, the comrades from the Tobacco Bureau will conduct an on-site inspection. If they confirm they are fake, we will take immediate action. Su Ning hung up the phone and gave Officer Shin an okay gesture from a distance. This was a small tobacco shop, and the waters ran deep in such small establishments. Su Ning chuckled lightly and pushed the door open to enter the shop. What do you need? The owner raised his eyes and, upon seeing it was a delivery person, smiled. I need a carton of Huazi. This person asked me to bring it and said it could be cheaper. He directly pulled out his phone to show the owner the phone number. The owner took a serious look and then pretended to realize. Ah, Lao Gu, he really does buy cigarettes and alcohol from me all the time. Alright, I'll give you a discount. Normally, a carton of Huazi sells for 750, but since you're bringing it for Lao Gu, you can take it for 700. While speaking, he took a carton of cigarettes from under the counter and placed it in front of Su Ning. Su Ning didn't smoke, so he naturally couldn't tell the difference between real and fake. He scanned the code to pay and then walked out with the cigarettes. He had a sports camera on him, so it was a continuous shot. From receiving the cigarettes from the owner to handing them over to the Tobacco Bureau personnel, it could guarantee that the cigarettes had not been switched. This was evidence. Walking up to the police car, he directly handed the cigarettes to the person in plain clothes, smiling. Could you please check if they are real or fake? I can't tell. The Tobacco Bureau personnel dealt with various cigarettes every day, and as soon as they touched them, they knew the cigarettes were fake. Of course, to be cautious, they still conducted a thorough inspection. Fake, they concluded succinctly and then spoke to Su Ning. Thank you for your report. Our Tobacco Bureau will definitely take this seriously. However, the money you paid cannot be refunded to you for now, as it is considered part of the case. But don't worry, once the case is resolved, we will definitely return the money to you. Su Ning smiled. He didn't really care about the 700 yuan. What mattered was catching the culprits. The people from the Tobacco Bureau called the office and quickly summoned a few colleagues. As for how they would investigate and punish, or whether they would use this to probe the upstream and downstream, these were no longer concerns for Su Ning. Not to mention Su Ning, even Officer Shin couldn't intervene, as this was outside the jurisdiction of the police station. Interestingly, after a while, Su Ning received another call from that side. Did you manage to buy the Huazi? Why is it taking so long for it to arrive? Su Ning couldn't help but burst into laughter, taking a while to compose himself. I got the Huazi, but this shop is now being checked by the Tobacco Bureau, saying that many cigarettes are fake. The Huazi I bought has been confiscated. What do you think I should do? His tone was teasing, without any difficulty, just enjoying the joke. What? This? The other side was utterly astonished but quickly hung up. Su Ning couldn't hold back and laughed again. It goes without saying that the guy was definitely one of the gang members, and he might even be involved in fraud. Aren't you going to catch him? He asked Officer Shin while still laughing. Officer Shin shrugged. Let's let the Tobacco Bureau investigate first. If they find any issues, we'll take over. He wanted to say that the police station's manpower was always insufficient, and it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. It was their business, and they would never shirk responsibility, but there was no need to take on such matters themselves. Su Ning nodded, understanding. After all, when he was a designated driver and dealing with Wang Sudong every day, Wang Sudong was also busy day and night. After bidding farewell to Officer Shin, Su Ning ran a few more deliveries, and it went quite smoothly. When he logged off, he naturally checked his results for the day. 35 orders. Not only had he reached his preset goal, but he had also set a new record. He couldn't help but feel a bit proud. It seemed he really was cut out for food delivery. Back at his home in Binhai, after taking a shower and spending some time online, he slowly fell asleep. Compared to being a designated driver, his schedule for food delivery was relatively regular. He didn't have to wake up early or stay up too late. Of course, this was just for him. Other riders were all working hard. When he woke up the next morning, he felt refreshed and ready for a vibrant day. He ordered breakfast and, after eating, went to the property management office. Mr. Su, the community is calling a meeting with the property management. Should you go or should I? Su Jiafei asked upon seeing Su Ning. Su Ning was taken aback, unsure why the community wanted to hold a meeting with the property management. What kind of meeting is it? If it's to convey various directives, then you should go. Su Ning waved his hand, as he couldn't sit still. It seems to be about the community canteen, Su Jiafei recalled, saying that the community staff hadn't been very clear when they notified her yesterday. Community canteen? What is that? Su Ning frowned, instinctively wanting to refuse, but thinking that the property managers from other neighborhoods would likely attend the meeting, he felt it was necessary for him to go as well. Not to mention, it would be good to communicate with other property managers. Although other property companies might not be rated as highly as Howding Property, it couldn't be said that they had nothing to offer. Perhaps they had some particularly good practices that Howding Property could learn from. Su Ning's goal was to raise the homeowner satisfaction rate to over 90% and maintain it. Su Ning went to the community meeting, and when he returned, it felt like a festive occasion. His appearance could easily be mistaken for an elderly person going to the community to collect benefits during the holidays. However, Su Jiafei knew that it was likely more work was coming. Sure enough, Su Ning soon gathered a few key members of the property management for a meeting. The only thing from this community meeting is to encourage the establishment of a community canteen. If you don't know what a community canteen is, I won't explain it to you, you can look it up online. Anyway, it's convenient for the elderly or families that find it difficult to cook, helping the elderly and providing convenience. The government has subsidies for this. But I don't really care about the subsidies. What matters is whether the community canteen can truly provide benefits to the homeowners in our neighborhood. You can see how many delivery riders come in and out of our community every day. Aren't they all delivering takeout ordered by the homeowners? If we set up a community canteen, not for profit, but to provide healthy and affordable meals for the homeowners, it would definitely receive everyone's praise, right? Moreover, if we have a canteen, our property staff can also solve their meal issues more conveniently. What do you think? After hearing Su Ning's words, Captain Zhao, who always followed Su Ning's lead, immediately raised both hands. I fully support it. The others looked at each other and also felt it was a good idea, so they raised their hands too. Only Su Jiafei had a slightly strange expression. My boss, you are a delivery rider. Aren't you afraid of losing your job if community canteens open widely? But no matter what, Su Jiafei definitely wouldn't contradict Su Ning. Alright, then it's decided. Jiafei, look into the policies, and then we'll go investigate the community canteens that are already successfully operating to see what they need. Looking at the motivated Su Ning, Su Jiafei resignedly nodded. She knew this work would ultimately fall on her shoulders. Su Ning brought back materials from the community, which included relevant policies encouraging community canteens. After studying for a while, Su Jiafei didn't find these policies particularly important. Currently, the encouraging policy in the capital is that for buildings over 200 square meters, the municipal finance subsidizes 1,000 yuan per square meter, with a total subsidy not exceeding 400,000 yuan. There are many vacant spaces in the community, and reaching the subsidy limit requires 400 square meters, which is definitely not a problem. However, for Su Ning, this 400,000 yuan is really just a drop in the bucket. He wouldn't care about it. So ultimately, it depends on how the property management can facilitate and operate it. Given the boss's excited state, it seems that even without financial subsidies, he would still set up the canteen. Unprecedentedly, in order to accompany Su Jiafei to investigate community canteens, Su Ning didn't even go out to deliver food. Missing one day of deliveries was still manageable for him. They investigated 2 community canteens, but the charging methods of these 2 canteens were completely different. One used a self-service model, charging 15 yuan, with about 20 dishes available for customers to take freely, as long as they didn't waste food. The other had about 30 dishes, also allowing customers to take freely, but charged by weight, at 6 yuan per 100 grams. To investigate more deeply, they spent money to eat at both canteens to taste the food. The first canteen's food could only be described as mediocre, comparable to self-service boxed meals. The second canteen's food was slightly better, but the price was a bit higher. Su Ning's meal cost him 21 yuan after weighing, while Su Jiafei only spent 17 yuan. Looking around, the first canteen had mostly elderly customers, while the second had mostly young people, likely due to the different business strategies of the 2 canteens. Let's go back and think it over carefully. After returning to the property management office, Su Ning and Su Jiafei didn't call everyone for a meeting but instead discussed it between themselves. First was the venue issue. Su Ning decided to use 3 large rooms on the first floor of the public building, totaling 450 square meters. The kitchen would take up 50 square meters, leaving 400 square meters for dining. The equipment is easy to discuss because there are many restaurants going out of business now, and second-hand kitchen equipment and tables and chairs are readily available. Instead of spending money on new items, it's better to save that money for ingredients, allowing the owners to truly enjoy good food. Although it's currently impossible to estimate how many owners will come to eat each day, using those 2 canteens as a reference, 2 chefs and 2 assistants are definitely needed. Additionally, at least 4 ladies are required for washing vegetables and dishes. Calculating it all, the monthly labor cost alone will exceed 50,000. According to Su Ning's idea, the community canteen managed by the property is not intended to make a profit. As long as the income can cover the costs of ingredients, processing, and labor, that's sufficient. Don't think that just because the country encourages community canteens, they are entirely for the public good without making money. They also make a profit, perhaps just a little less than ordinary restaurants, but not by much. After all, who would do something without any benefit? Su Ning initially estimates that the profit margin for other community canteens will also be over 40%. If the community canteen of Haoding property does not make a profit and uses all that profit to improve the quality of ingredients, all the owners will probably feel it's worth every penny. When Su Ning shared his thoughts with Su Jiafei, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. She just knew it. She just knew it would be like this. Anyway, Su Ning has money and is willing to benefit the owners. What could she say? Thus, the glorious task of preparing the community canteen fell to her, the little assistant. Cleaning the public space, purchasing second-hand dining equipment, recruiting chefs and assistants, and so on. These seemingly tedious tasks were all completed within 2 days. At this time, the custom shoe cabinets that had been ordered in bulk arrived, with several large trucks parked at the entrance of the community, which was quite a sight. Because there was so much cargo, and it was very heavy, relying on the manufacturer's workers to unload it would take forever. So Su Ning simply ordered the fire lane to be opened, allowing the trucks to drive directly downstairs and unload in front of each unit according to the quantity. Then, the manufacturer's workers and the property security together used the elevator to transport one cardboard box after another, stacking a large box in front of each household. The owners naturally knew that these were the shoe cabinets customized by the property, but seeing so many together was truly impressive. A major project. Absolutely a major project. Not to mention anything else, just installing the shoe cabinets at every household's entrance in the entire community, even if the customized cabinets only needed to be assembled and screwed together, would not be something that could be completed in a short time. With such a workload, even if the manufacturer sent 5 teams of installers, it would still be tight. There was no choice. Su Ning could only let 2 teams of the property's maintenance workers join in to help with the installation. Even so, it would probably take more than a week to complete the installation for the entire community. While the installation of the shoe cabinets was in full swing, the owner group chat was also bustling, praising the property to the skies. When we were discussing the shoe cabinet plan before, I thought the property was just making empty promises, but the cabinets arrived in just a few days. They started installing from my building, and my home is already done. It looks so beautiful. These shoe cabinets are really beautiful. If I had customized them during my renovation, it would have cost at least a few hundred, right? Even in bulk, it would cost a few hundred, which means the property spent nearly $1 million. I just want to know, what does Xiaosu gain from being so good to us? I can't even imagine what our community would be like if one day Xiaosu stopped working for the property. Does anyone have a daughter? Hurry up and offer her up. Let's make Xiaosu our community's son-in-law, then he won't leave. Stop joking. Even if someone has a daughter, can she be as pretty as Xiaosu? Why are they being so stubborn? If anyone has a son, just contribute him to deal with Xiaosu, and it'll be done. I do have a son, but he's not really a match for Xiaosu. While the owner group was lively, Su Ning had the housekeeper send out a notice in the group. To our esteemed owners, we at Houting Property are committed to providing the highest quality service to all owners. The community is currently working overtime to install shoe cabinets by the doors, expected to be completed within a week. For safety reasons, please keep an eye on your children to prevent any accidents. Additionally, the property management is responding to calls and is in the process of setting up a community canteen for the benefit of residents. If any owners have better suggestions, we welcome you to share them, and we will take them seriously. Sincerely, all staff at Houting Property. Once the message was sent, the already bustling owner group became even more animated, with messages flooding in. What? The property is setting up a community canteen? I wholeheartedly support it. Wow, that's great. With a community canteen, I won't have to cook every day. Other places have community canteens, but they're basically just like fast food restaurants, right? Our community property management will definitely be different. I bet Xiaosu won't make a penny off us. Exactly, that's what I think too. I can't wait. Open up quickly. I'll eat there every meal. Xiaosu, I don't eat ginger. Su Ning saw the owners cheering and joking around. It seemed unlikely to expect any useful suggestions from them. Well, he might as well deliver takeout himself. The dinner rush had just begun, and the number of takeout orders was indeed high, especially for those working 996 hours, struggling to eat takeout while working. Su Ning couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for them. After delivering several orders, even managing to deliver 3 at once without any issues, everything was going smoothly. But according to the law of unexpected events, something strange was already on its way. He received another order, this time for pork ribs and rice. Arriving at the customer's place for dinner, he knocked on the door for a long time but no one answered. He confirmed several times that he hadn't delivered to the wrong address. He could only call the customer. Hello, your takeout has arrived, but no one is home? Oh, just leave it at the door. I'm outside and will be home soon, the person on the other end said before hanging up. Su Ning didn't think much of it, placing the meal at the door and even remembered to take a photo to send to the temporary group chat. Then he clicked delivered, and that order was considered complete. But just as he was about to deliver the next order, he received a call from the merchant. You just took the order from Fui Community, right? Weren't you supposed to deliver it? The merchant's words caught Su Ning off guard, and he replied with some confusion, "I delivered it. I knocked, but no one was home, and when I called the customer, they told me to leave it at the door. I left the meal at the door and took a photo, you can see it." The merchant didn't respond, probably checking the temporary group chat messages. After a few seconds, they spoke again. "Then why did the customer request a refund claiming they didn't receive the meal? Are you sure you didn't take the meal back after leaving it?" Suning was a bit speechless. Why were there always so many messy issues? He just wanted to deliver takeout honestly. Why was it so difficult? "I'm sure I didn't take it back. You should call the customer and ask what happened." Suning replied directly. The merchant seemed a bit frustrated, unsure where the problem lay. "Are you still there? Could you please check if the meal is still there? If it is, could you bring it back for me?" According to the platform's rules, if the delivery has already reached the consumer but the consumer applies for a refund due to issues with the food, the delivery person does not need to return the food. However, if the food has not been delivered to the customer, as long as the customer requests a refund for that reason, the delivery person must return the food to the merchant. After all, it is not the merchant's fault, and they should not suffer a loss for a delivery. If the food is genuinely lost for some reason, the merchant usually won't make a big deal out of it. "Alright, I'll check back after I finish this delivery." These matters are understood mutually, and Suning knows that it's not easy for the merchants, so he agreed without hesitation. After finishing his current delivery, he headed straight to the Fui community where he had just delivered. Sure enough, there were no delivery bags at the door. He knocked for a long time, but there was no response. Frowning, he felt very speechless. Either the food was stolen by someone going up or down the stairs, or the customer had taken the delivery and remained silent after requesting a refund. There were no other possibilities. He took out his phone and called the merchant, directly explaining the situation once the call connected. "The delivery isn't at the door, and no one is answering when I knock. You should just call the customer directly and ask," the merchant suggested. In this situation, he felt powerless. "I called, but they aren't picking up." The merchant sounded very helpless, clearly frustrated by such incidents. Suning frowned and said, "Then don't agree to the refund. Is it really a system automated process?" The merchant replied helplessly, "I definitely don't agree, but the system refunded it automatically. What can I do?" Just then, an elderly man walked up from downstairs, having overheard Suning's words. He quietly waved to Suning, signaling him to come down a level to talk. Suning hung up the phone and walked down suspiciously to the old man. "Young man, is the delivery missing? Young man, is the delivery missing?" The old man asked Suning in a seemingly mysterious whisper. Suning nodded, feeling that this old man might know something. After all, the elderly community is the strongest intelligence network. Asking them is always a good idea. "Young man, let me tell you, I've seen several delivery people come looking for their food these past few days. Can you guess what's going on?" The old man teased, wearing an expression that said, "I know everything. Hurry up and ask me." Having dealt with the elderly in the community for the past 2 months, Suning was used to their ways. So, he played along and humbly asked, "What's going on?" The old man became animated, leaning a bit closer to Suning. "Let me tell you, there are 2 units on this floor, both belonging to old Lu, but he doesn't live here, he rents them out. The one on the left is currently empty and hasn't been rented out. The one on the right has just been rented out to 3 spirited young men. I've been observing for several days, and these 3 young men don't seem like decent people. Every mealtime, they order takeout, and when the delivery person arrives, they knock on the left unit's door, which definitely goes unanswered. Then I see the delivery person leave the food at the door of the left unit. After the delivery person leaves, the young men come out from the right unit to take the food from the left and then go back. After a while, the delivery person returns to pick up the food, knocks on the left door again, and still no one answers. Although I don't understand the ins and outs of deliveries, I guess those 3 must be up to no good." The old man spoke with certainty, his wise eyes seeming to see through everything. Suning nodded in realization. Indeed, the old man was sharp and perceptive. The old man might not know the tricks behind food delivery, but Suning, now a writer, certainly does. 3 young men living on the right side filled in the address of the left side apartment when ordering takeout. When the writer arrived with the food, no one answered the door, and when he called, they told him to leave it at the door. The delivery person left the food at the entrance of the left side apartment. After the delivery person left, the residents on the right would come out to collect the food, and then they would apply for a refund, claiming they never received it. The merchant would definitely ask the writer to handle it since the food was picked up by him. When the writer returned, he would find no food. The merchant would have no choice but to accept their bad luck. Of course, they could investigate further, but those in the food business are usually too busy to bother with a single meal. The situation was already quite clear. These 3 young men were maliciously returning their orders. "Old man, I know what's going on now. Thank you for the reminder, Su Ning said with a smile. The old man cheerfully went downstairs, probably to boast to other old men. Su Ning took out his phone and called the merchant. Since he had figured out the situation, he just needed to inform the merchant, and how they handled it afterward was their business. Just then, another rider came up from downstairs, carrying a delivery. Su Ning recognized him. He was from the same station, and they had chatted before. Oh, you're delivering too? Which order? The younger rider, a few years older than Su Ning, greeted him with a smile. Su Ning looked at the food in his hand and asked with a slightly strange expression, "You're not delivering to the left side apartment on the 3rd floor, are you?" The rider nodded with a smile. Yeah, what a coincidence, you're delivering to them too. Su Ning squinted his eyes and stopped the rider, who was about to continue upstairs. Then I suggest you don't deliver it. Of course, you can try, but no one will answer the door when you knock. When you call, they'll tell you to leave it at the door, and then they'll apply for a refund. Su Ning didn't even need to explain much because the other party was already a seasoned rider who had encountered all sorts of situations. Upon hearing Su Ning, he immediately understood. Malicious refunds? He had some experience dealing with such matters, so he called the merchant directly to explain the situation he suspected. The merchant on the other end was helpless. You haven't even delivered the food, and you're saying the customer will definitely want a refund? Isn't that absurd? Just then, Su Ning's phone rang. It was the merchant for his order. Are you still there? Please wait a moment, I've already called the police, and I'm on my way to you. Today, I must deal with these bastards. Su Ning couldn't help but be astonished. He didn't expect the merchant to take it seriously, not only rushing over but also calling the police. After the shock, he felt a bit of admiration. Even if it delayed his business, he wanted to deal with those bastards. He could be considered a judge. Indeed, if they didn't deal with it today, or tomorrow, and kept letting them off the hook, there would always be new victims. Su Ning, with a strong sense of justice, smiled and agreed to wait there. At that moment, the delivery rider beside him finished his call with the merchant, looking helpless, because the merchant still wanted him to deliver the food as usual. Just wait a moment, the police will be here soon. Let's see if we can catch someone in the act with the food you have. Su Ning stopped him, thinking that the food in his hand was a great bait. I can't, I have another urgent delivery. If I don't leave now, I'll be late. The rider looked troubled. Then give me the food, and you go on your way, Su Ning said with a smile. The rider was deeply moved, handed the food to Su Ning, and thanked him as he left. Su Ning didn't wait long before the merchants and the police arrived. The police officer was Officer Shin, and Su Ning couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that he and Officer Shin were destined to meet, just like Wang Sudong, seeing each other every day. Officer Shin, on the other hand, was completely speechless, questioning his life choices. Why was it always him? He was almost numb to it by now. He feared that if one day he responded to a call and didn't see Su Ning, he would find it strange. The situation is as it is, what should we do? The merchant reported the incident and recounted the situation to Officer Shin at the scene. Officer Shin appeared troubled. What if the other party didn't open the door? They couldn't just barge in and search because of a takeout order, could they? At that moment, Su Ning moved, raising the takeout in his hand. This is another order they placed. I'll deliver it normally, and then catch them in the act. How about that? Hearing Su Ning's words, Officer Shin's eyes lit up. What a good idea. Not to mention the messy things on Su Ning, he actually had a good detective mindset. He was fit to be a police officer. The plan was simple. There was no need for Officer Shin and the merchant to intervene. Su Ning would deliver the food himself. However, he would place a sports camera on the windowsill in the hallway between the two floors, directly facing the doors of the two households. He knocked on the door to deliver the food, but no one answered. When he called, the other party said the same thing, asking Su Ning to leave it at the door, claiming they would be home soon. After placing the takeout, Su Ning went downstairs. After about 5 minutes, a few people went upstairs to retrieve the sports camera. They pulled up the video and transferred it to their phones, and the three of them began to watch. From the moment Su Ning delivered the takeout, knocked on the door, made the call, placed the food at the door, and then went downstairs, the entire process was recorded. After Su Ning went downstairs, it was less than 2 minutes before the door on the right opened. A spirited young man tiptoed out, ran to the door on the left, picked up the takeout, and then tiptoed back to the right, closing the door behind him. The whole process was captured on video. Now, the evidence was conclusive. Of course, there was still one last step needed. Su Ning took out his phone and called the delivery guy from earlier. Hello, has he applied for a refund yet? Su Ning asked with a cold smile. The delivery guy had just finished talking to the merchant, who told him that the customer had requested a refund and asked him to check the situation. Now, the chain of evidence was complete. Officer Shin took a deep breath, unable to help but shake his head. unsure whether to feel hatred or pity. If it were just a takeout order, it wouldn't matter much, it didn't involve any crime. But if it could be proven that there were multiple malicious refunds, then it would be considered fraud. Don't think that a few dozen yuan isn't fraud. The key is multiple. Officer Shin knew it was time to act. He went upstairs, knocked on the door, and directly identified himself as a police officer. The three spirited young men thought it was a census or something similar, and without thinking too much, they opened the door. Officer Shin explained his purpose, stating he needed to take them back to the police station for questioning, and the three of them were instantly dumbfounded. "Officer, we were wrong. Please forgive us this once. Really, we promise we won't do this again. Please, we truly know we were wrong." Once they realized they had to go to the police station, they knew things were serious and began to cry and plead desperately. Then, they confessed everything they had done. Su Ning, listening nearby, felt it was all incredibly absurd. The three spirited young men had a total of only 21 yuan among them. What would they do if they had no money for food? If they didn't take the right path, they would definitely think of some crooked ways. To be honest, they had indeed discovered a good method. They used the 21 yuan to order a takeout, filled in the address of the neighbor, and then applied for a refund after receiving the food. The refund arrived, and the first person transferred the money to the second person, who did the same, continued to order takeout, and then refunded. This cycle repeated, allowing the three of them to keep eating well with just 21 yuan. Of course, this was under the condition that the merchant wouldn't be too strict. But who would have thought they would encounter a strict merchant this time, who not only came to their door but also called the police? How the situation would be handled next, Su Ning no longer cared. After such a long delay, he should hurry to deliver the takeout. He greeted Officer Shen, who was too busy to pay him any mind, so Su Ning went downstairs and hopped on his electric bike. He had just gone offline in the backend to avoid the system assigning him orders while he dealt with the situation, so now he needed to log back in as a rider. But as soon as he logged in, before he could even place his phone on the bike's front holder, the system sent him an order. Su Ning couldn't help but smile slightly. Better early than coincidental. He opened the order details, and it was the most common milk tea delivery. However, when he saw the customer's note, Su Ning's expression changed, feeling somewhat stunned. "I just broke up with my boyfriend. Please keep me company when the delivery guy arrives, and there's a tip." What the hell is this? The absurdity in Su Ning's heart was about to spill over. "I just want to ask, are there any normal people ordering takeout?" Of course, he knew that the vast majority were normal, but he just happened to encounter all the oddballs. No need to say, it was definitely the system's doing. He was already used to it. What to do with this order? Deliver it or not? If he delivered it, was there a possibility of falling into a trap? Of course, if it was really as the note said, although odd, at least it wasn't dangerous. He was just afraid there might be some conspiracy, like a honey trap or something, and that would be troublesome. After thinking for a moment, Su Ning decided to make a call first. "Hello, I'm the delivery guy. You ordered takeout, right?" Su Ning tried to keep his tone steady. "Yes, that's me. Are you there yet?" The voice on the other end was a woman's, sounding relatively young, and there seemed to be a hint of melancholy in her tone. Su Ning didn't want to waste too much time, so he directly asked, "Not yet, but I saw your note. What does it mean?" "Forget it, I'm not afraid to tell you, just don't spread it around. My boyfriend cheated on me, and I'm not feeling great right now. You sound quite young, I don't want to be with him anymore. Can you come over and chat with me?" As the woman spoke, her tone grew increasingly sorrowful, even giving Su Ning goosebumps. Struggling to endure the discomfort both mentally and physically, Su Ning quickly spoke up. "I'm very sorry to hear about your situation, but I still have to deliver takeout. I don't have that much time. I can bring you the milk tea, but I have to go deliver the next order right after." The woman's voice immediately became a bit anxious. "How about this? I'll pay you what you earn in a day delivering takeout if you come over and keep me company. How about that? I just want to get back at that jerk." Su Ning frowned, feeling quite speechless. He couldn't tell if the woman was lying, but he absolutely couldn't go keep her company. That would change the nature of things. "Sorry, our Huang Tuan delivery service doesn't offer that kind of service. If you really have that need, I suggest you go to a bar," Su Ning said calmly, completely unfazed. The woman on the other end clearly became emotional. "You're really not a man. You don't want what's offered to you. Just get lost." After saying that, she hung up the phone. Su Ning listened to the beeping on the line, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curve into a smile. At that moment, a notification from the back end sounded. The customer requested a refund. Su Ning didn't care whether the merchant agreed or not. He turned around and went back into the store, returning the takeout. The milk tea master looked at Su Ning with a strange expression, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You didn't go deliver it?" he asked, clearly having noticed the note. To him, it seemed ridiculous that a delivery rider would pass up such a golden opportunity. The milk tea master's tone and expression left Su Ning speechless. "How about I give you the milk tea, and you go deliver it?" Hearing Su Ning's somewhat irritated retort, the milk tea master was genuinely tempted. But at that moment, the milk tea shop's manager gave him a sharp rap on the head. "Are you stupid? This is clearly a scam. After you deliver it, several big guys will pin you down. Can you afford to lose 2 months' salary? You foolish child, I think you should just stick to shaking milk tea, otherwise, you'll have a hard time in society." The milk tea master looked awkward but still seemed somewhat unconvinced. "Well, society will teach you how to behave." After returning the milk tea, Su Ning simply squatted nearby to wait for orders. There were several milk tea shops and fast food places around, making it easy to get orders. Of course, there were also other riders waiting for orders nearby, all from the same station, and they were familiar with each other. "I heard you say you encountered a scam earlier? What happened?" one rider asked Su Ning with great interest. There was nothing to hide, so Su Ning recounted the incident to a few people. This left them shocked and feeling it was unbelievable. Although some had been delivering for several years, they had never encountered such a situation. "I don't feel like it was a scam," one said. "Maybe you missed a great opportunity," another chimed in. "I'm really envious and regretful. The most exciting thing I encountered was a female customer opening the door dressed very lightly." The group laughed, and the men gathered together, gossiping. "To be honest, this kind of thing isn't necessarily a scam. I have a friend who encountered something similar." The note said, "If needed, male riders can take the order, with a tip of 200. My friend didn't understand at the time. He thought the customer wanted him to help move something for a 200 tip, so he went directly to the door. As soon as he opened it, he was hugged by a married woman. TSK. Why can't I ever encounter such good fortune?" One rider said, feeling like he was about to drool. He looked a few years older than Su Ning and was probably unmarried, so he had no resistance to women. Since the topic had come up, everyone began sharing their experiences or stories they had heard. "Speaking of which, last time I almost got taken by a group of gay guys. It was a gay party, and the note said to invite the delivery guys to join. At that time, I had no idea it was a gay party. As soon as I walked in, I almost died of fright. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and ran fast, otherwise, I would have definitely been in trouble. Thinking about it now still gives me psychological trauma." Hearing such experiences, the other riders present immediately got goosebumps, feeling disgusted. Just imagine, if they encountered such a situation, it would be terrifying. I had a fellow villager who also delivered in the capital, but he was at a different station. Once, while drinking, he told me about an even weirder incident. One day, he was running a night order alone, and guess what? The customer wanted to pay $50 for his socks, saying that after a day of running deliveries, his feet smelled enough, and he liked it. You tell me, is that ridiculous or what? We're just delivering takeout. Why is it so hard? Another time, it was already late at night, and I snagged an order that almost scared me to death. The delivery address was actually in a cemetery, with a specific number. I thought it was a dead person ordering takeout, but when I called, I found out that their children were too busy to visit the grave, so they ordered takeout for me to deliver to the cemetery as an offering. Letting me help them with the grave cleaning was one thing, but the most outrageous part was that they actually wanted me to bow a few times for the old man. I was really fed up. Another time, I ran into a foreigner while delivering. I called him, and this guy spoke in a language I couldn't understand at all. Of course, the last thing he yelled at me was something I understood, and then I just dropped the takeout on the ground in front of him. Ha ha ha, that felt so good. Su Ning listened with great interest, feeling it was even more entertaining than watching a TV drama. Although due to the system's interference, he encountered bizarre situations every day, other delivery riders had also been delivering for several years. Even if the probability of encountering strange events was low, over such a long time, there were actually quite a few. At least, it served as a reference for him. In case he ever faced a similar situation, he would know how to handle it. That night, Su Ning completed over 10 deliveries before logging off to stop accepting orders. However, he didn't return to Binjian Bainyan but went to Ning Bing's house. As soon as he entered, the two embraced wildly and rolled onto the bed. The rain had stopped, and the room was filled only with their heavy breathing, as if they were savoring the lingering moments. "I see you're so into delivering takeout every day, but you really don't care about the investment company at all? You don't go to the company, and you don't come to find me. Is all your energy focused on your pretty little secretary?" Ning Bing's delicate fingers traced circles on Su Ning's chest, her tone somewhat resentful. Clearly, she felt a bit jealous about Su Ning hiring such a pure and attractive female secretary, especially since after Su Ning invested in the company, he never inquired about its operations. It should be noted that during this time, Su Ning had been involved in wedding planning, property management, and now delivering takeout, which didn't seem like a slacker's lifestyle. Yet, he was completely indifferent to the investment company. How could she not think too much about it? Speaking of which, although Howding Capital carried the Howding name, it was quite different from Su Ning's other companies. Currently, Howding Group had Howding Property, Howding Catering, Howding Film and Television, and other companies, all of which were wholly owned subsidiaries of Howding Group. Although Su Ning held a 75% investment share in Howding Capital, this portion was also under Howding Group, but the company's investments and operations were managed by Zhang Xinjie. Moreover, despite Howding Capital's impressive name, it didn't actually occupy too much of Su Ning's funds, and with Ning being around, he naturally wouldn't inquire too much. I know nothing about investments, and besides, you're here, right? But if you're willing to share what projects you've invested in, I'd be happy to listen. Su Ning wrapped his arm around Ning Bing's smooth, fragrant shoulder and smiled. Ning Bing really thought Su Ning was interested, so she began to tell him about Howding's recent successful investments. However, as she spoke, she soon heard Su Ning's soft snoring. Pouting in displeasure, she even thought about waking him up to continue listening to her. But thinking about how Su Ning had been delivering takeout every day and must be exhausted, she gently covered him with a summer blanket and then fell asleep beside him. When Su Ning woke up the next day, the workaholic Ning Bing had already left for work. After a quick wash-up, he heated up the breakfast Ning Bing had left for him, and after eating, he headed to Binjiang Baiyan. The entire morning, the property management was still very busy. Not only did they have to carry out the normal property work, but they also had to oversee the installation of shoe cabinets at the community entrance, as well as the preparations for the community cafeteria. Fortunately, after this period of training, Su Jiafei's abilities improved rapidly, and she was able to manage most tasks in an orderly manner, saving Su Ning a lot of worry. As usual, she would take a few laps around the community every day to see if there were any areas that needed improvement, and then chat with the homeowners who were out walking their dogs or children, asking if there was anything that needed to be addressed. They say the devil is in the details. While it may not be an absolute truth, if the details are well handled, homeowners will definitely notice. Although she initially had the crazy goal of making money, and still thinks that way now, after spending so much time together, Su Ning has indeed developed an unusual bond with the homeowners. At the very least, he sincerely hopes they live better lives. Su, I'm really a bit overwhelmed. I have too many things on my plate. Why don't you show some consideration for your subordinates and hire another property manager? Su Jiafei said with a pained expression, feeling quite wronged. Su Ning spread his hands, looking helpless and innocent. Didn't he want to find a competent property manager? But it was truly difficult. Even if someone could meet Su Ning's requirements and prioritize the homeowners over profit, in practice, they might still line their own pockets. Su Ning actually didn't mind a little greed or taking some benefits, but the potential chain reaction could harm the homeowners' interests. Therefore, the issue of hiring a property manager had to be approached with utmost caution. How about this? I'll call Ding Zihue over and let him handle the community cafeteria for now. Su Ning pondered for a moment and said. Ding Zihue, the second brother, was at Howding Group. Although the overall business scale wasn't particularly large, due to the many wholly owned subsidiaries and Su Ning's minimal presence, he managed the group's affairs. Of course, Su Ning believed that even Howding Group's priorities were not as high as property management, as the basic foundation for the coming year relied on Howding Property. Su Jiafei knew Ding Zihue's capabilities and breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ning took out his phone to call his second brother, but at that moment, Ding Zihue called him first. Hey, what made you think of calling me? Do you know I have something to discuss with you? Su Ning replied cheerfully. Ding Zihue on the other end chuckled. Otherwise, how could we be good brothers? Go ahead, what's the matter? Su Ning didn't need to be polite with his good brother and explained the situation. No problem, just right. I don't have much going on at the group these days, so I'll go help out at the property. Ding Zihue said, but then changed the subject. Third brother, I have something on my end too, thought I'd discuss it with you. Su Ning was taken aback, his expression turning suspicious, unsure of what Ding Zihue wanted. What is it? Just say it, there's no need to be shy. Ding Zihue seemed genuinely a bit embarrassed, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking up. Here's the thing, I'm not planning to return to my hometown since I'm staying in the capital, and my mom is urging me to find a partner and get married soon. Recently, I met a good friend, and her family has a daughter who is also in the capital, so they want to set us up. I met this girl the day before yesterday, she seems nice, but I just feel like I can't see her clearly. So, I thought I'd ask you to help me out, since you have experience with matchmaking. In fact, this was indeed something Su Ning had to take care of. Among the 4 brothers in the dormitory, the eldest was the most generous, having been raised to treat others well without any flaws, but because of that, he carried a bit of a spoiled rich kid vibe, even if it wasn't much. The youngest, on the other hand, was more brawn than brains, usually not considered for intellectual matters. Although Su-ning had always been low-key during his school years, due to his family's poor conditions, he had tried many work-study methods and interacted with people from all walks of life, which made him more perceptive in judging others. Not to mention that he was now clearly a wealthy man, and his position also determined his perspective on people. After hearing Ding Zihui's words, Su-ning felt a tremendous pressure. If it were about helping others make connections, he would naturally feel no pressure. But since this was about a good brother, there were too many concerns. What if he ruined his brother's good fortune? However, since Ding Zihui had said so, Su-ning thought it would be good to meet. He wouldn't express any opinions, just a normal meeting to get to know each other. Who knows, she might become his sister-in-law in the future. How about this? You see which day works for you, and you bring her along. Also, invite Lao Si and his wife, we can all have a meal together. Su-ning said with a smile, not revealing too much of his thoughts. Let's not wait for another day, let's do it tonight. It just so happens that I haven't been to Lee's private kitchen for a while. I'll call Lao Si in a bit. Lao San, you call the restaurant to reserve a private room, don't forget. Ding Zihui said happily, not sure if he was excited about the gathering of brothers or something else. After hanging up, Su-ning was worried he would forget about it, so he quickly called Lee's private kitchen. Not to mention Ding Zihui, even he himself hadn't been to Lee's private kitchen for a while. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do with the property management and it was almost noon, Su-ning decided to put on his yellow delivery jacket and deliver takeout. He was determined to run a few more orders at noon. After all, they were going out for dinner in the evening, and he might not have time to run around then. He opened the delivery app's writer interface, clicked to go online, and prepared to grab orders. Swipe. He quickly swiped right and successfully grabbed an order. Opening the details, he found that both the restaurant and the customer were not far away. Such orders were undoubtedly the most popular among writers. He hurried to pick up the meal from the merchant and then arrived at the customer's building. This was an old community, and it couldn't even be called a community because there were only 8 buildings in this area, and they weren't enclosed. Perhaps due to its age, the unit door lock was broken. Su-ning pressed the number, but there was no response. With no other choice, he had to call the customer directly. Hello, what's going on? A young woman's voice came through as the call connected. Hello, I'm the writer delivering your takeout. Can you open the door downstairs? I can't get up. Su-ning said calmly and truthfully. He thought it would be a smooth order, but what followed made him unable to hold back his temper. Hearing that Su-ning was delivering takeout, the young woman immediately replied, the door lock is broken. I'll come down to get it in a moment. Can you wait for me for 2 minutes? Su-ning replied indifferently, okay, I'll wait for you downstairs, just come down a bit faster. The door lock was broken and not repaired. Poor property management. Oh, he forgot, these old buildings might not even have property management. Sitting on his electric bike with his phone in hand, he was ready to grab orders at any moment. Writers couldn't miss a single order. Soon, 2 or 3 minutes passed, and not only did Su-ning not grab another order, but the customer also hadn't come down to pick up the meal. If someone had opened the door to go upstairs or downstairs at that moment, Su-ning could have gone up with them, but unfortunately, no one was moving, so he could only wait. He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. The customer said she would be down in 2 minutes, but there was still no sign of her. After 5 minutes, if she still hadn't come down, he would call again. This time, he didn't even think about grabbing orders, just keeping an eye on the time. When 5 minutes were up, he had grabbed an order, but the unit door still hadn't opened. He dialed the number again. Hello, why haven't you come down yet? Su-ning maintained his patience, his tone not revealing any impatience. But the customer's response instantly made him a bit annoyed. I'm already in the shower, handsome. Showering? It's almost noon. What are you showering for? Besides, even if you want a shower, you should wait until you go downstairs to pick up the takeout. Right now, you're showering and leaving me waiting downstairs. What does that mean? So when can you come down? Su-ning asked, his tone a bit urgent. I just got in the shower. I'll come down after I finish showering. The young female customer seemed completely unbothered, speaking with conviction. Su-ning frowned tightly, feeling extremely speechless. Your order is about to be late. There are only 2 minutes left, and I have other orders to deliver. How about this? I'll mark your order as delivered to avoid being late, and then I'll go deliver the other order. By the time you finish your shower, I should be back. Although there are countless bizarre customers, he didn't want to get entangled with her and was trying to find a way to satisfy everyone. If he went to deliver the other order, he could be back in about 10 minutes, and she would probably just be finishing her shower, so it wouldn't delay anything. This was a very reasonable plan. But the customer on the other end completely disagreed. "I haven't even received my food. How can you mark it as delivered?" Su Ning had completely lost his patience. "Can't you just come down to get it after your shower?" "But I haven't received my food, and I don't know if you've opened it or what. Besides, what if you mark it as delivered and then don't deliver it to me?" The young woman remained assertive, as if everything had to go according to her demands, or else it wouldn't work. Su Ning took a deep breath, trying to calm himself and not get angry. "This won't work, that won't work. Why don't you just come downstairs to get your food? So I'm just supposed to wait for you? The whole world has to revolve around you?" Su Ning thought of a term that had been particularly popular a few years ago, delicate egoist. Clearly, this young woman was a typical example. She only cared about her own interests and didn't give a damn about others. "Let me explain again, this order is about to be late, and if it is, I'll lose money. Also, I have other deliveries to make, I can't keep waiting." Su Ning said each word clearly, no longer in a good mood. But the woman seemed completely oblivious and didn't care what Su Ning was saying. I just took off my clothes and got in the shower. I bought the timely treasure for my order." Su Ning took a deep breath, placing a hand on his chest, trying to keep calm. It was clear what she wanted to do. She was just dragging it out, waiting for timely treasure to compensate her. Not only would she not have to pay for the takeout, but she could also make a little profit. I could hear that scheme from downstairs. But does she think the money from timely treasure comes from nowhere? Isn't it deducted from us delivery riders? It's ridiculous. I have a call recording. Because of the customer's reason for being late, my appeal will cancel your timely treasure, understand? Su Ning snorted coldly. The young woman on the other end seemed unaware of this and suddenly got a bit anxious. "What's wrong with you? What do you mean because of the customer's reason for being late? Is it wrong for me to take a shower? I've never seen such a shameless writer. Am I supposed to go down naked to get my food?" The woman on the other end kept rambling, and Su Ning couldn't be bothered to listen. He hung up the phone and marked the delivery as abnormal in the system. The reason, of course, was customer refusal. He didn't care if the woman complained or what. He just rode back to the store and returned the takeout. Unsurprisingly, while he continued delivering food afterward, customer service called. Su Ning explained what happened and provided evidence, and it was settled. After all, he was in the right. What was there to be afraid of? Although writers can be considered service industry workers, they are not at your beck and call, doing whatever you want. Do you really think I have to act like a servant just for your few bucks in delivery fees? How ridiculous. Now, Su Ning has gradually learned to adjust his mindset, not to take everything to heart. Otherwise, encountering so many oddballs every day would drive him crazy. However, dealing with such a peculiar situation made the entire lunch rush quite smooth. In the afternoon, he returned to the property management office to oversee the shoe cabinet installation, staying busy until around 4 o'clock. Since he had arranged to meet Ding Zivawei at 6 at Li Ji Private Kitchen, he checked the time and felt he could still make a few more deliveries, so he put on his yellow jacket again. Racing against time, he completed 7 or 8 orders, and when he saw the time, he hurriedly rode his electric bike straight to Li Ji Private Kitchen. The security guard at Li Ji Private Kitchen definitely recognized Su Ning and naturally took his electric bike to help park it. By this time, everyone had arrived in the private room except for Su Ning. Deng Zihao and Qin Xiaolan, the gaming couple, Su Jiafei, and today's main character Ding Zivawei along with his blind date Don Lulu were all present. Deng Zihao and Qin Xiaolan discreetly observed Don Lulu for a while, then exchanged knowing glances. Su Jiafei, however, didn't want to get involved and kept her head down eating fruit. Don Lulu was holding a small mirror, touching up her makeup, her tone a bit impatient. "Didn't we agree on 6 o'clock? Why is he still not here? Your dorm brother has quite the attitude." Although her tone wasn't particularly sarcastic, it still sounded somewhat uncomfortable. If Su Ning were here, he might not recognize Don Lulu by face, but he would definitely recognize her voice. Wasn't she the girl who couldn't come downstairs to get her delivery he encountered at noon? Hearing Don Lulu's words, Ding Zivawei raised an eyebrow slightly but didn't say anything. On one hand, the two families had a good relationship, and even if the two weren't suitable for each other, it wouldn't be good to make things awkward. On the other hand, Su Ning was indeed late, and given that Don Lulu wasn't familiar with him, a little complaint was understandable. Just then, Su Ning pushed open the private room door and walked in. Sorry, another delivery held me up. My bad. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment later." Deng Zihao unceremoniously gave Su Ning the middle finger, and although Qin Xiaolan pinched him, making him grimace, he still winked at Su Ning. Ding Zivawei was even less polite. Upon hearing Su Ning say he would drink 3 cups as punishment, he directly took 3 cups, set them up, and started pouring drinks. Of course, it was just beer. If it were liquor, Su Ning would be in trouble. Please. After pouring the drinks, Ding Zihui looked at Su Ning teasingly and gestured for him to go ahead. You bastard. Su Ning couldn't help but give Ding Zihui the middle finger back, then laughed as he downed 3 cups in a row. Making a scene upon entering was a sign of good camaraderie. If they had to pretend to be polite and mutually flattering, that would be a disaster. After the commotion, Ding Zihui didn't forget the main purpose of the gathering and introduced the two. Lao San, this is my friend, Dong Lulu, who also works in the capital. Lulu, this is my dorm mate Lao San, Su Ning. From the moment Su Ning walked in, Dong Lulu only glanced at him once and then didn't look at him again. Whether he was late or not was one thing, but the main issue was that Su Ning was wearing a yellow jacket and looked worn out, clearly a delivery rider. How could Ding Zihui have such a low-class friend? A dorm mate? After graduating from university, they were no longer in the same world. Why still hang out together? Because she looked down on him and even felt that dining with a writer was a bit beneath her. She merely nodded perfunctorily. You see, when a man and a woman meet for the first time, the man usually doesn't take the initiative to extend his hand, so it's often the woman who reaches out for a handshake. However, at this moment, Dong Lulu has no intention of doing so this step is skipped. Although Su Ning doesn't mind this, he can still sense Dong Lulu's very obvious attitude. Ding Zihui squints slightly, labeling Dong Lulu in his mind. Someone who thinks so highly of themselves probably doesn't have much character. Although the two families have a good relationship, when it comes to his own lifelong happiness, he can only rely on his own satisfaction. At this point, the smile on his face has faded considerably, and when he looks at Dong Lulu again, only the most basic politeness remains. Su Ning understands Ding Zihui well and knows he has already made a vague decision. He doesn't offer any advice. After all, such matters can only be decided by him. Of course, Su Ning isn't very optimistic about Dong Lulu either. Come on, sit down and eat. Su Jiafei, being sharp-witted, realizes the atmosphere is off and tries to smooth things over. Just then, Dong Lulu's phone rings. Hello, Mom, what's up? Yeah, I'm with Brother Zihui. He's introducing me to his friends. Don't worry about me and Aunt Lu, we're getting along just fine. After answering the call, Dong Lulu thinks to herself while stealing a few glances at Ding Zihui. In fact, her family's conditions are similar to Ding Zihui's, considered a moderately wealthy household. Originally, Dong Lulu wanted to find someone from a very wealthy family to elevate her own status. However, her mother discovered that Ding Zihui is also a potential asset. Not to mention, he is currently the vice president of finance in a group, wielding significant power since the boss is mostly uninvolved in the group's operations. Perhaps in the future, Ding Zihui will become a big figure in the business world. That's why she is willing to interact with him. But while she was on the phone, Su Ning heard Dong Lulu's voice, and his expression changed slightly. He recognized her. This Dong Lulu is definitely the bath girl, the refined egoist, and from the way she acted when he entered, it perfectly aligns with this judgment. A smirk crept onto his lips, his expression a mix of amusement and mockery. Not to mention, Ding Zihui probably wouldn't choose her. Even if he did have thoughts about her, Su Ning would definitely make sure to ruin it. Such a woman is not worthy of his brother. It was my mom on the phone. She's with Auntie and asked how we're getting along. After hanging up, Dong Lulu sweetly smiled at Ding Zihui to explain. Ding Zihui nodded non-committally, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Su Ning cleared his throat, drawing the attention of a few people, then raised his glass and spoke with a smile. Let me tell you all an interesting story. Well, using interesting might not be quite right, it's just rather bizarre. You all know I deliver food, and today I encountered a customer who left me at a loss for words. When I arrived at her building, the door wouldn't open, and when I called her, she told me to wait for 2 minutes. At this point, Su Ning slightly turned his head, looking at Dong Lulu with a smirk. Dong Lulu's expression suddenly changed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Su Ning. But Su Ning didn't care about her reaction and continued as if nothing had happened. After waiting 5 minutes with no one coming down, I called her again. She said she was already in the shower and told me to keep waiting. I said I would mark it as delivered first, but she was worried that if I did, I wouldn't deliver it to her. She didn't care whether I was exceeding the time limit. She only cared about her own convenience. What do you think? How selfish can a person be? I truly pity her future partner. Living with someone like this would be like having the worst luck for 8 lifetimes. After finishing speaking, Su Ning chuckled a few times and drank the wine in his cup. At that moment, the atmosphere in the private room became a bit strange. Although Qin Shaohan and Su Jiafei did not know that Su Ning was referring to Dong Lulu, they could still sense that he was hinting at something. After all, in this private room, only Ding Zihui and Dong Lulu were on a blind date. Could it be that Dong Lulu looked down on Su Ning, so he told a story to indirectly criticize her? Logically, Su Ning wouldn't be that petty, so there must be something they didn't know. Dong Lulu's reaction was quite unnatural. She knew very well that Su Ning was the delivery guy who brought her takeout at noon today. Damn it! Ding Zihui's roommate was actually the delivery guy who brought her food. What a coincidence! What should she do? If he told Ding Zihui about this, her impression in his eyes would probably be irreparable. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. Not wanting to ruin the dining atmosphere, Su Ning merely joked as if telling a funny story. And Deng Zihao, being the carefree person he was, definitely wouldn't think too much about it. Having not seen Ding Zihui for 2 months, he shouted to drink quickly. So, amidst the clinking of glasses, it felt like they had returned to the beautiful days of university. Halfway through the drinks, Su Jiafei gently nudged Su Ning. Since you're here, why not check the business situation in the system? As an assistant, she felt it was her duty to remind Su Ning, the absent-minded boss. Ever since he stopped being a designated driver, Su Ning hadn't come to Li Ji private kitchen, as if he didn't even own the restaurant. At least from a business management perspective, while he could let go of the specific operations, he should still pay some attention to the financial aspects. Su Ning nodded, feeling it made sense. You all drink first, I'll go take a look. Deng Zihao raised his glass, drunkenly saying, hurry back, we're waiting for you to drink. Su Ning made an okay gesture and smiled as he left. Dong Lulu, who was worried about not having an opportunity, saw Su Ning leave and stood up as well. I'll go settle the bill. After saying that, she also headed for the door. Ding Zihui's eyes flickered, but his expression didn't change much. Although he didn't know what she was up to, it was unusual for her to take the initiative to settle the bill. Deng Zihao, not thinking too much, shouted, what are you settling the bill for here? Don't be ridiculous. Sit down. Dong Lulu clearly thought he meant they would settle the bill, and she, as a girl, didn't need to do it herself. She quickly waved her hand and went out, not giving them a chance to stop her. Why did she leave? Seriously, what does she need to settle the bill for? Deng Zihao scratched his head, looking confused. Qin Shaohan was somewhat speechless. Her boyfriend really wasn't very bright. At this moment, Su Ning had already reached the cash register. Manager Lu had long been prepared and took the initiative to bring it up. Mr. Su, since you've come all this way, let me report to you about the business situation over the past 3 months. This matter definitely couldn't be left for Su Ning to bring up. He understood that much. Su Ning smiled and nodded. Anyway, he wouldn't treat Li Ji private kitchen as a priority, as long as it was generally okay. Just as Manager Lu was about to report, Dong Lulu had already stood beside Su Ning. What did you mean by that just now? Dong Lulu's expression was not very pleasant, and her tone was not good either. Su Ning slightly tilted his head, looking at her with a half-smile, shrugging his shoulders. It didn't mean anything, just telling a joke. Dong Lulu took a deep breath. Do you have something to say? Su Ning naturally wouldn't care about her thoughts and attitude, asking in a nonchalant tone. Dong Lulu narrowed her eyes at Su Ning, as if trying to see through his true intentions. You'd better shut your mouth and not say anything reckless. This is not good for you. Her words were unyielding, almost feeling like a threat to Su Ning. Manager Lu beside her was dumbfounded, his eyes wide, not knowing what was happening. Who was this woman? How could she speak to President Su in such a tone? I better keep my distance and not listen to what I shouldn't. Su Ning looked at Dong Lulu with a blank expression and let out a cold snort. If I keep my mouth shut, it won't be good for my brother. His tone was laced with unabashed sarcasm. Dong Lulu couldn't help but curse inwardly, but she didn't dare to truly turn against him. So what do you want? How can I not tell Ding Zihui? She was a bit anxious, clearly aware of how selfish and unrefined her actions were. In fact, some people know they are doing wrong, but they simply don't care. But now, she had to care. Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle a few times, thinking that this Dong Lulu was not only selfish and unrefined but also a bit foolish. I won't side with my brother, so why would I side with you? How ridiculous. But what he didn't expect was that Dong Lulu's next move was even more ridiculous. How about this? I'll give you 10,000 yuan, and you just pretend nothing happened, okay? Isn't it just delivering takeout? It's hard work, and delivering for a month might not even earn 10,000. I'm giving you 10,000 now to buy your silence, isn't that enough? As she spoke, she took out her phone to transfer money to Su Ning. Su Ning was taken aback, a playful smile appearing on his face. Interesting, bribing me? Su Ning even thought about calling lawyer Lu right now to ask if what she was doing was illegal. What's wrong? Is it too little? Let me tell you, don't be greedy. How about this? I'll give you 20,000. It can't be more. Dong Lulu saw Su Ning's expression and really thought he was dissatisfied with the amount, her tone becoming somewhat exasperated. Of course, in order not to miss out on Ding Zihui, the Diamond Bachelor, she gritted her teeth and raised the offer. At this point, Su Ning couldn't help but laugh out loud. After laughing, Su Ning tapped the QR code on the cash register. Alright, then you can just scan to pay. Dong Lulu looked at the payment code, her brows furrowing. What do you mean? You want cash? I transfer to the restaurant, and then the restaurant gives you cash? She thought Su Ning didn't want her to transfer directly to him to avoid leaving evidence. Just then, a table of customers came to settle their bill and approached the cash register. Oh, isn't this young Master Su? Are you eating here too? The customer recognized Su Ning and quickly greeted him with a smile. Su Ning turned to look and saw it was Manager Hao from the Richard Mille flagship store. Manager Hao, long time no see, Su Ning responded with a smile. After speaking, he turned to the cashier and said, just waive this table's bill. After all, they were acquaintances, it was fine if he didn't run into them. But wouldn't it be embarrassing to settle the bill in front of his boss? The cashier immediately complied and began operating the cash register. Manager Hao looked surprised, never expecting that this Lee's private kitchen was actually run by young Master Su. However, he was a person of the occasion and naturally wouldn't dwell too much over the cost of this meal. Then thank you, young Master Su. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. Su Ning smiled and nodded, then walked a few steps toward the door. When he returned to the cash register, Dong Lulu was already dumbfounded, standing there feeling like a clown. A casual word from him had the restaurant waive the bill. Even if he wasn't the actual owner, he still had a stake in it. This was no ordinary home-cooked meal restaurant. Even if it wasn't Michelin rated, it was definitely a high-end private kitchen. Just the scale and decor of the restaurant determined its class. How could she have imagined that Su Ning, this delivery guy, could actually have a stake in such a restaurant? Not to mention, even if it were just a 10% share, it would be enough for him to live lavishly in the capital. With such strength, why was he still out delivering food? Is he out of his mind? When the development of events far exceeds a person's understanding, it becomes something beyond their control. Just like now, everything had completely slipped out of Dong Lulu's grasp. Bribing Su Ning? Don't be ridiculous. Although she didn't know what twisted sense of humor drove Su Ning to deliver food, she doubted he would even glance at her 20,000 yuan. She had hit a brick wall. What to do now? Dong Lulu's mind raced, contemplating possible solutions. Biting her lip and gritting her teeth, she leaned closer to Su Ning and lowered her voice. I can spend the night with you. As long as you don't tell him, for this one night, I'll do whatever you say. What do you think? Dong Lulu was all in. She wouldn't care about her pride to not let go of Ding Zivui, this diamond bachelor. In fact, she thought if spending a night with Su Ning could silence him, it would be a bargain. Of course, she believed Su Ning would agree. After all, what man doesn't cheat? Moreover, Ding Zivui was his dormitory's second brother. She could even be considered his second sister-in-law. The term sister-in-law probably held a different sentiment for most men. She couldn't believe Su Ning would remain indifferent. Hearing Dong Lulu's blatant promise, Su Ning couldn't help but twitch his lips. Goodness, what does she take me for? You have no shame, and I still have my dignity. Fortunately, the second brother had asked him to keep an eye on things. Otherwise, if it came to discussing marriage, it would be hard to handle. Sorry, not interested. Put away your little schemes. Su Ning replied irritably, his expression one of disdain, as if faced with something incredibly filthy. Dong Lulu's face darkened, then turned pale with anger. She never expected that Su Ning would refuse even the beauty served on a platter. He was impervious to her charms, and she didn't know what to do. If you want to maintain your dignity, you'd better leave on your own and never entangle yourself with Ding Zivui again. Although he should handle this himself, who told him he was my son? Su Ning snorted, gesturing towards the restaurant's entrance. The meaning was clear, just get lost. Dong Lulu glared at Su Ning in frustration, her eyes filled with hatred. She wanted to say something harsh but realized she had nothing to threaten him with, so she gritted her teeth and turned to leave. Her furious back made it hard to say whether she would kick a tree in anger after stepping outside. Su Ning couldn't help but let out a soft snort, a smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Just then, Ding Zivui walked over, draping his arm over Su Ning's shoulder. Did you solve it for me? His tone was casual, as if it were just a trivial matter. Su Ning nodded, his tone equally light. Solved it. Never mind, I don't want to know. Ding Zivui paused, pulling Su Ning back. Let's go back and drink. In fact, when Dong Lulu chased Su Ning out, Ding Zivui had already guessed that she must have sought Su Ning to keep quiet. He also believed Su Ning would never side against him. Now that Dong Lulu had left, it was clear that the third brother had exposed her true colors, with no other possibilities. This was good. He wouldn't have to waste his breath. Very appropriate. He didn't want to hear it, but Su Ning was interested in sharing. Do you know? To make me keep her secret, she first offered me money, then even said she would spend the night with me. You really are something as a blind date. I think when you go back home next time, you definitely need to have a good talk with auntie. Girls like this should be left for others. Su Ning's words made Ding Zihui pause in surprise. The hush money was one thing. Dong Lulu even mentioned spending the night together? Goodness, what kind of situation have I introduced myself to? This is really out of line. Then you should agree. I don't believe you didn't notice that I could never be with her. Just one night of free sleep, how great. Ding Zihui looked at Su Ning and joked teasingly. Su Ning couldn't help but give Ding Zihui the middle finger. Stop it, that's disgusting. Ding Zihui laughed heartily, playfully punching Su Ning twice. When the two of them returned to the private room with their arms around each other, Su Jiafei and Qin Shaohan noticed that Dong Lulu hadn't come back and realized something had happened. Only the silly Deng Zihao was puzzled. Where is she? Did you lose her? Qin Shaohan couldn't help but pinch his arm hard, her face full of frustration. Shaohan, I leave the fourth one to you. You must take good care of this silly boy. Without you, he might get sold and still help count the money. Su Ning laughed heartily. Deng Zihao, in a drunken haze, scratched his head. Was he talking about me? The meal lasted late into the night, and Su Ning simply left his electric bike charging at Li Ji private kitchen before taking a taxi back to Binhai Century. After a night of tossing and turning with Ning Bing, he hadn't had much rest during the day, and after drinking quite a bit at night, Su Ning collapsed into bed as soon as he got home. When he opened his eyes again, it was already past 9 in the morning. After getting ready, Su Ning planned to take a stroll around the property management office before heading out to deliver takeout. However, as he walked by the artificial lake in the community, he saw an old man and a middle-aged man arguing. I'm not old enough to be unable to move. You make me sit around every day. I'm going to get sick from idleness. From now on, you mind your own business. I'll do whatever I want. The old man shouted angrily at the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man's expression was quite rich, a mix of frustration and helplessness, not to mention worry. Dad, you're almost 80. Isn't it better to retire and enjoy your old age? What if something really happens to you? I'm not saying you should sit at home all day, just come out for a walk, and if you want to move, dance square dance with the old ladies. How nice. When the old man heard this, he looked like his beard was about to stand on end. Dance square dance? That's ridiculous. If I want to exercise, can't I practice some 5-animal play? Su Ning could tell this was a father-son discussion, not a real argument. However, it wasn't good for the old man to be so agitated at his age. So Su Ning walked over and smiled. What are you chatting about that's so lively? The old man and the middle-aged man recognized Su Ning, and when they saw him coming over, they both greeted him with smiles. Manager Su, it's nothing, I'm just trying to persuade my dad to enjoy his old age, the middle-aged man explained to Su Ning. Enjoy what old age? The old man, a bit agitated, grabbed Su Ning's arm. Xiao Su, come and judge for us. Being pulled into the family matter by the old man, Su Ning couldn't help but smile wryly. This is their family business, how can I get involved? Although the old man still seemed quite healthy, he was after all getting on in years. If he could enjoy his old age, then let him enjoy it. Old man, just like your child said, after retirement, enjoy life at home. Your child is also filial. It's good to cultivate some hobbies. Besides, I might say something you don't want to hear, but at your age, even if you want to work, employers might not dare to hire you. Su Ning could only smile awkwardly and help the middle-aged man persuade the old gentleman. I'm not doing any physical labor. As a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, I only occasionally sit in for consultations, help people take their pulses and prescribe some medicine. How tiring can that be? Besides, while I may not be a master of the art, I do have a bit of a reputation. If I go to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, I could easily earn over 10,000 a month, which would be great for my grandson's studies abroad. The middle-aged man beside him looked helpless. He just couldn't persuade the old gentleman. Upon hearing that the old gentleman was actually an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and it seemed he was a genuine one, not a quack, Su Ning was somewhat surprised. After all, at over 70, being able to consult at a traditional Chinese medicine hospital likely meant he had quite a reputation. However, there was one issue. The traditional Chinese medicine hospital was not in the same district as Binjiang, and the distance was indeed not far. If the old gentleman had to travel back and forth between the hospital and the community every day, it might be too much for him. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Su Ning's mind. Why not set up a traditional Chinese medicine clinic here in the property management's public facilities for the old gentleman to consult? On one hand, it would solve the problem of the old gentleman not having to travel every day, giving him something to do, and with the property management staff around, he would still be taken care of. On the other hand, it would also be a benefit for the residents. In this day and age, not to mention the elderly, even young people are often sub-healthy. If someone feels unwell, they might not have the time or energy to go to the hospital. If there were a traditional Chinese medicine clinic in the community, residents could take a moment to check their pulses, get examined, and receive some traditional Chinese treatment and conditioning. Wouldn't that be great? Initially just a spur-of-the-moment idea, the more Su Ning thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Old gentleman, how about I suggest something? Since you're retired and can't sit still, wanting to treat people, does it really matter where you do it? The property management can set up a room in the public facilities specifically for you as a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. What do you think? You could easily spare some time each day to consult and check the pulses of the community residents. And the property management won't let you work for free, will give you a fixed salary of 12,000 a month. How about that? Upon hearing Su Ning's words, not only was the old gentleman stunned, but even the middle-aged man was taken aback. A property management company opening a traditional Chinese medicine clinic for the old gentleman to consult? What kind of operation was this? However, after the initial shock, the old gentleman immediately shook his head. No, I won't go to a private clinic to consult. The old gentleman had a very strong professional ethics. A regular traditional Chinese medicine hospital was fine, but the private clinics had too many hidden depths. It was precisely because he was unwilling to cooperate with clinics that exploit patients that he was so resistant to private clinics. Perhaps sensing the old gentleman's poor attitude, the middle-aged man quickly explained to Su Ning. He used to receive invitations from private traditional Chinese medicine clinics to consult, but those clinics were not focused on treating and saving people. They were only thinking about how to extract money from patients. Since then, the old gentleman has refused to take any work from private clinics. Su Ning suddenly realized this was a good thing. Old gentleman, you've misunderstood. Our housing property has been here for quite some time. Aside from the property fees, which of our new initiatives has charged the residents? So this traditional Chinese medicine clinic, I plan to make it free. Your salary will be covered by the property management, and the residents won't have to pay a dime. Su Ning explained to the old gentleman with a smile. Upon hearing this, both men were momentarily astonished, feeling it was unbelievable. The property management would pay for the clinic and not charge? What was the catch? Were they doing charity? However, thinking back to their previous initiatives, which were all investments by the property management for the benefit of the residents, it seemed more acceptable. Housing property was truly considering the residents wholeheartedly. Setting up a traditional Chinese medicine clinic by the property management was definitely a good thing, but it wasn't that simple. Xiao Su, you can't just act on a whim. There are quite a few matters involved. For example, the clinic's procedures and so on. If the clinic is really set up, I definitely can't handle it alone. At least I need an assistant specialized in traditional Chinese medicine. And then there's the issue of the medicinal materials, what to do. It's not that simple. The old man shook his head, feeling tempted but still thinking it wasn't very realistic. Su Ning pursed her lips and pondered. The procedures were easy enough. They could just be taken care of. As for the assistant, it wouldn't be a big deal to hire one. There were plenty of traditional Chinese medicine graduates struggling to find jobs, and who wouldn't want to learn from such an experienced old doctor? They probably wouldn't even demand a high salary. The only troublesome issue was the medicinal materials. The old man would definitely need to prescribe according to the symptoms after taking the pulse, and if they couldn't get the medicine here, the owners would have to go to the pharmacy, which essentially wouldn't save much money. Su Ning was doing this to make it convenient for the owners while also helping them save money. Old man, how about we simply set up a small pharmacy that stocks the traditional Chinese herbs you might often use? In that case, the cost of supplies would definitely be much less than if the owners went to the pharmacy. If that's the case, would we need a pharmacist specialized in traditional Chinese medicine? The old man stared blankly at Su Ning, not expecting her to be serious about it. If you can solve these problems, then I would definitely be willing to consult without leaving the community. In that case, you wouldn't even need to pay me 12,000. I would consider it free consultation. The old man's son was beside him, both amused and exasperated, never expecting things to develop in this direction. But this was good. At least consulting within the community was better than going back and forth to the hospital. Although they hadn't discussed many details, the matter was tentatively settled. Old man, give me your phone number. I'll have Manager Su from the property contact you to see how to prepare for the clinic. Please take care of it. Su Ning smiled at the old man. After sending the old man off, Su Ning searched online and, to her surprise, found information. The old man's name was Qin Yang, and before retiring, he had been consulting at a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, being one of the renowned doctors in the capital, with quite a few titles. With him consulting, the traditional Chinese medicine clinic would indeed be well-deserved. Remember this number, it's old man Qin Yang's. I just discussed it with him and am preparing to set up a traditional Chinese medicine clinic here at the property, with old man Qin Yang as the consultant. I'll leave the preparation of the clinic to you. Keep in close contact with the old man and try to follow his requirements. Back at the property, Su Ning unceremoniously handed the task over to Su Jiafei. Su Jiafei was already used to it. After all, the more tasks, the less biting. The kitchen equipment can be brought in today. The chef and assistant will start work tomorrow to familiarize themselves with the environment and workflow. Ingredients will come in the day after tomorrow morning, and then we'll have a trial opening at noon. Does this schedule work for you? Su Jiafei took out her notebook and briefly reported to Su Ning. Her actions were quick, whether it was the procurement of second-hand kitchen equipment, ingredient supply, or chef recruitment, everything was arranged in a short time. Su Ning nodded, unable to help but want to praise Su Jiafei a bit. To be honest, having this assistant really saved her a lot of trouble. Send a notice in the group tomorrow at noon to inform the owners of this news. Then gather the owners' opinions to see what they think about the dishes. If a particular dish is requested by many owners, then let the cafeteria arrange it. After all, the cafeteria isn't for profit. Aside from labor costs, all income should cover the cost of ingredients. Su Jiafei nodded, knowing Su Ning would say just that. She even suspected that if the owner kept asking the cafeteria to supply lobster, Su Ning would agree to it. He really spoiled the owner unconditionally. Su Jiafei now really wished she could immediately buy an apartment in Binjiang by Nian and become a distinguished owner there. Although other communities also referred to their owners as distinguished, in reality, only they knew whether they were truly distinguished. The Binjiang by Nian community was completely different. The owners were genuinely distinguished. Additionally, the installation of the shoe cabinets will be completed by noon tomorrow. We still need to coordinate with the furniture factory. Su Jiafei continued to report. Su Ning pondered for a moment and said seriously, after the installation is complete, have the owners check the quality carefully, and also arrange for our people to check it. If there are any quality issues or defects, have the furniture factory handle it immediately. Only after confirming that all the shoe cabinets are fine should we pay the final payment. It was supposed to be a good thing, but if any shoe cabinet had quality issues later, the owners would feel unbalanced, which would affect their satisfaction. So if a task is to be done, it should be done to the best of one's ability, to perfection. Su Jiafei immediately took notes. After all, this was a very formal instruction from Su Ning, and she couldn't afford to be careless. At that moment, Su Ning suddenly remembered something and smiled as he asked, I heard from Lao Si and Qin Shaohan that you want to save money to buy a house in the capital? Su Jiafei was taken aback. She didn't expect Su Ning had heard about this. However, there was nothing to hide, so she nodded. Although the housing market was not doing well now, for someone like Su Jiafei who wanted to stay in the capital, buying a house was the only way to settle down. Perhaps she had never considered this issue before graduation. After all, even if housing prices were falling, they were still beyond her reach. With an average family background, if she could only find an ordinary job after graduation, buying a house was a luxury. But now it was different. Working as Su Ning's assistant, although the job was a bit tedious, the pay was truly remarkable. After a year, she could definitely earn 500,000 to 600,000. She had almost no expenses and could save up nearly everything. Just saving for 2 years would be enough for a down payment on a small apartment. Su Ning nodded noncommittally. You know I bought a 2-bedroom apartment in the community, right? Su Jiafei certainly knew. Su Ning had bought an apartment in Binjiang by Nian for convenience while working in property management. Although Binjiang by Nian was considered a high-end community, that amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for Su Ning. But what Su Ning said next made her widen her eyes in disbelief, her face losing color. I'll probably live in this apartment for a year, and then it will be of no use. Why don't you stop looking at other houses? After a year, I'll sell this one to you at a low price. I bought it for 4 million, and I'll sell it to you for 2 million. You don't even have to give me the money, just deduct it from your salary. Let's say 20,000 a year, and you can pay it off in 10 years. How about that? Su Jiafei felt an extreme sense of disbelief, as if she were dreaming. A $4 million apartment, sold to her for 2 million? And she didn't even have to pay up front, just deducting 20,000 from her salary each year? What was the difference from getting it for free? But don't think that just because Su Ning said this, he would actually deduct a total of 2 million from her salary. She knew Su Ning's character well. He would probably find some excuse to reimburse her later. In reality, the apartment was practically given to her. Although she worked diligently, her abilities really didn't match such a benefit. What merit did she have? It all felt so unreal. Her graduate classmates, even if they entered big companies after graduation, would only earn a little over 10,000 a month, barely able to support themselves in the capital. And here she was, driving a luxury car, and in a year, she would even have a house. It was truly absurd. Su Jiafei was so excited that she wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Su Ning waved his hand dismissively and said, "No need to think so much. Just work well, at least for this year. Just do your job as the property manager." After saying that, he put on his yellow jacket and went out to deliver food. Su Jiafei immediately felt an overwhelming sense of dissonance. One moment he was a domineering CEO, and the next he was just an ordinary worker. It was quite a split personality. First, he went to Li Ji private kitchen to pick up the electric bike, then Su Ning hurried back to the delivery area and started accepting orders. As usual, the first few orders went smoothly, but soon it became less so. He grabbed an order and quickly checked the details, only to find it was a full 5 kilometers away. What surprised him even more was that the customer's address was Huannan Building. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with Huannan Building, but Houting Group was located there. Looking again, it was clearly the 24th floor, the very floor where Houting Group was situated, and that entire floor belonged to Houting Group. Oh, it turned out to be an employee from Houting Group who placed the order. Interesting. Su Ning hopped on the electric bike, picked up the meal, and headed towards Huanding Building. To be honest, it was his first time visiting the group headquarters. Upon reaching the 24th floor, he greeted the front desk, placed the delivery at the front desk, and then took a photo. He initially thought about visiting Ding Zihui's office to tease him, but just then, the system assigned him 2 more orders, so he abandoned that thought and hurried back to delivering food. However, just after finishing those 2 orders, he received a call from the merchant. "You said the order from Huannan Building applied for a refund? What? Spilled food? Impossible. The packaging was definitely fine when I delivered it." The merchant informed Su Ning that the customer from Huannan Building had just applied for a refund. The reason for the refund was spilled food. The merchant certainly disagreed with the refund, but after the customer appealed, the Huangtuan system automatically processed the refund. The meal was intact when handed to the writer, and now that this order had lost money, the merchant would definitely come looking for Su Ning. There was definitely no spilled food. "I can show you the photos I took when I delivered the meal," Su Ning sighed. He could guarantee that when he placed the meal at the front desk, there was no spillage. "I suspect the person who ordered the takeout is trying to take advantage. Now, let's see what you want to do. If my appeal goes through, the system will deduct your money. Or you can just accept your bad luck and help me retrieve the meal, which would mean you ran an errand for nothing," the merchant said helplessly. Although neither of these solutions was very friendly to Su Ning, the platform's rules were indeed biased towards the customer. Su Ning understood the merchant's position. After all, the system had already refunded the money, and retrieving the meal would mean no loss. If Su Ning went to retrieve the meal and deliver it back to the store, he wouldn't have to worry about the system deducting money. He would just have made 2 unnecessary trips. He couldn't help but squint his eyes, feeling quite displeased. It was definitely unacceptable to have money deducted. After 100,000 times increase, that was no small amount. He just didn't know if transferring this meal money to the merchant privately would count as a violation. However, the customer who ordered the takeout was definitely problematic. No way, it couldn't just end like this. If it were someone else, Su Ning might not have been able to do anything about it. But who told the person ordering takeout was an employee of Houting Group? He hopped on the electric bike and headed back to Huannan Building. Upon reaching the 24th floor, he entered the company and directly asked the front desk receptionist, "Which one is Ms. Zhang who just ordered takeout?" Suddenly, Su Ning thought of a question. Wasn't Bai Roland the receptionist at Houting Group? When he was involved in matchmaking before, he had even asked Bai Roland for help. Why had the front desk changed to a stranger girl now? But that could be asked later. For now, he needed to resolve the meal issue. The young receptionist, although puzzled, still pointed towards the office area inside the workstation at the 3rd window. "May I ask what you need?" Su Ning nodded, did not answer, and walked directly inside. "Ms. Zhang, you just requested a refund for the takeout, right? Is it because of the spilled food? Where is your meal now?" Sitting at this workstation was a young girl who looked like she had just graduated from university, dressed very elegantly. She turned her head and said in a flat tone, "I ate it." Su Ning couldn't help but frown. "Ate it? Why do you still want to return the order?" The girl stared at Su Ning, raising her voice, "If the food was spilled, why can't I return the order?" At this moment, several employees in the large office were drawn to her voice, looking over curiously. "If it was spilled, you can return the order. But after returning it, you can't eat it, because once the order is returned, it no longer belongs to you. Also, when I delivered this takeout, it was definitely intact. When I placed it at the front desk, your company's front desk can testify, if the food was damaged, she wouldn't have let me leave it there. You can't have it both ways." Su Ning squinted, speaking expressionlessly, his tone carrying an irrefutable air. The other employees had clearly figured out the situation and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. She really loves to take advantage. Exactly, if it was really spilled, then just don't eat it when you apply for a refund. What spilled food? There was no spilled food at all. She just wants to eat for free. You'd think our group's salary isn't low. Why is she so stingy and selfish? Forget it, just stop talking. The girl seemed to have her thoughts exposed, and as if she heard her colleagues' whispers, she became furious. So what if I ate it? You clearly made a mistake. Why should I have to starve waiting? How interesting. Hurry up and get lost. If you don't leave, I swear I'll report you. Her tone was very high, even becoming somewhat hysterical. Su Ning continued to squint, the corners of his mouth even curling into a slightly mocking arc. I don't want to waste more breath with you. I have proof that the food was fine when it was delivered. You can return the meal cost to the merchant, and this matter will be over. Dealing with such people often left a heavy feeling in his heart, so he wanted to resolve the issue quickly and leave, to avoid further annoyance. What do you think you're doing? I'm not giving you anything. Get lost. If you keep harassing me, I'll call the police right now. Perhaps feeling that it was too embarrassing to be entangled with a delivery person in front of her colleagues, her face twisted in anger as she shouted. Just then, the door to an office opened, and Ding Zhihui walked out in surprise. He had heard the commotion outside while in the office. This was a company, not a market. But as soon as he stepped out, he saw an employee yelling at a delivery person in a yellow jacket. Why did this delivery person look so familiar? Taking a few steps forward, he saw Su Ning's handsome face. What the hell? Why are you here? Delivering takeout? Ding Zhihui's expression was extremely interesting, as if he had seen an alien. Indeed, the group had been established for so long, yet Su Ning, the chairman, had never come once. He didn't handle business, didn't manage anything, and passed everything onto him, completely a hands-off manager. But today, he actually rode an electric bike to deliver takeout to the group. This was too funny. Yes, delivering takeout. What's wrong? Not welcome? Or is it that you don't allow delivery people in here? Su Ning laughed heartily and playfully punched Ding Zhihui in the chest. At that moment, another office door opened, and Bai Roland, who had just been promoted from the front desk to HR manager, also walked out. Seeing Su Ning in a yellow jacket was like seeing a ghost. Su General. Su Ning smiled at Bai Roland and said, Xiaobai has become prettier again, huh? When I saw the front desk before and it wasn't you, I thought you had resigned. Looking at the nameplate on the office door that read Human Resources Manager, Su Ning chuckled, so you got promoted. You have to treat us now. Bai Roland, having worked as a receptionist at a matchmaking agency for a month, was quite familiar with Su Ning and wasn't too reserved. That depends on whether General Su has time. At that moment, the female employee who had ordered takeout looked at Su Ning, Ding Zhihui, and Bai Roland chatting and laughing, even feeling their presence stronger than hers, and was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did they all know this delivery person? What just happened? Ding Zhihui asked, but his gaze was directed at the female employee. He had clearly seen her yelling at Su Ning when he came out. Su Ning shrugged, not answering directly, but turned his gaze to Bai Roland, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Is she your employee? Quite impressive. Bai Roland stuck out her tongue. Even if she were a bit slow, she knew Su Ning was being sarcastic. She ordered takeout, and I delivered it. Then she applied for a refund citing food loss, and the vendor sent me to pick up the meal. In the end, she even ate the food. When did Howding Group's treatment become so poor that employees have to resort to such despicable means just to have lunch? Although it was hard to guarantee character during recruitment, this female employee's behavior severely damaged Howding Group's reputation. Ding Zhihui's expression turned a bit grim. Although Su Ning wasn't blaming him, he was currently responsible for the daily operations of Howding Group, and such incidents were embarrassing. As for Bai Roland, who had recruited the employee, she felt even more ashamed. Pack your things and write your resignation letter. Ding Zhihui coldly threw a sentence at the female employee. Having been employed for less than a month, and not even having completed her probation period, asking her to resign was already the most dignified option. Otherwise, if the termination notice was changed to a dismissal notice, she might not even find another job. The female employee was completely stunned at this moment. She never expected that their few words would completely decide her fate. She was being fired? This was like a bolt from the blue for her. To know that this offer from Howding Group was something she had worked hard to obtain through several rounds of interviews. Although Howding Group wasn't well known, it was definitely a very ideal work platform. The workload was light, the salary was high. How many white-collar workers dreamed of such a job? But she never thought that she would lose such a good job just because of a takeout order. Although there were many companies in the capital and plenty of job opportunities, finding such a good job was not easy. At this moment, she regretted it deeply. I won't resign, I want to apply for labor arbitration. Unwilling to accept her fate, she gritted her teeth and shouted at Ding Zihui without thinking. Ding Zihui couldn't help but frown, his expression turning cold. Since you are willing to die, then I am willing to bury you. He had originally left her a way out, but now it seemed unnecessary. Whatever, manager go issue a dismissal notice. Remember, it's a dismissal notice. Then hurry up and handle the paperwork. I don't want to see her again. After saying that, he took Su Ning, who was watching the show, and walked toward the office. Bai Roland looked at her with a half-smile, unable to hide the mocking expression on her face. Although you signed a formal labor contract, you are still in your probation period. The labor contract has clear terms. If you do not meet the company's hiring conditions during the probation period, the company can dismiss the employee without paying economic compensation. Proof of dismissal can indicate to a company that you have been terminated, and when the next company conducts a background check, we will truthfully inform them of your performance. Now, pack your things, I will quickly get the relevant paperwork for you. Also, please notify us in advance when you go to labor arbitration, so I can arrange for a legal advisor. Hearing Bai Roland's words, the female employee finally realized what mistake she had made. If she had voluntarily resigned, the company would issue a certificate of termination of the labor contract, which would not hinder her from finding the next job. She could easily say that the previous company had issues, so she hurriedly left before her probation period ended. But if it were a proof of dismissal, that would be entirely different. The next company would surely think there was a problem with her work ability or character, which is why she was dismissed before her probation period was over. In such a case, no matter how she explained, the company would definitely have doubts. Not to mention, Bai Roland just said that they would truthfully inform the background check. It felt like she was being kicked deeper into the abyss. At that moment, it felt as if the sky had fallen. She had completely lost her composure, her face turning pale. Even when she received the proof of dismissal and left Houting Group like a walking corpse, she didn't realize that the delivery rider bringing her food was actually the chairman of Houting Group. Alright, I won't chat with you any longer. I still have to deliver food. Su Ning drank the coffee that Ding Zihui had just ground and didn't have the mood to sit here any longer. He was starting to regret choosing food delivery as a way to make money. It left him with no free time at all. Next month, he would definitely choose a job with more flexible working hours. In the end, the issue still had to be resolved. Although he didn't get the delivery back, both the merchant and Su Ning filed complaints, uploaded evidence, and after some verification, they finally didn't lose any money. During the lunch peak, this order wasted quite a bit of time, and Su Ning felt like he had lost both the lady and the soldiers. Damn it! It was still a lack of experience. Next time he encountered something similar, he should just ignore it. If they wanted to deduct money, so be it. He could make up for the wasted time by running a few more orders. Around 2 o'clock, Su Ning grabbed another order and decided to finish this one before heading back. Looking at the details, he slowly squinted his eyes, and his expression turned strange. This note, is it for real? Note, a handsome delivery guy is needed to deliver to the Ihong building's secret room, and then accompany us to break through the escape room, with a $50 tip. Su Ning was filled with question marks. What is this? Did you order takeout or a playmate? However, since he had already grabbed the order and wasn't planning to continue running, he might as well go deliver it. The main thing was, he was handsome, fitting the requirement. If it were one of those other odd-looking guys at the station, they would definitely be unqualified. However, he still decided to call and ask first. Hello, I received your takeout order. What does the note mean? A chirpy female voice immediately came from the other end. You sound so young, that's great. Hurry and come deliver it. We're in the secret room, we're all girls, and this escape room is too scary. We don't dare to go in. You can be our tank, please, handsome. Su Ning couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. It turned out the escape room had a horror theme, and they were scared. The problem was, I'm scared too. Then I'll hurry. Su Ning sighed and decided to make the trip. It took 2 minutes to pick up the food and another 3 minutes to reach the secret room. The staff at the secret room were at the front desk and found it a bit strange to see a delivery guy come in. Their employees and NPCs had already eaten lunch. Who ordered the takeout? Whose takeout? The front desk employee asked, slightly surprised. Su Ning glanced at the posters on the wall introducing the escape room themes and pointed at the one for Ihong Lu. Ihong Lu, the people in the escape room ordered it. The front desk employee looked utterly confused. Huh? Su Ning didn't waste time and directly showed him the receipt from the takeout. After seeing it clearly, the employee was left speechless. How did they bring their phones inside? And ordering takeout to have the delivery guy join them in the game? I've never heard of such a thing. It shouldn't have been surprising for him to be dumbfounded. Before entering the escape room, he had already said that phones weren't allowed, and he saw each girl put a phone in the locker. Yet, it seemed there were still some who slipped through the cracks. The key point was, what kind of operation was it to order takeout and have the delivery guy play along? So the front desk employee looked at Su Ning suspiciously. You have to pay for one person to enter the escape room, are you going in? Su Ning shrugged and nodded. Spending 120 to enter the escape room wouldn't affect his takeout earnings. Meanwhile, the 50 yuan tip from the customer could potentially yield 100,000 times the return. After scanning the code and paying, the still somewhat speechless front desk employee opened the door and sent Su Ning into the escape room, then locked the door behind him. Instantly plunged into darkness, with only a faint candlelight, it felt incredibly eerie and chilling. Su Ning shivered, feeling a bit scared. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Your takeout has arrived." Fortunately, the girls heard Su Ning's voice and immediately responded. "Great, you finally made it. Little brother, just walk ahead, we're hiding in a room." Su Ning was almost in tears, wishing he could find a room to hide in too. Delivering takeout was really not easy. Taking a few deep breaths and mustering his courage, Su Ning finally began to move forward slowly, inching ahead step by step. He had just asked the front desk employee that this horror-themed escape room had NPCs, though he wasn't told how many, but there were definitely several. So Su Ning remained on guard, anticipating a ghost to suddenly pop out and scare him. But perhaps because the girls had already made it through the previous rooms, the NPCs had also moved on and weren't present here. The girls' voices grew closer, and Su Ning felt he was getting closer to victory. But just then, in the deep, dark corridor, the dim lights began to flicker rapidly. A woman dressed in a bright red ancient costume, with disheveled hair, appeared ahead. Her face was painted white, and with blood-red lips, she suddenly looked up, scaring Su Ning so much that his soul nearly left his body. He almost flung the takeout in his hand at her. A ghost. A female ghost. Su Ning, terrified, ran in a panic, desperately looking for a room to hide in. There was a door not far away, and he tried to push it open, but it wouldn't budge. The door was blocked from the inside, not locked, as he could push it a little. Perhaps a few girls were hiding inside. "Open the door. I'm delivering takeout." Su Ning's voice was filled with fear and urgency. Hearing his voice, the door actually opened. Su Ning hurried inside, quickly closed the door behind him, and braced himself against it. "Little brother, you finally made it. That's great. Quick, save us. If you don't come soon, we're really going to be trapped here. It's so scary." Although it was too dark to see clearly, from the chattering voices, he could tell there were probably 4 or 5 girls in here. "You all go ahead and eat the takeout. Then give me a good review," Su Ning said irritably. One girl took out her phone, turned on the flashlight, and finally, the room lit up. Seeing this scene, Su Ning wished he could slap himself hard. How could he forget to use his phone to light the way? Sure enough, in this small room, there were 5 girls huddled in a corner, not daring to move. Su Ning took out his phone, marked it as delivered, and felt a strong urge to just leave. But the door they had entered was locked, forcing them to move forward to the exit. At that moment, the 5 girls finally saw Su Ning's face, and their eyes lit up instantly. After all, Su Ning was already quite handsome, especially now appearing as a savior, radiating an aura. "Wow, you're so handsome, big brother. This is too handsome. You should debut. Why are you delivering takeout? What do we do now? Big brother, please take us out." As the room lit up, they all stood up and moved closer to Su Ning. 2 timid girls had already grabbed the hem of Su Ning's shirt, wanting nothing more than to cling to him. "If you're scared, you shouldn't play a horror-themed escape room," he said, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. "We just wanted to try it. Who knew it would be so scary?" One girl said, her voice tinged with a hint of tears, clearly frightened. Su Ning nodded. It was indeed scary. He had been quite startled himself. "Staying here isn't a solution. Let's keep moving forward." Although the girls were scared, they had no choice but to comply. They hid behind Su Ning, like chicks protected by a mother hen. Su Ning really wanted to say, "Who will protect me?" Step by step, they moved forward, sometimes even taking 1 step forward and 2 steps back. There was no need for NPCs to appear. The terrifying atmosphere of the escape room was enough to instill fear. However, for some reason, in the next 2 rooms, they managed to solve puzzles and find keys without any NPCs coming out to scare them. Only in the last room did an NPC pop out, but it seemed very perfunctory, clearly wanting to finish up and go home early. Su Ning had been in the escape room for almost half an hour, and they had completed the entire experience. When they finally saw the light again, he was fine, but the 5 girls exchanged glances. What happened? It was so scary in the front, but so rushed in the back. Something's not right. Is there something wrong with the process? When they were scared, they were genuinely frightened, but now that the NPCs weren't scaring them, they felt something was off. At that moment, the NPCs who had just played ghosts also came out, looking rather uninterested, especially the way they glanced at Su Ning, which held a hint of resentment. Su Ning instantly understood. Goodness, did they think he was a hindrance? It was easy to figure out. If it were just a few girls, the NPCs would definitely put in more effort, and who knows, they might even have a chance to interact closely with the girls. But now that Su Ning was there, they would be annoyed if they didn't slack off. So the last few challenges were very perfunctory. However, for Su Ning, this was actually a good thing. If every room had a ghost popping out, his heart couldn't take it. Thank you, big brother. If it weren't for you, we would have definitely been scared to death in there. We'll pay for the escape room, and we've also tipped you on the platform. Let's add each other on WeChat. One girl walked over, smiling at Su Ning, her beautiful eyes sparkling, seemingly quite interested in him. The other girls were more direct, immediately opening their WeChat QR codes for Su Ning to scan. Su Ning didn't refuse and added them all as friends. After chatting for a while, Su Ning discovered that they were all students from the Industrial University of the capital. What a coincidence, I just graduated, so I guess I'm your senior, Su Ning said with a smile. The girls were all wide-eyed in surprise. Although they had no intention of being discriminatory, it was clear that the information shocked them. This was the Capital Industrial University. Not the top tier, but still a very famous double first-class university. Graduates from Capital Industrial University were talents that many companies were eager to recruit, and they had no trouble finding jobs at all. But why was the senior delivering takeout? Was the takeout business that lucrative, or was there some insider information they didn't know? Suddenly, one girl's expression changed to one of astonishment as she instinctively pointed at Su Ning. I remember now. You are senior Su Ning, the one who donated 60 million to the school last semester. Oh my god, how did you end up delivering takeout? They envisioned a scene from a drama where a domineering CEO, after going bankrupt, could only deliver takeout on an electric bike. Of course, in the end, the CEO would definitely make a comeback. Senior, we believe in you. Difficulties are only temporary, you will definitely return to the top. One girl, for some reason, became so emotional that she was almost in tears. Su Ning's expression was incredibly strange, caught between laughter and tears. Did they misunderstand something? Well, his yellow jacket did indeed lead to misunderstandings. But he was used to it. After all, the system wouldn't let him earn money properly, and he could only choose these basic jobs each time. Then I'll take your good wishes, Su Ning said with a smile, waving his hand. After parting ways with a few juniors, Su Ning rode his electric bike back to the property management office, preparing to oversee the final touches on the shoe cabinet work. By the time it was past 4 in the afternoon, he set out again to continue delivering takeout. With his current efficiency in delivering takeout, he should still be able to complete the 900 orders he set for himself. Although it wasn't as lucrative as earning money from property management, it was still a considerable income. He should feel satisfied. Being tired was just part of it. As soon as he went online, he quickly grabbed an order, and one after another, he soon had 4 orders in hand. They were all on the way, and as long as he didn't waste time along the route, he basically didn't have to worry about being late. Of course, this was still his first time delivering 4 orders simultaneously, so he felt a bit nervous. After all, the customers he had to deal with were definitely more troublesome than those of other riders. Something unexpected could happen at any moment. He quickly picked up the 4 takeout orders and planned the most reasonable route based on their locations and deadlines, then immediately rode off at full speed. However, he hadn't gone far when he suddenly hit the brakes. Something was off. There was a problem with the plan. One of the orders was for the 6th hospital, and he had originally intended to deliver it last. But he suddenly remembered that there was an unwritten rule in delivering takeout. Hospital orders should be prioritized. After all, the time of medical staff was extremely precious. They might have surgeries in the morning and afternoon, and they needed to eat as quickly as possible at noon. So, if their takeout could be delivered even a minute earlier, it should be. Otherwise, they might not have time to eat before rushing off to save patients. Well, no need to say more. Su Ning immediately turned around and headed for the 6th hospital. When he arrived at the hospital, he jogged upstairs and placed the takeout at the nurse's station, finally letting out a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he felt particularly proud, but his mood was quite pleasant. After going downstairs, he hurried to deliver the next order. After completing 2 more orders, he was left with the last one, and the deadline was approaching. If he continued to run without any setbacks, he still had a chance to deliver it on time. But just as he entered the office building and was about to press the elevator button, he was stunned. The elevator was under maintenance and couldn't be used. Su Ning looked at the specific address, 26th floor. Good grief! Now it wasn't just a matter of being late, it was about how he was going to get the takeout upstairs. Hello, how long will this elevator be under maintenance? Su Ning saw the property manager of the office building standing nearby and quickly asked, "Is there a problem with the elevator?" The manager glanced at Su Ning but didn't seem impatient. "Actually, it's not just maintenance, it's repairs. It will probably take at least an hour." Su Ning couldn't help but let out a sigh, feeling a bit helpless. He was about to go overtime, and he couldn't wait an hour. He quickly took out his phone to call the customer. "Hello, is this your takeaway order? I'm the delivery rider. The elevator in your office building is under repair and won't be fixed for another hour. What about my takeaway? I'll leave it at the front desk, and you can come down to pick it up once the elevator is back in service." If the elevator were operational, Su Ning would definitely deliver it upstairs without any discount. But now that the elevator was broken, asking him to climb 26 floors was simply unrealistic, so he proposed the best solution. However, the customer clearly wasn't pleased. "I don't care. I ordered takeaway so I wouldn't have to move. You accepted the order, so you must deliver the food to me. Whether you take the elevator or climb the stairs is your problem. I must remind you, you're about to go overtime." Hearing the customer's tone, which seemed indifferent and even a bit gleeful, Su Ning's expression darkened. Strictly speaking, the customer wasn't wrong. It was just a bit inhumane. Forget it, after all, it was impossible to expect everyone to consider others' situations. In the operation back end, he clicked on the order delivery exception. Situations like traffic jams, road closures, or excessive floors could all be reported as exceptions in the back end. Once reported successfully, if there were issues like exceeding the time limit or receiving a bad review, the writer wouldn't be held responsible, and the platform would cancel it. Of course, he had to upload evidence, such as photos of the elevator repair, otherwise, it wouldn't go through. Soon, just as the order was about to exceed the time limit, the report was successful. However, even without worrying about going over time, Su Ning had no intention of delivering the meal to the 26th floor himself. Climbing up and down 26 floors would surely exhaust him. Moreover, he didn't want to continue waiting for the elevator to be fixed. This was the dinner rush, the best time for orders. Glancing at the security guard nearby, Su Ning suddenly had an idea. "Brother, could you help me deliver this takeaway to the 26th floor?" Su Ning walked up to the guard and asked with a smile. The guard looked at Su Ning's face, then at the takeaway in his hand, with a strange expression, as if he were looking at a fool. "Do you think I would help you deliver it?" Su Ning nodded. "I think you would." Saying this, he handed over the takeaway, and at some point, a 50 yuan bill had appeared on top of the food. At that moment, the 50 yuan seemed to glow. Any hesitation would be disrespectful to that 50 yuan. "You're right." The guard silently accepted the 50 yuan and took the takeaway from Su Ning's hand. You should know that his salary as a security guard was less than 5,000 yuan. Now he could earn 50 yuan just by climbing a flight of stairs. What was there to be dissatisfied about? It was just the 26th floor, not high at all. After all, he had to check the fire safety equipment several times a day. Thank you. Su Ning shook his hand vigorously and then showed him the order details. He had solved the issues of exceeding the time limit and complaints, and now he had resolved the stair climbing problem, all for just 50 yuan. Was there anything more cost-effective than this? He could earn over 800,000 yuan from this order. Leaving the office building, he headed to the nearby dining district, ready to grab more orders. Just then, his phone rang. It was clearly the customer from the 26th floor calling. "Hello, what's wrong? Didn't the food arrive?" Once the call connected, Su Ning asked with a hint of confusion. A voice filled with anger came from the other end of the line. "Who told you to report the abnormal order? I bought the timely treasure. If you don't report it, I won't be able to receive compensation, right? At most, I'll give you $10 later. Why are you so stubborn, delivery guy?" Su Ning couldn't help but frown, utterly speechless. "Do you even know where the compensation money comes from?" There was a pause on the other end, as if the person had never considered this question, but they continued in a hostile tone. "I don't care where the money comes from." Su Ning couldn't help but shake his head lightly. Talking to someone like this was simply a waste of his life. He was too lazy to say anything more and hung up the phone. After all, the meal had been delivered, and he had reported it. No matter how the other party complained, he wouldn't suffer any losses. So, no matter how furious you are, what can you do to me? However, Su Ning could easily imagine the customer on the other end of the line, nearly hysterical. He even guessed that the customer likely ordered takeout and bought the timely treasure because the elevator was under maintenance. Then, by deliberately having the writer deliver to the 26th floor and being late, he could get compensation. But he wasn't the writer and had no idea about the abnormal order reporting, so his plan completely fell through. He ran around until almost 10 p.m. that night, his courage even breaking new heights, exceeding 40. He really couldn't imagine how those writers who easily handled over 100 orders a day managed to do it. They must be running around all day except when they sleep. Indeed, we are all living life to the fullest. Because he was tired during the day, he slept very well at night, getting up only when the sun was high in the sky. As soon as he arrived at the property management office, he had the manager send out a notice in the owners group. To the esteemed owners, our housing property is committed to providing the highest quality and thoughtful service to all owners. The shoe cabinets at all owners' doorsteps have been fully installed. Please take some time to check if the shoe cabinets have any quality defects or issues. If there are any problems, please report them to the manager as soon as possible so that the manufacturer can rectify them immediately. We will also send personnel for a comprehensive secondary inspection. Additionally, our community cafeteria will begin trial operations today at noon, and we welcome all owners to visit. We welcome owners to provide feedback and suggestions on property services, and we will take them seriously. Sincerely, all service staff of Housing Property. As soon as the message was sent, the previously quiet group chat suddenly became lively. The shoe cabinets had been installed in order of building number, and the owners who had their cabinets installed earlier had already checked them, so the focus was not on that. The key point was the community cafeteria. The cafeteria is going to trial operations? I must go try it. I heard the manager chatting. The cafeteria definitely won't make a profit, so the cost performance is very high. Of course it won't make a profit. This little money is hardly worth mentioning to Xiao Su. Cooking every day is so annoying. The cafeteria will be my restaurant from now on. It's a pity I'm at work, otherwise, I would definitely go try it at noon. Those without brains are still chatting, the smart ones have already left. Those who left are also brainless. What time is it now? At this moment, Su Ning looked at the owner's satisfaction rate, which had reached 93.4%, steadily maintaining above 90%. In fact, this was already enough to receive the highest reward. However, it's easy to gain a territory but hard to maintain it. If the service cannot be sustained, the owner's satisfaction will inevitably decline, and it might even drop to the second tier. Let's see if the owner's satisfaction continues to rise after the community cafeteria's trial operations. I must say, the cost performance of the community cafeteria is indeed high. It's a self-service cafeteria with more than 20 hot and cold dishes every day. In today's menu, there are stir-fried pork strips, black pepper steak, shrimp and tomato sauce, spicy diced chicken, crispy pork, braised pig's trotters, Hangzhou pepper beef, fish-flavored shredded pork, lion's head meatballs. The vegetables are fresh, and the quality of the meat is also very high. Su Ning has very strict requirements and control over the ingredients. Didn't he previously inspect 2 community canteens that were already in operation? The operation model of his own property community canteen is somewhat like the second one, with more upscale and exquisite dishes. At least Su Ning is satisfied with the chef's skills, although its large pot cooking, once served on a plate, it looks just like the dishes from a home-style restaurant. It's worth noting that community canteen doesn't offer much value for money. Although it's self-service, the food is priced by weight. An adult would probably need to spend over 20 yuan to fill up. In contrast, the pricing here is extremely affordable. Homeowners pay 12 yuan per person, seniors over 60 pay 10 yuan, and 14-year-old children also pay 10 yuan. As for non-Binjiang Century homeowners, sorry, no service. For 12 yuan, you can't go wrong, and for 12 yuan, you won't be cheated, but you can enjoy a hearty lunch at the Binjiang Century Property Community Canteen. The value for money is astonishing. Just imagine, an adult pays and walks to the self-service area with a tray, facing an almost dazzling array of dishes. What kind of mood would that be? First, scoop up 10 shrimp and tomato sauce, then a spoonful of stir-fried pork strips. Next, 2 pieces of small steak. Oh, this braised pig's trotter looks good, already deboned. Let's take 2 pieces. This lion's head meatball looks appetizing. Let's grab one. I love crispy pork, so add 2 more spoons. It's all meat. Let's get some vegetables too. This garlic bok choy looks good. Let's take a bit. Before I know it, I haven't even scooped rice, and the tray is already full. A lunch that fills me up to the brim only costs 12 yuan. One can only imagine how outrageous this price is. According to Su Jiafei's estimate, the community canteen will probably be losing money within the first month of opening, and it might continue to lose money. For Su Ning, however, not making money and losing money are essentially no different. As long as he doesn't lose too much, because the property fee is limited, he can't overspend. Finally, at 11:10, after the kitchen helpers have arranged the dishes, the canteen starts to welcome customers. Oh, little Su is here too? Let me see what good dishes there are. Wow, quite a feast. This. Little Su, aren't you afraid of losing money? An elderly man, hands behind his back, walked around the self-service area in astonishment. If young people might not be very sensitive to prices, the elderly who buy groceries are completely different. Take the shrimp and tomato sauce, for example. Large shrimp in the market are about 30 to 35 yuan per pound, while the canteen's bulk purchase should be around 25 to 30 yuan per pound. There are about 30 shrimp in a pound. If one person scoops up 10 shrimp, the cost is already around 10 yuan, and adding in the side dishes and seasonings, 12 yuan is reasonable. Pork is a bit cheaper in the market, with lean meat around 15 yuan. A spoonful of stir-fried pork strips would have at least 100 grams of meat, which is about 3 yuan. For steak, a large piece is cut into small chunks after being cooked, and even 2 pieces would cost 4 to 5 yuan. Spicy diced chicken, crispy pork, Hangzhou pepper beef. Just the ingredient costs are already over 20 yuan. Not to mention the canteen has hired so many people. This is not running a community canteen, it's clearly charity. Soon, with the arrival of the first young homeowner, excitedly taking photos of the dishes and posting them in the group chat exploded. Oh my god, so many good dishes. All my favorites, I'm drooling just looking at them. You call this a community canteen? It's probably not even at the level of a 50 yuan buffet in a mall. Manager Sue, you're forcing me to take advantage of you. I've decided, from now on, I'm going to live in the cafeteria every day. The cafeteria quickly became lively, although not all the seats were filled. There were still quite a few people. Moreover, it seemed that the cafeteria had become a platform for the owners to communicate face to face. After all, everyone usually spoke in the group chat, and they occasionally ran into each other while walking in the community, but most were not familiar with one another. However, now sitting at the same table, eating and chatting felt quite nice. Especially since today was the first day of trial operation for the cafeteria, it naturally became the topic of conversation. The taste is better than I expected, although it's not as good as a big hotel, it's definitely presentable. The ingredients are good enough, the taste is great, and most importantly, the prices are cheap, it's such a bargain. I feel like I'm dreaming. I could never make this level of food myself. Well, they are professional chefs. If you had that level, wouldn't you be a chef too? Oh no, I'm stuffed. If I don't leave in an hour, I might burst. I'm worried the cafeteria won't last long. At this rate, Little Sue is going to lose a fortune. Yeah, why not suggest to Little Sue to reduce the menu or just raise the prices? I know Little Sue doesn't want to make money off us, but he can't afford to lose money either. Exactly, if such a great property management leaves, all the owners in our community will probably cry. What happened to the plan to find a partner for Little Sue in the community? The turnover in the cafeteria was quick. That's how fast food works, eat and leave. By around 1:30 p.m., almost no owners were coming in to eat. Su Ning checked the data on the cash register system. A total of 450 people had dined at the community cafeteria during lunch. Among them, 278 people paid 12 yuan, and 272 people paid 10 yuan. Calculating it out, the revenue for one lunch was 6,056 yuan. If it were another community cafeteria, the owner would probably make over 2,000 yuan. However, without counting labor costs, Su Ning made 200 yuan. But if labor costs were included, he would be losing over 1,000 yuan. Su Jiafei looked at Su Ning as if she could speak. Are we just going to keep losing money like this? Su Ning was quite indifferent. After all, it was the first day of trial operation, and with a slight adjustment to the menu later, he just needed to ensure they wouldn't lose money. His gains were not in the revenue he didn't care about, but in the satisfaction of the owners. The results were remarkable. In just one lunch, the owners' satisfaction had risen to over 95%, reaching 95.1%. This was easy to understand because the community cafeteria benefited the elderly in the neighborhood the most. Originally, it was hardest to improve the satisfaction of the elderly owners, but now that they were directly benefiting, how could their satisfaction not rise? Of course, Su Ning also had his losses. At least during lunch, he didn't go out to deliver takeout, missing at least 15 orders compared to yesterday. That was all money. So, without waiting until 4 p.m., Su Ning put on his yellow jacket and left at 3 p.m. At this time, there were generally no food orders, mostly just milk tea orders. Although the takeout orders weren't dense, he still had things to do. By 4:30 p.m., he had already delivered 5 milk tea orders. Fortunately, all 5 orders went smoothly without too many hiccups. However, Su Ning soon learned what it meant to not be too happy too early. He had just grabbed an order, picked up the food, and was on his way to the customer's address. Riding on the non-motorized lane, he encountered a red light at the intersection ahead. Su Ning did not have the habit of ignoring traffic lights like other riders. After all, life is precious, and if you can't get along with someone, don't take it out on your life. So he stopped at the crosswalk, waiting for the green light. Even though this red light was notoriously long, he had no intention of running it. Just then, A car drove up from behind, and as it got closer, the driver started honking the horn. Not just a single honk, but a continuous series of honks. Su-ning frowned and turned around, only to see a man in the driver's seat with an angry expression, his mouth moving nonstop. Without a doubt, he was cursing. Su-ning thought that by just glancing back, the man would stop honking. But to his surprise, the man only escalated things, keeping one hand pressed on the horn, turning it into a long, continuous sound. Many people around frowned and looked over, puzzled by the car's madness. Su-ning was also annoyed. He directly got out of his car, parked it properly, and walked towards the other vehicle. At that moment, the driver of the other car also opened the door and got out, his face twisted in rage. "Are you crazy? Why are you honking?" Su-ning bluntly scolded. "You're the one who's crazy. Can't you hear me honking? If you can hear the horn, why don't you hurry up and move? Riding a broken electric bike and standing in the way, do you know you're blocking my right turn? Get the hell out of my way."